In the world of the apocalypse, survival hinges solely on the use of automobiles. One can enhance their vehicle's safety and power by searching for resources and extraordinary treasure chests that yield remarkable items. Chapter 1. Can treasure chests be refreshed? You have been chosen by the world of the apocalypse. Return countdown. 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Sanqing was initially relishing the leisurely days of his senior year break when he suddenly found himself in an unfamiliar environment. Bewildered, he pondered, have I crossed over? The return countdown. Is it a dual crossing or merely a scenario? Having been steeped in various online literary genres for years, Sanqing began to grasp his predicament. This is a world steeped in despair, where even deities may fall. Death and blood stain the earth, fraught with dangers such as hordes of corpses, mutated beings, phantoms, and extreme environments. Players must navigate their vehicles through this apocalyptic landscape toward a glimmer of hope, collecting materials to upgrade their automobiles, while also acquiring magical treasure chests brimming with resources to bolster their strength. All players start at random locations, and every stop along the journey is shrouded in mystery, perhaps a forest, a village, an ordinary room, or an unfathomable ancient relic. The ultimate destination of Region 1 is Peace Valley. Please arrive before the return countdown ends, or face annihilation. Player ID 1800871. Please set your player name. Survival in the apocalypse starting with a car, and resources only through scavenging. Sanqing contemplated the information and promptly adopted his former gaming moniker, Sanqing. Name verification successful. Initial items distributed. 1 name change card, 1 bottle of 500 milliliters mineral water, 1 pound of fresh bread, 10 metal coins. Vehicle model treasure chest core item. Vehicle model treasure chest. The most vital item in the world of the apocalypse, which is suffused with mysterious radiation. Prolonged exposure to the outside will impair one's sanity and induce bizarre transformations. Only within the vehicle can one remain unaffected and be guided toward a hopeful future. Upon opening the vehicle model treasure chest, any obtained model will impart operational experience, marking the official commencement of the journey. You have joined the chat group. Current members in this chat group, 15,000. That's quite a number, Sanqing mused, glancing at the initial gift pack before delving into the system functions. With a mere thought, a shimmering blue screen materialized before him. It was simple in design, featuring only an interface for opening chests and the chat group. The treasure chest for vehicle models rested within. The chat group buzzed with a cacophony of messages. What was happening? I was only halfway through my bathroom break, thinking someone was tapping on my door. I want to go home my luxury car and mansion. I finally inherited my family fortune. Why must I escape with a bunch of paupers? Dong Xiaoyu. Old Kwai. You've conjured an illusion. You upstairs. What size shoe do you wear? I am the CEO of Huaqing Group. Does anyone know how to leave here? I'll offer a handsome reward upon my return. God, what have you done? Sanqing was momentarily taken aback as he turned to the individual whose tone was unmistakably off. Carl. The name revealed that he was indeed a foreigner. Thus, it seemed this gathering of 15,000 souls was all hailing from Blue Star. Although their identities varied, it appeared that they had all converged into the same category: survivors of the apocalypse. Let us hasten to open the treasure chests. I have opened mine and have 3 rewards to choose from. I selected a blue reward, a Class C vehicle. I too received a blue reward, though the vehicle is rather small-a-beetle. Having a sedan is commendable. All my options were white, none with a roof. I have chosen the electric tricycle. Brother, you opted for a motorcycle? The tricycle lacks speed and protection. What will you do when confronted with a horde of mutated beasts? Having an electric tricycle is already commendable. I received a bicycle. Ah, my friend? Cycling away in an apocalypse would it evoke laughter from the mutated creatures? The rewards varied. Some felt despondent and anxious, while others were exuberant. I received a purple reward, a small delivery truck. A purple reward? Has the lucky one appeared? Can the esteemed player form a team? Seeking refuge. Can we really team up? I noticed a friend request with a shared location. Although it cannot be utilized now, it should allow for team formation. Really? Esteemed player. Take me along, I can be of service in any capacity. A homemaker, equipped with stockings, equally versatile, requesting to join the team. Are there any ladies without vehicles? Please share your location, I will come to pick you up. Sanqing pondered for a moment. Judging by the reward ratings, the small delivery truck surpassed the vehicle in utility. This indicated that speed was merely one aspect. The small truck offered ample space for rest and storage. Indeed, if I must hide in a vehicle daily, I would prefer a small delivery truck. Moreover, it seemed that, according to the system, vehicles were pivotal objects in this world, capable of being upgraded. A larger vehicle would likely possess greater developmental potential. It occurred to him that the one who selected the electric tricycle might be harboring a similar thought. Lin Qing commenced his own treasure chest opening. I hope for a favorable outcome in truth. He felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing he might end up with a bicycle like that unfortunate fellow. Opening vehicle treasure chest. Before him, a luminous screen unveiled a square metallic box. The box quivered and then split apart, revealing 3 options. Mountain bicycle gray. The champion of the apocalypse choosing me is a surefire decision, just pedal away. Road racing motorcycle white. Offers high speed, yet safety features are virtually non-existent. Family class B vehicle blue. A larger frame with commendable storage capacity, though its low chassis seems ill-suited for all terrains. Lin Qing felt a tinge of disappointment. The highest option was merely blue. However, he maintained a level head. At least he had secured a motor vehicle. Yet, the bicycle had indeed made an appearance. Fortunately, unlike that fellow, all 3 choices were not bicycles. Suddenly, Lin Qing's gaze sharpened. He noticed beneath the 3 vehicle options, there was yet another selection. The refresh button allows for up to 10 refreshes with the guarantee that the 10th refresh will yield a reward of purple grade or higher. What is this? Could it truly be refreshed? Without hesitation, he initiated the action. When would this external aid arrive? Lin Qing was initially taken aback, but soon elated. None of the 3 options were particularly appealing to him. Not only could he refresh, but he was spared from watching advertisements. Moreover, the assurance of a purple or higher reward on the 10th attempt instilled in him considerable confidence. Refresh. The screen transformed, presenting 3 new choices: a blue off-road vehicle, a blue class sedan, and a gray road bicycle. Refresh again. It did not take long for him to comprehend just how abysmal the reward probabilities were. After 5 consecutive attempts, he had yet to encounter a single purple reward. The individual who had hit the jackpot was indeed fortunate. On the 6th attempt, he received 3 blue options. The 7th yielded 2 white and 1 blue. It was not until the 8th attempt that Lin Qing's eyes finally brightened. F1 racing car purple. Boasting exceptional speed and grip, theoretically reaching a maximum speed of 450 kilometers per hour, it excels on smooth surfaces. A purple reward had finally appeared. Yet, this purple option seemed rather lackluster. Speed is undeniably crucial, but the F1 car's chassis requires impeccable road conditions. He doubted that in this apocalyptic world, all roads remained unscathed. Furthermore, the cramped cockpit would surely be a source of discomfort over a month of survival. Without further hesitation, he declared, refresh. The 8th attempt yielded 3 blue options. The 9th resulted in 3 white. Witnessing this, Lin Qing's expression darkened. Was this truly his luck? 10 refreshes and only 1 purple reward, which was hardly useful. This is the final refresh, guaranteed to yield a reward of purple grade or higher. He would have to rely on the safety net. With a sigh, Lin Qing placed all his hopes on this last refresh. Give me a refresh. As the command was issued, a remarkable transformation occurred on the screen. A brilliant beam of golden light burst forth. Once again, 3 options appeared. 2 were rather ordinary, but the 3rd shimmered with golden light, exuding an air of mystery and distinction. The vehicle featured a boxy front, resembling a rectangular shield, with red paint that flickered like flames against a sea blue base coat. Towering exhaust pipes flanked the front, and above a multitude of large tires loomed a massive silver cargo compartment. Lin Qing felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, instantly reminded of Optimus Prime from Transformers. Modified muscle truck gold, standing 4 meters tall and 15 meters long, including cargo length, weighing 15 tons. It possesses immense impact force and ample storage space. This is the ruler of the land and a survival arc in the apocalypse. Chapter 2, Unboxing Again. This is Lin Qing initially felt a sense of disbelief, which soon blossomed into overwhelming joy. He had anticipated merely receiving a guaranteed purple item as his last reward, but to his astonishment, he had instead uncovered a golden treasure. It appeared that his prior misfortune was not truly a reflection of his luck, but rather that his fortunes had coalesced into this final revelation. Upon issuing the command to claim his reward, Lin Qing sensed an immediate shift in his surroundings. The sky above was shrouded in darkness, the land lay desolate, and an endless road stretched out before him. Yet, he found himself ensconced within a formidable steel beast. The cockpit boasted 2 rows of seats. offering ample space and ergonomically designed leather upholstery. A sizable central control screen gleamed, while various chrome dials sparkled with a silvery luminescence, imparting a distinctly metallic ambience to the entire setup. How incredibly magnificent! Lin Qing could not help but exclaim. Such a vehicle on Earth would surely command a price in the 7 or 8 figures. Even more thrillingly, he noted that the front and rear of the truck were connected by rubber tubing, allowing him the convenience of parking and resting inside without having to brave the apocalyptic landscape. As he marveled at this novelty, an unexpected surge of memory flooded his mind. He discovered a profound connection between himself and the truck, granting him an intuitive awareness of its various features. Even while seated in the driver's seat, he could perceive the condition of the truck's exterior and tires. Simultaneously, he instinctively comprehended all of the vehicle's functionalities and driving capabilities. Reward has been issued. Player Lin Qing has officially entered the game. Destination coordinates have been dispatched. Please promptly gather useful resources to enhance vehicle levels. Hint 1. All player vehicles possess autonomous driving capabilities. However, if the owner drives manually, speed will be augmented by 20. Hint 2. New players enjoy a 3-day grace period during which their vehicle is invulnerable. Yet active collisions or entering buildings due to size constraints will temporarily nullify this protection. Hint 3. Players are urged to reach the first town swiftly to receive the final novice reward, a weapon chest. Owner, Lin Qing. Strength, 6. Speed, 5. Mentality, 5. Vehicle type, muscle truck. Level, 1. Maximum speed, 180 km/h, unloaded. Durability, 100/100. Reparable with metal coins. Energy source, 1000 origin. Note: in this world, fuel is unnecessary. All vehicles absorb the terminal radiation present during the day as their energy source. Consumption rate, 50 origin per 100 kilometers, unloaded. Energy absorption rate, 50 origin per hour. Unique skill 1. This vehicle possesses limitless growth potential. Each upgrade will result in an increase in size. Unique skill 2. The ability to possess a secondary vehicle and switch between them at will. Upgrade materials, metal, 10,000 pounds, plastic, 2,000 pounds, glass, 500 pounds, rubber, 1,000 pounds, metal coins, 10 pieces. Vehicle owners can gather materials through absorption capacity. Note: the range of absorption capacity cannot exceed 1,000 meters from the vehicle, and it cannot contain any substances beyond those required for upgrades. Note: while alive, others cannot use the vehicle without permission and may destroy their own vehicle at any time. Thus, as long as it is daytime, the car will automatically absorb energy and convert it into kinetic energy, with fuel consumption and recovery rate being nearly equivalent at 100 kilometers per hour. It would be best to maintain a speed of 100 kilometers per hour for infinite endurance. The quantity of materials required is astonishing. Even if my vehicle model is large, that constitutes half of its own weight. However, remote storage makes collection somewhat easier. The concept of a secondary vehicle is quite straightforward. I may have the opportunity to explore it later. Yet, the skill of infinite growth seems somewhat daunting. With each upgrade, the size increases. If I were to reach level 100, how immense would the vehicle become? Mountain-sized? Observing the information meticulously, Lin Qing glanced at the map on the central control screen, which displayed only the adaptive driving map. A glowing point at the top indicated the destination, Pinggu. Beside it, the distance read 50,000 kilometers. Lin Qing calculated roughly. To reach this destination, driving for 10 hours a day at a speed of 170 kilometers per hour would be necessary. During this time, he must also consider energy consumption and resource gathering. Achieving this solely with a standard vehicle would be quite challenging. Upgrading the vehicle is essential. After familiarizing himself with the truck, he started the engine. The roar of the engine signified the awakening of the steel beast. The only drawback was the noise. During the protection period, it posed no issue, but afterward, such sounds would inevitably attract the attention of mutated beings. He was uncertain whether these creatures could breach his defenses. Nevertheless, Lin Qing felt a sense of security. Of course, he would not let his guard down. After claiming the last weapon treasure chest, he hastened to scour for resources. After indulging in the experience of being a truck driver, he activated the autopilot and submerged himself into the chat group. Is anyone willing to trade items in the system? Does anyone have water or bread for sale? Who would sell? They can't even feed themselves. Does anyone want the original flavor? Little sister wants some water. Wow, I'm intrigued. Risking life for a bit of handiwork? You're quite something. Has anyone reached the small town? There should be resources to scavenge there. Still on the road. Surprisingly, this apocalypse seems quite safe at the moment, with smooth sailing and no traffic lights. Bicycle King, that's just your luck. I've been chased by zombies the whole way. There are even zombies in the wilderness. I almost got caught by one just now and barely managed to escape by pedaling away. Bro, have you changed your name? Zombie relative? I have begun to sense it. My apologies to everyone. It appears I have arrived at a rather desolate town, and I am uncertain of the dangers that may lurk here. Nevertheless, the rewards have been distributed, and I shall claim mine in hopes of acquiring a formidable weapon. At this moment, a message captured everyone's attention, including Lin Qing, who was keen to discern the types of weapon chests available. Having completed the draw, I received a dagger, a bow, and a crossbow. I opted for the crossbow, one person announced. This is quite commendable. It possesses significant range and power. You certainly have the potential of a crossbow master, another remarked. I, too, have drawn my weapon. It is a melee arm, and I carelessly chose a sword, said another. I have also arrived, and the selections are quite similar: daggers, spears, clubs, and axes. Goodness, has time regressed to the ancient era? Evidently. The proximity of each individual to the town varied, with those nearer having reached their first station. Little in the delivery truck. Oh, I have received an electric baton. A purple reward. Goodness, you are the one who drives that small delivery truck. I recall your IP, and you've changed your name. What on earth have you done to receive another purple reward? Brother, would you care to team up? I am a charismatic streamer with millions of followers, capable of singing and dancing, dressed in cosplay. Can we arrange to meet? Take me along, if you help me through this month. I shall reward you handsomely upon my return. Esteemed one, do you possess any drawing techniques? I wish to learn. Enough, my friend, from this day forward. I shall be your family. Old turtle desirer, sister, are you jesting? Are you bringing the crew along? In a moment, envy flooded the hearts of all present, particularly a young man pedaling his bicycle at the edge of a town, gazing at the utility knife in his hand, tears streaming down his face. Within the chat group, the number of those who had reached their destinations grew increasingly. Before long, yet another fortunate soul emerged, proclaiming he had drawn a pistol. This revelation elicited envy from the masses, while also confirming the existence of firearms within the treasure chests. Hope soared, yet, regrettably, the majority still found themselves with mere blue skies and white clouds. At that moment, Lin Qing, driving a muscular truck, finally observed a change in the terrain ahead. To the left, a cluster of buildings emerged from the arid landscape, connecting to the road ahead. As he approached, the system notification echoed in his mind. Newbie Town reached. Newbie Town activation lasts for only 6 hours. Newbie Town presents the possibility of multiple entries, abundant resources, yet certain dangers abound. This is a trial. Only those who adapt can truly survive. Newbie reward. Weapon chest has been issued. At long last, I have arrived. Lin Qing's eyes sparkled as he claimed his reward, preparing once more to draw from the chest. This time, the goal was nothing less than a pistol. Chapter 3. Another golden prize? Blue Tang Dell, a sharp and agile weapon. Blue bomb-proof shield, tempered glass, exceptionally durable. Gray folding stool. Who would have thought this could also be a weapon? Upon gazing at the third reward, Lin Qing's lips twitched slightly. Could there possibly be anything worse than this? Refresh. Lin Qi wasted no time and continued to refresh. Soon, he discovered that blue rewards predominantly consisted of cold weapons, with items such as batons and bomb-proof shields included among them. The previously encountered crossbow was likely the finest among cold weapons. The white rewards, however, were mostly shorter cold weapons, such as daggers and kitchen knives. This truly depended on the individual, as a kitchen knife might be more user-friendly for some. Refresh. After several consecutive refreshes yielding no worthwhile items, on the 8th refresh, a dazzling golden light suddenly radiated from the screen. Holy moly, another gold prize. Lin Qing found it hard to believe. This was indeed an unexpected windfall. Without even reaching the guaranteed minimum, he had directly acquired a golden item. Could it be that the luck of the European monarch had chosen me? Golden M249 light machine gun. Total length 1,192 millimeters. Empty weight only 5 kilograms. Fires 56 millimeters bullets at a rate of approximately 1,000 rounds per minute. Providing a 200-round ammunition belt, 2 spare barrels, 5 ammunition belts, and a total of 1,000 bullets. Powerful ammunition and sustained output make this one of the best weapons in a post-apocalyptic world. Big pineapple. Lin Qing exclaimed, no longer considering the final guarantee, and chose immediately. Weapon warehouse activated, storage capacity 1 cubic meter. As the command was issued, Lin Qing felt a heaviness in his hand as the sleek dark machine gun and 5 belts of 56 millimeters ammunition materialized before him. Now this is the romance of a man. Lin Qing caressed the gun's body, his heart racing with excitement. What do a range of 1,000 meters and a firing rate of 1,000 rounds per minute signify? I might not see you, but my big pineapple can suppress you from a kilometer away. The town is very dangerous. Do not enter recklessly. Heavens! I just charged into the town with a machete, and upon turning around, I found myself surrounded by a horde of zombies. Hundreds of them surged toward me. Thankfully, I was very close to my vehicle and managed to jump in immediately. I encountered a similar situation. A zombie was merely a meter away, but I instinctively slashed its neck, allowing me to survive. Geneva, you wait right there. I thought entering the same town would make us allies. But you shoved me into a pile of zombies while you went off to eat. Are you even human? We can still enter the same town? Damn it. It seems I must not only be wary of zombies, but also keep an eye on my fellow humans. Can't we coexist peacefully? Have people already begun entering the town? Glancing at the messages in the group, he understood that danger had already begun to unfold, with some individuals having perished. Moreover, it appeared that multiple people could indeed enter the same town. Yet, he only wished to rush into the town and utter a single phrase. Regardless of whether one is human or a zombie, should they provoke me, they shall meet their demise. At this moment, Sanqing had thoroughly prepared himself psychologically for the trials of survival in a post-apocalyptic world. The town was modest in size, consisting of merely 3 rows of houses stretching approximately a kilometer in length, with structures no taller than 3 stories. The ambience was steeped in a profound sense of decay. Many buildings lacking even windows, presenting a visage of utter ruin. Upon entering with his vehicle, Sanqing was greeted by a horde of zombies traversing the streets, no fewer than several dozen. These creatures appeared grotesque, their forms little more than skin stretched over bones. Their tattered garments hanging in shreds, dry blood caked upon their ashen bodies. They uttered a cacophony of hissing and guttural murmurs, creating a truly terrifying spectacle. Zombie Level 1. Their movements are akin to those of ordinary humans, posing a relatively low threat individually. However, in numbers, they can manifest as one of the most fearsome calamities of the apocalypse. The sheer volume of zombies constituted a small horde, yet Sanqing felt no trepidation. Fear stems from a lack of firepower, but he had no shortage in that regard. Upon seeing Sanqing's truck, the zombies converged, their feeble forms surprisingly quick in their advance. It was the perfect opportunity to test the might of his vehicle. Why should I shy away from such mere zombies? A thought crossed his mind, and he drove the truck straight into the fray. With a resounding crash, under his command, the truck roared to life, its engine reaching maximum power. The steel beast surged forward with formidable force, colliding directly into the horde. The sound of flesh and bone splintering filled the air as numerous zombies were violently flung aside. This impact, in the presence of certain entities, could shatter the very fabric of reality. How could these insignificant zombies withstand my wrath? Suddenly, a glimmer of white light emanated from the remains of a fallen zombie, capturing his attention. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a chest. Zombie defeated. Reward acquired. White treasure chest. Entirely random. White treasure chest can yield any rewards of white grade or lower, accompanied by 5 metal coins. A treasure chest? Sanqing was momentarily taken aback, then inhaled deeply, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Treasure chests could be refreshed, and for him, they represented the ultimate resource in this world of despair. These were not merely zombies, they were treasures waiting to be claimed. He immediately adjusted his course, steering back into the horde once more. No ordinary vehicle would dare such recklessness, but before the robust truck, this scale of zombies was as inconsequential as flat ground. In no time, the area was littered with dismembered limbs and mangled flesh. The white light burst forth again, yielding 5 more rewards. What ecstasy! Sanqing was overwhelmed with exhilaration, relishing the thrill akin to a real-life mowing game. Vehicle durability, 97-100, repair requires 3 metal coins. The wear on the vehicle was minimal. Only a slight loss of paint and minor dents on the body from the collisions. However, this was of little consequence to Sanqing. Even a single white treasure chest would suffice to compensate for his minor expenditures. Sanqing retrieved the big pineapple and stepped out of the truck for the first time. Player level 1, maximum time outside, 2 hours. The system had informed him that the human body would be affected by the end-of-days radiation, necessitating a return to the vehicle to dispel it. Yet, upon introspection, Sanqing found no discomfort whatsoever. He was acutely aware, however, that he needed to act swiftly. He meticulously surveyed his surroundings, leaving no detail overlooked. Having observed the capabilities of the zombies from within the truck, he knew they possessed no more than the physical prowess of a healthy adult. With the extraordinary equalizer in hand, as long as he refrained from recklessness, he could sweep through them with ease. Were it not for the unnecessary expenditure of ammunition, he would have relished the opportunity to stand atop the truck, wielding the big pineapple, and experience the exhilaration of mowing down zombies. He aimed at a zombie that had not yet succumbed to death. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted skyward, and Sanqing was jolted back 2 steps by the recoil. Goodness, this recoil. Lin Qing couldn't help but exclaim, quickly regaining his grip on the machine gun. In his leisure time, he often frequented the gym, although he wasn't a muscular powerhouse. His physical fitness was commendable among the average populace. This time, with preparation, his shooting was markedly improved. At the very least, his accuracy had significantly increased with each burst. After expending some ammunition, he struck the relatively intact zombie, ensuring that he did not inadvertently get bitten by one lying in wait. Only then did he stride forth to collect 6 white treasure chests. Next, Lin Qing scrutinized his surroundings. The area was bustling with various modern establishments, including restaurants, supermarkets, and shopping malls. A glance inside the supermarket revealed numerous shelves brimming with an abundance of food and beverages. Truly, this novice town was replete with resources. Yet, danger lurked as well. Inside the supermarket, several zombies were frantically battering against the glass, eager to break free and devour any human in sight. It was clear that the area had not been thoroughly cleansed. Lin Qing was neither surprised nor disheartened. Rather, he felt a surge of excitement. While others viewed zombies as perilous adversaries, to him, each charming zombie represented a potential treasure trove. Moreover, the barrier of glass rendered them mere live targets for him. He squeezed the trigger. The bullets erupted forth like a torrent, accompanied by a fiery blaze. In an instant, the transparent glass shattered. Following that, a vast cloud of blood mist burst forth from the zombies. Even more terrifying was the relentless suppression. Lin Qing found that he did not need to aim meticulously. Instead, he simply had to manage the recoil while firing in rapid succession. Bang, 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 bang. The sounds of shattering glass, splintering corpses, and the relentless clatter of metal casings falling filled the air. Within mere seconds, there were no standing entities left within the room except for Lin Qing. Similarly, 2 more white orbs of light materialized, which he collected. He then surveyed the supermarket's facilities, dismissing the broken food items that had been shot to pieces. Extracting a multitude of shopping bags from the counter, Lin Qing began to gather supplies. It must be noted that the supplies within the supermarket were not as plentiful as one might have imagined, falling far short of what is typically found in a conventional store. Furthermore, the previous gunfire had squandered a significant portion of the stock. He discarded any snacks tainted with blood without hesitation. Nonetheless, Lin Qing tirelessly utilized the shopping cart within the supermarket, making numerous trips back and forth. He loaded the cart with an assortment of sustenance, including self-heating hot pot, instant noodles, and sausages, as well as crates of water and beverages. The selection of snacks was surprisingly abundant. Lin Qing even discovered dozens of boxes of mousse cakes in various flavors. In addition, there were bags of ready-to-eat meals, puffed snacks, and fresh fruits. A quick estimation suggested that this bounty could last at least 1 or 2 months. Gazing at the provisions in his cart, Lin Qing felt both exhausted and fulfilled, thinking to himself, "Goodness, I have actually achieved a state of snack freedom in this apocalyptic world." Chapter 4: A Bounty of Abundance. Returning loaded. Besides food, various condiments were not overlooked. Oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, along with chili sauce and pickled vegetables. Essential daily supplies were nearly complete. Towels, toilet paper, toothpaste, shampoo. Lin Qing now possessed more provisions than perhaps found in his own home. The beverage section was also not wasted. Though he abstained from alcohol, the thought of the trading system prompted him to invest a bit of time, acquiring 2 cases of liquor. He refrained from taking more, as conserving energy for further exploration was paramount. With alcohol in hand, he certainly would not neglect tobacco. Huazi, Shizi, Kunzi, Tatsi. Altogether, there were likely dozens of cigarettes. It was truly a bountiful haul. Exhausted, Lin Qing plopped down onto the ground, panting, yet unable to suppress his excitement. The only regret was the absence of fresh rice and flour. Otherwise, he could have cooked a meal had he found a pot. With supplies secured, it was time to focus on materials. He intended to absorb the shelves, for they were entirely composed of metal. After resting for 2 minutes, Lin Qing stood up, placing his hands upon the shelves, activating his absorbing ability. Instantly, the entire shelf twisted and, in the blink of an eye, was absorbed into Lin Qing's palm. Acquired glass, 20 pounds. Acquired metal, 1,000 pounds. This was far more effortless than transporting supplies. Time was of the essence. The novice town offered plentiful rewards. As indicated by the system prompt, after this opportunity, such favorable circumstances might not arise again. Lin Qing entered a hardware store. He had noticed this place when he encountered the zombies. Spanning over 200 square meters, it was significantly larger than the previous supermarket. Wasn't this the ideal location for acquiring materials needed for vehicles? Thus, he entered, swiftly absorbing various items: hammers, pliers, wires, light bulbs, and storage shelves. The items in the hardware store perfectly aligned with his upgrade requirements, rapidly enhancing his collection progress. Metal, 3,000 pounds tin. 000 pounds. Plastic, 200 pounds 2,000 pounds. Glass, 50 pounds 500 pounds. Rubber, 100 pounds 1,000 pounds. Naturally, Linqing also retained some personal items, such as gas lighters and flashlights, essential necessities. Having transported items only once, he managed to collect even more materials this time, yet it took merely 5 minutes. Linqing continued to scour other buildings. Upon entering a room, he would take anything useful, and when encountering zombies, he would swiftly dispatch them with his weapon. Regrettably, there were fewer zombies than expected, a fact that Linqing found somewhat disheartening as he stepped into a small shopping mall. The mall was shrouded in darkness, devoid of electricity, relying solely on the faint light filtering through the windows. Aside from a few racks of clothing, there was little else. Time to explore the second floor. Linqing ascended the stairs. As soon as he reached the top, his eyes widened in astonishment. In terms of supplies, the second floor was utterly barren. However, it was astonishingly teeming with zombies. There were at least 100 in sight. The zombies appeared somewhat sluggish, only noticing Linqing as he ascended the staircase. They then roared and lunged towards him, intent on tearing him apart to satiate their eternally ravenous appetites. In a similar vein, Linqing's eyes turned crimson. Hundreds of zombies. This was truly a predicament. Just moments ago, he had lamented the scarcity, and now he was confronted with such a multitude. Excellent. Today, the cowardice of any man would be his undoing. Big Pineapple, charge forth. He pulled the trigger. The ensuing cacophony of gunfire erupted as Big Pineapple spat flames, unleashing a torrent of bullets. In the face of the 5.56mm rounds, these zombies were as fragile as paper. The instant the bullets pierced their bodies, copious amounts of flesh and blood were obliterated. Several zombies fell, punctured through. With just a single chain of bullets, the horde was forced to retreat, unable to approach him. Zombies eliminated, earned white treasure chest, random rewards. Zombies eliminated, earned white treasure chest, random rewards. White orbs of light began to materialize. Upon witnessing this, Linqing's excitement surged. He swiftly reloaded and continued firing in bursts. Within mere minutes, the zombies on the second floor lay in shattered heaps across the ground. Task accomplished. Linqing set down the machine gun and exhaled a long breath of relief. Confirming that no zombies remained alive, he resumed scavenging. This wave of zombies had been generous, yielding a total of 13 white treasure chests, which he stored within the system alongside the previous 8. Gazing at the 21 chests, anticipation welled within him. Little chests? Wait until I return to the vehicle. I shall open you with great delight. He ascended to the final third floor. Within this space, he discovered a plethora of useful resources, adorned with an array of furniture and appliances. Linqing, recognizing their potential utility and relative ease of transport, chose to retain several items, such as an electric kettle, a hairdryer, and an induction cooker. The remainder was absorbed as consumables. Moreover, the shelves of the shop were not spared from his meticulous collection. Finally, he paused in the furniture section, hoisting a 1.8 by 2 meter mattress and tossing it out the window. He then retraced his steps to retrieve bedding and a set of sheets, casually collecting some clothing on the first floor. He also filled a cart with numerous garments, including dozens of women's clothing items. As for the shelves, he naturally absorbed those as well, thoroughly relishing the thrill of a zero-cost acquisition. In the time that followed, he diligently sought various materials. Streetlights? Absorb them. Shelves should not go to waste. The windows here remained relatively intact. Absorb them. Trash cans? In this apocalypse, who still uses such things? Absorb. The door signs were also quite valuable, hefty indeed. He claimed those as well. Anything within his sight was not spared. He scoured every accessible room along the street. Before long, the already decrepit town appeared even more precarious, with numerous gaping holes and signs of destruction marking the landscape. It was as if a bandit had laid siege to the town. In the dining establishment. Damn it, is this a performance? How could this restaurant be so deserted? There isn't even a grain of rice or a drop of oil to be found. Never mind. Let us just remove the pot. Aside from the pots and pans, not a single piece of furniture goes to waste. Wherever I go, anything made of iron or other materials is fair game. The progress in collecting upgrading materials is soaring. If only I could absorb the walls directly, they must contain rebar. Linqing felt a twinge of regret. Otherwise, he would have certainly drained this entire town. The ability to absorb materials requires contact with useful substances. Of course, remnants of zombies began to appear on the streets, and Linqing promptly emptied the remaining ammunition. Bullets erupted forth, rendering the town even more desolate. A white treasure chest emerged once again. It wasn't until nearly 2 hours of activity had elapsed that he returned to the truck. Bang! The door slammed shut. I'm truly exhausted. Linqing leaned back in his seat, his body slumped against it. Yet, simultaneously, his gains this time were beyond his wildest expectations. The vehicle owner is affected by the end of day's radiation and begins to dissipate. Time required, 10 hours. Departing, Linqing issued a command to the truck, steering away from the town and embarking on his journey anew. Approximately an hour after Linqing's departure, a blue vehicle arrived in the town. Inside was a young man, around 30, whose face was pale with anxiety. Unlike those in the group, he had driven for several hours before finally encountering his first town. He opened the weapon treasure chest, claiming the final reward, but hesitated for a long while in the vehicle. He had read the messages in the group, and many had already perished in the novice town. This realization filled him with profound trepidation. The silent, still town resembled the gaping maw of a demon, ready to swallow anyone who dared to step inside into an endless abyss. Determined, he steeled himself and cautiously drove into the town, fearful of disturbing anything. However, as soon as he laid eyes on the central street, his pupils widened in shock, and his foot nearly slipped off the accelerator. The acrid stench of blood assaulted his lungs, and the sight of dismembered limbs scattered across the ground nearly made him retch. What astounded him further was the multitude of bullet holes he spotted on the walls. This zombie town was riddled with craters and devastation, as if it had been ravaged by an army. Chapter 5. Level 2 Trucks and Modules. Comprehensive Upgrade. How are you all doing? I nearly exhausted myself just to acquire 2 packets of instant noodles. There are too many zombies here. As soon as I drove in, I was surrounded and could only watch the food in the supermarket, leaving empty-handed. Sigh. I feared that driving would attract their attention, so I chose to walk in, only to find no resources and deplete my stamina. Surviving is already a blessing. Our numbers have dwindled by over 2,000, and the mortality rate is alarmingly high. I can't bear it here any longer. I want to return home. Everyone, I successfully killed a zombie and obtained a white treasure chest. You must be joking. I also killed a zombie, yet I received nothing. You all are incredible, even capable of slaying zombies. Linqing took a hearty sip of cola while tallying his recent acquisitions. 21 treasure chests displayed neatly on the screen. With eager anticipation, he wondered what treasures awaited him. Opening successful. Gained 5 metal coins. 1 package of night-use sanitary napkins gray. Refresh button. The highest reward from this treasure chest is white. After 10 refreshes, a white reward is guaranteed. Linqing. Sanitary napkins are considered a reward? As for the refresh reward being capped at white, he was not surprised. It was a white treasure chest to begin with, and refreshing it 1,000 times would not alter that fact. His goal was to extract more practical resources from the white treasure chests. Refresh. 1 package of instant noodles, gray. Refresh again. 1 kettle, white. Zombie antidote. White effectively cures the corpse poison inflicted by low-level zombies. This is splendid. Linqing's eyes lit up. Although he had eradicated all the zombies in the town, one could not stand by the river without getting wet. If he were to be bitten by a zombie, this antidote could prove life-saving. He accepted it eagerly, opening another. As the treasure chests opened, various resources materialized before Linqing. Truly random, even the spring breeze fairy appeared. Accepted. Weapons surfaced once more. However, it was evident from the prompt that these non-novice weapons could not be stored in the system. Linqing selected a dagger for daily use. It wasn't until the 3rd treasure chest that, upon refreshing for the 6th time, an unprecedented reward caught Linqing's eye. Car module, white spike LV1 upon use. Generates 5 centimeters of steel spikes at the front of the vehicle. Repairs after damage require a certain amount of energy source. Can be integrated into vehicles of level 2 and above for upgrades, consuming 1 module capacity space. Identical modules can be fused for upgrades. After level 5, it can evolve into a blue module. Is this a skill? Its effect is akin to modifying a vehicle. Linqing's eye sparkled. These spikes would be a perfect match for the truck. As for the module capacity, it likely refers to the number of slots available for integrating modules into the vehicle. He was curious to know how many his truck could accommodate post-upgrade. Without hesitation, he accepted it. Subsequently, Linqing had set his sights on a new objective. He disregarded anything that was not a daily necessity of significant utility. In no time, he had opened all 21 white treasure chests. Hardware level 1. Glass reinforcement level 1. Vehicle refrigerator level 1. Fixed bed level 1. Explosion-proof tires level 1. Metal coins, 105 pieces, including spikes. There were a total of 6 modules. Although the drop rate appeared high, in reality, it was dishearteningly low, as this accounted for nearly 200 refreshes. If only there were more zombies. Linqing felt a lingering desire. Having just separated, he already yearned for the zombies in the town. Metal, 11, 000 lbs 10. 000 lbs plastic, 2, 300 pounds 2, 000 lbs glass, 600 pounds 500 pounds, rubber, 1, 200 pounds 1. 000 lbs, metal coins, 112 pieces 10 pieces. He had practically dismantled an entire town. This allowed him to gather all the materials needed for his first upgrade. With the metal coins combined with the 10 from the beginner's package, he had a total of 115 coins. However, after engaging with zombies, he expended 3 durability points and spent 3 coins on repairs, leaving him with just 112 coins. Detected sufficient upgrade materials. Would you like to upgrade? Yes. Upgrading. Upgrade time. 10 minutes. 10 minutes later. Upgrade successful. Muscle truck modified version. Level 2, maximum speed. 200 kilometers h. Unloaded. Energy storage. 2,000 units. Fuel consumption. 100 units per 100 kilometers. Unloaded. Energy absorption rate. 120 units per hour. Vehicle performance enhancement. Increased weight. Improved hardness. Enhanced traction. Elevated chassis. Upgraded windshield. Gold skill. Infinite growth. Vehicle dimensions. Height 4. 5 meters. Length 16 meters. Width 2. 5 meters. Curb weight 21 tons. Function enabled. Module fusion. Module capacity. 50. Fusion and dismantling of modules both require a consumption of 10 metal coins. Gained owner attribute points. 10. Next upgrade requirements. Metal. 30,000 lbs. Plastic. 4,000 lbs. Glass. 3,000 lbs. Rubber. 5,000 lbs. Metal coins. 300 pieces. Is this the effect of the upgrade? The enhancement in vehicle performance was palpable to Lin Qing, who had a strong connection with the truck. As the vehicle expanded in size, it exuded a more imposing presence. Internally, numerous subtle adjustments had been made to enhance performance. Furthermore, the consumption and recovery rates had widened slightly, indicating that his speed could be increased. Driving at 120 kilometers h, there was absolutely no fuel expenditure. What delighted him the most was the expanded module space and attribute points. Initially, he had feared that 6 modules would be insufficient. However, it appeared he had underestimated the situation. He could indeed fuse up to 50 of these white-quality modules. As for the attribute points, they represented an enhancement of his physical capabilities. The significance of enhancing the vehicle's strength is no less than that of its importance. This arduous endeavor has not been in vain. Indeed, it would be inconceivable for a golden-grade truck, amalgamated with such a multitude of materials, to lack in robustness. If Lin Qing's assumptions hold true, it stands to reason that the consumption of others' vehicles is considerably less than his. And thus the benefits derived from their upgrades are inevitably inferior. All modules have been successfully fused. Consumption, 60 metal coins. Metal coin balance, 42. Fusion successful. Module capacity, 650. Unlike the upgrades, this fusion was instantaneous. Lin Qing immediately sensed the transformation of the vehicle. In front of the hood, a cascade of metallic brilliance flickered, followed by an array of densely packed steel spikes, each precisely 5 centimeters in length, rendering the front of the vehicle fearsome in appearance. Subsequently, the entire body of the truck shuddered slightly, as a semi-transparent obsidian membrane, reminiscent of steel, enveloped the entire structure. The tires were sheathed in a layer of gray leather, presumably the so-called explosion-proof tires. If the vehicle had previously exuded an aura of vibrant grandeur, it could now be characterized as possessing a weighty and formidable presence post-fusion. The internal modules also fused successfully, securing a large bed within, alongside a compact refrigerator, with the power supply automatically connected to the vehicle's body. With the inherent upgrade enhancing its hardness, coupled with the newly acquired hardness module and spikes, along with a weight of 21 tons and the capability to reach speeds of up to 240 kilometers per hour under Lin Qing's control, he would not hesitate to charge even against a horde tenfold larger than before. Lin Qing gazed at the rubber hose connecting to the cargo area behind. Initially, he perceived it as somewhat fragile. However, with the protective membrane bestowed by the hardware module, this vulnerability has been significantly mitigated. Highly gratified, Lin Qing then turned his attention to the attribute points. Chapter 6. Do we have a legion? Owner, Lin Qing. Strength, 6. Speed, 5. Mentality, 5. There are 3 attributes in total, each appearing to hold immense significance. Strength and speed are self-explanatory. They directly enhance one's survival capabilities. As for mentality, an elusive yet undeniably real attribute, it too cannot be neglected. What transformations would occur upon augmentation? Would he be able to separate his spirit from his body, wielding external forces at will? Lin Qing found himself ensnared in contemplation. The allure of the 3 attributes, muscle power, speedster, and mental acuity, was undeniable. Ultimately, after careful deliberation, Lin Qing resolved to prioritize the accumulation of strength. In the town, The most formidable challenge was not the eradication of zombies, but rather the act of transportation. With increased strength, he would navigate this post-apocalyptic world with greater ease. Naturally, the other two attributes would not be disregarded. Once strength reached 10 points, he would distribute the remaining points evenly. With this thought in mind, Lin Qing set his plan into motion. After allocating his first attribute point to strength, he felt a fleeting lightness in his body, without any significant reaction. He continued to add points, second, third, until he had invested a full 4 points, bringing his strength to 10. It was then that he paused, noticing a marked enhancement in his physique. Though his outward appearance remained unchanged, profound alterations occurred within. Firstly, the rhythmic thumping of his heart resonated clearly, audible even to himself. This was not merely a result of improved physical fitness, but indicative of a more robust heart. Secondly, a gentle warmth radiated from his kidneys. Indeed, the adage that the kidneys are the source of strength proved true. This newfound power coursed through his veins, instilling Lin Qing with an exhilarating sense of expansion. Igniting a desire to engage in hand-to-hand combat with a few zombies, he retrieved the formidable big pineapple, a weight of 7.5 kilograms that felt utterly burdensome. Approaching a container, he effortlessly lifted a cart brimming with beverages. Though the cart weighed at least 100 pounds, Lin Qing raised it with one hand, demonstrating remarkable ease. As for the big pineapple, he was certain that pressing the trigger was now devoid of any challenge. He could manage it single-handedly without difficulty. Had he truly surpassed the limits of human capability? A flicker of excitement danced in Lin Qing's eyes. He vaguely realized that this 10-point threshold represented the maximum capacity of an ordinary individual. For a moment, he contemplated utilizing his remaining attribute points to exceed the 10-point mark. However, after a moment of reflection, he adhered to his original strategy, opting for an even distribution for a more balanced outcome. Strength, 10, speed, 8, mentality, 8. This was Lin Qing's final attribute panel, evoking an unprecedented sensation within him. His senses sharpened, and the world around him appeared more vivid. His reflexes had markedly improved. Coupled with the enhancements to his vehicle and the resources within the container, Lin Qing had truly returned with a bountiful harvest. With the upgrade complete, Lin Qing proceeded to the cargo area to begin his organization. The prepackaged cooked food and mousse cake, which have a short shelf life, were placed into the newly acquired car refrigerator. The refrigerator, though modest in capacity and featuring a single door, managed to accommodate everything that needed storing. Additionally, a considerable amount of water and beverages were chilled, and the freezer section was not neglected, filled to the brim with bottled water, solidified into ice blocks that could serve as a refreshing remedy in sweltering weather. The remaining food was arranged as spaciously as possible. Once everything was in order, the self-heating hot pot was ready to be enjoyed. Upon lifting the lid, an enticing aroma wafted through the vehicle. This hot pot was indeed a luxurious version. For in addition to the main ingredients, Lin Qing had added several sausages and marinated eggs, along with a packet of prepackaged cooked food from the supermarket, which he placed on top for heating. With the first bite, a wave of satisfaction surged through him. This is the marvel of technology and the power of ingenuity. It simply tasted divine. While savoring the hot pot, he activated the holographic screen to peruse the chat group. Not bad. I eliminated a zombie and not only obtained a white treasure chest, but also snatched quite a bit of food. Impressive, you're a legend. What's inside the treasure chest? Is it a weapon? It's a mixed bag. I got a tattered short-sleeve shirt, utterly useless. The drop rate for these treasure chests is dismal. Fortunately, I did find 5 metal coins, which helped balance things out a bit. I didn't find a treasure chest, but I did score a hefty pack of instant noodles. Unfortunately, there's no hot water, so I have to eat them dry. The zombies here haven't noticed me. I made a couple of trips back and forth and collected 2 bottles of water. I'm invincible now. What a bunch of losers. I have a whole case of cola. From now on, call me the king of the apocalypse. No, I'm changing my name right now. No cilantro, Apocalypse Survival Edition, you big shots. Can't you spare some food? Sure. How about some cilantro? No cilantro, Apocalypse Survival Edition. That's just ridiculous. Haha, do you think this is a charity organization? I've had good fortune. Any ladies want to team up? As long as you have the looks and physique, we can discuss food. I'm also recruiting a teammate, female only. Must be attractive, aged 18 to 35. Send your coordinates. I'll come find you if you're nearby. Dude, your range is quite broad. Many individuals had already ventured into the town. Some had perished, others returned empty-handed, while a few not only acquired resources, but also successfully eliminated zombies. With the variations in their fortunes, the disparities among people began to manifest. In the group, someone audaciously sought to recruit beautiful women, with intentions that went without saying. If food were truly offered, would it not come with a heavy price? However, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Some less capable women might indeed be tempted to comply in order to ensure their survival. This is a world devoid of mercy, a realm where the strong prey upon the weak. Everyone's objective remains the same, to survive. Gun is out of bullets. Is there a legion among you? Huh? A legion? Buddy, have you been frightened into madness by the zombies? I happened to pass through a small town where the buildings were riddled with bullet holes, and dozens of zombies had been reduced to mere pulp. With great audacity, I ventured into a shopping mall, which was even more outrageous, resembling a hell on earth. Was this my doing? Lynching, biting into a meatball, momentarily appeared taken aback, only to then realize the truth. It seemed that after my departure, others had also ventured into that town. Are you serious? Are there really such formidable individuals? How can I not believe it? With so many bullet holes. What kind of firepower are we talking about here? I only possess a knife. Who on earth knows what kind of firepower it was? Some were astonished, others skeptical, while many gazed at the small knives in their hands, shedding tears. I have no need to deceive you. I merely wish to express my gratitude to this esteemed individual. After your departure, there was still some surplus that allowed me to meet my essential needs for a time. Goodness, is this truly the case? You are incredibly fortunate to scavenge behind such a great figure. How infuriating. Is the esteemed individual present? I shall serve you faithfully. Esteemed one, I humbly seek your guidance. Attractive streamer, esteemed brother, I seek your companionship. Chapter 7. Goals. RV Transformation. Lin Qing gazed at the information, feeling a surge of satisfaction within. However, he had no intention of taking the initiative. He was an ordinary person, devoid of societal malice. If someone extended goodwill towards him, he would reciprocate in kind, even doubling his response. Yet, in a crowd where human intentions were intricate, as he had just entered the novice town, some devious individuals were already scheming to exploit others for personal gain. Although he was unafraid, he saw no need to invite such troubles upon himself. Moreover, his abilities were sufficient for self-preservation, but leading a group of individuals through the apocalypse was an impossibility. At present, his foremost priority was to ensure his own survival. Alas, the big shots do not show themselves. I shall despise you for a lifetime, you who wield a gun without bullets. If you have the capability, switch places with me. It's futile. Each person's path is distinct. Perhaps we may cross paths, but once we part, our routes will diverge unless we have coordinates. Huh? How do you know that? Instantly, many were taken aback. Yet, the speaker fell silent. Lin Qing noticed this and felt a ripple of intrigue. Judging by the long string of player IDs, it was likely that this batch was not the first cohort of players. So, who were the veteran players? It could be inferred that they were situated ahead in the Peace Valley. However, had they returned to Earth? Upon their return, had they leaked any information? This was a consideration he had entertained previously. Now, with someone stepping forward, it validated his suspicions with a high probability of accuracy. Bicycle King. Everyone. Does anyone have a module? I wish to purchase one. Oh, you're still alive? Bicycle King. What do you mean by that? Why should I be dead? Lin Qing was somewhat astonished. The first day was drawing to a close, and the number of people in the group had plummeted to 12,000. Among the 3,000 deceased, many likely operated motor vehicles. Yet, Bicycle King remained lively and, moreover, was in need of a module, indicating that he had successfully leveled up. A level 2 bicycle. Impressive. What is a module? This question prompted a wave of confusion among the other players. Moments later, the individual suspected to be a relative of an old player posted in the group. Just survive. To put it plainly, it's a skill gem exclusive to vehicles, capable of enhancing various capabilities of the vehicle. Once your vehicle reaches level 2, you will obtain one. Such a thing exists. Can it be upgraded? That significantly increases the chances of survival. Whoa, bro. Whoa. So that means Bicycle King has made it. He leveled his vehicle to level 2. You're incredible. Bicycle King. Is that hard? I merely picked up a trash bin by the roadside without even dismounting my bike, and then it leveled up. Incredible. I initially thought the bicycle was the worst. Turns out you are the most absurd. Not including other items, I require 500 pounds of metal to upgrade. And you managed with just 2 trash bins? 500 pounds? That's unfair. I need 1,000 pounds of iron. Huh? Do we require different materials for upgrades? Amidst the banter of the chat group, a conversation unfolded, questioning the disparities between large and small vehicles. One participant remarked that their materials were merely a third complete, with little hope for an upgrade on the first day, save for a certain individual known as Xiao Wang. Curiously, they inquired about the module capacity acquired post-upgrade and the associated attribute points. Xiao Wang replied with a meager 0.1 module capacity, expressing bewilderment at the mention of attribute points. Another member, seemingly disenchanted, advised against purchasing modules, emphasizing that even the most rudimentary ones required a capacity of at least one for fusion, urging Xiao Wang to focus on upgrading instead. As the dialogue continued, Xiao Wang resolved to further his development, checking in on another participant, Li Guo, who reported a relatively safe encounter, having dispatched several zombies and secured some supplies before setting off. Yet, he lamented the considerable amount of metal, 3,000 pounds, needed for his upgrade. The discussion turned to the distinctions between vehicle grades, with observations that while white and blue were somewhat comparable, purple was superior, and the unique nature of bicycles was noted, as survival stories with them were rare. The conversation pivoted to the existence of golden-tier vehicles, with one member asserting that the pinnacle was indeed gold, while red stood above it, although novice treasure chests could not yield such rewards. The prowess of golden vehicles was lauded, with participants dreaming of invincibility should they possess one. The conversation took an intriguing turn as one member recounted witnessing a motorcycle owner seize a car from another, prompting a moment of contemplation among the group. A middle-aged man, known as Nc, sat in a standard C-class vehicle, contemplating a handgun in hand, reflecting on the pivotal role of weapons in establishing strength in the early stages. He envisioned a scenario where encountering a high-tier vehicle would grant him a decisive advantage in the first district. With a dismissive scoff, Lin Qing exited the chat, confident in his own strength and unperturbed by potential threats. Following his time in the town, he still had 3 rounds of ammunition left, sufficient to dismantle several vehicles. And he harbored no qualms about showcasing the formidable power of his truck should any adversary provoke him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin Qing activated the autopilot, relishing a moose cake as a post-meal indulgence. The view outside his window was striking, with the desert's solitary plume of smoke and the river's sunset creating a rare spectacle. Contemplating his circumstances, Lin Qing acknowledged that while his living essentials were secure, his vehicle required significant modifications. Recognizing this as his second world, he resolved to enhance his living conditions, setting a modest goal to transform his truck into a mobile home, aspiring to traverse the apocalypse as if embarking on a journey in a camper van. By 10 o'clock in the evening, he remained steadfast in his ambitions. A sudden fog descended, rendering visibility to less than 10 meters, even with the headlights aglow. Lin Qing had parked his vehicle early on the road and began organizing supplies within the cabin. Beverages and various packaged meals were neatly stored in the refrigerator, while the remaining items were arranged tidily in a corner. Upon the bed, a comfortable mattress and blankets were laid out, complete with fresh bedding. Initially contemplating laying out a sleeping mat, he found himself well prepared instead. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Lin Qing reflected on his improved physical condition and pondered the possibility of acquiring a sofa to enhance his living experience. Additionally, he sought to procure some electronic devices. Although there was no power outlet available, the driving compartment was equipped with USB ports, sufficient for playing games. The only discomfort he experienced was the significant temperature fluctuation between day and night, which introduced a slight chill into the cabin. Subsequently, Lin Qing entered the chat group. Engaging in this virtual community was a delightful diversion, alleviating the solitude that often accompanies survival. As the first day drew to a close, the chat group boasted a mere 11,000 members, indicating that the 4,000 absent individuals had yet to emerge from the first small town. Suddenly, a message captured Lin Qing's attention. Coward module. Is anyone interested in a trade? I have a module available. Chapter 8. Days are becoming more promising. What? How did you obtain it? What module? I want to exchange. The in-car module, which modifies the vehicle circuitry, can integrate a household power outlet. What is the use of that? Indeed, without even food, we are considering power sources. Where are we to find appliances? In an instant, the enthusiasm of everyone extinguished. However, Lin Qing, who had been quietly observing, suddenly found himself restless. This was undoubtedly the module he most desperately needed at the moment. He promptly resolved to obtain it at any cost. He possessed numerous appliances, yet lacked a suitable power source. Otherwise, he could immediately fulfill various needs. I want to exchange. What do you want? At this moment, someone sent a message. Coward, I only want to exchange for one thing, and that is the external module. Upon hearing this, the previously interested crowd lost all enthusiasm. If there were modules available, who would wish to trade for this? The circuitry was merely a means to enhance their comfort, whereas the external module significantly bolstered their survival capabilities. Only a fool would make such a trade. Change your request. No one will trade for the external module. Right. How about water? I can exchange a case of mineral water. I can exchange a case of instant noodles. The speakers evidently had some resources to spare. Coward, sorry, but I only want the module. Lin Qing furrowed his brow. He had modules, but they were already in use, and he was reluctant to waste metal coins to retrieve them. Coward, moreover, what is a case of water worth? The value of the module starts at 100 metal coins. I wouldn't trade even if you offered me 10 cases. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing immediately realized that this coward, much like the one who merely wished to muddle through, had prior knowledge of the end world. That is the price for the external module. What use is yours? The module's capacity is limited. Who would spend money on something as trivial as modifying a power source? Coward, that is none of your concern. The item is mine, and if you wish to trade, then trade. Seeing this, Lin Qing intended to send a friend request for a private chat. However, after waiting for a considerable time, he received no response. Perhaps many had added him, hoping to become familiar faces. He then helplessly sent a message in the group. Sanqing, I have something to offer. Is it convenient for a private chat? Is someone really looking to exchange? Wow, that name is quite impressive. Is this really a trade? Could he be a big shot? Or perhaps just a lucky fool? Exchanging an external module for an internal one. Various voices of confusion erupted in the group. Simultaneously, the coward accepted the friend request. Coward, you better be reliable. I am quite formidable. If you play tricks on me, when I see you later, I will definitely give you an electric cannon. Sanqing, I indeed do not have a module. Coward. Sanqing, but I have metal coins. Coward, that works. How many? Sanqing, 20. In a red sports car parked in the wilderness, a short-haired, beautiful girl displayed a look of astonishment. In just a single day, she managed to acquire 20 metallic coins. Possessing a unique advantage of information, she had diligently trained in combat skills prior to this day, which enabled her to successfully dispatch 10 solitary zombies on her first day. Fortuitously obtaining a module. To her astonishment, the individual immediately revealed 20 coins upon speaking. Had they vanquished numerous zombies, or were they simply extraordinarily lucky? Perhaps even having opened treasure chests? Nonetheless, she resolved to boldly negotiate. Coward, that is far too little. I demand 50. The price offered was evidently half of what had been discussed in the group. She was acutely aware that the true value of such items was not particularly high. Yet, Lin Qing merely chuckled softly. Sanqing, it's impossible. I don't possess that many, and this item isn't worth much. Although it's termed a module, it merely involves altering a circuit. One day, when I encounter someone skilled in repairs, a bottle of water and a bit of wire will suffice for the modifications. Sanqing, perhaps you should reconsider, but do so swiftly. My initial batch of materials is nearly depleted, and when upgrades approach, I will undoubtedly lack funds. Coward, fine. No need for further contemplation. Let us proceed with the exchange, but you will cover the one transaction fee. Sanqing, no problem. The transaction was completed. Lin Qing deducted 22 metallic coins and received a new module. Upon acquiring the item, Lin Qing seamlessly integrated it into his vehicle. Instantly, at his behest, a 5-socket outlet materialized beside the bed. The power source connected to the truck's energy supply, allowing usage without starting the vehicle. Done. At that moment, the coward sent another message. Is your vehicle quite large? Sanqing, it's decent. Coward. Hee, it appears to be a purple-grade vehicle. Quite fortunate indeed. All right, contact me for future transactions. I have a penchant for business. Lin Qing found himself genuinely intrigued. With power established, various other essential amenities were still lacking. Sanqing, no problem, but I only seek modules. Coward, such items are rarely exchanged. Those that are offered tend to be rather useless. Sanqing, I am interested in even the trifling items. I desire all modules for the vehicle. Coward, huh? Just how large is your vehicle? Sanqing, it's merely slightly larger than a standard vehicle. Coward, impressive. Very well, I shall reach out to you when opportunities arise. A night passed without incident. The muscular truck rested upon the highway, surrounded only by swirling fog. No dangers manifested. Yet, within the group, many reported sightings of green eyes and fleeting shadows, inducing a sense of unease. After all, they inhabited vehicles, with windows providing no barrier, leaving them exposed to the dense mist beyond. Under the influence of psychological suggestion, they involuntarily gazed outside, where the billowing fog resembled the gaping maw of a monstrous creature, poised to swallow them whole. Particularly during the night, the chill in the air became unbearable. Lin Qing, however, was unfazed. His vehicle was a private sanctuary. And with the newly established power source, the electric blanket he had collected earlier that day finally served its purpose. Disrobing, he comfortably nestled into his warm bedding, ready for a restful slumber. He exchanged 20 metal coins for a power supply, believing he incurred no loss at all. The predatory instinct drives one to seize opportunities relentlessly. The ultimate goal is to live a more comfortable life. As dawn broke, Lin Qing awoke early, beginning his day with personal hygiene. The induction cooker was now operational. He placed his iron pan on it to heat luncheon meat and prepared instant noodles, complementing his meal with a glass of milk. The steaming food invigorated him instantly, replenishing his energy. Indeed, he consumed a generous amount, finishing 3 packets of noodles to satiate his hunger. Although he was a player, this was far from a mere game. The enhancement of his attributes was manifesting physically, a testament to the evolution of his genes, which required a greater intake of energy. Lin Qing continued on his journey. Before long, he encountered another location. This was yet another small town, albeit smaller than the previous novice town. A few bewildered zombies wandered the streets, but soon enough, they were drawn to the sound of Lin Qing's vehicle, shambling towards the truck with reckless abandon. Chapter 9. Entering the town again, a series of resounding thuds echoed through the air. 5 zombies were sent sprawling, yet the truck appeared utterly unfazed, its speed remaining unchanged. Durability, 100-100. This exemplifies the remarkable advantages of upgrades and modules. Such a forceful impact had left it unscathed. Lin Qing felt a sense of satisfaction as he disembarked from the vehicle, having also acquired a treasure chest. White treasure chest, food category. It was similar to the one from the previous day, but the contents had varied, now exclusively comprising food items. Lin Qing accepted it without hesitation and ventured deeper into the town. This town was significantly smaller than the novice settlement, with only a few scattered houses. However, it did feature a supermarket. Upon noticing it, Lin Qing opted to investigate. As he entered, he was immediately drawn to a lurking zombie within. This creature bore no distinction from those in the novice town. Devoid of any intellect, it charged at Lin Qing the moment it spotted him. Yet this time, he did not even draw his large axe. He perceived that the zombie's movements appeared remarkably slow in his eyes, allowing him to dodge its attacks with ease. "Let us use you for some practice," he mused, recognizing that close-quarters combat would be inevitable in the future, and this presented an opportune moment for training. He refrained from immediate confrontation. Instead, he deftly evaded the zombie's strikes, familiarizing himself with its attack patterns. Once he felt confident, he unleashed a sudden kick, sending the zombie hurtling backwards into a shelf. Following that, a flash of cold steel sliced through the air, severing the zombie's head from its body. This was the benefit of enhanced attributes. Had he returned to the fitness club on Earth, it would have been a massacre. Lin Qing wiped the blood from his dagger and returned it to the system space. The supermarket, although present, offered a pitiful assortment of goods. With only a few shelves sparsely filled, there were merely dozens of packets of instant noodles and chips. Fortunately, in a nearby freezer, he discovered a row of beverages. Alas, this was woefully insufficient. It seemed that the dangers and resources of these towns were in direct correlation. Indeed, if each town harbored a couple of hundred zombies, survival would become exceedingly challenging. Using a small cart he had left from the previous day, Lin Qing collected the chips. He absorbed the shelves as resources. Subsequently, he approached the freezer, lifting it with ease. The freezer, packed with drinks, likely weighed around 300 pounds, yet to Lin Qing, it was merely a slight burden. Indeed, prioritizing strength was a wise decision. This makes lifting objects a breeze. I wonder just how much strength I possess now. He tossed the freezer into the back of the truck. Though limited in size, the truck's interior offered ample space. With the power module in place, the freezer could remain. If it were to become unnecessary one day, it could simply be absorbed by the truck. Nothing would go to waste. With that, Lin Qing set off in search of the next house, harboring little hope for anything more from other locations, given the supermarket's meager offerings. Indeed, aside from a few scattered, damaged items, the surroundings were utterly barren. Valuable materials were meticulously gathered. Metal, 300 pounds 30,000 pounds. Plastic, 30 pounds 4,000 pounds. Glass, 20 pounds 3,000 pounds. Rubber, 5 pounds 5,000 pounds. Lin Qing had thus completed his second station. That night, tranquility enveloped the area. Though a small fraction of individuals in the group encountered ghostly apparitions, which bore no relevance to Lin Qing. As for the treasure chest, under Lin Qing's persistent refreshment, it yielded a bag of rice, which brought him immense satisfaction. He could finally prepare a meal. Countdown, 27 days. 2 days passed, and the number of group members plummeted to below 10,000. On this day, many could no longer endure, pleading for food within the group. "Who can spare me something to eat? I beg you. I promise to repay you 10-fold or 100-fold upon my return." "Me too. I have wealth. I can gift you a car of any model and color once I return. I am a celebrity. I won't hide it any longer. I star in a currently popular drama, and I can exchange my public identity for food. Is that acceptable?" These individuals had seen no rewards in 2 days. Some hadn't even ventured into the novice town. A single bottle of mineral water could only sustain them for 2 days. And those more desperate had begun to resort to self-sufficiency. Are you dreaming? If you want something, trade for something useful. What on earth is of no consequence? Who can guarantee their survival to return? Will metal coins suffice? I can buy with cash. Chinze, metal coins are negotiable. 10 coins for a bottle of water. Do you wish to buy? Beast Tiger, I am also selling food here. Only instant noodles available. 10 coins per bag as well. The novice period granted 10 metal coins, yet even though no one had spent a single cent. The price of 10 coins for a bottle of water left many disheartened. Can you lower the price? Indeed, you seem to be from Huagua as well. Don't be too harsh. I would rather drink urine. Chinze, very well, I shall not sell anymore. I entered a supermarket today. It had only 3 bottles of water, just enough for one day's consumption. If you do not appreciate what I offer, do not blame me. Beast Tiger, yes. Whether you want it or not, a group of individuals who could perish at any moment dares to haggle. Just survive, to be fair. A bottle of water at 10 coins is excessive. 2 coins would be more reasonable. These were relatives of veteran players who, apart from their stronger social ties in the world of demise, possessed information that others lacked. Their strength was not to be underestimated. Although it displeased those seeking to take advantage of the situation, they dared not retaliate. Just survive. Of course, transactions are a matter of personal choice. It does not concern me. I have enough food, but I cannot spare any excess at the moment. This fellow was rather principled. Lin Qing nodded in agreement. However, he spoke truthfully. A bottle of water and a loaf of bread could merely alleviate the fatigue of a parched adult, unless absolutely necessary. No one would willingly part with their entire fortune for such a trade. Lin Qing observed the messages in the group chat, feeling a stir of emotions within. His appetite had notably increased, yet his supply of metal coins had dwindled. After purchasing a power module and opening a treasure chest, he was left with merely 10 coins. On the other hand, his stockpiles of resources were abundant, prompting him to consider seizing this opportunity to exchange some metal coins. If he waited a few days and those individuals perished, the value of ordinary food might plummet. Sanqing, everyone, I have some items for sale. Please contact me if interested. The price is merely 2 coins. What? Selling for just 2 coins? Wow, you're impressive. You two in front, take a good look. Don't let the disparity in our circumstances be too vast. Is water also 2 coins? Water, cola, instant noodles, bread, all are 2 coins. Additionally, I have cigarettes and alcohol for 13 coins. Wow, dude, you've even collected cigarettes. Truly a talent. Give me a pack, and I'll help you out every day. I'm a student. I want some too. I'm a thimble. I want some as well. Chapter 10. I am the kindest person in an instant. The crowd was both astonished and moved. Those who had reaped rewards were clutching their treasures, either unwilling to engage in trade or demanding exorbitant prices. Yet here was Sanqing, astonishingly offering his wares for sale. The bounty he must have amassed was indeed remarkable. Isn't it a bit pricey? Could you possibly lower the cost? Is there any water available? Some inquired. Sanqing, I cannot reduce the price. It stands as is. If you wish to purchase, message me privately. Supplies are limited. And it's first come, first served. Lin Qing asserted firmly. However, these individuals did not hesitate for long. In a brief span, Lin Qing's private message list burgeoned with dozens of inquiries. I'll take a bottle of water. Do you have instant noodles? Sis, I'm truly famished. Could you lend me a hand? What do you have? I'm seeking food. Coward, dog fortune, you surely possess better items. What delicacies do you have? I'll buy a portion. Bro, I'm a student. Could you spare me a little? I'm still a student too. Lin Qing rolled his eyes and promptly blacklisted the freeloaders. The remaining requests were addressed one by one. Lin Qing successfully sold 50 bottles of water along with a plethora of instant noodles and bread before he paused. As for the coward, being a loyal customer, Lin Qing sold him a self-heating hot pot, of course, for the price of 5 metal coins. The other party did not hesitate and placed the order immediately. Metal coins, 330. 1 coins. This time, the metal coins required for the upgrade were readily sufficient, and should any damage occur, repairs would be more than adequate. After upgrading, the truck's durability would cost 2 metal coins. If damage exceeded 50%, the cost would double. Yet even so, the total repair expense would be merely 250 metal coins. He did not believe his truck would sustain such extensive damage. With his pockets now filled, Lin Qing felt quite elated. However, a sudden message in the group shattered his mood, causing his expression to darken. Director Su, Sanqing, I am the director of a certain management bureau in Huacheng. You have ample food to sell, but I advise you to lower your prices. One must not be overly selfish. Director Su is right. I stand with Director Su. Sanqing, you would do well to share a bit. We are destined to return. And you cannot afford to offend everyone. Indeed, if one possesses the means, one should step forward. Is it meaningful to hoard and hide? Director Su, I shall follow you in the future, There is strength in numbers, and one cannot go wrong with that. As Director Su's words echoed, several voices of agreement quickly surfaced. Lin Qing. He felt genuinely perplexed. What the hell? Others recruit companions with food. Someone sells a bottle of water for 10 coins, yet they dare to admonish me? Are they attempting to morally bind me? Is it because I am the only one here with a conscience? Coward, are you out of your mind? Lives were risked for these. Why should I offer you a discount? Director Su, we cannot articulate it that way. Those capable must bear greater burdens. This is an immutable truth. If I had abundant resources, I would share them as well. Director Su, Sanqing, I hope you can be more generous and not too stingy. A bottle of water can be sold for just 1 metal coins. We all need to survive together to resist the apocalypse. Indeed, since we are all survivors, why not face it together? Since you have more to spare, what harm is there in sharing a little with us? The atmosphere shifted instantly, and many could not help but chime in. It felt as if Lin Qing's food and water were derived from their own resources. Meanwhile, Director Su assumed the role of a righteous mediator. However, Lin Qing remained remarkably calm, as he discerned something amiss from the words of these individuals. It was one thing for people to voice their support, but it was another for several to immediately align themselves with Director Su, elevating his image. If one is to beg, let them beg. Why must they flatter others in the process? He utilized the chat function to search for messages from Director Su. Soon, his eyes widened in realization. Director Su's contributions to the conversation were few, yet each was akin to those from the 2 chat participants. This indicated that these 3 were likely acquainted long before. Even more surprising to Lin Qing was the revelation that Qin Zhe and the Lean Tiger brothers had also engaged in conversations within the same chat group as Director Su. At this moment, Lin Qing fully comprehended the situation. They had clearly banded together. Was it because his sale of water obstructed their profit? Or did they intend to use him to further their own agenda? Perhaps both reasons were at play. In this newly entered world of demise, there will inevitably be those who seek warmth in numbers, and a larger group naturally signifies greater interests. Director Su's moral high ground would undoubtedly resonate with certain individuals. For such people, the sacrifices others made to obtain resources were inconsequential. What mattered was their own suffering. If others did not assist them, it was deemed a wrongdoing on the part of those who could help. As long as Director Su garnered the recognition and support of these individuals, he could swiftly amass a substantial following, forming a formidable team. In this scenario, he would simply be their stepping stone. With clarity in his thoughts, Lin Qing could not help but let out a cold chuckle. If you wish to play tricks, so be it, but if you target me, you are courting your own demise. Sanqing, Director Su, if you could share your location, I shall personally deliver the goods to your door. Director Su, there is no need for such remarks. I am not targeting you nor acting for my own benefit, but merely stating the facts. In this apocalypse, we must look out for one another to survive. Lin Qing had thus witnessed the hypocrisy of these individuals. He could envision the countenance of Director Su, who was currently typing away. If sharing is the goal, then today shall bring a substantial offering. As it was time for a meal, Lin Qing opened a pack of self-heating spicy beef tripe hot pot and began to add ingredients with fervor. Chicken feet, ham sausages, instant noodles, and pig trotters. The fragrant, spicy broth simmered, and the assortment of snacks melded together to create a lavish hot pot. Even in ordinary times, a late-night post of such a feast would tantalize many appetites, not to mention in these dire conditions. Sanqing, Director Su is correct. I pride myself on my moral integrity. Thus, I have resolved to share a photograph of my daily meals with you all, allowing you to indulge in a visual feast. Do not thank me. Rather, express your gratitude to Director Su, for it is he who has procured this benefit for everyone. Lin Qing swiftly typed a few lines and then captured an image of the hot pot, posting it in the chat group. Instantly, the members of the group became agitated. What in the world am I seeing? Is this what one eats during the apocalypse? Qinggu, you haven't crossed over, have you? Is that a self-heating hot pot? Brother, please tell me, have you struck it rich? Lotus root, fatty beef, kelp, potatoes. I can't take it anymore. I'm starving. Is that a sausage? And pig trotter. My mother was just preparing some for me, but I missed out and ended up here. I wish I could have a bite. All the players widened their eyes. Those currently eating felt that even their instant noodles had lost their allure, while Lin Qing's photo might have seemed insignificant on Earth. At this moment, not just the ingredients, but even the steaming broth of the hot pot had their mouths watering. When one is hungry, even a mere bun appears delectable, let alone such a rich and flavorful hot pot. In a certain B-class sedan, Director Su, who initially believed he had outsmarted everyone, was also taken aback. How could this kid be enjoying such a lavish meal? His intention was to overshadow Lin Qing, to elevate his own moral standing and status. He had never anticipated that Lin Qing would possess such splendid resources. Director Su's identity was not a fabrication. He indeed held a position of some significance and was astute enough to grasp Lin Qing's intention. This was a means to cultivate enmity. He aimed to use Lin Qing as a stepping stone, while Lin Qing had boldly branded him as the antagonist. If he continued to share images of exquisite food daily, those suffering from the pangs of hunger would undoubtedly redirect their resentment towards him. Realizing this, Director Su hurriedly sought to remedy the situation, only to see Lin Qing's message resurface in the group. Sanqing, it's just a meal. I've grown tired of it. I initially had no intention of sharing. But since Director Su insisted so fervently, I will present it for everyone to see. I am simply too kind-hearted to resist others, please. No need to worry. I shall share daily henceforth. Is this what you deem kindness? In the presence of a group of starving survivors, displaying images of gourmet food is akin to spreading poison. Chapter 11. The children in the group were all crying from temptation. Brother, can you please suppress your kindness? I feel like I can't endure this any longer. Are you selling that hot pot? I will pay. How about 3 metal coins? I'll offer 5 coins. I'd rather die full than starve. Wait. Weren't you supposed to be self-sufficient? That's just to compete with those fools selling a bottle of water for 10 coins. Besides, can hot pot be compared? Can you sell me the instant noodles inside? I'm tired of gnawing on them. Please give me a sausage. I'm begging you. Lin Qing, while savoring the hot pot, glanced at the messages and sent another photo. Sanqing, this isn't for sale. I've eaten it all. How could I let you have my leftovers? That would tarnish my integrity. I've decided to pour out whatever is left later. Alas, my moral standards are excessively high. However, this does smell delightful. The pig's trotters are exquisite, and the flavor of boiled versus unboiled sausages is entirely different. Director Su, am I not generous for even sharing what I eat? We don't mind. Please sell it. Even if it's a bit pricey, I'll buy. Boss, can I have the bones? You didn't chew them clean. I'll slurp them. Brother, I'm not freeloading. Sell me a pack of noodles and throw in some broth, will you? I truly yearn for something warm. Seeing Lin Qing fall silent, the messages in the group gradually transformed into a tirade against Director Su. Damn you, Director Su, why provoke him? You're making me hungrier. Starting off with moral coercion. Do you really think others can't see through it? Who the hell fed you during the apocalypse? There is food in the novice town. Why can't you snag any? Can't steal from zombies, so you're targeting people? Lin Qing had anticipated that someone would defend him right from the start. However, he understood that it was not merely due to fear of his retaliation, but rather an acknowledgement of his capabilities, seeking to forge a favorable rapport. Sanqing, look through the chat records. Director Su and Qin Shou have been in frequent contact. On the surface, they appear unfamiliar, but in reality, they have conspired together. While many hands make light work, don't expend all your strength for them. Well, it's true. Those kids have been in touch. They're in cahoots. Are they playing us? You sell for 5, and when someone else sells for 2, you turn it into a scandal? Truly beastly. With Director Su, it's worse than being a beast. First, they sold water at inflated prices, couldn't sell it, and then directed Sanqing to boost their reputation. You're too cunning. Damn it, usually exploiting us, and now still exploiting us? Director Su, it's a misunderstanding. I don't know them. I just wanted everyone to be more united. Misunderstanding my foot. Your father deserves the MVP. In an instant, the 3 sitting in the car with Director Su broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly denying the accusations. But everyone was not foolish. Some matters were merely veiled, easily pierced. Under the barrage of criticism, the 3 fell silent, momentarily too intimidated to speak. Do they think silence will absolve them? As if it were a social media scandal? Wait until tonight. I'll send a late-night snack. Let them be remembered every day. Lin Qing let out a cold laugh, his mind racing with calculations. Although the end world was vast, there were converging points. One could never know when they might cross paths again, at which time he would ensure they regretted it. Having made a resolute decision, he concluded that since a conflict had already arisen between the parties, it would be prudent to resolve it all at once. That night, when a fragrant bowl of rice was shared in the group chat, the already starving members felt even more despondent. No wonder he needed the power source. It turns out he can cook. Director Su, Li Liang, demand rice. Only in moments of hunger do people come to appreciate the value and delicacy of food. For someone who has gone 3 days without a proper meal, the sweetness and tenderness of rice becomes a profound experience. Countdown, 27 days. This marked the final day of the novice protection period. The group was left with only over 8,000 members. Those who remained were frantic, desperately scouring for resources. Lin Qing rose early, preparing a breakfast of milk, bread, fried luncheon meat, and a bowl of rice porridge, accompanied by some pickled vegetables and salted duck eggs. Shortly thereafter, a standard Chinese breakfast was shared in the group. Amidst the atmosphere where the members' saliva turned to tears, a truck was set in motion. Final destination, Pingu, remaining distance, 48,000 kilometers. The truck cruised along the highway. This time, he finally encountered the so-called mutated creatures. A herd of over 20 sheep appeared before him. Each sheep was robust, significantly larger than ordinary breeds. Their curled wool a dark gray, and their horns glimmered with a metallic sheen. Candle steel-horned sheep LV1, a mutated creature wandering the wasteland, with hardened horns comparable to steel. Their primary means of attack is a charge, exhibiting a gregarious nature, especially the lead sheep, which was estimated to be the size of a tiger. Its eyes a deep crimson, exuding a bloodthirsty glow. Candle steel-horned sheep LV2, the leader of the herd, possessing tremor hooves that can sense the presence of nearby entities and fulfilling the role of a leader. Clearly, the lead sheep had sensed the vehicle passing by and charged from a distance. However, when they were merely a few dozen meters from the truck, they halted, gazing at its size with evident trepidation. Their heads, adorned with formidable horns, exchanged wary glances before they began to retreat. Lin Qing raised an eyebrow. It seemed these mutated creatures possessed a modicum of intelligence, unlike the mindless zombies. Nevertheless, since he had encountered them, he could not let the opportunity slip away. With a sharp turn of the steering wheel, the truck veered off the highway, barreling toward the herd. The steel beast emitted a low roar, embodying a relentless pursuit of its objective. Roar. The lead sheep let out a bellow, distinctly different from a typical bleat, infused with a primal ferocity. Then, one of the mutated sheep hesitated, scratching the ground with its hind legs before charging directly toward Lin Qing's vehicle at an impressive speed, easily reaching 70 to 80 kilometers per hour. Perfect timing. Let us see whether your horns are harder than my truck's front. The second-level truck, equipped with a hardened module and adorned with a row of glistening spikes on its front, instilled in Lin Qing an unwavering confidence that he could not be thwarted by them. Soon enough, a collision ensued between the vehicle and the sheep. One large and one small, one metallic and one fleshy. Lin Qing felt a jolt through the vehicle, yet there were no further repercussions. In stark contrast, the mutated sheep emitted no cries of anguish. It was violently propelled away, drenched in blood. A pair of robust horns were shattered upon impact, its legs extending straight in the air. Mutated sheep slain, reward obtained. White treasure chest, meat category, another bounty. Meat, could it be consumed? Lin Qing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Growing weary of his usual snacks, the prospect of fresh meat was utterly enticing. Not a single one of these mutated sheep would be spared. Chapter 12. The blue module. The truck continued to accelerate, leaving the other mutated sheep in a state of bewilderment. Their eyes wide and crimson orbs revealing a flicker of clarity. They seemed utterly perplexed as to how their once proud forms and dual horns could be so easily vanquished. As the truck barreled towards them, they instinctively sought to flee. However, the lead ram let out a piercing howl, restoring silence among the flock. This time, the ram did not simply observe, it took the initiative to attack. The flock, as if receiving a command, scattered and approached the truck from various angles, attempting to encircle it and strike from the sides. Not intending to confront head-on, Lin Qing, observing the sheep's maneuvers, felt a surge of inspiration and increased the vehicle's speed yet again. He then sharply turned the steering wheel and slammed on the brakes. Instantly, the truck's speed plummeted, the rear compartment sweeping outward like the tail of a celestial dragon. The 10 mutated sheep on that side widened their eyes in panic, desperately trying to evade the oncoming threat. Yet, the speed of both the truck and the sheep was too swift. They could only watch helplessly as the massive cargo collided with them. Kill mutated sheep. Obtain treasure chest, meat type. Kill mutated sheep. Obtain treasure chest, meat type. 7 of the mutated sheep perished instantly, while the remaining 3 lay grievously injured. Howling in agony, blood flowing freely, rendered incapable of movement. Fortunately, Lin Qing's enhanced strength mitigated his own injury. He felt only a slight ache in his arm, nothing more. Roaring in fury at the loss of so many of his kind, the ram leapt onto the truck's hood, its colossal hooves striking the roof with ferocity. It was enraged, intent on tearing apart the steel shell to extract the humans within and devour them piece by piece. To its astonishment, despite its immense strength and sharp hooves, the truck's body merely dented slightly, sustaining no real damage. Ram? Lin Qing noticed this as well, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Did it think he had upgraded in vain? The truck's structure was inherently robust, further reinforced through upgrades, and now encased in a hardened steel membrane. Its defensive capabilities were formidable. Even against this ram, or even a formidable foe, it would only manage to penetrate slightly. With a surge of acceleration, the ram lost its balance and tumbled off the truck. Lin Qing swiftly turned the vehicle again, charging towards the flock. His speed surpassed that of the mutated sheep, granting him an advantage even on the uneven terrain of the wilderness. Before long, one after another, the mutated sheep fell victim to his onslaught, leaving only the last, Battle-weary ram. There was no escape for it. The 22 ordinary mutated sheep yielded 6 white treasure chests to Lin Qing. His eyes gleamed with desire at the sight of the final ram. What treasures might the ram yield? Could it possibly be a blue treasure chest? In Lin Qing's eyes gleamed a glint of avarice, reminiscent of a frenzied truck driver careening through the wilderness. It was not until several minutes had elapsed that the movements of the Sheep King became less agile, ultimately succumbing to a fatal misstep. Kill mutated sheep LV2. Obtain blue treasure chest. Mutated sheep exclusive modular, a blue treasure chest, and a module nonetheless. Lin Qing was overjoyed. Who claimed these mutated beasts were obsolete? They were truly splendid, akin to a warm embrace. Next time, he would meticulously gather all the modules. The truck continued its journey along the road, with Lin Qing reclining within. He first expended 10 metal coins to mend the damages. Although it was said to consume 5 durability points, in truth, it was merely a matter of paint chipping and a slight dent in the steel plating. Were he on Earth, many seasoned drivers would likely forego repairs altogether. Treasure chest opened successfully. White reward. 2 lamb chops, edible. The purified flesh of mutated creatures is consumable and will slightly enhance human capabilities, providing boosts to strength and speed. This is excellent, the rest meat. Without hesitation, Lin Qing chose to retain it. He then proceeded to open the second treasure chest. Gray reward. 1 pound of lamb, edible. This too had beneficial effects on the human body. However, as it was a gray reward, Lin Qing opted not to keep it and refreshed instead. White reward. 2 pounds of lamb. It seemed the only distinction between white and gray rewards lay in their quantity. Lin Qing grasped the significance of the flesh treasure chests, recalling the grocery stores of yore, where vegetables and fruits were scarce. It appeared that these essential items could only be procured through treasure chests in the current reality. After opening 5 treasure chests, Lin Qing had acquired 4 lamb chops, a pair of lamb legs, 2 pounds of lamb, a lamb head, and 25 metal coins. The lamb head would be perfect for a stew tonight. He planned to record a video with the holographic screen and share it in the group. Such a dish was ideal for a food broadcast. Lastly, he approached the blue treasure chest that promised to yield modules. Blue treasure chest opened successfully, obtaining 25 metal coins. Module, white cashmere module LV1. Can generate copious amounts of fluff within the vehicle to withstand severe cold and other extreme weather conditions. This is splendid. Lin Qing felt a surge of excitement. The nights could be quite chilly, and this would undoubtedly raise the temperature significantly. Moreover, it would provide substantial assistance in frigid weather. However, it was merely a white module. So he decided to refresh. With a tinge of regret, Lin Qing made his choice. Lightweight module, upon fusion, reduces vehicle weight by 10, increasing speed. Consuming 20 raw materials per minute. Resilient tires. Upon fusion, the tire material gains characteristics from mutated sheep, enhancing resilience. Lin Qing discerned that the disparity lay not in the modules themselves, but rather in his acute lack thereof. Any module that appeared stirred his enthusiasm. Yet, he had yet to encounter a blue module. Thus, he resolved to refresh once more. This time, Lin Qing felt particularly unlucky. After a total of 10 refreshes, it was only at the very end that he finally obtained a blue quality module. Blue module, tremor sensing module LV1. It can generate tremor sensing images of the surrounding area on the central control panel, with an effective range of 1,000 meters. Fusion requires the capacity of 5 modules and 50 metal coins. It's settled. This is the minimum guarantee, and refreshing is no longer an option. However, Lin Qing was quite satisfied with this effect. Visibility is undoubtedly paramount for survival, especially in the shrouded darkness of the end world, where visibility is exceedingly low. With the tremor sensing, he could anticipate the movements of enemies in advance, thereby seizing the initiative. Module fusion successful. Module capacity, 1250. A black stripe appeared at the center of the tire, inconspicuous against its color, yet it could sense the tremors of footsteps upon contact with the ground. He thought to himself that he needed to acquire more modules. He then sought out the coward. Sanqing, do you have any modules left? Coward, I managed to get one by chance, but I used it myself. You've reached level 2. Do you look down on me? You must have reached level 2 ages ago, huh? You're just lucky. But from now on, I'll surpass you. Well, good luck. Contact me if you have any unwanted modules. Lin Qing had already discerned the coward's gender, but it mattered little to him. As for the seer, they were individuals like the coward who had prior knowledge of the end world. For some reason, the probability of seers being selected among players was significantly high. This explained why, among 15,000 individuals, only a small number were seers. Lin Qing felt a twinge of regret. It seemed even the seers had not acquired many modules. After all, it was only the 3rd day. The probability of treasure chest rewards was quite low, and the quantity was ultimately limited. Coward, I really don't know how large your vehicle is. Never mind. You might as well ask in the group. Perhaps some people might want to sell theirs. Chapter 13. Collecting treasure chest. Lin Qing nodded in agreement, heeding the suggestion. Presently, the discussions within the group predominantly revolved around resources. Yet, a faction had indeed acclimatized to the rigors of survival in this post-apocalyptic world, with conversations gradually shifting towards topics concerning upgrade materials and modules. Naturally, envy and jealousy burgeoned among those who witnessed others acquiring modules while they themselves remained empty-handed. Sanqing, I am continuously acquiring modules. I'm interested in both inside and outside the vehicle. Sanqing is back again. Can you please refrain from tempting me? I can't take it anymore. Haha, don't panic too much. We have food now. Additionally, I found an iron pot and cooked a bowl of noodles over a fire beneath the car. I am no longer swayed by temptation. Seeing this, Lin Qing couldn't help but smile faintly, glancing at the steaming goat head nearby, pondering his next steps. Just survive? Are you collecting modules? It's quite a challenge to procure them at this stage. It's still too early. Sanqing, all right. I'll give it a try. If anyone wishes to sell, do contact me. The price is negotiable. Additionally, I am looking to purchase food. I heard someone open vegetables and fruits from treasure chests. Feel free to reach out to me. Oh, you're interested in vegetables too? I opened a treasure chest today and found a portion of lettuce, which I have no desire to eat. Can I swap it for some instant noodles and water? 2 packets of noodles and a bottle of water for 1 pound of lettuce. Sure, let us make the trade. Do you want onions? What about grains and oils? You have a pot, so you must be interested. I have 2 apples. Sanqing, I'll take them all. Lin Qing's eyes brightened. He accepted everything offered, with prices varying, but the trades ultimately consisted of instant noodles and water. For many, these surplus basic supplies from Lin Qing were the most suitable for their survival needs. Soon, his refrigerator brimmed with fresh vegetables and fruits. Hey, did everyone get these items from treasure chests? This is quite a scam. Not only is the drop rate abysmal, but the probability of obtaining something worthwhile from the chest is equally disheartening. Who I was eagerly anticipating opening a treasure chest, only to receive a pair of underwear, something I don't even wear at home. Exactly, what I received is less valuable than instant noodles. I'm losing the desire to open any more chests. I might as well sell them instead. While Lin Qing was previously observing, a sudden epiphany struck him. Indeed, why hadn't he considered this sooner? If modules were unattainable, perhaps treasure chests could be acquired instead. Given that some had lamented their unworthy finds, it was plausible that treasure chests might still hold potential. Nowadays, there were likely many capable of dispatching zombies and obtaining items. Those zombies appeared fearsome. If one remained calm and avoided being surrounded, even a level 1 ordinary person could manage to defeat one, or even several, with the right weaponry. People often rose to the occasion when pressed. With this thought in mind, Lin Qing promptly displayed a lineup of supplies and organized them into sets, of course. Outside the vehicle, now at level 2, he could operate away from the vehicle for 3 hours, a time frame that was hardly significant. Sanqing, to the brother who mentioned wanting to sell treasure chests earlier, if you're not going to open them, I'm interested in purchasing. Oh, how do you intend to acquire them? The individual appeared somewhat surprised, but not entirely intrigued. Human beings often harbor the mindset of gamblers. Just because one item proves unsatisfactory does not imply that all are. If one were to open a module, it could very well lead to a stroke of fortune. As for instant noodles and water, he would certainly not trade those. Sanqing, first and foremost, I shall compensate you with the 5 metal coins from the treasure chest, and additionally provide 1 more. Beyond that, you may choose any one of these items. Lin Qing, having sent the message, proceeded to photograph the displayed supplies and shared them in the chat group. Wow, so much. Self-heating hot pot, ham sausages, packaged cooked food. No wonder the big shot can gnaw on pig's trotters. It seems he has raided a supermarket. Is it true? With so many zombies in the novice town, how did this happen? Could it be that there are no zombies in the big shot supermarket? I'm utterly envious. I thought my haul was decent, but now my mindset is completely shattered. No bullets in the gun. Brother Jun, is that you? Lin Qing recognized this as the individual who had previously picked up a bag behind him. Sanqing, is anyone looking to trade treasure chests? The types vary, and so do the items available for exchange. The big shot is quite the gambler, to be honest. I am genuinely tempted. Me too. I happen to have an unopened random treasure chest, but I fear it may yield something worthless. Curse it, I'll trade. I possess a completely random one. Can I exchange it for a self-heating hot pot meal? Lin Qing was elated and promptly initiated the trade. Prince of Pig Trotters, I want to trade as well. I wish to gnaw on pig trotters. Last time, I didn't manage to suck the marrow from the bones, but this time I shall definitely have a taste. My fate lies in my own hands. Whether I gnaw or suck, it is my decision alone. I'll take 1 too. The random ones are quite disappointing. It would be better to exchange for instant noodles, which I can trade 5 bags for at once. Before long, Lin Qing's displayed supplies had diminished significantly, replaced instead by 10 treasure chests, 7 random ones, and 3 categorized chests. White treasure chest, life category, opened successfully. A pair of adjustable light-sensitive sunglasses. This was a reward obtained after 7 openings. The previous prizes had either duplicated items he already possessed or were utterly useless. Sunglasses, however, were a rather nice find. White treasure chest, life category, opened successfully. Received a set of CDs. The collection includes a variety of hit songs from the 80s to the latest trends. This was splendid. Just when he felt that driving was becoming monotonous, now he had music. Henceforth, we shall all live vigorously. The last categorized chest turned out to be food-related, yielding 1 pound of eggs. There were no special enhancements, and it certainly did not appear to be a module acquired from a mutated creature. Indeed, he did not believe that anyone currently possessed the means to easily slay those mutated beings. If they did, they certainly would not be trading for ordinary food supplies. Next, it was time for the random chests. Lin Qing felt a surge of anticipation. The chances of receiving something utterly worthless were high, yet there also lay the possibility of uncovering a treasure. With 7 random treasure chests, he had a total of 70 attempts. Surely, he could obtain at least 2 decent items. Opening successful. A pack of toilet paper. Refresh. A soup spoon. Refresh. A cigarette ashtray. In no time, the first treasure chest was exhausted. Onward to the next. After refreshing over 20 times, Lin Qing finally glimpsed a module upon opening the 3rd treasure chest. Module, Spike LV1. To his astonishment, another spike. Lin Qing's heart leaped with joy. For him, this was not merely a duplicate, it represented an opportunity for fusion. The current 5-centimeter spike was somewhat short, but after merging, it would undoubtedly be enhanced. He eagerly accepted it. Module, Car Air Conditioner LV1. At last, an air conditioner. Lin Qing was filled with delight. This was the 5th interior module he had obtained from the chests, proving to be exceedingly useful. With the addition of air conditioning in the cabin, resting would become far more enjoyable. He promptly accepted it. Module, Recoil Reduction LV1. Upon collision, it can reduce 10% of the recoil on the vehicle's body. This is the one. As an adept in crash encounters, Lin Qing was quite pleased with this reward. Out of 7 treasure chests, he successfully acquired 3 modules. His luck was commendable. Regarding expenses, with the metal coins provided by the chests, he effectively spent only 10 of his own coins. The remainder was akin to exchanging some food for 10 superior resources. Chapter 14. Wait until I end him. As the command was issued, 3 modules seamlessly integrated into the vehicle. First, the front spikes elongated by 3 centimeters. Their bases thickening while maintaining their sharp points. The modifications for recoil absorption introduced an additional layer of air cushioning beneath the steel frame, allowing for compression and rebound upon impact, akin to air suspension. The air conditioning unit, a wall-mounted model, was positioned above the head of the bed by Lin Qing. Muscle Truck Modified Version, LV2, Metal Coins, 291. 1. Module Capacity, 1550, White. Fixed Power Supply LV1. Spikes LV2 consumes 2 capacity units. Hardware LV1. Car Refrigerator LV1. Fixed Bed LV1. Explosion-Proof Tires LV1. Glass Reinforcement LV1. Recoil Compensation LV1. Vehicle Air Conditioning LV1. Blue. Vibration Sensor LV1. At this point, Lin Qing had utilized nearly 1/3 of his module capacity. In the chat group, Qingge, are you done? How did it go? Sanqing, finished. But I lost a lot. Just a heap of junk. Haha. Even Sanqing lost. It seems one can't gamble after all. Fortunately, I sold mine. Sanqing, it's all about the thrill. Who knows how long I have left? Money is of no use if I'm gone. Better to give it away to benefit everyone, right, Director Su? Director Su, who silently observed, did not dare to speak. Sanqing, additionally, I will continue to collect. If anyone has treasure chests they wish to open, feel free to approach me. I also need modules, both internal and external. If the price is right, it will be fair. The Big Shot S vehicle seems substantial. It must rival Xiaoli S truck. How are Xiaoli and Xiaowang faring? Are they still alive? Bicycle Xiaowang. I'm alive, but upgrading vehicles is becoming increasingly difficult. I'm only at level 5 now, having gained a few attributes. Truck Xiaoli. I'm still a bit short of level 2. Sigh. Xiaowang indeed had a remarkable fate. Meanwhile, the sheep's head simmering in the pot was nearly ready. Lin Qing carried the pot outside, settled onto the extracted stool and table, and began recording a live video. The thick, rich broth intermingled with the tender, flavorful sheep's head. Finding the right angle, he captured a photograph. Instantly, those immersed in the chat were left dumbfounded. What on earth is this? Braised meat? What the hell? The big shot is eating this. Damn, my instant noodles no longer seem appealing. Big shot, please stop posting. I swear, when I next encounter Director Su, I'll surely confront him. Spare me. I'm starving. No, this had become my source of amusement. Lin Qing was in high spirits and began a food broadcast. After a series of actions, he uploaded a video to the group. Upon seeing the video, many were reluctant to click on it, yet their curiosity proved irresistible. Meat. What is this? How does one eat it? Left brain. Don't look. You'll only feel hungrier. Right brain. I must watch. Even a glimpse will suffice. Soon, a crowd began to click on the video. Instantly, a blurry figure emerged. While the figure was indistinct, the sheep's head and accompanying dishes before him were vividly clear. A simple feast of sheep's head was laid out. Come now, pour a generous amount of aromatic chili salt, drizzle it with scalding rapeseed oil, and add a splash of vinegar. The soul's essence, let it flow. The chili oil sizzled and crackled as it was poured over the sheep's head. The figure before the Lins indulged in the feast, not forgetting to take a bite of onion to balance the meat's richness. I can't take it anymore. How come I can't even have instant noodles while they're feasting? Is it really that overcooked? It must be incredibly fragrant. Director Su. What did you do to provoke him? I truly want to kill you. Qing, could you spare me a piece of bone that you haven't finished? Sitting in a private vehicle, Director Su bit down hard on the dry bread in his hand, watching the sheep's head on the screen, feeling both resentment and involuntary drool escaping his lips. Countdown, 26 days. Early this morning, the System-S alert echoed in everyone's minds. The protection period has ended. Vehicle protection has vanished. Please prepare for safety precautions. In 3 days, extreme weather will occur, equatorial inferno. Duration, 3 days. The protection period has vanished. The equatorial inferno, how intensely hot could that be? One could only wonder if the vehicle's air conditioning would withstand it. Many were unable to accept this. The loss of protection meant no more driving for warmth at night. If surrounded by zombies, they could only leave their fate to chance. The difficulty of survival would significantly increase. The impending extreme weather also instilled a sense of dread. Lin Qing also heard the alert and continued on his journey. This truly had no effect on him. He was always reckless. Whether or not there was protection made no difference. As for the extreme weather, he would face it when the time came. Activation location, Mountain Military Factory. This is a disaster site. Please proceed with caution. This is a military base nestled in the mountains, but it seems a fierce battle once took place here, and unexpected dangers may lurk within. A military factory? Lin Qing was instantly thrilled. He only had 3 ammunition belts left for his big pineapple bullets, and since this was a military factory, it might just be the perfect place to replenish his supplies. As for the disaster site, it was the first he had heard of it. However, Lin Qing felt no inclination to retreat. He could not miss this military factory. After glancing at the information above, he immediately turned his vehicle around, veering off the road and onto the wilderness path, heading towards the base. When he reached a certain distance, the central control screen suddenly displayed a multitude of red dots. This was the biological information relayed by the vibration detection module. In one location, the majority of red silhouettes were densely clustered. This clearly indicated a large number of zombies. Yet, to Lin Qing's surprise, merely a few dozen meters away, 3 red dots remained almost motionless. At that moment, within the military factory, 2 private vehicles and a motorcycle were parked inside. 3 individuals, a pair of men and a woman, were engaged in a discussion. The burly man, with a somewhat menacing appearance, inquired, "What should we do, boss? We can't just wait idly. It's been a whole day and no one has come." The leader, a seemingly unremarkable young man with long hair, shook his head slowly. "No, this military factory is perilous. We must locate other survivors and use their flesh and blood to lure out the creatures within." He continued, "And do not harbor overly optimistic thoughts. Ordinary treasure chests differ from novice ones. Only the rare blue chests yield exceptional rewards capable of providing firearms. Even if there are weapons within this factory, they are mostly damaged. Collecting all resources may barely yield a few usable guns." The burly man conceded. "All right, I understand. But a few will suffice." He added, "Let us wait a bit longer. Damn, I wonder how vast this apocalyptic world is. A whole day and night has passed without a single soul in sight. If someone does arrive, I shall deal with them." He chuckled coldly, a cruel smile gracing his face. He felt confident. The trio, with the long-haired man now a level 2 seer, would easily overpower any adversaries, regardless of their numbers. Nearby, a strikingly beautiful woman in stockings placed her hand on the long-haired man's shoulder, playfully preening. In a sweet voice, she teased, "I followed you, so you must take responsibility. Quickly devise a plan to capture someone as bait. I haven't had cosmetics for days and my face is utterly parched." "Do not worry," the long-haired youth replied. gently stroking her hair. A flicker of derision crossed his gaze as he looked at the burly man and the alluring woman. Suddenly, all three froze, having heard the unmistakable roar of an approaching vehicle. Someone's coming. Quickly hide. Is the trap set? Fear not, boss. Arms at the ready. Soon we shall eliminate him. Haha. Chapter 15. You are still young. Do not act rashly. Hiding behind the barricade, the trio brandished their weapons, a wooden stick, a long knife, and a machete. Each armed with a distinctive tool, they believed they could easily eliminate any opponent not part of their group. However, as time passed, doubt crept into their expressions. Why did the commotion sound so immense? What sort of vehicle could produce such a noise? It could not merely be an ordinary private car. It might very well be a large truck. The long-haired man's demeanor shifted, his eyes igniting with fervor. The woman and the bald man shared a similar transformation. They had initially planned to capture a hapless victim to lure the zombies, but unexpectedly, fortune might smile upon them. If they could indeed procure a vehicle of purple grade, it would be a monumental windfall. The sound of the approaching vehicle grew increasingly louder, its proximity undeniable. Their reactions became increasingly erratic. What kind of massive vehicle could generate such a racket? At that moment, they finally beheld a muscular truck advancing toward the entrance, towering at nearly 4 meters high. Its rear stretched at least 10 meters long, with a front adorned with menacing spikes gleaming ominously. The truck was painted in a striking fusion of red and blue, exuding an aura of profound depth and darkness, a veritable steel beast. Golden-grade muscular truck. Level 2, in an instant, the trio appeared petrified, their eyes widening in sheer astonishment. A truck? Level 2 golden grade? Could their traps possibly impede such a beast? The long-haired man could not suppress the thought that flitted through his mind. In the next moment, he watched in disbelief as the steel spikes he had meticulously arranged were crushed under the truck's weight. The spikes did not puncture the tires. Instead, they were utterly flattened. Damage to vehicle, 1 point. Repair cost, 2 metal coins. The driver of the truck was Sanqing. He had anticipated a routine passage but was irked to discover a scratch on his tire. It was evident that this was a deliberate trap. The wear on the tire, upon inspection, resembled the work of nails. This was a life-threatening gamble. The mere presence of nail traps in such a location indicated their intent. Without even laying eyes on his adversaries, Sanqing had already deduced the hostile nature of their encounter. Glancing at the 3 red dots on his control screen, he smirked coldly and steered the truck directly toward a nearby wall. Danger. The long-haired man's initial delight swiftly morphed into dread as he witnessed the truck barreling toward him. His hair stood on end, and he swiftly dove aside. Bang! The wall crumbled, and the 3 figures tumbled out in disarray. Is this all they have? Sanqing cast a glance at their weapons. No longer feeling the need for restraint, he leaped from the truck. The trio, now in a state of utter disarray, prepared to plead for mercy amidst their terror. Suddenly, they were taken aback as the truck came to a halt, and a clean-cut, unassuming youth stepped out. Did he dare to exit the vehicle? Was he courting death? The trio's hearts surged with exhilaration. It seemed they were fortunate enough to face a naive fool. If they were in the vehicle, their only option would be to flee. However, now that the 3 of them have joined forces, they undeniably have a chance to overpower this individual. The long-haired man glanced towards the truck, his heart racing with excitement. A premium truck, a pinnacle of potential in this apocalyptic world. In the 2nd District, any owner of such a vehicle is considered a significant figure. Many would follow. If he could acquire this truck, he would ascend to the apex of this dystopian realm. Despite the formidable power of the premium vehicle, his greed eclipsed all reason. He charged towards Sanqing, flanked by his companions. You've got some nerve, better behave, or you'll regret it. The bald man sneered, issuing a warning to Sanqing. The trio, armed and menacing, advanced upon him. In their eyes, Sanqing's mere possession of a truck was already a feat. There was no way he could contend against their united front. Is that so? Sanqing scoffed. A flash of light illuminating his hand as a lightweight machine gun materialized, aimed directly at the trio. The 3 were taken aback, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment. Not only did he possess a premium truck, but he also wielded a premium weapon. Was that a lightweight machine gun? Surely, they were not worthy of being threatened with such armament. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Don't shoot. We are survivors too, they stammered, their bravado instantly evaporating. Is this your true nature? I preferred your previous defiance, Sanqing remarked coldly, showing no mercy. Had it been someone else? Who could say what fate awaited them at the hands of these 3? Speak. Who shall meet their end first? Upon hearing this, cold sweat broke out on the brows of the trio. Brother, don't act rashly. We all wish to return to Earth one day. You are still young. Do not tread the path of crime. Sanqing chuckled at the comment. I can return, but for you, that seems unlikely. Now get down. Yes, we will comply. The long-haired man immediately crouched down. The bald man, no longer fierce, resembled a quail as he squatted, while the once proud woman's makeup appeared even more disheveled. Her face paling in fear. Trembling, Lin Qing inquired, "Now, tell me, what is your purpose here? We are merely survivors. It is our first time here. And upon seeing you, we thought there was danger, which is why we armed ourselves," the bald man quickly explained, his mind racing. Bang! 3 bullets were discharged. And the bald man's head exploded, blood splattering onto the other 2. The stunning woman was paralyzed with fear, letting out a piercing scream. Bang! Another shot rang out. And the woman crumpled to the ground, her once self-assured beauty rendering her powerless against Lin Qing. "Now it's your turn. Do you have any vital information to share with me? What are the disaster locations?" Lin Qing turned his gaze to the last long-haired man, who felt a chilling dread envelop him. The truck had been unexpected, the lightweight machine gun a shock, but most astonishing was the ruthless nature of this seemingly innocuous youth. I'll tell you. Just don't make a move," the long-haired man hastily spoke, fearing that any delay might lead to a bullet from his adversary. "I am a seer. I have a cousin who was an experienced player, but he perished long ago. Let us get to the point." Despair enveloped the long-haired man. He had successfully ascended to level 2 and acquired a module. He had anticipated a smooth transition into the 2nd district, only to confront such a formidable adversary immediately after the novice protection period ended. Indeed, wielding a light machine gun and driving a hulking muscle truck, he was no different from a grim reaper in front of the hostile newcomers. He recounted the situation at hand, which aligned closely with Lin Qing's conjectures, either an attempt at robbery or a scheme to find a scapegoat to attract zombies. However, what surprised Lin Qing was that this individual divulged crucial information regarding a military factory. Chapter 16. I am most benevolent disaster locations typically refer to exceptionally perilous sites that pose catastrophic threats to human players. For instance, within this military factory lurks a level 2 armored centipede. Even a level 2 player encountering it within those walls would be doomed. If you spare me, I could divert the centipede's attention. Level 2 players and level 2 mutated beasts, how do you delineate such power? Besides, how can you ascertain the nature of the mutated beasts without having ventured inside? Lin Qing was momentarily taken aback. To be frank, he was utterly oblivious to the criteria by which the vehicle owner's combat prowess was assessed. His encounters with smaller-sized beasts generally culminated in a straightforward collision. Yet, others did not possess his audacious fortitude. One must possess a certain awareness of both their own capabilities and those of the mutated beasts, which was crucial for Lin Qing. Simultaneously, he was intrigued by how much these individuals actually knew. Had they conquered every location? In the end-of-days world, some locations remain static while others are in constant flux. Thus, he only possessed fragmented knowledge. However, this mountainous military factory had persisted, and there were individuals who had ventured inside and returned alive, hence information had circulated. Has no one eradicated the zombies within? Lin Qing inquired. Indeed. But the end-of-days world periodically replenishes zombies, resources, and treasure chests, akin to a game refresh, replied the long-haired man without hesitation. As for the player's strength, it is primarily categorized by vehicle level. When players enter the end-of-days world, their physical condition may vary from frail to fit, with differing base attributes. However, they soon diverge in power due to the attribute points gained from vehicle upgrades, and superior vehicles invariably offer enhanced modules, weaponry, and owner attributes. Thus, one can typically gauge strength according to vehicle level. Players below level 10 are classified as delta level, while beyond that, there exist gamma, beta, omega, and other superlative powers. Yet all reside beyond the Peace Valley. It bears a striking resemblance to the X-Men. Lin Qing nodded, his firearm unwaveringly in hand. What is the disparity in quality among vehicle owners of the same level? Substantial, the long-haired man explained. The commonly referenced vehicle owner levels are based on blue-tier vehicles. Purple-tier vehicles signify strength among equals, offering additional attribute points and larger module capacities. As for gold-tier vehicles, he glanced at the truck behind Lin Qing and sighed deeply. That would denote a superlative strength within the same tier. This is easily comprehensible. Using the hierarchy of a novel to categorize, blue tier represents the ordinary, the average adept. Purple tier signifies a genius, while gold tier embodies an unparalleled prodigy. How many attribute points do vehicles of varying qualities provide? Blue tier grants 5 upon upgrade, purple tier 7, and gold tier 10. So few? Lin Qing furrowed his brow. As levels rise, the disparities widen significantly. Upon reaching level 10, a gold tier vehicle could yield an additional 30 attribute points. Beyond that, at the gamma level, each successive tier doubles the attributes. The disparity in attributes is indeed substantial. A score of 10 in strength has already reached the human limit. capable of yielding a thrust of 1,000 pounds, achieving a speed of 100 meters in 5 seconds, and possessing mental fortitude to withstand certain psychic assaults from mutated creatures. It appears my strength has escalated to such heights. Lin Qing's current attributes stand at strength 10, speed 8, and mental resilience 8. His strength has surpassed human limitations, meeting the 1,000-pound standard. Is it possible for someone to enhance only a single attribute? Generally, no. Under normal circumstances, the 3 attributes cannot exceed a total of 10 points, as doing so would result in bodily chaos, rendering further enhancement impossible. Lin Qing has come to understand this. Each individual possesses a varying number of attribute points, yet their growth methods remain consistent. Thus, their vehicle level signifies their strength. Typically, this can also represent absolute power, considering the scarcity of purple and gold-grade vehicles. However, it is noteworthy that even high-level players must still contend as survivors. Even the betas and omegas emerging after the Peace Valley may struggle to exist in dire conditions. The terrifying nature of this apocalyptic world is palpable. To survive, one must relentlessly gather resources and arm themselves to the point of being devoid of threats. What is this Earth Dragon armored centipede you mentioned? How are the strengths of humans and mutated beasts delineated? The long-haired man swallowed hard. He was uncertain whether his extensive discourse would ensure his survival. Yet he had no alternative but to seek hope and escape while explaining. The overall qualities of mutated beings are certainly superior to those of vehicle owners. Yet they may not surpass the fortified automobiles. This is one reason why vehicles have become the core survival tools in this terminal world. In general circumstances, after an upgrade, blue-grade vehicles possess attributes comparable to the average level of similarly classified mutated creatures, rendering them capable of combat. However, when faced with a horde of beasts, retreat is imperative. Purple-grade vehicles can manage small-scale encounters, but only gold-grade vehicles are qualified to confront a beast horde. Lin Qing nodded in acknowledgement. During vehicle upgrades, the system provides only a broad overview, yet the durability of a secondary vehicle, when colliding with mutated entities, results in overwhelming force. This is attributed to his gold-grade vehicle's attributes combined with the hardening module. Thus, in a direct confrontation, it is rare for a secondary-level creature to contend with him. However, one must also consider the terrain. The Earth Dragon Armored Centipede is classified as a Level 2 creature. In an expansive area, your strength would surely intimidate it. Yet within a cavern, your truck's mobility would be restricted, and relying solely on your own capabilities would pose significant danger. In its presence, your physical prowess is akin to that of an ordinary person confronting a Level 1 mutated creature. The long-haired man made his assessment. Dual gold-grade attributes, coupled with decisive lethality, are inherently suitable for survival in a post-apocalyptic scenario, and by now, he must have certainly upgraded. Lin Qing could not restrain his curiosity. Do you dare to remain here? I have found 2 scapegoats. They can divert the Earth Dragon Armored Centipede's attention, the long-haired man replied. Lin Qing glanced at the 2 corpses. How cunning. On the surface, he claimed his teammates were lying in wait to lure zombies, yet in the face of danger, those teammates served merely as bait. This fellow's heart is indeed dark. Therefore, you may spare my life, and I shall pave the way for you to atone for my previous malice, the long-haired man said, gazing hopefully at Lin Qing. No, I am a most virtuous person. To have you assist me would merely render you a bait. I cannot allow that. Lin Qing replied resolutely. The long-haired man widened his eyes in disbelief, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, Are you truly going to let me go? Lin Qing shook his head. No, I intend for you to meet a swift demise. The long-haired man gasped in astonishment. Is this what you call virtue? In that instant, he recalled someone in their group who proclaimed themselves virtuous, yet consistently inflicted emotional turmoil upon him. Are you Sanqing? He blurted out, instantly regretting his words. He had never intended to oppose Sanqing. Anyone capable of amassing such resources and thriving comfortably in the apocalypse was undoubtedly a formidable figure. To his dismay, he had encountered them just as he was about to take action. You are rather astute, Lin Qing remarked with a smile, pulling the trigger. Bang! The long-haired man fell. There was indeed more information to glean, but Lin Qing harbored doubts regarding the long-haired man's words and deemed it a waste of time. It would be more prudent to spend some money to consult a coward. Although that woman was greedy, she was relatively trustworthy. Having dealt with the last foe, Lin Qing turned his attention to the military factory. It was a vast compound, yet only a few low buildings scattered about. The true interior was nestled within the surrounding hillside. There lay an entrance, shrouded in darkness, obscuring its contents, though the sounds emanating from within were unmistakable. Since earlier, a cacophony of hissing and the pounding on a door had been audible. It was evident that a considerable number of zombies resided within and had likely erupted into chaos. Returning to the truck, Lin Qing observed the tremor sensor on the central control screen. After a thorough estimation, he concluded there were over 300 zombies. With 3 ammunition belts and nearly 600 rounds at his disposal, he could certainly fend off the zombies if he used his ammunition sparingly. But the armored centipede would undoubtedly present a challenge. Lin Qing contemplated. The most effective strategy would be to use the truck to clear a path through the zombies. Afterward, he could employ alternative means to explore the cave. With this thought in mind, he fixed his gaze upon the 3 vehicles parked nearby. Those were the means of transport belonging to the long-haired man's companions. Having eliminated 3 adversaries, he had yet to begin looting their possessions. Additionally, he had not yet determined his secondary vehicle, and among these 3, he found various types from which he could select one as his backup. Chapter 17. The Armored Centipede. He began by gathering supplies. He discovered that he possessed nothing but 3 weapons. The long-haired man, however, had a Rolex watch, which appeared to be synchronized with the sun's position. Although Lin Qing had never owned a watch, he knew that such items could not be brought from the outside world. Anything produced in the world of the end must align with its conditions. In the vehicle, they found 2 boxes of water and a box of instant noodles, which constituted all of their possessions. Their situation was rather dire, and Lin Qing felt a twinge of disdain. Yet, for other survivors, this was an immense windfall. Next, he began selecting a secondary vehicle. Blue quality motor vehicle, LV2. Blue quality motor vehicle, LV1. White quality motorcycle, LV1. Lin Qing hesitated briefly between the motor vehicle and the motorcycle, ultimately opting for the latter. The motor vehicle overlapped significantly with his truck's functions, rendering it less meaningful. In contrast, the motorcycle could navigate certain challenging terrains. Its smaller frame undoubtedly offered superior maneuverability, which would prove advantageous when exploring caves later. With this thought, Lin Qing decided to keep the motorcycle. Secondary vehicle successfully bound. Vehicle storage function activated. The owner can store the primary or secondary vehicle in the storage space, allowing for simultaneous storage or retrieval. In the storage space, the vehicle will automatically absorb in-world radiation, converting it into an energy source, but it will not eliminate the radiation's effects on the owner. Level 2 Cruiser Motorcycle. Sharing. The secondary vehicle does not provide attribute points or module capacity, but will share the primary vehicle's modules, energy source, and level enhancement. Maximum speed, 220 km per hour. Energy consumption per 100 km, 20 energy. Energy recovery per hour, 30 energy. The secondary vehicle can be replaced. Cooldown time, 7 days. Not only did he acquire a vehicle storage space, but he could also share the modules and levels of the primary vehicle. Lin Qing was pleasantly surprised. If this were the case, aside from the inability to provide extra module capacity and attribute points, did this not mean he had effectively gained a golden quality motorcycle? And without needing additional materials. This golden skill was truly extraordinary. Moreover, if the storage function was utilized cleverly, it could be quite deceptive. Imagine an enemy believing you to be merely a motorcycle owner, preparing to strike, only to witness the motorcycle vanish and be replaced by a heavy truck barreling towards them. Anyone would be taken aback. Furthermore, within the storage space, the vehicle could absorb energy sources, implying that he would operate with dual-core propulsion in the future. Upon binding, Lin Qing felt a surge of knowledge regarding motorcycle operation flood his mind. Simultaneously, modifications to the motorcycle's modules became apparent. This particular bike was designed as a cruiser, featuring a streamlined body, elevated seat design, and an elegant classic black color scheme. After the upgrade, a windshield appeared at the front, and the vehicle's structure became more robust, with enhancements to the power system panel. In front of the vehicle, a series of 8-centimeter-long spikes emerged, the body of the vehicle cloaked in a deep black hue, reinforced with a layer of hardened material. Though the windshield's toughness did not match that of a truck, the integration of a glass reinforcement module increased its thickness by 5 centimeters. Anti-explosion enhancements and shock absorbers were also present on the tires, with the shock display prominently situated in the upper right corner of the dashboard. Additionally, the vehicle was equipped with an air conditioning system and a refrigerator, the former positioned beside the dashboard to emit both cool and warm air upon activation, while the latter was ensconced within the frame, albeit in a rather confined space. Strangely, a bed was notably absent. Impressive. It seemed to have activated Lin Qing's motorcycle dream, as he found himself enamored with the sight before him. He then placed his hands on 2 vehicles. Material collection: metal, 3,200 pounds, plastic, 500 pounds, rubber, 300 pounds, glass, 120 pounds. Fusion module detected. Module, speed enhancement, white. Modifying the engine will suitably increase the vehicle's speed without altering energy consumption. Would you like to expend 20 metal coins for extraction? The vehicle itself constituted material, thus its capacity to absorb was hardly surprising. Unexpectedly, there was also a module to be gained, with the extraction cost being rather steep, amounting to double the fusion price. A net loss of 30 metal coins ensued. Yet Linqing was not one to let such an opportunity slip away. Extraction. He seamlessly integrated it into his vehicle. Main vehicle. Maximum speed, 200 to 205. Secondary vehicle. Maximum speed, 220 to 240. 3 benevolent souls indeed. After delivering supplies, they provided materials. And upon completing that, they offered a module. A splendid buy one get 3 deal. As a gesture of respect, Linqing relocated the 3 bodies to the entrance of the cave, intending to use them to lure the zombies and prevent the corpses from succumbing to the elements, thus averting a grim fate. I possess a pure heart. Linqing reflected momentarily before placing his hand upon the door. The imposing entrance, thick and towering, was a composite of various materials, imbued with steel, representing a vital resource for upgrading materials. The trio with long hair had refrained from absorbing, evidently fearful of the zombies within, which allowed Linqing to capitalize on the situation. Absorption. Materials acquired. Metal 8,000 pounds, rubber 2,000 pounds. A massive door yielding a direct absorption. Soon after, a horde of long-starved zombies surged forth. Linqing was already prepared, swiftly turning to flee. With his speed attributed to an 8-point attribute, even without breaking through limitations, he was far from being pursued by these zombies. Not to mention, 3 corpses drew the attention of the undead. He returned to the truck unimpeded. Ignition. He pressed the accelerator, activating the headlights. Unfazed by energy consumption, Linqing's eyes gleamed with madness. He charged directly into the fray, targeting the horde. In mere seconds, the muscle-bound truck of steel collided with the mass of zombies. Bang! The sound of impact echoed relentlessly. These mindless creatures, devoid of awareness, were crushed into a bloody pulp. The truck showed no signs of slowing down, plowing relentlessly into the throng. The system's prompt resonated with an unprecedented frequency, announcing the continual descent of various treasure chests. This was the most formidable horde of zombies Linqing had ever encountered, and the potential rewards were immense. The visibility within the cave was exceedingly low. Yet Linqing pressed onward. In truth, the speed of his truck was somewhat compromised, but at this moment, he could not afford to dwell on such matters. He had to utilize the truck's assistance to swiftly eradicate the zombies. As he ventured roughly 100 meters in, he suddenly spotted a bend ahead and instinctively slammed on the brakes. In such a precarious location, one must not be overly greedy. Otherwise, the truck's considerable bulk could become a hindrance. Linqing maintained his direction while shifting into reverse, executing the maneuver with the utmost speed achievable. The force of impact was merely slightly less than when moving forward. Some semi-conscious zombies were crushed beneath the truck, resulting in a plethora of treasure chests erupting forth. Linqing cast a glance at the system's display. Just from this back-and-forth collision, he had amassed over 30 treasure chests. His exhilaration reached an apex. My goodness! What fortune! He navigated the truck back outside the cave, eager for more. Switching to drive, he accelerated to the maximum speed once again, crushing and colliding with the zombies. The mindlessness of the zombies only aided Linqing's onslaught. As long as they were alive, they would mindlessly advance towards the scent of spilled blood and flesh. After several more crushes, the tremors indicated that the number of zombies had dwindled to nearly single digits. Linqing repeatedly charged into the cave, entering and exiting in a relentless rhythm. Immersed in this exhilarating sweep, Linqing's expression suddenly shifted. Wait, had I inadvertently provoked something within the cave? Just then, he noticed a larger red dot appear on the central control screen, directly ahead of him. At that moment, he felt an immense force of impact surge from the front of the truck. Even with the shock-absorbing module, the jolt nearly dislodged him from his seat. Defeated ground-encased armored centipede. Acquired blue treasure chest. Module type. Linqing. Chapter 18. The purple treasure chest. Is this really it? Linqing felt a surge of disbelief amidst his elation. He had meticulously planned for the armored centipede, yet it had unexpectedly perished when he collided with a zombie. This was far too fortuitous. No, he still couldn't get out of the vehicle. Linqing drove outside. Truck durability, 7,100. Repair cost, 60 metal coins. This was the damage to his vehicle. The repair for a second-level truck required double the resources compared to the first. However, for Linqing, this was merely a trifling sum. Repair time, 30 minutes. Stowing the truck in the system space, Linqing mounted his motorcycle, wielding a machete in hand. The vibrations indicated several red dots nearby. A finishing blow was necessary. The engine roared to life as he activated the high beams, riding into the cavern. The speed was moderate, primarily to evade debris that consumed considerable time. He collected all the glowing treasure boxes along the way. White treasure boxes, random 10. White treasure boxes, weapons 20. White treasure boxes, modules 5. There were also the blue module treasure boxes behind him. This bounty left Lin Qing trembling with excitement. With his capacity for 50 modules, he could potentially exhaust a significant portion this time. Along the journey, he encountered still-living zombies, swiftly dispatching them with his blade. With the strength of 1,000 pounds, he cut through the zombies as though slicing through vegetables, remarkably clean and efficient. Notably, while riding, Lin Qing received a warning related to his vehicle. Player level 2, current action time remaining 2 hours 25 minutes. It seemed the rules of the end world were designed to prevent players from cheating as much as possible. Gathering resources while riding was simply impossible. Arriving at the centipede's carcass, Lin Qing couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The creature was a staggering half-meter wide and 5 meters long, adorned with over 20 pairs of legs and a pair of long antennae, evoking a sense of dread. Its legs were as sharp as sickles, and the foremost pair was particularly robust, with darkened tips that clearly indicated venom. The sturdy exterior shone with a metallic luster, producing a metallic clang when struck with the machete. It was likely even more formidable than the leader of the candle-steel horned sheep he had previously encountered. Fortunately, this centipede was already deceased, oozing green blood. Phew, what good fortune to have killed it by accident. Otherwise, it would have been a significant hassle. Lin Qing sighed with relief and picked up the treasure chest, continuing deeper into the cavern. Before long, he arrived at the corner he had seen earlier. Suddenly, an array of firearms and ammunition appeared before him. Holy smokes! Lin Qing couldn't contain his astonishment. A weapons cache. There truly were so many firearms. After a brief glance, he recognized several types: sniper rifles, light machine guns, handguns, and shotguns. He even spotted 2 Italian cannons in the center. Countless boxes filled with medicinal pills were scattered about. However, as he approached and sought to collect, an expression of profound disappointment resurfaced on his face. The sniper rifle is damaged and cannot be collected. The Italian cannon is damaged and cannot be collected. After several attempts, he found that none could be retrieved. All were defective. Lin Qing felt a surge of frustration. Yet, it made sense, if there were indeed a plethora of military arms. The balance for novice players would have been irreparably disrupted long ago. This cavern could have formed an entire army. Such a pity. For now, he set aside the collection of these metals, as he had become captivated by a beam of light emanating within. It lay ahead on the path, surrounded by darkness, uncertain if it marked the end. The distance was likely several hundred meters, obscuring the specific scene. Glancing at the dashboard, he confirmed that no zombies remained. Lin Qing then rode steadily toward the source of the light. Soon, he encountered a circular platform, 10 meters in diameter, radiating brilliance. Its surface was adorned with mysterious patterns, unlike any script found on Earth. Above the center, a purple orb floated, housing a treasure chest within. A purple treasure chest. Lin Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not expected to discover such a chest, gleaming prominently on the circular platform within the military factory. Instinctively, he reached out to grasp it. Fixed treasure chest. Module-type fixed treasure chests are rare chests of purple grade and above, located in various corners of the in-world. The array has not been unsealed. Retrieval is temporarily impossible. The first statement was easily comprehensible, likely a hidden reward. However, the second left Lin Qing perplexed. The array referred to the circular platform. But how could it be unsealed? Must it be breached by external force? To prevent damage to the purple treasure chest, Lin Qing momentarily relinquished this thought and began to investigate the array. Regrettably, he found no clues. There was no keyhole, and the inscriptions were indecipherable. Damn it! Couldn't there be at least a hint? Lin Qing couldn't help but curse. Time: 2 hours 10 minutes. He still had ample time to act. Yet if the stalemate continued, it would soon be squandered. After deliberating, Lin Qing activated the light screen and contacted the coward. Sanqing, are you there? Before long, the coward's response arrived. Coward, what is up? Disturbing a lady while she drives could shorten your lifespan. I'm inquiring about something. Do you know about fixed treasure chests? Coward. Oh, that? Have you heard? It requires a pound of mutton to exchange. You're such a rascal. Constantly tempting me in the group, making me crave meat too. Sanqing. No problem. Here's the thing. I've encountered a fixed treasure chest. But the array hasn't been. Coward, what? What luck you have, to stumble upon a fixed treasure chest. Oh, how infuriating. Lin Qing couldn't help but envision a certain woman in the car, overwhelmed with frustration. Coward, what a loss for a pound of mutton. I should have asked for more. Anyway, tell me where you encountered the fixed treasure chest. Sanqing, at the Mountain Wilderness Military Factory. Coward, is that so? How did you manage to get in? No, wait. Be cautious and run. There must be danger nearby. There are level 2 mutated beasts, the Earth Dragon armored centipedes. And there are 2 of them, a male and a female. Lin Qing was instantly alarmed. In the darkness, every hair on his body stood on end. Just then, he suddenly heard a tremendous rumbling sound. The ground beneath him trembled, as if something were about to erupt from the earth. This is bad. Linqing's expression changed as he looked down at the motorcycle's dashboard. He immediately spotted a massive red light racing towards him. Previously, he had been unaware of it. Perhaps due to the adversary's stillness or the considerable distance, he had let his guard down. But now, Linqing could not afford to linger on anything else. He swiftly turned the motorcycle and sped away. After barely 10 meters, the noise behind him grew increasingly louder, followed by a colossal centipede emerging from the ground where he had just stood. The tail light could not illuminate its entire form. Yet its silhouette in the shadows clearly suggested it was significantly larger than the centipede he had encountered before. With astonishing speed, it advanced towards Linqing. Its explosive velocity was such that it could even keep pace with the motorcycle. The distance between them closed in an instant. Chapter 19. The Battle of Life and Death. Damn it. Linqing couldn't help but curse. The long-haired man was indeed unreliable, hiding a hand. Whether it was capturing other survivors or the two sacrificial teammates, the ultimate goal was likely this monstrous centipede. It seemed the long-haired man had withheld crucial details from him. In the darkness, Linqing's speed was inevitably restrained, bringing him ever closer to the centipede. This creature not only boasted formidable defenses but also an alarming speed. As it approached, Linqing had no choice but to make a final stand. Gritting his teeth, he first braked to reduce his speed, then suddenly leaped sideways, tumbling out of the vehicle. This maneuver caught even the armored centipede off guard as it sped past him, running 20 to 30 meters before finally coming to a halt. The headlights illuminated its form, revealing that this centipede bore a striking resemblance to the previous female, yet atop its head was a fleshy protrusion, resembling a horn poised to emerge. Its length exceeded 8 meters, and its body was even broader, exuding a chilling sense of oppression. Earth Dragon Armored Centipede LV2, a mutated creature dwelling underground. It feeds on metal, typically inhabiting areas rich in metal. It can spray corrosive liquid and possesses a tough exoskeleton, with claws as sharp as a chainsaw when it moves. Linqing discerned the armored centipede in the light, a wave of agony coursing through him. This leap from the vehicle, though his body was extraordinary, had inflicted considerable injury. Yet, this was not the time for such thoughts. The truck was ill-suited for this confined space. Should the centipede breach its defenses, he would be left to await his demise. He swiftly accessed the weapon's cache and retrieved the heavy pineapple light machine gun. This was his greatest reliance, for only one of them could emerge alive from this confrontation. Fortunately, he had not wasted bullets on zombies and wondered if he could penetrate its defenses. Linqing pondered. If the long-haired man had not misrepresented the threat level, then the comprehensive stats of this armored centipede should be comparable to that of a purple or even gold-grade vehicle. After all, it certainly did not resemble an ordinary level 2 creature. It was undoubtedly superior to the one he had previously dispatched. If that level 2 candelabra steel horn goat were to appear, it would likely pose no greater threat to the centipede than the risk of it bursting from overeating. Now, Linqing had to confront this monster on his own. The degree of danger was palpable. Roar. The armored centipede emitted a deafening roar, resonating with a metallic clang, filled with ferocity and fury as it lunged towards Linqing. Standing his ground, Linqing braced his hands around the gun and pulled the trigger. Flames erupted, dispelling the darkness. A torrent of bullets surged forth in an instant, concentrated and dense, aimed directly at the centipede's head. However, a cacophony of metal clashing reverberated as the bullets ricocheted off, failing to breach the centipede's tough exterior. This creature was even sturdier than his level 1 hardened truck. Upon witnessing the scene, Linqing felt a chill within him. If a truck truly entered, he would not only be unable to escape but also risk being breached. The creature was so agile that it would likely evade any direct collision. The armored centipede was equally distressed. Its exterior, though robust, had its limits. Some bullets pierced its shell, causing green blood to ooze forth. In pain, its massive form came to an abrupt halt. This was effective. Linqing's heart surged with joy as he continued to concentrate his firepower. His hands remained steady, exerting 1,000 pounds of force to stabilize his weapon, achieving near-perfect precision. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets flew relentlessly, and the ammunition belt of the big pineapple rapidly dwindled. Just then, the centipede suddenly burrowed into the ground. This provided Linqing with the opportunity to replace the chain. The remaining dozen or so bullets were typically precious to him. But now he could not afford any gaps in his fire. Simultaneously, he quickly moved towards the motorcycle. The vibrations detected by the motorcycle would allow him to pinpoint the centipede's location. Visibility was paramount at this moment. Linqing remained vigilant, and in a swift run, he reached the front of the motorcycle. As he leaned to steady himself, the centipede emerged from beneath the bike. Damn! Startled, Linqing hurriedly retreated. Fortunately, The centipede's speed underground was not rapid, as the earth impeded its movement significantly. Yet, it exhibited remarkable intelligence, denying him the chance to mount the bike. While retreating, Lin Qing continued firing. The centipede twisted and turned, skillfully evading his shots, refusing to allow Lin Qing to concentrate his fire on its head. Observing this, Lin Qing had no choice but to maintain his retreat while suppressing its movement. The situation appeared perilous, yet Lin Qing sensed that he held a slight advantage. If the armored centipede submerged, he could easily dodge and escape. However, moving on the surface would considerably slow it down, with bullets suppressing its advance. Lin Qing maintained a substantial distance to maneuver. Nevertheless, Lin Qing's greatest concern was the vacuum period caused by the dwindling ammunition. If he ran out of bullets, it would spell his doom. What to do? What to do? Lin Qing's mind raced, urgently seeking a means of self-preservation. Suddenly, something caught his attention. The centipede, sleek and black, had faint red glimmers on either side of its antennae. Its eyes. Lin Qing's heart raced with insight. He realized he had found an opportunity to strike. While its shell was formidable, its eyes might not be as well protected. He released the trigger, ceasing his suppressive fire. The centipede, seizing the moment, surged straight towards Lin Qing. He stood his ground, entrusting everything to this final shot. He aimed and fired. The bullet, symbolic of fate, shot forth with precision. A series of sounds echoed as the bullet successfully penetrated the armored centipede's left eye, burying itself within. Hiss! The armored centipede writhed in agony, its massive body crashing against various firearms, sending the metallic weapons flying. Its destructive power was indeed formidable. Success. Witnessing this, Lin Qing felt a surge of joy akin to a survivor emerging from a catastrophe. Yet, he remained vigilant, hastily reloading his weapon. This time, he unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The thrashing armored centipede made it difficult to aim precisely. Only through such indiscriminate shooting could he continue to target its eyes. Soon, several bullets penetrated the creature's body. Finally, after a series of violent convulsions, the armored centipede came to a halt. Kill armored centipede LV2. Rewarded with blue treasure chest, module type, Lin Qing exhaled deeply, overwhelmed by an urge to recline and rest. While his physical stamina had not been excessively depleted, the intensity of the battle had left him feeling an immense fatigue. Yet, concurrently, he experienced an unprecedented exhilaration, a fervor born of the dance between life and death. At that moment, the distant formation also emitted a prompt intelligence sound. Formation has been successfully, Chapter 20, a bountiful harvest. Timid one, are you still alive? Alive. Impressive, but the armored centipede hasn't shown up, has it? No, when you mentioned danger, I fled immediately. Trust me, you made the right choice. The armored centipede comes in both male and female, both at level 2. The male is particularly formidable, with a tough exterior, large size, and remarkable agility, capable of burrowing underground. In such an environment, without weapons, even a team of 10 level 2 players would likely perish. Timid one. The fact that you could make a swift decision in front of the purple treasure chest indicates that there's a reason a pure novice like you can thrive in the end world. In truth, Lin Qing had not escaped. He had been compelled to charge ahead. He rode his bike to the purple treasure chest, reached out to touch it. And the chest instantly vanished, reappearing in a shimmering light. Sanqing, what can the purple chest yield? Timid one, it's not necessarily good. You know how treasure chests are. It could even yield something as trivial as a cotton swab. However, if luck is on our side and we unveil a purple item, it would surely be worthwhile. Moreover, there is a probability of obtaining unique items specific to the location of the chest. For instance, if yours is from a military factory, it would likely contain firearms and ammunition, possibly yielding special items with steel attributes. If it's a module, then fortune would truly be in your favor. Lin Qing felt a surge of desire. For him, a purple item was not a concern. He was guaranteed to uncover one after refreshing 10 times. Nevertheless, now was not the moment to open the chest. What a pity. By the way, why are all the firearms inside broken? Timid one, did you take any? Took 2. Timid one, how did you manage to get in? There were quite a few zombies at the entrance. I encountered a team engaged in combat with the zombies and slipped inside. Fair enough. The military factory is bound to have malfunctioning equipment. In the early stages, there won't be an abundance of firearms, but even broken ones can be repaired. How do you repair them? Inside the military factory, zombies drop weapon chests, which have a chance to yield repair kits. The consumption of these kits varies based on the size and performance of the firearms. What did you retrieve? Lin Qing pondered briefly before casually naming 2 items. An assault rifle and a handgun. Typically, the assault rifle requires 2 repair kits, while the handgun needs 1. Great. I've just stumbled upon 3 weapon chests. Let me give it a try. Don't get your hopes too high. The drop rate for repair kits is low, You might not even get 1 out of 10. A few seconds later. Sanqing. Wow, I actually got a repair kit. Timid one. You've got to be kidding. I'm genuinely envious. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Wait, I still have 2 unopened chests. Oh wow, I got another one. Timid one. Are you pulling my leg? This is absurdly lucky. Sanqing. I've had my fair share of bad luck with chests before. A bit of good fortune this time, isn't unreasonable, right? I opened the 3rd one too. Timid one. Don't tell me it's another repair kit. Sanqing. Indeed. In the depths of the cave. Lin Qing wore a smile, finding amusement in teasing the coward. The repair device did not simply appear. It manifested after multiple refreshes, exhibiting a rather low drop rate. Out of 4 treasure chests, only 3 yielded results. Observing the remaining weapon chests, Lin Qing resolved to continue opening them, allowing him to select a weapon to take while absorbing the surplus as materials. After approximately 5 minutes, all 20 chests had been opened, resulting in a total of 17 repair devices sufficient for his needs. Lin Qing approached the designated area for firearms, meticulously selecting his items. His primary focus was not on ordinary weaponry, but rather on ammunition for the Big Pineapple, as he had nearly exhausted his supply during the recent battle. Without replenishment, the Big Pineapple would be rendered useless. In a thorough search, he finally discovered 3 boxes containing 5.56 ammunition, each filled with thousands of rounds perfectly suited to the Big Pineapple's barrel. However, all were defective. Repair consumes 3 repair devices. Do you wish to proceed? Repair. At the thought, the 3 boxes trembled slightly, and in but a second, the repairs were complete. After transferring the ammunition into his weapon storage, Lin Qing's gaze fell upon a small black box adjacent to the bullets. Joystick-style ammunition feed assist device. Damaged. This was a valuable find. Without hesitation, Lin Qing opted to repair it, despite being capable of manual loading. It was simply more efficient. Using 1 repair device, he incorporated it into his weapon storage. While it appeared harmless, within the system's classification, it qualified as a weapon type. Subsequently, Lin Qing began to take stock. Among his assault rifles, he retained an AK-47, allocating it 1,000 rounds of ammunition. This weapon boasted considerable firepower, and he considered how 7.62 rounds would likely prove more effective against armored centipedes. He envisioned wielding the AK in one hand and the Big Pineapple in the other, one to wreak havoc, the other to obliterate the landscape. He decided against retaining the remaining handguns and submachine guns, as their portability offered little advantage given his stamina. Neither posed the same intimidation factor as the Big Pineapple against foes, be they human or zombie. Suddenly, Lin Qing's attention was caught by several military-green cylindrical iron pillars. The tapered bases resembled missiles, and beside them lay a gun barrel with a diameter of approximately 5 centimeters, complete with 2 grips. RPG rocket launcher, damaged, can fire shells. Boasts immense power, effective range of 1,000 meters, shrapnel effective up to 300 meters. In astonishment, Lin Qing's eyes widened. Without a moment's hesitation, he set about repairing the rocket launcher. 1 repair device sufficed for the barrel, and he repaired all remaining shells, resulting in a total of 9 rounds. If only he had possessed this weapon sooner. Lin Qing mused, though in truth, he pondered whether he would have had the time to prepare before the armored centipede's arrival. Even if they were to encounter each other, he would not dare to employ an RPG at such close quarters. It is imperative to utilize it from a considerable distance in an open area. At this point, all 17 repair kits have been entirely expended. The various repaired weapons have been stored in his armory. Now, having reached level 2, his armory has doubled in capacity, sufficient to accommodate his needs. Having accomplished all this, Lin Qing commenced the absorption of materials. Each weapon was converted into consumables. As for the 2 cannons, they have been relegated to mere scrap metal. He had considered this previously. However, repairing such equipment would require 10 repair kits, not to mention the ammunition. Given their substantial size and weight, he had no option but to absorb them. Each cannon weighs a ton, and together they amount to a staggering 2,000 pounds of metal. When factoring in various other equipment, Lin Qing's upgrade materials have significantly increased. A plethora of materials, auxiliary vehicles, firearms, ammunition, as well as purple and dozens of white treasure chests were among his acquisitions. This particular haul can be deemed the most bountiful he has ever experienced. Chapter 21 Unboxing. The truck has been fully restored and is now racing along the highway. Lin Qing sits in the driver's seat, activating the autopilot. His mind entirely focused on the luminous screen before him. White treasure chest, random 10 units. White treasure chest, module 5 units. Blue treasure chest, module 2 units. Purple fixed treasure chest, 1 unit. This is truly exhilarating. Lin Qing feels immense joy in unboxing, as it consistently replenishes his scarce resources, especially this time. Both the quantity and quality far exceed his previous experiences. He begins with the random chests. Treasure chest successfully opened. A box of cotton swabs. This actually came out. The coward had mentioned it earlier, and now it appears in his own hall. Linqing begins to wonder if the unboxing system possesses some awareness, eavesdropping on his conversations. One after another, he refreshes the screen. The 10 random chests are soon opened. White module, hardware level 1. He only acquired one module, yet its effect is precisely what Linqing favors. It can integrate with his previous hardware, enhancing its durability. The remainder consists of various items. While they are all functional, obtaining just one module from 10 chests renders the rewards rather disappointing. Normally, Linqing would be furious. But today, he dismisses it and considers it as mere fodder for the future. Next comes the module treasure chests, which are the main event. Treasure chest successfully opened. Smoke filtration system. This item seems rather pointless. He doesn't smoke, and with air conditioning available, there is no need to keep it. Refreshing again. In-car cabinet. Includes a marble countertop and an undercounter sink. This, another in-car module. It doesn't enhance combat capabilities. Yet Linqing is still quite tempted. Hesitating just a moment before deciding to keep it. Survival is important, but how one survives is equally crucial. Having already set a goal to transform the truck's cabin into a luxurious RV, Linqing finds a great need for lifestyle modules. If only they could provide him with a bathroom. In-car bathroom, a separate space, including a toilet and a shower. Linqing. Keeping it. Let us continue. If you have the ability, why not surprise me with a bug that yields a golden module? Linqing shamelessly remarks. Chassis lift level 1. Refreshing again. Anti-slip tires level 1. Linqing continues to refresh and select, gaining an understanding of the types of modules. Besides interior and exterior enhancements, the white modules pertain to basic modifications and infrastructural upgrades. In one of the treasure chests, Linqing ultimately opts for tire size enhancement, which not only bolsters tire hardness, but also elevates the chassis. This is essential for his off-road adventures. Primarily, this was also the only module left after the 10th refresh. For the remaining two, Linqing chooses hardware to further reinforce the vehicle's structure. He opens the blue treasure chest. These two are module chests dropped by the armored centipede, likely containing modules related to the centipede itself. Successful activation. Chainsaw module, blue. Generates 2 chainsaws along the front and underside of the vehicle, retractable, with sturdy and sharp teeth capable of rotational cutting. Consuming 100 energy units per minute during rotation. Observing the module that refreshed 3 times, Linqing made a decisive choice, given that his territory was elevated. Encountering mutated creatures like the armored centipede, which lay low on the ground, posed a significant vulnerability for him. With this module, should a creature of equal caliber attempt to assault the undercarriage, the armored centipede's formidable legs would undoubtedly take them by surprise. Successful activation. Acidic venom, blue. Generates the front legs of the armored centipede on the vehicle, releasing a substantial amount of sulfuric acid venom upon contact. You are the one. Having selected the blue module, Linqing eagerly opened the purple treasure chest he had long anticipated. Successful activation. Received 250 metal coins. Light machine gun module, blue. Generates a light machine gun on the vehicle's roof, consuming 1 energy unit per bullet. As soon as it opened, he beheld a firearm-type module. The quality was indeed impressive. Linqing felt a pang of envy, yet the blue module was ultimately not his objective. Steel armor, blue. Defense module, adding a layer akin to 1 centimeter thick steel to the entire vehicle. Refresh. In truth, aside from 2 instances yielding disappointing everyday items, every other reward had greatly tempted Linqing. However, he had yet to see a single purple reward. Soon, he arrived at the final guarantee. At the very least, something purple had to appear. Regardless of what it was, he was determined to take this chance. With eager anticipation, Linqing chose to refresh one last time. Metal heavy cannon, purple module, absorbs metallic energy to form a cannon barrel. The power and consumption of the shells are dependent on the amount of metal the vehicle possesses. A heavy cannon module. Linqing was utterly elated. This final guarantee was remarkably generous. It was indeed a long-range attack. With this heavy cannon, his truck would not only be capable of ramming but would finally possess alternative means of combat. Moreover, given its description, this was no ordinary firearm. It absorbed metallic energy. This was perfectly suited to his truck. With 17 tons predominantly composed of metal, Linqing could scarcely imagine the magnitude of power a single shell could unleash. With the module acquired, Linqing immediately began the fusion process. Metal heavy cannon LV1. Fusion requires 50 module capacity, 500 metal coins. He couldn't fuse it? Linqing's eyes widened in disbelief. A blue module only required a capacity of 5 and 50 coins. Yet, the purple module demanded a 10-fold increase. To achieve fusion, He would have to dismantle all his modules and continue collecting more metal coins. Module capacity, 1650. Metal coins, 645. This comprised Lin Qing's entire inventory. To remove 16 modules would cost him 160 metal coins, and he would need to find a way to earn more money to fuse the purple module. The cost was simply too steep. Damn, Lin Qing felt an inner turmoil. Ultimately, he steeled himself and set aside his thoughts. He began to merge with other modules. Module capacity, 3250. Metal coins, 485. As the modules fused, the vehicle underwent another transformation. Under Lin Qing's control, 2 rows of sharp blades emerged from the front and bottom of the vehicle, spinning rapidly at his command, their formidable power undeniable. Additionally, a pair of venomous feet could materialize in front of the vehicle, each extending over half a meter in length. The hardened level 3 coating rendered the vehicle's dark membrane even more profound, significantly enhancing its durability. Yet, Lin Qing found himself largely indifferent to these changes. He could not resist the allure of the luminous screen. The purple module within it presented an overwhelming temptation. After a considerable period, Lin Qing finally closed the screen. Taking a deep breath, no, I must upgrade swiftly. I need to expand the capacity urgently. Otherwise, I feel as though I shall be consumed by the temptation of this purple module. Chapter 22. I am a motorcycle metal. 22, 00030, 000 pounds, plastic, 704. 000 pounds, glass, 303, 000 pounds, rubber, 2, 305, 000 pounds. This represented his current accumulation of materials. Once he discovered a larger town, he would be nearly ready. Lin Qing set aside his thoughts as a massive truck disappeared down the road. A motorcycle landed beneath Lin Qing. He donned his sunglasses, feeling the brisk wind whip against his face and hair as the bike surged forward at over 200 miles per hour. Finally, he could accelerate. The motorcycle consumed merely 20 units of energy per 100 kilometers. However, both the truck and motorcycle could absorb energy at a remarkable rate of 150 units per hour, allowing the motorcycle to travel an impressive 750 kilometers. With the current power of the bike, even at maximum horsepower, he need not worry about energy consumption. This pace, even without considering future upgrades, was more than sufficient to reach his destination before the deadline. In the following 2 days, Lin Qing entered every town he encountered, colliding with zombies or unleashing a hail of gunfire upon them. Yet, as was customary, the towns were generally small, with limited resources. Within these 2 days, a new spike module emerged. Lin Qing fused it, raising the spike at the front of the motorcycle to 10 centimeters. However, he still lacked a small portion of the necessary materials. Alas, the journey ahead remained arduous. Currently, the resources were still quite scarce. Some had managed to find pots and pans to cook a bowl of instant noodles, while the more extravagant would add an egg or sausage to their dinner. Lin Qing parked the truck by the roadside, cleaned the fresh vegetables, and sliced the lamb. He activated the induction cooker, pouring in water and a spicy broth. Before long, the thick soup began to bubble vigorously, releasing a rich aroma. The lamb was tender, ready to be savored after merely a few seconds of cooking. Dipping it in scallion sesame sauce, he took a hearty bite, revealing a look of sheer satisfaction. Surprisingly, the meat of this mutated creature was incredibly delicious. Lin Qing sighed in appreciation and subsequently shared a photo in the group chat, prompting a chorus of lamentation. Tomorrow would mark the beginning of the equatorial hell. He wondered what dreadful temperatures awaited them. Coward, showing off your food again in the group. What a terrible friend you are. So, have you reached level 3? Far from it. Many places are too barren, and I can only indulge in some good food to ease my mood. Coward, don't worry. The equatorial hell is coming soon. Lin Qing raised an eyebrow and quickly inquired, what do you mean? Higi, I will tell you for 10 metal coins. Can you not be so greedy? Coward, who told you to be so wealthy? Anyway, let me ask you something. Do you want to form a small group? Lin Qing was somewhat taken aback. He knew that some individuals had already formed teams, like Director Su and his companions, as well as the long-haired man they had previously slain. However, this was the first time Coward mentioned forming a group. Just as he was about to decline, Coward sent another message. The Coward, rest assured, I am not referring to forming a real team, merely a small group. I have just joined, and the individuals within appear quite decent. Though their abilities may vary, their character seems commendable. Within this group, we can engage in equitable exchanges. Information is free, while other resources can be prioritized for our group in the future. Of course, the prices remain unchanged. We are merely seeking collaborators, not charity. Upon reading this, Lin Qing dismissed his doubts. A mere addition of a small group, coupled with access to first-hand information, evidently offered more benefits than drawbacks. No problem. The Coward has invited you to join the group chat. Number of participants in the group chat, 10. Group leader, just go with the flow. Members, the coward, coconut full of juice, brother Wow, truck driver Xiao Li, bicycle Xiao Wang. All are familiar faces, recalling their previous discussions. Just go with the flow is a sage of sorts, yet possesses a likable demeanor, exuding a sense of righteousness and approachability, unlike other sages who tend to be aloof. He was the first to step forward to elucidate information for newcomers. Brother Wow serves as his professional sidekick. Always the first to exclaim wow whenever Linqing drops a bombshell in the group. Xiao Li resembles a gaming enthusiast blessed with good fortune. With little else known about him, judging by his name change, he likely possesses a playful spirit. Conversely, Xiao Wang is his polar opposite. Arguably the most carefree in the area, yet maintains an optimistic character. Linqing, however, is quite curious about how he has managed to survive. Currently, the group boasts fewer than 5,000 members. 2/3 have already perished in battle. Those riding bicycles remain steadfast. Bicycle Xiao Wang, wow, coward sister is so impressive. You mentioned recruiting a master, and it turns out to be Sanqing Shun. Brother Wow, Xiao Wang, don't steal my lines. Additionally, Brother Qing, you look exceptionally handsome today. The coward, Sanqing is the only player I am familiar with, so naturally, I brought him in. The group indeed expressed surprise. In their eyes, Linqing's prowess might not be exceedingly high, an enigma, yet no one dared to underestimate him. However, regarding resources, Linqing is undeniably astonishing. He can sell substantial amounts of goods within the group and regularly enjoys stewed meat and rice. In terms of resources, he could very well be the foremost among newcomers. Just go with the flow. Ahem, as the group leader, I must say a few words. Welcome, welcome. Is this merely a few words? Linqing could almost envision 4 gestures. Sanqing, greetings, everyone. A newcomer seeks guidance. Bicycle Xiao Wang, big shot. If you're a newcomer, then there are no newcomers left. I suspect you might also be a sage. Sanqing, I am not. Otherwise, I wouldn't be this impoverished. Just go with the flow. No worries. In the future, let us communicate more. With Sanqing joining, our small collective strength will undoubtedly reach elite levels. Except for Xiao Wang. Just go with the flow, then introduce the members. Among them are he, Xiao Li, Xiao Wang, coconut full of juice, and a person named Iron Courage, all newcomers. It is said that Coconut is a woman, though it remains unclear whether she is busy or simply lurking. Yet, the name inevitably conjures the image of a rather cheeky older sister. The remaining 5 individuals were all prophets, and to Linqing's surprise, the one who had been self-deprecatingly referred to as Brother Wow was also a prophet. Sanqing, Brother Wang, how have you managed to survive? I mean, no offense. I'm genuinely curious. Bicycle Xiao Wang, do not call me brother. From now on, you shall be my elder. I have merely been fortunate, avoiding significant danger while swiftly leveling up. I am now at level 5. Linqing was genuinely astonished. He had assumed that the highest level among them would be 3, yet Xiao Wang, this anomaly, had reached level 5, akin to ascending a rocket. Just let it be. Do not be surprised. If Xiao Wang's bicycle reaches level 10, it would likely only equate to a blue-grade vehicle at level 3. He is still slightly inferior to some level 2 players. Linqing, mourning for Xiao Wang. Just let it be. However, regarding the upcoming equatorial hell, Xiao Wang, you must exercise caution. The daytime temperature there can soar to 60 degrees Celsius, a heat that could be lethal. Xiao Wang, 60 degrees? Am I doomed? Dear brothers, should I ever be absent, please burn some paper for me. Just let it be. You should find a cave quickly. Refrain from traveling for the next few days. Once your level increases, you can devise a way to catch up. Xiao Wang, it seems I have no choice but to do so. Linqing glanced at the temperature, feeling a tremor within. 60 degrees of heat could translate to ground temperatures reaching 90 or even 100 degrees. Tires would surely melt. This extreme weather was indeed terrifying. Just let it be. Others who wish to endure could also consider this method. If they choose to travel, they should keep their air conditioning at maximum or employ various cooling techniques. Linqing nodded and sent a message in the group. I can provide ice water. Brother Well, no way. Do you have a refrigerator? Truly impressive, my brother Qing. Just let it be. I just recalled. You have a power module connected to the refrigerator, right? This is truly excellent news. But do not worry. We will settle the price at market value. Sanqing can prioritize selling ice water in the group. That is already quite generous and ensures you do not suffer a loss. Truck Shaoli, I just returned from gathering materials in the town before nightfall, and Sanqing has also joined us. Xiao Wang, how large must that vehicle be? Is it a truck as well? I am genuinely curious about what Sanqing's vehicle looks like. The group was filled with astonishment. While Linqing replied, is it possible that I am riding a motorcycle while carrying a refrigerator and chatting with all of you? Brother Wow, Qing. If you are on a motorcycle, I shall pluck my head off and offer it to you as a ball to kick. Chapter 23. The arrival of extreme weather. However, aside from the weather, there is another concern to contemplate: the Crimson Flame Beast. The Crimson Flame Beast? Is this yet another peril associated with extreme weather? Extreme weather manifests as a wave, bringing forth anomalous creatures that are typically concealed, exclusive to the equatorial inferno. Additionally, it may also unveil ancient ruins. Ruins? This was mentioned in the initial novice hints, yet I have yet to encounter any. Now that I hear of it, I cannot help but feel intrigued. What valuable resources might emerge? Indeed, the chests dropped by the destruction of Crimson Flame Beast will be related to heat or fire, classified as special chests. As for the ruins, they harbor a plethora of resources. It can be said that as long as you locate a ruin and possess the strength to pass its trials, you will strike it rich. Is it truly as exaggerated as that? Lin Qing felt a surge of excitement. Of course, ruins are serendipitous finds, accompanied by considerable dangers. Not all players may encounter them. However, I have heard that a group of level 23 seers has formed a substantial organization aimed at amassing vast resources within this equatorial inferno, and their strength should not be underestimated. He noted that the seers would not lack prowess, as they had prepared in advance, mastering combat techniques, firearms, vehicle repair, and modifications, far surpassing the average individual. If they were to discover an armory, it wouldn't be surprising to see an armed contingent emerge. Should we not arrange to meet? There's no need. But if we stumble upon a ruin, collaboration to reap its rewards would be prudent. As he spoke, he elaborated on the nature of the ruins and the characteristics and strength of the Crimson Flame Beasts. Understood. If anyone encounters a ruin, please inform me. I will join if I can, Lin Qing replied. With a secondary vehicle at his disposal, he felt no trepidation about exposure, if necessary. He could have the secondary vehicle transport a refrigerator and supplies with minimal manifestation of modules. The inherent abilities of the premium vehicle do not solely belong to the secondary vehicle. These individuals would likely not draw any immediate conclusions. That evening, numerous factions emerged. Seeking recruits. A level 3 seer leads the way. The organization of the God of Slaughter is recruiting, seeking elite personnel. Level 2 vehicle owners, please contact me. Multiple level 2 seers lead. The Pantheon is recruiting, with candidates evaluated through interviews. Those deemed qualified may join. The Symbiosis Alliance is recruiting. There are no restrictions on applicants. And we already boast over 20 members, possessing first-hand information regarding the Equatorial Inferno. As the Timid had suggested, several factions had quietly formed and were gradually coming to the forefront, all preparing for the Equatorial Inferno. Lin Qing cast a glance at the names of these organizations before shutting off the light screen. Even if these individuals wielded firearms, their firepower could not match that of light machine guns, AKs, or RPGs combined. Once the truck reached level 3 and integrated with the purple module, regardless of the organization, as long as they did not provoke him, all would remain tranquil. Should they choose to confront him, he would obliterate them without hesitation. Countdown, 24 days. Extreme weather. The Equatorial Inferno has emerged. The daytime temperature reaches a scorching 60 degrees, while the nighttime dips to a minimum of 20 degrees. Players are advised to take measures for insulation and sun protection. This extreme weather is accompanied by the formidable 13th level Crimson Flame Beast, posing a significant danger. During the duration of the Equatorial Purgatory, resources in various locations of the in-world will increase, with random appearances of ancient relics. The baptism of calamity ensures the strong remain strong, while the weak will be buried within the depths of purgatory. The sky has become somewhat blinding, with the intense sunlight pouring down upon the earth. Visible heat waves rise from the asphalt road. I'm dying of heat. I have the air conditioning on. Yet it feels like the temperature inside the car is over 20 degrees. And it's only morning. It's bound to get even hotter later. I can't bear it any longer. I'm almost out of water. Many in the group expressed their struggles. And the thought of the impending 60-degree heat brought despair to numerous players. Lin Qing was faring better, merely feeling parched. He retrieved a bottle of ice water from the refrigerator and instantly felt much more comfortable. Just as Lin Qing was about to close the luminescent screen, he noticed someone in the Doomsday 10 elite group tagging him. Coconut full of juice. Sanqing, I can't take it anymore. Hurry and save me. Let me feel a bit of comfort. Lin Qing. Last night, Coconut and several divers had emerged and crossed paths with Lin Qing. True to his thoughts, Coconut was indeed a flirt, her words evoking vivid imagery. Sanqing, do you find it more pleasant to meet in person or via video? Bicycle King, I found a cave, but it's still unbearably hot. Sanqing, let me feel some comfort too. Sanqing, get lost. Just messing around. Is anyone frozen solid? What the hell, brother? Qing, I want in too. Coward, don't forget about me. Though jesting, Lin Qing proceeded with the trade, ensuring that no one in the group was left out, all purchasing ice water from him. The price was indeed quite fair previously. Water resources had plummeted to a mere single metal coin. However, considering the extreme weather and the nature of the ice water, the group leader deemed it worth at least 20 metal coins. Others followed suit, paying every penny owed, ensuring Lin Qing did not incur any losses. After selling 9 bottles of water, Lin Qing placed new water into the freezer, ensuring a continuous supply of ice water, before entering the driver's seat. Due to the glass, the temperature at the front of the car was exceedingly high. Lin Qing started the vehicle, activated the built-in air conditioning, and subsequently redirected the module's air conditioning to the front. In no time, the temperature dropped to around 20 degrees. Not only was it no longer hot, but there was also a refreshing chill. Of course, this was not the maximum power. When the temperature reached 60 degrees, the 2 air conditioning units might still maintain this state, and with the ice water, the temperature issue would be manageable. However, the tires and engine would undoubtedly suffer damage in such conditions, necessitating repairs with metal coins to keep moving. The vehicle started, and after approximately 2 hours of driving, a small town stretching a full kilometer appeared before Lin Qing's eyes. Finally, he had encountered a decent town. Lin Qing felt a surge of joy. His stockpile of materials had surpassed 70. The scale of this small town is undoubtedly sufficient for him to advance by 3 levels. The purple module, await my arrival. Numerous red dots flicker on the central control screen, clustering together in small groups. Altogether, there are nearly 100 zombies. Lin Qing did not slow his pace. He charged into the street, colliding directly with the exposed zombies. Zombie kill. Obtained white treasure chest. Living resources. Lin Qing's experience in tackling zombies has become profoundly extensive. A large horde of zombies poses almost no threat to him. It is akin to mowing grass along the way, with just a few turns. Lin Qing effortlessly cleared the street of zombies. He casually picked up the treasure chests. A total of 5 had dropped, and his vehicle's durability remained entirely intact. The first-level zombies and mutated creatures were utterly incapable of threatening him. However, it must be noted that the drop rate has indeed diminished. This is a consequence of the rising world level. The so-called world level was mentioned by the group leader just the night before. The levels and drop rates of mutated creatures will increase in accordance with the average player level. This is quite natural. Otherwise, by the time he reaches level 10, if there were still first-level zombies scattered everywhere, anyone could endlessly farm materials without effort. Stepping out of the vehicle, a wave of scorching wind greeted him. Goodness, it is truly sweltering. In such an environment, an ordinary person would suffer from dehydration and heat stroke after just half an hour under the sun. Although Lin Qing's body has evolved, he likely cannot endure for too long either. He hurriedly summoned his motorcycle, directing the vehicle's air conditioning towards his face. This provided him with some relief. First, he needed to gather materials. He set aside all supplies. Riding his motorcycle, Lin Qing began to navigate the streets. Streetlights, signposts, glass windows, everything was uprooted by him. Once there were no more collectible resources on the streets, Lin Qing ventured into various rooms, fervently collecting. The establishments in the town were largely similar: supermarkets, restaurants, shopping malls, and so forth. However, this time, there was an additional gem where Lin Qing found a wealth of metal. In a whirlwind of activity, within just half an hour, Lin Qing had thoroughly scavenged these rooms. Metal, 3, 230,000 pounds. Plastic, 4, 104,000 pounds. Glass, 5, 0,003,000 pounds. Rubber, 5, 305,000 pounds. Metal coins, 860,300 pieces, detected that materials have reached upgrade standards. Would you like to upgrade? Finally, it is sufficient. Chapter 24, Truck Upgrade. The instant Lin Qing issued the command, the motorcycle vanished as well. During the upgrade, even if removed, the vehicle's functionalities were rendered inoperative. Given the current environment, it was prudent to store everything within the system space. Upgrade duration, 30 minutes. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qing made his way to a supermarket he had previously passed. Inside, he found a refrigerator that dispensed a refreshing chill upon opening. He navigated the familiar aisles with ease, retrieving a bottle of icy water and consuming it in one swift motion. Ah, what bliss! Sighing contentedly, he leaned against the refrigerator door, now awaiting the completion of his upgrade. With a level 3 truck enhanced by a purple module, he could only imagine the formidable power that awaited him. He activated the light screen, observing that several members of his small group were currently suffering under the relentless sun. Fortunately, Lin Qing's icy water had alleviated their discomfort considerably. In contrast, the larger group was in a dire state, their numbers dwindling further. Overwhelmed by heat, blinding light, In dizziness, many had lost the strength to speak. It was the perfect moment to earn some metal coins, as the fusion of the purple module required a substantial amount. Glancing back at the refrigerator, he noted the abundance of chilled water and beverages within. Though not frozen, they served as excellent remedies against the heat. And he knew they would be in high demand. Before proceeding, he indulged in his mischievous tendencies. He summoned the truck outside and retrieved a large cola cup along with a block of ice from a bottle of chilled mineral water. Using a knife, he carefully sliced the water bottle open to extract the ice, then popped open a bottle of cola and poured it all into the cup. The effervescence bubbled up, emanating a refreshing aura even without tasting it. He then accessed the chat group, sending a message. Sanqing, it's truly scorching today, with an accompanying image. As soon as the message was sent, the group erupted in excitement. Iced cola? My goodness, is Sanqing God on vacation? Pure girl, whatever you're doing, please take me with you. Bring on the big sister, I'm desperate for cola. Not one to keep them in suspense, Lin Qing, witnessing the growing enthusiasm, shared a picture of the refrigerator. Selling for 20 metal coins, 1 bottle per person. First come, first served, with an accompanying image. Those who had previously envied him found their eyes turning red upon seeing the image. I want a bottle of cola. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Fool, cola will only make you thirstier. I need iced water. No wonder it's so extravagant. Sanqing God must have found a refrigerator. I want a bottle. Damn you, Director Su, I want one too. You dog, Director Su, I want one as well. Peering at the screen, Director Su, who was having a new member assist him in purchasing iced water, turned green with envy. He had been trying to maintain a low profile, yet someone still dared to insult him. In truth, the group had a complex relationship with Lin Qing, filled with both admiration and resentment. They despised his daily provocations, yet they recognized that after his antics, he would offer some supplies for sale. Thus, this wave of animosity was directed towards Director Su. Before long, the water in the refrigerator was entirely depleted. The metallic coins amounted to 1,050. This was indeed gratifying. The direct sales on-site spared the effort of transportation. Lin Qing surveyed the other supplies in the supermarket and engaged in further sales, instant noodles, bread, self-heating hot pot, along with various snacks. However, such food items had become increasingly difficult to sell. Those who had managed to survive had adapted to the ways of existence in this apocalyptic era. While food was scarce, it no longer left them in a state of relentless hunger. Moreover, Lin Qing was not the only one vending supplies. Others with abundant resources were also selling. Ultimately, only a little over 100 metallic coins were sold, and no further inquiries were made. The metallic coin total stood at 1,600. The required 300 coins for upgrading had already been deducted, leaving a surplus even after considering the fusion of the purple module. For the time being, financial concerns were alleviated. Have you encountered the Crimson Flame Beast? Not yet, and I hope we don't. I have, but only from a distance. I saw them engaged in combat with a small team of over 10 individuals. That is all I know. Are they from that new organization? Are they still recruiting? I no longer wish to be a lone wolf. Neither do I, but I prefer not to join a large organization. Just a few people will suffice. As long as we don't betray one another. The conversation among the group shifted as they silenced their screens, waiting in quiet anticipation. Suddenly, Lin Qing sensed an intense heat emanating from outside the door. Peering out, he beheld a monstrous creature that had somehow arrived at the supermarket entrance. This beast bore a striking resemblance to a lion, yet its body was encased in armor akin to molten lava, with eyes glowing a fierce crimson and a tail resembling a whip. Crimson Flame Beast LV-1, a special mutated creature existing in the extreme weather of the equatorial inferno. Its rocky armor grants it formidable defense, radiating a searing aura with a surface temperature exceeding 70 degrees Celsius. Prolonged close contact may result in burns. Had he struck gold? Lin Qing was initially taken aback, then elated. Since he learned of the Crimson Flame Beast's existence, it had been on his mind. He never expected to encounter it so soon. Outside, the beast had evidently sensed Lin Qing as well. Locking eyes, the creature let out a roar reminiscent of a lion's and charged forward. Lin Qing opted not to summon the truck. There was no need to interrupt his imminent upgrade for a level 1 beast, as it would waste precious time. With his combat prowess, failing to subdue a level 1 mutated creature would render his efforts futile. With a flash of brilliance in his hands, he wielded a large pineapple in his left hand and an AK in his right. He unleashed a concentrated barrage. The AK's high bullet damage and the machine gun's suppressive power were formidable. Presently, Lin Qing could effortlessly manage the recoil with one hand. The dual-wielding onslaught resembled a small, armed battalion. A torrential downpour of bullets erupted, relentlessly targeting the charging Crimson Flame Beast. With a resounding roar, a cloud of blood mist erupted from the creature's body. In but a fleeting moment, the fierce crimson flame beast transformed into a state of sheer terror. Collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Its unarmored body could scarcely withstand any bullets. Lin Qing fired again, targeting the rocky armor enveloping its surface. The 5.56 caliber round successfully penetrated the armor, while the 7.62 caliber bullets fractured it with ease. Its defenses were indeed formidable. Lin Qing understood that this was merely a level 1 crimson flame beast, and he did not underestimate this mutated creature. He holstered his twin pistols. With no treasure chest materializing, he paid no further heed to the carcass of the beast. A solitary level 1 crimson flame beast posed little threat. He resumed his vigil. After a span of approximately 10 minutes, an unsettling sensation washed over him. The ambient temperature seemed to soar, surpassing even the heat when the crimson flame beast had first appeared. Concurrently, a cacophony of footsteps erupted outside, loud and unmistakably non-human. The sounds were driven by intent, evidently converging towards his location. Realization dawned upon Lin Qing. Soon after, a dozen crimson flame beasts emerged at the entrance of the supermarket. Among them, one beast stood significantly larger, exuding an air of authority. Crimson Flame Beast LV2, its rocky armor covers the majority of its body, with a surface temperature exceeding 90 degrees. Serving as the leader of a small pack of beasts. Encountering a horde of beasts at such close proximity, even with dual pistols in hand, the danger escalated exponentially. Yet, Lin Qing's demeanor remained remarkably composed. At this juncture, he felt no need for firearms. A roar erupted from the Beast King, prompting all the Crimson Flame Beasts to spring into action, their four legs propelling them into the relatively confined supermarket. Death, peril, and a searing heat permeated the air as these ferocious beasts loomed, poised to rend Lin Qing's form asunder. Vehicle upgrade complete. At that moment, the system's alert chimed. A smirk graced Lin Qing's lips as he issued a mental command. Summon. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion resonated through the town. The walls and roof of the supermarket were violently breached by a steel behemoth from within. An avalanche of debris and the bodies of the Crimson Flame beasts erupted forth amidst the billowing dust. A colossal truck, gleaming with metallic luster, surged into view, its engine roaring with primal ferocity. Chapter 25, the terrifying metal-heavy artillery with the auxiliary vehicle function activated. Lin Qing was able to retract the vehicle into the system's spatial realm. He had contemplated such an offensive strategy. This sudden appearance of a truck, even in an open-air setting, could serve as an ephemeral iron wall, delivering a devastating blow to the rapidly approaching mutated creatures. The impact in an enclosed environment was even more pronounced, as the compression between the walls and the vehicle ensued. In the blink of an eye, 9/10 of these blazing beasts perished, while the remaining few lay grievously injured and incapacitated, including the Beast King. Lin Qing disembarked from the vehicle to deliver finishing shots. The defense of the level 2 blazing beast surpassed that of level 1, with greater rock armor and enhanced protection. Upon testing, he found the composite defense still inferior to that of the previously encountered armored centipede, though the armor plating was comparable. The continuous fire of the 5.56 caliber could still penetrate effectively. This was to be expected, considering the collective effect of the blazing beasts and their formidable close combat thermal assaults. Kill the blazing beast. Obtained white treasure chest. Exclusive. X2. The Beast King ultimately yielded no blue treasure chest, only a white one. The remainder combined to produce but one. Nowadays, level 1 mutated creatures were becoming increasingly devalued. Lin Qing shook his head and maneuvered the vehicle to a clear area. He then examined the upgraded panel. Muscle Truck Modified Version. LV3. Maximum speed. 225 km/h. Unloaded. Energy storage. 3,000 units. Fuel consumption. 150 units per 100 kilometers. Unloaded. Energy absorption rate. 200 units per hour. Vehicle performance enhancements. Increased weight. Hardness. Traction. Elevated chassis. Enhanced windshield. Golden skill. Infinite growth. Vehicle dimensions. Height 4.7 m. Length 18 m. Width 2.7 m. Weight 30 tons. Module capacity. 33,100. Acquired owner attribute points. 10. Next upgrade requirements. Metal. 50,000 kg. Plastic. 8,000 kg. Glass. 7,000 kg. Rubber. 10,000 kg. Metal currency. 1,000 coins. The augmentation and material requirements for upgrades were significantly elevated. The overall performance had once again been enhanced, considerably boosting Lin Qing's capabilities. However, this was not the end. Not only the attribute points but also the purple module could finally be merged. With a capacity of 100 modules, it was more than sufficient. Lin Qing brimmed with anticipation as he initiated the module fusion. Fusion successful. Above the vehicle's front, The metallic sheen began to gleam. A cannon barrel crystallized into existence too. 5 meters in length with a 120mm caliber, mounted on a fixed, yet rotatable chassis. The entire cannon bore a dark gray coating, adorned with numerous enigmatic inscriptions reminiscent of those encountered previously in the military factory. Metal-heavy artillery. Charge for 3 seconds to fire a shell, the longer the charge. The greater the shell's power, with a maximum charge of 10 seconds, consuming an energy source of 3,000 energy units. It appeared this truck was perfectly tailored for its newfound purpose. Even at this moment, the truck may not necessarily achieve the maximum energy output of a metallic cannon. With eager anticipation, Sanqing commenced his experiment. He directed the cannon towards a 3-story building situated a kilometer away and issued the command to fire. Instantly, the entire truck emitted a slight tremor. The mysterious inscriptions on the cannon began to glow progressively with the infusion of energy. Visible ripples undulated from the cannon's muzzle. Charging 10, charging 20. The system's notifications chimed. Sanqing remained unfazed until the charging reached 50%, at which point he unleashed a shot. A sphere of black energy erupted from the cannon's mouth. The force was so tremendous that the entire vehicle shook violently. In the next moment, a deafening explosion resonated, and a palpable shockwave radiated from the epicenter of the blast, unleashing a ferocious whirlwind that swept through the town, scattering dust and debris. The 3-story building was reduced to rubble in an instant, with surrounding structures suffering extensive damage, leaving them in ruins. What exhilaration! Sanqing's face was alight with excitement. This shot consumed 1,500 units of energy, and he was immensely satisfied with the destructive power it unleashed. One could only imagine the terrifying potency of a maximum charge of 3,000 units. As he caressed the steering wheel, he glanced at the truck's body. Aside from its increased size, the front spikes had grown thicker and longer, now measuring 13 centimeters. Furthermore, the enhancements to various modules had improved to some extent. This was the initial fusion, and now, with the elevation of the vehicle's rank, the efficacy of the modules had evidently transformed. Sanqing mused inwardly. Of course, this upgrade also granted him 10 attribute points. He continued to focus on strength, allocating 8 points to it, while the remainder ensured that his mental acuity and speed reached 10, thus surpassing human limitations. The enhancement of his physical prowess imparted an almost ethereal lightness to Sanqing. What seemed to be an unremarkable physique now harbored formidable strength. Strength, 16 speed, 10 mental acuity, 10 the elevation of his mental capacity did not manifest any overt characteristics. Sanqing merely sensed an overall improvement in his state, his eyes gleaming with vitality and his concentration sharply heightened. With a strength score of 16, he possessed nearly 2,000 pounds of thrust, allowing him, in moments of urgency, to contend with level 1 mutated creatures with ease. Though he had not tested his speed, it likely mirrored the claims of the long-haired man. 5 seconds for 100 meters. Having garnered insights into his own capabilities, he proceeded to open the boxes. He first unsealed the 5 white treasure chests from before, acquiring 2 modules, hard body and spikes. The hard body fusion still occupied only 1 slot of module capacity. Yet it cost Sanqing an additional 50 metal coins. Remarkably, it ascended to blue quality. The color of the hard mold on the vehicle deepened significantly. As for the spikes, they reached level 4, and with 1 more upgrade, they would also attain blue quality. With such a vehicle, even a level 3 mutated creature would either perish or be left severely damaged upon collision. The transition from the white module to the blue module does not account for the inherent quantity. The consumption of metal coins is nearly double compared to directly fusing a blue module, Sanqing remarked. However, he currently possessed a substantial amount of metal coins, so he felt no concern. He pondered what treasures the Crimson Flame Beast's treasure chest might yield. Sanqing proceeded to open the chest. Thermal kettle automatically heats. Sanqing was taken aback. Refresh. Insulated water bottle? A thermos? Lighter, Sanqing found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that any treasure chest could yield trifles. The group leader's assertion held merit. There was indeed a correlation with heat and fire. Naturally, these rewards might hold some utility for others, but they bore no significance for Sanqing. Acquired insulation module, white. Applying a layer of insulation to the vehicle can effectively reduce the internal temperature by 10. This was the module obtained after 7 refreshes. Finally, a module had appeared. Sanqing chose to keep it. Although it was not a combat module, it would prove essential for his rest in the vehicle at night. Module capacity, 86,100. Upon opening the second treasure chest, Sanqing discovered a set of insulated clothing. At first glance, it appeared to be a leather outfit. Yet it could insulate against 60% of temperature. Could it be made from the hide of the Crimson Flame Beast? Sanqing mused, subsequently donning the attire. Thus, Within his vehicle, he was no longer subjected to the oppressive heat brought on by extreme weather. With the temperature issue resolved, he now had a level 3 truck paired with a metal-heavy cannon. All that remained was the Crimson Flame Beast. After reaching level 3, his vehicle's operational time had extended to 4 hours. However, he disregarded the small town, not wishing to squander time. He had already collected the vital resources from the town, and the remaining trifles lacked significant upgrade materials or treasure chests. It was far more prudent to seek out the Crimson Flame Beast. With his power once again on the rise, he felt restless unless he could locate several beast packs to unleash a barrage. Chapter 26. The hunt begins. The gentle strains of music filled the air as Linqing sat comfortably in his car, cradling a chilled glass of water. Although he found solace in this moment, the vast, desolate wilderness that surrounded him stirred a sense of helplessness within. Over an hour had passed without a glimpse of any prey. The scarcity of the Crimson Flame Beasts was disheartening. Mixed up. Damn it, after all that effort, I managed to slay a level 2 Crimson Flame Beast. Guess what I obtained? What the hell, a lighter. Opening the holographic screen, Linqing noticed that someone in their group had just acquired a treasure chest. Curiosity piqued, he delved into the discussion. Mixed up, seriously? Are you screen peeking? It's indeed a lighter, a windproof one. Coconut juice. Haha, worth a mere $2? Linqing chuckled as he too had once stumbled upon such a trinket. Mixed up. Who else has had any luck? What is Sanqing up to? I just saw him selling something. Did he strike treasure? Scaredy cat. I advise against asking him. You might end up in tears. Mixed up. What is that supposed to mean? Is Sanqing also a lucky charm? Luck can be quite unpredictable, after all. Truck driver Shaoli. I've lost my luck. I've slain several level 1 Crimson Flame Beasts and haven't seen a single treasure chest. What the hell? Chingo, are you there? I'm absolutely parched. My tongue is ready. Contemplating for a moment, Linqing snapped a selfie, showcasing his attire. I've opened 2 treasure chests, acquiring an insulated suit and a heat-resistant module, which I've fused together, attached image. What the hell? No way. Mixed up. Truck driver Shaoli. Coconut juice. Phone S out of juice. Damn. I thought Shaoli was invincible, but it seems there is someone even bolder. Mixed up. Are those really from 2 treasure chests? What does that make my lighter? Coconut juice. Sanqing, dear brother, it's sweltering here. Could you help me cool down? I'll pay you. A wave of discontent surged through the group. Envy palpable. Linqing smirked slightly. Cultivating an identity as a fortunate soul wasn't a bad idea. In future encounters, his prowess would attract less suspicion. Revealing his golden tier truck wasn't out of the question, but showcasing it openly served little purpose. Better to keep it as a trump card. Suddenly, Linqing's expression shifted. In the distance, he discerned the unmistakable roars of beasts, reminiscent of the Crimson Flame Beasts he had pursued before, and there seemed to be quite a number of them. Finally, an encounter. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, and disregarding the group's banter, he accelerated his vehicle. Ahead, he spotted a cluster of 2 or 3 houses linked together, resembling a temporary outpost in this forsaken land. This otherwise unremarkable, barren terrain now bore witness to dozens of Crimson Flame Beasts prowling menacingly, their bloodthirsty roars echoing ominously. Amidst the throng of beasts, 7 vehicles were desperately attempting to break free, yet the overwhelming numbers of the Crimson Flame Beasts rendered all struggles futile. The beast horde is formidable. My vehicle is on the verge of breaking down. Within the small group of 7, one individual hastily sent a message to communicate. I feel the same. What should we do? Am I truly destined to perish here? Damn it. If I must die, I shall take a few beasts with me. Everyone was consumed by anxiety. Who could have anticipated that on the very first day of extreme weather, we would find ourselves in such a dire predicament? Among them, a middle-aged man gripped the steering wheel tightly, repelling the onslaught of the blazing beasts. His honest and benevolent face fluctuated between expressions, as if he were wrestling with some inner conflict. Ultimately, he took a deep breath and transmitted a message. Everyone, remain calm. Listen to me. As the leader of the group, his words brought an immediate hush over the others. It seemed unlikely that escape was still possible. I reside in the Qingshui city of East Mountain Province, Huagua, and my neighborhood is. Please tell my family that I love them dearly, and if possible, leave some wealth for them. It was as if he were delivering his last words. Li Gu, what do you mean by that? This is a critical moment. You cannot abandon hope. Someone quickly interjected. If even the leader had succumbed to despair, the morale of the others would surely plummet further. Indeed, Li Gu, we are merely expressing our thoughts. There may still be a glimmer of hope. The middle-aged man shook his head. It is impossible. There are too many blazing beasts. At least 10 of the second-tier ones, and a third-tier beast has yet to reveal itself. He continued, I will initiate the self-destruct mechanism of the vehicle. If successful, it may create an opening. You must rush out with all haste. Li Gu, A tremor of fear coursed through the group. Although they had only known each other for 3 days and hailed from various corners of the world, they held Li Gu in high regard. They had always perceived him as magnanimous. They never imagined he would consider such a sacrifice. Li Gu, do not speak of such things. Take care of your own family. Let me handle the explosion. I am an orphan, with no kin. Better to perish early and be reborn. A gaunt young man, appearing somewhat malnourished, spoke up. Another man, nearing 50, shook his head. Xiao Su is still young. Let me take this on. Who says that in the apocalypse only villains exist? It is a privilege to know you all. Leave this to me. Enough of this nonsense. If we must go, let us go together. The middle-aged man insisted. There is no time left. Prepare yourselves. With that, a fierce expression crossed his face as he activated the self-destruct mechanism. Suddenly, his vehicle erupted in brilliant light. This radiance transformed from dim to blinding, as if striving to tear apart the darkness of the end times. Li Gu. Panic ensued. Someone's face flushed red, but they understood that it was already futile to intervene, a wave of helplessness sweeping over them. Suddenly, the emaciated young man noticed something and quickly sent out a message. Li Gu, stop. Someone is coming. The middle-aged man's countenance shifted dramatically as he hastily aborted the self-destruct sequence. Turning to look, at the end of the road, a motorcycle was racing toward them. A motorcycle? This is it. That person will perish too. Where's the horn? Shout out to warn him not to come closer. Upon sighting the motorcycle, the flicker of hope within the crowd was abruptly extinguished. Yet, this also afforded them a moment of respite. A considerable number of the Crimson Flame Beasts had redirected their attention towards the motorcycle. The newcomer was none other than Lin Qing, clad in a leather jacket and sporting sunglasses. The air conditioning from the dashboard, coupled with the rushing wind, caressed his face. His velocity transformed him into a mere shadow beneath the blazing sun. Is there really so many? Lin Qing exclaimed, his excitement mounting as he drew nearer. From a considerable distance, he had discerned the dire situation at hand. It was uncertain whether those encircled were foes or allies. He was incapable of obliterating them all with a single strike. Thus, he opted for the motorcycle. Friends in the distance, do not approach. There are level 3 Crimson Flame Beasts here. If you wish to assist, merely divert a few of them. Our Peace Squad would be immensely grateful. As he covered a few hundred meters, Lin Qing caught the sound of amplified shouts through a loudspeaker. Clearly, the opposing party held little faith in his capabilities. However, the mere act of issuing such a warning reassured Lin Qing that his decision to switch vehicles was not in vain. Level 3 Crimson Flame Beasts. His pupils dilated. An exhilaration surged within him. This time, it's a fortunate turn of events. Let us move quickly. Do not approach. The members of the Peace Squad shouted urgently, while several Crimson Flame Beasts began to divert their course, charging towards Lin Qing. Chapter 27. The terrifying power. Lin Qing's expression remained unchanged as he released the grip and switched to autopilot. A flash of brilliance illuminated his hands, revealing the devastating weapons. Destruction and annihilation. Both firearms possessed a rapid-fire capability, and Lin Qing's fingers decisively pressed down on the triggers. A torrent of bullets erupted from the gun barrels, accompanied by fierce flames. In an instant, a deluge of projectiles accurately struck a charging inferno beast. Blood erupted from the bodies of the dozen or so beasts as they tumbled to the ground. What the hell? Is this a gun? The sound of machine gunfire caused disbelief to wash over them, their faces a mix of astonishment. Ignoring the inferno beast before them, they all turned to gaze at the man wielding dual pistols, unleashing a frenzied barrage. Instantly, their pupils dilated, and their throats tightened involuntarily. Then, elation swept through them. Is that a light machine gun? Who is this person? This is incredible! Ha ha ha, we are saved. In that moment, some were so overwhelmed with emotion that tears streamed down their faces, reigniting their hope. The onslaught of bullets revealed the terrifying prowess of the big pineapple for the first time. From several hundred meters away, it suppressed the small beast horde, preventing them from advancing. The AK fired with precision, penetrating the rocky armor of the inferno beasts and inflicting substantial damage. After just 2 magazines, the charging inferno beasts fell silent. Acquired a white treasure chest, exclusive. The inferno beasts abandoned the peace team entirely, all hurtling toward Lin Qing. Even the level 3 inferno beast, which had been observing from a distance, roared in fury and joined the fray. Its form resembled a stallion. Towering and more imposing than the level 2 beasts, its body clad in molten armor, exuding a fierce, scorching wind as it moved. Its speed surpassed 150 yards, closing the distance to Lin Qing in an instant. This is bad. The level 3 inferno beast has made its move. With a light machine gun, it should be manageable, right? Not necessarily. The level 3 inferno beast boasts superior rocky armor covering 90 of its body, leaving only its underbelly vulnerable. Should it close the distance, the consequences would be dire. The members of the peace team felt a tightening in their hearts, anxiously sweating for Lin Qing. At that moment, their expressions froze. The man on the motorcycle, clad in leather, holstered his dual pistols and coldly retrieved a dark, ominous cannon. A round was loaded into the barrel, aimed directly at the level 3 Inferno beast. RPG? A military enthusiast among them gasped internally. In the next moment, flames belched from the muzzle, and the projectile shot forth. It struck the level 3 Inferno beast squarely. A deafening explosion reverberated through the air, and a massive fireball erupted, scattering countless shrapnel pieces along with the beast's flesh in a chaotic spray. Nearby level 2 Inferno beasts were caught in the blast, meeting their end from the lethal fragments. Upon vanquishing the level 3 Crimson Flame beast, Lin Qing was rewarded with a blue treasure chest, while the defeat of a level 2 beast yielded a white one, marking a significant moment of triumph. His face radiated excitement, although he had not employed the metal-heavy artillery. The RPG's formidable power was sufficient to obliterate the level 3 beast into mere remnants. Lin Qing swiftly exchanged weapons, realizing that there was no need to squander RPG ammunition on the remaining beasts, with the formidable big pineapple left unused. A solitary AK was ample to dispatch the remaining foes, who were now left dazed by the overwhelming firepower. The once ferocious creatures, stripped of their menace, turned tail and fled. But flee they could not. With a raised eyebrow, Lin Qing accelerated on his motorcycle, perceiving the Crimson Flame beasts as nothing more than hastily retreating treasure chests. The upgraded motorcycle, capable of reaching speeds up to 250 kilometers per hour, ensured that even the level 3 beast stood no chance of escape. With a twist of the throttle, he pursued, executing precise shots one after another, until the battlefield was devoid of any remaining beasts. Having secured the area, Lin Qing sheathed his weapon and began collecting the fallen treasure chests. Meanwhile, the members of the peace squad, seemingly in deliberation or hesitation, ultimately chose to drive towards him. Lin Qing's gaze hardened as he readied his weapon, causing their vehicle to halt abruptly. 7 individuals disembarked, devoid of protective gear, drenched in sweat, and looking utterly disheveled from the heat and the ordeal they had just survived. Yet, their faces bore expressions of gratitude and reverence. "Are you not leaving?" Lin Qing noted their lack of weaponry and, recalling their earlier behavior, lowered his hostility. "Greetings. We wish to express our gratitude," ventured a middle-aged man hesitantly, his tone sincere. "Is that so?" Lin Qing mused, bemused by their audacity to approach rather than flee in the presence of a formidable and enigmatic figure. It was a rarity in this apocalyptic world to encounter such courtesy. There's no need for that. It was merely a matter of convenience, he replied dismissively. "Nonetheless, we must thank you. You saved us, and we shall forever remember your kindness. I am Li Shou, recently promoted to level 2 and the captain of the peace squad. The others are my team members, all between levels 1 and 2. Li Shou appeared earnest, his speech measured, yet his internal astonishment was palpable. The others shared his sentiment. Having finally taken in Lin Qing's appearance, they had anticipated a robust figure, but were instead met with a youthful, strikingly handsome individual clad in pristine attire and sunglasses, entirely incongruous with the harsh realities of survival in this dystopian landscape. Indeed, how could someone like him possibly struggle to survive? The group swallowed hard, their impressions of Lin Qing's earlier lethal prowess indelibly etched in their minds. Yet they found themselves perplexed by the sheer accumulation of weaponry in the hands of a single individual. Lin Qing, equally taken aback, noted their remarkable politeness and the commendable camaraderie within their ranks. This caused him to regard the situation with a heightened sense of importance. However, admiration aside, resources were not something to be relinquished. "The treasure chest belongs entirely to me. Nothing else matters," Lin Qing asserted. "Naturally, may I inquire your name?" "Motorcycle Xiao Lin," came the reply. The crowd instinctively thought of Xiao Wang and Xiao Li. "Mr. Lin, we are truly grateful to you. Without your intervention, we would likely have suffered significant casualties," Li Shou expressed with heartfelt appreciation. "We have discussed it, and in the future, should any matters arise, you may reach out to our peace team at any time." Lin Qing smiled and responded, "Certainly, I hope you all continue to survive. And you as well. Let us walk out of this apocalypse together." Li Shou nodded emphatically. He added, "However, if you do not mind, you could also join the peace team, and you would become the captain." "Dream on," Lin Qing retorted, eliciting a collective silence from the crowd. After tidying up, Lin Qing mounted his motorcycle, preparing to depart. The heat was unbearable, and rather than engage in idle chatter with these individuals, it would be wiser to return to the truck sooner. "By the way, you all appear rather impoverished. I recently cleared out a small town and did not take much in terms of supplies. If you are interested, you may go there," Lin Qing said as he rode a short distance before turning back to speak. "What? Such a thing exists? My goodness, this could lead to prosperity." The crowd was suddenly filled with excitement. Li Shou expressed his gratitude once more. Thank you so much. The previous town still has plenty of food and daily necessities. Although Lin Qing looked down upon it, to the peace team, it was indeed a blessing. After spending a metal coin, he manifested the coordinates as a glowing orb and casually tossed it over. Upon receiving the coordinates, Li Shou and his companions were nearly in tears, overwhelmed with joy. They exchanged glances, seemingly hesitant about something. Finally, Li Shou tentatively inquired, Mr. Lin, do you also require upgrade materials? Chapter 28. The fiery jet. Lin Qing felt a sense of bewilderment, unable to comprehend why Li Shou had suddenly made such a statement. He retorted, nonsense. Who isn't in need? The materials required for upgrading a level 3 truck were exceedingly numerous, and the module's capacity would soon be depleted once more. Materials would always remain a vital resource for him. Li Shou chuckled awkwardly and said, Mr. Lin, we previously passed by a steel factory, which should be rich in resources. However, we refrained from entering, as the description indicated it was a disaster zone, fraught with peril. If you are interested, I can send you the coordinates. Upon hearing steel factory, Lin Qing's demeanor shifted, and he scrutinized the group intently. Noticing this, Li Shou hurriedly clarified, we lack the strength to venture there ourselves. But I believe you possess considerable power and might find it intriguing. Consider it a token of gratitude for your assistance in rescuing us. Lin Qing pondered the truth of his words. While one must remain vigilant against deceit, he found the impression these individuals left on him to be rather favorable. Most importantly, he did not perceive their capability or motivation to ensnare him. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement. Very well, please send it to me. I hope you speak the truth. Absolutely. Absolutely, Li Shou replied, nodding earnestly. With the coordinates in hand, Lin Qing glanced at the name. Hope Steel Factory. Distance, 5,000 kilometers. The name was unproblematic, though the distance would likely only be attainable after the trials of the Equatorial Inferno. It was a matter of several days hence. This was indeed an unexpected gain. Lin Qing's spirits lifted, and he departed the scene. Observing Lin Qing's retreating figure, the others approached. Li Gu, who exactly is this person? He's incredibly formidable. Undoubtedly a significant figure. Could he be the leader of another organization? Any organization would be hard-pressed to match his combat prowess, regardless of his identity. We must remember this favor. With this esteemed ally's assistance, our future surely brightens. The apocalypse is but a trifling matter. The future of our peace squad remains promising. Li Shou chuckled in agreement. Let us hurry and see. Perhaps we'll stumble upon some beer to celebrate. As they resumed their journey in the truck, Lin Qing relished the dual air conditioning, dispelling all discomfort. The peace squad was merely a transient encounter, yet they had undeniably earned his respect, far surpassing the likes of Director Su and the long-haired man. Such individuals might seem somewhat foolish, yet their naivety was endearing. Thus, Lin Qing decided to bestow upon them some surplus resources. Had it been anyone else, they would not have received such a privilege. Furthermore, if the coordinates to the steel factory proved legitimate, it could yield immense rewards for him. It was time for the loot opening segment, and this time, the haul was indeed substantial. 3 white chests and 1 blue chest were procured. In previous openings, Lin Qing had spotted several commendable items but had refrained from taking them. Now, he could rectify that oversight. White chest, exclusive, opened successfully. Acquired 1 pound of Qian beast flesh. Consumption grants a permanent slight increase in fire resistance. Did this truly come to fruition? This was one of Lin Qing's aspirations. Without much contemplation, he decided to keep it. Previously, the flesh of the flamehorn sheep had not provided him with significant enhancements, at least not reflected in his attribute panel. Yet, any gain is better than none. He opened the second treasure chest. Rock armor module. White generates partial rock armor, enhancing defense and exhibiting strong resistance to flames and heat. This time, luck was truly on his side. Lin Qing was quite tempted and decided to retain the module. Upon opening the third chest, he obtained another portion of flesh. The lamb meat from before had been entirely consumed in a hot pot, so this would suffice for a while. With the white chests opened, it was finally time for the blue treasure chest. He wondered what rewards it might hold. Opening successful. Thermal blower. Lin Qing's lips curled slightly. He couldn't fathom the expressions of other players who fought valiantly to acquire a blue treasure chest only to unveil a hairdryer. However, thinking of the slacker group leader provided him with a vague understanding. Refresh. Acquired white reward. Thermal suit. This item, if sold, could fetch at least 100 metallic coins. Nevertheless, Lin Qing chose not to dwell on it, preferring to assess the blue rewards first. Third refresh. Fourth refresh. Soon enough, he reached the 10th guaranteed refresh. Acquired blue reward. Flame jet module. Consumes energy to propel firepower, significantly increasing vehicle speed while also greatly depleting the energy source. A speed-oriented module? Lin Qing's eyes brightened. His truck boasted unparalleled defense, yet its speed was not necessarily impressive. For instance, the F1 racing car he initially drew had a base speed of 450 kilometers per hour. This suggested that his current speed might lag behind many players. With this skill-imbued speed module, that shortcoming would undoubtedly be rectified. Lin Qing proceeded with the fusion. Behind the truck, a pair of jet nozzles, each 30 centimeters in diameter, emerged. Module capacity, 92-100, it was nearing full capacity again. Lin Qing sighed softly. He had transitioned from lacking modules to lacking materials. Once the extreme weather subsided, he estimated he would reach the steel factory. Coming back to his senses, Lin Qing tested the module's effects. He first accelerated the truck to its maximum speed. The heavy truck surged along the road at nearly 220 kilometers per hour. Subsequently, he activated the flame jet. Instantly, he felt a powerful thrust propelling him forward. The needle on the dashboard skyrocketed to over 300. His speed had increased by a third. Incredible! Lin Qing shouted in exhilaration. This surge made every cell in his body feel electrified. Of course, such a price was not insignificant, as his energy source was visibly depleting. Wait a minute. Lin Qing quickly brought the truck to a halt. In just 1 minute, his energy had plummeted by 300 units. No wonder a blue module could offer such a boost. It consumed energy at an alarming rate. Lin Qing no longer indulged in wastefulness. The artillery fire he had previously unleashed had yet to be replenished. And now his remaining energy stood at a mere 700. Speed, after all, is power. And the terrifying combination of such velocity with the formidable tonnage of a truck promised a collision that would bring even a level 4 mutated creature to tears. After experiencing this, Lin Qing felt a sense of mastery and subsequently reduced his speed, opting instead for a motorcycle. Before long, he found himself enveloped in the sensation of impending traversal once more. Perhaps it was the weight of the vehicle that contributed to this feeling. The upgraded secondary vehicle boasted a maximum speed of 260. However, under the influence of the flamethrower, it achieved an astonishing velocity of 600 kilometers per hour in the blink of an eye. The acceleration was nearly doubled, and at that moment, Lin Qing truly grasped the meaning of speed akin to lightning. This was still in automatic mode. Were he to take control himself, the speed could soar even higher. As for energy consumption, it might seem extravagant for a motorcycle, drawing 300 energy units per minute. The energy source for a standard motorcycle, even at level 3, only amounts to around 300, sustaining it for merely 1 minute. Thus, this module presented a high-risk, high-reward scenario, despite its modest blue grade. However, Lin Qing's motorcycle was powered by truck energy. This explosive capability meant that if he relied solely on the motorcycle, he could sustain it for an impressive 10 minutes. Chapter 29. The emergence of relics. Casting a glance at the energy source, which barely exceeded 1500, Lin Qing decisively concluded his experiment. The motorcycle consumed energy at a terrifying rate when employing its flame-throwing capabilities. However, mine was powered by a truck energy source. Thus, even if others procured the same module, they could not match the duration of my acceleration, which was primarily utilized for explosive escapes. As night fell, the temperature gradually declined. Yet the environment remained exceedingly harsh for humankind. Vehicles refrained from starting after dark, as doing so would easily attract the attention of mutated creatures. The residual warmth of 30 degrees clung to my skin, and I was drenched in sweat and mud. Gazing at the now tiresome instant noodles and bread before me, I felt an utter lack of appetite. Meanwhile, Lin Qing indulged in a refreshing cold shower. Stepping out of the bathroom, he felt invigorated. This module had indeed been a wise choice. It was extraordinarily practical. With a sigh of satisfaction, Lin Qing began to prepare dinner. Before long, messages from his group reappeared on the screen. Sanqing, everyone, dinner is served. Northern cold noodles with ice. This is life in the apocalypse. Simple, yet fulfilling. My heavens. Sanqing can manage such a delightful meal, even in extreme weather. Sanqing, why not establish an organization? We will follow you. Brother Qing, starting tomorrow, I will help you find Director Su and deal with him. Please refrain from poisoning him, if you truly find him. I promise you a week's worth of meals on par with my own standards, but poisoning is out of the question. I will never cease my toxic endeavors. A week's meals? Leave this matter to me. Instantly, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was Director Su truly worth so much? Upon reading this, Director Su felt a chill run down his spine, drenched in cold sweat during this sweltering day. Am I being put on a bounty? Symbiotic Alliance. Sanqing. If you're interested, you may join our ranks. We offer the highest level of treatment. The God of Slaughter also welcomes you, Sanqing. Members from various organizations began to make their moves, and many were eager to befriend Lin Qing. However, he dismissed all offers without a second thought, nonchalantly shutting off the screen. Such organizations may speak eloquently, yet in reality, they are nothing more than vampires. Their essence mirrors that of a corporation. But the cruelty here is far more pronounced. If the livestock cannot labor, they may as well be deemed sustenance. Reclining on his bed, Sanqing activated the air conditioning and drifted into a sound slumber. The following morning, in the small group chat, the usually reticent Xiao Wang suddenly sent out a message, tagging everyone. Upon receiving the notification, Sanqing opened the screen. Bicycle Xiao Wang. Everyone, oh no. Something has happened. Oh no. Bro, you're stealing my lines. Just a mess. Don't digress. What's wrong, Xiao Wang? Bicycle Xiao Wang. Initially, I heeded Brother Han's advice and sought out a cave. To my astonishment, the cave center had been hollowed out, harboring at least 400 or 500 flame beasts within. Furthermore, there were structures, steps, and roads. It's practically a den of beasts. Just a mess. Impossible. How could there be so many? Could it be? Coward, the architecture. The roads. Did you encounter ruins? Everyone was taken aback. Even Sanqing's gaze sharpened. It had been previously stated that ruins are elusive and cannot be sought after, thus Sanqing had not given it much thought. After all, no matter how abundant the rewards, they are futile if one cannot find them. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wang had stumbled upon the ruins of the equatorial purgatory during his escape. Just finished. Is there anything besides the red flame beasts? Coward, what else did you see? Xiao Wang. Certainly, I also saw a gigantic beast-shaped statue, very similar to the red flame beasts. Upon hearing this, everyone reached a consensus. 500 red flame beasts constituted a large beast tide, and their congregation in one location must be related to the extreme weather ruins. Moreover, the architecture and beast-shaped statues further substantiated this notion. It must be ruins. Nice going, Xiao Wang. Quickly share the coordinates. The benefits will definitely be shared with you. Congratulations, you are today's MVP. The crowd was elated. Sanqing felt the same excitement. In such a vast world of the end, the locations encountered are entirely random, and the ruins could be hidden anywhere. Therefore, he had not been overly concerned with searching for ruins, focusing instead on hunting the red flame beasts. However, now that Xiao Wang had discovered the ruins, he would not let this opportunity slip by. Not to mention the so-called inheritance. Even the prospect of 200 red flame beasts was enough to exhilarate him. Of course, this depended on whether Xiao Wang was willing to disclose the location. Xiao Wang, let's set the benefits aside for now. In fact, I came seeking help. You don't know, this mountain's interior is not merely empty. It even has stairways, as if constructed by human hands. Initially, I did not encounter any red flame beasts. Otherwise, I certainly would not have dared to venture deeper. But when I entered an exceptionally large secret chamber, those red flame beasts suddenly appeared out of nowhere, surrounding me. Just finished, in the secret chamber? Is there a glowing array? Sanqing suddenly recalled the array encountered earlier in the military factory. The mysterious patterns and symbols bore no resemblance to any fonts used by modern nations. Xiao Wang. Yes, it radiated a crimson glow. And amidst the interplay of light and shadow, formed 4 recesses. I found a token in the secret chamber that matched the shape of the recesses. But as soon as I attempted to use it, I was surrounded by the red flame beasts. While they could not enter, I was also unable to escape. No treasure chest? Sanqing was somewhat surprised, observing the information and sensing that the so-called recesses resembled a mechanism. Indeed, the seer, just finished, soon provided an answer. Just finished. You must have entered the inheritance site of the equatorial ruins. The token is meant to activate the inheritance of the ruins. However, the foremost consideration for players regarding the inheritance is the surrounding red flame beasts. Only by clearing them can the inheritance be activated. Xiao Wang. Huh? I can barely handle a few level 1 red flame beasts. What sort of absurd matchmaking mechanism is this? Brother, this token is specifically designed for groups. 1 token permits the entry of 5 individuals. There are 4 tokens available, thus allowing a total of 20 individuals to access the inheritance space and undergo the trials. Of course, if you can endure for 2 days, both the equatorial abyss and the ruins will vanish, and you may still survive. Wait, I can't afford to wait. I just heard there are more people coming in from outside, and in considerable numbers. If they discover me, especially if a psychopath is among them, I am doomed. Please, come and rescue me. Are there truly others? It must be a newly formed organization. Quickly, send us your coordinates. We shall come at once. I will also join. Chapter 30. Legendary Profession. The members of the group were filled with anticipation. Young Wang quickly sent out the coordinates. Location, Equatorial Mountain, accompanied by varying distances. Upon viewing the distances, the initially excited crowd felt as if they had been doused with cold water. End of the world. Damn. This is too far. I have to cover 4,000 kilometers. Even if I sprint, I won't make it. My morale is shattered. The coward, humph. I'm not close either. 3,000 kilometers. I fear I won't catch up. It was evident that under such extreme weather conditions, the excessive heat on tires and engines would impair speed, rendering such distances unattainable. Truck driver Lee, why does everyone have different distances? Mine is quite far too. Wow, brother, it's different. I only need to travel 10 kilometers. I'll be there in no time. Young Wang, wow, brother, wow, come save me. Coconut full of juice. I'm also relatively close, just an hour's drive. Lin Qing glanced at the distance. Fortuitously, he only had 300 kilometers to go, which was entirely manageable. 3 Qing, I can make it too. Young Wang, wow. Qing brother, we're definitely good to go. Coconut full of juice. We'll meet so soon. Brother Qing. Wow, brother, with brother Qing here, I feel completely at ease. End of the world. With 3 Qing around, you might secure even more resources. Keep it up, although I feel a bit envious. Your strength brings me joy as the group leader. The coward, take a look at the large group. Others are sharing coordinates there too. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing opened the large group chat. Indeed, he saw that others had begun to mobilize. Ruins have appeared. I'm heading there now. The inheritance is mine. Everyone, don't let greed cloud your judgment. The ruins are exceedingly perilous, and now the major organizations are already en route. In the small group, end of the world, it seems the group battling the Crimson Flame Beast discovered an abundance of them. Hence the coordinates were shared. This is for the best. If the Crimson Flame Beasts aren't cleared out, the ruins will disappear along with the equatorial abyss. But do exercise caution. Lin Qing closed the group chat and entered the coordinates into his navigation system. The road remained unchanged, but with the coordinates, he was certain that the road would lead to his desired destination. To him, the number of people was inconsequential. The ruins were as good as his. Wow, brother, there are quite a few people here. I took a peek, and the 3 major organizations have arrived. Have you all made it? Being the closest, he was the first to arrive and had evidently surveyed the situation during this time. Coconut full of juice. I've arrived too. Where are you? Where has Brother Qing reached? Is Young Wang still alive? Young Wang, I'm still alive. Those folks are still battling the Crimson Flame Beasts for now. I'm safe, just waiting for you all. The group was gathering. Lin Qing had already donned his motorcycle gear and ridden to the mountain's base. He had received the new gathering point sent by Wow Brother. A few accelerations brought him to the vicinity. It was a flat expanse where 2 figures had already taken their stand. Brother Qing? Goodness, are you really a motorcycle carrying a refrigerator? Exclaimed a young man in his 20s, his expression one of sheer astonishment, clearly revealing his identity. Beside him stood a striking woman, her figure difficult to articulate, curvaceous and alluring, with cascading waves of hair framing her stunning features. Qing, why are you narrating? I'm on Earth, truly a high flyer. How can one describe me as frivolous? The young man said, bewildered. Upon seeing Lin Qing, he instantly recognized him, his surprise intensifying. The sight of a motorcycle supporting a refrigerator was both eye-catching and incongruous. A stark contrast to Lin Qing's prowess. However, the motorcycle's level indicated it indeed belonged to someone. Third Qing, you are quite bold with your words. Though I must admit you look quite dashing. How about living together with me in the future? The woman, Coco, remarked nonchalantly, her voice carrying a hint of allure as she appraised Lin Qing. Sister, that sounds wonderful, but could you accept my motorcycle? You could ride in my vehicle. Spacious enough to do as you please, Coco replied with a playful smile, exuding the air of a wealthy patron seeking to indulge a younger companion. Sister, if you say I can do as I wish, I might just take you up on that, Lin Qing teased back. Is there even a difference? Coco paused, momentarily confused. The young man, still stunned, gritted his teeth. Could you two be a bit more discreet? There is someone else present. Where are they? I can't see them. He felt a surge of emotion, reminiscent of his past when he was surrounded by admirers and spent lavishly, wondering how, upon entering this world of endings, he had become so insignificant. Indeed, it's impressive, Qing. By the way, with your insulated leather jacket and sunglasses, are you channeling a Terminator? The young man, upon noticing Lin Qing's youth, felt even more astonished, though his address remained unchanged, still loyal in his admiration. Have you ever seen a Terminator carrying a refrigerator? Lin Qing quipped, eliciting laughter from the group. Both individuals were undeniably extraordinary. Dressed impeccably even in extreme weather, they appeared far more capable than the previous group. After some brief pleasantries and introductions, it was revealed that the young man was at level 3, riding a blue-grade motorcycle. Due to his status as a seer, he had trained in combat and survival skills for 2 years in advance and had made considerable gains, utilizing several blue-grade modules, thus showcasing formidable strength. Coco's vehicle was a purple-grade large off-road vehicle, high off the ground and robust in character, yet only at level 2, still away from level 3. She had fewer modules than the young man, but was a former doctor capable of tending to injuries. Lin Qing indicated his motorcycle behind him as a testament to his own capabilities. The atmosphere shifted as the trio became serious. The young man, being the first to arrive and a seer, had a deeper understanding of the relics. Two types of resources were present, the Crimson Flame Beast and the relic's inheritance. There is no need to elaborate on the former, we simply need to eliminate it. As for the latter, we must locate Xiao Wang. And only then can we accept the inheritance. Lin Qing inquired about what precisely this inheritance entails. A vast array of resources, primarily automotive modules. However, if one surpasses additional layers of assessment, there exists the opportunity to obtain a purple treasure chest. More importantly, there are special class transfer certificates. Undoubtedly, this wealth is immense, captivating the hearts of the three individuals. Yet, the concept of professions was unfamiliar to Lin Qing and Coco, prompting their curiosity. After reaching level 5, players can select a profession, explained Brother Wichao. There are 5 foundational professions: warrior, psychic, mechanic, healer, and assassin. Their abilities are easily comprehensible. Simply immerse yourself in the game. Each profession possesses distinct talents. For instance, the warrior exhibits greater physical strength and combat prowess, while the mechanic, upon transitioning, can enhance the power of firearms. As you are aware, with the elevation of levels, common weapons, including firearms and ammunition, will inevitably become obsolete. If it were merely this, humanity's individual combat capabilities against high-level mutated creatures would be futile. Professions serve to bridge this gap. Although those who have transitioned cannot solely rely on themselves to combat mutated beings, they still possess a certain degree of survival capability. Lin Qing suddenly realized. He had previously contemplated that his formidable weapon might soon be outdated. Even acquiring some armor-piercing ammunition would likely be insufficient against higher-level mutated creatures. What could he rely on? That laughable attribute points? Even with a greater number of attribute points, he did not believe he could triumph in hand-to-hand combat against a mutated creature of equal level. He was no longer a novice. In terms of attributes, a mutated creature of the same level could surpass ordinary players by 310 times. Lin Qing was merely twice as potent as a blue-tier vehicle player. If firearms became obsolete, then even encountering a mutated creature outside his vehicle would render him defenseless. The survival prospects for others were even grimmer. Thus, professions hold great significance, determining an individual's combat prowess and potential, as well as their chances of survival. What then? Are special professions? Coco inquired. Special professions are entirely new classes evolved from the 5 foundational professions through the transfer certificates, boasting far greater strength than their base counterparts and posing a significant threat to mutated beings. As Brother Wichao spoke, his eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Moreover, among all special professions, those inherited from relics in extreme weather conditions are even more formidable. There is even a minuscule probability of obtaining a truly apex class, referred to as a legendary profession. Chapter 31. The community's warmth. Lin Qing's heart trembled at the mention of legendary professions. The mere thought ignited a profound interest within him. Certainly, the probability of obtaining such a profession was exceedingly low, and the number of legendary profession players behind Pingu was lamentably scant. Thus, securing even a relatively formidable special profession certificate would be a significant achievement. With a firm resolve, Wichao faced reality and set his sights on a clear goal. Meanwhile, Lin Qing's thoughts were entirely consumed by the allure of legendary professions. In the future, there would be ample opportunities to scavenge for resources and materials. And for both personal safety and a grander vision, he was determined to acquire a legendary profession. Coconut, too, felt a surge of excitement. Though she was acutely aware of the daunting challenges ahead, what awaited in the inheritance grounds remained shrouded in mystery, as each trial was unique. However, meeting a certain standard would yield rewards, including special professions, while the transfer certificate for legendary professions would only be bestowed upon those who achieved the highest evaluation. Participating and merely qualifying could grant rewards, with the tantalizing possibility of obtaining special or legendary professions. It was no wonder that the group leader and the timid members were on edge, realizing the vast distance that lay before them. Upon informing the two of the relics, Wichao Gu transformed into a scout, recounting the intelligence he had gathered from his earlier exploration. Upon entering the cave, I found the terrain to be labyrinthine, filled with various passages, all ultimately leading to a vast expanse populated by numerous scarlet flame beasts. Behind these beasts lies the secret chamber where the Little King resides. 2 newly formed top-tier factions have arrived, the Symbiosis Alliance and the Beast God Hall, led by the Moon Goddess from Sakura Country and the Wolf King from the West, both possessing purple-grade vehicles and boasting 4th-tier strength. How fortunate, Coconut scoffed, a flicker of disdain in her eyes. All derived from killing. Their organization members are mere tools for gathering materials, unlike me, who is steadfastly devoted to Brother Qing. Xiaogu chuckled, dismissing their actions. Currently, everyone's objective was to slay the Scarlet Flame beasts and seize the tokens, enveloped in chaos and peril. Once inside the cave, both humans and beasts would become adversaries. Undoubtedly, even if there was a temporary truce among humans, once the Scarlet Flame beasts were dealt with, both solitary players and the two major organizations would likely turn on each other. Even outside the relics, major organizations encountering solitary players might resort to violence and looting, let alone in the face of inheritance trials. Nevertheless, they remained unconcerned. No one would anticipate that a cunning player had already taken residence in the very inheritance ground they had fought so hard to reach. Upon Xiao Ji's remark, the three shared a laugh. Indeed, when it came to the ultimate inheritance, they had already gained the upper hand. The tokens that the Symbiosis Alliance and the Beast God Hall might not secure had already been claimed by the Little King, who was stationed right before the formation. I have already informed Xiao Wang that the moment the Qian Beast is vanquished, he will promptly place the token into the activation slot. At that time, we shall all obtain the qualification for inheritance, and prior to the formal initiation of the inheritance, we will be granted absolute protection. When that moment arrives, even the two major organizations will be left powerless to act. However, once the inheritance concludes, we must devise a strategy to break free at the earliest opportunity. Given the significant advantage we will have gained, they will undoubtedly pursue us relentlessly. This was the suggestion made by Xiaogu. Coconut pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. No problem, let us proceed as planned. The relic was right before them, and with Xiao Wang present, none would dare to relinquish this opportunity. The two then turned their attention to Lin Qing. In truth, both Xiaogu and Coconut harbored an insatiable curiosity towards Lin Qing. They sensed that this youth was shrouded in mystery. How could someone who releases such an abundance of resources merely possess a single motorcycle? Yet, they understood the importance of discretion and refrained from probing further. As long as Lin Qing stood with them in unity, that was sufficient. Lin Qing contemplated briefly before consenting. All right, I have no objections. Indeed, he had no qualms about the preceding matters. However, to escape immediately after the inheritance concluded? That was out of the question. Once the inheritance was over, none of the three major organizations would be permitted to leave. Did they wish to seize resources? Who knew who might end up claiming what? The metallic artillery had yet to bombard the mutated creatures. Now they had a legitimate target. In truth, Lin Qing had contemplated taking direct action. However, considering the intricate cave topography and the paramount importance of the inheritance, he could not pursue indefinitely. If even a few managed to escape and learned of his capabilities, they might lay in wait, leading to considerable trouble. At present, with Xiao Wang's advantageous position, with Xiao Ji's plan, and the cover provided by Coconut's purple-tier vehicles, all were crucial to him. It was wiser to first accept the inheritance. After all, once it concluded, he would eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Indeed, he desired the Qian Beast, the treasures of the inheritance, and the ill-gotten gains of those malevolent players. He intended to claim it all, seeing no dissent. Xiaogu elaborated on a few details. The rewards within the inheritance grounds would be claimed individually, while the remainder concerning teamwork would be distributed according to contribution. To this, Lin Qing and his companion readily agreed. Once everything was finalized, Xiaogu resumed his previous demeanor as the strategist. All right, my friend. The plan is proceeding smoothly. Brother Sanqing, do not forget to protect your sister. Coconut glanced at Lin Qing. All right, in the face of danger, you hide beneath me. I prefer to be on top. Are you two discussing matters as if they were free for all to hear? Before their departure, Lin Qing opened the refrigerator and retrieved a chilled bottle of cola. He took a hearty swig. Xiaogu and Coconut watched eagerly. This time, Lin Qing generously tossed a bottle to each of them. Business is business, and teammates are teammates. If he chose not to give, others would not receive. Yet if he wished to share, even without prompting, he would offer. Lin Qing had never been a miser. As for Xiao Wang, he too received a package from Lin Qing. Though he appeared to have done little, he was undoubtedly the MVP among the support. Having secured a place in the final circle, I suddenly realized that our expedition has become increasingly smooth. Brother Xiao took a sip of chilled gujiao. His face illuminated with happiness. If the timid ones were to know, they would undoubtedly feel envious, chuckled Coconut. Outside the cave entrance, dozens of vehicles were parked on the flat ground, with many people already setting up camp. The trio of Lin Qing immediately attracted considerable attention upon their arrival. A purple-grade vehicle? Someone exclaimed, spotting Coconut's large off-road vehicle. Indeed, it was a purple-grade car. Could they be affiliated with yet another organization? Such vehicles are on par with the leaders of the three major organizations, albeit only at level 2. This is a rare opportunity. A purple-grade vehicle stands out no matter where it goes, and a flicker of greed passed through the eyes of many onlookers. As the lead vehicle, Brother Wachao shouted assertively, "Everyone, move aside." His tone was decidedly firm. In crowded and complex situations, one must maintain a strong demeanor, otherwise, it would only invite more trouble. As anticipated, the crowd hesitated, scrutinizing them with cautious curiosity. However, it wasn't long before someone's eyes widened in shock. "Wait, look behind. Is that a refrigerator?" Many in the camp were taken aback, turning to gaze at Lin Qing, who was transporting a refrigerator on his motorcycle. Suddenly, all composure was lost. In extreme weather, Lin Qing's refrigerator possessed an allure potent enough to evoke the deepest, darkest desires within people. Instantly, two blue-grade vehicles approached, blocking their path. The windows rolled down, and the occupants shouted, "Halt! You may enter, but leave the refrigerator behind." These were two robust men, likely of considerable rank, causing onlookers to pause, unsure whether to fear the duo's strength or to gauge Lin Qing and his companion's situation through them. Seeking death, Brother Wachao's eyes narrowed. Without waiting for Lin Qing to act, he slammed on the accelerator and charged forward. The strong man's expression shifted dramatically. He had expected the other party to strike without a word and hurriedly retreated. However, Brother Wachao's vehicle, evidently modified for speed, was astonishingly swift. With a loud crash, he collided with one of the blue-grade cars. The blue-grade vehicle sustained only minor damage, while the other's body crumpled significantly, leaving the robust man inside bleeding and unconscious. Brother Wachao sneered, entirely shedding his previous frivolity. He dismounted and quickly delivered a fatal blow to the man. "Get out of my way. Do you think we are easy prey?" The onlookers lost their appetite for confrontation. Wow, how many modules did this vehicle integrate? The strong man was driving a level 3 vehicle, yet it proved so fragile. Do not provoke them. Securing the inheritance is paramount. Those with ulterior motives abandoned their plans, silently retreating to their cars. In a state of panic, the other strong man attempted to flee. However, as he turned, he was met with the sight of a massive refrigerator. The youth on the motorcycle, wearing sunglasses, knocked on the car window with his machete. "Hey buddy. The community is here to provide warmth." The strong man, he was initially taken aback, but soon regained his composure, striving to calm himself. No. This was merely a motorcycle player. His capabilities could not be too formidable. His vehicle was already at level 3, equipped with a level 2 reinforcement module. The opponent could not possibly breach his defenses. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment, every hair on his body standing on end. A cold sweat cascading down him. Not only him, but also the recently victorious brother, the one in the car, as well as the surrounding onlookers, felt a jolt to their minds. Suddenly, in Lin Qing's hand appeared a long firearm. His pale hand grasped the handle, the crimson hardwood enveloping the body of the gun. Its dark muzzle aimed directly at the forehead of the brawny man through the glass. Bang! In the stillness, the sound of a gunshot reverberated, striking not only the man's head but also the hearts of all present. Chapter 32. The purple-ranked motorcycle. Everyone experienced a moment of mental clarity, as though the gunshot had reverberated through their own bodies. This was an AK rifle of formidable power. How had he acquired such a weapon? How could they possibly proceed from here? Even the grandest of organizations had yet to showcase firearms of this caliber. Fortunately, I refrained from taking any action. One by one, they lowered their gazes, no longer daring to entertain any thoughts of rebellion. Wokeo Gu was equally astonished, but soon his expression transformed into one of elation. "Wokeo, Qing, it's truly you. I knew you were impressive, but I never imagined you were this formidable." He spoke candidly. In this world of ultimate endings, should anyone recognize the protagonist simply by a single character, they would undoubtedly be deemed extraordinary. Coconut's captivating eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gazed intently at Lin Qing. Her intrigue heightened more than ever. Meanwhile, Lin Qing remained composed and still. He instinctively felt the urge to say something, but the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, unspoken. Should his signature phrase emerge, it might just lead someone to identify him. As for the AK, it hardly constituted his trump card. He bore no concern regarding its exposure. Casting a glance at the other vehicles, he noted that no one dared to make eye contact anymore, prompting him to regretfully retract the AK. "Coconut, you may take the reins," Wokeoga called out. This had been agreed upon beforehand. Coconut's purple-ranked vehicle was intended to draw fire, and its level could not be too low. Lin Qing had no objections. The materials of this vehicle alone weighed at least 1.5 tons, yet it posed no challenge for him, given that Coconut was only at level 2. It was merely a matter of doing a favor. Coconut's eyes lit up. "Brother Qing, you truly care for me," Wokeoga retorted. Somewhat exasperated, "It was my idea in the first place." She stepped out of the vehicle, her alluring figure captivating numerous onlookers. Yet the presence of Lin Qing's AK kept them from harboring any unwelcome thoughts. Once Coconut returned to the vehicle, the trio ventured into the cave together. Brother Qing, you are incredible! With this gun, whether hunting the Crimson Flame Beast or for our upcoming endeavors, our success is virtually assured, Wokeogu exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. However, such trivial matters are best left to me. Revealing the firearm will only invite unnecessary caution, he mused. Lin Qing, unfazed, reassured him, rest easy. This is merely a minor detail. Wokeogu and Coconut exchanged puzzled glances. You possess even more powerful weapons? Wokeogu asked incredulously. Indeed, Lin Qing replied. Even without deploying the truck, I have several weapons far superior to this one. Thus, Lin Qing was genuinely indifferent to exposing this detail. For the sake of ultimate gains, he could maintain a relatively low profile, yet he would not allow himself to feel constrained. Wokeo, drifting through life without finding a worthy leader. Wokeogu felt an overwhelming urge to embrace Lin Qing in gratitude. Coconut chimed in with a smile. Wokeogu, fear not. We shall be a family of 3 from now on. Wokeogu. As they conversed, the vehicles continued onward. The main road lay wide and open, suitable even for trucks. Yet, it was indeed a labyrinthine path, filled with various winding routes. We need only follow the main road, Lin Qing instructed. The driver, who goes by the name of Cursed Brother, guided the way. Inside the cave, the temperature was relatively mild, while it was around 60 degrees Celsius outside at noon. The cavern maintained a warmth of approximately 40 degrees. Lin Qing, clad in heat-resistant attire, felt only a slight warmth. After sipping a can of cola, all negative sensations dissipated. Suddenly, the expressions of the 3 shifted as a ferocious roar echoed nearby. An imposing fire beast, emanating an intense heat, emerged from a side passage. Judging by its size, it appeared to be of the 2nd tier. Let me take care of this, Cursed Brother declared, maneuvering the vehicle to confront the fire beast head-on. In this terrain, increasing speed was unfeasible, and the beast's sudden appearance led to a collision that, while termed as such, was more of a glancing impact. Even a truck could not unleash effective force in such a scenario, let alone Cursed Brother's purple-tier vehicle. Yet, in the next moment, both Lin Qing and Cursed Brother were taken aback. The large black off-road vehicle suddenly emitted a visible current of electricity, accompanied by crackling sounds of electric discharges. The fire beast became immobilized atop the car, and within mere moments, it began to emit the scent of charred flesh. An electrical module? No. This must be a skill of the purple-tier vehicle. Cursed Brother marveled, feeling a pang of envy. Vehicles of purple tier and above possessed unique abilities, and Cursed Brother's electrical skill was among the finest in its class. Lin Qing's gaze flickered. He was no stranger to skills, having utilized the limitless growth and auxiliary vehicle skills of his golden tier vehicle. Coconut sister, I will rely on you from now on, Lin Qing chuckled. Coconut descended from the vehicle with her long strides. The 2nd tier fire beast had conveniently dropped a treasure chest, which she tossed to Lin Qing without a second glance. Take this. I'll support you from now on, she said nonchalantly. My vehicle's upgrade materials are nearly sufficient. The primary material requires 10,000 pounds of metal, which you just helped procure. Not a problem. There will surely be more opportunities for reckless endeavors ahead, Lin Qing replied with a smile. The influx of vehicles was substantial. To him, one vehicle was inconsequential. Elevating Coconut's vehicle to the 3rd tier would undoubtedly yield benefits. Generally, purple-tier vehicles might not require such extensive materials. But Coconut's vehicle was exceptional even among them, needing upgrade materials comparable to what was necessary for my blue vehicle to reach level 4, Cursed Brother remarked, filled with admiration for Coconut's vehicle. However, upon seeing Lin Qing's motorcycle, he comforted himself, thinking, it's all right. Brother Qing rides a motorcycle. As they continued, it became clear that fire beasts were indeed becoming more prevalent. The trio speculated as they journeyed deeper. Before long, they reached the true interior of the cave. It was an expansive space, resembling a town carved within the mountain itself. At its center stood a colossal statue of a beast, crafted from a material resembling both gold and stone. Its eyes, though seemingly lifeless, exuded an intimidating and fearsome aura, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld it. Within, numerous stout stone pillars stood, resembling a forest of stone. At the outermost edge of this stone forest, a passage materialized. However, the internal conditions remained obscured from view, as hundreds of blazing beasts congregated outside, seemingly guarding something of great significance. Lin Qing was certain that this was indeed the site of the inheritance. Avoiding distractions, he positioned himself at the entrance of the main passage. It was evident that fierce battles were occurring between the blazing beasts and players. Accompanied by the sounds of explosions, vehicles detonating as players resorted to desperate measures in their dire circumstances. Nearby, the locale closest to Lin Qing's level was a human encampment. The number of stationary vehicles surpassed that of the individuals outside. Strangely, all the blazing beasts surrounding the area refrained from invading the camp. Nevertheless, considering the ongoing skirmishes, the entire scene was populated by at least 300 individuals and over 300 blazing beasts, transforming the area into a battleground. The gaze of Lin Qing and his companions was immediately drawn to two vehicles amidst the chaos. One was a mid-sized motorhome, undoubtedly of purple quality. Next to it stood a motorcycle that captivated Lin Qing's attention. The motorcycle measured an impressive 3 meters in length, equipped with two massive, robust tires positioned at the front and rear. The front tire was adorned with a pair of interwoven metal chains resembling formidable skeletal beams, while the body of the motorcycle flowed like molten lava, connecting seamlessly to the rear wheel. It appeared as if a chariot of souls had materialized, with reinforced tires that evoked an imposing, hellish atmosphere. In comparison, Lin Qing's motorcycle seemed trivial, akin to comparing a humble vehicle to a majestic steed, a stark contrast that was painfully evident. A purple-quality motorcycle. Chapter 33. Resurgence of conflict. Lin Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly compelling him to seize the opportunity and claim the magnificent motorcycle for himself. This vehicle was of paramount importance to him. Currently, his secondary vehicles relied heavily on the attributes of his primary bike for enhancement, rendering their inherent capabilities rather mediocre, merely of white quality. Acquiring a high-quality motorcycle would undoubtedly amplify the potential of his auxiliary rides. He resolved to secure it at all costs, adding yet another objective to his aspirations. The various major organizations were hardly benevolent. The origins of their vehicles were likely dubious. Even Coconut could not resist mocking the luck of these individuals, leaving Lin Qing utterly unburdened by moral qualms. He turned his gaze toward the motorcycle's owner, a robust Westerner, visibly muscular and emanating explosive power. Clearly a seasoned warrior who had undergone rigorous physical training in anticipation of battle. The two motorcycles were presumably those of the Wolf King and the Moon Goddess. And yet another purple-tier vehicle had just arrived. Was that a refrigerator? A refrigerator? The appearance of Lin Qing and his companions undoubtedly drew the attention of others. The purple-tier motorcycle alone was enough to incite envy, yet no one would dare openly challenge its owner. However, the refrigerator stirred a palpable restlessness among the crowd. The cave's temperature was indeed somewhat lower, yet this enclosed space felt akin to a sauna. Numerous fiery beasts, resembling individual furnaces, elevated the temperature to nearly 50 degrees. Many individuals, even while seated within their vehicles, were drenched in sweat, desperately seeking relief from the air conditioning vents. Their condition was worse than those outside. Upon sighting the refrigerator, their eyes gleamed with desire. Several motorcycles surged forward, intent on action without hesitation. They were the Doomsday Triad, all-season level 3 players. Having recently collaborated to hunt a level 3 fiery beast, an impressive force not to be underestimated. With their sights set upon Lin Qing's group, danger loomed. And it was unlikely that the purple-tier motorcycle was particularly formidable. Otherwise, its owner would not have brought only 2 companions. Damn it, they got the jump on us. Someone whispered, a flicker of regret crossing their gaze. Chief, shall we strike? A voice inquired discreetly toward the owner of the purple motorcycle. The Wolf King's eyes turned icy as he shook his head. Not yet. Even if the triad succeeds, we can still seize it. This group is not to be trifled with. We've received word that they are armed. Another purple-tier vehicle? Its quality seems quite promising. Within the RV, the Moon Goddess's serene countenance betrayed a hint of intrigue. The 2 leaders were also in a poor state, perspiration trickling down their faces, appearing somewhat disheveled. Yet they fared better than the rest. Chief, allow me to eliminate them. A cold figure clad in black stood beside the RV, his eyes filled with admiration for the Moon Goddess. No need for that. These 3 are tenacious. There's no necessity to engage before we ascertain how many bullets they have left, the Moon Goddess replied in a neutral tone, as if addressing livestock. Yet this only ignited a fervent glimmer in the black-clad man's eyes. The chief is concerned for me. All eyes in the camp turned towards the direction of Lin Qing and his companions, as if their arrival had shattered the prior equilibrium. Some were privy to the news beforehand, while others remained blissfully ignorant, eagerly anticipating Lin Qing's misfortune. The Doomsday Trio displayed arrogant grins, exclaiming, ha ha ha. Just when we were feeling the heat, someone has delivered a refrigerator right to our doorstep. Kid, come over obediently, and we might spare your life. That purple-tier girl is quite beautiful. Once we deal with the other 2, the 3 of us shall take her together. Their demeanor suggested they were entirely confident in their control over Lin Qing, as they rolled down the car window and shouted loudly. The cavern echoed with their hollow voices, and many could hear them. Damn, these 3 are truly courting death, Wei Chao scoffed, exuding confidence that with Qingdu around, it was nothing to worry about. Buzz. Lin Qing rode his motorcycle right in front of the trio, brandishing an AK. The Doomsday Trio? Their smiles froze in place. In the next moment, a barrage of bullets was unleashed upon them. His marksmanship was not particularly refined, lacking systematic training, yet his physical prowess allowed him to control the recoil almost perfectly. Even from a distance, he could still hit his targets amidst the flurry of bullets. Bang, bang, bang. Multiple rounds struck their vehicle. In an instant, the windshield was shattered, and 2 members were instantly killed, their heads blown apart. Only one managed to dodge momentarily. Okay? He was internally shaken. The only ones capable of wielding firearms on site were from 2 major organizations, equipped only with handguns and submachine guns. There was no way an AK, capable of firing high-caliber rounds, could be present. Wait. Misunderstanding. He was terrified, disregarding the lives of his 2 apparent brothers, shouting as he turned to flee. Lin Qing redirected his aim, unleashing a continuous stream of fire upon the vehicle. The man, naturally, dared not show his face, keeping his head down while driving. However, Lin Qing had made the decision to empty his magazine this time. The 7.62 rounds were akin to the scythe of death. The defenses of a blue-tier vehicle could not compare to Lin Qing's truck. While a typical vehicle's attributes corresponded to that of similarly leveled mutated beasts, this was a comprehensive comparison. In fact, vehicles excelled in speed, facilitating both offense and escape, whereas mutated creatures were fortified in defense. Even a level 3 Scarlet Flame beast might struggle to withstand a 7.62 round. In an instant, the man's blue-tier vehicle was reduced to a sieve. Several bullets penetrated the metal casing, striking the energy source directly. A deafening explosion ensued, leaving the individual hiding within the vehicle with no chance to react. Obliterated in the blast. Damn. In the camp, some stood with dry mouths, incredulously gazing at the scene. Aside from those outside who had come to assist, the rest were left in a daze. They had assumed the purple-tier vehicle merely possessed some strength, but to their astonishment, it was armed. Some with ulterior motives began to feel relieved, secretly acknowledging the bravery of the 3 fools who had taken the lead with their lives. Lin Qing's fingers shimmered with brilliance as bullets appeared, swiftly loaded into the magazine, and soon 30 rounds were replenished. He pointed in the direction of the camp. Damn it! A sudden pallor washed over someone's face, prompting them to lower their head instantly. Despite the cavern's vastness, their positions remained well within AK's range. Even the Wolf King and the Moon Goddess appeared tense, instinctively activating their vehicles. The entire camp seemed to tremble slightly. Just a jest, Lin Qing remarked with a subtle smile, shouldering his weapon as he and Brother Wichao advanced. Only 2 vehicles remained from the Doomsday Trio. Coconut rolled down her window and said, "Qing Di, grant me a vehicle. Henceforth, I shall be yours." She was but 1 step away from leveling up and was quite eager for it. With a serious tone, she added, "Once we have further gains, I shall compensate you equivalently." "Not a problem. We shall each take 1. Lin Qing had intended to assist her and directly split the spoils. Materials collected: metal, 1,900 pounds. Plastic, 200 pounds. Rubber, 200 pounds. Glass, 60 pounds. Fusion module detected. Modules: LV4 spike module, LV3 hardened slide, LV1 insulation module. Shall I extract? Surprisingly, the weight of the Tier 3 vehicle was comparable to that of the Tier 2 vehicle. This made sense, as the materials collected primarily altered the quality rather than the quantity. Extract, he commanded, expending 180 metal coins in exchange for 3 modules of decent quality. Lin Qing glanced at them, noticing that he would not fuse them for the time being, as his module capacity had dwindled to just 8 slots, necessitating careful management. After absorbing the 2 blue-tier vehicles, the trio entered the camp. Simultaneously, Lin Qing surveyed the individuals present. He harbored no fear of a frontal assault from this group. His sole concern was if anyone dared to draw a weapon. In such a scenario, he would promptly retreat to the truck to overturn the table. Perhaps out of trepidation or some other reason, the gathered individuals became notably docile. Upon entering the camp, many displayed expressions of reverence, willingly clearing the way for them. Only 2 Tier 4 leaders, the Moon Goddess and the Wolf King, alighted from their vehicles, donning gentle smiles as they welcomed, "Welcome to the 3 of you." Chapter 34. The hunt for the Crimson Flame Beast. We have already deliberated on the camp's regulations, regardless of whether one belongs to different factions or is a lone wanderer. Peace must be maintained until the Crimson Flame Beast is eradicated. The Moon Goddess, protected by a man in black, spoke these words calmly, yet her gaze discreetly flickered towards the AK rifle. "Why didn't you voice this earlier?" The man known as what the FK scoffed. "We harbor no ill will." "This matter is certainly not your fault," the Moon Goddess replied, her demeanor unperturbed as she shook her head gently. "It was the Doomsday Trio that acted too hastily. We had no chance to intervene. In truth, even if they had indeed defeated you, we would not have spared them. And besides, you suffered no losses, did you? The Wolf King chuckled. Lin Qing interjected, displeased. Who says there were no losses? I burned through a considerable amount of ammunition. The surrounding individuals exchanged glances. Their curiosity piqued as they speculated on the quantity of Lin Qing's remaining bullets. I've lost 2,000. Damn it. I'm left with just over 10,000 rounds. Are you planning to reimburse me? Lin Qing's expression conveyed his dissatisfaction. The crowd collectively fell silent, regarding him as a braggart. Yet they genuinely could not ascertain the number of bullets he possessed. My brother possesses quite the humor. If you are interested, you may join us at the Beast God Temple, where I will grant you the most esteemed treatment. The Wolf King laughed heartily, seemingly unfazed. The Coexistence Alliance is similar. We are a peaceful organization, with the core principle of mutual benefit for all. We warmly welcome the three of you, he continued. What the FK shook his head. That depends on our leader. He gestured towards the coconut. Both the Wolf King and the Moon Goddess were taken aback, having presumed Lin Qing to be the strongest among them, only to discover that this purple-tier vehicle owner held the highest status. Lin Qing, with a serious countenance, declared, Leader, these individuals are quite commendable. You need not display your RPG or cannon. The Wolf King and the Moon Goddess exchanged bemused glances at Lin Qing, sensing that he relished in exaggeration. RPG? Although the elevation of world levels has diminished the quality of firearms and treasure chests, at this stage, one must still acquire a purple-tier chest to obtain such items. How fortunate you all are, possessing both a purple-tier vehicle and an RPG. But what of the cannon? Do you think you are operating an arsenal? However, what the FK felt a jolt within, recalling Lin Qing's earlier words. Could it be that Brother Qing truly possesses such weaponry? That won't be necessary, Coconut replied calmly, as her vehicle commenced its upgrade. The Wolf King was not surprised but proceeded to explain, there are numerous Crimson Flame beasts here. When we first arrived, there were at least 500. Now, only a little over half remain. With your assistance, we shall surely expedite the extermination. Yet among the 300 or so Crimson Flame beasts, many are formidable. Predominantly at level 2, with over 50 at level 3. However, due to the concealed formations within the equatorial mountains, they cannot enter our camp and remain somewhat dispersed. He elaborated on the situation. Here, everyone yearns to swiftly eliminate the beast horde before the extreme weather concludes and the legacy can be activated. Very well. Let us join forces in the hunt. After all, the Crimson Flame beasts are resources. Both parties reached an agreement, and the Wolf King and his companion took their leave. In the camp, individuals intermittently entered and exited, yet no one dared to provoke Lin Qing and his companions any longer. The heat was oppressive. Lin Qing wiped the sweat from his brow, lamenting the significant sacrifices made this time, even to the extent of concealing the truck. He mused that without indulging in a grand reward, he would feel a deep sense of regret. Has the water run out? He inquired, and the duo nodded eagerly. Observing this, Lin Qing promptly opened the refrigerator, deliberately lingering for a moment as if in search of his preferred beverage. The array of enticing drinks left all onlookers salivating. Damn it, this is too cruel, leaving it open for so long just to tantalize us. You're more devious than the 3 pure ones. I'll have a bottle of Coke. Please, I want Sprite. Meanwhile, Lin Qing opted for a chilled electrolyte drink. As he retrieved it, droplets of condensation formed on the bottle due to the temperature difference. With a satisfying pop, he guzzled down several mouthfuls, instantly igniting a sense of insatiable thirst among his companions. Damn it, let me have a sip too. Someone inwardly screamed. The Wolf King silently produced a bottle of warm beer, sipping it while diverting his gaze. Beneath the surface coolness of Moon Goddess Ji, she secretly swallowed hard. Though she exuded an icy allure, she had an extreme fondness for sweets, cakes, and desserts were her favorites, and now the drinks beckoned her irresistibly. The figure in black felt a pang of sympathy, wishing desperately that he were a refrigerator. It's upgraded, Coco murmured. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing wasted no time and charged toward the battlefield with the 2 companions. The Crimson Flame beast was best kept under his control. Exiting the camp, 3 vehicles sped into the stone forest. The wreckage of cars was nowhere to be seen. Many, in their despair, opted for self-destruction of their vehicles, making it challenging to salvage anything of value. Indeed, the number of Crimson Flame beasts was considerable, yet for some unknown reason, they had not encroached upon the human camp and remained confined within the stone forest. However, as they entered, 2 Crimson Flame beasts immediately blocked their path. Without a second thought, Coco and the duo charged forward. Coco, brimming with confidence, had previously faced significant energy consumption with her original electrical module, but after leveling up, her more robust energy source filled that gap. The Prophet, adept in the art of driving, expertly maneuvered the vehicle, crashing into one of the Crimson Flame beasts. Lin Qing pressed on, seeking out a level 3 Crimson Flame beast. Before long, he spotted a colossal beast resembling a fiery steed. Such a level 3 mutated creature typically required a team effort to defeat. Yet Lin Qing, undeterred, aimed his weapon at the beast's eye. Previously, he had utilized an RPG for simplicity, but that did not imply that an AK could not suffice. Tat tat tat. The gun spat flames as rounds were unleashed, striking the beast's head with precision. One bullet found its mark in the eye, penetrating into the brain. In a mere instant, the level 3 mutant creature collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In the distance, those who observed quietly could not help but gasp in astonishment. Prior to level 4, the power of such a rifle was truly formidable. Even a level 3 mutated beast, if caught off guard, could meet its demise in an instant. Elimination of a level 3 Crimson Flame beast rewarded with a unique blue treasure chest. Lin Qing casually picked up the chest. The three maintained a respectful distance, collectively hunting the Crimson Flame beast. The muzzle flared incessantly, and the level 2 Crimson Flame beast stood no chance against the AK. Should a vacuum period arise, Wachaogo and Coconut would be the first to rush forward, shielding Lin Qing and allowing him to reload. How many bullets could this require? Surely not thousands? What a fantasy. As if he were cheating, merely acquiring the AK was a stroke of luck. The bullets amounted to a maximum of 300. Yet even that was not to be trifled with. Those stationed at the back could not help but reflect on the situation. Before long, another level 3 Crimson Flame beast confronted Lin Qing and his companions. Lin Qing contemplated employing the same strategy, but this time, the level 3 beast evaded incessantly, refusing to engage Lin Qing directly. Be cautious, Lin. Mutated creatures above level 3 possess a certain intelligence and cognitive ability. Having witnessed your weapon, it will undoubtedly evade your attacks, Wachaogo warned loudly. Lin Qing, momentarily distracted, quickly regained his focus. The previous level 3 Crimson Flame beast had exhibited similar behavior, encircling Li Shou and others, yet it did not attack directly like typical mutated creatures. Instead, it had toyed with human lives as a cat does with a mouse. Relishing the hunt, when it encountered Lin Qing, it charged forth immediately upon sensing a threat. Allow me, Coconut called, seizing the moment to collide with the level 3 Crimson Flame beast. The electrical module activated at maximum power, and in an instant, the beast's body froze in place. Observing this, Lin Qing swiftly followed up with shots, and several bullets later, the beast's head shattered from within. Elimination of a level 3 Crimson Flame beast, rewarded with a unique blue treasure chest. Chapter 35. This thing is not even fit for a dog. Another treasure chest has appeared, igniting even greater excitement among the trio as they continued their fierce battles. It was not until half an hour later that they returned to their camp. During this time, they had successfully vanquished over 20 level 2 Crimson Flame beasts. Moreover, with the coordinated efforts of Lin Qing and Yi Zi, they had slain a level 3 Crimson Flame beast, which yielded yet another blue-grade treasure chest. The drop rate for level 3 Crimson Flame beasts is indeed remarkably high. Lin Qing felt exceptionally pleased as he collected the treasure chests, which included 5 white-grade and 3 blue-grade chests. Here, Qing Di, take this, Yi Zi generously offered, having made significant contributions to obtaining the blue-grade treasure. Yet she claimed none for herself. For her, the materials from 2 vehicles were already more than sufficient. Apart from the inheritance ground, she desired nothing more. I'll give you mine as well. Everyone says you're lucky, so you should open them, Wachaogo chimed in. Though he was somewhat reluctant, he understood the situation. The resources of ice and water he had gained were acquired through intelligence, yet it appeared that even without such intel, Lin Qing would not be overly burdened. Furthermore, during the escape, Lin Qing would undoubtedly be the backbone of their group. Keeping the treasure chest would only weigh him down. It was far better to take the initiative and earn Lin Qing's recognition. Then I shall take it, Lin Qing replied without hesitation. The treasure chest held immense significance for him, while others might end up with worthless rewards. Lin Qing's ability to refresh treasures greatly increased his chances of obtaining premium rewards. He had not ceased collecting treasure chests in recent days, though the number of sellers dwindled, ultimately succumbing to the gambler's mentality over a cautious approach. Now was an opportune moment for him to reap the benefits of his treasure hunting. As the group rested at the camp, the others could only admire the trio's bounty and envy, too intimidated to voice their thoughts. It was the Wolf King who offered his congratulations. You brothers are indeed formidable. I genuinely hope you will join us. We can stand on equal footing. The Beast God Temple is already seeking tokens. Even just one, I would take you all in. Without a contract, we can agree to that, Wachaogo replied with a smile. That is certainly not feasible. A contract within the same organization is the most fundamental trust, the Wolf King lamented. Lin Qing and the others chose to remain silent on the matter. In their small group chat about the strategy for the Equatorial Mountain, the conversation unfolded. Bicycle King, have you all arrived? I just heard a flurry of gunfire. Be extra cautious. Wachaogo, is it possible that it was your adoptive fathers firing their weapons? Little Wang, huh? Wichao. It must be Brother Qing. I knew my adoptive father would be invincible. Relying on you all now. Hiding in the inheritance ground, little Wang was filled with excitement, finally able to ease his anxious heart. Meanwhile, the tension within the camp dissipated. Lin Qing had unleashed a barrage of over 100 bullets. And now his magazine remained full. He had no inclination toward any misguided thoughts for the time being. Time flew by. The battle between humans and Crimson Flame beasts raged on without pause. The trio undertook numerous missions, returning with treasure chest after treasure chest. All of these treasures were entrusted to Lin Qing. 15 white-grade and 5 blue-grade chests. This haul of blue-grade treasure chests marked the largest collection ever recorded. Desiring to procure a current module, the notion seemed quite appealing. By this time, dusk had descended, and everyone was preparing for dinner. A large pot was set up, filled with mineral water, and instant noodles were brought to a boil. Despite the fatigue and heat, one must persevere, consuming bowl after bowl to replenish energy. Shall we dine together? I inquired, offering some luncheon meat. The Wolf King approached, his gaze fixated on Lin Qing's refrigerator. His intentions unmistakable as he sought to exchange for iced water. Can this dry fare even be consumed? Lin Qing scoffed in disdain. The Wolf King felt a twinge of offense, his heart brimming with resentment. The local supermarket was hardly stocked, predominantly offering water and instant noodles. And with the increase in attribute points, his physical capacity had expanded significantly, leading to a greater appetite. Their provisions were not as abundant as one might imagine. The luncheon meat was a luxury only afforded to high-ranking officials. Yet, it was certainly more palatable than instant noodles. A coldly composed figure from the Coexistence Alliance interjected. I possess compressed biscuits. Could I trade for a bottle of water? Lin Qing was genuinely at a loss for words. The Coexistence Alliance was truly impoverished. However, it made sense. Aside from Lin Qing's substantial harvest of resources in the town, he had not encountered much else. Even when finding a supermarket, it was merely lined with empty shelves and the occasional loaf of bread or pack of noodles. These seers, despite their information advantage, struggled to amass resources in the novice town without adequate weaponry. Lin Qing cast a glance at the man in black. This item is fit for neither man nor beast. The man in black responded with bewilderment. The surrounding patrons, indulging in their instant noodles, could not help but glance over. Lin Qing let out a cold snort and proceeded to open the refrigerator, retrieving a variety of vegetables and seasonings from a maternal and infant thermal box. Primarily cucumbers and tomatoes, along with garlic and other condiments. The Wolf King exclaimed in astonishment, as did the man in black, while the moon goddess, peering from the camper, was equally taken aback. A patron even spewed forth their noodles in disbelief, one strand hilariously tumbling from their nostrils. The crowd stood in stunned silence. What on earth is this? Tomatoes and cucumbers? Could this be Sanqing, the enigmatic and formidable top-tier player abundant in resources? Yet, how could such a person ride a motorcycle? In a recent showcase of lunch, a car seat was clearly visible in the background. Sanqing. Dinner is served. How fares everyone in the pursuit of relics? Is Director Su present? Coincidentally, Sanqing had just sent a message in the group, alleviating their doubts, yet the dual shock left them feeling even more despondent. They cast another glance at the pot of noodles, cursing under their breath. In this heat, one must surely indulge in cold noodles, Lin Qing asserted, his words resonating like whispers from the depths of hell to the ears of the crowd. Cold noodles, what flavor do they possess? With ample sesame sauce. They seem particularly delectable. Only the Wolf King's eyes sparkled with recognition. I have flour. I've had this in Huaxiao before and know it to be the base ingredient. He barely finished his sentence when Lin Qing produced a dozen ready-made cold noodles. Good heavens. The Wolf King widened his eyes, petrified at the scene before him. My friend, resorting to the extraction of raw materials is rather excessive. With astonishment, the man couldn't help but swallow hard, a broad smile adorning his face. Joking aside, with Qing Ji's character, this meal could certainly be enjoyed without charge. The man in black silently departed, returning to his mobile home. Unable to meet the gaze of the moon goddess, he lamented his own existence, wishing he were simply a cold noodle. Cut them into strips, shred them. As for the tomatoes, how about we simply toss them with sugar for a refreshing salad? Chef Lin inquired. No need to mix. Just give me a bite. Someone internally screamed. No problem, let us proceed as such. I will assist, Coconut volunteered as the cook. 3 generous servings of cold noodles were placed in 3 large bowls, with Lin Qing drizzling them with sesame sauce and garlic paste, and then producing a bag of gluten. The abundance of ingredients was astonishing. Soon after, the 3 began to eat quietly under the envious and jealous gazes of all around them. Xiao Wang's portion had already been reserved, to be traded later. As for the chat group S3 Qing's, he had prepared the images and information in advance, while rummaging through the refrigerator. He discreetly opened a minimized screen and sent them with a single click when no one was watching. Chapter 36. The emergence of despair. The individuals within the encampment endured relentless torment. One by one, they ceased to glance towards Lin Qing, chewing their instant noodles with a taste as bland as cardboard. The flavor was rather delightful. Perhaps upon returning to Earth, one could sell cold noodles. By the way, should I offer a dessert after the meal? Lin Qing inquired. Another round? Ultimately, one individual, unable to contain themselves, cast a glance over. Lin Qing retrieved 3 servings of matcha mousse from the refrigerator. Wow, there is also this. Coconut exclaimed, her excitement palpable as a fellow dessert enthusiast. This meal had been the most gratifying she had experienced in recent days. Once the dessert was presented, she could no longer restrain herself and impulsively embraced Lin Qing, oblivious to the sway of her explosive figure against him. Goodness! Exclaimed the envious one. His face a mask of admiration, though his expression was laced with laughter. With ice water, cold noodles, and mousse cake at hand. The others would surely be green with envy if they knew. Clang! The sound of compressed biscuits tumbling to the ground echoed as Moon Goddess Ji sat within the vehicle. Utterly unable to withstand the allure of sweets this time. Her stunning visage was lost in a daze, her eyes reflecting only the image of the cake. The cloaked figure trembled with longing, wishing fervently to be dessert instead. Damn it! I shall confront the fire beast. Someone, consumed by unbridled fury, overturned their iron pot. The vehicle sped away from the camp. Even if death awaited, they would not endure such torment. Witnessing this, others followed suit. Even the Wolf King silently mounted his motorcycle, racing into the stone forest, armed with a shotgun, relentlessly firing at the fire beasts. The battle reignited. Humanity and the fire beasts suffered heavy casualties, with the scales tipping heavily in favor of the beasts. 500 fire beasts were far beyond what these individuals could consume. The envious one gathered intel, discovering that since morning, over 1,000 individuals had entered the cave. Yet now, merely a few hundred remained. Were it not for the continuous influx of newcomers, it seemed unlikely they could eradicate the fire beasts in a day's time. As time progressed, the number of fire beasts dwindled. By the following morning, only a handful remained within the cavern. During this interval, Lin Qing had accumulated 39 treasure chests, 30 white and 9 blue. This positioned them as the team with the most kills of the fire beasts. Lin Qing, we must exercise caution. Numerous individuals have entered, all members of 2 major organizations. They have been conserving their strength, and combined, they likely number in the hundreds, the envious one whispered as he approached Lin Qing. The Wolf King and Moon Goddess Ji, as leaders, may very well be at level 4. Coupled with their purple-grade vehicles, their might could be formidable. Even a level 4 purple-grade motorcycle might prove too much for Coconut to handle. We cannot afford to be complacent. However, Little Wang mentioned that the formation had already changed. He remained vigilant, ready to activate it at a moment's notice, promptly inserting the token while providing our player IDs. Lin Qing nodded, and before the group, he once again emptied his magazine. This time, he loaded only 10 rounds, revealing an expression of resignation. Sighing softly, he cast his gaze toward the direction of the cave's entrance. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness. A sight that once felt normal now evoked a sense of desolation. Observing Lin Qing, the Wolf King's gaze flickered momentarily, and his heart relaxed significantly. With over 900 bullets spent, their origin remained a mystery, yet they were nearly depleted. In this apocalyptic realm, the ultimate power lay with vehicles. Without ammunition, a mere driver of a white vehicle was rendered utterly helpless. His eyes regained their icy demeanor. Meanwhile, the cloaked figures engaged in whispered discussions with the Moon Goddess. The atmosphere in the arena took on a peculiar quality. Ladies and gentlemen, I am fully aware that you have come here for resources. Our Beast God Temple does not wish to be your enemy. If anyone manages to find the heirloom token, we are willing to compensate you with 200 metal coins for your loss, proclaimed a member beside the Wolf King, raising a container to amplify his voice. The Symbiosis Alliance echoed similar sentiments. The cloaked figures also stepped forward, aligning themselves with the Wolf King's faction, yet avoiding any direct eye contact, clearly having prearranged their alliance. Have they already taken action? A voice scoffed. Those who dare venture into the ruins are no fools. We anticipated this moment. 200 metal coins? Is that meant to appease beggars? Even if I possessed it, I would never relinquish it so easily. How shameless of these people, the crowd murmured, subtly distancing themselves from the 2 major organizations. With a cold chuckle, the Wolf King glanced at Lin Qing before dismissively stating, the entrance has been sealed. Our 2 organizations have only found 2 of the 4 tokens. We must locate the remaining 2, or none shall escape. We were aware of your wolfish ambitions. But since we are here to fight, we are not to be trifled with. Wolf King, your alliance cannot hold us back, someone retorted loudly. What of the alliance of major organizations? Can it overpower the masses? With approximately 300 individuals present, we are certainly stronger than your mere 100. Is that so? The Wolf King mocked, his gaze shifting. In the next moment, a previously tense companion of the speaker drew a blade and swiftly struck, catching the man off guard and severing his throat. You. His face contorted with shock and fear. His voice faltered as he collapsed to the ground, never having anticipated betrayal from those beside him. A significant portion of those present have already joined us. If you wish to survive, it is best to surrender the location of the heirloom's entrance. We have encircled it. No one may enter. The Wolf King laughed heartily, exuding an air of triumph and arrogance. Those gathered were elite players, yet collectively they posed no threat to him. Wolf King, are you not concerned about us detonating the energy source collectively? Do not push your luck. I have no token. I merely seek a way to survive. I too seek the same, lest we all perish together. Symbiosis alliance? Is this how you embody peace? A chill enveloped the hearts of the onlookers. They were astounded to discover that a significant number among the same crowd had betrayed them. The tactics employed by the two formidable organizations were truly fearsome. Having covertly instigated such a multitude of defections, individuals distanced themselves from their companions, wary of being stabbed in the back. Rest assured, I merely seek the token. There is no need to eliminate all of you, bellowed the Wolf King, his gaze shifting towards Lin Qing, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. What say you, Brother Qing? To live or to die? The moon goddess approached, declaring, I demand all the stock from his refrigerator. The Wolf King replied nonchalantly, that is acceptable. I only require 2 bottles of wine. His apparent indifference belied the previous covetousness he had displayed. The seers were adept at masquerading, as had been remarked upon during casual conversations by Brother Hua, for these individuals had not only undergone basic training but had also delved into the intricacies of human psychology. A flash of light emanated from the Wolf King's hand as he aimed a shotgun at Lin Qing. He was not alone. Figures clad in black and several members from the 2 organizations drew their firearms. For them, in terms of individual strength, Lin Qing and his companions were undoubtedly the most formidable present. Any sign of discord would prompt their immediate execution. Brother Hua's expression tightened. Yet, at that moment, all 3 received a message tagged specifically for them. Such notifications occurred at a consistent frequency, leaving no room for misinterpretation. It was indeed a successful signal from Xiao Wang. Upon witnessing this, Lin Qing's lips curled into a slight smirk. A flash of white light illuminated his hand as the long-hidden RPG materialized, and he pulled the trigger directly at the Wolf King. Instantly, a notification echoed in his mind. Player Sanqing has obtained the qualification for inheritance. The ruins will grant protection. During this protective period, the player cannot initiate attacks against any person or beast, or else the protection will be revoked. Protection is ongoing. Chapter 37. The Best Assistant. Little Wang the Wolf King was utterly astonished by Lin Qing's audacity. Despite being confronted by multiple firearms, he still dared to take action. To his further dismay, the opposition truly possessed an RPG. Instantly, a sense of dread enveloped him, compelling him to drop to the ground. With a thunderous explosion, flames soared into the sky. Most of the Wolf King's followers behind him were unable to evade the grenade, meeting their demise on the spot. The chaotic surroundings fell into a momentary silence. What is this? Goodness, he really has an RPG? How dare he look at others? I'll crush you. The Wolf King scrambled to his feet. Fortunate to have been prepared for such an emergency, he had donned a layer of previously acquired blue-grade armor, shielding his vital areas. Yet, he appeared utterly disheveled, a mix of fury, astonishment, and terror coursing through him. A thought struck him. This individual truly possesses an RPG. Could it be that he also has a cannon? He immediately shouted, "Fire! Eliminate him!" Panic seized him, as the situation was spiraling beyond his control. He yearned to eliminate Lin Qing at once. Without his prompting, his associates acted decisively. The figures in black raised their weapons and opened fire, joined by others wielding guns. In an instant, the cave erupted with the cacophony of gunfire. All the minor factions and individuals present crouched down, covering their heads in sheer panic, fearful of collateral damage. Bullets flew with precision toward Lin Qing and his companions. However, in the face of such peril, the trio stood their ground, seemingly indifferent to the imminent threats. The Wolf King, witnessing this, was about to reveal a triumphant smirk, but in the next moment, his expression froze. After the gunfire subsided, Lin Qing and his companions remained motionless and scathed, with no signs of gunfire or bloodshed upon them. In fact, one bullet had come to a halt, lodged against Lin Qing's forehead, desperately attempting to penetrate. Yet, that mere inch felt like an insurmountable chasm, impossible to cross. A mentalist? Impossible. No, it is the protection of the relics. The seers present widened their eyes in disbelief, instinctively grasping a realization. How could this be? They had been here all along. How could they have received protection from the relics? The Wolf King's voice erupted in furious disbelief. unable to accept the situation. Is this the protection of the relics? Lin Qing raised his hand, plucking the only bullet that had not discharged and casually setting it on the ground. He internally lamented the missed opportunity to kill the Wolf King with that shot. For now, the moment had escaped him. Haha, impressive, isn't it? Though this is my first time experiencing such a phenomenon, the brother exclaimed with a chuckle. Coconut, intrigued, examined his own body. Why? Why would they have protection? Even if they possessed the token, it shouldn't be possible. They hadn't even entered the inheritance site. Why do I feel so bewildered? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Overwhelmed by the shock, the Wolf King and the Moon Goddess Ji stared intently at Lin Qing, utterly perplexed. Allow me to introduce our final teammate, Little Wang the cyclist. Lin Qing gestured towards the inheritance site. There, a youthful figure emerged, pedaling a bicycle and cradling a box of mousse cake in his arms. The visibility was poor. Yet even from a considerable distance, some could sense that it was the same cake Lin Qing had previously consumed. Cradling the cake in one hand while waving the other vigorously, he shouted, Qingger, wagu, yi jia, I've got it sorted. Xiao Wang, with his delicate and amiable appearance, seemed harmless, even comical with cake smeared across his face. However, through the lenses of the Wolf King and the Moon Goddess, he was the most detestable among them. The Wolf King seethed. Damn it, squid minion. He gritted his teeth, on the verge of cursing. He had believed himself to be an invincible player, standing outside the fray of the game. Yet, it turned out others had reached the very stratosphere. They immediately surmised that he must be the first to enter the ruins. It was possible those fiery beasts had not existed before. Perhaps someone had activated the guardian beasts by touching the inheritance array. Damn it. Attack. The Wolf King barked an order. There was no chance of releasing anyone. The cost of their betrayal had been substantial materials and modules. The vehicles of the small organization players and the scattered players were undoubtedly ready-made materials. In an instant, everyone disregarded Lin Qing and his companions, and chaos erupted. The arena became a whirlwind of disorder. Some successfully landed backstabs, while others were killed in retaliation. A few even chose to self-destruct in their final moments. Let us join in and absorb materials. We must protect ourselves from being attacked. But there is nothing that prohibits us from gathering materials, Lin Qing suggested. As the saying goes, in the apocalypse, there are no good people. It would be absurd not to take advantage. After all, they had protection. No one could target them. Good idea, Wagu exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he nodded in agreement, joining forces with Yi Jia on the battlefield. Damn it, you all deal with the lowly fish first. We'll settle accounts with these bastards after the ruins are finished. The Wolf King murmured as he sped off on his motorcycle. The cloaked individuals were equally in a panic. Fearing Lin Qing might set his sights on the Moon Goddess, risking everything in a desperate attempt to escape, they drove a mini-vehicle to escort her away. However, Lin Qing paid them no mind, weaving through the chaos on his motorcycle. Nice job with the kills. I'll take this vehicle. Keep up the good work. Collecting materials. Metal, 1850 pounds. Plastic, 200 pounds. Rubber, 180 pounds. Glass, 50 pounds. Detecting fusion modules. The backstabber, having exerted considerable effort, muttered in disbelief, Can you aim when you self-destruct? You didn't even hit anyone else, just blew yourself up. Are you the jade-faced Grenade King? I'll take this vehicle as well. Thank you for your support. Collecting materials. Metal, 1950 pounds. Plastic, 150 pounds. Rubber, 220 pounds. Glass, 70 pounds. What is this? Are there still opportunists? Many backstabbers realized that despite their hard-fought kills, they were being outdone by others reaping the rewards, causing them to gnash their teeth in frustration. Qinggu, please save me. I promise I will repay you. Some, lacking the strength to fend for themselves, hastily called for help. Yet, Lin Qing chose to ignore them. He set aside his desire to assist and respected the fates of others. He could not abandon the protective mechanism for the sake of these individuals. However, it must be said that the collection of materials has been rather meager. His motorcycle possesses remarkable agility, yet it has only consumed 5 vehicles, yielding approximately 10,000 in primary metallic resources. Ultimately, both factions have drawn closer, and many individuals either self-destruct or find themselves at a disadvantage, opting to momentarily cease hostilities. In the direction of the cave entrance, a multitude of cars has surged outward, creating a chaotic blockage. There may have been a chance for total annihilation. But the actions of Lin Qing and his companions caught the two major organizations off guard. The Wolf King and Moon Goddess, fearing the emergence of heretics, activated their inheritances under the cover of their main forces. This inadvertently saved numerous lives thanks to Lin Qing and his team. Once I escape, I shall not rest until I see your downfall. Damn it, this has been a significant loss. We missed out on the rewards from the Coexistence Alliance and have now provoked our adversaries. Humph. The law of the jungle dictates that the weak shall always be preyed upon by the strong. Such is your fate. Boom. Sound of self-detonation, rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire. Help me. I can offer you anything. My figure is not inferior to that of your female companion. Several beautiful women have also directed their pleas for assistance towards Lin Qing. He felt as though he was witnessing the myriad facets of life, traversing a grotesque hell of death. The weak remain perpetually weak, while the powerful ultimately display their coldness. However, Lin Qing did not lament the nature of humanity. In the grand scheme of existence, none possess the right to disdain human nature. What truly deserves resistance are the survival laws of this terminal world. Brother Qing, I have leveled up, exclaimed the excited Wichao. He rushed toward Lin Qing, having passed a half hour since their last encounter. He had successfully acquired a 4th-tier vehicle. The world level is currently estimated to be around 23. With my 4th-tier vehicle, I should have no trouble passing the relic assessment during this period. If all goes well, I will undoubtedly obtain a special profession. Wichao's face lit up with exhilaration. The inheritance token has been gathered. Players are urged to enter the inheritance site promptly, as the inheritance space will open in half an hour. At that moment, the system's notification echoed once more. Chapter 38, the beginning of the inheritance. Curse the squid. Curse the entire squid family, from the eldest to the youngest, and all their ancestors. As I approached, the voice of the Wolf King echoed, filled with fury. Xiao Wang sat innocently on his bicycle. Upon seeing Lin Qing and the others enter, his eyes lit up, and he quickly reported. This lunatic went berserk the moment he came in, cursing at me and even threatening to strike. Such is the price of being the 6th wheel. Lin Qing patted Xiao Wang on the shoulder. Among those present, Lin Qing was the youngest, yet he clearly held a leadership role. And the others harbored no doubts about it from start to finish. Meanwhile, Brother Wichao dragged in an empty vehicle and handed it to Xiao Wang, urging, hurry and absorb it. You must elevate your level swiftly. You are all despicable. You shall pay for this. I will not let you off easily. The Wolf King bellowed, glaring at the trio. He was now entirely convinced of Lin Qing's leadership. I share your sentiments. The symbiotic alliance will not suffer such indignities. The moon goddess, Ji Qing, wore a cold expression tinged with anger. However, given the current circumstances, none could act against the others. They could only exchange verbal barbs. Once the inheritance concludes, we shall see who meets their demise, Brother Wichao declared defiantly, though internally he resolved to flee with Qing Ge and the others as soon as it was over. Xiao Wang, are you still hungry? The Wolf King inquired. More? The moon goddess's stomach audibly grumbled, causing her cheeks to flush, having not eaten for quite some time. The mere mention of food, coupled with a glance at the cake on Xiao Wang's face, triggered a physiological reaction. I've had enough. Qing Ge, you truly are remarkable. To be honest, I was quite lucky before, finding some compressed biscuits and luncheon meat. Now I realize, those were truly fit only for dogs. The Wolf King remained silent. The moon goddess discreetly placed the compressed biscuits from her pocket back, withdrawing her hand. The 13 members surrounding them also exhibited expressions of indignation. This group was utterly infuriating. It is worth mentioning that the final token was fortuitously acquired by the 2 major organizations. A certain lucky wanderer was killed on the spot before entering the inheritance site, ultimately failing to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Well, I am unsure what the trials will entail, but let me distribute the resources among you first. Lin Qing opened the refrigerator, dividing the icy water into 4 portions, keeping the smallest share for himself, and evenly distributing the rest among the 3. The Wolf King and the others could only look on enviously. This place ensured absolute fairness. Any intervention from members would result in the forfeiture of their qualifications for the inheritance. Qing Di, shouldn't you keep a bit more for yourself? Coco expressed concern. No need. This amount is sufficient, Lin Qing replied, shaking his head. Of course, this was not his entire fortune. The vehicle's refrigerator still held a considerable supply of icy water. Inheritance activation countdown. 3, 2, 1. As the 10 minutes elapsed and the final countdown reached its conclusion, a radiant light enveloped everyone, and in the next moment, they vanished collectively. Where am I? Lin Qing curiously surveyed his surroundings. Above, the sun blazed fiercely, its light blinding, with not a cloud in sight, offering no semblance of shelter. Before him lay a highway, flanked by an endless expanse of desert. The scorching air enveloped his face, registering at least 60 degrees. This was scarcely distinguishable from an ordinary equatorial inferno, save for the difference in terrain. The motorcycle vanished in an instant, replaced by a truck. The refrigerator reconnected to the power source. Lin Qing returned to the driver's seat, activating both air conditioning units, which instantly alleviated all discomfort. First level challenge, speed test. You are 100 kilometers from the finish line. Please arrive within 30 minutes. All energy consumed and vehicle damage incurred will be perfectly compensated upon completion. Task reward. White treasure chest, blue treasure chest. Lin Qing's expression darkened. If only he had known, he would not have switched vehicles. Simultaneously, he activated the luminous interface, preparing to install the newly acquired module. In another dimension, the Wolf King clenched his fist in excitement. Precisely. This vehicle could reach a speed of 400 kilometers per hour at level 1. After 3 upgrades and modules, its speed had soared to over 700 kilometers. The purple motorcycle was formidable precisely due to its speed. This challenge would likely take longer than anticipated. The Moon Goddess, piloting an RV, displayed a look of dissatisfaction. The water provided by Qinggu would surely prove invaluable. She wondered if he could endure. Brother Wa cast a glance around, expressing a sigh of exasperation. He then turned his attention to the assessment task, his face revealing confidence. Half an hour was more than sufficient. A level 4 vehicle could already achieve a maximum speed of 300 kilometers, which was entirely adequate. Little long. After waiting for over a day, you tell me to play this? His bicycle had surged to level 10, reaching a maximum speed of 180 kilometers. He would need to remain standing to pedal vigorously to have any hope of completion. The bike chain would surely be smoking. Coconut, driving her off-road vehicle, faced this challenge with utter ease given her purple tier car. Yet, she still needed to switch back. Lin Qing wasted no time, merging all the speed modules he had accumulated from the previous vehicle. Not only did he completely fill the module capacity, but he also proactively removed the hardening and spiked modules, expending over 300 metallic coins. He fused a blue tier engine modification, enhancing the blue tier vehicle speed, and incorporated a blue tier lightweight module. The legendary profession remained his ultimate aspiration. This required not only passing the test but also achieving the highest score among all participants. Fortunately, he had previously acquired a flame jet module. Lin Qing mentally prepared himself and surged forward the moment the countdown began. He activated his maximum speed, augmenting his velocity by an additional 20. With the flame jet and various enhancements, Lin Qing's final speed reached a staggering 800 kilometers per hour. He and the vehicle shot forth like a black lightning bolt. All surrounding scenery rapidly receded. Lin Qing lowered his body to minimize wind resistance. Although lacking formal training, he possessed a modicum of understanding regarding this endeavor. As his posture adjusted, his speed ultimately peaked at around 820 kilometers per hour. Mere minutes had elapsed. Lin Qing beheld a luminous expanse before him. It marked the destination of his journey. With a swift whoosh, the locomotive surged past the terminus. Assessment completed. This rating, 92 points. Acquired highest reward, blue treasure chest. Lin Qing was inclined to open the chest. Yet he soon realized that neither the treasure on his person nor the rewards obtained could be accessed at that moment. This left him somewhat exasperated, as he understood that the relic's legacy sought to evaluate players based on their inherent capabilities. The modules could be exchanged, as they intrinsically belonged to the player's combat style. The rest were classified as unknown resources, thus rendering them unusable. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He would revel in the subsequent waves of rewards. Half an hour later, all participants had completed the assessment and rankings were announced. Player Sanqing, first place, score 92. Player Wolf King, second place, score 90. Player Coconut Full of Juice, third place, score 78. Player Moon Goddess, 18th place, score 20. Player Bicycle King, 19th place, score 19. Player Man in Black, 20th place, score 1. Chapter 39, the legendary assessment. To Lin Qing's astonishment, Xiao Wang surprisingly ranked 19th. The enigmatic figure known as Black-Clad Man performed far below expectations. Lin Qing found it difficult to comprehend why such a lackluster performance came from someone with such a formidable name. The others were equally bewildered. The name Sanqing occupied the top position, and it dawned on everyone that Lin Qing was indeed Sanqing. It seemed implausible. After all, Sanqing had an alibi. How could Sanqing be the motorcycle rider? Moreover, the speed exhibited was astonishing. The Wolf King, who had anticipated securing first place, was utterly flabbergasted. How could his dilapidated motorcycle be so swift? Sanqing. No wonder he is so formidable. Oh my. The reactions of Wachao Gu and Yi Zi were initially filled with surprise, swiftly transforming into elation. Even they had not anticipated Lin Qing would emerge as the victor. Indeed, it was Qinggu. He had concealed so much. The black-clad man sat impassively in his mini vehicle, his expression indifferent. With my presence, you shall not falter. The second round of the assessment commences. The global temperature escalates, a second sun emerges. Temperature, 70 degrees. Survival assessment. Multiple-headed crimson flame beasts will appear. Survive for half an hour after defeating at least one. Reward. Intermediate material package containing upgrade materials, primary materials of 5,000 gene and 20,000 gene of metal. As the announcement concluded, a second sun indeed materialized in the sky, raising the overall temperature significantly. Lin Qing remained unfazed, instead focusing on the 10 crimson flame beasts that had suddenly appeared before him. Among them, there was one level 3 beast and 2 level 2 beasts. The difficulty of the second round appeared to be manageable. Having already switched to a truck, Lin Qing initiated the charging of his metal cannon. Charging. 10, 20. At 50, he unleashed a devastating shot. The power of this cannon exceeded that of an RPG. The 10 crimson flame beasts had no time to retaliate and were obliterated on the spot. Assessment completed. Score 100. Reward. Intermediate material package. This reward was quite impressive, bringing him closer to level 4. Lin Qing felt immense joy. After half an hour, the rankings were revealed. The Wolf King retained the second position, followed by Wachao Gu, Yi Zi, Moon Goddess Ji, and the black-clad man Xiao Wang languished at the bottom. A perfect score. Everyone was utterly astounded, unable to fathom how this was achieved. Could it be that he possessed other weaponry? The Wolf King pondered, his initial resolve to settle scores gradually giving way to uncertainty. The third round of the assessment begins. The third sun appears. Temperature, 80 degrees. This round, tension test, reward, weapon reward, submachine gun flamethrower. The flamethrower has an effective range of 30 meters, accompanied by 3 fuel canisters, each lasting for half an hour. Throughout 5 consecutive rounds, Lin Qing consistently garnered exceptionally high scores, with rewards that were nothing short of the utmost excellence. It can be said that the rewards from the ruins are truly astonishing. In the 4th level, he received yet another intermediate material pack. Combined with the previous one, he was not far from reaching level 4. Upon completing the 5th round, he was fortunate enough to acquire a purple treasure chest. These chests are considered fixed and are highly likely to yield rewards related to extreme weather or the equatorial mountain. However, only 10 individuals remain in the competition. Unfortunately, Xiao Wang was also eliminated in the 4th round. It is worth noting that the 4th level is not a perilous stage, and failure does not equate to death, merely a loss of opportunity. As the 6th round commenced, Lin Qing's eyes lit up at the rewards. The 6th round begins. The 6th sun appears. Assessment, combat test, reward, special class transfer certificate for fire elemental profession. This time, he faced a daunting challenge of 30 flame beasts with no time constraints. Yet the difficulty was exceedingly high. With the 6th sun now blazing, the outdoor temperature soared to 110 degrees. Even Lin Qing's truck was rendered scalding hot, with tires showing signs of melting. To prevent any mishaps, he could only rely on a continuous supply of metal coins for repairs. The grade of the flame beasts was all above level 2, with 3 third-tier flame beasts among them. It was likely that more contestants would face elimination. Fire away. This time, to avoid the need for a second shot, the metal-heavy artillery absorbed 70 of its energy. It was not a matter of insufficient power, but rather a concern regarding the blast radius. Boom. The explosion this time was even more terrifying than before. The deafening sound was akin to cataclysmic destruction, obliterating the flame beasts present, reducing them to mere dust. Score, 100. Reward, special class transfer certificate for fire elemental profession. No one could have anticipated that the hellish difficulty of the extreme weather trial would be so swiftly cleared. Yet, Lin Qing felt no surprise. With a golden truck, a purple heavy artillery, and an array of supplies and perfect modules at his disposal, if he found it challenging, then surely no one would succeed. This momentum must be maintained, for that legendary profession is essential for ascending to greater heights. Lin Qing's gaze was resolute. In his hand was a flame-shaped token. The transfer certificate materialized in reality. However, such coveted items, acquired through fierce competition and bloodshed, held no allure for him. Sanqing, first place, score, 100. Wolf King, second place, score, 10. Coconut full of juice, third place, score, 8. Wo Bro, fourth place, score, 6. Man in Black, fifth place, score, 1. The rest eliminated. This time, they waited a full 2 hours. Fortunately, the heat dissipated during the task. It wasn't until the next round began that the oppressive temperature returned. Haha. What? Sanqing achieved a perfect score again. How could this be possible? Damn it. Is he truly more formidable than that Tiger King fellow? I have succeeded. The special profession is in my grasp. Qing, dear sister adores you. I'm alive. Whoa, Qing Gu still has a score of 100. My goddess, you failed. Don't worry, I've got this. The man clad in black harbored the belief that the moon goddess still breathed, and none understood the defensive capabilities of the purple-grade vehicle better than he. Comprehensive scoring evaluation indicates that player Sanqing has achieved a total score of 582. Unlocking the legendary class transfer examination. Good heavens, the legendary class has been activated. How astonishing. How remarkable. The legendary assessment. How could this be possible? Meanwhile, in Linqing's vicinity, the sky was graced by 7 suns. The temperature soared instantaneously to 120 degrees. The tires in contact with the ground began to show signs of melting almost immediately. And even the dual air conditioning systems and heat-resistant suits were rendered ineffective against such heat. Desperately, Linqing issued repair commands and activated the ice water system, hastily dousing himself to cool down. The temperature within the vehicle was utterly unmanageable, and Linqing found himself gasping for breath, relying solely on the residual chill of the ice water to inhale. At the edge of the desert before him, an unexpected wave surged forth. Upon closer inspection, however, it became apparent that this was not a wave of water, but an inexhaustible swarm of crimson flame beasts. They swarmed densely, resembling a locust invasion. A mere glance sent shivers down Linqing's spine. Was this the true terror of the end times? A cataclysm so profound that even deities could fall, finally unveiling its shroud. This is a combat challenge. The requirements are to eliminate 1,000 crimson flame beasts using only the capabilities of this vehicle. This is a selective assessment. Players may choose to withdraw or engage. Opting to depart will allow for a flawless exit from the examination. Chapter 40. A desperate gamble. Can I withdraw? Linqing's heart raced. No matter how much wealth one possesses, it must be spent with life, mustn't it? Among the horde, numerous crimson flame beasts loomed large. Likely 4th-tier creatures, and their overwhelming numbers suggested certain death should he charge in. He considered the dire circumstances with a cool head. Not even a colossal battleship could withstand such an onslaught. Yet, when the moment to withdraw truly arrived, Linqing hesitated. The allure of a legendary profession lay tantalizingly within reach, and he found it difficult to part with it. Not just him. Anyone faced with such a rare opportunity would be loath to simply abandon it. Should he rely on the gradual accumulation of resources from treasure chests, or muster the courage to seize a glorious future? Treasure chests could not yield a legendary profession. Not even the finest golden chests could achieve that. Such rewards were exclusive to the ruins, particularly those found in extreme environments like the equatorial hell. Even if other ruins offered legendary professions, he would likely confront similar challenges. He couldn't retreat every time he encountered a legendary trial. Could he? Gripping the steering wheel, Linqing's face tightened as he faced the oncoming tide of beasts. His mind a tempest of conflicting thoughts, leaving him with a throbbing headache. Suddenly, clarity washed over him, dispelling the chaos in his mind. The cacophony of beastly roars faded into silence. He charged forward, having made his decision. If he were to give up now, he feared he might never find peace again. 1,000 crimson flame beasts, right? Damn it. I refuse to believe I can't succeed. Let us see who meets their demise today. A spark of madness flickered in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. The metal cannon began to charge instantly. The truck roared to life, propelled by 80% energy. It barreled into the throng of beasts. As he closed in, just a few hundred meters away, the cannon boomed, unleashing its metallic projectiles into the horde. Concurrently, the truck ignited its flame jets, accelerating rapidly, and the entire vehicle blazed to life in a brilliant radiance. Though unprecedented in magnitude, this spectacle was not unfamiliar to those who had entered the inheritance, for many had witnessed similar scenes in the caverns. Indeed, Linqing had initiated a self-detonation. The truck doors flung open, and disregarding the speed, Linqing leaped from the vehicle. Even with his physical prowess, the jarring impact of the jump sent searing pain coursing through him, and in the extreme heat, he felt as if he were being roasted alive. His shoes ignited instantly, and the heat-resistant suit offered no protection. His face carbonized in an instant, infinite agony electrifying every nerve ending, prompting him to cry out in pain. Yet at this moment, he ignored it all, his gaze fixated on the truck. The metal cannon, the collision, the explosion, it all hinged on this moment. However, when the truck crashed into the beastly horde, everything vanished. The world transformed into a blinding white. The truck reappeared before him, all crimson flame beasts had vanished, and the temperature returned to normal. Linqing's adverse conditions dissipated entirely. Her skin was fair and immaculate, as if nothing had ever transpired. Linqing was utterly astonished, contemplating every conceivable possibility, yet he could not fathom that the truck had not exploded at all, resulting in a cataclysmic transformation of the scene. Comprehensive assessment, agility, determination, courage, strength, mission accomplished. Evaluation, from death to life, perfect. Rewards distributed, acquired the legendary class transfer certificate for the flame system. This inheritance has concluded, and departure from the inheritance space is imminent. It was a success. Linqing found it hard to believe, followed by an overwhelming elation. Whether it was the joy of surviving a catastrophe or the rewards received, he could not help but burst into laughter. He had never anticipated that the final assessment was not based on strength at all, but rather on mental fortitude. Indeed, To slay 1,000 crimson flame beasts amidst a horde was an impossibility. Even he was fighting for his life. The challenge was far too formidable. Thus, everything was an illusion, compelling players to withdraw on their own. A person who retreats in the face of danger may be well suited for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Yet they are unworthy of a legendary profession that battles against the apocalypse. Meanwhile, behind Peace Valley, there lay a region of molten lava. A bare-chested man sat atop a colossal iron beast traversing the lava. This iron beast was immense, tethered by enormous chains, pulling a lava dragon towering hundreds of meters high. The bare-chested man, initially idly observing his surroundings, suddenly sensed something. His expression shifted to one of astonishment, his lips curling into a slight smirk. And a glimmer of appreciation and contentment flickered in his eyes. This newcomer was indeed impressive. Within a cave, a flash of light occurred. 10 figures materialized out of thin air, including various vehicles and several distinct corpses. Standing among them were Lin Qing and his companions. Wow, Xiaowang is still alive. I was just worried about him, exclaimed Wu Gu, overwhelmed with excitement. Xiaowang will never die. Xiaowang chuckled, content despite lacking a special profession. In truth, surviving and leaving the mountain was all he had ever hoped for. Coco's gaze remained fixed on Lin Qing, her eyes brimming with curiosity. However, neither she nor Wu Gu inquired further. You actually entered the legendary assessment and emerged alive? You passed? The Wolf King shouted incredulously. No, no, no. The man in black suddenly howled, collapsing to his knees before the moon goddess. At that moment, the cold woman was drenched in blood, utterly lifeless. How is this possible? How could you be dead? His eyes reddened, unable to absorb the reality before him. The Wolf King and Lin Qing exchanged glances, both feeling a pang of sorrow. They had not anticipated that the moon goddess was truly gone. A level 4 player of a purple-grade vehicle lost just like that. Answer me. Did you truly obtain the legendary inheritance? The Wolf King composed himself. The man in black replied, No, no, no. The Wolf King inhaled deeply. It is impossible. There are so few legendary professions, and the flame system is virtually extinct. You could not have obtained it. The man in black shouted, No, no, no. Damn it. The Wolf King could no longer contain his fury and erupted in curses. Lin Qing's lips curled slightly before he retorted, Guess? I would rather not. The Wolf King's composure was shaken, yet he was no ordinary adversary. As he regained his calm, he conceded, This time, I admit my fault. Shall we resolve this peacefully? I assure you, I will not disclose your matters. Moreover, as you are aware, our beast god Hall possesses far greater strength. Dozens have gathered outside. And I have acquired numerous rewards myself. That purple treasure chest, I had already integrated it during the waiting period post-assessment, including the ones in black. Regardless of the confines of this cave, we hold the numerical advantage. He was genuinely frightened, devoid of any inclination to fight. Legendary classes could not exhibit their powers. None had changed their profession yet. However, the dread he felt towards Lin Qing was palpable, as if this enigmatic youth harbored an unfathomable might. My friend. I am rather benevolent, Lin Qing murmured softly. Is that so? How could I bear to let you go? The Wolf King was taken aback, his fur bristling in alarm. Yet he was uncertain of the source of the impending danger. Nevertheless, he reacted swiftly, drawing his weapon alongside several teammates, aiming directly at Lin Qing before pulling the trigger. Die, the Wolf King bellowed. This attack came as a shock. He doubted that Lin Qing's mortal flesh could withstand it. Yet, almost immediately, the sound of bullets being deflected echoed through the air. Before Lin Qing and his companions stood a massive sheet of glass that effortlessly absorbed the oncoming bullets. Following this, a colossal entity materialized, accompanied by the roar of engines, as if a steel beast had declared dominion over the arena, sending everything in its vicinity flying. Chapter 41. The Onslaught. Within the confines of the dim chamber, the headlights of the muscular truck ignited, emanating a blinding brilliance. The clang of steel reverberated as vehicles, previously standing their ground, were swept away, including the Wolf King and his companions, who felt an incomprehensible force assault them head-on. They were hurled against the wall with tremendous force, crashing down and coughing up blood. What is this? No one paid heed to their injuries. They simply stared, wide-eyed, at the colossal behemoth before them. Even the Wolf King stood dumbfounded, his expression vacant, finally comprehending why Lin Qing achieved such formidable results during the inheritance. A golden, luxury vehicle. At that moment, a wave of despair engulfed him. And the Wolf King lost all will to fight. My heavens, is this truly a vehicle? Inside the cabin, little Wang gasped in shock, taking in the surroundings with incredulity. Brother Wu was trembling with excitement, exclaiming, I knew it. This must be the luxury vehicle. How immense it must be. Coconut stared in astonishment, unable to fathom the scene around him. He finally understood why the enigmatic Sanqing rode solely on a motorcycle. This truck was indeed his true steed. Is this it? Lin Qing glanced at the Wolf King, shaking his head in disinterest. He rolled down the window and brandished a massive pineapple. And a machine gun? Everyone had succumbed to numbness. AKs, machine guns, trucks. Lin Qing's trump cards were overwhelmingly terrifying. Even if he revealed more, they would likely accept it without question. Wait. The Wolf King snapped back to reality, overwhelmed by intense fear, and shouted urgently. Spare me. I concede. I shall never oppose you again. A deep sense of regret welled within him. Had he known such a fearsome individual would be present, he wouldn't have dared to challenge him, let alone enter the ruins. Me too, Sanqing. We were merely following orders. Let me go. I desire nothing. Not just the Wolf King, but his subordinates had also lost their fighting spirit, with some even kneeling on the ground, raising their hands in surrender. Do you question my mercy? Lin Qing's eyes narrowed as he fired directly. The intimidation of the pineapple was more fearsome than that of an AK. With a belt of 200 rounds, even the strongest player would find it difficult to withstand. Bullets erupted, and those present fell one after another, with the Wolf King being reduced to a sieve in an instant. Done. A smirk crept across Lin Qing's lips. The purple-grade motorcycle was now in his possession, with the enemy stripped of their will to act. Lin Qing and his companions disembarked from the vehicle and proceeded to deliver finishing blows to their foes. As they approached the bloodied figure of the man in black, he lay on the ground, murmuring, No, no, no. This fellow is a total sycophant, Brother Wu remarked, speechless. Bang. The life of the man in black was extinguished. Well then, let us divide the spoils, Lin Qing suggested with a smile. Oh, what is there to divide? It is all yours, Brother Wu replied nonchalantly, having already secured the vital job transfer certificate, which was more than sufficient. I feel the same. It matters not to me. Xiaowang truly embodies a zen-like demeanor. Despite failing his assessment, his countenance remains devoid of any signs of disappointment, consistently radiating a sense of salvage joy. I am entirely yours, Coco jested. However, the crowd was undeniably stirred, for this endeavor had indeed yielded significant rewards. Those few individuals lacked the 5th level, and the transfer certificates belonging to the enigmatic man in black and the Wolf King were undoubtedly in their possession. All right, I shall take the lead, Lin Qing declared, striding towards the purple tier motorcycle, lifting it effortlessly onto the truck. The cooldown for the secondary vehicle still had approximately 2 days remaining, rendering an immediate exchange impossible. What extraordinary strength you possess, Brother Qing. Xiaowang couldn't help but exclaim. This indeed reflects the prowess of a golden tier vehicle owner and post-transfer. Those with abundant attribute points will only grow more formidable, exclaimed Xiaoge. Meanwhile, Lin Qing busied himself with the battlefield. Having absorbed 11 out of the 12 remaining vehicles, only one remains, a purple tier vehicle. Who among you desires it? Lin Qing inquired. He refrained from further absorption, for despite the vehicle's superior quality, it would merely amount to a heap of scrap metal for him, a waste when considered as materials. While it could fetch a considerable sum, the average individual might struggle to afford such a price. Given the substantial contributions made by everyone during this operation, Lin Qing resolved to facilitate internal distribution. A purple tier vehicle with Chao Ji's face lit up with desire. He was indeed a seer, yet such vehicles were rare treasures. This motorhome held significance for him that rivaled the transfer certificate. However, he recognized that Coco was less of a contender, and Xiaowang's situation was even more precarious. Contemplating Xiaowang's contributions, Xiaoge inhaled deeply, poised to speak, only to hear Xiaowang say, Xiaoge, why don't you take it? What? Xiaoge was momentarily taken aback, and even Lin Qing and Coco exchanged surprised glances. This was hardly a moment for self-effacement. Honestly, I don't have much desire to switch vehicles. A bicycle can suffice for survival. Its quality may be low, but it upgrades swiftly, Xiaowang recounted. He revealed that prior to entering the end world, he was merely a traveler. Upon entering, he drew a bicycle, and while initially reluctant, he eventually embraced the bond he formed with the vehicle. It's as if I've cultivated feelings for it, Xiaowang chuckled. This revelation left Xiaoge staring at Xiaowang, recognizing the sincerity in his words. Lin Qing and the others shared no objections, moved beyond measure. A true brother. I shall never forget your kindness. He commenced the vehicle exchange, and unlike Lin Qing's secondary vehicle, a simple change in permissions facilitated the upgrade. This vehicle possesses only blue tier modules. Do you desire it, Brother Qing? Xiaoge inquired, sensing its weightiness. You may keep it for yourself. Blue tier? What worth is that? When absorbing vehicles, he had stripped away numerous modules. Subsequently, aside from the internal modules, the exterior modules were all blue tier. In the end, only 2 transfer certificates remained in Lin Qing's possession. As he held them, the others exchanged glances. Brother Qing, Could you possibly grant one to Xiao Wang? This item is worth no less than 100,000 metal coins in the Peace Valley, but I shall assuredly repay you later, which Xiao Gu spoke hesitantly. Take it. Without Xiao Wang, acquiring these items would not have been so effortless. Lin Qing is quite just. Wealth can be alluring, yet he has not lost his principles. Xiao Wang may appear to be a fortunate slacker, but without his token, matters would certainly not have proceeded so smoothly. There could have been early exposure of the truck. Or perhaps someone would have fled at the first opportunity. However, a flawless capture like this would have been utterly impossible. Xiao Wang was exhilarated, astonished to find himself in such a unique profession. As for the last one, Lin Qi accepted it alone, and no one raised any objections. The weapons they scavenged were distributed, with each person receiving one, thus achieving full armament. Lin Qi claimed the Wolf King's shotgun, which still had 5 rounds remaining. There might have been more ammunition, but it would undoubtedly be inaccessible within the opponent's system space. However, Lin Qi successfully removed a complete set of rock armor from the adversary. This armor felt cool to the touch, and in addition to its formidable defense, it possessed excellent thermal insulation, far superior to Lin Qing's thermal suit. Wait a moment, has anyone noticed that someone is missing? Suddenly, Lin Qing realized something. The others paused in surprise, glancing around with widened eyes. Where is Moon Goddess Ji? Her body has vanished. Everyone was taken aback. They had not anticipated such an occurrence and hurried outside to investigate. Immediately, they spotted a mini vehicle speeding towards the cave entrance. Damn, she is still alive. Pursue. Chapter 42. The envy of the group. No one anticipated that the Moon Goddess, Ji, was merely feigning death. Moreover, she possessed a silent module and emerged from an invisible vehicle, ensuring that her presence went unnoticed. But wait, how did she manage to drive away in the Mini? Wasn't that the vehicle of the man in black? Furthermore, if the Moon Goddess was indeed alive, why had I seamlessly usurped her identity as the owner of that car? For vehicles sped away. Brother Wa couldn't suppress his curiosity. The others were left in a state of bewilderment. Coconut remarked, "Is it possible that the RV belongs to the man in black?" Incredibly, this was the only plausible explanation, despite its absurdity. A purple-tier car owner, possessing commendable abilities across the board, had become a mere sycophant to a Mini owner, seemingly without even having touched it. Truly a humbling sight. What a revelation. This fellow has defied all odds. Eliminating him would serve to purify the apocalyptic atmosphere. Amidst these reflections, the 4 vehicles made their way outside. The area bore numerous signs of battle, yet there were no materials left behind. The previously congested scene had transformed into a seamless flow. It appeared that while Lin Qing and the others were receiving their inheritance, the skirmish outside had already concluded. Outside the cave, a dozen vehicles lay parked, having reset their traps. The Moon Goddess had departed with her entourage, leaving only our leader behind. Damn it, the spoils this time were scant. I had only managed to eliminate 2 players, while the rest escaped. Don't fret, someone reassured. The Moon Goddess mentioned that the conflict inside remains intricate. Our leader is currently engaged in battle with a fortunate individual. As long as we block this exit, there will surely be gains. One individual took a drag from his cigarette, savoring the smoke before reluctantly discarding it onto the ground. Just then, everyone's eyes brightened as they heard the unmistakable roar of engines. They were coming out. All positions were ready. Everyone returned to their vehicles, eagerly anticipating the emergence from the cave. Unlike others, their task was simple: to lie in wait outside, ready to seize any rewards that came their way. Regardless of who claimed the bounty, they would undoubtedly have a layer stripped from them, a guaranteed delightful task. Haha, the commotion is quite substantial. It seems there will be enough for all of us. One individual laughed heartily, only for his expression to freeze in disbelief moments later. What is happening? The people on either side were taken aback, feeling the sound intensifying. It sounded unlike a typical motor vehicle. Rather, it resembled the large trucks encountered on highways. Suddenly, boom. A muscular truck burst forth from the cave. All the traps laid along the road were pulverized beneath its wheels, rendered utterly ineffective. Heavens! What manner of beast is this? A Tier 3 golden truck? How could this batch possibly hold such a figure? And when did he even enter? Where's the Wolf King? Curse it! I have been deceived by the Moon Goddess. The crowd was thrown into disarray. In panic, they hastily turned their vehicles to flee. Attempting to escape, Lin Qing, at the forefront, collided at full speed into a private car. In a mere instant, that vehicle was sent flying, rendered a total loss on impact. The individuals within experienced a wave of faintness due to the collision. Just as they were attempting to muster the strength to flee, they were confronted by a recreational vehicle that halted before them, a submachine gun aimed squarely at their heads. Lin Qing recklessly charged forward. Undeterred by the materials or modules of the vehicles, which held great value for him, he intended to leave none unscathed. Those who lagged behind were knocked over, with others swiftly administering the final blow. The quicker ones managed to escape the barrage of gunfire. Within mere minutes, all ambushers had perished. Lin Qing switched to a motorcycle, pursuing for several kilometers before reluctantly conceding defeat in the chase. Regrettably, he allowed her to slip away. The moon goddess Ji ultimately eluded him, though Lin Qing found little of merit in her presence. The true leader of the Symbiosis Alliance was the man in black, who had extracted all necessary resources. However, should fate grant them another encounter, Lin Qing would not hesitate to eliminate the moon goddess Ji completely. Of the materials from a dozen vehicles, Lin Qing allocated 2 to Coco. Compared to the other 2, Coco gathered the least, yet she expressed no discontent. The bounty was indeed bountiful, including purple-tier vehicles, weaponry, and class transition certificates, all 3 pieces in hand. The remainder was absorbed entirely by Lin Qing, who calculated that he had secured approximately 90% of the resources. The 4 departed from the equatorial mountain region and sought refuge in a small town. After clearing out the zombies within, they settled in a local restaurant to rest and indulge in hot pot. This time, we truly struck gold. I could scarcely have dreamed of it, exclaimed one. The group remained unable to contain their excitement. The meat of the crimson flame beast too delectable to resist, their laughter echoing as they feasted. If not for Qing, this would not have gone so smoothly, Coco remarked, raising her glass alongside the others. If the group leader knew, they would surely be envious, one chuckled. And soon the 4 activated their communication screens to check in on the Apocalypse 10. Chaos ensues. The internal strife within Equatorial Mountain is rampant, as 2 major organizations aim to annihilate everyone. I wonder how Sanqing and the others are faring. Sanqing, have you emerged yet? I glanced at the information panel. It's all lit up, which indicates safety. As long as we're alive, that's what matters. Regrettably, I miss the excitement. Hurry out. Let us indulge in some gossip. The group continued their discussions, yet none pressed Lin Qing and his companions for details during their operation, as inquiries made during action would invite suspicion. As the time seemed appropriate, they began to emerge. We have made our exit. Huh, I knew you would be fine. All is well. I heard you nearly faced obliteration from the 2 major organizations. Is that true? With a mischievous grin, one snapped a selfie at the table, discreetly concealing his true identity. The 2 organizations are of no consequence. We are living splendidly, akin to a vacation, delicious food and all. How could it be any better with my brother Qing? How dare you mooch off Sanqing's meals, you shameless rogue. Coward. Have you obtained the job transfer certificate? Wow guy. Of course, it's a mere triviality. A special profession is nothing to us. Each of the 4 of us has one. Just go with it, what? All of you have it? What luck do you possess? Is it truly genuine? Goodness, I feel utterly cheated. Why am I thousands of kilometers away? The group could hardly contain their emotions, envy shimmering in their eyes. Wow guy, with a flair for the dramatic, stepped outside to enthusiastically photograph his new car. Wow guy, not only that, but I also acquired a new vehicle. At last, I have a place to sleep. Purple ranked car. No way, is that real? I can't take this anymore. I want to leave the group. Those who initially wished to spectate were struck hard by the revelations. Nevertheless, Wow guy maintained a sense of decorum, sharing only what was necessary and withholding the rest. Perhaps if many hadn't ventured out this time, numerous messages would have remained concealed. But when it came to the legendary profession, they all chose silence, not even confirming with Lin Qing. Just go with it. How infuriating. We demand a share of the profits. Sanqing, no problem. Let us be generous today. Each of you will receive a bowl of hot pot. Coward, how generous. Just how much wealth have you amassed? Chapter 43. A turbulent wave. How much wealth has Lin Qing amassed? At this moment, Lin Qing is meticulously counting. As twilight descends and the extreme weather draws to a close, the temperature is no longer as outrageous as before. After finishing their meal, Wu Ge and the others departed in succession. Although accompanying Lin Qing is advantageous, they each possess a lone wolf mentality, fully aware of the considerable gap in their abilities and do not wish to impose too great a burden on others. Lin Qing shares a similar sentiment. While he has no objections to collaboration, he is not particularly interested in long-term partnerships. Truck upgrade countdown. 1 hour. The truck idles on the highway. Lin Qing gazes at the modules and treasure chests displayed on the screen. He has acquired 25 blue modules and 102 white modules, and these are not solely first-level modules. Previously, he had utilized a hodgepodge of items, but this time he can select with precision. Coupled with the unopened treasure chests, it is reasonable to surmise that even with the truck upgrade, his modules may well be abundant. Treasure chests, 60 white, 12 blue, 1 purple. All the treasure chests belong to him. As he surveys these chests, Lin Qing's eyes glimmer with avarice. While the spoils of murder and pillage may arrive swiftly, The treasure chests hold equally significant value for him. He immediately begins to open them. Acquired stabbing wheel module, acquired lightweight module, acquired crimson flame beast bone, acquired crimson flame beast meat. With a flurry of openings, he refreshes the 60 treasure chests, predominantly obtaining modules. When those are not available, he resorts to selecting meat. In the end, he retrieves 23 white modules along with a substantial amount of meat. Next, he opens the blue treasure chests. Acquired heat module, acquired intermediate protective boots, acquired intermediate protective suit. The rewards from the blue treasure chests are far superior. The various modules are diverse and intriguing, and he has also obtained a set of protective gear. This discovery delights Lin Qing, as he had previously noted considerable wear on the protective gear he had taken from the Wolf King, rendering it less effective. This new suit can generate a defensive aura, providing an intangible shield for the head. Its defensive capabilities are akin to the magma skin of the Crimson Flame Beast, able to withstand several rounds from an AK. This explains why the Wolf King remained largely unscathed under RPG fire, although it was ultimately breached, causing the protective suit to shatter. Now, he fortuitously acquires another set. Ultimately, he secures 5 blue modules. Having finished with the ordinary treasure chests, Lin Qing turns his attention to the purple treasure chest. In terms of individual items, this is among the top 3 rewards from this endeavor. Opening successful. Acquired purple module, Crimson Flame Heat Wave, significantly consumes energy source. Capable of generating an explosive heat surge of 200 degrees, with a coverage radius of 200 meters around the vehicle. The range is controllable, and as the range decreases, energy consumption is reduced while maintaining temperature. However, the final effect will be amplified by the vehicle's and owner's fire-related abilities. On just the 5th refresh, the purple module appears before him. Upon glancing at the description, Lin Qing is immediately captivated. During the legendary assessment, in the intensely hot environment of Seven Suns, even his tires showed signs of melting. Haunted by the terrifying temperatures, he found himself apprehensive. Naturally, he would not overlook the current module. After reaching level 5, he would be able to transition into a fire-based profession, and with the additional fire modules in the vehicle, the temperature would further escalate. Lin Qing felt a surge of anticipation within. Vehicle upgrade successful. Muscle truck modified version, level 4, maximum speed, 250 km/h, unloaded. Energy storage, 5,000 units. Consumption rate, 200 units per 100 kilometers, unloaded. Energy absorption rate, 350 units per hour. Overall performance enhancement of vehicle. Golden skill, infinite growth, vehicle dimensions, height 5 m, length 20 m, width 3 m, weight 25 tons. Module capacity, 100-200, acquired owner attribute points, 10. Next upgrade requirements, metals, 42, 000 gene 100, 000 gene, plastics, 8, 000 gene 20, 000 gene, glass, 6, 000 gene 15, 000 gene, rubber, 4, 500 gene 10, 000 gene, metal coins, 3, 000 pieces. Indeed, Lin Qing's materials had long exceeded the requirements, not only reaching level 4, but also acquiring nearly half of what was needed for level 5. Undoubtedly, the comprehensive performance of the level 4 truck had significantly improved. The displayed values spoke for themselves. The vehicle appeared larger than before, yet its speed had increased rather than diminished, incorporating various fundamental enhancements. Lin Qing felt confident that he could collide head-on with not just a level 3 flame beast, but even a level 4. It was time to merge the modules. Lin Qing contemplated carefully. He possessed numerous types of modules, yet many of them had redundant effects. For instance, within the blue modules, there were both vibration and thermal sensing capabilities. Utilizing them all would be wasteful. He decided to first integrate the purple modules. The purple heat wave module was essential. With it, many white modules would become unnecessary. 2 purple modules consumed 100 units of capacity. For the remaining space, Lin Qing began dismantling some components. He deemed the lightweight module, akin to the poisonous stinger of an armored centipede, somewhat superfluous, and thus removed it. The hard spikes, however, were indispensable. They were fundamental for ramming into adversaries. Moreover, he had an ample quantity of these 2 types of modules, and their levels could be stacked. Purple modules, metal-heavy artillery. Flame heat wave, blue modules. Thermal reaction, 1000 m. Heat module level 2, lava hard armor level 3. Flame jet level 1, hard structure, blue, level 3. Spikes, blue, level 3. Sawtooth level 1, sawtooth module level 1. Speed module, blue, level 3. White modules, refrigerator, bed, television, bathroom, kitchen, modified doors and windows. Fixed storage cabinets, air conditioning, hard structure, White, level 2. Capacity, 200-200. After a series of adjustments, both the interior and exterior of the vehicle underwent a transformation. The overall color became darker, with a metallic texture enveloping the red and blue paint. From the front, a vast expanse of lava-hard armor formed a robust bumper, and the entire front was adorned with 20-centimeter spikes. Upon the roof of the vehicle, the metallic heavy artillery remains steadfast, yet beside it lies a spherical iron orb, a manifestation of the Crimson Flame heatwave module. The interior compartment is divided into two distinct sections. At the forefront is a living area designated by Lin Qing, furnished with a 75-inch LCD television and a row of storage cabinets, flanked by 3 rows of suspended windows, the glass possessing the same hardness as the windshield. The overall design appears to have undergone bespoke customization. The other section serves as a storage space, separated by a metal panel. These modifications are not solely attributed to the module itself, but also to the assistance of the versatile Wachao Ge. As a prophet, he is a multifaceted tool, having transformed several circuit boards, thereby rendering the previous power modules obsolete. Had it not been for material constraints, Wachao Ge could have lavishly upgraded Lin Qing himself. Consequently, aside from the requirements for job advancement, all gains from this endeavor have been expended, incurring a significant expenditure of metal coins. The upgrade, purple grade module, along with the disassembly and fusion of modules, cost over 2,000 coins. Lin Qing's resources have been entirely depleted, and he even sold numerous unnecessary modules within a small group to gather the required amount. Metal coins, 300. This is the final balance. The heat module allows the vehicle itself to emit a scalding temperature of 80 degrees, and combined with the equatorial heat wave, the release temperature may exceed 100 degrees. This is a level 4 golden grade vehicle. It boasts long-range heavy artillery and area of effect attacks with the equatorial heat wave. Enhanced by high-grade hardware and spikes, the vehicle radiates intense heat, complemented by the rapid eruption of flame jets. The combat vehicle's capabilities have reached unprecedented heights. Next, the goal is to ascend to level 5 and utilize the legendary Job Advancement Certificate. The military factory awaits my arrival. That night, within the throngs of the crowd, a significant uproar ensued. After escaping, members of the Symbiosis Alliance unleashed a barrage of astonishing news. The equatorial mountain ruin Sanqing has actually appeared, exhibiting terrifying strength that overwhelmed all. Suspected to have obtained a special job advancement certificate, wielding formidable weaponry. 2 major organizations failed in their schemes and were countered by Sanqing, resulting in the immediate demise of the Beast God Temple's leader, Wolf King, and catastrophic losses for the Symbiosis Alliance. News after news left everyone utterly astonished. Chapter 44. Astonishing Materials. It was widely believed that the 2 major organizations would reap the most benefits this time. Those who had escaped early were already lambasting them in the group. Little did they expect that someone even more formidable would emerge. This individual was none other than the previously mentioned Sanqing. Incredible. How could such a powerhouse exist? Gun without bullets. I've always said there's someone extraordinarily powerful here. I suspect that the great Sanqing is indeed the superhuman who slaughtered all the zombies in the novice town, my greatest benefactor. Wonderful. Regardless of the circumstances, Sanqing has avenged us. That scoundrel, the Wolf King, intended to betray everyone but ended up meeting his demise. He got what he deserved. The Symbiosis Alliance is just a bunch of petty individuals. As the information flowed, many began to piece together a rough outline in their minds. They couldn't help but feel an overwhelming complexity and sentiment. The 2 major organizations, having just been established, suffered a devastating blow, and one could not help but acknowledge that a superhuman was about to rise. Sanqing, good evening, everyone. Here's an ice cream cake for you, Image. JPG. I'm not that impressive. It's all just luck. Sanqing remains the same Sanqing. The Equatorial Inferno hasn't even concluded yet. How can you expect me to live after you post this? Great Sanqing. I wish to cling to your coattails. Will you take me along? Me too. I'm an international star. From now on, you shall be my leader. I ask for nothing else but to follow you, even if it means being a loyal dog. Many gazes turned red. It was impossible not to feel envy. They had already heard that Sanqing's teammates had likely acquired special professions, inciting jealousy and admiration in equal measure. Lin Qing, while savoring his ice cream, sensed something amiss. Remarkably, his truck had not been exposed throughout the ordeal. No one had mentioned the legendary profession. The Wolf King and the members of the encircling organization had been silenced on the spot, likely unable to relay any information. Only the Moon Goddess Ji had escaped. Most of this information was likely disseminated by her. Yet, the apparent intent to elevate him made it puzzling as to why such crucial information would be concealed. Lin Qing found himself at a loss. Moon Goddess Ji, I told you, I saw nothing. He was truly just a motorcycle. I had already taken a fake death potion to evade detection, but a tremendous force lifted me into my vehicle. When I opened my eyes, dust was swirling around. I fought valiantly against the joint efforts of Sanqing and his two teammates for a long time before I finally managed to escape. She was confiding in someone. And indeed, the information regarding Lin Qing had originated from her. However, she had been eliminated too early in the inheritance space and emerged too abruptly, leaving her as the only survivor, with very limited knowledge. Moon Goddess Lin. Well, this isn't your fault. However, the man in black is likely dead, and from now on, no one will protect you. It has already taken a considerable toll for me to send you this message, so I cannot assist you. You must be cautious in District 1. Moon Goddess G. It's alright, sister. It's a pity about the man in black. Had I known, I would have asked him to give me his vehicle earlier. How annoying. Lunar Goddess Lin. Sister, although it may seem like exploiting others, this is not how one should live during the apocalypse. Ultimately, one cannot traverse alone for too long. You will understand this in due time. Furthermore, that man in black has indeed treated you well. Don't you think your transformation has been rather swift? What of it? Countdown, 19 days. Group members, 3,000. It is the second day since the end of the equatorial inferno. Breathing in the normal air, all the survivors rejoiced. Liberated from the torment of this dreadful weather. Strength, 16. Speed, 20. Mentality, 10. This represents Lin Qing's final selection of personal attribute points. After careful consideration regarding his profession, he has ultimately decided to transition into a mechanical classification. Thus, in comparing the three aspects, speed, as a measure of mobility, is deemed the most critical. While he has a great yearning to be a warrior, he currently possesses an abundance of weaponry. If he successfully transitions to a mechanic, his combat prowess will see a substantial enhancement. Moreover, Lin Qing's spirits were exceptionally high today. Firstly, he was no longer far from the steel factory. He would arrive within half a day at most. Secondly, the coveted purple motorcycle he had longed for was finally within reach. The moment the cooldown concluded, he promptly switched to the secondary vehicle, and its attributes immediately displayed changes. Disassembled blue module, flame gun, stability enhancement. Secondary vehicle, dark motorcycle. Skill, energy barrier. Energy barrier consumes a minuscule amount of energy, forming an invisible shield around the vehicle to withstand external impacts. Capable of enduring attacks of up to 500 energy units. Maximum speed, 650. Fuel consumption per 100 kilometers, 100 energy units. Energy recovery, 200 energy units per hour. An energy barrier. A motorcycle that inherently possesses defensive capabilities. And when compared to a heavy metal cannon, the maximum damage threshold of 500 energy units could obliterate a small town's dwelling. Coupled with the protective gear he donned, Lin Qing felt an overwhelming sense of security, even without the truck. Additionally, the other attributes provided Lin Qing with immense surprise. The formidable prowess of the secondary vehicle's skill became evident. The combined energy recovery of the main and secondary vehicles reached 550, allowing the dark motorcycle to attain a speed of 500 kilometers per hour without concern for energy depletion during this frenzied consumption of energy sources. Now, a third of the journey has elapsed. He is still 36,000 kilometers away from Peace Valley. Assuming he drives the dark motorcycle for 10 hours each day, he would arrive in 7 or 8 days. This feeling is akin to that of the little king of Equatorial Mountain while the game continues. He already possesses the ticket to victory. As the truck vanished, Lin Qing found himself seated upon the motorcycle. Unlike before its fusion, this vehicle now boasted numerous spikes and a more somber hue. With 80% of his modules applied to it, including the blazing heat wave, it was simply magnificent. Lin Qing admired it endlessly, exhilarated as he took to the road. In an instant, he felt the speed surge to its zenith, glimpsing the distance to the steel mill. Lin Qing surmised that at this pace, he would arrive in half an hour. On the highway, he revved his motorcycle, speeding ahead with fervor. The steel mill presented an ideal setting to test the new module, Crimson Heatwave. This was an antiquated steel mill, and at its entrance, a considerable crowd had gathered, over 40 individuals. Some members were employing drones to scout the interior and create a map. Among them was a strikingly handsome young man, with a gaze imbued with an ethereal quality, who sat quietly in a large pickup truck, awaiting the reconnaissance results. 3 men huddled together, engaging in a hushed discussion. The enemy grows increasingly formidable, remarked a middle-aged man clad in an administrative jacket, whose well-maintained skin belied his current frail state. Fortunately, we have joined the God of Slaughter organization. We should be able to find some semblance of stability for a while. Director Su, is the God of Slaughter reliable? I can't shake the feeling that Leader Qi is somewhat sinister. His demeanor hardly exudes trustworthiness. One of them expressed a note of concern in his voice. He is a villain, after all. Could he betray us? Director Su, too, felt a twinge of apprehension but shook his head. I doubt it, after all. Significant figures value their reputation. As long as we do not cross paths with the Sanqing, we should be fine. Let us hope so, they murmured. Disheartened by their initial hopes of seizing an advantage upon entering the in-world, only to find themselves thwarted and at odds with a formidable foe. However, there is no need for excessive worry. The end-world is vast. I refuse to believe we will encounter him so swiftly, Director Su reassured them. At that moment, the member wielding the drone controller finally summarized the findings. Inside, there are countless zombies, at least 1,000, organized in predominantly of level 3 or higher, including a level 6 zombie king. A tremor of shock rippled through the crowd. Level 3 zombies possess attributes akin to those of level 3 players and exhibit a degree of intelligence. With the presence of a level 6 zombie king in such a multitude, breaching the gates would unleash a terrifying tide of the undead. Yet, the materials within were plentiful: dilapidated machinery, structural remnants, and scrap iron, totaling an estimated 30,000 pounds. Such a bounty? Initially disheartened by the number of zombies, the group's spirits ignited upon hearing of the abundant materials. The ethereal young man, Qi Yuan, sitting in the pickup truck with his eyes closed in contemplation, slowly opened them. Chapter 45. The Disaster Site. Hope Steel Plant in the distance. A medium-sized factory encircled by walls came into Lin Qing's view. Within, some structures were faintly discernible, the most prominent being a colossal chimney. This chimney appeared grimy and dilapidated, seemingly long abandoned. Activate location, Hope Steel Plant. This is a disaster site. Proceed with caution. Location description. This place seems to harbor abundant materials, yet it conceals boundless suffering and peril. Delving deeper may unveil secrets buried in the dust, but likewise, dangers lurk in the shadows. Lin Qing gazed at the system's description of the steel plant. By now, he was no stranger to disaster sites. Previously, he had encountered the mountainous arms factory, a similar locale rich in resources, even containing fixed treasure chests. Li Shou and his companions had indeed been of great assistance. Ah, is someone there? As he drew closer, he spotted a row of vehicles parked at the entrance. His expression changed immediately. Without hesitation, he dashed forward. After 2 days of travel to reach this location, it would be disastrous if someone else got there first. A few kilometers was merely a minute's journey for Lin Qing. A motorcycle? How could it be so fast? Goodness. A level 4 purple-grade motorcycle. Be cautious, stay alert. Should we take action? The crowd erupted in a flurry of commotion. Exclamations of surprise echoed, and Director Su and his companions cast curious glances. Someone inquired with Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan's demeanor, initially cold, shifted when he spotted Lin Qing's motorcycle. His pupils constricted, halting his team's actions. Do not act rashly. He dismounted and, with a slight smile, called out to Lin Qing. Brother, we are part of the God of Slaughter organization, a harmonious group. Would it be convenient for us to converse? Harmonious group? The members displayed expressions of astonishment. Such words left them somewhat embarrassed. Lin Qing had already come to a halt, pondering the situation. After a moment's consideration, he approached Qi Yuan. Clad in blue defensive attire, his safety was assured. Should danger arise, he could always switch vehicles. The previous level 3 truck could withstand bullets. Now, with a level 4, he could emerge unscathed even amidst a hail of gunfire. As he drew near, he surveyed the assembly. Individuals from various nations exhibited both vigilance and ferocity. Judging by the caliber of their vehicles, most were level 3 or above, with the strongest among them owning a level 5 purple-grade vehicle. I am Qi Yuan, a Chinese-American, and the leader of the God of Slaughter. How shall I address you? Brother? Qi Yuan inquired with a friendly demeanor, watching Lin Qing cautiously. Motorcycle Xiaolin, Lin Qing replied with a smile. Lin brother, is it? Haha, that name is quite intriguing. There are several like it in our group. What do you say? Would you like to join us? Qi Yuan chuckled. Not interested. Qi Yuan shook his head regretfully but maintained a welcoming smile. This is an abandoned steel plant. While the materials here may not be as plentiful as those in an operational factory, our reconnaissance suggests there are at least several 100,000 pounds of materials. However, the presence of numerous zombies renders this location a perilous yet resource-rich environment. Brother Lin, would you care to join us in this endeavor? With the assistance of a purple-tier vehicle owner, we are certain to eradicate these zombies more efficiently. Hundreds of thousands of pounds of materials await. Lin Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Initially, he had hoped for at least 100,000 pounds. He felt his trip would not have been in vain. To his surprise, he was greeted with an unexpected boon upon arrival. Yet, a flicker of doubt crept into his mind. Why would Qi Yuan, who possessed a level 5 purple-tier vehicle and commanded such a large team, speak so courteously? His apparent rank and strength did not seem to warrant such deference from these individuals. Cooperation was unnecessary, Lin Qing declined. Firstly, he had no need for assistance, and secondly, these people appear to have no connection with him and did not seem benevolent. Their demeanor starkly contrasted with that of Xiao Wang and with Xiao Ge. Brother Lin, do not be so hasty in your refusal. This is a disaster zone, and the internal dangers cannot be assessed by conventional means. Moreover, it is a new disaster area with no existing strategies. Even I, at level 5, remain cautious. It would be prudent for us to deliberate further, Qi Yuan stated, his expression unwavering. Upon finishing his words, he suddenly turned to Director Su. Director Su, would you be so kind as to fetch some water for Brother Lin from the vehicle? Instantly, all eyes turned to Director Su, including Lin Qing's. Director Su was momentarily taken aback, then felt a surge of happiness. He had been concerned about his safety within this organization. But now he realized he had garnered the attention of the esteemed Qi Yuan. Without a doubt, this purple-tier vehicle owner was a significant figure. What a remarkable opportunity for him. With a sycophantic smile, he accepted and hurried to the resource vehicle to retrieve several bottles of water. He then approached Lin Qing with small, measured steps, his demeanor impeccably courteous. You are Director Su, the one who previously had a conflict with Sanqing? Lin Qing inquired. Declining the water. Director Su sighed deeply. Indeed, I inadvertently offended that individual, which has tarnished my reputation. I have heard that Sanqing has become quite formidable of late. You must exercise caution. By the way, how did your dispute arise? Lin Qing asked with keen interest. Are you not acquainted with Sanqing? Director Su felt a slight relief as his mind raced, responding, well, everyone in the group is aware. I initially intended for us to unite and collaborate. Yet this is how it turned out. I merely hoped he would not be so selfish. We are all navigating this apocalyptic existence together, and mutual understanding and care should be paramount. Unlike you, Mr. Lin, who, even without prior acquaintance, can engage in jovial discourse with leader Qi Yuan. Such is the disparity in character. Nevertheless, having offended him, I can at least find refuge under leader Qi's protection. However, should you encounter him in the future, exercise caution. He is not only powerful but also selfish, cunning, and ruthless. He has obliterated 2 major organizations in the Equatorial Mountains. Though you are no ordinary person, if one is not careful, they may easily fall victim to his schemes. It is wise to guard against both gentlemen and scoundrels, is it not? He was remarkably eloquent, simultaneously extolling Mr. Lin while expressing gratitude towards leader Qi. In his disparagement of the Sanqing, he skillfully left an implicit suggestion that the two were adversaries of the Sanqing. Is that so? Lin Qing chuckled, a smile of genuine delight gracing his face. Director Su felt a surge of exhilaration within, realizing he had struck a chord with the other party, and nodded vigorously. Just as he was about to speak, a flash of white light caught his eye in Lin Qing's hand. An AK was suddenly pressed against his head. Director Su? Chapter 46. The reality of the offline world. Everyone around was taken aback, and some instinctively drew their firearms. However, Qi Yuan subtly shook his head, signaling others not to act rashly. Lin Qing glanced at the crowd before smiling at Director Su. Director Su, I've been searching for you for quite some time. Pray tell, what would you have me share? Director Su's expression had long since frozen, his mind a maelstrom of confusion. Searching for me for so long. Share? A tumultuous wave surged within him. You are Sanqing? He could not help but exclaim, his voice laced with terror and disbelief, akin to a mouse caught by a cat. Do you dare to speculate? Lin Qing replied with a smile. Director Su's mind was utterly incapacitated. What he had thought to be a splendid opportunity to make an appearance had turned out to be a confrontation with his most dreaded foe. He glanced desperately at Qi Yuan, the leader, only to see him remain indifferent, and in that moment, realization dawned upon him. This damned fellow had clearly discerned Sanqing's identity. Hence his summons. No wonder, amidst so many, it fell upon him. It was an obvious ploy to deliver him to Sanqing. Yet, now he could scarcely focus on his thoughts. With an AK pressed against his head, his body trembling uncontrollably. With a thud, he sank to his knees, pleading, Brother Sanqing, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill will towards you. Lin Qing chuckled. Did you not label me as a villain? Why then, do you kneel before me? Is it because I am blind to your faults, blinded by greed? I beseech you, spare me. I shall never oppose you again. Director Su's face turned ashen, a shameful warmth spreading from his trousers, clearly having lost control of his bladder. It seemed every man had a penchant for such declarations. Lin Qing could not restrain his inner musings. I have heard you wield considerable influence on that side of the world, even holding the title of director in the realm of finality? Director Su was utterly petrified, hastily clarifying, I am but the deputy director of the corridor committee. I am truly insignificant. I implore you, spare me. Lin Qing nearly burst into laughter. He had fixated on such a character for so long, only to discover this was the nature of the man. The other had lost all capacity for resistance, devoid of any sense of dignity. With a hint of reluctance, Linqing said, "Truth be told, it pains me to frighten you so. We are, after all, somewhat akin to online acquaintances, are we not? You know me to be a person of utmost virtue and compassion. Indeed, you are the most virtuous. Do not stoop to quarreling with someone as insignificant as I, lest it tarnish your esteemed reputation." Director Su's heart leapt at the opportunity to plead for mercy. Linqing nodded, "Thus, I have resolved that it would be best for you to perish immediately." "What?" Director Su's head buzzed. The next moment, the sound of gunfire echoed, and his head exploded in an instant. "You two must be the beastly duo, right? Do you still have that tin yuan water? Sell me 2 bottles, Linqing inquired, turning to the other two. The two were already dazed, their state worse than that of Director Su. Upon meeting Linqing's gaze, they crumpled to the ground. "We were all coerced by Director Su. Do not hold us accountable. Have mercy on us." 2 more shots rang out, and 2 more corpses lay upon the ground. Yet, not a soul in attendance dared to intervene. Until the 3 individuals were slain, Qi Yuan appeared to be somewhat oblivious. "Brother Lin, are you one of the Sanqing?" Linqing internally scoffed. Initially, he found Qi Yuan's politeness to be excessively courteous, but the moment Director Su emerged, clarity dawned upon him. It was evident that this man had uncovered his true identity and was engaged in a series of probing inquiries. Such intentions were clearly insincere. For if it were indeed caution, the other party could have retreated without hesitation. If he sought to foster goodwill, there would be no need for feigned ignorance. Such actions unmistakably suggested ulterior motives. A resigned expression crossed Linqing's face. He had intended to keep his identity concealed, but since Director Su had made an appearance, he decided to relent. The onlookers were already overwhelmed with shock. The name of a person is as significant as the shadow of a tree. In recent days, the most fervent discussions within their group revolved around this formidable powerhouse who had obliterated 2 major organizations. They finally comprehended why the notoriously ruthless Qi Yuan would tread so cautiously with a lone wolf like Linqing. After all, who would dare confront the Sanqing head-on? A palpable tension gripped the room as everyone braced themselves for any potential conflict, while Linqing and Qi Yuan conversed with ease. "Haha, it matters not. We are a tight-lipped bunch and will certainly not divulge any extraneous information." Qi Yuan laughed heartily, then turned serious. "However, since you are indeed from the Sanqing, I believe collaboration is even more imperative." Linqing replied with a smile, "Is that so?" "Naturally. We have already ascertained that there are thousands of zombies here. All we need to do is eliminate them and locate the teleportation array, and we shall deem it a success. As for our deity of slaughter, excluding myself, there are 5 level 5 players, with the remainder ranging from levels 3 to 4. With your assistance, I dare say we could resolve this matter in less than half a day. At that juncture, you may take the purple treasure chest or sell it to us. As for the materials, we can deliberate on the distribution later." Qi Yuan beamed, making significant concessions from the outset. Linqing remarked, "These terms are rather enticing. Might it be somewhat unfair to you?" "Not at all. The strength of Brother Sanqing is universally acknowledged. Should you choose to join us, the leadership position could easily be yours." Qi Yuan praised enthusiastically, his gaze fixed intently on Linqing, seeking to discern something deeper. At that moment, Linqing's smile gradually faded. After a brief contemplation, he suddenly spoke. "Everything you have proposed seems rather agreeable, that I have one inquiry." Qi Yuan was momentarily taken aback. "What question?" "Given that you deem my strength formidable, why would you dare to scheme against me?" "What?" Qi Yuan was initially surprised, about to respond, when suddenly his expression shifted dramatically. Before Linqing, a massive glass barrier appeared out of thin air, rising steadily. The dark motorcycle beneath him vanished instantaneously. In but a moment, a colossal entity materialized. "A golden grade truck? Level 4 gold grade. Not good. Retreat," Qi Yuan shouted, his body transforming into a shadow as he swiftly traversed several meters, diving into the pickup truck just in time. And it was then that he beheld a dazzling crimson light suddenly erupting from the luxurious vehicle. Within mere seconds, a wave of searing heat, accompanied by a violent force, unleashed itself. This oppressive warmth was nothing short of terrifying. Many individuals, unable to even close their car windows, were overwhelmed. In the blink of an eye, their skin began to char, and they felt an unbearable heat penetrating deeply into their lungs, causing excruciating pain. Within moments, nearly all members of the God of Slaughter organization found themselves gasping for breath. Even Qi Yuan, clad in protective gear, cried out in agony, his consciousness gradually fading. The reflection in his eyes revealed a visage of cold, unrelenting cruelty. Chapter 47, Vehicle Upgrades Assassin? Lin Qing recognized Qi Yuan's capabilities, having heard much from Brother Wu regarding his profession. Only an assassin could exhibit such remarkable speed. As for Qi Yuan's intentions, Lin Qing could easily surmise. He likely wished to use him as a scout for the disaster zone, or sought to covet the Crimson Flame token he possessed, or perhaps both. In light of this, Lin Qing had no intention of entering the steel factory with such an individual. This decision would not only mitigate the risks within the disaster zone by reducing the number of potential trial-and-error victims, but also ensure that he would not have to fear treacherous attacks from his kind. Achieving an astonishing temperature of 260 degrees, the potential of the purple-grade module was indeed terrifying. Lin Qing observed the readings intently. The energy source was visibly depleting, consuming nearly 300 units of energy per second within a radius of 100 meters. Should he exert his full power, the consumption would likely double. Lin Qing couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The effects were evident within merely 10 seconds. It was estimated that no more than 5 members of the God of Slaughter organization would survive. Such area of effect damage was inescapable for anyone present. Lin Qing felt this acutely, recalling that during the legendary assessment, the final temperature of merely 150 degrees had been dreadfully overwhelming, a pain that was still vividly etched in his memory. As the scorching wave of crimson flames subsided, Lin Qing glanced into the pickup truck at the charred visage of Qi Yuan, his voice penetrating through the vehicle's frame. In truth, I had offered you a chance. Qi Yuan's physical state had deteriorated to its limits, his breath faint and fleeting. Upon hearing this, a tempest of rage and hatred surged within him. Yet, when words were on the tip of his tongue, they transformed into a feeble inquiry. Why? Why would you do this? I have not wronged you. Brother Qi, why feign ignorance when you understand so well? Lin Qing chuckled lightly. He then pressed the accelerator, and the level 4 truck finally claimed its first victim before ascending to level 5. This victim was none other than a formidable level 5 purple-grade vehicle. With a resounding crash, shards of glass erupted from the truck's window, and the vehicle's structure contorted grotesquely. The upgraded and fused level 5 purple-grade vehicle, which had undergone numerous enhancements under Qi Yuan's guidance, proved utterly vulnerable. Inside, Qi Yuan succumbed to unconsciousness from the tremendous recoil of the impact. Lin Qing drew out the big pineapple, dispatching Qi Yuan's life with a few well-aimed shots. After completing this grim task, he spoke softly. Perhaps you believe that in exploring the disaster zone, I would be inclined to rely on your strength. Had I merely been a purple-grade vehicle, I might have indeed been swayed by your manipulations, feigning compliance only to later betray you. Qi Yuan was astute, seamlessly transitioning from their initial meeting to enlisting Director Su, and furthering his schemes with great finesse. He was even certain that, should Lin Qing harbor any doubts, conflict would arise after retrieving the fixed treasure chest, giving him ample opportunity to execute his plans. Unfortunately for him, he had gravely misjudged Lin Qing's strength. As Lin Qing drove the truck, he resembled a sovereign surveying his domain or a fierce tiger hunting down its prey, methodically eliminating the remaining survivors one by one. I am not like Qi Yuan. Spare me. A surviving woman pleads for mercy inside a vehicle. You've chosen the wrong person. Lin Qing strikes again, resolving the matter. To join the God of Slaughter inevitably invites interference from Qi Yuan, even if one remains passive. They will still reap the benefits pilfered by the God of Slaughter. No snowflake is innocent. Thus, having resolved to act, Lin Qing shows no mercy. What an unexpected fortune. There is no need to enter the steel factory, as these vehicles are nearly sufficient for my upgrades. Lin Qing exited the car, a glimmer of anticipation gracing his countenance. Reaching level 5 signifies his potential to successfully change professions and utilize the legendary job transfer certificate. The remarkable effect achieved, without causing any vehicle to self-destruct, is truly a testament to the terrifying power of the Crimson Flame heatwave. Materials collected: metal, 1,650 pounds, plastic, 205 pounds, rubber, 190 pounds, glass, 47 pounds. Would you like to strip the module? Materials collected: metal, 1,720 pounds, plastic, 185 pounds, rubber, 170 pounds, glass, 40 pounds. Would you like to strip the module? Different vehicle types yield varying materials, yet the primary materials average around 1,700. Before long, Lin Qing came to a halt, for his metal coins had run dry. He mused, I still need to earn more. He opened the module panel, revealing over 30 different modules, including 2 blue ones. Most individuals today find themselves lacking in modules. Even Brother Wu admitted that he possessed only 1 blue and 5 white modules. Although he is a seer, and despite his modest collection, he ranks among the elite players. In contrast, members of the previous slaughtering organization typically possess only between 3 to 10 modules, most of which are white. The treasure chest probabilities are indeed disheartening. Consequently, modules remain in high demand. Currently, white modules can be sold for over 100 metal coins, while blue ones fetch between 500 to 1,000. As for purple modules, they command exorbitant prices. No one in District 1 is willing to sell, nor can anyone afford them. White modules can be fused into blue ones, but transitioning blue to purple requires an exceedingly rare auxiliary item. Otherwise, one can only upgrade to a basic level. Doomsday Elite Group, Sanqing, selling modules. Those in need should come quickly. Brother Wokeo, wow. Qing, why are you selling modules again? Didn't you just part with a few? Are you low on metal coins again? I gathered some today. Shall I lend them to you? Coconut, Qing, call me sister, and I shall gift you some. Little Wong, I have some as well. Clearly, the three expressed their gratitude towards Lin Qing for the previous incident at Equator Mountain, eager to repay their debt. However, Lin Qing remains indifferent. If they had more to offer, he would not mind accepting. Yet now, his vehicle upgrades are imminent, requiring 3,000 metal coins. And dismantling vehicles for modules might demand several thousand more. The scant goodwill offered in metal coins is merely a drop in the ocean. Let's proceed with normal transactions. I will display my modules for you to assess if any are needed, Lin Qing stated, subsequently showcasing the modules. My goodness, that's an overwhelming number. How much wealth have you amassed at Equatorial Mountain, Sanqing? Inquired Hunjiawanle. I would like the poison spike module. Will you sell it for 700 metal coins? A timid voice chimed in. The poison spike module, while not particularly remarkable among blue-tier items, was agreed upon for trade by Lin Qing. I desire the tremor module. I currently find myself in a disaster zone shrouded in fog. This would serve perfectly to enhance visibility. How does 750 metal coins sound? Hunjiawanle continued. Have you truly located a disaster zone, Hun? Do take care. Do you require assistance from the brothers? Asked Wachao Gu. No need for now. I'll scout around first. If it proves futile, I shall reach out to you all. Hunjiawanle replied, completing the second transaction. Qinggu, I wish to acquire the speed module. How much is it? Queried truck driver Shaoli. 110, Lin Qing responded. Perfect, I will take it, truck driver Shaoli confirmed. The group was indeed formidable. Each possessing considerable resources, and within a short span, Lin Qing successfully sold over 30 modules, accumulating a balance of 320 metal coins. Following this, silence fell over the group, not due to a lack of interest, but rather a scarcity of metal coins. It was evident that a visit to the larger group was necessary. Lin Qing opened the larger chat. Chat group population, 2030. By now, it had been the 12th day, and the number had dwindled to just over 2,000. It was apparent that those ill-suited for the apocalypse had been entirely eliminated. The remaining individuals were seasoned survivors, having danced on the edge of peril. Sanqing is selling modules in bulk. Those interested may trade, he announced. What? Sanqing the Divine is selling modules? I wish to purchase. Sanqing is phenomenal. As a student. Could you offer a discount? How many do you have? Are there various types? By the way, Sanqing, I noticed Director Su has gone offline. Could you refrain from showcasing food in the future? In these trying times, true delicacies remain vital resources, with most people subsisting on instant noodles. Director Su was just offline. Showcasing photos is a personal hobby of mine. Furthermore, I have a sufficient quantity of modules. I will share the type shortly, Lin Qing replied. Director Su is offline? How amusing. Even in the end times, there are offline realities. One must learn to control their tongue henceforth. The larger group, characterized by its fervor due to its dwindling numbers, reacted with enthusiasm upon hearing of the modules, resembling ravenous wolves, unafraid of new arrivals. Lin Qing absorbed materials while selling, akin to opening blind boxes, retaining the useful and discarding the superfluous modules until all nearby vehicles had vanished. The wealth amassed by the God of Slaughter organization was certainly not less than that of the individuals from Equatorial Mountain. Module quantity, white, 120, blue, 10. The modules sold during this transaction totaled over 100, and Lin Qing further utilized his metal coins to procure additional materials, ensuring the vehicles received upgrades. Metal coins, 13. 200. At this juncture, aside from Qi Yuan's purple tier vehicle, all other gains had been fully liquidated. Moreover, Lin Qing's materials had reached the upgrade threshold prior to entering the steel factory. Metals, 112, 100 pounds, 000 pounds. Plastics, 20, 20 pounds, 000 pounds. Glass, 1. 5 pounds 15, 000 pounds. Rubber, 10, 10 pounds, 000 pounds. Metal coins, 13, 203, 000. Should we upgrade? Upgrade. Chapter 48. The Flame Destroyer. This time, Lin Qing was truly elated. The contribution of the God of Slaughter alone was comparable to that of a disaster zone. Truly commendable for such a grand organization. Vehicle upgrade countdown, 2 hours. 2 hours later, the vehicle notification sounded again. Muscle truck. Level 5 maximum speed, 280 km/h, unloaded, energy storage, 8,000 units, fuel consumption, 250 units per 100 kilometers, unloaded, energy absorption rate, 400 units per hour, overall performance enhancement. Gold skill, infinite growth, dimensions, height 5, 3 meters, length 22 meters, width 3, 2 meters, weight 45 tons. Module capacity, 200-300, attribute points, 10, next upgrade requirements, metal, 12, 000-200, 000 units, plastic, 030, 000 units, glass, 025, 000 units, rubber, 020, 000 units, metal coins, 10, 205, 000. The materials required were becoming increasingly extravagant. The golden truck was indeed voracious for resources. However, if Qi Yuan's assertions held true, there were still enough materials in this place for him to level up once or even twice. Transmutation standards met. Please select a profession. Warrior, psychic, mechanic, healer, assassin. These 5 foundational professions represented major categories, necessitating the selection of one before utilizing a special job transfer certificate for augmentation. Thus, it was likely that Coconut, Brother Wow, and the others bore different professions as well. Lin Qing's attention was drawn to the warrior and mechanic options. These were the 2 professions that most intrigued him. The former undoubtedly possessed formidable survival capabilities, as higher physical attributes would yield vastly different outcomes in certain scenarios. As for the mechanic, it went without saying that with numerous weapons at his disposal, a job transfer would grant a significant enhancement to combat capabilities, making it an ideal fit. Damn it, the mechanic it is. Lin Qing gritted his teeth and made a decision. He directly selected mechanic. Upon issuing the command, he felt an influx of new memories in his mind, memories pertaining to various firearms. The weapons within the system space resonated with him, seemingly becoming more familiar. Mechanic job transfer successful, acquired basic skill, firearm enhancement. Firearm enhancement level 1, doubles the power of firearm-type weapons. Indeed, as Brother Wa had mentioned, it was highly likely that he had awakened a skill that would double the power of firearms. Lin Qing had anticipated this outcome. Secondary vehicle detected. Please continue with job transfer. A secondary vehicle could also facilitate a job transfer. Lin Qing was momentarily stunned, then an overwhelming joy surged within him. Initially believing that infinite growth was the most potent skill, he realized that the secondary vehicle's role merely augmented his margin for error. Now, it appeared that the latter's effects were just beginning to unfold. Job transfer to warrior. Warrior class change successful, acquired basic skill, physique enhancement, primary strength, physique enhancement LV1. Your strength is increased by 50, and your speed by 20. The same memories flooded in. However, unlike the frailty of the mechanic, Lin Qing immediately felt a significant enhancement in his physical prowess. This time, there would be no regrets. Lin Qing was immensely satisfied. A warrior wielding a machine gun would instill despair in enemies, whether they were ranged or melee. He utilized the legendary class transfer certificate, amplifying it upon the mechanic. Legendary class change successful, extreme flame destroyer. Acquired skill, flame enchantment, flame bullet LV1. Applied to firearms and ammunition, power increased by 100, transforming into incendiary rounds, greatly enhancing destructive capability. Though it was merely one skill, its effects were truly formidable and would synergize with his mechanical enhancements. Unable to contain himself, Lin Qing fired a few shots into the open air. The bullets struck with instant ferocity, unleashing overwhelming destructive power that stirred up clouds of dust and ignited a raging inferno that lingered for a while. This was merely the initial stage of his legendary class. Upon breaking level 10 and attaining gamma level, he would awaken new skills. Lin Qing was filled with anticipation. He had completed the class transition for his warrior profession. Special class change successful, thermal warrior. Acquired skill, thermal physique. Thermal physique LV1. In combat, rapidly increases body temperature, enhancing temporary burst speed and strength, impervious to extreme cold. This effect was likewise impressive, qualifying as a burst skill. With both classes now transitioned, Lin Qing found himself with only one transfer certificate remaining. He would consider using it upon reaching Peace Valley. As he often remarked, the inhabitants of District 1 were impoverished, while they might manage to purchase some modules. Amassing enough metal coins for a purple-grade vehicle or a legendary certificate would be beyond the means of any single organization. Lin Qing, strength, 23, speed, 20, spirit, 13 initially. Lin Qing had worried that his physique might become a liability, focusing primarily on speed. However, with the addition of a secondary profession, he could now continue to bolster his strength. Naturally, the physique enhancement from the warrior class would not be directly reflected in the statistics. The strength he could unleash was far greater. Combining modules, Lin Qing fused several useful components, being judicious in his application. At this point, any inferior modules would merely occupy space. He stopped after merging multiple hardware and spikes. Hardware LV5, blue. Spike LV4, blue. Shock absorber LV3, blue. Speed module LV4. Module capacity, 240-300. He needed to reserve some module capacity for the fixed treasure chest at the steel factory. Energy source, 6,200-8,000. His energy had not fully replenished, yet Lin Qing felt it was more than sufficient. With everything in order, prior to departure, he moved the purple-grade pickup into the cargo hold of the truck. The lifeless body of Qi Yuan was casually discarded outside the vehicle, while the modules were entirely stripped away. As a purple-grade vehicle owner, his various modules were evidently far superior, perfectly coordinated, and Lin Qing could utilize nearly all of them. After thoroughly scavenging, Lin Qing arrived before the grand iron gates of the steel factory. These gates stood at a towering height of 46 meters. He extended his hand to touch the surface, absorbing its essence. Acquired metal, 2,000 gene. The metal gates began to rotate and ultimately vanished. Before him lay a desolate and eerie factory area, imbued with an unsettling aura. The structures were enveloped in layers of rust and moss. The air was damp and chilling, with a temperature drop of over 10 degrees compared to the outside. Additionally, thousands of grotesque and terrifying zombies lurked about. Upon sighting a living being, they surged forth like demons unleashed from Pandora's box, howling in frenzy. Unfazed, Lin Qing summoned his truck and prepared to confront the horde of the undead. The harvest was about to commence. Chapter 49. Massacre. The combat prowess of the third-tier zombies is indeed markedly different. Their speed and strength have been significantly enhanced. One zombie, while sprinting, kicked a stone barricade weighing over 200 pounds, sending it flying several meters without any impact on its own momentum. Others exhibited remarkable agility, leaping several meters in a single bound and darting side to side like agile primates. Some even vaulted onto the rooftops of vehicles, seeking vulnerabilities from above. What astonished Lin Qing even more was the emergence of expressions among these zombies. Unlike their previous vacant and oblivious demeanor, the third-tier zombies were now adorned with bloodthirsty fervor and sinister grins. They had developed emotions. This was somewhat beneficial, as it spared them the sensation of being crushed. Lin Qing smirked coldly and accelerated, crashing forward. In an instant, countless zombie bodies were sent flying, with substantial casualties inflicted under the onslaught of the truck. Kill a third-tier zombie. Obtain a white treasure chest. Food type. Kill a third-tier zombie. Obtain a white treasure chest. Random. Currently, Lin Qing's level exceeded that of the world itself. Before the formidable fifth-tier truck, these third-tier zombies were akin to mere chickens and dogs, utterly defenseless. Exhilarating. A thrill surged through Lin Qing. Though he was no longer in need of modules, the treasure chest still contained numerous useful items. Most importantly, he discovered a profound enjoyment in the visceral thrill derived from the collision of flesh and blood. Kill a third-tier zombie. Obtain a white treasure chest. Random. Kill a fourth-tier zombie. Obtain a white treasure chest. Module type. The massive truck rampaged through the factory. The greater the horde, the swifter his kills became. Inside the steelworks, blood and flesh were scattered as if in a hellish purgatory. Despite the terrifying throng of zombies, before the fifth-tier truck, they resembled prehistoric beasts amidst a flock of sheep, utterly incapable of resistance. In mere moments, the horde suffered catastrophic losses, with over half of the zombies falling on the spot. The remaining zombies' expressions transitioned from bloodthirsty to one of astonishment and fear, seemingly unable to comprehend the terror of the iron behemoth before them. Were they truly afraid? Lin Qing steered the truck, intent on continuing his onslaught. However, he soon noticed an unusual shift. The zombies began to actively evade him. The zombies, previously mindlessly charging forward, altered their strategy. Hissing, they exhibited a variety of formations. A multitude of zombies avoided the truck's path, retreating to its sides before launching an assault. Some even attempted to impede the rotation of the tires, crawling beneath the vehicle to initiate an attack from below. A zombie king, perhaps? He had heard from Wachowga that hordes in the end times were always the most formidable entities. In the second district, there had even been instances of zombie tides numbering in the millions. The emergence of organized actions within a horde indicated the presence of a zombie king among them. Contemplating this, Lin Qing did not cease his slaughter. The serrated module emerged from beneath the truck and began to spin rapidly at Lin Qing's command. Amidst a cacophony of whirling sounds, a torrent of blood erupted from beneath the vehicle. Simultaneously, Lin Qing charged forth once more. His level 5 truck was more than capable of overcoming such a modest horde of the undead. Yet, he was keen to avoid wasting time, swiftly clearing the zombies within the steel mill. In tandem, he was on the lookout for the zombie king. As the numbers dwindled, he soon discerned a solitary zombie standing still, fixated upon him. Zombie LV5, leader of the horde, possessing physical attributes akin to a level 5 player. Potentially endowed with enhancements from any profession, displaying considerable intelligence and the ability to organize the undead. At last, he had found it. Lin Qing's eyes brightened as he confirmed his target and, without hesitation, barreled toward the zombie king. The creature's expression shifted, its demeanor transforming faster than that of ordinary zombies. Upon seeing the approaching steel behemoth, it turned and fled. Lin Qing pressed the accelerator, deftly maneuvering the steering wheel, determined to keep the zombie king in his sights. The intelligence of the zombie king was indeed remarkable, constantly evading behind obstacles. However, it could never truly comprehend the might of a level 5 truck. Before small shipping containers and heaps of scrap metal, Lin Qing had no intention of slowing down. Why should he shy away from its menace? He would shatter everything in his path. In mere seconds, the truck collided with the zombie king, producing a resounding crash. The body of the level 5 zombie was instantly obliterated, sending it hurtling through the air. An arm and a leg were severed, and its skull was nearly flattened. Remarkably, its vitality proved resilient. Even in such a state, it managed to stir, clawing its way toward a nearby building. Not yet dead? Lin Qing raised an eyebrow, feeling for the first time the tenacity of the undead. He was behind the wheel. If it were any other blue-tier driver facing a vehicle malfunction, they would have to engage the zombies in hand-to-hand combat. Even with similar physical attributes, the danger would be extreme. Unfazed by pain and driven by a bloodthirsty instinct, the victorious would likely be the zombies. With a hum, the truck surged forward once more, crushing the zombie king. Zombie LV5 slain, blue treasure chest, modular type, acquired. Instantly, the surrounding zombies descended into a frenzy. This time, success was assured. Lin Qing continued his rampage until only a handful of zombies remained, at which point he retracted the truck and disembarked. He intended to utilize the remaining undead to test the capabilities of his profession. A flicker of white light illuminated his hand as the fully loaded big pineapple materialized. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. The incendiary rounds, augmented by weapon enhancements and fire enchantments, reached a new echelon of speed and power, boasting a 200% increase in raw force. The impact sent the zombies' bodies reeling, igniting crimson flames at the points of contact. This fire spread rapidly, igniting the clothing of the zombies with alarming swiftness. A putrid stench of burning decay filled the air. Lin Qing surveyed the results. A single zombie seemed unimpressive, yet in the event of a large-scale confrontation, a mere handful of ammunition could unleash a veritable inferno. Moreover, the corpses of the undead are utterly incapable of withstanding bullets. Should a Molotov cocktail find its way into the body of a mutated creature, the devastation wrought by a flaming bullet would be catastrophic. Lin Qing pondered this, then delivered a powerful kick to the approaching zombie. This particular foe was a level 4 zombie, moving with a heavy, thunderous gait, clearly embodying brute strength. Yet, beneath Lin Qing's decisive kick, its body was sent hurtling away. Even an ordinary level 5 player could contend with a solitary level 4 zombie, let alone Lin Qing, whose attributes were bolstered by the exquisite vehicle he possessed. With a strength of 23, his force was no less than 2,300 pounds, enhanced further by the explosive power of his kick and the strength amplification from his warrior profession. Even a level 5 zombie king would find it arduous to endure the might of such a strike. He sheathed his formidable weapon and unsheathed the machete he always carried, plunging into the remaining horde of zombies. Kill level 4 zombie. Acquire white treasure chest, random. In mere seconds, several headless corpses toppled to the ground. Only Lin Qing remained in the vicinity. White treasure chest, random 50. White treasure chest, food category 30. White treasure chest, module category 10. Blue treasure chest, module category 1. This was the entirety of his spoils from the minor foes. Yet it did not signify that this steel mill held no further resources. Materials lay scattered within arm's reach. Numerous constructions still housed a wealth of materials alongside a handful of zombies. Most crucially, there was the fixed treasure chest, concealed somewhere within the depths of the steel mill. Chapter 50. Fire. Absorbed metal, 500 gene. Absorbed glass, 20 gene. All the materials encountered were promptly secured by Lin Qing. He approached a hillock towering several meters high, with a diameter exceeding 10 meters. This was something he had noticed upon entry, as it was a heap of discarded materials composed of various steels, plastics, and glass. Absorb. Absorbed metal, 60,000 gene. Plastic, 1, 000 gene, rubber, 2,000 gene. What a delight. The large pile of materials swiftly vanished, marking Lin Qing's greatest single absorption record. He pressed on, navigating over the bodies of various zombies. Lin Qing made his way into a building. In the next moment, he found himself before a colossal blast furnace, standing a staggering 20 meters tall. With a diameter of 10 meters and connected by a 20-meter-long metal pipeline. Surrounding it were an abundance of cables, appearing dilapidated, as if abandoned for many years. Yet, Lin Qing's eyes glimmered with excitement. No wonder they spoke of abundant materials. Just how many gene could this contraption yield? Absorb. Absorbed metal, 120,000 gene, glass, 10,000 gene, plastic, 1,000 gene, rubber, 1,000 gene. The record he had just achieved was immediately surpassed, causing Lin Qing to tremble with exhilaration. This, indeed, was paradise. He frantically searched the premises, from the cafeteria and office to the staff dormitories, absorbing everything from small tools to large carts with a sweeping fervor. The materials surged in quantity. They're all mine, all mine. Upon encountering zombies, Lin Qing dispatched them with swift strikes. His movements precise and efficient in the face of material absorption. Eventually, when he had thoroughly scavenged the entire factory, his materials finally met the criteria for an upgrade. Would you like to upgrade? Lin Qing hesitated. He had yet to locate the fixed treasure chest, and there remained the potential for unknown dangers. The armored centipedes at the factory's entrance were still fresh in his memory. Even if he were to upgrade, it was imperative to distance himself from this steel factory first. But where exactly could that fixed treasure chest be? Having vacated the dormitory building, Lin Qing had meticulously scoured every corner of the steel factory. To his dismay, he had yet to catch a glimpse of the elusive treasure chest. Could it be that this disaster zone harbored no such chest at all? As he pondered this, he stepped out of the dormitory, his expression suddenly shifting with surprise as he glanced towards the factory yard, the very site of his recent battle. Previously teeming with the bodies of zombies and pools of blood, he now observed that an astonishing 90% of the blood and dismembered limbs had vanished. As he descended, Lin Qing witnessed the last remnants of corpses slowly merging with the earth, as if the bodies had transformed into liquid, seeping into the ground. Subsequently, a violent tremor resonated from beneath. This is not good. Lin Qing's expression changed abruptly as the dark motorcycle appeared beneath him. He twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle surged forward. He was oblivious to the unfolding events. Yet, in the face of this unknown circumstance, a swift distance must be established. In an instant, his speed surged beyond 200, continuing to accelerate. However, the ground underwent a transformation, revealing numerous fissures and collapses. A massive mound of earth rapidly erupted before him. In the midst of this urgency, Lin Qing narrowed his eyes. From the rear of the motorcycle, a pair of thrusters materialized, the flames coalescing into a singular point. The next moment, a burst of fire erupted forth. The motorcycle's velocity dramatically increased, soaring up the slope to a height of over 10 meters, effortlessly surpassing the imminent threat emerging from the depths of the earth. Yet, he did not glance back. A sensation of weightlessness enveloped Lin Qing, his gaze resolute. He gripped the handlebars tightly, allowing the vehicle to descend. At the moment of landing, a luminous reflection of glass appeared around him. The muscular truck and the dark motorcycle exchanged seamlessly, catching Lin Qing. The truck, however, crashed heavily to the ground, stirring clouds of dust. Truck durability, 95-100, repair cost, 50 metal coins. Lin Qing cast a brief glance at the data. This marked the truck's first damage since reaching level 4. While it was not afraid of collisions, the impact of landing had nonetheless caused some harm. The expenditure of metal coins had escalated to a ratio of 1 to 10. Yet, Lin Qing paid little heed to these details. He turned his gaze to the rearview mirror. The lens reflected a startling sight, causing his pupils to constrict. The land of the steel factory bore witness to extensive devastation, a monstrous creature having torn through the earth at its center. Upon the first glimpse of this abomination, Lin Qing was overwhelmed by a sensation of distortion, agony, revulsion, and a grotesque familiarity. It was, in fact, a colossal amalgamation of hundreds, if not thousands, of twisted, fused zombies. The spherical body towered at 60 meters, its surface a writhing mass of limbs and heads. Countless arms and bodies flailed like the creature's fur. Fused zombie LV6, super zombie monster, a special undead formed through intense radiation from the power of the end, possessing unparalleled strength and destructive capability, along with bizarre combat methods and zombie toxins. Damn it. Even Lin Qing could not suppress an expletive, recalling the previous organization of the God of Slaughter. He felt compelled to question, how could you possibly contend with such a monstrosity? Clearly, even in the disaster zone, the steel factory was exceedingly terrifying. The fused zombies epitomized the horror it manifested. The ground trembled ominously. The fused zombie had locked onto Lin Qing the moment it emerged. Thousands of crimson eyes glared from the myriad heads, filled with savagery and murderous intent. Lin Qing accelerated the truck in a bid to escape. At such a moment, he could not afford to switch vehicles. The tremors of the earth were so severe that if he were to ride the motorcycle, he would likely be overturned before he could even get away. Even the truck struggled to reach its full speed, swaying up and down, relying on its weight and shock-absorbing capabilities to maintain a semblance of stability. The speed of the fused zombie was astonishingly swift, showing no signs of creating distance. However, Lin Qing did not harbor the intention to flee completely. On the roof of the vehicle, the metallic heavy artillery was already charging at the very first moment. Charging 10, 20, 30. As the energy surged, the cannon barrel gleamed ominously. At that moment, the creature behind him unleashed its assault, revealing a colossal arm fashioned from countless corpses. It was several meters long upon its formation. Damn it! Lin Qing's expression shifted. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, and the heavy artillery had only reached 50 charge. Yet, as he witnessed that enormous arm poised to descend from the sky, Lin Qing cast aside all hesitations, relinquished the steering wheel, and opened the sunroof. He leaned out halfway, a radiant light flickering in his hand as he brandished an RPG. He aimed at the gigantic hand and fired a shot. Although the RPG was not enhanced by firearm modifications, the fire enchantment successfully amplified its power. In that moment, Lin Qing finally comprehended the terrifying potential of the fire enchantment. The instant the projectile left the barrel, a massive conflagration erupted. The already formidable shell attained double its might. Boom! The projectile struck the vulnerable point of the arm, severing the fused appendage instantly. Explosive rounds rained down like a torrential downpour, igniting sparks upon the fused zombie's body. A series of ear-piercing roars erupted. Whether it expressed fury or agony was uncertain, yet its menacing presence was undeniable. As its body writhed, it astonishingly reintegrated the severed arm and extinguished the flames, continuing to close the distance toward Lin Qing. However, Lin Qing remained entirely unperturbed. Charging 100, metallic heavy artillery ready. Shall we fire? Energy consumption. For 1,000, the quintuple-weighted truck had significantly increased the artillery's potential, enabling it to unleash 4,000 units of energy in a single shot. Lin Qing gazed at the fused zombie, a glimmer of madness igniting in his eyes. Fire. Chapter 51. The exceptional attribute of the blue module boom. The entire vehicle quaked under the immense force of the backlash. The weight of the projectile was palpable. The black cannonball surged forth, striking the amalgamated zombie with precision. A deafening explosion reverberated through the air. An endless surge of dark energy erupted, enveloping the body of the fused zombie. In the next moment, that colossal form shattered into fragments, with dust and debris swirling, mingled with a torrential downpour of blood. Successfully killed fused zombie LV6, obtained blue treasure chest, exceptional module type, done. Lin Qing felt a sudden relaxation in his body, excluding the legendary assessments. This was the most formidable individual creature he had encountered. Yet, before the metallic artillery, it was as fragile as a chicken, utterly defenseless. The purple modules, in Zone 1 and even Zone 2, were considered strategic weaponry. Lin Qing reflected on this. The white modules would inevitably be phased out, while blue modules were becoming mainstream. Only purple modules could truly be deemed as lethal instruments. However, for an average individual, acquiring a single purple module would be the pinnacle of achievement. Yet at this moment, Lin Qing was tantalizingly close to his third purple module. The exceptional module type indeed held considerable value. Lin Qing was not surprised by its grade. After all, only fixed treasure chests could yield purple items. Even the most formidable mutated beings would only produce chests of varying quality. He was left wondering what the exceptional module would be. Lin Qing approached the spot where the fused zombie had fallen, retrieving the treasure chest before returning to the steel factory. Upon entering, he immediately noticed an intact platform at the center of the collapsed area. Above it, a radiant guardian town floated, with a purple treasure chest suspended at its core. His eyes gleamed with fervor as he leaped into the pit and seized the purple chest. Obtained fixed treasure chest, purple. The chest vanished instantly, replaced by the system's notification sound. With that, all resources within this steel factory were now his. Retreat. The truck came to a halt on the highway. Vehicle upgrading. This upgrade will take 4 hours. Lin Qing reclined on the truck's bed, opening the treasure chest displayed on the holographic screen. Successfully opened white treasure chest, random, zombie antidote, white. Without a second glance, he chose to keep it. One can never be too cautious by the riverbank. This item was a wise precaution. Successfully opened white treasure chest, random. Obtained material box, White 2,000 pounds of metal. 300 pounds each of plastic, glass, and rubber. Oh, this is quite good. Although it pales in comparison to what he had acquired during the Equatorial Inferno assessment. Materials of this nature were always in demand. Lin Qing understood that the treasure chests at disaster sites often contained unusual items. For instance, military factories would yield repair kits, capable of mending damaged firearms and ammunition. The steel factory was abundant in materials. This material box was likely a specialized item. When Lin Qingxing reached level 5, he also purchased some materials. Even now, there are still individuals willing to engage in trade. Presently, the price stands at 50 pounds of metal for one metal coin, while other materials are approximately 10 pounds for one. By this calculation, the material box could be valued at 130 metal coins, which is significantly more cost-effective than modules. Extraction. Lin Qingxing now had a target. Rather than fixating on modules, he prioritized selecting material boxes. Having reached level 6, he now required 300,000 primary materials. It is uncertain how many materials would be needed to advance to level 7. Refresh. Refresh again. Even when it came to modules, he did not entertain the thought. In a short while, he had opened all 50 of the all-random boxes, obtaining a total of 43 material boxes. That amounted to nearly 90,000 pounds of metal. Lin Qingxing's face beamed with joy. The refresh capability was indeed extraordinarily practical. If it were someone else, even with the same number of treasure chests, they would not have yielded as many material boxes. He decided to open the food-related boxes as well, just to ponder what to have for dinner. 1 head of cabbage. 1 pound of pure sweet potato noodles. 1 pound of pork tenderloin. Lin Qingxing continuously selected, and his grain storage grew increasingly abundant. Instant noodles? Bread? Not even a dog would eat that. However, he considered the opportunity to adopt a dog, having heard that some mutated canine creatures could indeed be domesticated. After concluding the food treasure boxes, Lin Qingxing proceeded to open the module boxes. Acquired death or a device module. White can simulate the sin of zombies, causing low-level zombies to lose hostility towards you. Acquired hardened tire. White increases tire hardness without affecting its inherent characteristics. Acquired module. He swiftly opened 10 white modules. Lin Qingxing was now quite familiar with white modules. The entire process was one of refreshing and selecting. He retained what was useful and discarded the rest without a hint of hesitation. Although a few new categories of modules appeared, he remained unimpressed. Opening blue treasure box, module type. Acquired armor module, blue, refresh. Normally, hardened modules would be Lin Qingxing's first choice. However, opening such a box at a disaster site would be a tremendous waste. Acquired Will of the Corpse King module, blue can temporarily control the thoughts of zombies for about 1 second. With energy consumption varying based on the size and level of the horde, covering a range of 200 meters, but cannot control zombies of level 2 or higher than oneself. Interfering with the horde? Unable to control zombies of level 2 or higher. Does that mean he can control those of level 1? Lin Qingxing's eyes lit up, and he made a selection without hesitation. Although it was merely for 1 second, this ability was evidently quite remarkable. Not to mention, had he possessed this ability during the previous encounter with the merging zombies, he might have created a greater distance. Furthermore, in the future, if he faced high-speed zombies that could easily evade attacks, this Will of the Corpse King could serve as a momentary immobilization technique, catching them off guard. A splendid find indeed. Lin Qingxing was immensely satisfied. Opening the blue treasure chest, exceptional module type, acquired the zombie integration module, blue allows the merging of zombies. Diffused zombies will completely obey your commands, with a maximum limit of 100. Each fusion consumes an energy source of 200. This, just the first one. And Lin Qing was already captivated. He had been longing for a pet, and here it was. However, this pet was ultimately too repulsive. Moreover, with only 100 fused zombies, their strength might be rather mediocre. After all, a 1,000-level fused zombie had been obliterated by his single shot, hadn't it? Of course. If he could acquire several modules of the same type to enhance their levels, and truly create a 1,000-level fused zombie, then Lin Qing would certainly consider it. Yet, with only this one treasure chest available, Lin Qing pondered for a moment and had to let it go. Refresh. Acquired the zombie eye module, blue under its gaze. It can detonate a zombie's body, with a maximum detonation count of 20 at once, energy consumption, 500, unable to detonate zombies of a higher level than oneself. Refresh. Acquired module. Lin Qing finally understood what a genuine module was. Each refresh ignited his excitement, making him yearn to claim them all. When selling modules, he had been exceptionally arrogant, even believing that, aside from the purple grade, very few could match the worth of his modules. Now, he was enlightened about what constituted a good module. This time, as a guaranteed outcome, Acquired the twisting module, exceptional blue through energy consumption. It can distort the vehicle's body, altering its structural shape to a certain extent, including but not limited to chassis elevation, height adjustment, width adjustment, length adjustment, and various structural changes to the vehicle's curves. Lin Qing's heart surged. This is the one. Why did he choose a motorcycle as his secondary vehicle? Apart from speed, the most crucial factor was maneuverability. A truck's maneuverability was woefully inadequate. In certain special terrains, the truck's cumbersome size became a fatal weakness, just like in a narrow cave. He certainly couldn't reshape the cave to fit his vehicle, but this twisting module would allow him to glide smoothly into the cave. Damn, why do I feel like my thoughts are getting a bit skewed again? Lin Qing shook his head and stored the module away. He was greatly satisfied with this round of treasure hunting. However, it was not yet over. Next came the most important purple-grade treasure chest. Fixed treasure chest, purple, opened successfully. Chapter 52. The leader of the rascals seeks assistance. Acquired item. Will of the Corpse King, purple, capable of commanding a horde of corpses, issuing directives. With the quantity of corpses controlled being related to one's mental strength. Hiss. Lin Qing inhaled sharply. A purple-grade item. How enticing it is. No. I am a warrior. It is of no use to me. None at all. Lin Qing engaged in self-hypnosis and opted to refresh. Acquired weapon. Machete, blue, refresh. Undoubtedly. Even purple-grade treasure chests are mixed with various trivialities. Acquired module. Zombie battle vehicle, capable of fully blending into the horde. Zombies of 3 levels higher or lower than oneself will not detect any anomalies. A module has emerged. This attribute. Lin Qing examined it closely. It was indeed not lacking in merit. Yet, it was ultimately not the type he desired most. Refresh. Acquired advanced material box. Purple contains 200,000 pounds of steel. Refresh. What a joke. If a purple-grade reward yields materials, he would truly be mad. Soon, 9 refreshes came to an end, leading to the final guaranteed attempt. At this moment, Lin Qing felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, a guarantee only assures the grade, not the quality. If a trivial item were to emerge, he would truly be in trouble. Damn it, life and death are inconsequential. Refresh. Lin Qing's expression tightened, his gaze fixed intently on the luminous screen. This is a guaranteed purple reward. Metal energy shield module, purple upon use. It forms a transparent energy barrier around the vehicle within 10 meters, possessing defensive capabilities. The strength of the defense and its consumption are related to the weight of the vehicle itself. When attacked to its maximum limit, the energy barrier will contract to integrate with the vehicle, losing its defensive ability, yet will convert the absorbed attack power into vehicle weight, without affecting its performance, including speed. He hit the jackpot. Lin Qing was elated. This attribute was simply exquisite. First, it creates an energy barrier that can withstand damage. It can endure a certain amount of harm, and then convert it for his own use. Moreover, more importantly, its effectiveness is related to weight, which perfectly aligns with his truck. This made Lin Qing eager to merge the module immediately to see the specific values. Yet, during the truck's upgrade, he could only wait with patience. As night fell, the system's prompt finally resonated. Vehicle upgrade complete. Muscle truck. Level 6, maximum speed, 300 kilometers, unladen, energy storage, 12,000 units, fuel consumption, 300 units per 100 kilometers, unladen, energy absorption rate, 600 units per hour, overall performance enhancement. Gold skill, infinite growth, vehicle dimensions, height 5, 6 meters, length 25 meters, width 3, 5 meters, weight 60 tons. Module capacity, 2,400, attribute points, 10, next upgrade, metal, 201, 400, 000 plastic, 15, 00050, 000 pounds, glass, 22, 00050, 000 pounds, rubber, 18, 00040, 000 pounds, metal coins, 8, 308, 000. The auxiliary vehicle, the dark motorcycle at level 6. Boasts a maximum speed of 750 and a consumption rate of 150 energy units per 100 kilometers, with an energy recovery of 350 units per hour. In total, it can recover 950 units. Although the dark motorcycle's consumption has increased significantly, its speed has also seen a modest rise. Most importantly, this remarkable energy recovery allows for an all-out assault during combat. With several thousand units of energy at his disposal for the metal cannon, he can unleash its firepower at will, as it only takes a few hours to recharge. This has freed up a considerable number of modules, prompting Lin Qing to begin a serious integration process. Before long, he had filled all the vehicle modules. The metal energy shield utilized 50 units of capacity. The metal energy shield can withstand an energy impact of up to 5,000 units. This figure aligns closely with Lin Qing's estimates. However, this does not imply that the metal energy shield can perfectly absorb the force of the metal cannon, which generates immense power through energy conversion, resulting in an explosion far exceeding the initial energy source. Nevertheless, a shield capable of withstanding 5,000 units of energy undoubtedly possesses extraordinary defensive capabilities. With the remaining 110 units of capacity, Lin Qing integrated two new blue modules, the Zombie Horde integration and the Distortion module. The rest was dedicated to upgrading existing attributes. As he combined the Hardness module, he was astonished to discover that it began to undergo a qualitative transformation. Initially, upgrading from level 5 to level 6 required 100 metal coins, doubling the capacity from 5 to 10. Both types of consumption increased significantly, yet the results were strikingly evident. Aside from the fiery red stripes on the vehicle's exterior, everything else had turned a deep black. The effectiveness had increased by at least 30%. The Spike module showcased similar enhancements, featuring spikes measuring 80 centimeters in length adorning the front of the vehicle, with both hardness and sharpness significantly bolstered. The difference in efficacy between modules above level 5 and their predecessors was indeed substantial. This is the true essence of mainstream modules, Lin Qing mused. He continued the integration process. The Hardness module reached level 7, the Spike module level 7, the Shock Absorption module level 5, the Flame Jet module level 2. The Speed module level 5, the Heat module level 5, and the Lava Hard armor reached level 6. All white interior modules were upgraded to level 2. And after merging a soft interior package with an interior light module, the 400 units of capacity were entirely consumed. It's incredibly complicated, Lin Qing couldn't help but exclaim, though he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Setting aside the superlative exterior defenses and numerous new features, the interior of the vehicle had transformed into a genuine mobile home. The surroundings were no longer mere metal shells but had been exquisitely decorated. The lighting was bright, and the furniture and appliances were fully equipped. The bathroom and washroom had been expanded, rivaling even a boutique apartment in quality. And this was just the beginning. Given the opportunity to integrate further, he envisioned the interior rivaling that of a luxurious villa. The size of the truck had grown more imposing, and one day, the cabin would evolve into a living space worthy of a villa. Even the roof of the cabin could accommodate a terrace or similar structures. During moments of respite, one may sit back, sip tea, and relish the apocalyptic scenery, a unique experience indeed. The days are still long ahead. After utilizing his attribute points, Strength 28, Speed 20, Spirit 18, Lin Qing commenced preparing dinner. Except for the first day, he had fared rather well in this desolate world. Today, with an abundance of ingredients at his disposal, he naturally intended to indulge in a hearty feast. After a flurry of culinary activities, he presented a steaming dish of tomato beef brisket, a rib and winter melon soup, and roasted corn upon the table. Before dining, he couldn't resist sharing a photograph. It was evident that the members of the group would find themselves in discomfort this evening. Even the members of the smaller group couldn't help but message him. Tai Dan, I must say, Sanqing is quite the gourmet. If it weren't for your prior encounters, I would suspect a bug, as Sanqing seems to have never entered the end world. Wokeo go. Haha everyone, I made it. I have finally succeeded in my 5th level career transition. Xiao Wang, what did you transition into? I became a warrior. It doesn't matter, I transitioned into a mechanic. A fire-based mechanic. Yet see, I also made a transition, I am a healer. Qing Di, why haven't you come to find me for a drink? Qing Gu should have also succeeded in his transition. Lin Qing, who had been lurking, finally chimed in. He must have transitioned. Now we simply await his ascension to level 10, and then to Peace Valley. The coward, I must express my envy, in District 1. There are probably no more than 10 individuals with special professions, and you 4 represent half of them. Just then, the group leader, who had been silent for most of the day, suddenly spoke up. This disaster site seems a bit off, and there are several formidable individuals present. I fear I may not withstand it alone. Is anyone interested in coming to my aid? Chapter 53 Encounter with the Moon Goddess, the Site of Calamity. Lin Qing's gaze shifted. If there were to be anything, aside from the relics, that captivated him most, it would undoubtedly be the Site of Calamity. This was, after all, the sole source of the coveted purple-gray treasure chests. He had previously observed the group leader of the muddled crowd indicating he was at such a site. At that time, his thoughts were solely fixated on the steel factory. Little did he anticipate that the group leader would falter so swiftly and proactively send out a message. Coward, haha. You've finally decided to reveal it. Hurry, I want to get rich. What the heck? I'm going to. Little Wong, I want to go, but do call me if anything happens. Strange Forest, 5,000 kilometers away. Upon seeing the location shared by the group leader, Lin Qing's lips twitched. Was it truly that far? Even if he were to swap to the dark motorcycle and push himself to the limit, it would take him an entire day. Coward, haha. This time I am close, muddled crowd leader. Wait for my adoptive father to come save you. What the heck? Damn, this is too far, 20,000 kilometers. I could reach Peace Valley with that distance. Coconut. Oh? We're in the same boat. I'm about that far too. Clearly. The distance posed a significant challenge. The originally enthusiastic Coconut and what the heck were immediately disqualified. Iron Courage. I'm relatively close. But I want to arrive until noon tomorrow. Can the muddled crowd leader hold out? Muddled crowd, no problem. This place is vast. I can last a couple of days. However, I must warn you, it's quite perilous here, filled with various mutated creatures and peculiar zombies. Strangely enough, I can't seem to find my way out of this forest. Additionally, there's an organization gathering here, quite a number of them, all formidable. I caught a glimpse. They're all level 4 to 5 players, searching for me. You all need to think carefully before coming. Coward, fortune favors the bold. Don't worry. Iron Courage. Farewell. Everyone. Lin Qing inquired, I estimate I want to arrive until tomorrow night or even the third day. Will that still be feasible? Muddled crowd. Qingshan. We've been waiting for you, haha. Holding out for 2 or 3 days is completely fine. The terrain here is quite complex, and we don't yet know where the fixed treasure chests are. Take your time. I can gather more intel. Coward, little Qing. Are we finally going to meet? 3 Qing. All right. I'll definitely make it. Let us discuss when we meet. Having completed the exchange of messages, Lin Qing tidied up the dishes. He had a penchant for cleanliness. Previously, his mother would take care of such chores, but now he had to manage it himself. Once he reached Peace Valley, he could return home. What the heck had mentioned that the time ratio in the first district's end world was nearly 60 to 1 compared to Earth, so at most, he would be missing for half a day. His parents shouldn't be too anxious. On the following day, Lin Qing first rode his motorcycle. The exhilarating speed was intoxicating, and the sensation of everything whizzing past was delightfully novel. However, as time passed, monotony began to creep in. Lin Qing then switched to a truck, opting for automatic driving. While he settled down to rest in the cabin, in the midst of the apocalypse, Lin Qing found himself contemplating the inexplicable existence of a storage card. Clutching a bucket of popcorn, with a thermal imaging module at his disposal, he could observe the surroundings displayed on a small projection from the television. Yet, this did not hinder his cinematic indulgence. Destination reached. Unnamed town. At that moment, an alert from the system interrupted his reverie. Had he arrived at another location? He paused the television and stepped into the driver's cabin. Through the glass, a diminutive town with merely 3 houses came into view. How quaint. Lin Qing felt a wave of incredulity wash over him, lacking even the inclination to venture inside. However, just then, he noticed a glimmer on the central control screen as the thermal module detected a light. A person? Lin Qing was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Encountering others in this desolate world was hardly surprising. Without clarity on whether they were friend or foe, it was of no concern to him. If their goals aligned, he could lend a helping hand. If not, they could simply coexist in their separate fates. Yet, as he prepared to return to the cabin to continue his film, his expression abruptly froze. He had spotted a car parked in front of the house, a Mini, red in hue. Such vehicles were not uncommon. Yet this particular one was strikingly familiar. The Moon Goddess? Lin Qing's eyes sparkled with recognition. What a stroke of luck. It seemed that adversaries were presenting themselves one after another these days. A smirk danced upon his lips as he revved the truck and charged towards it. Mini car, level 4, only level 4. Lin Qing pondered the Moon Goddess's circumstances, questioning how she had fallen to such depths alongside remnants of the symbiotic alliance. Nevertheless, this did not impede his actions. With a resounding crash, he collided with the Mini. The impact was devastating, rendering the vehicle utterly demolished without resistance. Let us see how you escape this time, he sneered. The previous encounter with the Moon Goddess had deprived him of considerable gains, leaving him with a lingering resentment towards both her and her flimsy vehicle. Inside, the Moon Goddess, who had been scavenging for supplies, was rendered speechless. She was utterly oblivious to what had transpired, only hearing the roar of approaching chaos followed by a thunderous crash. Instinctively, she crouched down, covering her ears, still unaware of the unfolding events outside. Who is it? Oh no, my car. The Moon Goddess's face turned pale with terror. Peering through the window, she nearly fainted. What kind of monstrosity was this? A truck? How could there be a truck here? Damn it! Aside from that rascal Sanqing, how could I encounter such a terrifying figure? Despair washed over her, and tears threatened to spill. She had no doubt that this formidable force could obliterate the small dwelling. Furthermore, she knew all too well what would become of her beauty if it fell into the wrong hands. Hurry, if I don't jump down in 3 seconds. I'm done for. No. The moon goddess trembled, letting out a loud cry. The shimmering barrier desperately attempted to contact her sister, but alas. The latter seemed unaware of her situation and did not respond promptly. Observing the truck begin to reverse, the moon goddess leaped from the second floor. Almost immediately, she fell to her knees. Please don't kill me. I beg you, she cried in desperation, instinctively lifting her gaze. Suddenly, a familiar face emerged before her. Sanqing. She gasped in shock and terror, never anticipating that she would encounter Sanqing. It became clear to her why he was so formidable. And the true nature of the creature within the cave's dust was finally revealed. Moon goddess, it's been a few days. How have you fallen so low? Lin Qing remarked. The disparity between a level 4 player without a vehicle and a level 6 legendary profession with a golden truck was as vast as heaven and earth. He harbored no concerns that the villain would perish from excessive chatter, and he was ready to confront her at any sign of movement. I was wrong. Please spare me. The moon goddess sobbed uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground in tears. The mini vehicle lay beside her, utterly wrecked, extinguishing any thought of escape. Chapter 54. The valuable moon goddess. How you managed to gather the Symbiosis Alliance remains a mystery to me. No matter, may you meet your demise. Perhaps we shall encounter one another in another life. The roar of the truck's engine echoed as Lin Qing exhibited no trace of compassion. He was determined to sever this entanglement. At that moment, the moon goddess was utterly terrified, her mind racing as she desperately sought a means of escape. She cried out, "Please spare me. I implore you. I pose no threat. I shall never oppose you again. Just let me go, and I shall comply with any request. I can offer you a purple module." With her final words, the truck came to an abrupt halt. A purple module? Lin Qing was taken aback. Could this woman truly possess such an item? You have a purple module in your vehicle? Even in death, I would be able to obtain it, he retorted. Preparing to accelerate once more. A glimmer of hope flickered within the moon goddess as she sensed a shift in Lin Qing's demeanor. She hastily added, I do not have one, but my sister surely does. I can arrange for her to exchange a purple module for my freedom. Your sister? From District 1? Lin Qing's eyes narrowed. From District 2. What nonsense are you spouting? If she reneges, would I not suffer the loss? That will not happen. I can have my sister establish a binding contract with you immediately. Such agreements are inviolable. Lin Qing raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Are you suggesting you can communicate with someone from District 2? The moon goddess nodded earnestly. Yes, my sister once acquired a rare item. A tool that allows brief communication beyond the end world, which she entrusted to me. Such an item exists? Lin Qing was momentarily taken aback, yet upon reflection, it was not entirely surprising. As a newcomer to the end world, there remained much he was yet to learn. He activated the holographic screen and consulted a contact. Soon, he confirmed the authenticity of the moon goddess's claims. To collide or not to collide? Lin Qing pondered. A single life mattered little to him. Killing her would merely resolve the matter. Yet, a moon goddess posed little threat, while a purple module held significant value. Are you certain it can be exchanged? He inquired. Absolutely. I will contact my sister right away and have her speak with you, the moon goddess eagerly affirmed. Seeing her earnestness, Lin Qing disembarked from the truck, leveling his machine gun at her head. The moon goddess was perplexed. How could a level 6 golden vehicle owner be so cautious? Yet, she was indeed powerless to resist. She activated the holographic screen before Lin Qing. Her sister soon responded. Moon goddess Lin, what has happened? Quickly, answer me. Are you all right? Who has harmed you? A flurry of anxious inquiries filled the holographic display as the moon goddess glanced at Lin Qing. With his tacit approval, she recounted the events, though she wisely omitted details regarding the truck. After a moment of silence, moon goddess Lin sent a reply. Your Excellency, I am an envoy from the Moon Palace. A Gamma Level 9 player, a distinguished owner of a purple-grade vehicle, and a practitioner of the ice and snow special profession. I hope you can comprehend this power. And I sincerely request that you do not harm the moon goddess G. I would be truly grateful for your understanding. Lin Qing let out a cold laugh. Is this what you refer to as a purple-grade module? The moon goddess G trembled, speaking up, Sister. Please don't say too much. You won't intimidate him. This person is formidable. Only a purple-grade module can save me now. Lin Qing raised his gun. I demand 5. The moon goddess G instantly cowered. 5. Moon goddess Lin, where am I supposed to procure 5 purple-grade modules? I can only provide 1. Lin cheat. Is that all you are worth? The moon goddess G nearly wept, feeling that death was but a step away. Sister, if he doesn't agree, please save me. Moon goddess Lin, very well. I can offer you 1 purple-grade module and 1 purple-grade treasure chest. This is my final concession, as I have nothing else left, and I will incur a debt for this. However, if you harm the moon goddess G, I will not let you off easily. Is this woman truly so valuable? Lin Qing felt a surge of delight. Such terms equate to 2 purple modules for him. Akin to facing perilous challenges at disastrous locations twice. Isn't that the very reason for the arduous journey of 5,000 kilometers? Fine, I accept. But how do we formalize the contract? Moon Goddess Lin, I can provide you with a trading document. The contract belongs to a special category of items, allowing for transactions even across regions. However, the purple-gray treasure chest requires my presence to hand over to you. I require 10 contracts. This individual seems to be insatiable. Moon Goddess Lin gritted her teeth. This is quite costly. I only have 2. Deal. The contract was straightforward, manifesting as a piece of parchment. At the top, it read Book of Oaths. Below were the terms and the signatures. When the Moon Goddess Ji sent it, everything was already prepared. It imposed no restrictions on him, as this was Lin Qing's proactive request, establishing a unilateral constraint on Moon Goddess Lin to adhere to the agreement. Lin Qing signed without hesitation. Subsequently, the parchment spontaneously ignited. Lin Qing glanced at the now relaxed Moon Goddess Ji. The second contract was naturally reserved for her. He then inscribed various conditions, ranging from prohibiting the disclosure of any of his information to preventing any harm towards him, even including stipulations against snoring while sleeping. The Moon Goddess Ji glanced at it and felt her scalp tingle. Nevertheless, she diligently noted it down and signed the contract. I have run out of funds. Could you lend me some metal coins for repairs? The Moon Goddess Ji hesitated to speak, her courage slightly bolstered after all was settled. Lin Qing, how did you end up in such a predicament? Upon hearing this, the Moon Goddess Ji revealed a look of sorrow and indignation. Ever since I learned of the black-clad man's demise, the way people look at me shifted. A good person informed me that they have chosen a new leader who will seek to harm me. I fled at the earliest opportunity. Lin Qing nodded in acknowledgement. The man in black is indeed the true leader of the symbiotic alliance, initially instilling fear in others, dissuading them from any rash actions. However, following the battle at Equatorial Mountain, the leader transformed from a tiger into a fox, losing the authority to command obedience. Is there no restraint among your organizations? There is. Upon the establishment of the organization, certain constraints naturally arise. Yet, when they sought to kill me, they had numerous means at their disposal. Consequently, I fled. Fearful they would perceive my movements, thus I relinquished my restraints. Lin Qing observed Moon Goddess Ji, his lips twitching slightly. He always felt that when she spoke sweetly, she appeared adorably naive. Conversely, when her words turned harsh, she seemed rather foolish. It was evident that the members of the organization had orchestrated a grand performance for her. It sounded as if someone was leaking information, yet in reality, they were all in cahoots, driving Moon Goddess Ji away. Otherwise, a leader with the capacity to enforce restraint would still be capable of accomplishing significant tasks. You cannot keep your car. From now on, you may ride in mine, but the contract stipulates that you must not tamper with my belongings. To navigate a mini through the enigmatic forest would take an eternity. I do not wish to squander time on such trivialities. What then shall we do with this vehicle? You can deactivate the owner mode, allowing me to serve as the co-driver of your car, Lin Qing remarked nonchalantly. Naturally, Moon Goddess Ji dared not resist and could only acquiesce, watching helplessly as Lin Qing absorbed her car. Her heart ached immensely. Although the vehicle was ordinary, it had accompanied her through numerous trials and tribulations, and now it was gone. However, this sorrow did not linger long. The moment she boarded the truck and beheld its luxurious interior, all traces of her anguish vanished without a trace. Chapter 55, A Delightful Surprise. Wow, this is utterly luxurious. The Moon Goddess, completely oblivious to her circumstances, gazed at her surroundings with shining eyes. A television, a bathroom, my goodness, even a shower. What a grand bed. Will I be residing here from now on? She appeared exhilarated, as if she had stepped into a new realm. Lin Qing rolled her eyes and bluntly doused her enthusiasm with cold water. What are you daydreaming about? Go to the driver's cabin and keep an eye on the road. Only she had the capability to control the vehicle. Even if the Moon Goddess sat in the front, she could not operate anything without Lin Qing's permission. The Moon Goddess was momentarily taken aback. Why should I be watching the road? Isn't it obvious? As a captive, do you expect to enjoy the comforts of the vehicle without contributing? If you're unwilling, I can always tie you to the roof. Otherwise, you must learn to pull your weight, Lin Qing stated bluntly. Struck as if by lightning, the Moon Goddess gazed despondently at her surroundings. If she hadn't seen it, she might have accepted her situation, but the prospect of a beautiful life lay before her, tantalizingly out of reach. The disparity was almost unbearable. She left, glancing back every few steps. Meanwhile, Lin Qing resumed watching a movie, casually opening the refrigerator to retrieve a drink. When boredom struck, she activated the holographic screen, engaging in underwater chats while facilitating resource exchanges, ensuring her supply of metallic coins remained ample. Before long, the morning had slipped away. Unable to contain herself, The moon goddess re-entered. I'm hungry. Your supplies are over there. Help yourself, but you cannot use my pot. Lin Qing indicated towards a small pile containing a box of instant noodles and a case of water, items the moon goddess had salvaged from the previous mini-vehicle. But how am I supposed to eat? She exclaimed, her eyes wide. Besides, your pot is just sitting there unused. Unused? I need to cook as well, Lin Qing retorted, unapologetically. As soon as the refrigerator door swung open, the moon goddess lost her composure. She had previously seen Lin Qing's refrigerator, but this time, the abundance of provisions was simply unimaginable. A vibrant array of fruits and vegetables, alongside various meats, filled the shelves. In the maternal drawer, 2 live sea fish swam gracefully. Let us prepare fish today, Lin Qing mused, contemplating the cooking method. Being a person from the inland, she had seldom eaten sea fish. Braised? Steamed? They resembled eels. Perhaps eel noodles would be a good option. The moon goddess was captivated by the fish, that eel, my favorite food. Though she indulged in it frequently in the past, it had become a distant memory in the world of demise. Are you going to make teriyaki eel? She inquired. What is that? I don't know how to prepare it. I'm just planning to throw everything into a pot. And don't waste time. Grab the noodles and watch the road from the driver's cabin. Stew it. The moon goddess was alarmed. Isn't that wasteful? Teriyaki is the proper way for eel. I can cook for you. You can cook? Lin Qing regarded her with skepticism. You're not trying to poison me, are you? No. Wait. That is not what the contract states. The moon goddess appeared to be barely in her 20s. The ability to cook independently stemmed from the necessity of self-sufficiency. As my parents often worked long hours. The moon goddess observed this, noting it was hardly indicative of someone adept at managing life. My family operates a Japanese cuisine restaurant. As she explained, she deftly took the eel and began her culinary endeavor with practiced ease. Lin Qing had an abundance of ingredients at her disposal, more than sufficient for the task at hand. In just a short while, the tantalizing aroma of the dish wafted through the air. 2 bowls of rice, paired with teriyaki eel, were served on the small table. I began to eat. The moon goddess, with a face full of satisfaction and anticipation, was just about to indulge. Why don't you go eat your instant noodles instead? I interjected. The moon goddess looked taken aback, as a captive. Who permits you to partake in my fish? However, I countered, but I prepared it. Lin Qing responded, exasperated. Such resources could easily fetch a fortune in metal coins, and most would hesitate to indulge in them. The relationship between the moon goddess and him remained adversarial, merely enhanced by an element of transaction. It was inconceivable to sustain her without some form of exchange. The moon goddess's complexion turned pale, her eyes reddening, overwhelmed by a sense of unfairness. In a fit of defiance, she set down her chopsticks and stormed off. You scoundrel, who yearns for the same dish? She exclaimed. Once I reach Peace Valley and my sister retrieves me, I shall eat whatever I desire. Don't expect me to cook for you again. Even if I were to leap into the abyss, I would not consume a morsel of your food. The moon goddess sobbed quietly, retreating to the front of the vehicle with her instant noodles. Her culinary skills were indeed commendable. Lin Qing consumed a considerable portion, leaving only fish bones and scraps on the plate. Lunchtime concluded, and it was time for some physical activity. With a thought, the truck's speed gradually decreased until it came to a halt. The moon goddess inquired, Why have we stopped? To stretch, he replied. What are you planning to do? Lin Qing disregarded her alarm, opened the truck door, and stepped outside. There remained a significant distance to the ruffian leader's location. It was time to switch to the motorcycle. After stretching, he turned to the moon goddess, instructing, dispose of the leftover food, wash the dishes, and hurry down. While she felt a sense of relief, a flicker of surprise crossed her mind. Yet, she dared not oppose Lin Qing's commands. Unlike the man in black, who had always demanded her utmost compliance, Lin Qing expected her to exert herself to fulfill his requests. This contrast made her long for her former life. Scoundrel, she muttered under her breath as she began to clean. Just as she was about to clear the plates, her expression tightened slightly. She had not truly satisfied her hunger. After preparing a lavish meal, returning to instant noodles felt unpalatable. The fish bones and scraps on the plate soon captured her attention, unbeknownst to her. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she stole a glance outside, ensuring Lin Qing was not watching, before swiftly snatching a meaty fishbone to savor. While rinsing the dishes, she indulged in a delightful taste. Soon, a blissful smile spread across her face. How delectable! When the moon goddess emerged, Lin Qing pointed towards the truck. The truck abruptly vanished, and before the astonished gaze of the moon goddess, a dark motorcycle emerged. Is this the dark motorcycle? The chariot of the Wolf King. She recognized it instantly. Naturally, with the Wolf King deceased, could his possessions remain? What about my RV? Surely, it must be retained for use. Very well. A trace of melancholy washed over the moon goddess, prompting her to refrain from further words. Lin Qing then mounted the motorcycle, inviting the moon goddess to sit behind him. She hesitated, feeling an unusual sense of intimacy in this arrangement. You could also choose to walk. No, I will ride. The moon goddess insisted, gritting her teeth. But you must not touch me. Why would I touch you? You're not a module. Observing Lin Qing's apparent disinterest in her, the moon goddess felt a wave of relief. She settled onto the motorcycle, maintaining a prudent distance from Lin Qing. The motorcycle surged forth with great speed. In merely a second, the expression on the moon goddess's face shifted dramatically, followed by a startled cry as she clung to Lin Qing. Lin Qing? Chapter 56. The location of catastrophe. The peculiar forest with a sudden halt. The motorcycle came to a standstill. Lin Qing turned his head to gaze at the pallid-faced moon goddess Ji. You are asking for extra payment, he exclaimed. You are going too fast. I can't bear it. Observing her genuinely frightened demeanor, Lin Qing could only shake his head in resignation. It was evident that this woman was ill-suited for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. The speed gradually decreased. Behind him, the moon goddess Ji clutched tightly to the hem of Lin Qing's clothing, and as he stabilized their ascent, her expression subtly shifted. They sped along the path. Peculiar forest, 1,050 kilometers. As evening descended, Lin Qing and moon goddess Ji returned to the truck. Even Lin Qing, in his current state, was reluctant to venture out during the night's embrace in this world of demise. The fog obscured everything, rendering visibility perilously low. Though he knew that any mutated creature they encountered would meet its demise, he preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. May I take a bath? Moon goddess Ji cautiously inquired. Nearly half a month had passed since the onset of this world's end, and she had bathed only once, in a rudimentary manner. Upon seeing the bathroom, she could no longer contain herself. Don't joke. I have a cleanliness obsession, Lin Qing replied. Moon goddess Ji's expression fell, and she nodded. I understand. Wait, bathing is acceptable. But you must agree to one condition. What condition? She asked, her tone cautious. That you keep a record, and have your sister repay me. 1 bath equals 1 blue treasure chest. Lin Qing articulated his intentions. Though moon goddess Ji was impoverished, her sister was a wealthy heiress. It would be a grave loss not to seize this opportunity. That's exorbitantly priced, she exclaimed. Well, it's up to you. I have no desire to waste water. Lin Qing replied nonchalantly. Frustrated, moon goddess Ji strode toward the front of the truck. However, it was not long before she activated the holographic screen. After a series of operations, she approached Lin Qing and produced a contract with the stipulated conditions inscribed upon it. After a quick review, Lin Qing signed with satisfaction, a smile gracing his face. Miss Moon, do hurry and wash up. Soon, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom, and beneath the soft glow of the lights, delicate curves could be discerned. Lin Qing admired the view for a moment before moon goddess Ji emerged from within. This time, he was genuinely taken aback. The moon goddess Ji possessed an extraordinary beauty, her skin fair, features exquisite, and her bare face radiated purity and charm. Her damp, long black hair added an alluring touch. Noticing Lin Qing's scrutiny, her cheeks flushed, and she quickly entered the driver's seat. Lin Qing, however, harbored no inappropriate thoughts. Such matters, akin to taking a life, had their boundaries. Otherwise, it wouldn't be just moon goddess Ji in the vehicle, but a plethora of beautiful women. Countdown to return, 15 days. Lin Qing drove throughout the morning and finally caught sight of their destination. Activation point, peculiar forest. This is a disaster location. Proceed with caution. Location description. A mysterious forest steeped in the essence of demise, its bizarre thickets intricate like a labyrinth, concealing various unknown horrors. And everything visible may pose a threat to you. Before Lin Qing lay the path ahead. In the desolate plains, an immense forest emerged. Towering ancient trees obscured the sky, casting shadows that rendered the surroundings dim. The road wound inward, visibility diminished to a mere 50 meters. From the exterior, it appeared as if an entrance to hell had manifested. Disaster site? The moon goddess was taken aback. She never anticipated that Lin Qing would stumble upon such a terrifying locale. Ignoring her, Lin Qing activated the light screen, just as she was about to inquire. The group leader of the miscreants had already spoken. Where are the 3 pure ones? The 3 pure ones, at the entrance, what lies within? The miscreant, so far. It's manageable. I've encountered the coward, but when you enter, exercise caution. A considerable number of people are gathered here, and among them, a particularly ruthless group slaughters on sight. Moreover, the mutated creatures here are peculiar, with toxic fungi and bizarre trees. The miscreant leader relayed the information he had gathered, detailing the terrain and characteristics of the mutated beings. Could it be that you actively approached this perilous place? Are you truly going in? The moon goddess exclaimed in astonishment. Why should I fear this when I dared to enter Equatorial Mountain? Lin Qing retorted. That's different. At Equatorial Mountain, I was the leader of the Symbiosis Alliance, with many to protect me. Here, The moon goddess cast a glance at Lin Qing, aware that his strength surpassed that of the entire alliance combined. However, the fact that Lin Qing might encounter danger without considering her as a mere pawn was already a stroke of fortune. It was impossible for him to safeguard her. Shall we turn back? Disaster sites typically yield only a single purple treasure chest. Upon reaching Zone 2, my sister will provide for you. There is no need to risk it here. She longed to regain her freedom swiftly. Yet Lin Qing merely smiled faintly. I want it all. He had thoroughly absorbed the information from the miscreant leader. In terms of danger, this peculiar forest undoubtedly surpassed the previous 2 disaster sites. A mere glance revealed its extraordinary nature. However, retreat was not an option. Driving the truck, he entered the bizarre forest, leaving the moon goddess with a visage of trepidation. Upon entry, Lin Qing felt as if he had traversed through time. It was morning, with sunlight streaming brightly, yet within the forest. The atmosphere mirrored that of twilight, dim and damp. These trees are extraordinarily tall, the moon goddess remarked. The intricate trees soared to heights of several dozen meters, their trunks twisting like serpents, enveloped in an aura of primal essence. Lin Qing glanced at the coordinates, turned sharply, and drove deeper into the woods. The moon goddess could not help but speak. Shouldn't you consider a different vehicle? The terrain is so convoluted. Can such a large truck navigate through? Yet the next moment, she was astonished once more. The truck's body began to twist, narrowing between 2 ancient trees from the front to the rear. The multitude of tires adjusted seamlessly to the terrain, moving forward with ease and stability. This is a distortion module. You actually acquired this. The moon goddess exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Qing offered no response. Although the moon goddess is somewhat naive, she is, at the very least, a prophetess who possesses prior knowledge of many matters. It is entirely plausible that individuals in the latter part of the second district also possess such a distortion module. How curious. What a breathtaking sight. Suddenly, the moon goddess noticed something extraordinary. A layer of blue luminescence had manifested upon the ground and the trees ahead. In the dimly lit forest, this glow appeared ethereal, resembling the tears of the woodland. Fungal colony, Lin Qing exclaimed. This was something that the group leader had emphasized. The system would not provide alerts for non-mutated organisms, yet they remain exceedingly perilous. While they may seem enchanting, they are, in fact, highly toxic and can attach themselves to entities with a high degree of vibration, releasing corrosive slime. Indeed, as the truck entered this fungal colony, all the luminescence suddenly ascended as if they were insects, swiftly converging upon Lin Qing's vehicle. In mere seconds, a veil of luminescence enveloped the truck, completely obscuring the windows. A deluge of corrosive liquid cascaded upon the exterior. What on earth is this? The moon goddess exclaimed in alarm. She understood that Lin Qing's vehicle could withstand such an assault. However, if their line of sight continued to be obstructed, would they not be trapped here? Yet, Lin Qing remained remarkably composed. With a mere thought, the truck shuddered slightly, its body taking on a reddish hue. The heat module rapidly elevated the temperature of the vehicle. Consequently, all the luminescent substances clinging to the truck's surface fell away willingly. The windshield wipers, aided by the ever-present windshield washer fluid, effortlessly cleared the remnants of the corrosive acid. Chapter 57, Instant Kill. The moon goddess stared in disbelief. She had not anticipated the truck's functionalities to be so comprehensive. However, it made sense. The greatest harvest from the battle at Equatorial Mountain was none other than the individual before her, the 3 Cleans. The truck advanced, and unlike the Equatorial Mountain, the bizarre forest was a labyrinth difficult to escape, akin to a colossal web ensnaring all. Lin Qing was unperturbed by the prospect of alerting adversaries. Thus he resolved to rely primarily on the truck, switching to the dark motorcycle only in exceptional circumstances. Shortly after Lin Qing's departure, a group arrived at his previous location. Someone noticed something amiss, their pupils narrowing in shock. How could there be such enormous tire tracks? What kind of vehicle is this? As they gazed at the ravines etched into the ground, a collective gasp escaped their lips. Could it be a gold-tier vehicle? Aside from their esteemed leader, how could such a character exist in District 1? We must return swiftly to report. Do not panic. Even if it were a gold-tier vehicle, it would not stand a chance against our leader. This land of calamity is akin to a prison. Everyone here is mere fodder and sustenance for our Bayou Tower. Meanwhile, Lin Qing's journey remained relatively smooth. He encountered several clusters of fungi, none of considerable size, and with the aid of the heat module, he effortlessly overcame them. After approximately an hour of travel, 2 luminous points materialized on the central control screen. These were his intended destinations, the locations of the mischief maker and the coward. As he drew near, Lin Qing's gaze shifted, noticing that around the 2 light points, several more had emerged, encircling them in a semi-constricting manner, restless and poised for action. At that moment, by a stream, 2 vehicles were parked. One was a red sports car, its paint reflecting a subtle sheen. Its chassis and tires evidently enhanced for rapid movement through the jungle. The other was a van, notably 1.5 times larger than a standard model, with a machine gun mounted atop, exuding a formidable presence. How did they discover our presence? Should we retreat? The mischief maker inquired. Let us withdraw. We will relay our coordinates to the 3 cleans from a secure location, the coward decided. Alas, it is perplexing how they organized so effectively, judging by their displayed prowess. This organization is likely the most elite within District 1, lamented the mischief maker with a slight sigh. Who knows? Even the dispatch squad comprises numerous 5th-level purple-tier vehicle players at the helm. Their leader must be even more fearsome. The coward frowned, begrudgingly acknowledging the formidable strength of this group. Both vehicles roared to life, speeding towards the exit. As they acted, a cacophony erupted behind them. A dozen vehicles emerged from the forest, hot on their trail. Halt, those in front. Damn it. Pursue them. That woman is quite attractive. Do not entertain any thoughts. Are you unaware of the leader's temperament? He only kills, never insults. As the mischief maker drove, he unleashed a torrent of bullets. However, the vehicles trailing behind were equipped with considerable protective capabilities, particularly a large off-road vehicle that deployed an immense barrier to intercept all incoming bullets. In contrast, many individuals were leaning out, brandishing rifles and submachine guns in a chaotic barrage. The scene was a cacophony of turmoil, with dust swirling in the air. The leader of the ragtag group, furrowing his brow, suddenly noticed a tremor alert ahead. His expression shifted. There were more people up ahead. How many? Just one. It felt as though this individual was not part of their faction, he speculated. Better to take a detour, just in case, the coward decisively suggested. The vehicles behind continued their pursuit, with the large off-road vehicle maintaining an astonishing speed. The gap between the 2 parties remained unbridgeable. At that very moment, a message popped up in the group chat. Sanqing, have you 2 run into trouble? The 2 paused momentarily, then their spirits lifted. Sanqing, is that you? Sanqing, indeed. Are you dealing with humans or mutated beings? Ragtag leader. Humans, a level 5 purple vehicle, 12 blue vehicles, all level 45. Should we retreat? Sanqing, no need. Just converge towards me. Received. The 2 felt a surge of assurance. Although they had not witnessed Sanqing's prowess firsthand, the silence of the others in the group spoke volumes. Rumors surrounding the equatorial mountain had already led them to form certain expectations. They quickly aligned their direction and adjusted their speed, hastening towards Linqing. Oh, their pace had slowed slightly. The sports car and van appeared to be of fine quality, but in the forest, they were merely average. A wave of excitement rippled through the group as they clung tightly to the 2 vehicles ahead. At that moment, the leader of the ragtag group and the coward finally spotted Sanqing up ahead. The menacing front of the vehicle, coupled with its massive steel body, stood ominously still, resembling a slumbering monarch of the forest. A truck? A golden vehicle. The 2 felt a rush of exhilaration, their hearts racing with delight. No wonder those individuals were so tight-lipped. This was indeed invincible. Damn, you truly have it. They noticed Linqing at the front of the vehicle and observed Moon Goddess Ji, but they said nothing further, dispersing around Linqing. Meanwhile, Linqing remained motionless, gazing ahead. 30 charge completed. The metallic heavy artillery, imbued with an invisible authority, took aim. Mere seconds passed before the adversary's vehicles came into view before Linqing. What is that? My heavens, there truly is a golden vehicle. This is bad. Run. The purple vehicle owner's face paled, an overwhelming sense of impending doom rising from within. However, their speed was already quite rapid, rendering a swift turn impossible. Just as the 2 parties collided, Linqing smirked. Fire. Boom. The metal-heavy artillery, charged to 30, struck the cluster of vehicles. A thunderous explosion echoed, as the surrounding trees instantaneously splintered and collapsed. Soil, foliage, vehicle fragments, and shards of glass soared to the air like confetti. The protective shield on the purple vehicle shattered instantaneously, unable to withstand even a second. Dozens of vehicles at the epicenter of the explosion were obliterated in an instant. The 2 leaders of the group stood behind Linqing, their eyes wide with astonishment at the spectacle before them. Was that a heavy metal artillery? The pinnacle of the purple-grade modules. Paired with such a truck, it would constitute a masterpiece module, truly deserving of the title 3 Qing God. How remarkable. We 3 are indeed formidable. Both were seers, possessing a certain understanding of the modules, and recognized it immediately. The coward amongst them recalled something. When Linqing had infiltrated the Mountain Wild military factory, she had established contact. It now appeared that Linqing had not merely stumbled upon fortune and escaped by chance. Rather, she had successfully annihilated the Mountain Wild military factory and seized the fixed treasure chest. unaware of the thoughts of the two behind her. Lin Qing's focus remained fixed on the cluster of vehicles ahead as she advanced. A single shell struck, severely damaging the entire fleet, leaving chaos in its wake. The players inside had long succumbed to blood loss and unconsciousness. A modest fortune indeed. Lin Qing dismounted and approached the purple vehicle, where a middle-aged man lay gasping for breath but still conscious enough to respond. "What organization do you belong to?" Lin Qing inquired. "Humph. I won't tell you. Someone will take revenge for me." The middle-aged man spat, his face contorted with hatred and bitterness, yet he remained resolute. "Then you may perish," Lin Qing retorted, swiftly drawing her weapon and ending his life with a single bullet. At that moment, the group leaders hastened to her side. "Impressive, 3 Qing God. You truly are remarkable." "Haha. No wonder you are my partner. I acknowledge your prowess." Both were exhilarated. They had initially intended to flee, yet the tides had turned, allowing them to turn the tables on their pursuers. This reversal brought them immense satisfaction. Lin Qing offered a faint smile and greeted them. But the time for conversation had not yet arrived. She needed to ensure that all enemies present were vanquished before she could truly relax. Meanwhile, in a clearing within the forest, a fair-skinned, handsome youth donned in high-grade protective gear sat atop a machine of unparalleled destruction, a veritable land-dominating behemoth. Its long cannon pointed ominously forward, its dark opening harboring unfathomable power and energy. Numerous personnel surrounded him, their gazes filled with awe as they regarded the youth. With an expression of serene indifference, the handsome youth appeared oblivious to his surroundings, engrossed in a mysterious tone. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he furrowed his brow and lifted his gaze towards the direction of Lin Qing and her companions. Chapter 58 Encounter. A middle-aged man sensed something amiss and exclaimed, "My lord, the second squad has encountered a calamity. Almost everyone, including the captain, has perished in an instant. The second squad is gone. What could have transpired?" That was a convoy of purple rank. Could it be that a gold rank vehicle truly exists? No, it seems there is still one survivor. Quickly, inquire about the situation. The people in the camp were immediately filled with astonishment. The handsome young man gradually set down his book, contemplating the tire dimensions reported by his subordinates. He descended to the center of the camp, where a dozen individuals were bound. These individuals appeared to be in dire straits, their bodies marred with wounds. Upon seeing the handsome young man, they immediately began to plead for mercy. "Do not kill me. I bear no ill will towards you. My family awaits my return. I must escape this world of demise. I can join your ranks. I possess a level 5 blue rank vehicle, and you have members with only level 3 vehicles. I am stronger than them. I implore you, spare my life. I will do anything." In response to their pleas for mercy, the handsome young man slowly shook his head. "It is different. You are the strong, while they are the weak. The strong can survive in this world, whereas the weak face only exploitation and death. In comparison, you do not require protection," he continued, "though they may lack strength. In my eyes, they are family. You have harmed them, and your fate is already sealed." His gaze shifted, and immediately, someone understood and approached with a cleaver. Ignoring the panic behind him, the handsome young man lifted his head, revealing an expression of intrigue. "A gold rank vehicle, you say?" The group leader of the ruffians pulled a young man from a damaged blue rank vehicle. "This is the last survivor. Speak what you know, and I shall grant you a swift death." The young man's face tightened, remaining silent, exuding an air of defiance in the face of death. This left the others somewhat astonished. Was it possible that every member of this mysterious organization possessed such fortitude? "What should we do?" the group leader asked, glancing back. Lin Qing remained calm and addressed the young man. "Your leader must also be a gold rank vehicle, correct?" The man's pupils constricted, and he raised his head defiantly. Indeed, it was a gold rank vehicle. Lin Qing's expression remained unchanged. The presence of someone behind this squad had become evident to him. An organization that allows a purple rank vehicle owner to merely be a squad leader certainly possesses formidable strength. The survivor's reaction already indicated everything. The expressions of the group leader and the coward shifted slightly. The strength of a gold rank vehicle was far beyond that of a purple rank. Although Lin Qing was also of gold rank, the other party commanded an entire organization. With resources concentrated, their true level was likely beyond comprehension. "Should we resort to severe interrogation?" the group leader inquired, feeling it necessary to extract more information. Lin Qing shook his head. "No need. The information revealed would be impossible to verify. Since they are enemies, a direct confrontation is inevitable." With this thought, Lin Qing could not help but feel a flicker of anticipation. Upon entering the world of the apocalypse, he had been unstoppable, crushing all in his path, never encountering anyone capable of matching his might. However, this golden vehicle stirred a sense of battle within him. "Kill him," Lin Qing declared. The man's lips twitched slightly. Fear of death lingered within him, Yet he refrained from divulging the leader's information, only stating, "Our Bayou capital will not relent." Bayou capital? It must be a faction led by a Chinese leader. With the name revealed, the man's fate was sealed. Lin Qing proceeded to absorb the vehicles present. Acquired 2,000 pounds of metal. Module detected. Extract. Extract. Soon, all the vehicles at the scene were consumed by Lin Qing. Most were ordinary modules. But the purple vehicle yielded a delightful surprise. Distortion module LV1. In addition to several quality modules, he had obtained a distortion module. This was indeed a premium blue module. Without hesitation, Lin Qing detached one of his blue speed modules and began the refusion process. The LV2 distortion module granted Lin Qing's vehicle the potential for greater transformations. Subsequently, he loaded the empty purple vehicle into his own, stacking it alongside a pickup truck. The group leader, driving a blue vehicle, felt a twinge of envy but understood that it was beyond his reach and voiced no objections. "Look at you. Calling that vehicle slightly larger?" The coward teased. "Isn't it just a tad bigger?" Lin Qing chuckled in response. The group leader was a middle-aged man, appearing rather honest and somewhat lethargic, perfectly embodying his title. Conversely, the coward was strikingly attractive, rivaling the moon goddess, clad in a sleek black leather jacket. Her short hair, giving her a sharp and competent appearance. Both were level 5 players, their strength not to be underestimated. Regardless, 3 of us from the 10 heroes of the apocalypse have mobilized, so what of this so-called Bayou capital? The group leader joked, discussing the current situation. "I have been here for nearly 3 days, encountering numerous mutated creatures. Not to mention Bayou capital, the inherent dangers of this place are considerable. Most importantly, every 3 hours, acid rain descends, causing approximately 3 points of damage to my vehicle. The overall danger level surpasses that of many recognized disaster zones, leading me to speculate that there is more than one fixed treasure chest here. However, the locations of these chests remain elusive, as the area is vast. The only anomaly I have noticed is that the acid rain consistently moves from east to west, suggesting that the core of this forest lies to the east. As I approach the east, the concentration of acid rain indeed increases." Lin Qing raised a question. "I have only driven for half an hour since entering. And I came from the east. It's different. The space here is dislocated. Even if you attempt to retrace your steps, escaping this bizarre forest is impossible," the coward replied, recounting her experience of trying to exit the forest, stating that even on the same road, turning back yielded no sight of an exit. To escape the peculiar forest, one must either retrieve the fixed treasure chest or traverse the solitary road that leads into darkness. Of course, these are mere speculations. Lin Qing pondered briefly and said, "Very well, I intend to explore the core area. What are your thoughts?" "That must indeed be the core area," replied the timid one. "We certainly cannot afford the purple treasure chest, but there may still be other valuable items. I am quite formidable, after all." The timid one spoke with a spark in his eyes, brimming with enthusiasm, and the leader of the group echoed this sentiment. Being relatively seasoned, he preemptively assured Lin Qing that resources would be distributed according to contribution, ensuring that Lin Qing would not be held back. Lin Qing nodded in agreement, harboring no objections. He had resolved the previous battle on his own, yet the capabilities of the 2 companions were such that even without him, they could escape unscathed. They were indeed strong. With a shared goal, the trio prepared to embark in their respective vehicles. "By the way, who is the woman in your car?" the timid one inquired curiously. "Yushin Ji, the former leader of the Symbiotic Alliance," Lin Qing replied with a smile. "Her? Impressive, my friend, you are quite fortunate," the group leader chuckled mischievously. "I initially intended to deal with her, but her sister offered to pay for her release, so I decided to keep her. It was convenient." Lin Qing provided a brief explanation. The 3 vehicles then set off towards the east. However, Lin Qing soon sensed something amiss. Although the return route was identical, even bearing the marks of his previous battle, the end of the road was nowhere in sight. "There are other tire tracks in that location. Could they have discovered you?" Yushinji suggested. After reaching level 4, vehicle owners can emit sounds through their vehicles, facilitating communication without barriers. "They should have been able to ascertain my strength since I eliminated that squad," Lin Qing responded calmly, having anticipated this outcome. Approximately 10 minutes later, the 3 cars came to a simultaneous halt. Under Lin Qing's thermal module, dozens of red dots were rapidly closing in from all directions. "What is this? Have they found us?" the group leader exclaimed in astonishment. "No, this speed does not resemble that of humans," the timid one deduced. Lin Qing shared the same belief. The forest's intricate terrain made it impossible for ordinary vehicles to move at such velocity, let alone in such numbers. Indeed, within a minute, a chorus of wolf howls resonated through the air. Amidst the rustling sounds, a pack of azure wolves emerged before them. This was undeniably a tide of mutated beasts. So many? Lin Qing marveled. The modules obtainable from mutated beast treasure chests possess unique characteristics, far surpassing the value of zombies. He had entered this peculiar forest not long ago, yet it continued to surprise him time and again, especially one particularly large mutated wolf, which made Lin Qing's eyes gleam with intensity. A level 7 mutated creature. Chapter 59, The Increasingly Peculiar Disaster Site, Level 4 Jungle Thunderwolf. A mutated creature in the bizarre jungle, its sharp claws serve as its terrifying weapons. And it possesses an extraordinarily rapid regeneration ability, along with quill attacks. Level 7 Jungle Thunderwolf, the leader of the pack, endowed with the power to command its brethren. Still retaining attributes of thunder elemental attacks. Surveying the scene, one could see a multitude of wolves, all exceeding level 4. Their physiques were reminiscent of ferocious tigers. Their menacing snarls strikingly fierce. Among them, one wolf king stood out, its size comparable to that of a colt, its fur as lustrous as silk, eyes gleaming crimson, and a mysterious pattern on its forehead that flickered with arcs of electricity. A level 7 mutated creature? This is truly unfortunate. The coward and the gang leader were taken aback. This was indeed a level 7. In other disaster zones, such a formidable threat would be the pinnacle of danger. Yet they had not even approached the core area. To encounter a pack of mutated beasts led by a level 7 was either a stroke of bad luck or an indication of the dreadful nature of this disaster site. However, the two did not hesitate. Their combat instincts were heightened, and they charged into the wolf pack, engaging in fierce combat. The gang leader unleashed a barrage of energy projectiles from his machine gun, while the coward executed short-range teleportation, striking with remarkable speed. Their combat styles possessed a certain flair. Lin Qing had long set his sights on the Wolf King. Such a high-level mutated creature was an absolute must to capture. The howls of wolves and the roar of engines echoed continuously. The intelligence of these mutated beings was evidently not low. They focused solely on battling the gang leader and the coward, encircling Lin Qing as if he were the primary target. There were simply too many of them. And my energy is depleting too quickly. Should we retreat for now? The gang leader inquired anxiously. No need. You two fall back. Lin Qing commanded. Understood. The two immediately distanced themselves, with only a dozen mutated wolves pursuing them. At that moment, the Wolf King charged toward Lin Qing. Judging by its size, this level 7 mutated creature was not exaggerated. Even a level 3 Crimson Flame beast was not much larger. However, the size of a mutated creature did not equate to absolute power. With a leap spanning several meters, it let out a roar, the pattern on its forehead gleaming. As a surge of lightning erupted from its maw, a bolt as thick as a bowl, Lin Qing remained unfazed as his metallic shield was activated. With a resounding hum, a transparent barrier intercepted the lightning bolt, akin to an invisible dome that deflected the cascading arcs of electricity raining down from all directions. The white and blue luminescence illuminated Lin Qing and Moon Goddess Ji's faces. Heavens, this is a high-quality defense module. How do you possess so many remarkable items? Moon Goddess Ji exclaimed in astonishment. The Wolf King's form flickered, returning to its original position, displaying a semblance of shock. Lin Qing glanced back, noting that the two had created a sufficient distance and decided to unleash his full power. The metallic heavy cannon, charged and ready, was aimed squarely at the level 7 Wolf King. Boom! A tremendous shock erupted from the Wolf King. After reaching level 6, the vehicle's size increased, and the maximum capacity of the metal cannon was 5,000 units per shot. This time, it was charged to 80 of its power, delivering an explosive force of 4,000 units. The resulting devastation created a vast clearing on site. A fierce wind suddenly swept through the forest, causing several massive trees to splinter. Dozens of mutated wolves perished instantly in the explosion. Kill mutated wolf LV7. Obtained blue treasure chest, premium module type. Kill mutated wolf LV5. Obtained white treasure chest, module type. Kill mutated wolf LV4. Obtained white treasure chest, random. In his mind, multiple notification sounds resonated rapidly. The demise of dozens of mutated wolves was instantaneous, and the Wolf King transformed into a treasure chest almost immediately. Indeed, it was a premium module type. Lin Qing's eyes sparkled with delight. 2 days had elapsed since departing from the military factory, and the world level was estimated to be above level 4. Thus, level 7 mutated creatures would be at least 23 levels higher than the world level. A level 7 mutated creature would undoubtedly not yield an ordinary blue treasure chest. When shot took it down, the leaders of the ragtag group, witnessing such might, could not help but feel awed. Their battle fervor surged, and they recklessly expended energy sources as if they were worthless. With the death of the Wolf King, the remaining wolf pack went berserk, with not a single one attempting to flee. With Lin Qing's golden vehicle, it wasn't too long before the mutated wolves were mostly eradicated. Haha, what a windfall. 2 treasure chests in hand. Truly, my partner has captured a fraction of my brilliance. The leaders of the ragtag group returned nearby, exhilarated. As the remaining mutated creatures were swiftly eliminated, Linqing was also busy clearing the battlefield. This battle significantly increased the number of treasure chests in his possession. This disaster site was peculiar. It felt akin to the difficulty level of the disaster sites in Zone 2. The coward wore a skeptical expression. The vast area, the bizarre terrain, and the formidable mutated creatures made him wary. Indeed, it is prudent to exercise caution. The leader of the ragtag group concurred. Linqing nodded, his expression calm, refraining from rebuttal. He too sensed the considerable difference between this site and the previous 2 disaster locations. For instance, the Wolf King, despite being dispatched swiftly, was undeniably a boss-level entity. Ah, what is that red dot ahead? Is it a mutated creature? The moon goddess, who had remained in the vehicle, suddenly spoke up. The leader of the ragtag group, upon hearing this, glanced at the seismic module S readings and also noticed the red dot. Could it be a lone wolf? No. It appears to be unmoving. Let us investigate further. They exchanged glances and drove toward it. After approximately a kilometer, they arrived at the site of the red dot, revealing its true nature. To their astonishment, numerous corpses of mutated wolves littered the area, the nearby tree trunks spattered with blood, and several blue and white treasure chests floated on the ground. As I opened the car window, a thick, metallic scent of blood assaulted my senses. The entire scene resembled a gruesome slaughterhouse from a nightmare. At the center of it all lay a mutated creature, sprawled on the ground, its massive frame cloaked in dark fur. Although it remained on the ground, it was evidently more formidable than the previous Wolf King. Hellfire Mastiff LV7, deceased, possessing exceptional sensory abilities, biting force, speed, and strength. It is the monarch of canines, endowed with fire attributes. A unique variant among mutated creatures. Should it be tamed, it would pledge unwavering loyalty to its master. Beside it, a premium module blue treasure chest lay, hinting at the presence of the Mastiff. Had a battle occurred here moments ago? The leader of the group expressed his astonishment. It must have, lamented the timid one. What a shame that such a magnificent Mastiff has perished. Linqing, however, sensed something amiss and reached out towards the Mastiff. With a firm lift, a diminutive version of the Mastiff materialized before the onlookers. Mutated Mastiff LV1. Newly born, it possesses almost no deterrent power but holds immense potential, possibly of great value for cultivation, and can accompany its master beyond this world. The little Mastiff, no larger than a palm, growled fiercely at the crowd. Yet, mere moments later, it detected something, sniffing intently at Linqing, its expression transforming from ferociousness to affection as it whimpered and approached him. Wow. This little creature is something else. It's simply adorable. The timid one could no longer contain his pride, his face softening into a loving smile, his eyes crescent-shaped with delight, wishing to embrace the tiny creature on the spot. Even the captive, Moon Goddess G, who had been hiding in the car, couldn't resist sneaking out to admire the little Mastiff, feeling quite enchanted. However, the little Mastiff paid no heed to the two, its gaze fixed longingly on Linqing, rubbing against his shoes. This was a sign of recognizing its master. It seemed truly extraordinary, sensing that the Wolf King had been slain by him. The leader of the group felt a pang of envy. A puppy with such immense potential, if it could be tamed, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset. Linqing's eyes sparkled as he lifted the little Mastiff into his arms. The creature was irresistibly cute, devoid of any unpleasant odor, emanating a fragrant milky scent that delighted Linqing immensely. Unable to resist, he playfully poked at it. Well, it seems you will have a splendid life ahead. Linqing chuckled, feeling an inexplicable connection forming between him and the Mastiff. This must be the manifestation of recognizing its master. Amidst the admiring gazes of the three, he cradled the Mastiff and began to loot the treasure chest. Chapter 60. The Kahara Fruit and Premium Modules. White Treasure Chest, Fully Random 10. White Treasure Chest, Module Type 5. Blue Treasure Chest, Fully Random 3. Blue Treasure Chest, Module Type 2. Blue Treasure Chest, Premium Module Type 2. This was the bounty of treasure chests from the recent battle, the majority of which fell into Linqing's possession. The two leaders of the gang harbored no objections, particularly given Linqing's significant contributions. Moreover, only Linqing possessed the potential to contend with the forthcoming golden vehicle of the enemy. Thus, there was a collective hope for Linqing to swiftly enhance his strength. Reclining upon his bed, Linqing methodically opened the treasure chests. Acquired wolf tooth. White possesses slight toxicity, suitable for weapon crafting. Refreshing. Linqing found himself with no alternative. While this was commendable within the realm of randomness, its utility for him was rather limited. Additionally, he yearned for the special rewards associated with this disaster site. Acquired Kahara Fruit. White upon consumption, it will result in comprehensive enhancements to the body, providing a modest increase in attribute points and various resistances. Eureka! Lin Qing's spirit soared. The two gang leaders had not been idle over the past few days and had also secured treasure chests. They had previously informed Lin Qing about the existence of the Kahara fruit. Such a unique reward that amplifies human capabilities is undoubtedly more valuable than mere modules. Without hesitation, Lin Qing made his selection. He continued to refresh, focusing on the Kahara fruit within the fully random treasure chests upon opening all. He emerged with 8 white and 2 blue treasures. Acquired wolf fur module. White wolf fur grows at the tire area, offering anti-slip and protective properties. The module treasure chests were without question. Lin Qing approached the refreshing process as if selecting from a curated collection. Stealth, silent sound, wolf hair projectiles. He directly selected those modules relevant to the jungle wolf, while weaker modules were exchanged for new ones. In no time, he had collected 5 white and 2 blue modules. Successfully opened blue treasure chest, premium module type. This was the main event, the coveted premium module treasure chest. As he opened it, the first reward dazzled Lin Qing's eyes. Lightning defense system blue enhances the vehicle's armor, significantly increasing resistance to lightning attributes. Level 7 and above mutated creatures all possess attribute-based attacks. In the future, encounters with lightning abilities would be plentiful, including the naturally lightning-infused damage from the coconut's purple vehicle. A lightning defense system would undoubtedly prove invaluable. However, Lin Qing remained unsatisfied and chose to refresh. Lightning Arc, blue can release arcs of electricity from the vehicle, consuming 50 energy per second. An offensive module. Although it was not of premium quality, its effects undeniably intrigued Lin Qing. Yet, recalling the Wolf King's attack methods, he inhaled deeply. Refresh. Wolf hair projectiles, refresh. Until the 10th refresh. This time, the guaranteed reward is the Thunder Cannon module. Exceptional blue, it consolidates into the Wolf Head Cannon, harnessing energy to unleash a torrent of lightning, forming a beam with a maximum range of 200 meters. Each shot consumes 500 energy units and allows for sustained fire. Its ultimate power is contingent upon the owner's lightning abilities and modules. Lin Qing was overjoyed. It must be said that the ability to refresh is incredibly useful, often yielding coveted modules. For others, the chance to open an exceptional treasure chest may exist, but the likelihood of acquiring a premium module under such circumstances is virtually impossible. Successfully opened the blue treasure chest, exceptional module type. This treasure was obtained from the Hellfire Mastiff. Typically, even when mutated creatures engage in internal conflict resulting in casualties, treasure chests may emerge. Moreover, mutated beings tend to devour these chests to augment their own power. If left unclaimed for too long, the chest will vanish. Therefore, such opportunities are exceedingly rare, not something one can expect consistently. Acquired the Flame War Chariot. Exceptional blue, it enables the vehicle to engulf itself in flames, continuously burning. The intensity, power, and consumption of the flames are related to the owner's fire abilities and modules. To have an exceptional module appear on the first attempt? Lin Qing was astonished. As the king of treasure chests among newcomers, he seldom experienced such fortune. Could it be that the mother of the puppy, knowing of his adoption, had left him this exceptional treasure chest? Lin Qing pondered, though he deemed it unlikely. Nonetheless, this did not hinder his utilization. The Flame War Chariot module was highly compatible with him, enhancing the equatorial heat wave. With a level 5 heat module, the Flame War Chariot, and the multiplicative augmentations from the legendary fire class, the temperature output of this purple module had reached a staggering level. With the module updated, Lin Qing promptly removed the inadequate speed module. The forest's complex terrain meant he could hardly reach maximum speed, rendering the speed module rather pointless. He fused the 2 exceptional modules, alongside the Wolf Hair Launcher and the Light Sound module, resulting in a more perfected combat strategy. No longer would he be reduced to using a cannon to swat flies. Next came the fruit from the Muyu tree. Lin Qing extracted the fruit, resembling a green jujube, and consumed it whole. Soon, he felt a surge of warmth within. He opened his attribute panel. Strength, 31. 6. Speed, 23. 6. Mentality, 21. 6. His resistance had undoubtedly increased as well, though this was not reflected in the panel. It is unclear whether the overall resistance was not represented or if the current substitute was insufficient for calculation. The white fruit increased 3 dimensions by 0.2, while the blue fruit raised all attributes by 1 point. These fruits, when accounted for, were comparable to a level up. What a delightful sensation. The comprehensive enhancement of his body invigorated Lin Qing, who longed to encounter a horde of mutated creatures immediately. At that moment, the moon goddess gently knocked on the door between the driver's cabin and the passenger compartment. Seeing Lin Qing did not object, she pushed the door open and spoke. It seems hungry. Before Lin Qing opened the box, he entrusted the little black dog to the moon goddess, who now cradled it in her arms, nestled in the softest spot. However, upon seeing Lin Qing, the little black dog immediately became restless, its tiny paws reaching out towards him in an eager grasp. It sat up straight, as if questioning, "Am I hungry?" Lin Qing was taken aback. "What does it eat? Milk?" he inquired, glancing at the upper body of the moon goddess. Her face instantly flushed with embarrassment, wishing she could hurl the little black dog at Lin Qing's face. "It doesn't require milk. I have some meat from a jungle wolf in the warehouse behind you. That will suffice for it," the moon goddess replied, her expression darkening. Chapter 61. Crisis. Lin Qing cleared his throat and remarked, "I haven't said anything else." "Well, to be honest, I am quite hungry too. Why don't you prepare some food?" The moon goddess Ji had long accepted her role as the cook. After handing the little black dog to Lin Qing, she deftly began her culinary endeavors. Lin Qing playfully teased the little black dog, his spirits soaring. "Let us make an extra portion today." The moon goddess Ji paused for a moment, her eyes brightening as she lifted her gaze towards Lin Qing's back. "Can I eat as well?" "No, the little black one needs to eat too." Lin Qing shook his head, bestowing the simplest of names upon the black dog. The little black dog wagged its tail eagerly, growing increasingly affectionate towards Lin Qing. The moon goddess Ji silently gritted her teeth. "You rascal, I knew you weren't this kind-hearted. 3 pure gods, have the treasure chest been opened? Would you care to share a meal?" The group leader of the layabouts emerged with a piece of wolf meat, a look of resignation on his face. After the treasure chest had yielded only mediocre rewards, this piece of meat was the sole treasure. The layabout leader was somewhat fortunate, yet he had only opened a single module. The cowardly one cheerfully held a bottle of red wine. Just then, they noticed something. Atop Lin Qing's vehicle, a wolf head cannon had mysteriously appeared. Instantly, they were frozen in place. Good heavens, a cannon module? This must be an exceptional rarity. "I'm leaving. I need to rest in the vehicle." The two felt tears welling up in their eyes. Without comparison, there could be no pain. It was often said that one could be as lucky as Li, but they were just beginning to comprehend what it truly meant to be fortunate. "Let's dine together." The moon goddess Ji is preparing the meal. When it came to eating and drinking during a team gathering, Lin Qing was quite generous, especially since neither of them had arrived empty-handed. As they stepped into the vehicle, the two immediately sensed that this meal would not be as satisfying. A television? Such a large bed. My goodness, this has turned into a luxurious apartment. The layabout leader's eyes widened in disbelief. Having always taken pride in his van, which provided a reasonably comfortable living situation, he now felt akin to Lu Lala wandering through a grand estate. He could scarcely imagine how comfortable it must be within such a vehicle. "I have integrated quite a few interior modules. Survival is important, but one must still enjoy the comforts of life," Lin Qing said with a beaming smile. In this regard, he and Xiao Wang were alike. Lin Qing desired a journey through the apocalypse, while the latter yearned for a ride through it. "I almost wish to abandon my vehicle and join you," the cowardly one said, his face filled with envy. Soon, a sumptuous spread was laid out before them. The three indulged heartily. Even in a disaster-stricken area like the bizarre forest, the food was far from subpar. The little black dog's meal, in addition to its usual raw meat, now included a steak. Only the moon goddess Ji, suppressing her tears and saliva, silently retreated to the driver's seat. "We must be cautious of this woman. One must avoid pitfalls," the layabout leader advised. "There's no need for concern. I have entered into a contract with her," Lin Qing replied confidently. The moon goddess Ji was certainly not the sharpest tool in the shed. Had she possessed any wits, she would not have been so easily ensnared. Which was precisely why he felt secure in taking her captive. Then it settled. With the secondary vehicle and the contract, no one can escape, the layabout leader concluded. "Partner. Such an exquisite beauty, you wouldn't dare to." The timid one wore a skeptical expression. "Am I really that kind of person?" Laughter ensued as they finished their meal. Lin Qing had consumed a modest amount of alcohol, but for him, such spirits had little effect. They merely served to elevate his mood. Suddenly, a downpour of acid rain began to fall. This rain, distinctly murky, swept in from the east without warning, drenching everything in its path. It struck the vehicle, producing a rhythmic clanging sound. Lin Qing remained unfazed. The leader of the ruffians furrowed his brow slightly. The potency of the acid rain has intensified, causing damage to escalate. We will likely incur a loss of 4 points, confirming our hypothesis that the true source lies to the east. The people from Baiyujing remained silent for the time being. But it was only a matter of time before they would confront them. "Partner, what are your chances of handling them?" the timid one inquired. "It's uncertain," Lin Qing replied with a shake of his head, genuinely unaware of the opponent's strength. The golden grade vehicle they had encountered previously was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. Nonetheless, he held confidence in his own abilities, harboring no fear. "Well, we shall take it one step at a time. To be honest, If we can acquire a few more treasure chests, that would be splendid. This disaster side is becoming increasingly peculiar. If it comes to it, we can find a way to retreat. We have half a month until the final deadline, and we must also consider our progress. After a brief discussion, the trio set off once the acid rain subsided. You go and tidy up the dishes, Lin Qing said kindly to Moon Goddess Ji as he entered the driver's seat. Understood, she replied, lowering her head as she walked to the back, quietly approaching the dining table. She was about to clean up when she noticed that there was still a considerable amount of food left, including a perfectly intact steak, clearly saved on purpose. She paused for a moment, then smirked, poured herself a glass of leftover red wine, and sat down to enjoy her meal. This villain has a bit of conscience. After all, her fair legs gently swayed beneath the table. Just as she finished, the door to the driver's cabin swung open, and the previously amiable Lin Qing now wore a face full of disbelief. Why did you eat the steak I had set aside for dinner? Moon Goddess Ji. Lin Qing. Oh well, eat if you must. Just remember to replace it, and tell your sister that you owe me a blue treasure chest. The three decided to disperse their efforts, with Lin Qing at the center, moving about a kilometer apart. They all recognized the opportunities presented by the catastrophe-laden forest. This broad net approach was undoubtedly more effective in seeking out various mutated creatures. It was not until nightfall that the three vehicles reconvened. This time, Lin Qing furrowed his brow again. They had driven for a full 7 hours at nearly 100 kilometers per hour, covering approximately 700 kilometers. They had significantly reduced the distance to Pingy Valley, yet they still had not sighted their destination nor the edge of the forest. Alas, the situation is dire. The three clear ones, this place is exceedingly strange. Perhaps we should devise a means of escape. The Moon Goddess Ji's complexion turned pale, revealing her profound trepidation. Lin Qing remained silent, continuing to unlock the treasure chest. These, of course, were the mutated creatures he had encountered once more. As the modules and the wooden fruit were received, Lin Qing gradually steadied his emotions. Regardless of how peculiar this place may be, as long as resources are abundant, nothing else matters. Thus, Lin Qing and his companions pressed on, battling monsters while journeying forth. They ventured for a full 2 days. This is intolerable. There must be something amiss. Why have we not yet reached our destination? Could it be that the entire first district is shrouded in forest? The leader of the vagabonds lamented. Despite his rapidly increasing strength, he felt a twinge of anxiety. It was now the 4th day since his arrival. Since the first day, he had been making his way toward the core area, yet he had still not glimpsed the end. Nonetheless, he was aware that this was an impossibility. Many groups of individuals were thriving outside, with those moving swiftly estimated to be less than 20,000 kilometers from their destination. Only they remained trapped. The acidity of the rain was rising, and his suspicions were undoubtedly correct. They should persist a little longer. The coward pondered. Lin Qing nodded in agreement, ready to continue their journey. However, at that moment, his expression abruptly shifted. A tremendous noise echoed in the distance, followed by a visible silver projectile hurtling through the sky, landing precisely where they stood. Chapter 62. King meets King beware. Lin Qing shouted with urgency. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. At such a proximity, evading a shell was a futile endeavor. Without hesitation, Lin Qing activated the metallic shield. A thunderous explosion resonated, accompanied by a brilliant flash as the shell detonated in midair. The metallic shield shattered into countless luminous fragments. An onslaught of grenades and artillery unleashed its devastating force upon their vehicle, while the nearby forest suffered catastrophic destruction. Damage level 85-100. Lin Qing's vehicle bore signs of injury, with even the windows fractured. The vehicles of the coward and the rascal's leader were in a far more dire state. Both sustained severe injuries, blood streaming from their wounds. Damn it! Is this a premium vehicle? Lin Qing's eyes blazed with fury. Had it not been for the metallic shield intercepting a portion of the onslaught, his fate would have been equally grim. A glance at the central control screen revealed thermal signatures. A row of red dots had silently emerged, confirming their approximate location. Charging 10, 30, 100. The heavy metallic cannon roared to life, aligning its aim to unleash its full power in a single shot. Meanwhile, a convoy of vehicles pressed onward. A handsome young man perched atop one of the vehicles wore a smirk. "Ah, leader, the firepower of that cannon is terrifying. Those people are surely finished," he laughed. "If they aren't, it would be remarkable. This is the exclusive skill of a premium vehicle. A single shot can unleash 5,000 units of primal energy, which even a premium vehicle cannot endure. Are we to have a second premium vehicle in our organization?" The crowd erupted in excitement, gazing at the tank beneath the handsome youth with admiration and zeal. However, he mused, what if they perish with a single shot? It would be rather dull. Bai Yu smiled faintly, her gaze drifting towards the horizon. Just as their banter continued, An energy cannon shot through the air at astonishing speed, hurtling towards them. What is that? Panic gripped the crowd. They had not anticipated such a counterattack, and the realization dawned that their adversaries also wielded artillery. Be careful. The handsome youth's expression darkened instantly, and he swiftly ducked into the vehicle. On the tank, flames converged to form a protective barrier. Like Lin Qing, he too possessed high-grade defensive capabilities, instantly shielding everyone within. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, even more powerful than the previous one. The fiery barrier shattered, and an overwhelming force combined energy and flames, cascading down upon them. All vehicles present were caught in the maelstrom. The windows of several vehicles shattered instantaneously. Bodies were sent flying, and the scene turned grim. How are you? Lin Qing inquired of the coward and the rascal's leader. We are still alive, they managed to utter, blood seeping from their wounds, their bodies exceedingly weak. The injuries were grave. The rascal's leader could barely speak, while the coward had succumbed to unconsciousness. Lin Qing furrowed his brow. He lacked medical knowledge and possessed no specialized medicines. If he did not act swiftly, the two cowards would likely face dire consequences. Moreover, with formidable foes at hand, he had little inclination to attend to others. Allow me, spoke Moon Goddess Ji. You? Lin Qing recalled that Moon Goddess Ji was a seer, undoubtedly trained in medicine. Very well, I have a medical kit in the warehouse. Take it. But do not harbor too many thoughts. Otherwise, no matter how far you run, I shall pursue you. In response to his warning, Moon Goddess Ji rolled her eyes. If it weren't for the golden class vehicle, I wouldn't bother with this at all. Swiftly, she seized the medical kit and leaped from the vehicle. Bound by their contract, Lin Qing felt assured that she would not dare to act recklessly. He drove the truck headlong toward the adversary. Simultaneously, he noticed a light approaching him. Quite resilient. It could still move. Lin Qing scoffed. Upon crossing the thicket, he beheld an astonishing vehicle. Golden class tank. Level 7? A tank? Lin Qing could not suppress his astonishment. He had expected a metallic artillery module, yet it was a vehicle with inherent capabilities. Even more surprising, this golden class vehicle was indeed a tank. How immense it was. Inside the tank, a handsome young man was equally taken aback. He had never anticipated the existence of such a colossal truck. Lin Qing's vehicle possessed infinite growth skills, and after reaching level 6, its size far exceeded that of any heavy-duty truck on Earth. The various modules rendered it formidable. Separated by a stretch of forest, the two golden-class vehicles encountered each other for the first time. Do you know? You have killed several of my family members, the young man in the tank spoke. His voice icy. They simply chose the wrong side, Lin Qing retorted with a sneer. The two had long been destined to be adversaries. There was no need for futile banter. When two kings meet, only one can emerge alive. Without further words, they launched their assaults. Lin Qing's metallic artillery charged once more, lightning crackling across the vehicle's body as a thunderous bolt pierced the thicket toward the tank. Meanwhile, the tank raised a fiery barrier while redirecting its cannon, conjuring a multitude of ice spikes that shot forth. Its tracks whirred as it advanced, intent on a head-on collision. Humph! Lin Qing scoffed, reopening his metallic energy shield. Even without any enhancements, he was uncertain he could withstand a collision with the tank, so he had no intention of engaging directly. Moreover, this tank was of a higher level than his. Nevertheless, he felt no fear at the adversary's approach. In an instant, the forest was ablaze with thunder and fire. Trees ignited, and the scene was chaotic. Both sides' energies were significantly depleting. In such a battle, anyone nearby would surely perish from the collateral damage. Just as Lin Qing prepared for his next offensive, the surrounding trees began to warp. The earth trembled, and two cannon blasts echoed, yet all were aimed skyward, missing entirely due to the vehicle's movement. What is this? Both men were taken aback. The seemingly endless branches appeared to come alive, forming a torrent of vines and tree limbs that entwined the vehicles of the two individuals. Damn it! The handsome young man's expression shifted dramatically as he desperately increased the power, attempting to break free. Meanwhile, Lin Qing let out a cold laugh and activated the fiery war chariot. Flames erupted from the vehicle, rapidly engulfing the branches that ensnared it, allowing him to easily escape his bindings. However, any further advance was rendered impossible as the surrounding vines and branches multiplied. If this continued, he feared he might face peril as well. Reluctantly, he turned the vehicle around to retreat. At that moment, the tank unleashed several blades of wind, severing the vines and moving backward. I am by you. Next time, you won't be so fortunate, echoed by Yu's voice. Lin Qing chuckled coldly in response, choosing not to reply. Fortune does not necessarily favor him. Yet, he had no desire to linger in that place and return to his previous position. How did it go? The Moon Goddess Ji felt a wave of relief upon Lin Qing's return. It's a level 7 tank. Lin Qing remarked casually as he disembarked and began to repair the vehicle with a metallic coin. A tank? Level 7? The three were taken aback. Chapter 63. Level 7 truck and core region. To be honest, he never expected such a thing to be present on the opposite side. The luck required to obtain a tank from a novice treasure chest must be extraordinary. It was no wonder such a vast organization could be formed. A tank? What incredible fortune! The leader of the ruffians, despite enduring pain, was filled with astonishment. Thanks to the bandaging by the moon goddess, both of their conditions improved significantly. After all, their bodies had undergone multiple enhancements, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. If not for the grading system, he would have suspected it was a vehicle of even higher quality. Lin Qing nodded in agreement. Although continuing the battle would necessarily lead to his defeat, he recognized that this was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. It's impossible. The novice treasure chest can at most yield a gold-tier vehicle. Vehicles of higher quality are exceedingly difficult to obtain. Even in the second district and beyond, a gold-tier vehicle is still a formidable force, the ruffian leader explained before inquiring. 3 pure deities, who holds the advantage between you and him? Upon hearing this, all three turned their gazes towards Lin Qing. About even, Lin Qing recounted his recent experiences. The others listened with increasing astonishment. Vine Torrent, what is that? Is this still a disaster zone? However, the 3 pure deities were indeed impressive, managing to confront a level 7 gold-tier vehicle head-on. The ruffian leader and the moon goddess were both amazed. Lin Qing, however, looked at the coward. Her condition was poor, with large patches of crimson staining her body. How are you? He asked. All right, the coward replied weakly. You two should take my vehicle for now, Lin Qing suggested. They were unable to drive and needed time to recuperate. They nodded in agreement. After ensuring their comfort, Lin Qing drove towards the site of the recent battle. The vine torrent had vanished, but the terrain had undergone a drastic transformation. Why did this happen? Could it be that the destruction caused by the vehicles had led to such an anomaly? Lin Qing couldn't help but ponder this, though it seemed unlikely. He found no other explanation. After observing for a moment longer, he continued driving eastward. Leader, what happened to you? Baiyu and the others returned to camp. Upon seeing the disheveled appearance of everyone, the members were immediately taken aback. We encountered a troublesome adversary, Baiyu replied with a detached expression. What? Even the leader finds it troublesome? Could it be that gold-tier vehicle? The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the leader personally leading the charge. When had they ever faced a setback? Such a disheveled return was unprecedented. Send 2 medics to treat them, and then we all proceed eastward, Baiyu coldly commanded. Suppressing his anger, this was his first experience of such a setback, transforming his previously playful demeanor into one of rage. He felt deeply unwilling, especially since the vehicle itself possessed inherent advantages, and his level was also superior. In genuine combat, the opponent's energy would eventually be depleted before his. Yet, he had encountered that peculiar anomaly. No matter who you are, you cannot escape my grasp. 2 days later, distance to Peace Valley, 15,000 kilometers, acid rain falls once more. The previous torrents of vines have not been encountered by Lin Qing again. Observing the gloomy weather, the leader of the group mused. This feels terribly amiss. I can't shake the feeling that we are trapped. His body had recovered quickly, yet the coward remained in poor condition. Though he was now capable of independent action. Brother, how goes your material collection? The coward inquired. Over these past 2 days, Lin Qing had altered his strategy, slaying various mutated creatures while continuously trading through the chat group. He transformed useless modules into currency and procured materials with metal coins. I shall soon reach level 7. Lin Qing replied. Upon reaching level 7, his vehicle would once again evolve, enhancing the power of the metal cannon. Furthermore, with numerous modules at his disposal, he required a reserve of energy sources. Now, 2 days later, his energy reserves had barely returned to their peak. Very well, let us prioritize leveling up. If you lack metal coins, I possess some, the leader stated. Their recent interactions, coupled with a life-saving act, had fostered a profound gratitude between the two towards Lin Qing. In the afternoon, the golden truck accumulated the necessary materials and successfully reached level 7. Vehicle upgrade completed. Muscle truck. LV7. Maximum speed. 320 kilometers h. Unloaded. Energy storage. 15,000 units. Fuel consumption. 330 units per 100 kilometers. Unloaded. Energy absorption rate. 750 units per hour. Overall enhancement of vehicle performance. Golden skill. Infinite growth. Vehicle dimensions. Height 5, 8 m, length 27 m, width 3, 7 m, weight 85 tons. Module capacity 400 500, attribute points 10. Next upgrade requirements. Metal 1,000,600, kg, plastic, 2070, 000 kg, glass, 070, 000 kg, rubber, 060, 000 kg, metal coins, 15, 00010, 000. Sub-vehicle, dark motorcycle LV7, maximum speed, 800 kilometers h, fuel consumption, 180 units per 100 kilometers, energy recovery, 420 units per hour. The truck underwent a comprehensive upgrade, and the maximum power of the metal cannon reached 6,000 units per shot. Linqing integrated the recently acquired modules. Over the last 2 days, he had encountered numerous beast hordes, resulting in the emergence of 2 exceptional modules. One was a duplicate thunder cannon, while the other, a premium module dropped by mutated deer, could launch golden arrows with remarkable range and penetrating power. Strength, 40, speed, 30, spirit, 30. His strength attributes surpassed the threshold of 40. This was not merely a matter of foundational attributes. He had amassed a considerable bounty from various wood fruits in recent days, bolstering all aspects of his abilities. Having reached this juncture, Linqing sensed that his strength had attained a new pinnacle, effortlessly lifting the van belonging to the group leader without the slightest strain. Collecting materials in such a short span is exceedingly taxing. It is imperative to swiftly identify the core area, Linqing mused internally. This time, the group was granted an additional 3 days. Countdown, 8 days. Wow bro, wow. Only 10,000 kilometers to go. Xiaowang, I'm nearly there too, huh? Surviving to leave Zone 1 is victory enough. Coconut, wow bro, it seems we will arrive almost simultaneously. Your RV is quite swift. Many in the group were making rapid progress. Wow bro had already reached level 7 and expressed his intention to elevate it to level 10 at the final station. As long as they approached within 10,000 kilometers of Peace Valley, its location would become fixed. At that point, there would be but a single direction to follow. Thus, in this world, the majority chose to change towns, attain level 10, and amass substantial resources before the ultimate deadline to enter Peace Valley. Wow bro, Qing, haven't you all emerged yet? Is this still a disaster zone? However, this time, Linqing offered no reply. At that moment, the 4 of them stood in the midst of a vast clearing, gazing upwards in sheer astonishment. Before them loomed an enormous floral structure, towering several hundred meters high. The center of the flower was adorned with abundant droplets of water, which, with a gentle stir, transformed into a deluge of acidic rain, spreading outwards in all directions. Is this the core area? The group was left in awe. The zombies and mutated creatures they had previously encountered paled in comparison to the grandeur of the flower before them, just as they prepared to explore for potential treasure chests. Nearly 100 red dots appeared on the thermal screen. The people from Baiyujing had also arrived at this moment. Chapter 64, The Land of Divine Descent. This time, the setting was vast and open. The 2 parties immediately encountered one another, each acutely aware of the other's presence. It was them. What a magnificent vehicle. Could this be another golden-tiered chariot? Both sides were taken aback. The leader of the ruffians spoke up. What should we do? Shall we fight? He had not anticipated such an immediate clash between the 2 armies. The imposing tanks of Baiyujing exuded an aura of intimidation, bolstered by their considerable numbers. Amidst the crowd, he also spotted 2 purple-tiered vehicles. It was clear that Linqing and his allies were at a disadvantage. Neither Linqing nor Baiyu offered responses to the inquiries posed by others. Almost instantaneously, the metal-heavy artillery and tank cannons began to accumulate energy. This time, there was no escape. Baiyu's cold laughter resonated through the vehicle's exterior, reaching Linqing's ears. Boom, boom. The 2 massive cannons fired almost simultaneously. Metal energy projectiles and shells intersected in the air. Tension gripped everyone as they awaited the outcome of this confrontation. Linqing vividly recalled the destructive power of those shells. But the truck had undergone another upgrade, now fortified with a metal protective shield. Thus, he anticipated minimal damage. Just as he was about to activate the defense, a sudden tremor jolted his heart. He beheld the colossal flower behind him gently swaying, emanating a visible golden energy, which caused the 2 shells to vanish instantaneously. Even the vehicles present began to tremble. Another occurrence? Linqing thought back to the previous surge of vines. How could this be? Baiyu was equally astonished. The leader of the ruffians and his companions exchanged incredulous glances, each contemplating the extraordinary transformation unfolding before them. After a moment, they gravely concluded, it must be the rules of cessation of hostilities. What does that mean? Linqing inquired, puzzled. This was the first time he had encountered such a concept. Initially uncertain, he could now affirm that this place was likely not a site of disaster, but rather, the land of divine descent. The leader of the ruffians took a deep breath, his expression a complex blend of fear and fervor. the land of divine descent? Indeed, such a phenomenon only manifests in places where ancient deities have fallen. These entities are not entirely extinguished, instead drawing power in a unique manner to achieve transcendence and rebirth. This realm serves as both the sepulchre of the ancient gods and the cradle of new deities. One could argue that the entire bizarre forest is the very corporeal form of the old gods. This explains why the devastation caused by you all has incited the surge of vines. Consider this. Could you endure the sensation of ants gnawing at your flesh? Yet, I never anticipated encountering the land of divine descent within District 1. It is not that the three ruffians were slow to react. The bizarre forest is indeed vast. But based solely on this, none would associate it with the Forsaken Land. Even the other seers within the group, upon hearing of everyone's predicament, merely speculated that something was amiss within the bizarre forest. In all batches, this marks the first appearance of the land of divine fall in Zone 1. Were it not for the colossal flower in the core area and its periodic manifestation, the group led by the timid one would hardly believe this place to be forsaken by the gods. The moon goddess was already in a state of utter disarray. Lamenting, "This is the end. We must flee swiftly. Sanqing, let us head to Zone 2 together. Once we arrive, I shall offer you anything my sister has. I wish to remain here not a moment longer." The timid one interjected, "Now that we have reached the core area, the most crucial site for the resurrection of the old gods, no combat is permitted here. That colossal flower is, in fact, the heart of the old god. The rule of cessation of hostilities serves to protect the heart's energy. Should it be violated, the old god will truly awaken, and the consequences for us are unimaginable." Lin Qing's gaze flickered. He had previously speculated that the surging vines were a result of overwhelming destructive power. Now, however, it had come full circle. For this bizarre forest was essentially the body of the old god. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but feel astonished. They had traversed thousands of kilometers over many days, only to discover a fragment of a living entity. The true horror of the end world would manifest before him in such a manner. Indeed, while the land of divine fall was perilous, its resources exceeded all expectations. The timid one and the group leader displayed a hint of madness. The moon goddess, already trembling, was taken aback. "What do you mean? Why aren't you leaving? How can you still think about resources? Have you lost your minds?" Lin Qing, intrigued, inquired. "What resources are available?" "Quite abundant. Although this was the land of divine fall within Zone 1, there were undoubtedly multiple fixed treasure chests. And even golden chests might be present." Golden chests? Lin Qing was utterly astonished. Though he possessed 2 golden rewards, they were obtained from novice chests. In a certain sense, the quality of novice chests differed fundamentally from that of other chests. In terms of combat enhancement, even the great pineapple now merely reflected a purple-grade strength. Often, it was not even necessary. Other chests, however, were vastly different. They contained modules and various rewards, especially the fixed treasure chests, which were of exceptional quality. The purple-grade modules obtained from them had already become Lin Qing's trump card. The mere thought of golden chests being present here ignited an intense desire within him. How could one acquire them? There was but one method: to destroy this place. According to existing literature, the old gods once stood atop this world, drawing sustenance from ordinary mortals. Their fate was inextricably linked to the forces of the end. Thus, upon their demise, their divine power merged with the end's forces, giving rise to various treasure chests. In simple terms, to obtain the ultimate resources in the land of divine fall, there was only one course of action. The timid one's expression turned grave: to slay the gods. Those 2 simple words carried an immeasurable weight. These were deities, and even in their fallen, reborn state, they were beyond the capability of mere mortals to confront. Once the crisis erupts, anyone present may face death. Yet, the potential profits are equally unprecedented. The moon goddess's complexion turned pale as she observed the 3 individuals in discussion. Her scalp prickling with unease. "Can you not remain calm? This is an ancient deity, the most terrifying entity in the world of demise." The leader of the rascals rarely nodded, taking a deep breath as he turned to Lin Qing. "Brother, the decision rests with you. Do we confront this challenge or retreat?" The coward remained silent, quietly gazing at Lin Qing's face, awaiting his decision. From the very moment they met, they had recognized Lin Qing as their leader. After being saved by him, they harbored a profound gratitude, never questioning his words. Should Lin Qing choose to advance, they would immediately join this endeavor. If he opposed it, they would hold no regrets. Even if it meant death, they would accept it without hesitation. Lin Qing glanced at the group, his mind weighing the possibilities. Under the scrutiny of the 3, he finally spoke. "What level do you think this colossal flower currently possesses?" Chapter 65. The slaughter of the gods begins. "It shall not exceed the limits of the 1st district. Otherwise, it would have long since ventured into the 2nd district. Yet, the power of the old gods is unfathomable. eluding any form of hierarchical assessment. Lin Qing nodded thoughtfully. To strive or not to strive? In times past, he might have simply turned away. However, following his experience with the legacy of the legendary profession, his perspective had evolved. Merely surviving in the apocalypse, cautiously developing like a coward, even with the ability to refresh, he would not be a true powerhouse. Eventually, he would encounter foes or calamities beyond his capacity to confront. Much like Baiyu, Lin Qing had to acknowledge that his truck's infinite evolution still required growth, while the opponent's tank could undoubtedly unleash its potential more readily in the early stages. Thus, only through relentless striving and toil could he amplify his own strength. Only in this manner could he firmly grasp his destiny in his hands. Let us do it, Lin Qing uttered with conviction. The leader of the vagabonds and the coward nodded in agreement, their bodies inexplicably relaxing. Despite the overwhelming terror surrounding them, none wished to leave with regrets. The vagabond leader had no desire to linger idly, and the coward's courage exceeded that of anyone else. Coupled with Lin Qing's intrinsic madness, the resolution was made. I'm going mad. I'm done. Can I just leave with Xiaohei? Moon Goddess Ji murmured. Lin Qing glanced at her, causing her to shudder and fall silent. Throughout, she had harbored a profound fear of Lin Qing. However, this time, Lin Qing sighed, waved his hand, summoned Xiaohei, and offered it to Moon Goddess Ji. I don't possess many metal coins and cannot afford to repair a purple-grade vehicle for you. When the opportunity arises, find a chance to escape with the unclaimed vehicle and take care of Xiaohei. Initially disheartened, Moon Goddess Ji was taken aback. Are you serious? Xiaohei, seemingly understanding, whimpered at Lin Qing. He affectionately patted Xiaohei's head, cherishing the little creature. Indeed, in this scenario, keeping Moon Goddess Ji was no longer meaningful. If he were to perish, he would gain nothing, at most acquiring another companion in death. It was far better to grant Xiaohei a chance at survival. Should they endure, the contract would still hold, and as long as he found Moon Goddess Ji in the second district, a ransom could be collected. As for the so-called unclaimed vehicles, it was certain that lives would be lost ahead. At that moment, the opposing team had fallen silent. Among them, there were seers who recognized the land of divine fall. Yet, their continued presence indicated that their ultimate choice mirrored Lin Qing's, to breach this sacred ground. 5 of you. I have decided to assault this colossal flower. I do not wish to trouble you for the time being, so you may take your leave. Baiyu's voice resonated. He had been observing the situation through thermal perception, considering Xiaohei as one of their members. How can you be certain that we will depart? Lin Qing retorted with a cold laugh. Haha, I knew you wouldn't leave. Baiyu laughed heartily, a hint of madness glimmering in his eyes. No wonder you are akin to me. Very well, shall we declare a truce? Let us breach the colossal flower first, and then we shall resume our battle. The colossal flower has become a shared objective for the two, and despite their utmost efforts, the outcome remains uncertain. Neither party wishes to expend their energy and time on matters unrelated to their goal. No problem, Lin Qing agreed. Upon hearing this, Baiyu and the others drove into the heart of the core. Although the two were eager to obliterate each other, an unexpected tranquility enveloped them. Even as their vehicles approached, no attacks were initiated. Truck, you should be aware of the challenges here. Once we strike, we will breach the ceasefire rules. Awakening the colossal flower. We must muster all our strength to annihilate it once the rules dissipate, so let us not conserve our energy, otherwise neither of us will emerge victorious, Baiyu warned. Rest assured, I will unleash as much energy as you do, Lin Qing responded. Baiyu appeared to command a large number of followers, yet the survivors would be few. Lin Qing harbored concerns about Baiyu potentially betraying him, unaware that he had 2 vehicles simultaneously absorbing energy. Even if his energy sources were depleted, his recovery speed would surpass that of everyone else. The two sides took a moment to regroup, preparing to attack the colossal flower in their most optimal state. Nearly 7 hours later, Lin Qing and Baiyu finally commenced their assault. Attack! Baiyu commanded, and all members within the organization activated their abilities. Those equipped with ranged modules unleashed a relentless torrent of energy, lightning, flames, ice shards, wind blades, and a barrage of gunfire surged towards the colossal flower. The power of exceptional modules was evident. Meanwhile, those with less potent modules drove their vehicles to ram the flower's roots. Baiyu's strength had indeed ascended to a terrifying level. Lin Qing also sprang into action, with the leader of the rogues and the timid joining the fray. The core area resonated with waves of energy. Only Lin Qing and Baiyu focused on condensing their firepower for a lethal strike. As the colossal flower trembled again, radiating yet another wave of ceasefire rules, causing all attacks to vanish into thin air. However, this time, everyone was prepared. As the ceasefire rules settled, they launched a renewed assault. Wave after wave of energy surged forth, yet the collective power was rapidly diminishing. If this continued, they would inevitably falter. It's almost there. Lin Qing observed intently as the golden light emanating from the flower began to dim. He understood that the rules were on the verge of collapsing. Just as the final beam of golden light radiated forth, failing to nullify all attacks, Lin Qing and Baiyu acted simultaneously. Two projectiles struck the colossal flower with precision. A cacophony of energy intertwined with shrapnel erupted, overwhelming everyone with its deafening resonance. The two projectiles, each infused with 5,000 units of energy, represented the pinnacle of District 1. Their formidable force leaving all in awe. Roar. Amidst the barrage, a roar echoed within the hearts of all present. The surface of the colossal flower was marred with numerous gaping holes. The core of this ancient deity was gravely damaged. Yet, simultaneously, he had awakened in full. Ah! A cry of despair erupted, blood streaming from the orifices, engulfed in agony. This is dire. A mental assault. Retreat swiftly, the closer one gets. The more potent the psychic onslaught becomes. The inhabitants of Baiyu Jing hastily withdrew. Lin Qing and her companions fared better, save for the little black dog and the moon goddess, who endured some distress. It was only when the cacophony subsided that they could regain their composure. And this was merely the nascent power of the ancient deity's awakening. In the blink of an eye, a significant tremor reverberated through the core region. The earth fissured. An endless tendril surged forth from the depths below. With unparalleled might, they swept towards the crowd. Numerous vehicles were impaled on the spot, while over 20 others, unable to evade, were dragged skyward. In an instant, the losses for the people of Baiyu Jing were staggering. Lin Qing found it perplexing. The elite personnel of Baiyu Jing were formidable, some capable of leading a major organization on their own. Why then were there so many lower-tier players? With some barely having reached level 3? Even under duress, one would expect their levels to rise somewhat, ensuring richer rewards. Curse be it. Baiyu's expression darkened to an extreme. She unleashed a frenzy of wind blades, slicing through the surrounding foliage and severing a mass of vines to rescue her comrades. Among those wind blades, a few were aimed directly at Lin Qing's truck. Is this disregard for safety? Lin Qing scoffed, issuing commands to the group leaders within the chat. Without hesitation, the two abandoned their vehicles and swiftly dove into Lin Qing's truck. The next moment, Lin Qing activated the blazing wave of crimson flames. This purple module, acquired from the relic's legacy, combined with various fire attribute modules and her legendary profession, made a grand resurgence. Chapter 66, The Unimaginable Harvest. Upon the truck, a crimson glow flashed. A fierce blaze ignited, unleashing an endless wave of heat. Accompanied by a powerful force, the scalding wind erupted forth. The colossal flower, the vehicles present, and the surging vines were all affected. The windows of the Baiyu Jing members' vehicles shattered instantly under the impact of the heated gust, enveloping them in an unrelenting torrent of warmth. More alarmingly, this heat was laced with tendrils of flame. Any dry object that came into contact ignited spontaneously. The fusion of the scorching waves and the flaming chariots resulted in a qualitative transformation. The encroaching vines were swiftly set ablaze. Even the colossal flower trembled incessantly, struggling to adapt amidst the heat waves and the spontaneously emerging flames. 500 degrees. Observing the current manifestation of the crimson heat wave, Lin Qing felt a profound satisfaction. The dual-class enhancement, coupled with various fire attribute modules, had allowed this module of boundless potential to finally showcase its true might. Is this the module obtained from the Equatorial Inferno? Its power is truly staggering. The two cowards were utterly astonished. In terms of sheer power, this module might not surpass the metallic heavy cannons, but as an area of effect module, especially within the current forested terrain, its destructive capacity was likely unparalleled. What are you doing? Stop immediately. Baiyu was anxious. His tank had momentarily withstood the onslaught, but this attack had severely harmed his organization's members. Those inferior vehicles were utterly incapable of enduring such heat waves, and many had already caught fire, resulting in rapid casualties. Why didn't you cease the wind blade earlier? That was collateral damage. So was this. Lin Qing scoffed. The cooperation was merely temporary, and should the colossal flower truly fall, conflict would arise at any moment. Was he still being courteous? He continued to manipulate the equatorial heat wave. This module consumed a significant amount of energy. Even he could not sustain it for long. However, unlike the metallic heavy cannon, the heat wave module could be controlled. It did not need to remain continuously active. It merely required appropriate activation to create impact and retain the heated air. Thus, the duration could be greatly extended. You scoundrel! Baiyu's face darkened to an extreme. After several seconds, his tank sustained damage, and the air within became oppressively hot. Fortunately, he promptly ordered his subordinates to evacuate swiftly, which mitigated some losses. He no longer held back. His tank suddenly transformed into a brilliant white, unleashing an endless torrent of ice and snow to counter the heat wave and envelop the colossal flower. The ice and snow tank. This was the true name of his golden-grade vehicle. The fusion of ice and fire caused countless vines to rupture and ignite. Upon the colossal flower, one half gradually turned charred black, while the other half crystallized with frost, the emanating energy waning progressively. It's effective. Lin Qing's heart leapt with joy. He had not anticipated that Baiyu was of the ice and snow attribute. However, the two forces of attack successfully diminished the power of the colossal flower. The colossal flower let out a roar, erupting once more in golden light, as an endless deluge of acidic rain fell from the sky. A nauseatingly sour odor accompanied the rain. A considerable amount of heat dissipated, extinguishing the flames, while the frost subsequently melted away. This moment seemed to embody his final struggle, as the power of both the new and the old gods was fully unveiled. The remnants of vehicles in the arena rapidly dissolved, including Lin Qing's truck and Baiyu's tank, both suffering severe damage. The extent of the destruction was alarming, 9100, 8100. The front and body of the vehicles were extensively corroded, with numerous tires bursting in quick succession. This is bad. The roof is about to give way, exclaimed Moon Goddess Ji anxiously. She observed that the roof had grown exceedingly thin, and if this continued, with the acid rain approaching, everyone would perish. In truth, the group had managed to endure until now only because they had caught the giant flower off guard. It had sustained heavy damage even before awakening. Otherwise, its true power could have easily overwhelmed everyone present. Just this one shot. Lin Qing halted the equatorial module as the energy source reached its limit for the first time. The meticulously accumulated metal cannon fired at the vulnerable parts of the giant flower. Simultaneously, Baiyu unleashed his final energy projectile, cloaked in ice and snow. Almost instantaneously, both projectiles struck the giant flower's most fragile point. Boom! All eyes were riveted on the scene. The explosion of metallic and icy energies generated a shockwave that spanned dozens of meters, howling winds shaking many vehicles uncontrollably. Miraculously, the once terrifying acid rain ceased. As the smoke cleared, a massive gash appeared in the giant flower's root, with only a portion of its outer skin still intact. Yet even that fragment retained the vitality inherent to the giant flower itself. Someone swallowed hard. It hasn't perished. It's still alive? Even Lin Qing's expression darkened. After this strike, both he and Baiyu were utterly exhausted. Should the giant flower retaliate, even the most mundane onslaught of branches would spell catastrophic doom. Get out of the vehicle. Lin Qing's mind raced. He resolved not to remain idle. He leaped from the car, simultaneously retrieving his large pineapple and RPG. With one hand, he steadied himself, preparing to unleash a barrage. His mastery of firearms and the capability of incendiary rounds were now his last lifeline. However, at that moment, the giant flower emitted a piercing shriek. It unleashed a surge of transcendent energy, even more potent than before. The rules of engagement manifested, dividing into two orbs of golden light that enveloped Lin Qing and Baiyu's truck. In the next instant, the giant flower abruptly contracted, burrowing into the earth. Lin Qing and Baiyu, seated in the truck, vanished with the appearance of the golden light. All were taken aback. They had anticipated certain death. Yet, in a twist of fate, the giant flower had retreated. It ran away? The ruffian leader was incredulous. Where is Sanqing? The cowardly one searched frantically. However, the surrounding chaos left no trace. It was only when they looked up that they noticed, suspended in midair, an inexplicable golden square had materialized. Where is this? Lin Qing gazed around him in astonishment, finding himself surrounded by formidable barriers. A luminous aura enveloped the space, imparting the sensation of having just entered a realm of finality. Having been engulfed by golden light moments ago, he had been involuntarily drawn into this enigmatic location, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. However, his attention was soon captured by something remarkable. Nearby, he discerned numerous guardian formations, each housing treasure chests radiating various hues of brilliance, violet, gold. Had the great flower perished? Lin Qing's eyes widened in sheer elation. He could scarcely believe it. He had anticipated a life-or-death struggle, yet here he was, swept into this mystical realm, with all the coveted treasure chests within reach. It felt like a dream. The guardian formations posed no hindrance. Lin Qing effortlessly retrieved the chests, for violet and one golden. By heavens, he had struck it rich. He trembled with excitement. This was all too surreal. Never had he dared to envision such a bounty of high-quality chests gathered in one place. Just then, a startled cry erupted from behind him. Lin Qing turned to see Baiyu's figure, having inexplicably appeared at his back. Upon noticing the empty guardian formations, an expression of realization washed over her, and her eyes turned crimson with rage. Damn it, hand over the treasure, she shouted, charging towards him. Lin Qing couldn't help but let out a cold laugh at her approach. Under normal circumstances, confronting Bai would demand a considerable toll. Yet, in this moment, his vehicle space and weapon system were rendered useless, indicating that she too was similarly constrained. As a specialized warrior who had consumed a significant quantity of wood origin fruits, he was determined to subdue Bai. Failure was not an option. Chapter 67. Is anyone else coming? Bai was genuinely anxious. Initially, upon acquiring the golden class tank, he had firmly believed that he was destined to be the man standing at the pinnacle in this apocalyptic world. In the beginning, everything flowed smoothly for him. He even established the largest organization in District 1. There were countless individuals before him who could not even muster the will to resist. That was until he encountered Sanqing. To his surprise, he discovered another golden class vehicle in District 1, aside from his own. This ignited a sense of rivalry within him for the first time. However, in the core area, he realized there was no significant advantage in strength between him and his opponent. He had also obtained a purple-class treasure chest, but regrettably, he did not uncover a purple-class module. Consequently, while his vehicle was indeed powerful, the modules and skills of his adversary clearly surpassed his own. As if that were not enough, he had exerted tremendous effort and lost many cherished companions, only to see Sanqing reap the rewards. This filled him with intense animosity towards Sanqing. You wretch! Bai hurled a punch, having transitioned into a warrior. With the golden class attributes complemented by the enhancement of the wood origin fruit, his strength approached 40 points, making him a formidable presence in physical combat. Yet, as he unleashed his punch, Sanqing merely smirked, a surge of heat emanating from him. With ease, he grasped Bai's fist and, to Bai's astonishment, kicked him away. Bai was utterly stunned. How could this be possible? At the same level, how could his opponent be so much stronger? Moreover, upon contact, he sensed an extraordinary heat from Sanqing's body. Could it be that he was a special class? Stunned, Bai stood frozen. If he were indeed a special class, how could he possibly contend? Bai had searched for relics, but such occurrences were not easily encountered. He had refrained from heading to the equatorial mountain due to the great distance. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The blazing module, a fire-type special class. He looked up at Sanqing, realizing, "You are Sanqing?" Sanqing was somewhat taken aback. This lad was indeed clever. However, it was not surprising. Many had deduced his strength from the rumors surrounding the equatorial mountain. There was no one else who possessed various fire-type modules and such prowess. He was truly unique. You are astute, but you shall still perish, Sanqing acknowledged, his intent clear. Such a formidable foe needed to be eliminated now. There would be no opportunities later. Bai gritted his teeth, aware of his inescapable fate. Yet, unlike others who had crumbled, his fighting spirit remained intact, and he charged forward. The two engaged without any fighting techniques, relying solely on their physical prowess. Upon their first clash, Bai found himself at a disadvantage once more. After a few exchanges, he lay on the ground, bruised and battered. His former elegance vanished. Brother Bai, farewell, Sanqing remarked, tightening his grip around Bai's neck. Despair flickered in Bai's eyes. However, in the next instant, both men were stunned. Why are you still alive? Why am I not dead? Both individuals were momentarily bewildered, gazing at each other in astonishment. Sanqing had evidently delivered a lethal blow, yet Bai appeared unscathed. Similarly, Bai was engulfed in confusion. A sharp pain coursed through his neck, yet he did not sense the imminent arrival of death. The concept of a ceasefire rule sprang to mind for both simultaneously. This golden light emanated from the colossal flower, initially presumed to be a means of confinement, but now evidently accompanied by a ceasefire protocol. Detected that the host is in a special space. This space is imbued with a ceasefire rule, rendering lethal actions impossible. However, the host's bodily functions will change over time. This is a fusion of the curse left by the ancient god Kaler and the rules of the world of termination. This space is rich in energy and cannot be broken. It requires an outsider to willingly contribute a portion of their lifespan to lift the curse. This space allows for observation of external signs and the ability to open a light screen, yet it is incapable of communication or trade with others. Whether it was a delay from the player system or an analysis of the surrounding scene, Sanqing and Bai finally received the notification. A curse? Kaler. Could it be that colossal flower? Indeed, it had not perished. It had left a curse intending to ensnare them. Whether through starvation or the 30-day deadline to reach Zone 2, death awaited him. Haha, I have survived. Sanqing, you cannot kill me, Bai laughed heartily. Exuding the demeanor of a victor, Sanqing retaliated by kicking him to the ground. Just you wait. Once I escape, you will undoubtedly pay the price. Bai retorted defiantly. Let us see if you can escape. Who among them would willingly offer you their lifespan? Sanqing shook his head. Sensing the arduousness of the situation, the final gambit of the colossal flower was undoubtedly a test of human nature. After all, It was a matter of lifespan. Who among them was not striving to survive? I am different from you. I have established by Yujing. I have never cared about their strength because I know my existence is destined to bring something to this world. As you have seen, aside from a handful of elites, most are merely at levels 3 to 4, often disregarded by others. Only I am willing to lead them forward, for them. My presence is not merely that of a leader, but a guardian deity. As long as they know they can save me, they will not abandon me. Thus, you are doomed to perish here, whereas I shall soon depart. Bayu laughed boisterously, his face devoid of any panic, brimming with confidence. At that moment, as the notification echoed, the surroundings gradually became transparent, revealing the external scene. The people outside also received the system's notification. A special space? Contributing lifespan? Good heavens. Why must it be such a rule? The residents of Bayou Jing were astounded, realizing Bayu's predicament. Yet, confronted with such a demonic condition, hesitation enveloped them. Brother, I cannot do it. I am too old. If I contribute my lifespan, I surely will not survive. Perhaps let the young ones go instead. I, too, find myself in a dire predicament. Over the years, I have indulged in smoking, drinking, and sleepless nights, wishing for a life akin to that of 007. How long can I possibly endure? Let those who attend school take their turn. We are no different. Who among us does not partake in smoking, drinking, and late nights? I have even adorned my skin with tattoos and styled my hair extravagantly. In an instant, chaos erupted within the ranks of Baiyujing. It was not long before someone declared their departure. Damn it, I'm done. What does this have to do with me? You all can fend for yourselves. I, too, feel the same. What is this Baiyujing? Without you, I can thrive just as well. I'm leaving. Whoever wishes to go may do so. One by one, the survivors began to drive away, eager to leave without a moment's pause. Is this what you call family? Lin Qing gazed at Baiyu. And there was no need for him to strike. Baiyu had already shattered within himself. How could this be? I have always treated them kindly. Baiyu was incredulous. He was ruthless towards his enemies, believing them to be formidable and deserving of consequences for their actions. Yet he had always endeavored to protect the weak. Uncle Li was elderly. I never tasked him with any labor. Little Li was still in university. I had promised him he could escape the world of doom. And then there was Brother Chen. He was merely a wretched white-tier vehicle. And it was I who had procured for him a purple tier 1, setting him on the path of strength. Yet he was the first to abandon me? A grimace gradually twisted Baiyu's features, revealing a despair deeper than when Lin Qing had threatened his life. How could this happen? The very individuals who had always shown him respect and warmth had turned their backs on him. Not a single soul was willing to step forward to assist him? Brother, the apocalypse is not meant to be navigated in this manner. Lin Qing sighed, placing a comforting hand on Baiyu's shoulder. Though Baiyu was 2 years Lin Qing's senior, he found him rather naive. What do you understand? What have you done? Don't preach to me about the sanctity of life. Must we resort to slaughter in the face of the apocalypse? If I wished for bloodshed, no one would survive. But what difference would that make in the context of the end times? I simply wish to contribute as much as I can, to elevate the worth of my strength. Is that truly a fault? He assumed Lin Qing intended to mock him, which only fueled his fury, driving him to the brink of hysteria. I have not engaged in random slaughter. In this regard, I am no different from you. But the friends I choose are far more reliable than yours. In the same battles, they would undoubtedly make sacrifices. Lin Qing chuckled softly. And what of it? Are you certain they would sacrifice their lifetimes for you? Baiyu retorted with scorn. At that moment, he believed he had discerned the essence of humanity, filled with distrust towards any outsider. I cannot say. In this world of doom, I have 5 friends, and compared to your companions, I find them far more dependable, Lin Qing remarked before turning his gaze outside. The group leader and the coward had already exited their vehicle, gazing upwards at the golden barrier. After a prolonged pause, they exchanged glances. The coward furrowed his brow. It is impossible to estimate how much lifespan is required to breach this rule, but 2 individuals will certainly not suffice. We may even perish without rescuing Sanqing. The leader of the group chuckled softly, lighting a cigarette. Indeed, let's inquire if anyone else is coming. The timid one also smiled, his eyes curving into crescent moons. It's settled then, brother. Chapter 68. Here we go? How could this happen? Baiyu gazed at the scene in bewilderment. Lin Qing, however, remained composed, a slight smirk gracing his lips. He could understand why the leader of the rogues had departed. And he could likewise comprehend the motive behind their attempt to rescue him. Those whom he valued possessed character that starkly contrasted with Baiyu's associates. Brother, it's evident you've misjudged people, Lin Qing chuckled. Why would they choose to save you? I am aware of those 2 individuals. I previously dispatched agents to capture them. You, however, arrived later, indicating that you do not belong to the same organization, nor do you share significant connections. Baiyu questioned, Your organization comprises merely your dependents, who seek to extract from you. Such individuals are utterly unprepared. Upon discovering your downfall, they will abandon you. Lin Qing elucidated. Yet, these two are different. They can be considered comrades. The members of Baiyu Jing resemble leeches. Once they perceive that Baiyu holds no utilitarian value, they will flee without hesitation. In contrast, the leader of the rogues has consistently feared being a burden, proactively strategizing to offer value. The former would assume assistance is a given, while the latter would cherish it deeply. There lies an essential distinction between the two. Baiyu struggled to grasp this notion, while he was indeed astute. His understanding of human nature remained in stark black and white terms. Thus, I shall soon be free, leaving you behind. By the way, could you possibly release your tank? I have taken a liking to that vehicle. Upon hearing this, Baiyu's expression darkened. A sense of despair and chill washing over him at the thought of Lin Qing's potential departure, leaving him alone. Do not indulge in fantasies. Moreover, whether you can truly leave remains uncertain. They plan to summon more people. Do you genuinely believe anyone will come? It has already been the 22nd day. Many are within 10,000 kilometers of Peace Valley, and the spatial distortion has ceased, even if they are willing to sacrifice their lifetimes. Do you think they would willingly retrace their steps? Lin Qing provided no answer to this. Then we must rely on luck. He activated the light screen, discovering that he had been added to another small group. The leader of the rogues was present, already issuing a call. What the hell, bro? Bicycle King coconut full of water. Something has happened. Sanqing is trapped in a unique space, which has established rules. Someone must contribute a certain amount of lifespan to exit the space. He succinctly described the situation and awaited responses in silence. What the hell? I've finally reached level 8. What the hell, bro? Emerged from the small town, reflecting on the considerable consumption of the purple-grade vehicle. Only 2,000 kilometers remained to Peace Valley, with a few more days of effort. He would reach level 10 and gain entry. He glanced at the coordinates and suddenly sensed something. Opening the light screen, he indeed noticed the chat group lighting up. A new group? He paused momentarily, then opened it. Just one glance caused his expression to darken. It was actually the Godfall territory. How could this be? How could such a thing appear in the first district? Damn it. Even Qing Gu has been ensnared. Contributing lifespan? These old gods' rules are exceedingly cruel. He was initially overwhelmed with joy at the upgrade, but that feeling quickly dissipated. After glancing at the distance to Peace Valley and then at the new coordinates, a sudden determination surged within him, and the RV sped off at breakneck speed. Cursed brother. Qing, wait for me. 12,000 kilometers, at most 3 days. Is something amiss? Sitting in the large off-road vehicle, Yezi was startled upon receiving the message. Compared to Cursed brother, she had already ventured much further and was now lingering near Peace Valley. It could be said that she was on the verge of completing her first mission. However, her vehicle came to an abrupt halt. Without much deliberation, she opted to turn back. Yezi, Qing, I request to offer myself in return for this favor. Isn't that too much to ask? The apocalyptic journey was indeed arduous. Xiao Wang, donning a green helmet and sunglasses, had his exposed skin scorched by the sun as he pedaled while opening a bottle of ice water. Now, he was also someone with a car fridge. He wore a blissful expression. Bicycle, LV30. In a certain sense, he seemed to have shattered the limits of the first district's upgrades. Of course, in terms of combat capability, he likely still fell short of a level 6 blue-tier vehicle. Reaching Peace Valley would mark the successful conclusion of this apocalyptic adventure. He wondered how Qing and the others were faring. Just as Xiao Wang was lost in thought, he felt the summons from the chat group. As soon as he opened it, his pupils constricted. The land of divine desolation. What a terrifying place. Qing was trapped. It even demanded a lifespan. He took a deep breath, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Among the 10 heroes of the apocalypse, he had always been the most timid and unfortunate. Had it not been for the equatorial mountain being his chosen refuge, he would never have gotten involved. This time was no different. Knowing it was a disaster zone rich in resources, he initially refused to go despite being relatively close. One reason was his awareness of his limited strength, and the other was his genuine desire to survive. But this time, clatter. He carelessly tossed the water bottle onto the ground, grasped the handlebar, and leaped. The bicycle executed a mid-air turn. Immediately, he activated the autonomous driving mode. Standing riding position. Bicycle Xiao Wang. I'm going to, wait for me. Observing the information on the light screen, Lin Qing completely relaxed. Well done. Baiyu, on the other hand, was utterly dumbfounded. How could this be possible? You said your 5 friends, they all came? Indeed, just these 5. Lin Qing has always been a person of principle, and his social connections were undoubtedly strong. Lin Qing was in high spirits, cracking jokes, and no longer teasing Baiyu. Baiyu was at a loss for words. In comparison, he felt utterly defeated. He commanded over 100 people, Yet only about 30 survived, and not a single one came to help. Conversely, Lin Qing, with merely 5 friends, had all of them extend their hands. This was hard for him to accept. Wait, you still have one friend. She seems to have run off. Baiyu recalled that there were indeed 5 life signs on Lin Qing's vehicle. Moments ago, he witnessed a woman descending from a truck, cradling a black dog in her arms. Without hesitation, she hastily boarded a dilapidated, unclaimed vehicle and drove away. Alas, she was a captive, beyond the realms of calculation. Lin Qing shook his head, harboring no hopes for the moon goddess Ji. However, in an instant, both he and Baiyu were rendered speechless. Before them, an old automobile, swaying unsteadily, made its entrance into the core area, halting beside the leaders of the ruffians. To their astonishment, the moon goddess Ji, who had initially fled, had voluntarily returned. The ruffian leader, bewildered, questioned, "Didn't I let you go? Why haven't you left?" The moon goddess Ji's complexion was pale, marked by evident fear and unease as she retorted, "That scoundrel is so foolish. I told him not to fight, but he refused to heed my words. Now, look at the trouble we're in." The ruffian leader furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend. "You returned just to say this? Isn't it merely about extending your lifespan? I'm still young. I could spare a bit." The moon goddess Ji replied, then elaborated, "Do not misconstrue my intentions. That wretched man allowed me to leave. Yet I could not escape. It has been 22 days. How could I possibly drive away in a decrepit level 3 vehicle? Thus, I resigned myself to being a captive. At least I could reach Peace Valley. Furthermore, this little fellow is unwilling to accompany me." She lifted the small black dog, which wagged its tail and barked at the golden square suspended in the air. Chapter 69. Escape. Lin Qing smiled faintly. "Look, even the captives have returned." Baiyu fell into a deep silence. "Brother, do you have any final words? When I return to Blue Star, I will bring them back for you. You won't be needing those metal coins anymore. Perhaps you could gift them to me, and we shall be brothers from now on. Don't forget to revoke the ownership permissions for the tank. We mustn't waste the modules." Lin Qing continued to make suggestions, but Baiyu remained unresponsive. After a prolonged silence, he finally uttered, "I will definitely leave. Next time we meet, you won't be so fortunate." "Is that so?" Lin Qing shook his head. Even if Baiyu could rise from the dead, their next encounter would only see him stronger. For the following 2 days, Lin Qing and Baiyu spent their time in a peculiar space, the atmosphere harmonious. Meanwhile, in the core area, individuals occasionally entered. The first to arrive was Xiao Wang. As soon as he appeared, he was recognized by the leader of the riffraff. There was no choice. Among bicycle players, he was the only one. Rarer than a premium car. The moon goddess Ji, sharing in the spoils, heartily consumed Lin Qing's rations, exclaiming, "Aha, this is your food. I'm merely basking in your glory." She laughed mischievously, finally resembling a true human. On the 3rd day, Wu Gu and Yi Zi arrived almost simultaneously. Under their mutual gaze, a silent acknowledgement passed among them. Each understood the sacrifices that lay ahead, and the difficulty of Wu Gu and his companion's arrival. Their willingness to assist an outsider spoke volumes about their trustworthiness. Only the moon goddess Ji appeared surprised, unable to fathom why so many were willing to aid that unscrupulous fellow. "How does this work?" Yi Zi asked, bewildered, as she was the only ordinary player among them. "Follow me," the leader of the riffraff beckoned, leading everyone to stand directly beneath the golden cube. Suddenly, they felt a surge of power enveloping them. Extracting 20 years of lifespan. Extracting 20 years of lifespan. So much? Wachaga gritted his teeth, sensing a wave of weakness wash over him. It was not a matter of physical strength, but rather an inexplicable emptiness. The 6 individuals remained at their peak condition. As for the little black dog, it was naturally beyond human parameters and could not partake in the exchange. It was likely a one-to-one conversion. Sanqing's physical constitution was extraordinarily high, and his lifespan had long surpassed normal limits. Living well into his hundreds was no issue, though the price was steep. Nonetheless, it matters not. Who knows how long we might live, and with our levels increasing, we shall eventually reclaim that lifespan. Wachaga nodded in agreement. Just as they were engaged in discussion, the golden cube in the sky abruptly split in 2. One part remained aloft, while the other gracefully descended. Crack! Endless fissures appeared on the surface of the cube, which then shattered. Lin Qing's figure finally came into view. "It's done," the leader of the riffraff sighed in relief, his demeanor returning to its usual languid and relaxed state. "Haha, Qingge, how do you feel? You are the first among this batch to incur the wrath of the old god." Wachago laughed heartily. The moon goddess pursed her lips, secretly lamenting that good days were coming to an end. "What woof?" Lin Qing picked up the small black dog that had run over, its body equally frail. Yet he managed to maintain a smile, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you all." The timid one casually remarked, "Well, my friends, I consider this a losing venture." The group relaxed. Moon Goddess, could you prepare some food? I'm feeling quite hungry, Lin Qing directed towards her. She nodded and entered the truck. Lin Qing began to repair the vehicle with metal coins, then cast his gaze upon the abandoned cars surrounding them. There were dozens. Among them were 2 purple-grade vehicles. You 5 can divide these among yourselves, modules, materials, and the purple vehicles. Choose as you wish. Haha, our brother Qing is generous, someone exclaimed. Finally, purple-grade vehicles. The leader of the group was equally thrilled. The small Vin can finally be retired. Brother Hun, I still have 2 purple-grade vehicles in my possession. Feel free to swap for whichever you prefer, Lin Qing chuckled. After a round of distribution, everyone felt a sense of fulfillment. There are treasure chests inside. Baiyu hasn't taken them from me, Lin Qing mentioned. The group leader responded, forget it, I'll leave that to you. Without your help this time, we wouldn't have obtained anything. Initially, he and the timid one worked hard for the purple treasure chests, but in terms of contribution, they could not argue further. The vehicles present were already ample for distribution. The 2 purple vehicles belonged to them, and the extra one could fetch a good price in the 2nd district. All right. Once we leave the forest, I'll take you all for upgrades. Lin Qing refrained from elaborating. Handing over the purple treasure chests might yield only ordinary rewards for them. And he had no intention of revealing his chest-opening abilities. Moreover, this distribution was quite fair, based on labor. The meal was prepared swiftly, and the group feasted inside the truck. As the Moon Goddess was about to leave, Lin Qing raised an eyebrow. Where are you going? Aren't you eating? The Moon Goddess paused. You want me to eat? No, you'll charge me for it. Lin Qing laughed. From now on, meals and baths are free. Let us consider the previous transactions settled, but the earliest agreements must remain unchanged. Really? The Moon Goddess beamed, then sat beside Lin Qing, savoring a tender piece of beef. Her face radiating satisfaction. Lin Qing, too, was genuinely hungry. His physical constitution was indeed superior, yet his consumption was considerable. In the world of the end, food was perpetually a scarce resource. After finishing the meal, Lin Qing glanced at the tank, his expression tinged with regret. His truck lacked a towing mechanism, rendering it impossible to transport, and time was of the essence. Even if he managed to take it, the speed of travel would be exceedingly slow. As for destruction, that was equally challenging, as this area was thickly infused with ceasefire rules, more so than during the slumber of the giant flower. He considered himself fortunate. Ultimately, he had to concede. The group departed with a sense of regret. Baiyu observed everything silently, her expression impassive, seated in a special space, lost in her thoughts. Exuding an overwhelming sense of despair. Hours passed in silence. Baiyu suddenly sensed something and lowered his gaze, only to discover that 8 cars had emerged from below. They were all individuals from Baiyujing. Initially, these people had not been brought into the core area due to their insufficient strength, relegated instead to camp outside as sentinels. To his astonishment, despite everyone having departed, there were still some who remained. These individuals finally decided to leave. It was time to commence. Rescuing the leader was paramount. That group of scoundrels showed no humanity, fleeing en masse. My life was bestowed by the chief. If I must return, so be it. The few of them stood resolutely beneath the golden square, their eyes filled with determination. As they sensed the fluctuations in the space around them, Baiyu's previously despondent eyes rekindled with hope. Chapter 70, Level 10 Truck and Unboxing. Countdown, 2 days. Distance to Peace Valley, 1,000 kilometers. So, have you all reached level 10? Lin Qing sat in the truck, observing the small town before him. A scene of utter devastation. The remains of zombies littered the ground. It had been 6 days since he left the eerie forest. For 3 days, he and his 6 companions had relentlessly scoured for materials. Even his own substantial consumption had elevated him to level 9. The others, having judiciously distributed their resources, must have reached their limits as well. Level 10 is exhilarating, akin to a sweeping raid, exclaimed Chao Gu with a laugh. He was a purveyor of purple-grade vehicles. Yet upon entering the town, he remained cautious. Now, a golden-grade truck accompanied by 5 purple-grade ones would wreak havoc in any large town. Within a 10,000-kilometer radius of Peace Valley, the abundance of materials was undeniable. I too have achieved level 10, chuckled the group leader, a casual player. He had begun his ascent from level 5, and over the span of 6 days, the group dispersed to seek out locations, converging immediately upon any discovery. Their growth was akin to a snowball effect. Henceforth, the materials in District 1 would no longer serve us. We await entry into Peace Valley, remarked the timid one. Wichaga then posed a question. What shall we do? Should we scatter? The 6 of us are quite conspicuous in Peace Valley. That is feasible. Peace Valley maintains a stable order. The Federal Patrol is a coalition of multiple nations, and none would dare cause chaos there, replied the group leader. The only caution required is to avoid attracting the attention of any unscrupulous veteran players before we enter Peace Valley. Once we cross into Peace Valley, District 1 will become a mere memory, and all will be players of District 2. However, there are those who intentionally retrace their steps, though only a few hundred kilometers. They invariably encounter newcomers, and the implications of that are self-evident. The likelihood is slim, unless they are unafraid of the patrols. The timid one was unconcerned, believing encounters to be rare. Very well, then let us divide into smaller groups. Xiao Wang, accompany me. Your bicycle makes encountering veteran players genuinely perilous, suggested the group leader. This had been previously agreed upon. Lin Qing had no objections. He aimed to swiftly gather materials to elevate his truck to level 10. Qing, good. Let us regroup in Peace Valley, Wu Chaoga chuckled. I shall ensure your truck is beautifully adorned by then. No problem, Lin Qing smiled, anticipating the considerable savings in module capacity. Farewell, partner. Qing Di, do hurry along. The group bid Lin Qing goodbye, promising to send him coordinates should they encounter any towns along the way. Woof woof. The little black dog appeared somewhat forlorn, eliciting smiles and waves from the group. Its growth had been remarkably swift, having evolved into a level 3 mutated creature in just a few days, thanks to the high-grade blood and flesh it consumed. Fortunately, it had awakened a capability to control its size. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Lin Qing to carry it while riding his motorcycle. They have all departed. Yu Shunji felt a pang of melancholy, unsure whether it was the lively atmosphere she missed or a fear of being alone with Lin Qing. Soon, they would meet. For now, he needed to gather materials. Lin Qing mounted his motorcycle and scoured the area. His speed in the first district was nothing short of spectral, uprooting many small towns along the way. The materials were rapidly accumulating. Metal, 300, 0001, 000 pounds. Plastic, 30, 100, 000 pounds. Glass, 40, 100, 000 pounds. Rubber, 5, 10, 000 pounds. Metal coins, 25, 00020, 000. The materials required for level 10 were astronomical. Lin Qing had established himself in a prime location within the first district, reaping considerable rewards whenever he encountered a small town. Brother Qing, there's a small town nearby with a drying tower. Coordinates have been sent, came the information shared by Wu Chao and the others. On the 29th day, Lin Qing finally attained level 10. You go ahead and prepare dinner. Once we finish, we shall head to Peace Valley, he said to Moon Goddess Ji. As she departed, he settled into the driver's seat and opened his attribute panel. Muscle truck, LV10, maximum speed, 400 kilometers h, unloaded, energy storage, 50. 000 units consumption, 500 units per 100 kilometers, unloaded, energy absorption rate, 1, 900 units per hour, vehicle dimensions, height 6, 5 m, length 37 m, width 5 m. Weight 185 tons, module capacity, 500-1000. Next upgrade requires access to the second district. Secondary vehicle, dark motorcycle LV10, maximum speed, 1, 000 km/h consumption, 260 units per 100 kilometers, energy recovery, 820 units per hour. Upon reaching level 10, all attributes experienced a significant surge. Now, Lin Qing had awakened his second skill, warrior skill, mastery of combat LV2, enhanced techniques that allow for easier identification of enemy weaknesses and countermeasures. Thermal warrior skill, flame warrior LV2, flames burning on the surface, inflicting severe damage in close combat. Mechanic skill, bullet creation LV2, allows for the consumption of materials to create bullets of various specifications. Extreme flame destroyer skill, flame chain LV2, amplifies flames produced by players and fire-type modules, causing a cascading collision between flames. With 2 special professions and 2 basic ones, Lin Qing had awakened 4 skills in total. The bullet creation skill was functional, allowing him to use bullets without remorse. As for his previous skills, they had automatically advanced to level 2 upon his elevation to level 10. Strength, 50, speed, 40, mentality, 40, in terms of attributes. Each had increased by 10 points. According to the leaders of the group, reaching level 11 would signify a substantial upgrade, providing ample room for further enhancements in all aspects of his vehicle. Thus, aside from the modules, Lin Qing's strength had reached its zenith in the first district. It was time to open the treasure chests. Lin Qing accessed his treasure chest list. White chests, 100, blue chests, 20, recently. He has frequently traversed the dark roads aboard his motorcycle, surrounded by a multitude of people, thus refraining from opening any treasure chests. Now, however, the moment has finally arrived. Before long, He has successfully opened all the white and blue treasure chests, accumulating a plethora of food items and modules. Remarkably, he has unearthed 3 exceptional modules, all of which were dropped by zombies. 2 of these are distortion modules, capable of altering the vehicle's form, while the other is the Will of the Corpse King module, which allows for a degree of control over zombie hordes of equal or lesser rank. The purple treasure chest has been opened successfully, yielding the module, Vine's Flood, Purple. This module can expend energy to generate an abundance of branches, if there are pre-existing plants nearby. It can directly exert control without the need for generation. It cannot control mutated wood-based creatures of a level exceeding its own by 2 ranks. Undoubtedly, this module was conjured forth by Lin Qing. He is well acquainted with its effects, were it not for the colossal flower entering a dormant state. The Vine's Flood alone could have annihilated all entities within the bizarre forest. Furthermore, for Lin Qing, this wood-based skill undeniably complements his fire attributes, creating a formidable synergy. Chapter 71, The Golden Module. Purple treasure chest opened successfully. Acquired module, Emergence of the Forest Realm, purple capable of generating a woodland area, rapidly absorbing the power of annihilation and transforming it into an energy source within 10 minutes, while also drawing energy from mutated creatures and vehicle energy, with a cooldown period of 5 hours. This is. Lin Qing's eyes widened. His energy source had reached 30,000. Yet he had never allowed himself to become complacent. During the last assault on the giant flower, his energy had been completely depleted. Furthermore, he needed to fuse it with the golden modules next, which would only increase his consumption. This module was undoubtedly of paramount importance to him, enhancing his sustainability. Stay. Continue opening chests. Module, Will of the Beast King purple. After an energy burst, it can intimidate the forest, subduing all beasts, significantly diminishing their fighting spirit, and can eliminate lower-level mutated creatures. Item, Mu Yuan Fruit Tree purple capable of generating a Mu Yuan Fruit Tree, requiring no energy source for sustenance. By irrigating it with the blood of mutated creatures, including zombies, it can bear fruit. The higher the level of the mutated creature, the better the quality of the resulting fruit. One is the tyrannical Will of the Beast King, whose effects are self-evident, ensuring that he would no longer need to worry about beasts fleeing after a beheading operation. The other brought Lin Qing immense joy. The Mu Yuan Fruit. Could this treasure left by the ancient gods truly be so magnificent? The Mu Yuan Fruit Tree possesses no combat enhancements and is not a module. Yet Lin Qing firmly believed its value was undeniably the greatest among all his purple rewards. An endlessly productive tree that could augment attributes. One could even argue it to be of golden quality, and Lin Qing would wholeheartedly agree. Life was indeed becoming increasingly hopeful. Lin Qing was filled with exhilaration. He opened the final treasure chest. Why had he never utilized his modules? It was precisely for this moment. This time. It is a high drop rate golden treasure chest, with a guaranteed golden reward after 10 attempts. The refresh capability had changed. Lin Qing's eyes sparkled, and he quickly grasped the situation. Previously, novice treasure chests predominantly yielded blue and white items, with a paltry chance for gold and purple. However, now, the chest was designed to yield purple items at a high probability and gold items at a moderate probability. The guarantee was certainly different. Well, regardless of the outcome, the golden reward was assured. Golden treasure chest opened successfully. Acquired 10,000 metal coins. Acquired item, Mu Yuan Fruit Tree, purple. A staggering 10,000 metal coins directly. The golden treasure chest was indeed extravagant. Refresh. Acquired module, Absolute Defense, purple. You've already blown yourself up twice. How can you claim absolute defense? Lin Qing silently scoffed, continuing to refresh. This time, the golden glow reminiscent of a truck burst forth once more. Acquired item, Curse of the Ancient Gods, golden capable of casting a curse, forming a special space of absolute defense that cannot be breached by powers below beta level. Within this space, vehicles and information transmission are rendered useless, and the space dissipates only after the target is confined to death. Isn't this the very place I was trapped in? Lin Qing immediately recognized it. Moreover, what sets this instance apart is that he had someone to guide him previously, yet this particular artifact, once utilized, offers no such guidance. Once unleashed, the likelihood of the adversary being ensnared within is exceedingly high. The beta level symbolizes the third zone, implying that in the second zone, this artifact equates to a ledger of life and death. Anyone who approaches is doomed. No, I must remain composed. Lin Qing suppressed the impulse to choose. After all, it is a one-time use. Once expended, nothing remains. While it indeed possesses life-saving capabilities, should his level increase, retaining this item until the end would render it rather superfluous. It would be more prudent to rely on modules, as numerous high-quality modules enhance alongside the leveling of his vehicle and can be utilized for an extended period. Finally, with a firm resolve, he declared, "Refresh. Purple reward. Refresh again." Until the 8th attempt, when a burst of golden light erupted. It was a module. In a mere glance, Lin Qing discerned the reward information. Acquired module, ceasefire command, gold function 1. Generates a radiant barrier that neutralizes all threatening attacks and objects. Function 2. Creates a ceasefire zone, spanning 1,000 meters, where all living entities are rendered incapable of physical or mental death. This is the module. Without hesitation, Lin Qing made his selection, disregarding even the minimum guarantee. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of the ceasefire command. That singular golden beam from Baiyu and him had intercepted everything effortlessly. Subsequently, within that unique space, Baiyu was utterly incapable of inflicting any harm. It defied all logic. Of course, Lin Qing understood that the module's efficacy also depended on the consumption of his energy source and the opponent's level. Nevertheless, the effects of such a premium module would undoubtedly surpass all others. If Baiyu were to survive and engage him again, a single golden beam could potentially send both projectiles and tanks soaring. Invincible. The only uncertainty lay in the consumption. Otherwise, this module could substitute for numerous skills. Consumption capacity. 1,000 consumption metal coins. 100,000. Wait, what? Lin Qing's expression shifted as he was about to merge. 1,000 in capacity? At level 10. He only possessed a total capacity of 1,000. Surely, he couldn't discard everything just to merge a premium module. And the staggering amount of metal coins. He simply couldn't afford it. The consumption is exorbitant. A purple module merely requires 50 capacity, and this is a staggering 20-fold increase. Lin Qing felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. He settled down instantly. Moreover, considering the capacity consumption, it was likely that even if the fusion succeeded, his truck might not be able to accommodate this module. Each of these purple modules consumed thousands of energy sources. With a 20-fold increase, he might barely meet the minimum requirements, and after a single deployment, the vehicle's energy reserves would be depleted to the brink. Never mind. I shall upgrade first. Lin Qing took a deep breath, reluctantly placing the module back into the system space. The other modules could now be merged. He proceeded to fuse the purple module with a premium blue module, stopping short of filling all the capacity. The Peace Valley has developed its own intricate system. Each major faction has established connections, with rest areas, entertainment zones, and commercial districts all present. There are even module shops and auctions. He intends to visit these places to procure some exceptional modules for integration. The modules from the second district are classified as enhanced modules, while those from the first district require module enhancers for upgrades. Therefore, it is unnecessary to integrate all the modules at this moment. A comparison can be made later. Once the unpacking was completed, Lin Qing brought the sapling of the wood origin fruit tree into the carriage. "Where did you get this seedling?" Moon Goddess Ji, who had just finished cooking, expressed her surprise. The green plants obtained from unboxing would be nurtured to elevate one's mood, Lin Qing casually remarked. And Moon Goddess Ji immediately thought it could be sold, or rather, returned. Even with a contract in place, his secrets could not be disclosed lightly. This was indeed a prized possession. Moon Goddess Ji, however, wore a look of astonishment. What? Lin Qing was taken aback. Is it possible that this woman recognizes it? The end world is a desolate realm, sustaining only a few types of vegetation. Otherwise, food would not be scarce. If he were to sell this item, it would undoubtedly fetch over 1,000 metal coins, yielding a substantial profit. Lin Qing's mouth twitched as he contemplated whether to slap some sense into this dimwit. The wood origin fruit tree? You want me to sell it for 1,000 metal coins? Even if you are unaware. Do you think I am in need of that sum? Just as he was lost for words, Lin Qing felt the call of the chat system. He initially thought it was his friends sending him coordinates again. However, upon opening the message, his expression turned cold. Bro, be careful. We are being targeted by the Beast God Temple. I fear I won't be able to escape. They have Gamma-level players. Don't enter the Peace Valley just yet. Chapter 72. The coercion of the Beast God Hall. The mention of the Beast God Hall prompted Lin Qing to recall the Wolf King of Equatorial Mountain. Had he not perished? How could the Beast God Hall still exist? Upon observing the chat, Moon Goddess Ji expressed her astonishment and provided an explanation. The Beast God Hall is an ancient organization, with its true leader being a formidable figure from Zone 2. It is likely that the Wolf King had affiliations with Zone 2, hence the name. Moreover, the members of the Beast God Hall in Zone 1 certainly did not meet their demise. Similar to our symbiotic alliance, they must have left some individuals outside. It is probable that the Wolf King has already divulged your whereabouts. Lin Qing began to comprehend the situation. Prior to the fallout at Equatorial Mountain, it was certain that the Wolf King and his companions had communicated with the outside world. Now, it appeared that the Beast God Hall from Zone 2 had set its sights on him and his group. At that moment, Sanqing noticed a multitude of messages mentioning him. Fox, Sanqing, your friend is already in our grasp. If you wish to rescue him, add me as a friend, and I shall provide you with the location, accompanied by an image. Sanqing narrowed his eyes and opened the image, revealing a bloody severed arm before him. This is... Moon Goddess Ji gasped, her complexion paling. The remnants of clothing on the severed arm made it evident that it belonged to Brother Wachao. Damn it! Sanqing was instantly engulfed in rage. He knew that Brother Wachao would not betray him. Otherwise, he would not have sent a warning in times of peril. The fact that he was reaching out to Sanqing and the group hinted that, apart from animosity, it was Sanqing's strength that had attracted the Beast God Hall's interception, a person who had reaped significant rewards at Equatorial Mountain. Whether it be potential special occupational transfer certificates or various modules, would certainly incite desire. Brother Wachao might have merely been an unfortunate victim, while the true target of the Beast God Hall was undoubtedly himself. Was there truly no one to address this? Sanqing glanced at Moon Goddess Ji, recalling the federal enforcers within Peace Valley. Such actions were prohibited in Peace Valley, and the federal personnel would not allow individuals from Zone 2 to intercept. This was a protective measure for newcomers. However, if animosity was involved, it was an entirely different matter. Moon Goddess Ji hurriedly clarified. All right, I understand. Sanqing took a deep breath, calming his emotions somewhat, and proactively added the individual as a friend. Do not act impulsively. The individuals from Zone 2 are exceptionally strong, and even you would find it challenging to cope, Moon Goddess Ji quickly advised. Nevertheless, Sanqing established contact with the members of the Beast God Hall. Fox, Sanqing, I never anticipated I could obtain your contact information this way. You are a figure of great fear in Zone 1. A series of sarcastic messages ensued. Sanqing, spare me the pleasantries. What do you want? Fox. Sanqing, you truly value loyalty. No wonder your friend refuses to divulge information despite severe interrogation. Our demands are quite simple. A special occupational transfer certificate and a purple-grade vehicle, and we shall release him. Sanqing, how can you be so certain that I possess a transfer certificate and a purple-grade vehicle? Fox, haha, in the Equatorial Mountains. Many have obtained the transfer certificates, such as the Wolf King of our organization, yet only a few of you have emerged. This speaks volumes. This time, we merely wish to reclaim what is rightfully ours. After the transaction, we promise not to trouble you. Reclaim what is yours? Upon hearing the brazen words of the fox, Sanqing could not help but let out a cold laugh. Sanqing, where are you? I will bring it to you. Fox, as expected of the brave Sanqing. Do you wish to meet for the exchange? Very well, I shall send you the location, but let me make it clear, only one person is permitted to come. Should we see a second vehicle, we will tear up the agreement on the spot. Distance to the location, 200 kilometers. Moon Goddess Ji voiced her concern. Are you truly going? The strength of the Beast God Palace cannot be underestimated. Their leader is already a Gamma Level 5 powerhouse. Do you believe the Beast God Palace will mobilize their entire force? Sanqing countered. What makes you think the Beast God Palace would act en masse? Moon Goddess Ji pondered for a moment before shaking her head. That is unlikely. The Beast God Palace has at least 1,000 members. If they were to take significant action, I fear that all factions within Peace Valley would take notice, which would be detrimental to their plans, not to mention unnecessary. Sanqing shared her sentiment. Killing and robbing treasures, and daring to voice such intentions in the chat system of District 1 was already quite ostentatious. He did not believe he could command the attention of the Beast God Palace to the extent that they would mobilize a large force. Group leader of the rascals, Sanqing. What is going on? Has Brother Wachao been captured? Coconut. I saw it. These guys are truly despicable. What should we do? Do you want me to help? Coward. Hold on. Let us gather more information first. I suspect they have set their sights on Sanqing's resources. The members of the small group noticed the messages in the chat and began to respond, expressing their willingness to assist. They had all reached Peace Valley by now. Sanqing, you need not come. Just help me find out how many people they have brought this time. Group leader of the rascals, leave this matter to me. As Sanqing awaited information, he turned the vehicle towards the given coordinates. Brother Wachao would be saved. The adversaries were already close to Peace Valley. But he had turned back, sacrificing 20 years of his lifespan to help him break the seal. Sanqing remembered this debt of gratitude vividly, for he was a man who valued such ties deeply. Furthermore, the Beast God Palace had originally targeted him, even without Brother Wachao. They would not let Sanqing escape their clutches. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to take a look. If the situation became unmanageable, he would flee. However, During the ensuing time, he would annihilate every member of the Beast God Palace. Lin Qing's voice became calm, yet it sent a chill through Moon Goddess Ji. It was a cold dread for the Beast God Palace. Although Lin Qing's current level was insufficient, she held no doubt regarding his potential. A person capable of consolidating all resources in the Equatorial Mountains and even driving away ancient gods, who held the upper hand before another golden vehicle, had an immeasurable future ahead of him. The unruly one. I've discovered that someone saw the Leopard King leave Peace Valley 2 days ago with a dozen companions. Of this group, only the Leopard King is of Gamma Level 3, a distinguished owner of a purple tier vehicle, possessing a plethora of modules. His strength should not be underestimated. Shall I accompany you? Sanqing. No need. I am already en route. This matter will not conclude so easily. There is no need for you to expose yourselves on my account. The unruly one. That is not how it works. I have already considered you all as brothers. I recognize that fellow, and the Beast God Temple will likewise become my adversary. Coconut, I can also join you. Coward, if you're fighting, don't leave me out. Are we still brothers? Little Wang, though I may be weak, I shall not shrink back from your affairs. Lin Qing felt a warmth in his heart. However, he truly did not wish for others to intervene. There exists a significant disparity in levels between Zone 1 and Zone 2. Even if the unruly one and his crew arrived, their assistance would be limited. If the group had their own backing and could resolve matters through other means, he would certainly not refuse. Yet, the absence of such mention indicated that the situation was undoubtedly more complex. Sanqing. This time, I alone will suffice. It's the perfect opportunity to test the new modules. Seeing Lin Qing's resolute stance, the others could only relent. Lin Qing then reopened the module panel and began the fusion process. Moments later, his capacity of 1,000 was completely filled. The vehicle shimmered with light before transforming into a dark motorcycle, racing away at full speed. Chapter 73, All Must Perish. In a small town, several vehicles were gathered. A young man wore a cruel smile. So, you think the 3 cleans will actually come? The man, known as Wokeo, appeared disheveled, blood streaming from his arms, the RV behind him severely battered, his breath weak and labored. Cough. I hope they don't arrive. There will come a day you all regret this, he retorted, coughing up blood, yet speaking with fierce determination. Just a Delta player. Any member from the Beast God Temple could easily overpower him, let alone our leader, the Leopard King, Fox scoffed. Among the dozen members of the Beast God Temple, a red-haired Caucasian exuded the strongest presence, sitting coldly atop a truck. The Beast God Temple does not guarantee absolute strength, even without the 3 cleans. You will still regret your actions today, Wokeo declared, his eyes filled with hatred. The seer may have some background, but the forces in the in-world are intricate. Even if there are veteran players around, it does not mean they would confront an organization for an individual, Fox remarked lightly. Merely a seer. Anyone from the 2nd District returning to Earth could be deemed a seer by those around them. They truly do not concern us. Moreover, who says the Beast God Temple lacks a more formidable backing? The Leopard King descended, wielding a heavy machine gun, emanating an aura of ironclad resolve. Issuing his final warning, we have broadcasted our location. If the 3 cleans do not arrive within 5 hours, your life will come to an end. Speak all that you know, and we may spare you. After Wokeo was captured, they had employed various methods, but even enduring the agony of a severed arm, he remained silent, much to the Leopard King's discontent. Wokeo's face tightened, refusing to utter a word. You may be a tough man, but the 3 cleans may not be. Perhaps they have long since fled to Peace Valley. Are you truly willing to risk your life to protect the secret of someone you've known for less than a month? The Leopard King appeared ruthless. Yet his heart was intricate, not underestimating the situation, keen to extract information about Lin Qing. However, Wokeo slowly closed his eyes, offering no response. Very well. We shall wait and see. I am curious to discover whether your perseverance holds any significance, the Leopard King sighed. At that moment, the roar of a motorcycle echoed from the distance, capturing everyone's attention. A sleek black motorcycle sped toward them at an astonishing pace. Is it him? The Leopard King's eyes brightened. Certainly, that bike belongs to the Wolf King. Fox, a player from the 1st District, recognized it instantly. Wokeo's body trembled. His eyes reddening at the sight of the familiar face in the distance, a blend of joy and worry flooding his heart. On one hand, he felt his determination was validated. On the other, he feared for Lin Qing's safety. Despite his disdain for the Leopard King, he could not deny the man's Gamma Level 3 prowess. Should we take action? Someone whispered. A glimmer of greed flashed in the Leopard King's eyes. Should he acquire the job transfer certificate, his status within the Beast God Temple could be elevated directly beneath that of the Lion King. There was no need to rush. The Leopard King resolved. His speed was so swift that if an escape were to occur, even he might struggle to pursue. It was best to let the approaching figure come closer first. Undoubtedly, it was Lin Qing. Clad in basic protective gear, the skill shield on his motorcycle was already activated. With Moon Goddess and the little black dog seated behind him, he halted several hundred meters away. Are you Sanqing? Since you dare to come, why not approach? The Leopard King's voice boomed through the car's built-in loudspeaker. Lin Qing surveyed the crowd. With his heightened senses, there was not the slightest blurriness to his vision. Even from hundreds of meters away, he immediately noticed the figure of Brother Hua, lying on the ground and gently shaking his head, seemingly urging him to leave quickly. Lin Qing took a deep breath, his expression growing increasingly cold. Wasn't this a transaction? Release the hostages, and I will come over. He no longer possessed the ability to leave on his own. The fox replied with disdain. Upon seeing Lin Qing's purple-tier motorcycle, he relaxed. Once Lin Qing stepped into their encirclement, his demise would be inevitable. After all, he possessed a Gamma-level purple module. Even in Zone 2, he was a formidable opponent. Utterly dismissing the notion that a novice's purple vehicle could stir any waves in his presence. If I come over, won't I be surrounded? Lin Qing feigned hesitation. Fear not. We only seek the job transfer certificate and your purple motorcycle. As long as you do not resist, there is no need for us to resort to unnecessary measures. The fox shrugged his shoulders, then his tone suddenly turned icy. Moreover, you have no choice in the matter, unless you wish to forsake your friends. I can present the job transfer module in advance if you send my friend over. Lin Qing still appeared reluctant to approach, pulling a token from his possession that shimmered under the sun. Upon seeing the token, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, a job transfer certificate existed. A flicker of wild joy crossed the Leopard King's steely visage. Yet, he soon revealed a sinister amusement. No, you must come in person. The fox speaks true. You have no choice. Lin Qing hesitated, ultimately exhaling a resigned sigh. Very well, I hope you will uphold your end of the bargain. Otherwise, even if I have to self-destruct, I will not allow you to succeed. The Leopard King scoffed. If self-destruction were effective, Brother Hua would have done so long ago. The depths of Zone 2 are beyond your comprehension as a newcomer. Once Lin Qing enters, he would be like fish on a chopping board, with no chance of escape. The motorcycle revved to life, and Lin Qing approached at a measured pace, surveying his surroundings with utmost caution. The members of the Beast God Temple, witnessing this, wore expressions of increasing contempt. Some even cast their gaze upon the Moon Goddess and the little black dog. Such exquisite beauty was a rarity, and the little black dog, as a recognizable mutated creature, held considerable value as well. Everyone believed they had Lin Qing firmly in their grasp, save for the fox, who sensed an unusual undertone in the air. King of Leopards, could this be too smooth? The fox couldn't help but express his doubts. Given the extraordinary capabilities of this individual, he entertained the notion that he might very well be a legendary class. Ever since the demise of the Wolf King, he had remained exceedingly cautious, treating the Sanqing as a hypothetical adversary. In his perspective, the strength of Sanqing was undoubtedly formidable. How could he so effortlessly penetrate their encirclement? What are you pondering? A legendary class? Even a gold-tier vehicle owner might not be capable of such trials, the King of Leopards retorted, regarding the fox as though he were simple-minded. He's merely a purple-tier vehicle owner. How powerful could he truly be? Initially, the King of Leopards held some reservations regarding Lin Qing's prowess, but upon witnessing the vehicle behind him, his concerns dissipated. However, the fox still sensed something amiss. At that moment, Lin Qing arrived in his vehicle. You may disembark, the King of Leopards sneered. At this juncture, Lin Qing appeared to him no different from a corpse. All right, Lin Qing complied, dismounting the motorcycle with the Moon Goddess Ji and the little black dog, approaching Wichaoge. Can you hold on? Wichaoge nodded, tears of excitement welling in his eyes. Thank goodness. Qing, you shouldn't have come. Everything is fine for now. It's going smoothly. Smoothly? The King of Leopards and his companions exchanged bewildered glances. The rhythm of the situation was entirely dictated by them. How could it be described as smooth? Only the fox sensed the urgency. Be cautious. Act quickly. Everyone reacted with swiftness, raising their weapons and pulling the triggers. At that very moment, the motorcycle that had been parked vanished into thin air. A wall of steel materialized behind Lin Qing and his companions. All the bullets were deflected away. In the next instant, a massive muscle truck appeared with an unparalleled force, stirring dust and resonating with metallic roars. Lin Qing gazed down upon the crowd from behind the glass window. Today, all of you shall perish. Chapter 74, Kill. The plan proceeded with remarkable efficiency. Lin Qing's greatest concern had always been the possibility of a distant skirmish between the two factions. Thus, he opted to ride a motorcycle. Upon realizing that he was riding a purple-grade motorcycle, the members of the Beast God Temple indeed relaxed their vigilance, fearing he might flee, and thus sought to ensnare him. Lin Qing feigned reluctance to further deceive the enemy, gradually approaching as per their demands. The moment he neared the truck of the sleeper, the rescue plan was deemed successful. Virum. The roar of the engine echoed, and the muscular truck loomed ominously. A radiant glow emanated from it, as the power of the modules was accumulating. How is this possible? A gold-grade vehicle. The expressions of the Beast God Temple members shifted dramatically, utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. The Leopard King was equally astonished, but soon, this astonishment was overshadowed by greed. A gold-grade vehicle. In this apocalyptic world, it had always been highly sought after yet unattainable. It was worth countless times more than both the job transfer certificates and purple-grade vehicles combined. He had thought the value of this newcomer would yield substantial profit. But this unexpected surprise was beyond his wildest dreams. Quickly, take action. If we eliminate him, everyone stands to gain immense rewards. The Leopard King's eyes burned crimson as he leaped into the vehicle. In the next moment, a barrage of various attribute attacks surged towards the truck from all directions. Lin Qing remained unfazed. Since the vehicle change, his module abilities had already been activated. A transparent energy shield materialized out of thin air, successfully intercepting all assaults. Lin Qing assessed the metallic energy barrier. During this wave of attacks, only 60 of the energy was expended. A cold smile crept across his face. Is that all the damage I can expect? The truck blazed a brilliant red, engulfed in fierce flames. The incinerating heat wave, a lethal weapon, was unleashed instantaneously. After reaching level 10, Lin Qing had once again fused some fire-type modules. The intensity of the flames now surpassed that of his battle against the Titan, reaching a staggering 650 degrees. This extreme temperature was nothing short of deadly. The shockwave generated by the heat caused cracks to appear in the surrounding structures. The glass on the vehicles of the Beast God Temple shattered in an instant. The suffocating heat, mingling with the spontaneously igniting flames, invaded their airways, causing them to gasp in agony. Indeed, he possesses a purple-grade module. The Leopard King, with a cold demeanor, showed little emotion at the deaths of his comrades, remaining entirely unperturbed. A gold-grade vehicle, even without fully developed capabilities, could unleash such power, though exaggerated. It fell within the realm of possibility, especially considering the wealth amassed by those who had explored the ruins. The Leopard King's level 3 Gamma truck was indeed extraordinary, boasting remarkable defenses that withstood the onslaught. Enduring the rising temperature of the vehicle, he activated his purple-grade module. In an instant, a tempest roared, sweeping away all flames and heat with a ferocious wind. Aha! My module harnesses the power of wind. Your thermal energy is utterly futile against me. The Leopard King laughed heartily. The gale stirred up clouds of dust, coalescing into a torrent of slicing wind blades that descended upon Lin Qing's truck like a torrential downpour. The surrounding structures appeared as fragile as clay in the face of the wind blades. If you were of the Gamma grade, I would undoubtedly suffer a significant loss this time. However, you are merely a newcomer of the Delta grade, your module unenhanced, even with the finest vehicle. The outcome is already predetermined. After the second district, modules can be upgraded through a certain special substance. The power before and after such enhancement is simply incomparable. This is the source of Leopard King's confidence. The might of the wind-based module overwhelms Lin Qing's fire-based module with an almost crushing force. In Leopard King's eyes, this is already the full extent of Lin Qing's capabilities. Even if stronger, possessing 2 purple-grade modules is already the pinnacle of configuration. A barrage of wind blades struck, causing the metallic energy shield to shatter abruptly, subsequently slicing into the truck, leaving numerous gashes and rapidly deteriorating its integrity. What to do? Moon Goddess Ji's voice was urgent, clearly flustered. The Leopard King was evidently the leader of the Beast God Hall, and his strength was indeed astonishing. Lin Qing remained composed, reactivating the metallic energy shield to intercept the wind blades. It is meaningless. Even if you are of the gold grade, your energy source cannot surpass mine. Leopard King asserted confidently, his energy reserves having reached 50,000, rendering him unafraid of a war of attrition. Is that so? Lin Qing retorted with a cold smile. In the next moment, endless vines surged forth from the ground, intertwined with moist earth, directly penetrating several vehicles of the Beast God Hall and assaulting the Leopard King. Another purple-grade module? The Leopard King was taken aback. While his vehicle's defenses were formidable, he had no desire to withstand such power head-on and quickly maneuvered to evade. Yet soon, he was utterly astonished. Unbeknownst to him, a verdant aura had enveloped Lin Qing's vehicle, with tender shoots breaking through the soil, visibly growing at an astonishing rate. An immense amount of terminal power coalesced, flooding into Lin Qing's truck. An energy recovery module? The Leopard King's eyes widened. How could this be? A defensive module? An energy recovery module, a fire-based module, and a wood-based module. This amounted to 4 purple-grade modules. His heart raced with excitement. Yet he could not ignore the palpable pressure mounting within him. Just as he prepared to summon more wind blades, he suddenly sensed a profound energy fluctuation. To his shock, he noticed a turret materializing atop Lin Qing's vehicle, an immense amount of energy accumulating within its barrel, creating ripples of power. A metallic heavy artillery? The Leopard King's expression shifted dramatically, a wave of terror surging from within. Maximizing energy output, all speed-related modules activated, and the vehicle surged forward, attempting to escape the metallic heavy artillery. However, Lin Qing's combat domain had already fully unfolded. Dense roots and vines had unexpectedly emerged from beneath the Leopard King's vehicle, lifting it entirely off the ground. No matter how great his momentum, he found himself immobilized at that moment. The Leopard King was engulfed in terror. Activating the purple-grade wind module, fierce winds rose, and enormous wind blades sliced through the vines in a desperate attempt to break free. There is no escape. Lin Qing's eyes were icy. The energy source within the vehicle rapidly depleted, conjuring more vines that, after the Leopard King had severed part of them, continued to surge forth, binding him tightly. Wait! The Leopard King was utterly panicked, exclaiming loudly, "I am the guardian of the Beast God Temple. You cannot kill me. Should you take my life? You will become the true enemy of the Beast God Temple. Spare me, and let me leave. Let this matter end here. I shall never trouble you again." However, Lin Qing's expression remained unchanged. What responded to him was a projectile imbued with potent energy. Boom! The explosion reverberated, obliterating numerous vines inch by inch. The originally entwined purple vehicle was contorted and deformed by an insurmountable force, suffering damage and melting. When the dust settled, this formidable Gamma Level 3 automobile had transformed into a mere heap of scrap metal. Inside, the Leopard King was instantaneously vaporized amidst the metallic cannon fire. Chapter 75, Undercurrents Surging. Hazing 1. The Moon Goddess Ji found it hard to believe. A Gamma Level 3 purple vehicle powerhouse has fallen just like that? What left her even more astonished was that she had always been by Lin Qing's side, yet he had grown formidable to such an extent unbeknownst to her. It's done. Lin Qing exhaled a sigh of relief. Energy source, 1,030,000. This battle appeared deceptively simple, yet it was fraught with peril. Even with the energy recovery module, his short-term explosive power nearly depleted the energy source entirely. Gamma level indeed was extraordinary. The Leopard King's vehicle boasted astonishing defenses, and the module had undergone upgrades. Had it not been for the metallic heavy artillery and the entrapment of the vine torrent, it would have been nearly impossible to confront the Leopard King. However, judging by the outcome, Lin Qing emerged victorious, and in an almost flawless manner. The scene was chaotic, with the surrounding structures mostly in ruins. Almost all of the Beast God Temple's dozen or so members were annihilated. Even if there were survivors, they were rendered incapacitated, barely clinging to life within their vehicles. Lin Qing drove around, ensuring the remaining individuals were sent on their way. Upon reaching a level 10 blue vehicle, his movement slowed. This vehicle belonged to the fox. Spare me. It was the Leopard King who forced me. I beg you. The fox, bloodied and barely breathing, was on the brink of death. Fear not. I am rather merciful, Lin Qing replied, recalling the photo the fox had sent him. Was it you who severed Brother Wa's arm? It wasn't me, truly not. I merely came along with them. The fox attempted to defend himself. Yet, Lin Qing stepped out of the vehicle and swiftly severed his left arm with a blade. Despite being gravely injured, the agony of losing his limb elicited a scream from the fox. Lin Qing remained deaf to his cries, continuing the onslaught. The right arm, the left leg, the right leg. Finally, he decapitated the fox. Brother was fading. Just then, a cry of alarm came from the Moon Goddess Ji. Lin Qing's expression shifted, and he hurried into the truck. Brother was bound with numerous bandages, having been staunched from bleeding, and he had already lost too much blood, his complexion pale. Qing. Brother called as Lin Qing entered. Hang in there. I'm taking you out, Lin Qing said, his face grim. He could tell Brother was on the verge of death. I can't hold on. Brother grimaced. I thought being a prophet, with a special profession, and the purple vehicle you gifted me would ensure a bright future, yet here I am facing death. Don't worry, I'll find a way. Lin Qing activated the light screen to contact the group leader of the rogues, hoping to procure some special healing potions. The second district was known for its array of healing elixirs, and even treasure chests could yield them. Surely they could be obtained. It's futile. The second district cannot trade with those from the first district. With a sense of urgency, Wachaogu halted Lin Qing's actions, urging him. You must carry on in my stead. Please avoid provoking the people of the Beast God Temple. Their background is formidable. My brother is named Qinyan. Find him, and he shall avenge me. Lin Qing inhaled deeply, unwilling to heed Wachao Ji's final words. He turned to Yu Shenji, asking, Is there any way to stabilize his injuries? Yu Shenji, her face etched with worry, shook her head vigorously. I have nothing. Wait, I am only at level 4, without even a profession. How can I assist him? Taken aback by her words, Lin Qing suddenly had an idea and quickly reassured Wachaoge, brother, hold on for just 1 minute. As long as you endure, there is hope for your recovery. With that, he disregarded Wachaoge's plight and seized Yu Xinji, leaping from the vehicle. They hastened to claim a car, transforming it into a medical facility. Initially bewildered, Yu Xinji's eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, once I change my profession, my skills as a healer might just save him. No time for chatter, hurry. Lin Qing's urgent tone did not escape her notice. She understood the gravity of the moment. Having received much care from Wachaoge before their separation, she was determined to save him. She dashed to a nearby fox-themed vehicle. Within 10 seconds, she completed the necessary transformations. She had ascended to the rank of a healer, achieving level 10 in one swift motion, awakening 2 skills simultaneously. Do you have any suitable abilities? Lin Qing inquired. There is a blood enhancement skill that might stabilize him, but it would be best to find resources that can replenish his energy. He has lost too much blood, Yu Xinji explained. With her prior knowledge of medical principles, her skills had improved drastically as a healer, and her new abilities were perfectly aligned with Wachaoge's injuries. However, the severity of his wounds left her feeling uncertain. You go ahead. I will figure something out, Lin Qing declared, opting not to board the vehicle but instead racing through his thoughts. Apart from his weapons and modules, he possessed only basic supplies and food, nothing of immediate use. The Mu Yuan fruit tree, still in its growth phase, required the flesh and blood of mutated creatures to ripen. Otherwise, a single Mu Yuan fruit, capable of enhancing vitality, would be invaluable. Blood and flesh. Lin Qing's gaze fell upon the lifeless bodies strewn across the scene, a spark igniting within him. The Mu Yuan fruit tree required blood and flesh, and humans could certainly provide that. Yet, the disparity in vitality between humans and mutated creatures was significant. With 13 bodies present, he was uncertain whether his endeavor would succeed. Let us give it a try. One by one, Lin Qing opened the car doors, dragging the bodies out. The small black dog leaped from the truck and, upon witnessing Lin Qing's actions, grew larger, grabbing hold of a body in pursuit of Lin Qing. He opened the truck's cargo compartment, retrieving the Mu Yuan fruit tree and planting it into the ground. Subsequently, he cast each body beside the tree, including 2 level 7 jungle mutated wolves, once intended as sustenance for the black dog, now serving a crucial purpose. He settled into a patient wait. The wooden fruit tree rapidly emanated a shimmering green aura, as the surrounding corpses unexpectedly emitted flickering green specks, which converged towards the tree. With the tree's absorption, these bodies swiftly desiccated, transforming into mere skin stretched over bones within mere seconds. Meanwhile, the wooden fruit tree flourished, becoming increasingly verdant and robust. It quickly blossomed, ultimately yielding a fruit. The unfolding transformations sent a chill down Lin Qing's spine. The wooden fruit tree appeared exceedingly eerie, yet fortunately, it was Lin Qing's own artifact. However, it remained unfamiliar territory. Lin Qing furrowed his brow. The newly formed fruit was noticeably smaller than expected, leaving him uncertain of its efficacy. Just as he resolved to take a leap of faith, Xiaohei stepped forward and bit into its own forepaw, causing a copious amount of blood to gush forth. Xiaohei, Lin Qing exclaimed, astonished by the creature's voluntary blood donation. He soon noticed that as Xiaohei's blood mingled, the wooden fruit trembled gently and expanded in size, finally reaching maturity, though Xiaohei's vitality diminished significantly in the process. Well done, Lin Qing exclaimed, embracing Xiaohei before plucking the fruit and presenting it at the car window. Wachaoge was already on the brink of unconsciousness. Lin Qing, undeterred, pried open Wachaoge's mouth with one hand while carefully administering the wooden fruit with the other, allowing the verdant liquid to drip into Wachaoge's mouth. Is this the wooden fruit you all consumed earlier? Moon Goddess Ji exclaimed joyfully. With this, Wachaoge is surely saved. Observing the gradual return of color to Wachaoge's face and the stabilization of his breathing, Lin Qing finally felt a sense of relief. Chapter 76. Is he going to drive a train? Finished. Qingzi, there's trouble at the Beast God Temple. It's said that the Guardian and a dozen members suddenly died. The news is spreading quickly in Peace Valley. How are things on your end? Coward, are you all right? Messages flooded the group. The chat system was activated, and the demise of the Leopard King was swiftly discovered. Coupled with the information from the Beast God Temple circulating in District 1, it wouldn't be long before others connected the dots. 3 pure ones. It's handled. I managed to rescue Brother Wow, but he's injured quite severely. Finished. Damn it. These scoundrels will eventually pay the price. Coward, indeed. I've also rallied people. We all have our connections. The group seethed with indignation. After days of camaraderie, they had come to hold Brother Wow in high esteem. Learning of his grave injuries, they turned their animosity towards the Beast God Temple. Coward, however, let us focus on the present. The Beast God Temple must be aware of the Leopard King's movements. Now that he is dead, they will surely think of you. But I've already contacted the Federal Patrol. For the time being, they won't allow anyone from the Beast God Temple to enter District 1. You can come over without worrying about safety. Finished. Exactly. Peace Valley is absolutely secure. Just remain vigilant on your way here. I suspect they might know about your prized vehicle. Even with the Patrol's warning, they won't give up easily. Exercise caution, and we will discuss further upon meeting. All right. Lin Qing replied succinctly before closing the chat system. Whether the Beast God Temple was aware or not was inconsequential. His prized vehicle was no longer his only trump card. By enhancing the module capacity and integrating the premium module, his combat prowess would surge dramatically. Furthermore, attaining Gamma level and upgrading the module would yield a qualitative leap in all aspects of his abilities. Soon, it would be revealed who was truly watching whom. Lin Qing resolved firmly. He disembarked the vehicle, preparing to absorb the Gamma level vehicles present. Such products, exclusive to District 2, would undoubtedly elevate his rank. Acquired metal, 50,000 pounds. The vehicles from District 2 were constructed from superior materials. Each could yield approximately 5,000 units of resources. And this was merely at Gamma level 1. One could only imagine the richness of the resources to come. He meticulously stripped the modules, including those from the Leopard King's premium vehicle. Naturally, he absorbed the vehicle belonging to Moon Goddess as well. She bore no ill will. In fact, she was rather pleased. These days, she had grown accustomed to being in Lin Qing's vehicle. The presence of a District 1 vehicle was inconsequential. Observing the premium vehicles of Brother Wao and the Leopard King, Lin Qing called out, "Retrieve 2 tow ropes from the vehicle. Aren't you planning to leave it in the car?" Moon Goddess inquired, surprised. "Perhaps the Beast God Temple's people are already waiting for me at the entrance of Peace Valley. Concealing it serves no purpose. Riding in on a motorcycle and then conjuring a vehicle out of thin air in Peace Valley is merely an exercise in futility. This little bit is trivial to reveal." All right. Moon Goddess complied obediently. Once everything was prepared, Lin Qing placed Wu Chao Gu inside his camper, accompanied by Yu Shinji and the little black dog. He mounted his dark motorcycle, towing 2 derelict vehicles, and departed with a flourish. Before them lay a vast valley, surrounded by lush flora and verdant trees. A stark contrast to the desolate end of the world, resembling an oasis in a desert, brimming with the essence of life. Within, the thoroughfares bustled with activity. An abundance of commerce flourishing amidst a skyline of closely packed edifices, creating a semblance of urban life. At the valley's entrance, a multitude of vehicles was stationed. A row of individuals clad in black, armed and stern-faced, maintained order and conducted registrations. Occasionally, newcomers would appear, overwhelmed by emotion upon witnessing the peace of the valley. Some bursting into tears. Surrounding them were players of various ethnicities and attire, observing and relishing the newcomers' reactions. This was merely the dawn of the apocalypse. This batch is lacking. They're nearing the end, with only 1,000 newcomers, while our cohort boasted 3,000 survivors, one remarked. The challengers from my period surpassed this one. But I've heard whispers of a formidable individual in this round, a singular force that obliterated 2 respectable newcomer organizations and passed the relic assessment, attaining a special class. Lin Qing's remarkable achievements had garnered much attention. Whenever anyone inquired about newcomers in District 1, the name Sanqing would inevitably surface. There was simply no way to remain inconspicuous. You're speaking of that Sanqing, aren't you? Indeed, he is extraordinary, but to unleash the full potential of a special class, one must reach at least level 20. Only then can he imbue vehicles with professional characteristics. As it stands, his survival remains uncertain, someone remarked with a hint of bitterness. The latest news reveals that the Leopard King met his demise while attempting to ambush a certain talent. The Beast God Temple sought to intervene, but was thwarted by the Federation. Can you guess who was responsible for the Leopard King's downfall? A hint. One of the organizations obliterated by Sanqing was the Beast God Temple. Those who managed to reach District 2 were hardly naive. Their instincts were sharp. And even the slightest disturbance could lead to profound realizations. Yet, the news was so shocking that it bordered on disbelief. No way. The Leopard King was a Gamma Level 3 expert, and he fell at the hands of a newcomer in District 1? Who knows? What is certain is that Sanqing won't return home easily. This time, many significant organizations have sent representatives, including someone from the Federation, all waiting for Sanqing. It's impossible to compare. Some individuals, upon entering District 2, instantly become the center of attention. As they spoke, a collective awareness swept through the crowd. They turned their gaze forward, only to witness a motorcycle speeding towards them through a cloud of dust. As the figure became clearer, eyes widened in astonishment. Jaws agape as if ready to swallow an egg whole. What is that? My heavens. Am I seeing things? 3 purple tier vehicles? Who is this person? Is he about to drive a train? The commotion of the crowd quickly drew the attention of those stationed in nearby tents, the representatives of large organizations stepping forth, bewildered by the unfolding scene. Yet in the next moment, as they beheld the sight beyond Peace Valley, they were momentarily rendered speechless. What is this? Many among them were not ignorant. They had seen individuals dragging others' purple-tier vehicles into District 2 for profit. However, witnessing a single person hauling 2 vehicles was a rarity in Peace Valley. Wait, one of those vehicles seems somewhat familiar. Amidst the crowd, a middle-aged man clad in black exhibited a stern demeanor. His square face emanated an aura of unyielding resolve. His sharp eyes, akin to those of a tiger, were fixated upon the approaching figures. It was beyond doubt that the one nearing Peace Valley was none other than Lin Qing. Chapter 77. Are you a legendary class? You have entered the Peace Valley area. The first district mission has concluded perfectly. Within Peace Valley, you are unaffected by the forces of the apocalypse and may exit your vehicle at any time. In the second district, the radiation from the apocalypse intensifies. Vehicles absorb energy at an accelerated rate, and the restriction on vehicle departure reverts to 2 hours. Gazing at the urban landscape nestled within the valley, Lin Qing felt a profound sense of awe. Peace Valley had burgeoned into a substantial haven, serving as a refuge for all players from the second district. A fact that was undeniably true. As for the onlookers, Lin Qing merely cast a cursory glance, dismissing them from his mind. As Lin Qing approached, a figure clad in black swiftly approached him, bearing an expression of indescribable astonishment. Greetings, we are the Federal Patrol. Congratulations on surviving the apocalypse. Please follow me for registration. Lin Qing had anticipated this encounter and did not resist. Of course, but I have a comrade in need of medical attention. He gestured towards the vehicle of Moon Goddess. The black-clad man nodded in understanding. Leave this to us. As a newcomer entering Peace Valley for the first time, our Federation offers assistance without discrimination. He issued a command. And immediately, 2 physicians in white coats departed the group, making their way to Moon Goddess's vehicle. Is it that serious? Quickly, provide a blood pack. Upon seeing Chao Gu being taken away, Lin Qing exhaled in relief. He followed the black-clad man, bringing Moon Goddess along. We need to register your names, player IDs, and vehicle information. You are aware of the decorum in the apocalypse, but our Federation's duty is to maintain order. We hope for your cooperation, explained a young man at the registration desk, regarding Lin Qing with a look akin to that reserved for a monster. Moon Goddess, blue-tier vehicle, ID 2100011. Lin Qing noted that Moon Goddess's ID differed significantly from his own, a fact he had already come to understand. Upon death, ID codes are reassigned to newcomers, serving merely as a means of identification without substantial significance. Sanqing, purple-tier motorcycle, ID 1800871. As soon as Lin Qing's words fell, a commotion erupted around them. It really is him. This is unbelievable. 5 purple-tier vehicles. I wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing. I see the vehicle of Leopard King indeed. He brought it in so brazenly. Is he preparing to confront the Beast God Temple head-on? Among the crowd were members of the Beast God Temple, their eyes narrowing as they glared at Leopard King's vehicle. One individual stepped forward. Sanqing, that vehicle belongs to our organization. It must be returned to us. The man was a towering figure, his voice exuding an undeniable authority. It was Lion King, the leader of the Beast God Temple, a formidable Gamma-level powerhouse. Someone in the crowd identified him. Lin Qing turned, unfazed by Lion King's expression, and retorted with a cold smile. Are you going to explain how that vehicle came into my possession? This is irrelevant to me, but no one shall take what belongs to us. Otherwise, you shall face consequences beyond your endurance, Lion King replied icily. Then let us see what unfolds. Lin Qing shook his head, showing no sign of retreat. Ah, indeed. A formidable figure from the first district, possessing quite the audacity. I am curious, how did he manage to eliminate the Leopard King? Murmurs the crowd around. The Lion King was about to respond when a deep voice interjected, Lion King. I distinctly recall stating that no one is permitted to step beyond the entrance of Peace Valley in the first district without prior authorization. At this declaration, the surrounding chatter abruptly ceased. The Lion King's expression shifted, and he swiftly turned around. The speaker was none other than the imposing figure of the middle-aged man in black, exuding an aura of authority. Team leader Zhang. The Lion King stammered, clearly apprehensive of this man, eager to offer an explanation. Team leader Zhang cast a penetrating gaze at him, the mere intensity of his stare causing the Lion King to involuntarily take a step back. This shall be your last warning. Upon hearing this, the Lion King exhaled in relief, retreating into the crowd, casting one last menacing glance at Lin Qing. Lin Qing merely chuckled lightly, disinterested in engaging in a battle of glares. Instead, he turned his attention to team leader Zhang, whose gaze now fell upon him. Imbued with an inherent authority that instilled trepidation, Even the little black dog trembled involuntarily, while Moon Goddess Ji lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. In contrast, Lin Qing remained remarkably composed, exhibiting no signs of discomfort. Indeed, team leader Zhang began, dispensing with unnecessary pretenses. His appreciation for Lin Qing's performance was evident, far surpassing that of the Lion King. "Come with me," he instructed, before stepping into his tent. Lin Qing hesitated for a brief moment before following suit. Inside, the tent was furnished with living amenities, neat and orderly. "I am Zhang Sheng, the federal officer responsible for safeguarding all of Peace Valley, Gamma Level 10. He stated with a slight smile. Gamma Level 10? Lin Qing felt a flicker of surprise. This was the pinnacle of the 2nd District. It seemed curious that someone of such caliber had not ascended to the 3rd District. Yet, given the multitude of outlaws in the end-of-days world, only individuals like him could maintain order in a territory. "Greetings, I am Sanqing," Lin Qing introduced himself. "I am aware. I have been waiting for you," Zhang Sheng replied. "Waiting for me?" Lin Qing was taken aback. Zhang Sheng remained silent for a moment before addressing Moon Goddess Ji. "Is she your companion?" "A captive," Lin Qing replied succinctly, provoking evident discontent from Moon Goddess Ji. "Yet she is trustworthy," he added. Moon Goddess Ji responded with a soft, resigned expression. Zhang Sheng raised an eyebrow but nodded in acknowledgement. "You must be the possessor of a legendary class, correct?" Moon Goddess Ji's eyes widened in astonishment. "I have secrets unbeknownst to me?" Lin Qing's lips twitched. "How did you know?" The middle-aged man smiled slightly. "Naturally, someone informed me." This revelation left Lin Qing astonished. The matter of the legendary class was a well-guarded secret, one that even his closest allies had not inquired about. How did this federal leader from the 2nd District come to know? "Do not worry. The informant is an acquaintance of yours and harbors goodwill," Zhang Sheng clarified. "So, what do you say? Would you consider joining our federation?" Lin Qing furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed about who might have divulged a secret. However, Zhang Sheng was not surprised by the invitation. Those who enter the 2nd District typically seek out an organization, not merely for the comfort of sheltering beneath a great tree, but more importantly, for the various benefits and the value of information. The 2nd District is more expansive than the 1st. Yet it differs in that the destinations within the 1st District are fixed, while everything else is random. In contrast, locations in the 2nd District are predetermined, whereas the return to Peace Valley becomes a matter of chance. Each outing presents an unpredictable array of locations. Only large organizations continuously expand the map, acquiring comprehensive information about various places. "I'll think it over," Lin Qing replied, shaking his head. Zhang Sheng smirked, seemingly having anticipated Lin Qing's response. "All right, take your time to rest. I'll come find you tomorrow. As for the matter of the Beast God Temple, you needn't worry. No one within Peace Valley dares to challenge the Federation's rules. As long as you remain here, you are safe." "Thank you," Lin Qing said, appreciating Zhang Sheng's intervention. His words served as a form of protection, for even within Peace Valley, one could be susceptible to assassination attempts. Zhang Sheng's assurance indicated his willingness to provide further assistance to Lin Qing. "Very well, you should rest," Zhang Sheng concluded, falling silent thereafter. Observing this, Lin Qing also departed from the tent and drove into Peace Valley. Chapter 78. Respite. Upon entering, Lin Qing was immediately surrounded by numerous individuals. "You are the Sanqing brothers, correct? We represent the Xinghe organization and are well connected with the seasoned players of District 3. Would you care to join us? We offer a plethora of resources for free, ensuring you receive the finest treatment. We operate like a mutual aid society and warmly welcome you, Sanqing. We, the Sanqing Alliance, would also like to extend an invitation. Shall we find a place to converse?" These individuals had long set their sights on Lin Qing, each extending an olive branch. Naturally, Lin Qing declined them all. He had not even directly agreed with the Federation, let alone these organizations. Once inside the city, Lin Qing turned to Yushinji. "It feels as though I have forgotten something. Where is your sister?" Lin Qing inquired. "We had agreed on a handover, yet there has been no sign of her." Yushinji appeared perplexed as she activated a communication device. Moments later, her brow furrowed. "I had informed my sister that I would be arriving. Logically, she should have come to meet me. Yet, not only have I not seen her, but I have also received no response to my messages." Lin Qing expressed his doubts. "Could it be that she is attempting to deceive me?" "Impossible," Yushinji retorted indignantly. "My sister is not that kind of person. Perhaps she is temporarily occupied. She is the commander of the Tianqing Group, a Gamma Level 5. The Tianqing Group is far superior to the so-called Beast God Hall. The leaders of the Tianqing are already at Gamma Level 10 and possess Golden Tier motorcycles." "Wait, Golden Tier motorcycles?" Lin Qing's eyes widened in surprise. Yushinji's lips twitched. She sensed that Lin Qing's attention was diverted from the matter at hand. "Yes, but do not dwell on it. No matter how formidable you become, you cannot surpass them. A large organization has the support of countless individuals. By the time you reach a comparable level, they will already be heading to District 3. I am not one to resort to violence for treasure, Lin Qing retorted defensively. However, he acknowledged the truth in her words. While golden tier motorcycles were indeed tempting, he had his own principles. Of course, if they were to approach him, it would be a different matter altogether. By the way, what about Zhangsheng earlier? Why has he, the leader of the Tianqing, upon reaching level 10, ventured to District 2? Lin Qing pondered aloud. That is beyond my knowledge, Yushinji replied, shaking her head, encountering a rare lapse in her understanding. Observing Yushinji, Lin Qing felt a twinge of helplessness. If this girl managed to sell herself successfully, all would be well. However, if not, would she not end up leeching off him? Nevertheless, considering that she had once saved him, Lin Qing chose not to dwell on it further. Together, they made their way into the city. Upon entering Heping Valley, the town system was automatically activated. It featured storage space, allowing vehicles to be stored and their contents accessed at will. This applied not only to him, but to others as well. However, once they departed from Heping Valley, this town system would vanish. Only Lin Qing possessed the unique ability to utilize vehicle storage through his secondary vehicle skill. The streets were bustling with vehicles, albeit in limited numbers, primarily consisting of public transportation. These vehicles were not true products of the end-of-days world. They could not be upgraded, nor could they offer the ability to mitigate the effects of the end of days. They served merely as a means of transportation within the town. Surrounding him were various constructions, all exuding a grand atmosphere. Although they bore a striking resemblance to modern society, the long days of apocalyptic travel had imbued Lin Qing with a sense of novelty. Originally, Pingi Valley was merely a mountain range. Its transformation into such a remarkable place truly warranted admiration for humanity's adaptability and development. Upon securing a room, Lin Qing arrived at a hotel adorned with relatively luxurious decor. The receptionist, a young girl, smiled slightly upon hearing his request. Certainly, a double bedroom is 1,000 metal coins per day. Is it really that expensive? Lin Qing exclaimed, somewhat taken aback, as he currently possessed a mere 20,000 metal coins. Did this mean he could only afford to stay in Pingi Valley for 20 days? The receptionist glanced at Lin Qing, quickly realizing, you must be newcomers from the first district. The end world cannot generate its own energy. Most resources are derived from special items, hence the high costs. Though she maintained a polite facade, she internally doubted that he could afford this transaction. Typically, individuals from the first district could only muster 1,000 or 2,000 metal coins, making it improbable that they could stay here. Perhaps we should leave and seek out a more affordable inn, suggested Moon Goddess Ji, who felt a pang of sympathy. Generally, even those from the second district hesitated to reside in such an establishment. Let us just stay here, Lin Qing replied, shaking his head. A slightly higher price is acceptable, but the environment is truly splendid. After all, metal coins are meant to be spent. He refused to diminish his own desires. To the receptionist's astonishment, Lin Qing proceeded to book the room. Inside, the room was indeed immaculate and well-equipped, rivaling the luxury of five-star hotels on Earth. Just moments ago, Moon Goddess Ji, who had been fretting over the cost, dashed into the bathroom to indulge in a bath. Once the accommodation issue was settled, Lin Qing reached out to the leader of the slacker group. Before long, the slacker leader entered the hotel, his expression one of awe and envy. You truly have wealth. My shabby place is crowded and lacks even basic facilities. Don't worry, soon you will have money too. Have you forgotten about that purple-grade vehicle of yours? Lin Qing chuckled. In the strange forest, when distributing resources, he had bestowed both purple-grade vehicles from Baiyu Jing upon the coward and the slacker leader. One vehicle was already claimed by the slacker leader, while the other was available for sale. Ah, but I have no share in that. It's all for the coward. I can only tag along for a meal, the slacker leader lamented. In Pingi Valley, all expenses are exorbitant. Even in the second district, some struggle to afford meals, subsisting on instant noodles. Lin Qing was aware of this. Apart from a select few in the upper echelons, many were not faring well. Fresh pork was a rarity in numerous small towns, and the diet consisted mainly of self-heating hot pots and instant noodles. Furthermore, possessing a gamma-grade title did not guarantee dominance, as the level of the area also escalated, making the various zombies even more challenging to handle. Lin Qing, how do you plan to sell your vehicle? Would you like me to assist? The slacker leader inquired. He understood that Lin Qing possessed several purple-grade vehicles and would not directly sell them. Thus he believed he could be of assistance in this matter. He has now established contact with the elder and can dispose of matters through alternative channels. I sought you out for this very reason. Lin Qing nodded in acknowledgement. The Leopard King's vehicle could certainly be sold directly, but the truck still contained 2 other cars. All right, I assure you it will be handled thoroughly, the group leader chuckled. After reaching an agreement, the 3 of them proceeded to the hospital. Lying on the hospital bed, Wachowga finally regained consciousness. "I'm still alive," he murmured, disbelief evident in his voice. Upon seeing Lin Qing and the others, his excitement surged. "Qingge, Hunge, sister-in-law?" Yuxinji glanced around, puzzled. Who is she calling sister-in-law? "How do you feel? Are you better?" Lin Qing inquired. "I'm fine now. In 2 days, I'll be back to normal," Wachowga replied, feigning nonchalance with a smile. Once the human body undergoes evolution, many matters cannot be assessed by conventional standards. Wachowji's injuries would typically require several months of recuperation on Earth. Yet now, he could recover in just a few days. However, the loss of his arm would likely remain irreversible. Lin Qing furrowed his brow slightly. He understood that the Beast God Temple had set its sights on him, otherwise Wachowga would not have faced such calamity. "Qingge, don't overthink it. I also gained benefits from the Equatorial Mountain, and my arm is not beyond salvation. In the initial phase, I can replace it with a mechanical prosthetic, and later, if I encounter some fortuitous event, there is a chance it could regrow," Wachowga reassured him. Lin Qing nodded. "Very well, when the opportunity arises, I will ensure you are restored to your former self." Chapter 79. The arrival of White Jade. Lin Qing and the others arrived at a bar. In a world beset by calamity, the gray industries remain the most sought-after establishments. After passing through the second district, players can briefly return to Blue Star. But this respite is fleeting, and the next entry into the end world will take even longer. Few can endure such solitude. "Let us order some drinks." Glancing at the prices, the leader of the miscreants felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. A fruit platter paired with drinks cost nearly 1,000 metallic coins. "I am truly impoverished. Greetings, esteemed guests from the first district. Would you like any additional services?" "I only require 200 metallic coins," a striking blonde approached, her makeup immaculate, exuding an alluring charm, her gaze filled with yearning. "Ask him." Lin Qing gestured towards the leader of the miscreants. He quickly shook his head. "No need." The blonde, with a hint of regret, moved on in search of her next client. "Peace Valley is quite chaotic," Lin Qing remarked involuntarily. "Indeed. It is a haven for those who dance on the edge of danger. It's merely a fade of prosperity. Were it not for the federal forces, the situation here would be even more dire," the leader of the miscreants replied. "By the way, have you joined the Federation yet?" "Not yet," Lin Qing said, taking a bite of fruit. "You should consider joining. The resources within the Federation are abundant, and it differs greatly from the first district." The leader had already enlisted, as had the other 3 companions. The Federation recruits in 2 ways, formal membership or cooperative involvement. The former forms teams with numerous benefits but also restrictions, while the latter is more flexible. The leader and his companions primarily followed the latter route, a choice Lin Qing found agreeable. In truth, he favored the latter approach, viewing the Federation as a platform for collaboration without binding commitments. "What, in your opinion, is the true significance of the Federation?" Lin Qing inquired. "To safeguard the Earth." The leader of the miscreants replied, savoring a sip of beer as he uttered a grand yet somewhat absurd proclamation. "Undeniably, the Federation harbors its share of murkiness. Yet its original intent is commendable, and many are indeed striving towards that goal. The ultimate aim is to alleviate the threats posed by the end world. The end world has existed for many years, and it is not merely a selection of players from Earth. If left unaddressed, one day, Earth itself will become part of the end world." This was the first time the leader had articulated such thoughts, and Lin Qing was taken aback. He recalled the places he had encountered: military factories, small towns, and steel mills, all seeming to echo a past existence. Indeed, those locations largely existed in reality. Projected into the end world, the leader's side. Who among us does not have family? Except for a few extremists, the majority do not wish for the apocalypse of Earth. Thus, the true purpose of the Federation is to resolve the crises brought upon Earth by the end world. Certainly, it may seem distant to say so, but our current engagement revolves around safeguarding Peace Valley. Initially, Peace Valley was tenfold larger than it is now, its strength standing in stark contrast to the cataclysmic world. Some speculate that the existence of Peace Valley represents the remnants of hope from the human society that once entered the cataclysm. Our ability to return to Earth is also a gift of strength bestowed by Peace Valley. However, with the frequent emergence of disaster zones in the second district, the force of the cataclysm has surged, causing Peace Valley to continually diminish. Should Peace Valley fall, the connection from the first district to the second district would sever, leaving all individuals trapped as players, forever unable to escape the cataclysmic realm. The leader of the miscreants revealed some secrets, rendering Lin Qing momentarily silent. Although he currently led a comfortable life, he could never permit his parents and family to enter the cataclysmic world alongside him. Presently, it appeared that the intentions of the Federation aligned perfectly with his own, alleviating his concerns. "Ah, Are you three indulging in libations? A familiar voice chimed in. A stunning woman with flowing waves approached, accompanied by a short-haired girl, with a jovial young man trailing behind. All right, let us sit, Lin Qing responded with a slight smile. The newcomers were indeed Coconut and her companions. The Doomsday Squad, now officially assembled, was reduced from the original 10, with only Trucklee and Iron Egg's information still active. However, as the new group formed, their updates became increasingly sparse. As the gathering progressed, everyone reveled in conversation and celebration, thoroughly enjoying themselves until evening when they gradually dispersed. Yet, this day, Peace Valley was destined for unrest. News concerning Lin Qing escalated rapidly. The Beast God Temple's Leopard King attempted a reverse ambush, only to be countered and confronted by the temple's leader, the Lion King. The owner of a purple-tier vehicle, a special class, exhibited extraordinary combat prowess, leaving many astounded. No one anticipated such a formidable individual emerging from the first district. However, come the following morning, the attention of everyone shifted. In the second district group chat, a flurry of messages erupted. Oh my, you must see this. I nearly blinded myself. I just spotted a tank. It must be a Federation creation. They're practically useless now. It's an end-of-the-world vehicle from the first district. A golden tier tank. Are we about to be invincible? In an instant, shock rippled through the crowd as they hurried to the station point in Peace Valley, eyes wide with disbelief at the sight of the speeding tank. By you? Lin Qing was equally astonished. If anyone in the first district could operate a tank, it was likely this individual. He had not anticipated that Bai Yu had extricated herself from the confines of the old goddess curse. Damn it! Lin Qing gritted his teeth. This was untenable. Bai Yu knew the extent of his capabilities. Should she discover that he was in Peace Valley, with numerous enemies present, she would undoubtedly reveal his whereabouts at the first opportunity. Yet now, any thoughts of silencing her seemed futile. The Order of Peace Valley is not something he can challenge at will. However, it wasn't long before Lin Qing received another message that left him astonished. No one mentioned Lin Qing's secret at all. Bai Yu remained as tranquil as sand settling in water and promptly joined the Federation. How peculiar. Could it be that Zhang Sheng intervened? Lin Qing felt a twinge of doubt. Chapter 80. Acquisition of Evolution. Liquid Lin Qing found himself utterly perplexed. However, it wasn't long before Zhang Sheng paid him a visit. Upon seeing Lin Qing's residence, Zhang Sheng was inwardly astonished. While it may not have seemed extravagant to him, among the newcomers, Lin Qing was likely the only one indulging in such luxury. Have you come to a decision? Zhang Sheng inquired with a smile. Showing no signs of underestimating Lin Qing despite the recent addition of Bai Yu, he proactively laid out his terms. I hope you will formally join the Federation. The situation in the end-of-days world is deteriorating, and we require your strength. As for the conditions, I can grant them to you directly. 3 million metal coins, along with 2 purple-grade modules suited for your vehicle, materials that would elevate you to level 13 in one go, a complete set of blue-grade defensive gear, and the genuine protection of our Federation. The terms were indeed astonishing. Almost everything Lin Qing needed was provided. And even he had to admit that the signing bonus was quite tempting. Is the owner of that tank included in these conditions? Lin Qing probed cautiously. Zhang Sheng shook his head. He will fare better than you. It's not that the potential of the golden grade vehicle exceeds yours. Rather, I have concealed your information. Noticing that Zhang Sheng did not mention anything else, Lin Qing felt that Bai Yu had not brought him up either. He was somewhat astonished by the offer. Excluding legendary professions, his value was not particularly high, indicating that Zhang Sheng had exerted considerable effort. I'm afraid I still do not wish to join any organization, Lin Qing stated firmly, indicating that he could only accept a cooperative arrangement. Zhang Sheng sighed slightly. His belief in Lin Qing extended beyond mere hope. Very well. You may initially join the Federation in a cooperative capacity. Should you change your mind, feel free to contact me. Ultimately, Zhang Sheng introduced Lin Qing to a platform. Lin Qing's system panel immediately underwent some modifications, displaying a transaction center, task center, location information, and more. This was sufficient. Thus, Lin Qing had accomplished a significant portion of his initial objective. By the way, team leader Zhang, would you be interested in acquiring my vehicle? Lin Qing inquired. Such a substantial transaction would undoubtedly be better handled by someone with greater authority. Is it the Leopard King's vehicle? Its attributes are quite decent. How about 2 million metal coins? The Beast God Temple's strength is rather average, yet it is backed by a large organization from District 3, making it unwise for anyone to confront them directly. Hence, this vehicle is not particularly easy to sell. Furthermore, 2 million metal coins is a fair price, completely in line with market value. Zhang Sheng chuckled, surprised to discover a commercial side to his otherwise iron-willed persona. Agreed, Lin Qing responded decisively. The price Zhang Sheng offered was precisely what he anticipated, showing no signs of deceit. Zhang Sheng is indeed a person of principle. Deal. Zhang Sheng provided Lin Qing with several rule manuals, detailing the Order of Peace Valley and the regulations for players returning to reality. It contained numerous prohibitions, and any violations would prompt the Federation to take action, with penalties imposed according to severity, potentially culminating in the death penalty. In response, Lin Qing not only accepted but even concurred. If there were indeed unscrupulous players causing disturbances in the present world, it would be no different from superhuman criminal activities. After Zhang Sheng departed, Lin Qing accessed the trading center of the system. The 2 million metallic coins had been transferred to him directly by Zhang Sheng. With money in his pocket, Lin Qing felt a surge of confidence. The array of goods displayed was dazzling, even including purple-grade modules. However, after merely glancing at the offerings, Lin Qing could hardly contain himself. 150,000? That was nearly equivalent to the price of a purple-grade vehicle. This implied that if Lin Qing wished to procure a module, he would swiftly bid farewell to the trading center. So it turns out I am still impoverished. Lin Qing sighed and began browsing other items. Treasure chest types: second-tier blue treasure chest, second-tier white treasure chest. Almost every type of treasure chest was available, but the highest quality was limited to blue. Additionally, these were predominantly products from the second district, meaning the rewards obtained would also originate from there. The prices varied, generally ranging from 500 to 5,000 metallic coins. What a treasure! Lin Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. The urge to acquire treasure chests surged within him, leading him to purchase 20 random blue treasure chests. This was practically a guaranteed profit upon acquisition. However, considering that his purchase record would be visible to the Federation, he refrained from indulging excessively. It was essential to progress gradually. Buying a few here and there would suffice for profit. Lin Qing maintained a positive mindset as he searched for the resources he yearned for. Module Evolution Liquid. 5,000 metallic coins for one portion. Module Evolution Liquid can evolve a first-tier module to second-tier without altering its level quality. White-grade module consumes 1 portion of Evolution Liquid. Blue-grade module consumes 8 portions of Evolution Liquid. Purple-grade module consumes 100 portions of Evolution Liquid. Gold-grade module consumes 2,000 portions of Evolution Liquid. Lin Qing calculated roughly. He had 6 purple-grade modules requiring usage, amounting to 600 portions of Evolution Liquid. 3 million? The money from selling my vehicle isn't even enough. How impoverished am I? Lin Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. Moreover, he would certainly need to upgrade his gold-grade module in the future. A brief estimate. 10 million metallic coins. Lin Qing felt a wave of darkness wash over him. No wonder the Federation's signing fees were so substantial. It was all a consideration for this matter. Damn it. I must find a way to earn money. He promptly contacted the leader of the group. The other party had already revealed his trump card. His identity as a seer stemmed from his father being a minor head in the black market. The so-called black market involves transactions that are less than reputable. Of course, other goods are available as well, but they typically have low selling prices and high purchasing prices. Qingzi, it's settled. A total of 280,000 metallic coins. I'll transfer it to you. Just then, the group leader sent him a message. Why so much? Wasn't there supposed to be a handling fee? Lin Qing was astonished. The price of Delta's vehicle was certainly not on par with that of the Gamma level, and the upgrading materials constituted a significant asset. To sell for such a sum was beyond his expectations. The group leader, known for his dubious reputation, stated, resources of purple grade and above are dictated by market fluctuations, with prices varying accordingly. This is already after deducting the service fees. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing nodded in agreement and continued to seek the group leader's assistance, saying, that sounds reasonable. However, I currently require a considerable number of items and need to sell some modules as well. Allow me to send you the list. Many of the modules he possessed were surplus, and their quantity was substantial. Selling them all to the Federation would create too much commotion. It was wiser to offer only half, leaving the remainder for the group leader. As for the nutrient solution, it would be foolish to openly procure it from the Federation, which would clearly indicate that he possessed numerous purple-grade modules. For Lin Qing, the location information held greater significance, and it was essential to diversify his transactions. At least for the time being. The group leader assured him, leave it to me, I will have it sorted out swiftly. Lin Qing had over 50 blue-grade modules and more than 300 white-grade modules available for exchange. With both parties collaborating, they successfully liquidated the assets. Metal coins, 9 million. The black market price for the Evolution Liquid was approximately 5,200 per unit. Lin Qing opted to purchase half of what he needed, leaving him with over 5 million metal coins remaining. This amount included funds for upgrading blue-grade modules. Logically speaking, upgrading a single blue module in such a manner would typically incur a loss. However, since most of Lin Qing's modules were already of a high level, He decided to acquire several units to enhance the crucial modules. Once everything was prepared, Lin Qing cast a glance at the attributes of the newly acquired modules. Just one look left him utterly astonished. Chapter 81, Module Upgrade, Power Surge. Crimson Flame Wave. Range increased to 500 meters. Maximum temperature 1,200 degrees. Each eruption consumes 3,000 energy, significantly enhancing explosive power. Metal Heavy Cannon. Can condense up to 12,000 energy. Charging time reduced by 50. Metal Shield. Can release a protective barrier of 8,000 energy, which provides defensive benefits after being breached. Vine Torrent. Enhances the hardness of vines and accelerates their growth. With increased energy consumption. Tree Realm Manifestation. No consumption, reduced growth time for the tree realm, and doubled energy absorption rate. Beast King's Will. Increases control over mutated creatures without changing consumption, with a certain chance to summon a beast horde. Note, module capacity has doubled. Please promptly remove any overflowing modules. Isn't this just outrageous? Lin Qing was genuinely astonished. With this single upgrade, his power had nearly doubled. Had he reached this level earlier, the Gamma Level 3 Leopard King would have been no match for him. With just 2 modules activated, he could easily incapacitate the Leopard King on the spot. Delightful. The money spent was undoubtedly worth it. Lin Qing swiftly removed some of the redundant modules. Currently, his capacity of 1,000 was predominantly occupied by high-grade purple modules, while the remaining slots were filled with defensive, speed, premium blue modules, and auxiliary types compatible with the purple modules. His subsequent modules would focus on metal and fire attributes, he contemplated. He then began purchasing modules. Gamma-level blue chests were priced around 20,000 each, and his expenditure on metal coins flowed like water. Before long, his module capacity was once again filled. The maximum temperature of the Crimson Flame Wave reached 1,500 degrees, while the power of the Metal Heavy Cannon increased by 1,000 energy. Additionally, he acquired a dual sensor module for thermal energy and several aggressive flame modules. The Beast God Temple, you say? Just wait until I level up a few more times. Then you shall witness what a killing machine truly is. Lin Qing had not forgotten about the Beast God Temple. In fact, over the past couple of days, they had been quite audacious, repeatedly issuing threats in the group, demanding he surrender the Leopard King's vehicle and publicly apologize. Or else they would settle scores once he entered the second district. As for Lin Qing's power, they had not revealed any information. The reason was quite clear. They aimed to monopolize everything about Lin Qing. The animosity they displayed seemed more like a prelude to future actions. The resources of a mid-tier organization would be sufficient for me to level up significantly, Lin Qing thought, his eyes narrowing slightly. He then reconsidered the issue of generating income. In the second district, even purple modules were available for purchase, with prices generally ranging from hundreds to several million. Moreover, he had spotted a set of purple combat gear priced at 1.5 million metal coins, which would greatly enhance his defensive capabilities. In terms of weaponry, he noticed a laser gun valued at 300,000 metal coins. In certain specific locations, vehicles are rendered immobile, and ultimately, one must rely on personal strength. The cost of wielding weapons remains exorbitantly high, necessitating substantial financial resources. The special vocation transfer certificate that Lin Qing possesses is valued at around 2 million. Yet it remains merely a drop in the bucket. For him, the most straightforward solution is to exploit a glitch in the treasure chest system. However, this remains his greatest secret, one that even the leader of the rogue group cannot be privy to. Thus, he can only resort to black market transactions. The rogue group leader operates through connections in the black market, which is only active at night. As he prepares to return, Lin Qing can only await the next opportunity. After opening the treasure chest purchased in the Federation, Lin Qing summoned the Moon Goddess Ji, who had been waiting outside. What did your sister say? Don't tell me you still haven't made contact. Lin Qing felt a wave of exasperation without the Moon Goddess Ji. He had taken to occupying the lavish master bedroom alone. The Moon Goddess Ji appeared anxious, her mind restless since the previous night. I haven't been able to reach her. I contacted someone from their organization, but they said she was out. She was deeply concerned. Even if she were out, it should not impede the messaging system from delivering responses. Nearly 2 days had elapsed, and Moon Goddess Lin seemed to have vanished into thin air. Were it not for the fact that her information still lit up in his friends list, Moon Goddess Ji would genuinely fear that her sister had met with misfortune. Their business was on the verge of collapse. Lin Qing sighed in resignation. Yet, he could not truly cast the Moon Goddess Ji aside after all they had endured together. Very well, wait a little longer. After this return, the time ratio will normalize. In 3 days, your sister should have news. The first district opens approximately once every 2 months, with a time ratio of 60 to 1 compared to the second district and Earth. In other words, while a mere half-day on Earth translates to 30 days of life and death for players in the first district. However, upon entering the second district, the time ratio will revert to normal, and the same applies to Earth. Just as Lin Qing prepared to await the countdown's conclusion and return to the real world, an unexpected individual sent him an invitation. By you? He glanced at the friend request in the chat system. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted it. Sanqing, you didn't expect me to still be alive, did you? Come to the night bar. I have a gift for you. What does he want? He can't be planning to set you up, can he? The moon goddess Ji leaned closer, her worry palpable. She vividly remembered Bai Yu's prowess. Her innate timidity flared upon hearing that Bai Yu had arrived in Peace Valley. Don't worry, I won last time. And he's even less of a match for me now. Lin Qing shook his head. The greatest threat posed by Bai Yu was not his tank's cannon, but the potential exposure of Lin Qing's own abilities. However, should this become unavoidable, it would not be a matter of great concern. At worst, it would simply make deceiving others more difficult in the future. Lin Qing was also aware that this secret could not remain hidden forever. After all, many members of Bai Yu's faction were aware of his premium card truck. If those individuals, having betrayed Bai Yu, fled to Peace Valley and encountered Lin Qing, the premium card truck would inevitably be revealed. Just speak plainly, Lin Qing responded, stating that it was not a matter of fear, but rather one of necessity. Was he, a living person, to follow Bai Yu simply upon his call? That would be akin to servitude. Bai Yu remarked, you're not afraid, are you? Sanqing interjected, Bai, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Qing chuckled genuinely. Bai Yu was evidently employing a tactic of provocation. In truth, even Bai Yu himself would not dare to confront him directly at this moment. In a certain sense, it was only Bai Yu who possessed the most insight into his hidden cards. When it came to the acquisition of the golden treasure chest, only Bai Yu had witnessed it firsthand. Despite his grand ambitions, Bai Yu understood that, armed solely with the end of days automobile, he could not possibly compete with Lin Qing. Bai Yu continued, I acknowledge that you are currently ahead, but I shall surpass you. Since you choose not to come, so be it. I merely wish to convey that you need not be apprehensive. I shall not mention your affairs. And those traitors from Baiyujing have been buried in the world of the end of days. Have those who fled perished? Lin Qing raised an eyebrow, realizing that Bai Yu had accomplished quite a bit after leaving the special space. Sanqing inquired, so what is it that you intend to do? Bai Yu responded, I simply wish to engage in fair competition with you. Once I reach Gamma level 10, I shall truly contend with you. At that time, whether in personal strength or my companions, I shall surpass you. Upon reading this, Lin Qing's mind briefly faltered. After some contemplation, he grasped the implication. A complex of strength? No wonder Bai Yu had refrained from exposing his affairs. It turned out he desired to triumph over him directly. Was there something amiss in his reasoning? Sanqing conceded. I acknowledge you. You are indeed a formidable opponent. Bai Yu replied, in that case, I hope you manage to survive. Do not fall prey to the beast god temple's machinations, accompanied by a smile. This fellow was indeed easily deceived. Lin Qing laughed. Bai Yu was undoubtedly strong, but alas, for those he had defeated, the gulf would only widen. In the end, Bai Yu would only find himself suffering greater losses. Chapter 82, Return, Unprecedented. The return is about to commence. Has it finally arrived? To be candid, Lin Qing has longed for home. After all, amidst the apocalyptic journey, one ought to have moments of genuine relaxation. The light flickers, and the scenery around Lin Qing shifts incessantly, reminiscent of the initial moments upon entering the world of demise. In the span of merely a few breaths, he beholds the familiar sight of his bedroom materializing before him. Countdown to entering the world of demise. 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. The room is immaculate and tidy. Yet it evokes a sense of disconnection from reality. He cannot ascertain how many days have passed. His phone has long since vanished, presumably taken by his parents. Fortunately, he has a habit of deleting records. June 23rd. 3 days. His parents must be beside themselves with worry. Lin Qing hastily steps outside, intent on searching for them. However, as soon as he exits, he encounters a middle-aged couple, laughing and preparing to open the door. Lin Qing? Linda. Li Mei? When did you return, young man? His father lets out a light grunt, sidestepping Lin Qing and entering the room. Just a moment ago. Lin Qing is somewhat bewildered. Are his parents really this calm? He has been missing for 3 days. Yet, after his initial surprise, his father cannot help but break into laughter, his lips curling in a proud grin. Good lad, you've brought honor to your father. Just as Lin Qing begins to feel utterly perplexed, Linda continues, you haven't even started university, yet you've joined the government. I no longer need to worry about your future. I'll buy you a house and a car for the latter half of your life. And soon you'll be preparing to marry. Lin Qing observes the pride radiating from his parents and vaguely recalls something, forcing a laugh. It's just luck. Sheer luck. Returning to the living room, after a round of inquiries, Lin Qing begins to piece together the situation. Initially, he had been missing for half a day without his phone, which prompted his parents to report his disappearance. However, on that very day, the police station conveyed the message that Lin Qing had joined the government to undertake a covert mission. Although it sounded implausible, the police were adamant, showing no signs of deceit, compelling his parents to believe them. What exactly are you doing in the government? They have such high educational requirements. How could they recruit you? Isn't it dangerous? Linda inquires curiously. It's classified, and it's not dangerous. Even if it were, we're tough as nails. If it's the right thing to do, we'll do it. Just don't get too carried away. Listening to his father's ramblings, Lin Qing cannot help but chuckle. From the timeline's perspective, the moment he entered Peace Valley, the Federation must have identified him. After all, appearances cannot be altered. And with a population check, everything can be uncovered. Perhaps this is one of the means by which the Federation constrains the player's capabilities. Yet for Lin Qing, being able to stabilize his home front is more than welcome. Rather than exhibiting any negative reaction, his parents have turned this situation into a joyous occasion. By the way, I'll be leaving again in 3 days. This time, I'll be gone for 1 to 2 months. Lin Qing mentions. Go. You must go. Rest assured about matters at home. There's no need for you to attend university, said Dad. One couldn't help but wonder how the Federation had so effectively indoctrinated him. Nevertheless, Lin Qing felt a sense of relief. The situation at home seemed stable. After dinner, Lin Qing returned to his bedroom to contemplate the current circumstances. The District 1 chat group and District 2 chat group were both functioning normally. Leaving the in-world, fundamental features like the light screen chat were still operable. However, the fact that the vehicle storage space was also accessible was astonishing. No one had ever brought a vehicle from the in-world back to reality. Even if one briefly left, the vehicle would merely enter a dormant state within the light screen, only to be utilized again upon returning to the in-world. Yet now, Lin Qing could extract vehicles at will. Was the vehicle storage space uniquely available to him due to the secondary vehicle? Lin Qing was filled with a mix of joy and surprise. While he wouldn't recklessly flaunt the vehicle, he could certainly modify a truck for use in the real world. Although performance was an issue, surely the interior space and facilities could be adapted. With this thought in mind, Lin Qing promptly reached out to Brother Wow in the chat group. He had previously learned that Brother Wow was also from Luoshui City, and they were from the same locality, unlike the others who were far away. Sanqing, how's your recovery? Brother Wow, it's about there, just feeling a bit weak. Sanqing, I need your assistance with something. Can we wait a couple of days? Brother Wow, not at all. My weakness is relative to the evolved. I'm still a bit of a Superman among ordinary people. Brother Wow readily agreed. After arranging a meeting place, Lin Qing left his home and hailed a taxi. Over an hour later, he arrived at a private estate. The interior was expansive and guarded by security. When Lin Qing arrived, Brother Wow was already waiting at the entrance. Qing go, come on in. Brother Wow invited. Lin Qing was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the landscaped garden and the meticulously manicured lawns. No offense, but you must be quite wealthy, he exclaimed. In Luoshui City, property prices in the urban area hovered around 50,000. Lin Qing's family home was a mere 90 square meters, and his parents' greatest aspiration was to upgrade to a larger house in their lifetime. In contrast, Brother Wow's residence, though somewhat out of the way, likely cost an astronomical sum considering its size and construction. Haha, it's nothing much. Most of my family are players, which is why we have a bit of money, but I believe you could potentially surpass me 1,000-fold in the future. Brother Wow replied as he took the wheel of his BMW. He drove with one hand effortlessly, as he had yet to acquire a mechanical arm. Not to mention, the exchange rate between metal coins and RMB was 1 to 1,000, and they were scarce. If one wished to exchange, pulling out 10,000 metal coins could easily make someone a wealthy individual. Lin Qing nodded, contemplating the possibility of exchanging some RMB in the future to support his family's expenses. For now, however, withdrawing an excessive amount would be rather extravagant. The two arrived at the interior of the manor, which was adorned in an opulence that was almost beyond belief, dazzling to the eye. Surrounding them were numerous maids clad in black silk, causing Lin Qing to steal a few more glances. Qinggu, what do you need from me? Wachago inquired once he had escorted Lin Qing to his room. Lin Qing straightforwardly responded, you are aware of my vehicle storage space, correct? Indeed. I realized it when you conjured a truck out of thin air at Equatorial Mountain. However, such abilities are exceedingly rare. I surmise your truck belongs to the spatial category. Purple-grade vehicles typically possess inherent attributes like the electrical power of a coconut, while gold-grade vehicles, such as the white jade tank, come with ice and snow properties. As for Lin Qing's truck, if one were to speak of attributes, it only seemed to align with the concept of infinite growth, resonating with the metallic element. Not quite, but it's close. Lin Qing shook his head and continued, I can actually bring this vehicle into the present world. What? It can be utilized in the current realm? Wachaoga suddenly stood up, his expression shifting dramatically. Buddy, you might want to sign a contract. Your reaction is making me uneasy. Lin Qing produced a contract. Without even glancing at it, Wachaoga pressed his stamp down, exclaiming, Qingge, do you realize what this signifies? In the entire history of the in-world, only a limited number of resources can be transported to the present, much like your combat suit, which transformed into an ordinary shirt upon returning to reality. Nonetheless, such instances do exist. However, when it comes to vehicles, even spatial gold-grade ones, or the legendary higher-quality vehicles, I have never heard of anyone successfully bringing a vehicle into the real world. Chapter 83, A Fresh Start. Even if Lin Qing remained silent, Wachaoga had to sign this contract himself. The implications were monumental, unparalleled in history. But what significance did it truly hold? I felt that my ability merely added a truck of doom to reality. Lin Qing inquired. The significance is immense. The Federation's objective is to resolve the world of doom and avert the apocalypse from descending upon Blue Star. They regard everything related to the end of days with utmost seriousness. Wachaoga stated solemnly. Although he had faced setbacks in the Beast God Temple, his family was formidable, perhaps not inferior to others, possessing a wealth of information. Consequently, the Federation was eager to transport various resources from the world of doom to the present for research and armament. Once this matter came to light, should it go well, you could directly assume the position of district chief in the 2nd district, with Zhangsheng working under you. Conversely, if it turned out poorly, the Federation might resort to drastic measures, claiming your truck as their own. Wachaoga was a decent person, yet he never underestimated the malice of human nature, which was precisely why he had survived in the 1st district. Lin Qing furrowed his brow, acknowledging this perspective. It seemed that until he possessed absolute strength, this matter must remain concealed. He pondered what he could contribute to the present world. However, it was certainly not the right time. Destiny could only be deemed destiny when firmly grasped in one's own hands. As for resource management, once his truck reached its ultimate upgrade, he was uncertain of the extent of his capabilities. In any case, this matter must remain confidential. He would later seek a forgetting contract to erase all memories of it. Moreover, regarding Moon Goddess Ji, it would be best for her to receive a copy as well, ensuring that everything that needed to be forgotten was indeed forgotten. Wachaoga appeared anxious, adopting an expression of wanting to know nothing. All right then, but can you find a safe place on your end? I wish to modify the truck. Modify? Wachaoga was taken aback, then his eyes lit up. Indeed, transforming it in the real world would be far easier than in the apocalyptic realm. Leave this to me. Haha. Let us put the forgetting contract aside for now. I will find a way to procure some weapons and ammunition. To be honest, I happen to possess genuine technology, energy connectivity. Of course, creating an apocalyptic vehicle is impossible. Even the Federation has yet to master that technology. However, controlling weapons through energy discharge should certainly be feasible. After that, we can initiate operations. Some weapons in the present world are quite extraordinary. While they may not rival the purple modules, who would ever complain about having too few weapons? Moreover, most importantly, there's food. Wachaoga could hardly suppress a grin. This ability is simply extraordinary. The Federation has repeatedly lamented their inability to transfer present-day weapons to the world of doom. Yet, here lies a ready-made solution. As for food, many leaders of various organizations inevitably find themselves resorting to instant noodles at times. However, now, one could only say that food freedom is on the horizon. Can you really acquire weapons? Lin Qing was equally intrigued. Absolutely. As a seasoned player, I have numerous channels. While I may not secure the most exceptional weapons, the ordinary ones are certainly within reach. I'll take care of this. Wachaoga erupted in laughter. The Beast God Temple, is it? Let us see who holds the upper hand. He was more eager than anyone to avenge his severed arm. On that day, several trucks rolled into the estate. The family of the individual known as Brother Wow was absent, all residing in the world of the end. He mentioned that his father was already in the 3rd district, while only his sister remained in the 2nd district, though for some unknown reason, communication with her was temporarily impossible. This situation reminded Lin Qing of the Moon Goddess Ji's sister, as Moon Goddess Lin was similarly unreachable. Brother Qing, rest assured, this large factory is absolutely confidential. I have dismissed the security personnel. I usually practice vehicle modifications here. Brother Wow was exceedingly confident in his skills. His father, while not particularly powerful, held the title of chief mechanic within the Mechanical Faith organization. Brother Wow himself had chosen a mechanical profession, awakening the abilities of firearm augmentation and modification, making him a natural logistician. With a swift motion of his arm, a muscular truck appeared silently. Can it truly function? Wait, why is it so large? Brother Wow's eyes widened. He had not fully grasped its form during the previous battle, only now realizing the truck's true nature. The inherent skills provided by the premium design were developmental in nature. Lin Qing chuckled. Remarkable. I had assumed it was merely a size module. Your combat power is already formidable, and it possesses such vast potential. Brother Wao sighed. Indeed, embracing such robust limbs is certainly wise. Lin Qing had heard of size modules, considered to be the pinnacle of metallic enhancements. He had long coveted one, as a singular module could enhance a vehicle's size by 10%, applicable to any type of vehicle. However, acquiring one proved to be a challenge, best left for future consideration. I shall commence with internal modifications, Lin Qing declared, nodding as he removed all internal modules, following Brother Wao inside. The interior, aside from scattered supplies, was nearly barren. 3 days is ample time, if my arm remains unceasing. I could complete it in a single day, Brother Wao lamented. Lin Qing glanced at Brother Wao's severed arm but refrained from comment. He silently resolved that once the Beast God Temple was dealt with, he would retain the Lion King's vehicle and provide Brother Wao with a superior mechanical arm. They began by laying down the circuitry, followed by interior renovations. Brother Wao, a true genius, commenced work without even drafting blueprints, while Lin Qing assisted him. Soon, an array of circuits was established, rendering Lin Qing's rudimentary power strips obsolete. Like an interior decorator, Brother Wao designed the hard fixtures and laid cement tiles. For humidity control, they employed a drying machine. Coupled with their fire-based professions, which allowed them to emit heat, the hard installation was completed within mere hours, resulting in an exceedingly luxurious renovation. The facility now included a storage room, a pantry, an armory, a bedroom, and a reception area, with 2 layers having been severed. There exists a resource known as the endowment apparatus, obtainable within the Federation. While it cannot endow vehicles with end capabilities, it poses no issue for various equipment. Upon returning to Peace Valley, you could acquire some, allowing for a perfect integration with your truck, enabling it to grow in size alongside it. Everything within Peace Valley does not belong to the end. Many resources can only be transformed into practical tools by the end bestower. Regrettably, the enhancement offered by this end bestower for weaponry is rather modest, and its consumption is exceedingly high. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly be considered a strategic asset. The storeroom is essentially a shelf. Your vehicle's structural integrity is excessively robust. Once we enter Peace Valley, I shall employ special materials to secure it once more. The pantry comprises 1/3 cold storage and 1/3 preservation. Upon opening, it resembles a colossal refrigerator. Additionally, I shall install a live fish tank to house some live fish later on. The armory is similarly equipped with shelves. To be candid, my capabilities are ultimately limited. Should the Federation collaborate with you, your vehicle may well be capable of accommodating Dongfeng in the future. Furthermore, due to height considerations, the installation of a ladder has been completed. How considerate. The bedroom adopts a European and American aesthetic, complemented by a cloakroom and a private bathroom. A bed can be added below, allowing me to reside there occasionally. The first floor can feature a grand reception area, exuding elegance, alongside a kitchen outfitted with an array of built-in appliances, a laser television, a gaming console, and a surround sound system throughout the vehicle. Lin Qing estimated that the total expenditure by the considerate one amounts to at least over $1 million. All materials used are of the highest quality and luxury brands. By the time the lavish living room is completed, Lin Qing's vehicle will have undergone a complete transformation. Now, 2 days have elapsed. Only the weaponry remains, which may take a little longer, yet it is approaching completion. A sigh of relief escaped the considerate one. It is not fatigue that he feels, but rather a profound sense of accomplishment. Chapter 84. Frantic procurement, is this what you call ordinary weaponry? Lin Qing exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment at the impressive display orchestrated by Brother Wachao. The warehouse now boasted 2 large crates, each measuring 2 by 2 meters, brimming with firearms and ammunition. There were high-precision sniper rifles with an effective range of 750 meters, equipped with 8 5mm armor-piercing rounds, anti-tank TNT explosives, Barrett rifles, and the formidable Big Pineapple, along with an ample supply of ammunition. Brother Wachao enthusiastically detailed the weapons, noting that while they could not be stored in the armory, their capabilities could be enhanced through the in-game empowerment, augmenting their professional traits. The firepower was nothing short of terrifying in District 2. Brother Qing, you needn't say more. With these, my strength will be significantly elevated. Once we reach District 2, we can make further modifications, directly linking the vehicle to the weaponry, Brother Wachao declared. His excitement palpable. He had not anticipated such a remarkable bounty upon returning to the present world. After everything was loaded, Brother Wachao summoned a truck and headed to his private supermarket. Feel free to take what you want. For us wealthy second-generation heirs, indulgence is quite normal, he chuckled, his wealth beyond compare. Lin Qing, having adjusted his mindset, did not hesitate. The players returning from the in-game world could no longer be judged by conventional standards. Akin to immortal cultivators returning to the mundane realm. Seafood, lobsters, fish, and king crabs was swiftly cleared from the shelves, leaving the staff wide-eyed. Are they emptying the supermarket? Is the owner resigning? They wondered, while Lin Qing and brother Wichao reveled in the thrill of hoarding supplies. Instant noodles? Completely dismissed. Premium vegetables, fruits, and various meats were the true priorities. Brother Wichao even arranged for a truckload of whole cattle, sheep, and pork from the slaughterhouse. Lin Qing's freezer was vast and tall, accommodating their bountiful haul. They gathered ample staples like rice, oil, and salt, valuing preparedness despite knowing they could return for more supplies later. They selected only the finest wines, spirits, and beers, and stocked up on necessities like toothpaste, toothbrushes, and luxurious bedding sets. The supermarket in the real world surpassed that of the in-game world, offering a rich array of products. After their shopping spree, Lin Qing's vehicle was nearly full. They then visited a mall for additional items, with the entire tab naturally covered by young Master Wichao. By the time they returned to Brother Wichao's residence, evening had fallen. "Ah, my sister is back," Brother Wichao remarked, slightly taken aback after loading the items onto the truck. His sister, also a mechanic in District 2, had been out of contact since moving from Wichao to Peace Valley, making her unexpected return today all the more surprising. "Everything is ready. Shall I take my leave?" Lin Qing inquired. "No need, Brother Qing. You should meet my sister," Brother Wichao responded with a smile. Lin Qing, seeing no reason to decline, agreed. Having taken up Brother Wichao's valuable time for over 2 days, it was only fitting to extend this courtesy. As they entered the reception area, a graceful figure caught their attention. She appeared to be in her late 20s, freshly emerged from a bath, adorned in a comfortable sheer garment, her hair still slightly damp. "Sister, you're back," exclaimed the jovial Wichaogu. Upon noticing Wichaogu's arm, the woman's expression shifted abruptly. "Xiaoyang, what happened to your hand?" Wichaogu, whose real name was Qin Xiaoyang, was accustomed to being referred to by his gamer tag by Lin Qing. "It was an incident a few days ago, but it's all in the past now," Wichaogu dismissed nonchalantly. Qin Yuran quickly grasped that her brother had ventured into the in-world. She turned to Lin Qing, "And who might this be?" "This is my friend, the big shot from District 1, Sanqing," Wichaogu declared proudly. "A big shot?" Qin Yuran's eyes widened in surprise. "Hello. My brother must have been under your care. He can be quite clumsy, and I appreciate your patience." She expressed her gratitude. "We're brothers," Lin Qing replied, shaking his head. Wichaogu felt a surge of emotion and elaborated. "Qinggu is remarkable. You'll see if you browse through the chat groups in District 2. However, Qin Yuran seemed uninterested. "I haven't had the time to check messages. I'm just glad to be back." Wichaogu's expression shifted. "What's wrong, sister? Did something happen?" Lin Qing's gaze flickered, recalling the circumstances surrounding Qin Yuran and Yushin Lin. Piquing his curiosity, Qin Yuran lifted a wine glass from the table and took a delicate sip of the red wine. "I entered a relic." "A relic?" Both Lin Qing and Wichaogu were taken aback. "What kind of relic?" "A rather troublesome one, but I'd rather not discuss it. It's far too perilous." Qin Yuran replied, shaking her head. "The rules within the relic are chaotic, and communication with the outside world is impossible. My return was merely a stroke of luck. Amidst a time dilation of 20 times, I managed to hit the return window just right. 20 times. This indicated that Qin Yuran and her group had been in the relic for several dozen days. How serious? What kind of relic is this? With such a warped sense of time? Could it be related to time manipulation? Wichaogu speculated. "No, never mind, don't ask. I will re-enter the relic in 3 days. If I survive, I'll provide you and your friends with some modules to make your lives in District 2 a bit easier." Qin Yuran wished to say no more to her. Lin Qing and Wichaogu were merely children, and there was no need for them to be embroiled in such matters. Yet Lin Qing could not restrain himself. "Sister Chun, perhaps you could elaborate? I have a keen interest in relics, and if possible, I would certainly venture in myself. Otherwise, I would have to purchase second-hand information from Zhangsheng." Qin Yuran was taken aback. "You know Zhangsheng?" She had also come up as a newcomer. In District 2, Zhangsheng held a status akin to that of an emperor, very high in rank. She had only conversed with him after demonstrating mechanical talent and joining the Tianqing group. How could this young man mention Zhangsheng's name with such ease? "I do know him." Lin Qing nodded affirmatively. "Wow," said Brother Wa, "Sister, Qing is truly remarkable. He is a super newcomer personally courted by Zhangsheng. And as for me, I have already acquired both a purple-tier vehicle and a special profession, all thanks to Qing." "What?" Qin Yuan suddenly stood up, utterly astonished. "A purple-tier vehicle? After all this time, I finally managed to save enough money to purchase one. How is it possible that my little brother, having just emerged from District 1, has already become a purple tier vehicle owner and a special profession in the Skywalkers group? Only the leader and a select few possess special professions. Are you telling the truth? And I haven't even asked about your arm yet. How could you, with a purple tier vehicle, have lost your arm in District 1? Chen Yuan questioned. Brother Wa promptly explained his circumstances. Upon hearing that the Beast God Temple had ambushed and attacked in District 1, Chen Yuan was filled with fury. However, when she learned that Lin Qing had single-handedly annihilated the Leopard King squad and rescued Brother Wa, she was left utterly incredulous. The Leopard King had perished? Chapter 85. The Metal Ruins. The Leopard King is not a true powerhouse. He belongs to the previous batch of newcomers with a low rank. However, he possesses a combination of a purple quality module and a purple quality vehicle, making his strength and potential quite remarkable. Yet, he was unexpectedly slain by this young man before him. Moreover, he is a player who has yet to reach Gamma level. Are you truly that formidable? It is not that Chen Yuan doubts him. It is simply too incredulous. This is akin to your wasteful brother, who knows nothing but gaming, bringing back the son of a wealthy magnate and claiming they are friends. Well, Lin Qing humbly remarked. All right, since that is the case, I assume you must be on the candidate list for the ruins. Even Zhang Xing would dispatch you there. Chen Yuan nodded, accepting the shocking information. I was originally a mechanic for the Mechanical Faith Organization in District 2, but then I was contacted by the Tianqing group, inviting me to join them in exploring a newly developed ruin. This ruin is quite special, requiring the skills of a mechanic to unlock its mechanisms. The allure of exploring the ruins was too tempting, and their offered conditions were excellent, so I decided to join them. However, the challenges proved to be immense. Initially, we suspected it might be a high-level ruin, but subsequent discoveries led us to a profound realization regarding the difficulty of the site. It is certainly not something a single organization can unravel. Even with Tianqing's strength reaching Gamma level 10, we found ourselves utterly helpless, ultimately becoming trapped within. Now, with food running scarce and many injured, my return necessitates not only gathering personnel, but also ensuring that those who enter bring ample supplies. Lin Qing and his companion were somewhat astonished. No matter how challenging the Equatorial Mountain ruins may be, two newly established organizations, along with numerous solo players, could manage it. Yet, the Tianqing group, one of the top organizations in District 2, could not prevail. Furthermore, Chen Yuan's words confirmed Lin Qing's suspicions regarding the whereabouts of Yushin Lin. For she is indeed a member of the Tianqing group. Sister Chen, what type of ruin is this? Lin Qing inquired. It is a metal-type ruin, and I estimate its difficulty to be SS level, Chen Yuan sighed. An SS-level ruin, indeed. This is the first occurrence in District 2, not to mention the Tianqing group. Even if the Federation intervenes, it remains uncertain whether they can breach it. This revelation left her feeling somewhat despondent. However, Lin Qing's eyes widened with excitement. Metal type? Is this not precisely the ruin he longs to explore? The interior is replete with resources, and the rewards it yields are fundamentally tied to its inherent attributes. The blue quality modules Lin Qing most desires are all metal types. Moreover, the most crucial point is that ruins rated S level or above offer a chance to obtain legendary professions, should he acquire one. Lin Qing S-Heat Warrior could be directly transformed into a metal-type legendary profession on the spot. The emergence of attribute ruins in non-extreme weather conditions is indeed peculiar. Damn. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss in the in-world, he exclaimed. The appearance of the colossal god in District 1 further reinforces this sense of unease. Upon arriving in the second district, an exceedingly rare event unfolded. Sister, why do you still believe that Zhang Xin would invite Qing Good, given that it is already an SS-level relic? Xiao Gu expressed his bewilderment. This relic possesses a unique characteristic. It adjusts its difficulty based on the strength of the entrants, not on their ultimate combat power, but rather their level of proficiency. Consider this further. If Team Leader Zhang extends an invitation to you, you are free to decline. I shall ascend to the upper floor first, and take the opportunity to contact Team Leader Zhang. With that, Chen Yuan gracefully departed, her long legs striding confidently. She harbored a certain curiosity about Lin Qing, yet the Chen family was known for their emotional intelligence, making it unlikely for her to pry into matters too deeply. Xiao turned to Lin Qing. So, what do you think? At that moment, Lin Qi was already exhilarated. He responded without hesitation, let us go. We must seize this opportunity. A metal-themed relic was indeed a rare treasure. Whether it was the metal module or the legendary metal profession, he was determined to acquire it. All right, I shall accompany you. Didn't you mention needing a mechanic? That is my forte, Xiao Gu declared, having made his decision. Lin Qing smiled. Brother, prepare for takeoff. With everything arranged, Lin Qing returned home. After conversing with his family, he savored his final moments of tranquility. On the afternoon of the second day, Lin Qing stepped out of his house, entering the end world. As the familiar transport enveloped him, Lin Qing found himself back in the hotel room. Ah! The moon goddess Ji appeared simultaneously, emitting a dejected sound. What is the matter? Lin Qing turned to look. He was taken aback. Where did this anime character come from? The moon goddess Ji's hair had been dyed white, and she wore a flowing white dress, her face adorned with a hint of cream, presenting a completely transformed image. My cream cake, she lamented, on the verge of tears. Upon returning home, she had entirely disregarded her weight, indulging in food to reclaim what she had lost. Yet still felt unsatisfied as she entered the end world. Lin Qing's lips twitched. Why did you dye your hair? Do you think it looks good? I noticed that many male protagonists in anime have a white-haired girl by their side, so I thought it fitting, the moon goddess Ji boasted. You must remember. You are a captive, Lin Qing corrected her. I almost forgot, she chuckled, her confidence evidently growing after 3 days back home. Woof. Woof. Little Black had already leaped into Lin Qing's embrace before scampering over to the moon goddess Ji, wagging its tail vigorously. Have you managed to contact your sister? Lin Qing inquired. No, I was just about to ask you. What should we do? She is my only sister. We have always been inseparable, destined never to part. The smile on the moon goddess Ji's face faded, replaced by worry. Your sister is in trouble, Lin Qing sighed. What? How do you know? What Xiao Guo's sister is with your sister? Lin Qing recounted the events that had transpired. An SS-level relic? What are we to do? The moon goddess Ji was suddenly filled with concern, her complexion pale. Uncertain, she wondered if the Federation would intervene, hoping they could rescue her sister. But what if they failed? An SS-level relic had never appeared in the 2nd District before. Panic enveloped moon goddess Ji. As the relaxation brought by her 3-day holiday dissipated entirely, the mere thought of her sister, moon goddess Lin, potentially facing danger caused her eyes to redden instantly. Sanqing, can you help me rescue my sister? She could not help but ask. Moon goddess Ji was aware that her request was somewhat inappropriate, given the perilous nature of the SS-level relic, which few dared to enter. Moreover, Lin Qing was merely at Delta level 10 and needed further development. Nevertheless, Lin Qing had become her last hope. I might consider it. Lin Qing feigned contemplation. Really? Moon goddess Ji's expression brightened, disbelief etched across her face. Could this rogue truly assist her? Lin Qing nodded, though hesitation marked his features. But as you know, the dangers of an SS-level relic are exceptionally high. So I won't act without due compensation, you understand. Chapter 86, An Unprecedented Reward. The moon goddess remained silent. Indeed, it was not as simple as it seemed. Yet now, she felt as though she possessed nothing at all. Even her sister's side found it challenging to procure a second purple treasure chest. She grasped her garments resolutely, steeling herself for what lay ahead. What do you intend to do? Lin Qing was taken aback. Is this something we can broadcast? This is all I have left. I implore you, save my sister. The moon goddess felt a pang of humiliation, having long since relinquished her animosity towards Lin Qing. However, being in such a state with him was still difficult for her to accept. But you cannot artificially inflate the market price. Lin Qing quickly interjected, noticing the seriousness in her demeanor. All right, enough jesting. I am determined to enter that relic, but the particulars will be addressed later. Really? The moon goddess expressed her surprise. Of course, I would never miss an opportunity to explore a relic, Lin Qing retorted with a roll of his eyes. Keep an eye on Little Black. I shall be stepping out. Having said that, he departed from the hotel. After coordinating with Brother Chao and procuring some supplies, he departed Peace Valley. To be precise, Lin Qing had merely concluded his journey in Zone 1. Peace Valley remained a safe haven. It was only now that he truly entered Zone 2. Surrounding him was no longer desolate wilderness. Verdant mountains and forests were abundant. Even lakes and marshes were present. However, a thick mist enveloped the area, severely limiting visibility compared to Zone 1. This will do, Lin Qing said as he and his companion halted in a wooded area. This location was unremarkable. They merely needed to be cautious of mutated creatures. The truck appeared, and Brother Chao retrieved his tools, promptly entering the vehicle. After a flurry of activity, he climbed atop the truck to make modifications. Previously unable to drill or weld, he now secured everything in place to ensure stability. With a proud declaration, Brother Chao announced, "It's all set." Before long, he had mounted a machine gun on the roof and descended back into the vehicle. The energy source is connected, and the roof now holds thousands of rounds of ammunition, all of large caliber. By utilizing the endowment device, all these enhancements can integrate with the vehicle structure. Although these weapons cannot be absorbed into the System S space, once endowed, they will exhibit the characteristics inherent to their class. Brother Chao exhaled heavily. Finally, it's all done, he said, presenting Lin Qing with several endowment devices that Lin Qing had asked him to acquire. It's too conspicuous for one person to make the purchase alone. Upon usage, the newly installed components became an integral part of the vehicle, completing the upgrade. My sister has informed Zhang Sheng about the relic, and now the Federation has begun to mobilize, summoning individuals from various organizations, Brother Wichao remarked. They were preoccupied with modifications. In truth, the chat groups in Zone 2 had already erupted with excitement. The emergence of an SS-grade relic left everyone astounded. Some felt no interest whatsoever, merely wishing to survive. Others, reckless souls, sought to venture inside for a chance at fortune. Yet, the larger organizations, despite their reluctance, felt compelled to dispatch a portion of their personnel on a mission. This is the absolute constraint imposed by the Federation. The current situation is significant. The three major forces outside the Federation, namely the Skywalker Group, have already infiltrated the ruins. The remaining entities, the European Union and the God of Fire sect, are also expected to participate, and they are likely convening with Zhang Sheng at this very moment. Lin Qing has heard of these two organizations. Their leaders have both attained Gamma Level 10 and possess Golden-grade vehicles, showcasing formidable strength. How powerful is Zhang Sheng? Can he truly command such a multitude? Lin Qing inquired. Indeed. Wichao Gun nodded in affirmation. If one were to determine the strongest in District 2, it would undoubtedly be Zhang Sheng, as he serves as a strategic weapon for the Federation, undoubtedly wielding a Golden-grade vehicle. However, the extent of his capabilities in other domains remains uncertain. Such prowess is astonishing. Lin Qing expressed his surprise, recalling the considerable effort he exerted against Baiyu. The strength of a Golden-grade vehicle owner is not to be underestimated. Each possesses their own formidable aspect. Yet, to think that Zhang Sheng could perfectly suppress 3 Golden-grade vehicle owners is unfathomable. Just then, a notification from the chat system interrupted their conversation. Zhang Sheng, if you're interested in the new ruins, feel free to come to the Federation headquarters. Wichaogu received the same message. Let us proceed to observe the Federation's plans, Lin Qing suggested. Given the information at the Federation's disposal, they were undoubtedly aware of Lin Qing and his companions' identities. Thus, there was no need for concealment. They merely needed to ascertain the significance of the Federation's plans before considering their next steps. As they made their way back to Peace Valley, they discovered a distortion in its location. Lin Qing had only traversed 100 kilometers upon exiting, yet the return journey required double that distance. Nevertheless, within a mere 10 minutes, the two successfully arrived. The Federation's headquarters was a 5-story edifice, modest in its grandeur. Upon entering, they were greeted by numerous staff members clad in Federation uniforms. Mr. Sanqing, Mr. Wichaogu, please follow me. A young woman guided them into a reception hall. This hall was remarkably spacious, spanning several hundred square meters. Upon entry, they found it already filled with people, numbering over 100. Zhang Sheng sat at the head of the table, his demeanor stern. The attendees were arranged in 2 rows. Their dispositions varied. Some exuded an aura of menace, while others, with golden hair and blue eyes, wore warm smiles. Coward, Coconut, and the group leader of the rogues were also present. Upon noticing Lin Qing and his companion's arrival, they merely nodded, maintaining their distance. Naturally, the super newcomer Baiyu was also in attendance, seated at the prime position to Zhang Sheng's right. Immediately fixing her gaze upon Lin Qing, under the scrutiny of 100 pairs of eyes, Wichaogu chuckled awkwardly, preparing to guide Lin Qing to his seat. Please sit beside me, Zhang Sheng said without lifting his head. This declaration surprised many seasoned players, who were aware of Lin Qing's exploits but did not anticipate Zhang Sheng's significant regard for him, inviting him to sit across from Baiyu. Lin Qing naturally took his place at the front, exuding an air of composure. The gathering of individuals is nearly complete. We may commence. Zhang Sheng nodded, transitioning directly to the matter at hand. This time, it pertains to a relic discovered by the Tianqing group, known as the Ridge of Steel Thorns. At present, it is undoubtedly classified as above SS level and may even be of SSS rank. Zhang Sheng's voice remained relatively calm, yet the audience was struck with astonishment. SSS? How could such a relic possibly exist in the 2nd District? Zhang Sheng tapped the table, signaling for silence among the crowd. However, this relic is certainly not of an evaluative nature. Otherwise, even the entirety of the 2nd District would find it exceedingly difficult to conquer. Upon entering the Ridge of Steel Thorns, each team would face distinct challenges within separate realms, with a singular gateway leading to a rest area, where encounters could take place. Within the challenges, there exist 2 types of assessments. One evaluates your combat prowess, with the ensuing dangers tailored to your levels, while the other assesses your mechanical aptitude. After each assessment, a problem will arise that necessitates the expertise of skilled mechanics to resolve. The number of challenges remains indeterminate for now, but the higher the tier, the greater the rewards. The current record stands at 81 challenges completed by Tianqing, during which they received a capacity item that inexplicably increased their module capacity by hundreds. In addition, various purple chests and premium items serve as further rewards. It can be said that the risks are immense, yet the potential returns are unprecedentedly high. Chapter 87. Prepared for dispatch. Must one possess a mechanic to traverse the threshold? The players below expressed their astonishment. No wonder each major organization immediately aligned themselves with the Mechanical Faith organization. It is likely that manpower has dwindled significantly by now. Even a figure like Tianxing is stymied at level 81. How arduous must this relic be, and how many levels are there in total? At least 100. One might surmise. By heavens, the rewards are extraordinarily enticing. Items that enhance module capacity possess immeasurable value. To venture forth, are they out of their minds? Do they value money over their lives? I certainly shall not partake. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Zhang remained unfazed, merely stating, this is a crisis in the second district. If the relic is activated and remains untraversed for an extended period, it will generate a considerable amount of in-game power. In such a case, Peace Valley will further diminish, and the impending horde assault at month end will become even more terrifying. Every 3 months, the in-game world generates a massive horde to besiege Peace Valley. Furthermore, all players, regardless of their location, will be transported to Peace Valley. If we can hold our ground, all will be well, and we shall reap substantial rewards. However, failure spells doom for all. Zhang Sheng's words furrowed the brows of the assembly. They were not in a position to vacate the second district immediately. Should the horde become uncontrollable, every individual would be at risk. Zhang Sheng continued. Typically, an increase in the number of individuals entering a relic diminishes its inherent power. Thus, I urge those with aspirations to participate. As for the mechanic dilemma, the Federation will assist you if you cannot find one. Those wishing to embark may set forth tonight. The longer the relic exists, the more perilous it becomes. Thus, prepare your supplies as best you can. The time dimension within differs from the outside, at a ratio of 20:1. After detailing the necessities, Zhang Xing turned to Baiyu. There is no need to bring your previous members. This time, we require 2 capable individuals. Baiyu acquiesced without objection. Sanqing, would you be interested in teaming up with Baiyu? Zhang Sheng inquired, glancing at Lin Qing. Lin Qing was taken aback, unprepared for such an arrangement. However, before he could respond, he noticed Baiyu's lips twitch slightly as he shook his head. Perhaps not. He was certain his current strength paled in comparison to Lin Qing's and wished to avoid excessive interaction. Zhang Xing's eyes flickered, and he nodded in acquiescence. Lin Qing observed this subtle shift in Zhang Xing's demeanor with a sense of resignation. Zhang Xing had always harbored suspicions about him, and it seemed he had discerned something. You shall split into 2 teams. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to approach me, but you must first elevate your levels. The relic in the second district may not impose high-level requirements, but it could very well commence from gamma level, Zhang Sheng advised. The subsequent meeting revolved around the decision to stay or leave. Those present in this venue were all free players, notably of purple tier status. Yet, after considerable deliberation, half chose to depart. The remainder proceeded to form their respective teams, with the Steel Spike Ridge team not exceeding 3 members. The most advantageous configuration comprises a formidable warrior accompanied by a mechanic and a healer. Naturally, each of the 3 must possess exceptional strength for this arrangement to be truly optimal. However, this prospect leaves the underperforming group leader and others considerably disappointed, as they lack even a single mechanic among them and are forced to split into 2 teams. Upon returning to the hotel, the small group began to converse. Underperforming group leader. It seems we cannot rely on a strong ally this time, but let us strive to overcome as many challenges as we can. Laughter brother, huh? Qing will surely lead me to success again. I shall undoubtedly emerge as the second strongest in our group this time. Timid one, dream on. I am the true second strongest. Coconut, Qing, has love vanished from our midst? The banter continued among them, with no indications of retreat. After all, the 3 Qings were present. As long as one member could navigate the final challenge, the ruins would dissipate. Thus, even though Lin Qing was not on the same team, he instilled confidence in them. They firmly believed Lin Qing would succeed, and they could gather some resources at their respective checkpoints in the meantime. 3 Qings, no worries. You shall certainly benefit from following me. Life will be indulgent and plentiful. Coconut, indeed, resources are scarce within. Qing's team will surely have enough to sustain us, haha. Underperforming group leader, we need to level up now. Let us set forth. We cannot fathom how much metal Qing's vehicle requires. So I propose we all elevate our levels to Gamma Level 1 swiftly, and then concentrate our efforts on upgrading Qing's vehicle to the same level for greater stability. Other organizations were already on the move, and time was of the essence. If someone breached the ruins ahead of them, all would be lost. The group resolved to seize every moment. Timid one. I do not partake in free handouts. It is settled. Coconut. Though I may offer my physical contributions. Assisting Qing in upgrading is also within my means. No objections arose among them. Once they secured the location, their combined strength would ensure early upgrades were achievable. However, the consumption on Lin Qing's end was a different matter. It could not simply be overwhelmed by strength. The resources available at the site were crucial. 3 Qings, all right. I appreciate your assistance, and when the time comes for you to enjoy the fruits of your labor, by the way, where is Xiao Wang? Xiao Wang had been notably silent. Bicycle Xiao Wang. I'm currently submerged. I will not be joining the ruins expedition as I am delving deeper into Area 2. Qin. If you need upgrade materials, I can assist you in locating some. Xiao Wang was always unassuming, treating everyone as friends, and willing to contribute quietly. Lin Qing held him in high regard, and replied with a smile. Certainly, but do not overexert yourself. Ensure your own safety first. If you have any surplus, I shall repay you double afterward. Bicycle Xiao Wang. Wow, are you turning into a loan shark? Qing, are you aiming to make me rich? Haha. The small group chat was closed. Soon after, Zhang Sheng sent another message. Have you truly given no thought to joining our federation? I can provide you with materials for your first upgrade, allowing you direct access to the ruins. 3 Qings, Leader Zhang. I believe it is unnecessary, however. If you are willing to invest, you may provide me with some materials, and I will return them without fail. Zhang Sheng, seated in his office, was taken aback. The audacity of this fellow is indeed remarkable, daring to ask me for a loan. He couldn't help but smile knowingly as he sent a message. All right. How about I lend you 1 million in metal? Sanqing, that's excessive. Team Leader Zhang, a third of that would suffice. Zhang Sheng, are you certain? To be frank, anyone in the 2nd district could betray you, but I will not. You will come to understand this later. There is no need to conceal matters concerning the Jinpin vehicle. This old chap is truly perceptive, Lin Qing mused. Perhaps he has suspected something for quite some time. Sanqing, what Jinpin vehicle? I have no knowledge of it. Team Leader Zhang, will you lend me or not? Zhang Sheng gave a light snort. In truth, he had harbored suspicions from the very first encounter with Lin Qing. The likelihood of obtaining a legendary profession through a purple-grade vehicle was exceedingly low. Moreover, the demeanor of both Lin Qing and Bai Yu had revealed certain truths, despite Bai Yu's silence on the matter. It was evident they had experienced conflict. Anyone who could engage in battle with Bai Yu's formidable ice cannon and leave Bai Yu wary could not possibly be associated with a mere purple-grade motorcycle. Zhang Sheng, 50,000 in metal materials, return 60,000 to me later. Is that agreeable? Sanqing, that's nearly enough for me to level up twice. Very well. I shall repay you when I reach Gamma level 10. Zhang Sheng, repay me at Gamma level 5. Sanqing, deal. The chat group was closed. Zhang Sheng chuckled softly, taking his time to play along. The door swung open, and a secretary entered. Team Leader Zhang, representatives from all major organizations have set out. Here's the list of those departing. Both God of Europe and God of Fire are personally attending. There should be a significant opportunity to breach the ruins. The secretary's expression relaxed somewhat. Clearly, the emergence of the SS ruins placed immense pressure on the Federation. Zhang Sheng remained silent, and once the secretary departed, he turned his gaze to the window. The clear skies and serene Harmony Valley did not bring him solace. Instead, they furrowed his brow. The 2nd district was increasingly unsettling. One could only hope for a successful breach, for this district was the cradle of newcomers' enlightenment and must not falter. Should the ruins remain unbreached in 5 days, I shall have no choice but to go in person. That is my worst-case scenario, as I have lost the qualification to enter the ruins of the 2nd district. Meanwhile, Lin Qing, accompanied by the Moon Goddess, had officially set forth. Chapter 88, The Raid Location. Set off. Lin Qing departed from Peace Valley. Before leaving, he noticed the Beast God Temple's personnel covertly watching him. In response, Lin Qing merely chuckled to himself, dismissing their presence. The speed of the dark motorcycle was astonishing. At present, the individuals from the Beast God Temple were preoccupied with conquering the SS-level ruins, unable to spare any formidable pursuers to catch up with him. After traveling over 100 kilometers away from Peace Valley, the motorcycle was replaced by a truck. Upon encountering the upgraded truck for the first time, Moon Goddess Ji was utterly astonished. Heavens, what did you do yesterday? What a magnificent sofa. Is this my bed? It's so soft, ha. She was filled with exuberance, attributing the modifications to Lin Qing and brother Wachao's escapades the previous day. Her bright, clear eyes squinted in happiness, resembling a curious cat as she surveyed her surroundings. So much seafood. This time, we have some delightful treats. With a look of sheer wonder, Moon Goddess Ji pressed her face against the fish tank, staring wide-eyed at the seafood. She then scurried to the back for a tour. Upon seeing the frozen and fresh food section, the dazzling array of ingredients nearly caused her eyes to pop out. These supplies could last for months. You won't be able to eat any, as I will send you to meet your sister tomorrow, Lin Qing remarked, attempting to temper her excitement. Moon Goddess Ji pouted, instantly feeling disheartened. Wait, if I let you go back, why aren't you happier? Who is not happy? Humph. I'm sure my sister has delicious food too. Lin Qing couldn't help but laugh. He was aware of Moon Goddess Lin's situation. Just being able to eat was a blessing. Brother Wachao's sister, Chen Yueran, had contacted Zhang Sheng, who was in dire need of supplies. It was said that Zhang Sheng had already dispatched dozens of trucks of instant noodles over. That should suffice for them to eat their fill. Arrival at the designated location, a cluster of buildings. A prompt from the system appeared. In front of the truck, a row of buildings came into view, indistinguishable from those in the present world. Compared to Area 1, the structures here were more intact, with even the glass facades remaining flawless. Each building stood 8 stories high, arranged in an orderly fashion. Similarly, a multitude of zombies lurked within. In the community garden, various zombies roamed about. Zombie LV-12. This level of zombie possesses a degree of cognitive ability, yet its will remains governed by a bloodthirsty instinct. With physical attributes akin to that of a superhuman, each zombie casually encountered was already at level 12. You actually chose a level 12 location? Moon Goddess Ji exclaimed. This is a 2-tier combat scenario. The higher the level of the location, the greater the number of zombies present. Lin Qing's audacity was indeed remarkable. The ruins had been activated for some time now, and time was of the essence. The defensive capabilities of the buildings would increase with the level of the location. But Lin Qing's current combat prowess was more than sufficient to breach these structures. Extracting materials such as rebar, wires, and waterproof membranes would significantly accelerate his leveling progress. Before the community gate, a metallic heavy cannon materialized, brimming with inexhaustible energy, poised to unleash its fury. Fire! With a mere thought, Lin Qing commanded. Boom! The reverberation of the cannon's discharge caused the truck to tremble amidst a horde of zombies. Moments later, the energy shell detonated, sending countless corpses soaring and creating a vast crater. This was remarkably powerful. Have you upgraded it? The Moon Goddess, with her mouth agape in astonishment, was taken aback. She had been too preoccupied with her meal to notice the rapid enhancement of Lin Qing's abilities over the past few days. Indeed, the force was impressive. A smirk curled at the corner of Lin Qing's lips. As he observed the approaching zombies, he opted for his most primitive power. Despite the zombies being 2 levels above him and their overwhelming numbers, they were like mere obstacles before his truck, crushed effortlessly as if by a bulldozer. Serving as a makeshift speed bump, the spiked modules he had retained could now envelop the entire vehicle at his command, providing comprehensive, impenetrable defense. Zombie level 12 killed. Acquired blue treasure chest. Food type. Zombie level 12 killed. Acquired blue treasure chest. Random. Zombie level 13 killed. Acquired blue treasure chest. Module type. The sound of rewards echoed incessantly. As for the prizes, the high-level zones in Area 2 would not yield superior module treasure chests. Only elite monsters could provide such treasures. However, it could be assured that with a level difference, one could avoid the lesser white treasure chests. There was a thrill in colliding with the zombie horde. Lin Qing felt a surge of excitement. Let us all live fiercely. As his voice resonated, the truck's sound system burst forth with music. Hearing the familiar tune, Lin Qing smiled smugly. This was the perfect accompaniment. Crash. Again, crash. Even the pristine tank made of jade could not match Lin Qing's efficiency in mowing down zombies. As speed was an equally vital factor. Although the tank boasted greater defense, its sluggishness rendered it ineffective unless the zombie swarm was exceedingly dense. Once the zombies were thoroughly dispatched, Lin Qing retrieved 2 large pineapples and leapt from the vehicle. Action time, 2 hours. Stay inside. He instructed the Moon Goddess without looking back as he entered the building, swiftly cleansing the area of zombies. The dual-class feature shone brilliantly in this moment. Flames erupted from his body, yet he felt no heat. The nearby zombies recoiled in terror, their nascent cognitive abilities causing them to resist the fiery onslaught. However, before Lin Qing, true evasion was impossible. Not up close? I still possess ranged fire abilities. Rat-tat-tat. The 2 guns unleashed a frenzied barrage, with ample ammunition. Lin Qing felt no remorse. The zombies, formidable as they appeared, were ultimately frail before the 2 light machine guns. Their bodies were pierced, igniting in flames. And amidst the conflagration, resonance attraction occurred, invoking the flaming skill of the extreme flame destroyer. In an instant, a roaring inferno engulfed the scene. The zombies within the building dwindled rapidly. In place of that, an increase in Lin Qing's treasure chests occurred. It was not at all hot. It seemed that neither my skills nor my modules could inflict harm upon myself or my vehicle. Lin Qing traversed the sea of flames, extinguishing the fire under the guidance of his thoughts. He had no desire to incinerate any valuable materials. Absorbing 10 gene of metal, 50 gene of glass, 1 gene of rubber, Lin Qing commenced his scavenging of materials. Time was of the essence. He needed to absorb all resources within 2 hours. Despite his extraordinary physical prowess and unparalleled speed, time remained a scarce commodity. Absorbing 30 gene of metal, 20 gene of glass. Absorbing. The zombies were utterly incapable of hindering Lin Qing's progress. The number of zombies within the building paled in comparison to those outside. In a mere 10 minutes, Lin Qing leaped from the rooftop. He descended from a height of 30 meters, yet felt not the slightest jolt upon landing. Lin Qing's physical attributes were, in fact, comparable to those of some level 5 Gamma players. Over an hour later, Lin Qing returned to the vehicle. He turned to Moon Goddess Ji. There is no danger now. Please retrieve all the treasure chests. Moon Goddess Ji surveyed the surroundings and, finding them indeed tranquil, leapt from the vehicle, cradling Little Black. Little Black's tail wagged with excitement as it grew in size, sinking its teeth into several zombies and devouring them. Although it was still at level 3, this absorption would likely enhance its strength considerably. Remarkably, the evolutionary potential of certain species is truly formidable. After half an hour of diligent effort, Moon Goddess Ji returned to the vehicle, activating the treasure chest system. She transferred all the chests to Lin Qing, who then gazed outside, accumulating a metal-heavy artillery. Having absorbed all usable materials, only the steel reinforcements of the buildings remained. Chapter 89. The Gamma-class truck having consumed 30,000 energy units. It unleashed a barrage of 10 powerful shots. The complex appeared as though it had been subjected to demolition, reduced to a mere ruin. Lin Qing took a brief respite, allowing the truck to mitigate some of the end-of-days effects, intent on resolving matters in one fell swoop. You can disembark shortly. Should you encounter any rebar, summon me. Your physical prowess should suffice to move a few stones, he instructed. The Moon Goddess nodded. I should manage with the smaller ones. Excellent. Little Black, you are even stronger than the Moon Goddess. Assist me in locating some rebar. Lin Qing addressed Little Black, aware of its keen intelligence and willing to utilize it. Upon receiving a nod from Little Black, he opened the truck door and they departed together. The 1-meter-high building blocks appeared to Lin Qing as though they were mere tofu. He casually discarded the useless ones while swiftly searching for resources. Upon encountering rebar, he absorbed it directly. These pieces were not entirely severed. At times, he absorbed lengths of rebar measuring 6 or 7 meters. The demand for metal materials surged dramatically. There's a substantial pile here, hurry. The Moon Goddess exclaimed joyfully upon discovering rebar, akin to a bustling marketplace. Lin Qing wasted no time, rushing over to absorb the materials. Woof, woof, woof. Little Black also detected resources. After 2 hours of thorough exploration, Lin Qing finally returned to the truck, resigning himself to the situation with a sigh. He gazed at the materials list. Metal, 1, 3 million 2 million pounds. Plastic, 120, 000 200, 000 pounds. Glass, 250, 000 200, 000 pounds. Rubber, 80, 000 200. 000 pounds. Metal coins, 210, 00050, 000. This inventory included a significant portion of supplies provided by Zhang Xing, yet there remained a considerable shortfall. He sighed again, realizing the time away from the vehicle had reached its limit. Even if he were to recover, it would not be until evening that he could scour the second location. By then, accomplishing the upgrade would necessitate waiting another night to reach the ruins. It was worth noting that one night at the ruins equated to a full 10 days. Let us head to the ruins. Their issues should be manageable, Lin Qing resolved, trusting in his teammates. The combat capabilities of Wachao Gu and the others were commendable. Should fortune favor them, they might yield significant rewards. Nevertheless, their pace in navigating the site would surely pale in comparison to his, so he would have to wait. The truck roared to life and departed from the construction site. Steel Thorn Ridge, distance, 3,000 kilometers. As noon arrived, the Moon Goddess had just laid out a feast. While the two indulged in their meal, the previously silent group stirred with activity. Wachao Gu, done. I've finally leveled up, and there are plenty of materials here. Brother Qing, initiate the trade. Joy surged through Lin Qing's expression. He had anticipated their success. Sanqing, I'm still short on materials for my upgrade. Please trade as much as you can spare, and I'll cover the cost of the consumed metal coins. Wachao Gu, just watch. Before long, Lin Qing received an array of resources, including a staggering 20,000 pounds of metal delivered straight to him. It was evident that Wachao Gu had acquired a significant amount of weaponry demonstrating formidable strength. The leader of the group remarked, "I visited a rubber factory. While there aren't many other materials, the abundance of rubber is rather excessive." Another chimed in, "This is precisely what I lack. Let us trade." A third voice interjected, "I have also completed my tasks. Dear Qing, do speak up." "Coming, sister," was the prompt reply. A timid member chuckled, "I knew it. This bridge can indeed be dismantled. Let us gather even more materials this time." "I possess a significant amount of glass," added Xiao Wang. One must acknowledge the formidable prowess of these 5 individuals. All are owners of purple-grade vehicles, with the exception of Xiao Wang, who boasts a unique profession. The harvest they garnered was commendable. Lin Qing had amassed sufficient materials on the spot. All upgrade materials are complete. Do you wish to proceed with the upgrade? This upgrade will consume 5 hours. 5 hours, you say? After transitioning to the second district, upgrade times have been considerably reduced. This is correlated with the radiation intensity between the 2 districts. He opted to upgrade, and the process commenced. Lin Qing found himself in a state of anticipation, transitioning to the unboxing phase. He had accrued around 40 treasure chests of various types. For the time being, he deemed it unnecessary to open the food treasure chests nor the random ones. Having experienced the incident with Xiao Go, he preferred to leave himself some alternatives. He selected rewards based on his needs. Successfully unlocked. Module, Corpse Flame, blue. Successfully unlocked. Module, Rotating Tooth Pitch, blue. Successfully unlocked. Module, Vehicle-Mounted Drone, blue. The modules from the second district were evidently more diverse, though the majority remained impractical for Lin Qing. He chose relatively more expensive modules, intending to sell them in the future. Metal currency has now entered full circulation, and ordinary treasure chests can be exchanged for resources. "I have come to understand how those large organizations are formed," Lin Qing mused. Beyond the concentration of resources, the leaders can dispose of useless modules internally, fostering a positive cycle. The leaders, equipped with premium modules, would consequently bolster the strength of their members. Continuous enhancement of modules is imperative. My purple-grade modules are all at level 1, and there remains a long journey ahead. Vehicle upgrade successful. Upon hearing the system notification, Lin Qing promptly accessed his panel. The Delta has reached Gamma level, promising a significant wave of enhancements, along with the emergence of an intelligent system. He eagerly anticipated the changes that would manifest in his vehicle. Muscle truck. Gamma LV1 maximum speed, 600 kilometers, unloaded, energy storage, 100,000 units energy absorption rate, 4,000 units per hour vehicle dimensions, height 10 meters, length 60 meters, width 8 meters. Module capacity, 1,001, 500 sub-vehicle, dark motorcycle, Gamma LV1 maximum speed, 500 kilometers consumption per 100 kilometers, 450 units energy recovery, 600 units per hour. Attribute points, 50. Subsequent upgrades, metal, 3 million pounds, plastic, 300,000 pounds, glass, 30,000 pounds, rubber, 30,000 pounds. The intelligent system has been activated. Upgrade prompt. When the vehicle reaches level 20, it will undergo an initial fusion with the player, allowing the vehicle to perfectly augment its attributes based on the player's own characteristics and profession. Is it really so much? Despite having anticipated this, Lin Qing could not suppress his astonishment. In terms of overall capability, it had nearly increased by more than 5 times. The size, defense, capacity, and energy had all seen substantial growth. With additional modules available, I can integrate the wind blade module obtained from the Leopard King. The combination of wind and fire will undoubtedly amplify its power significantly. I will reserve the remaining capacity until I reach a certain level and acquire the item that enhances module capacity, at which point I can seamlessly integrate the golden modules. Only then will Lin Qing's modules achieve perfection. Regardless of the abundance of resources in the second district, golden modules remain the most scarce and exceptional super weapons. Strength, 66. Speed, 57. Mentality, 56. This time, the attributes have increased by 50 points, but the next upgrade will only yield an increase of 20 points. Lin Qing now places great importance on attributes. In the future, as he merges with the vehicle, the strength of his attributes will significantly influence his combat power. It is time to utilize the Mu Yuan fruit tree to absorb energy. Unfortunately, there was insufficient time earlier, otherwise, I could have harvested a considerable amount of Mu Yuan fruit. For now, I must wait for another opportunity within the ruins. Distance, 2,000 kilometers. This time, a smart electronic voice resonated within the vehicle. The sun had already set. The vehicle's upgrade had consumed a significant amount of time. Yet, Lin Qing was filled with confidence. Switching to the dark motorcycle, he set off towards the direction of the ruins, traveling at a speed that could only be described as flight. In just over an hour, he would arrive. Chapter 90. Entering the ruins. You have arrived at the location, Steel Thorn Ridge. Do you wish to enter? Before the motorcycle, a colossal portal hovered in the air. Lin Qing searched for a nearby clearing and transmitted the coordinates, awaiting Wu Chaoji's arrival. The latter was already en route, and it was anticipated that he would successfully arrive before nightfall. I'm hungry, Moon Goddess Ji interjected, her eyes lingering longingly on the food within the vehicle. Lin Qing rolled his eyes. This woman, with her exquisite figure, was nonetheless a voracious eater. Go ahead, prepare a portion for Wu Chaogu as well. Lin Qing released the truck. Xiao Ka, scan the surroundings for thermal signatures and alert me at any sign of trouble. Received, Master, responded Xiao Ka, the truck emitting a mechanical sound. This was the intelligent system that emerged post-gamma level, fully attuned to Lin Qing's will and capable of autonomously controlling the vehicle. Before long, a steaming banquet was laid out on the luxurious dining table. King crab, steamed sea fish, sushi. Although slightly reminiscent of island cuisine, it was still quite palatable. Lin Qing settled into a chair and began to feast heartily. Meanwhile, Moon Goddess Ji unabashedly savored the meal, her lips curling in delight, murmuring, so delicious. After approximately an hour, darkness enveloped the sky completely. Nightfall brought with it numerous dangers, and even the most formidable organizations preferred not to act recklessly. Fortunately, at that moment, Xiao Ka detected thermal signatures, and mere seconds later, a camper came into view. We've arrived, Lin Qing breathed a sigh of relief. This was indeed Wu Chaoji's camper. Upon halting the vehicle, Wu Chaogu emerged with a cheerful greeting. Qinggu, ready to set off? Lin Qing handed in the meal prepared by Moon Goddess Ji. Let us depart. He was parked quite close to the entrance of the ruins. In just a few minutes, they reached the entrance. Do you wish to enter? Enter. Detecting a three-person team, initiating team battlefield. As the voice faded, the trio seemed to traverse a temporal tunnel. Upon reaching the end, a brand new scene unfolded before them. The sky was dim and overcast, revealing a range of mountains blanketed in dense black thorns, arranged in a chaotic manner. Welcome to the Steel Thorn Ridge Ruins. This is a trial of challenge. Each level will offer rewards. The higher the level, the more abundant the rewards. The current challengers are a three-person team, with rewards divided into captain and member categories. Do you wish to elect a captain? Election successful. Captain, Lin Qing. Current ranking, none. Entering the Thorn Ridge signifies the commencement of the challenge. The trio disembarked from the vehicle, surveying the interior of the ruins. As my sister mentioned, the upcoming levels are primarily combat-oriented. Once activated, mutated creatures will emerge, and our task is to eliminate them. The mutated creatures in this initial level are roughly on par with us, numbering no more than 10, Wu Chaogu articulated. The Moon Goddess, Ji, could not help but exclaim, in that case, it seems rather easy. 10 mutated creatures are hardly a challenge. This is merely the first level. The subsequent dozens will undoubtedly become increasingly arduous. Moreover, apart from the mutated beings, we must also be wary of the terrain here. The thicket of thorns is not composed of ordinary wood. Its sharpness and hardness are quite formidable, making it exceedingly difficult to ignite, even with fire-based abilities. Wu Chaogu shook his head. Once the battle commences, a stalemate is inevitable. If we become ensnared by the thorny thicket, the danger intensifies significantly. Lin Qing smiled and remarked, the difficulty in igniting it does not mean it is impossible. Fire abilities vary in potency, and besides, no matter how hard it is still wood, is it not? Indeed. What is the matter? Wu Chaogu inquired in astonishment. Nothing, we can try it out later, Lin Qing replied, shaking his head without elaborating further. He handed Wu Chaogu the prepared lunchbox. Oh, there is something delicious to eat, Wu Chaogu exclaimed joyfully as he accepted it. Lin Qing opened the challenge leaderboard, which recorded the progress of various teams and the rules. Rewards will be distributed based on rankings every 15 days. First place, 2 purple item chests. Second to 10th place, 1 purple item chest. 11th to 100th place, 3 blue item chests. 100 to 500 place, 1 blue item chest. Only teams that have completed over 30 levels will be considered for this ranking countdown for this settlement. 5 days. Ranking will be calculated based on completion time for the same level. Is there really a reward? Wu Chaogu mumbled while eating. I've heard that the capacity-enhancing item obtained by Tianqing came from such item chests. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing's interest was piqued. There was no doubt. They must secure a commendable ranking. He glanced at the current standings. Over 1,000 participants were listed, with those within the top 500 having completed over 40 levels. After a cursory glance, he began to scroll upward. 350th place, Lion King team, 45 levels completed. Many had rushed into the ruins immediately after Zhangxing's meeting. Even a few hours earlier, several days had elapsed within the ruins. 200th place, Bayou Team, 49 levels completed. 160th place, Ocean Team, 53 levels completed. 100th place, Fire God Team, 55 levels completed. First place, Sanqing Team, 82 levels completed. These are all relatively well-known individuals. For now, there is no need to observe the rankings of others, as most are from the Sanqing group and have already gained a significant advantage. The Sanqing group has stirred quite a bit of trouble. They discovered the ruins ahead of time, but failed to report it. Upon returning to Peace Valley, Zhang Sheng would have to deal with them. Xiao Ge gleefully stated. He extended his left arm, now no longer empty. A mechanical arm had been successfully affixed. It was a temporary purchase, classified as white grade. However, its functions surpassed those of a human hand. With a mere thought, a toothpick appeared at the tip of his index finger. Xiao Ge nonchalantly picked his teeth and then retracted the toothpick with great flair. Having satisfied their hunger and thirst, Qing Ge, are we ready to commence? Xiao Ge expressed his enthusiasm. Lin Qing, however, directed his gaze to the right, where a luminous portal beckoned, a gateway to the safe zone. He decided to first ascertain the circumstances of others rather than rushing into the safe zone. Within the safe zone lay a cavern illuminated by flickering torches. Upon the entrance of Lin Qing and his companions, a considerable gathering of individuals had already amassed. Some had just arrived, while others bore the marks of struggle. Their faces smeared with dirt and their bodies stained with blood, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. The arrival of Lin Qing caught the attention of many. Is that the renowned Sanqing? The number of skilled individuals here is on the rise. One cannot help but wonder how far he can progress. That Bayou has already ascended to the 49th level. His pace is astonishing, and Sanqing's momentum likely mirrors that. Yet, thinking too much about it. Bayou is a golden tier tank, an elite character destined for the forefront. How could Sanqing possibly compare? Some discreetly shook their heads, feeling the weight of pressure intensifying. Although Lin Qing is a newcomer, the level requirements here are not stringent, rendering him a formidable competitor instead. Sanqing, you dare to step in here? The Lion King also took note of Lin Qing, his gaze icy, though he refrained from raising his voice. With many prominent figures present, he wished to remain inconspicuous, being merely a gamma-level purple-tier vehicle. Meanwhile, Bayou, engaged in recuperation, revealed a glimmer of combat readiness upon spotting Lin Qing. Chapter 91. The hostility of Sanqing. Lin Qing cast a glance at the Lion King and Bayou, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Without uttering a word, he soon noticed a gathering of individuals clad in uniform white defensive suits, which marked the presence of the Sanqing group. Among them was a man, appearing to be around 25, strikingly handsome and exuding an air of transcendence, yet emanating a formidable sense of strength. His physique had evidently evolved to a significant level. He was likely the owner of the Golden Tier motorcycle. Sister. The Moon Goddess G's eyes sparkled as she spotted a young woman among the Sanqing group. The girl, having noticed Moon Goddess G, hurried over. What brings you to the ruins? It's far too perilous here. Moon Goddess Lin's expression was fraught with concern. She understood her sister's character, and entering such treacherous ruins posed a tremendous risk. I came to find you. Thankfully, Sanqing brought me along. I must express my gratitude to him, Moon Goddess G replied cheerfully. Moon Goddess Lin's lips twitched slightly. Sister, have you forgotten that you are a captive? She cast a complex gaze at Sanqing. Her sister's demeanor reassured her that Lin Qing had not committed any egregious acts. Yet she felt a tinge of irritation that her sister had been brought to such a hazardous place. She couldn't even be certain of her own safety. Her hopes were pinned on Sanqing reaching a higher level or an increase in the number of individuals exploring the ruins, thereby diminishing the ruins' power and ultimately breaking through. Before she could escape, her most cherished Moon Goddess G had followed her in. Finally, she took a deep breath. Let us make a deal. Such decisiveness? Lin Qing raised an eyebrow, immediately agreeing. You have received 1 purple treasure chest and 2 blue treasure chests, premium module type. Is this already credited? Lin Qing felt remarkably pleased, finally witnessing a return on his investment through Moon Goddess G. Are these all gamma-level chests? Of course, I can't access Area 1. Moon Goddess Lin replied matter-of-factly. The considerable price she had paid for such a treasure chest made her feel a pang of regret. All right. Let us collaborate again when the opportunity arises. Moon Goddess Lin. You wish for another chance? With a cold snort, she turned to lead Moon Goddess G back towards the camp. Moon Goddess G seemed somewhat taken aback, glancing back repeatedly, yet out of respect for her sister. She followed along. Qing Ge, no wonder you've been keeping her by your side. This deal is quite lucrative, Gu exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Qing chuckled. Let us go? Just as he turned around, he heard the leader of the Sanqing group suddenly speak. Who permitted your departure? The moment those words were uttered, The surrounding crowd fell into astonished silence. Fiery flames, swift movements, and divine beings were present. These were the three legendary powerhouses of Peace Valley. Aside from Sanqing, these three were the pinnacle of strength. It was unexpected that the newcomer Sanqing had offended Tianqing. The Lion King appeared somewhat surprised, then broke into a cold smile, clearly relishing the unfolding drama. Bai Yu also directed his gaze towards the commotion. What does this mean? Lin Qing's expression grew icy. The tone of Tianqing made him feel profoundly uncomfortable. Hand over the treasure chest and leave. Do not appear within our line of sight. Tianqing traversed the crowd, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority and formidable presence. What gives you the right? Lin Qing retorted, addressing the members of the opposing faction. If your contract were legitimate, our Tianqing group would have no qualms in fulfilling it. However, you coerced Moon Goddess Ji into signing. So do you truly believe this matter can be resolved so easily? Tianqing scoffed. At these words, the crowd suddenly grasped the situation. It became apparent that this Sanqing had abducted Moon Goddess Ji and threatened the Tianqing group, displaying an audacity that was truly astonishing. Their integrity was called into question. Such actions were utterly excessive. It was no wonder Tianqing intervened, considering that Moon Goddess Lin was destined to be his future bride. This was a matter concerning his prospective sister-in-law. It was clear the situation had escalated. One could not steal a chicken and end up losing a rice field. How could a newcomer dare to oppose the Tianqing group? The resources they had painstakingly acquired would likely be surrendered in no time. The crowd buzzed with speculation. It was that they found it disgraceful in the apocalypse. Which powerful individual was truly untainted? Yet, the might of the Tianqing group was undeniable, prompting many to wish to bask in their glory and curry favor with them. Lin Qing turned his gaze towards Moon Goddess Ji, whose complexion had already shifted, hastily asserting, I am not being coerced. They treat me exceptionally well. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted uneasily. Even Tianqing could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Is there a problem? Lin Qing countered. She simply had not yet realized that there was no escape for her. All she needed to do was comply with my words. Tianqing shook his head. Lin Qing was utterly incensed, almost amused. In terms of transactions, he had merely exchanged a former enemy for resources, which was not inherently wrong. Moreover, Moon Goddess Ji had fared quite well under his care. There was no discord between them, yet Tianqing, an outsider, dared to interfere. This infuriated him further. What if I refuse? His voice was calm, devoid of any trace of fear, astonishing many who could not anticipate Lin Qing's reaction. Tianqing's expression turned frigid. You believe this is a safe zone, and that I will not act against you? However, you must understand that we will inevitably venture outside. Lin Qing scoffed. So what? The price you will pay then is beyond your capacity to bear. Tianqing spoke softly, as if addressing an ant. Let us see if you can leave first. After being here for so long, you've only completed 82 levels. Is this all you are capable of? Lin Qing dismissed. Tianqing raised an eyebrow, a derisive smile gracing his lips, and chose not to speak further, rejoining his faction. To him, Lin Qing's words were akin to a beggar questioning a billionaire's wealth, utterly unworthy of response. Qinggu, we are in considerable trouble now. Tianqing is exceptionally powerful, and we must exercise caution, Wachauga murmured. In the presence of Tianqing, he had unhesitatingly aligned himself with Lin Qing. Yet he acknowledged the necessity of careful navigation in the aftermath. We shall address it later. At worst, we will not return to Pingy Valley, but instead, swiftly level up and settle accounts with him. Since Tianqing has declared war, he certainly would not shy away. As long as one possesses the Armistice Command and a Golden Grade module, even in the face of defeat, escape remains an option. Once levels are elevated, the dynamics of trouble will surely shift. Bai Yu stepped forward and uttered two words, not bad. It seemed to imply that only someone like Lin Qing was worthy of being his rival. Lin Qing rolled her eyes, feeling that Bai Yu was rather pretentious, and chose to ignore him. Numerous onlookers fixated their gazes on Lin Qing, considering her predicament akin to a death sentence. However, Bai Yu's reaction sparked undeniable surprise among the crowd. It appeared that while Sanqing was indeed remarkable, Bai Yu, being a supernova, should not be so invested in her. With that, Lin Qing decided to move on, departing with Wachao Gu to enter the challenge. Meanwhile, Yu Xinji in the Tianqing group appeared somewhat pale. After a moment's hesitation, she finally stamped her foot and declared to Yu Xinlin, Sister, I want to go too. Chapter 92. Astonishing progress. What were you doing before? Moon Goddess Lin was filled with confusion. Tianqing's unilateral decisions had already caused her discomfort, and now the Moon Goddess Ji, whom she had painstakingly rescued, was expected to return to that Sanqing's side. We came in as a small team. It wouldn't be right for me to leave now. Once we exit the ruins, I will no longer be with him, Moon Goddess Ji explained. Is that truly the case? What else could it be? Moon Goddess Lin replied helplessly, You needn't return to him. He should treat you well enough. I will speak to Tianqing and ensure he doesn't trouble Sanqing any further. And this matter will be resolved. No, I still must go. However, you should inform Tianqing. Otherwise, Moon Goddess Ji said no more. In her eyes, although Lin Qing's level was insufficient for now, it was uncertain who would cause trouble for whom later. Lin Qi was nearly a god-slaying presence in the first district. What brings you here? In the checkpoint space, Lin Qing stared at Moon Goddess Ji in astonishment. Isn't it obvious? We are teammates now, so of course. I had to come. Also, I am not your captive. You cannot command me at will, Moon Goddess Ji asserted with a sense of entitlement. Aren't you afraid Tianqing will cause you trouble? Lin Qing inquired. He is my sister's devoted admirer. He wouldn't dare. Well, it seems that trait runs in the family. All of you having devoted admirers. Fine, but you still owe me your reward, Lin Qing stated preemptively. If Moon Goddess Ji had joined the team, he would definitely claim her reward. It matters not, Moon Goddess Ji replied nonchalantly, showing no interest in enhancing her combat prowess. Even Wu Chao Gu was left speechless. This little sister-in-law showed no desire for self-improvement whatsoever. All right, let us begin. Lin Qing moved Wu Chao Ji's vehicle into the truck. The three of them climbed aboard. Checkpoint initiated. With the ruins prompt, a cacophony of beastly roars erupted from the thorny forest. Lin Qing's attention was drawn to the black beasts. They varied in size. Some resembling monkeys, others wolves or tigers, yet their bodies were entirely composed of metal. Certain parts even reflected light. Metal beast. Gamma LV-1. A mutated creature composed of metal and flesh, possessing formidable strength and superior defense, along with varying combat abilities. Glimpsing the system's introduction, the truck surged into the horde of beasts. Little card. Sufficient wood energy detected. Shall we deploy the vine torrent? As expected, it was still wood energy. Lin Qing felt a surge of delight. He had suspected this before, and now it seemed these thorns were fully controllable. Activate and manage it yourself. Do not obstruct the path and eliminate the metal beasts, Lin Qing instructed. The presence of Little Card would save him considerable effort. Such minor skirmishes could easily be delegated. Indeed, as soon as Lin Qing gave the command, the truck engaged its modules and began automatic attacks. The thorns in front parted, some controlled by the truck's energy, transforming into a torrent of vines. They coalesced into extremely sharp spears, piercing through the attacking metal beast on the spot. The seemingly resilient defense capability was pierced through by the thorny spear, rendered utterly vulnerable in the torrent of vines. Blood poured forth, a gruesome sight. Goodness, Qing, you possess such a module? Exclaimed Go, his eyes wide with astonishment. He felt utterly oblivious to Lin Qing's true prowess. He had assumed that even if one could rely on luck, this was an uncommonly smooth journey. Unfortunately, there were no treasure chests to be found. Otherwise, such a bounty would have been invaluable. Lin Qing sighed, controlling the vines to retrieve the carcass of a metallic beast into the truck. Xiaohei, give it a try. The little black dog looked on eagerly, tapping with his paw, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal. Can this thing be eaten? The truck sped forth, racing at an almost breakneck pace. The first stage posed no challenge for him, and in merely a minute, he successfully passed through it. Acquired a blue treasure chest, completely random. Would you like to commence the second stage? The mere completion of the first stage had yielded a blue treasure chest, showcasing the astonishing rewards of this SSS-grade relic. Open it. In the safety zone, Tianqing wore a grim expression. The actions of Moon Goddess Ji had somewhat embarrassed him. However, upon seeing Moon Goddess Lin, his anger dissipated. Lin, your sister should be fine navigating the challenges with that fellow, right? Tianqing inquired gently. I can't control her, but once they confront the challenges and realize the difficulty, they'll likely return. That Sanqing possesses considerable strength. He won't perish without reason, Moon Goddess Lin replied, shaking her head. Just a newcomer from the first district. Tianqing remarked dismissively. In his eyes, if Lin Qing managed to clear a few stages, it would be commendable. It would be best if he knew when to retreat. To avoid any mishap befalling Moon Goddess Ji. I wonder how far he has progressed. Moon Goddess Lin opened the leaderboard, searching diligently. YISNT he listed. Could it be he hasn't even cleared the first stage? Moon Goddess Lin expressed her astonishment, with Tianqing also sensing something amiss. The first stage should be passable for anyone. How could he not be found? Oh my. Sister Lin, scroll up and check the position for the 10th stage. No, it's the 11th stage now. Just then, a member of Tianqing's group exclaimed. Moon Goddess Lin's expression shifted, and she hastily scrolled up. Indeed, the name of the Sanqing team appeared at the 11th stage, leading all teams at that level. Total time spent, 30 minutes and 21 seconds. The second position for the 11th stage had taken a full day's time. How could this be? How could it be achieved so swiftly? Moon Goddess Lin was utterly astounded, disbelief etched across her face. Even Tianqing had taken nearly 2 hours. Yet, Sanqing accomplished it in merely half an hour. This was absurd. Tianxing, who had initially been unconcerned, was now taken aback, his gaze towards the leaderboard shifting. Could he possess some unique ability that allowed him to expedite his progress through the earlier stages? He found it difficult to comprehend. This pace was something not even he, nor the gods of Europe and fire, could achieve. Meanwhile, Bai had been closely monitoring Lin Qing's ranking. This was remarkably swift. Just how powerful was he now? Bai was profoundly shocked. It is worth noting that when he reached the 11th level, he had spent over 2 hours. Yet, Lin Qing managed to reduce that time by 3/4. How on earth was this accomplished? Not only they, but others also took notice of this remarkable feat while climbing the ranks. What on earth is happening? Half an hour for the 11th level? I too witnessed this. The prowess of Sanqing is simply astonishing. How did he achieve such a feat? The 12th level. Is this a challenge or a race? Everyone was left in utter bewilderment. It is important to remember that even the 3 formidable teams, including Tianxing, as well as the exceptional newcomer Bai, had taken a full 2 hours to reach this stage. Lin Qing's speed was beyond the realm of belief. Within the challenge, the muscle truck unleashed boundless might. Not only did it employ the torrent of branches, but wind blades and heavy metal cannons were also in play. It was only after a cannon blast cleared the final beast horde that the voice of the ruins echoed once more. 12th level passed. Acquired blue treasure chest, completely random. Would you like to proceed to the 13th level? Chapter 93, going out for a bite at last. He had reached the 60th level. A towering figure emerged from his challenge space, accompanied by 2 others. His physique was reminiscent of a coiling dragon, adorned with fiery red hair, exuding an aura of immense strength. This was none other than the leader of the Fire God sect. A legendary figure among the 3 great powerhouses, the possessor of the coveted golden vehicle, known as the Fire God. Remarkably, he had achieved this milestone in just 6 days. A feat that was nothing short of spectacular. Simultaneously, another portal to a challenge space illuminated. A young man clad in white attire, his shoes equally pristine, bore a smile that contrasted sharply with the Fire God. The elegant visage of the European god radiated kindness, yet he, too, possessed formidable strength and an extraordinary legacy. Often referred to as the European monarch in the flesh, the first district had opened the golden vehicle, and the novice treasure chest yielded golden weapons, with an astonishingly high probability of exceptional loot. Though the second district had entered the fray later, it had ascended rapidly, now standing at the 59th level. A silent exchange transpired between the European god and the Fire God. The former smiled while the latter wore a provocative expression, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. A sudden realization struck the Fire God. Why was it so eerily quiet? Despite the presence of many individuals in the safety zone, none acknowledged him. Not even his own members. They were all fixated on the luminous screen, as if witnessing something extraordinary. To his astonishment, someone had conquered 16 levels. This was outrageous. How could this be? He had only entered 2 days prior. The murmurs of disbelief from the crowd caught the attention of both the Fire God and the European god, leaving them perplexed. Even the celestial walker stood transfixed by the glowing display, instilling a sense of unease among them. What is happening? The Fire God inquired, tapping a member of his organization. The individual, upon seeing the Fire God, expressed surprise before recounting the events with urgency. What? Someone cleared 16 levels in an hour? You must be jesting. Both the Fire God and the European god were left in a state of bewilderment. They hastily checked the leaderboard. 16 levels, Sanqing team. Time taken, 40 minutes and 36 seconds. Having depleted his energy, Lin Qing paused. He had unleashed his full potential this time, exhausting the gamma-level energy source. He would need to wait for his energy to replenish before continuing. It was exhilarating. This was akin to a one-button clearance. Lin Qing was elated, his face flushed with excitement. Akin to riding a rocket. The truck had driven at full speed, scarcely pausing. Blue treasure chest, random 19. Logically, the 16th level should have yielded 16 treasure chests. However, Captain Lin Qing's rewards had granted him an additional 3. He offered the treasure chests to the moon goddess, who accepted the transaction without hesitation. Captain Lin Qing's intuition was spot on. She seemed devoid of ambition for enhancement. In total, there were 35 treasure chests. With a slight smile, Lin Qing returned to his quarters to open them one by one. Acquired item, metal reinforcer, blue enhances vehicle durability. This was quite satisfactory. After 3 refreshes, Lin Qing decided to keep the reward. The prop modules, however, do not deplete module capacity. Naturally, their effects are not as remarkable as those of the modules. They possess added value. Little card, increased the hardness of the vehicle body slightly after using the enhancement item. Acquired module, metallized tires, blue retains rubber characteristics while enhancing through metallization. Stay, the relic treasure chest, akin to special locations, yields only unique rewards. Any random one that appears makes Lin Qing's heart race with excitement. Acquired module. Size increment. Blue Epic increases the vehicle's size by 1/10, without altering its mass or hardness. This is it. Lin Qing's eyes sparkled. The long-desired size module had finally dropped. Fusion. The moment he activated it, Lin Qing felt the vehicle tremble. It rapidly expanded. Of course, this expansion was guided by Lin Qing's will. Functional spaces like the bedroom and bathroom remained unchanged under his control. If he obtained 9 more modules, the vehicle could likely undergo a complete transformation. Lin Qing could not help but indulge in his fantasies. This epic module was extraordinary. He must farm it as much as possible. Onward. The moon goddess returned to the safe zone. As soon as she entered, a gasp drew the attention of countless gazes. She emerged. Why is there only one? The scene erupted into chaos. The onlookers were utterly astonished, unable to fathom how the Sanqing team had accomplished this. Were it not for the relic, they might have suspected a bug in the system. The moon goddess quickly fled back to the Tianqing group. Little sister, your clearance speed is astonishing. What on earth happened? Moon goddess Lin inquired urgently. The others leaned in, eager to uncover the situation. We just played normally. I have a contract with him, so I cannot disclose anything, the moon goddess replied nonchalantly. In truth, her contract with Lin Qing had long since ended. Both understood tacitly. Lin Qing trusted the moon goddess, and she did not betray his trust. Incredible! Moon goddess Lin remarked in shock. Perhaps the strength of Sanqing is indeed extraordinary. However, the upcoming levels are quite challenging. You might consider not following them, moon goddess. Tianqing approached with a smile, hoping to build rapport with moon goddess Lin's sister. The moon goddess turned her head away dismissively, causing the smile on Tianqing's face to falter. All right then, you must be tired. Let's have a meal first. Moon goddess Lin refrained from pressing further. Her vehicle's energy had nearly replenished. She prepared to eat something before continuing the challenge. Before long, a large bowl of instant noodles was served. It was quite lavish, complete with eggs and sausages. However, the moon goddess frowned. Sister, is this all you are eating? Given the current harsh conditions, supplies had been exhausted, leaving only these remnants. Moon goddess Lin's instant noodles lacked even the sausages. Never mind, I am not hungry. Sister, you should refrain from eating as well. The moon goddess shook her head, uttering words that left everyone astonished. As the moon goddess Lin came to her senses, she smiled and remarked, you must have some supplies since you've just arrived. However, it would be wise to conserve them, for we do not know when we shall depart from this place. Tianqing and the others quietly consumed their instant noodles. There was no alternative. Resources were scarce, and even the strongest were not exempt from this reality. We have enough on our side. Never mind that. Just wait a moment, she said, and without hesitation, the moon goddess Ji dashed away. Upon returning to Lin Qing's vehicle, she called out to him, you rascal. I'm taking some food for my sister. You have no objections, do you? Lin Qing had just finished unloading a box and emerged in high spirits, replying casually. Do as you wish. A smirk appeared on moon goddess Ji's lips as she swiftly began preparing a meal. Before long, she emerged with a meticulously crafted lunchbox. Lin Qing's gaze flickered as he recalled his mischievous inclinations, turning to Chao Gu and saying, bring out the pot. Let us also indulge in some food within the safety zone. Chao Gu immediately thought of the events in District 1, feeling both exhilarated and hesitant as he replied. That might invite scorn. Never mind, let's enjoy some hearty fare today, Lin Qing laughed. Damn it, he doesn't even regard Tianqing, let alone anyone else. Chapter 94. Poison in the safe zone. Chao Gu had just finished opening the boxes, securing 2 commendable rewards, while the others had met with utter failure. Qinggu, your truck has become increasingly monstrous, he exclaimed as he emerged from the vehicle, wielding a cooking utensil. Gazing at the truck's imposing exterior, he couldn't help but marvel. Standing 11 meters tall, 66 meters long, and 8 meters wide. This is no mere truck, it is a veritable behemoth. Lin Qing, cradling a thermal box filled with ingredients, chuckled. Soon, module box rewards would be granted, marking the true moment for him to enhance his form. I can't fathom the power you will wield when you achieve the perfect fusion with your vehicle. Chao Gu mused at Gamma Level 10. The initial resonance between man and machine will allow the vehicle to absorb your attributes and skills. Generally, for every 10 attribute points, the power increases by 10%. Upon reaching Beta Level 10, the perfect union will be realized. In your case as a mechanic, it will be akin to piloting a Gundam, while warriors will absorb the vehicle's strength, channeling it into their being. As for psychics, they will unleash boundless mental energy through their vehicle. Ultimately, the more formidable the vehicle, the more terrifying the combined prowess. Lin Qing had long been aware of this and had been eagerly anticipating it. At Beta Level 10, he could only imagine the magnitude of his truck, perhaps even resembling a small mountain. He could become both a mechanic piloting a Gundam and a warrior harnessing immense power. That would be his moment of true invincibility. Eels, cod, and king crabs. Where did you acquire such exquisite ingredients? Yushin Lin exclaimed, her face alight with astonishment as she opened the lunchbox. The fragrant aroma of the dishes made many members of the Tianqing group unable to suppress their salivation. It's merely a home-cooked meal. Please enjoy, sister, Yushinji replied dismissively. Home-cooked meal, you say? One wouldn't dare indulge so lavishly on ordinary days, Yushin Lin remarked, glancing at the others, hesitating at the thought of eating alone. Sister, this is permitted by Sanqing for you. It cannot be shared. Or else that fellow will surely be displeased, Yushinji insisted urgently. Due to the affairs of Tianqing, she had shown little kindness to the members of the group. Seeing this, Yushin Lin had no choice but to indulge herself. This is exquisite. Sister, your culinary skills are indeed remarkable, and the ingredients are fresh, nothing like frozen goods, she said, her eyes squinting in delight. Tianqing observed silently, his heart brimming with discontent. Though Yushin Lin savored her meal, it bore no relation to him, being provided by someone he deemed unworthy. Lin, once we depart, I shall present you with the finest delicacies, meat and blood from mutated creatures, which are truly the most precious. Tianqing smiled. TCH. The moon goddess rolled her eyes and remarked, I must say, why do you always indulge in grandiose dreams? Always speaking of the future. If it weren't for me and the three pure ones, my sister would have been reduced to eating instant noodles alongside you. Little sister, refrain from speaking recklessly. Moon goddess Lin interjected. Meanwhile, Tianqing appeared rather awkward, helplessly turning away, his discontent towards Lin Qing growing stronger. At that moment, Lin Qing and brother Wachao emerged. What on earth are these two carrying? Someone mused. With a pot and a basin in hand, it was evident they had brought ingredients. Humph. How could these newcomers possibly grasp the value of food here? Wait a moment. Is that Wagyu beef? Lin Qing's swift progress through the challenges made it impossible for him to remain inconspicuous. Upon his arrival, all eyes were drawn to him. As everyone observed the items Lin Qing and his companion brought, an understanding dawned upon them. Just a casual meal, Lin Qing declared, as he and brother Wachao began their culinary endeavors. Wagyu beef, fresh chicken, potatoes, vegetables, an array of ingredients was at their disposal. They set up an exquisite table adorned with fine red wine. Such a sumptuous spread. The instant realization struck. Discomfort rippled through the crowd of instant noodle enthusiasts. Moon Goddess GS lunchbox had at least afforded her some privacy, whereas Lin Qing brazenly showcased his bounty before all. Brother Wachao, you handle the Wagyu, and I'll stew the meat. All right, that's my forte. The duo commenced their cooking. Brother Wachao expertly grilled the Wagyu, employing techniques worthy of a high-end restaurant. Meanwhile, Lin Qing opted for the traditional clay pot method, igniting a fire and heating oil in the wok. As the ingredients were tossed in, it was enough to stir anyone's appetite. What on earth are they planning? This is downright cruel. It's like setting a trap. Expletives flew as Lin Qing, unfazed, sauteed the chicken until fragrant, then added boiling water. Potatoes and dried green beans soon followed. The aroma of the cooking wafted through the air, irresistible and mouth-watering. Let us add a bit of this, Lin Qing said, producing a small vial. What is that? Brother Wachao blinked in surprise. Most of the supplies had come from him, yet this was a first. Upon closer inspection, Brother Wachao's expression soured. A drop of fragrance? Brother Qing. Not only must you cook, but you're also bringing in technology. Lin Qing chuckled, recalling his summer job at a restaurant. What makes restaurant dishes so delectable? It's simply a blend of science and skill. This substance was harmless to ordinary folk, but for him, it was merely a seasoning. Just a couple of caps will suffice. He poured it into the pot, where a mere drop would typically fill the streets with its aroma. Half a bottle transformed the entire cave into a fragrant haven. What is that scent? It's overwhelmingly delightful. I can hardly bear it. In the safe zone, many who had intended to keep their distance from the chaos found themselves bewildered by the all-encompassing allure. Come on, it can't be that extreme. It's not as if we've never had fine food before. A newcomer could not help but chime in. The seasoned player was instantly incensed. Then let me ask you, how many days have I been here? Would you not crave after eating instant noodles for 3 months? Once your life reaches a higher level, your appetite naturally increases. Would you not feel tempted? Answer me. Look into my eyes. The newcomer replied, I was wrong, brother. Meanwhile, the brother put in considerable effort, the grill flaring with flames as he elegantly sprinkled salt. He even ignited his stove, steaming a plethora of seafood crabs. Players from both Eastern and Western backgrounds found it utterly irresistible. The members of the Heavenly Journey group were particularly distressed, especially Tianqing, whose face was as dark as coal. Lin Qing's actions were, to him, a blatant provocation, yet he found himself unable to compete. What the hell? Is this kid really Sanqing? His heart is far too ruthless. Does he not fear offending anyone? Fire God could not help but interject. His resources were temporarily sufficient, so he remained unperturbed. Upon noticing Tianqing's unsettling expression, he promptly joined the fray. Light the stove. Our organization deserves some fine food as well. It was evident that he and Tianqing were not on amicable terms. This is something I have never lacked. The European god also began to take action. Although somewhat pained, as prominent figures, they could hardly allow themselves to be outdone by anyone. After all, the embarrassment would fall upon whoever could not partake. Chapter 95. The true team members over there. Fire God boomed with a loud voice. As soon as the meal was ready, he raised his cup. He had heard about the earlier events and was aware of the friction between Lin Qing and Tianqing. The enemy of my enemy may not be my friend. But it is indeed satisfying to irritate Tianqing. Lin Qing raised his cup from a distance and declared, "Let us arrange a box of beer for Fire God over there." "Received," said Wachaoge. He returned to the checkpoint space and brought out a box of U8. Fire God's eyes lit up. This was his favorite. This young man certainly knows how to handle things. In truth, he had been paying attention to Sanqing. Before entering, Zhang Xing had privately advised him to take good care of Sanqing whenever possible. It now appeared that this lad had quite a taste for the good life. Perhaps a leg of lamb should be sent over. This exchange could very well mark the onset of trade. Tianqing's expression grew increasingly grim as he observed. Just as he was about to speak, Yuxinji said, "Sister, let us go eat together." "Wait." Tianqing suddenly interjected. The two paused and turned to look at him. Tianqing clenched his fists in frustration, forcing a smile. "Go ahead, it's fine. Let us go, sister." The two beauties promptly abandoned the Tianqing group. At this moment, Chen Yuran could no longer restrain herself and stood up. She had remained in the safe zone, initially worried about her brother, but now it seemed foolish to pass up a meal. "Where are you going?" Tianqing couldn't help but ask. Chen Yuran had average strength, but the mechanical faith behind her was a super organization that permeated the entire end-of-days world. Even Zhang Sheng had to tread carefully, and naturally, Tianqing dared not show any displeasure. "That person is my brother. I'm going back to eat," Chen Yuran said before slipping away. Tianqing watched the cheerful scene at Sanqing's table, feeling increasingly vexed. While other matters could be tolerated, Lin's actions struck him hard. However, he wouldn't blame Lin. Out of sight, out of mind. He directly led his two teammates into the checkpoint space to tackle the challenges ahead. "Sister, eat this beef. Don't be shy," Yuxinji beckoned, adopting the demeanor of a hostess. "Hey, why are you taking my drumstick? I am your sister. Can't I eat? Pour me some wine." In the perilous ruins, a small feast unexpectedly commenced, which was quite unbearable. The timid trio had actually entered as well. They arrived a few minutes after Lin Qing, but in the ruins, they encountered a significant time lag. Now they stood at a distance, observing like strangers, hesitating whether to approach. Lin Qing glanced over and suddenly laughed. "Are you the ones from the bar? If you're not afraid of Tianqing's group, come over and eat. What is there to fear?" The leader of the misfits stood up, bringing along the coconut duo. Their hesitation revolved around causing trouble for Lin Qing. As for Tianqing's group, if a battle were to ensue, they would face it together. Aside from the leader of the misfits and Wachaoge, the surroundings were filled with beautiful women. The timid girl had a sharp bob, quirky and spirited. The Yu sisters exuded an exotic charm. Coconut and Chen Yuran possessed a distinctly different aura of maturity and elegance, accompanied by exquisite delicacies and fine wines. One cannot help but feel an overwhelming sense of joy. What is life, if not this? The leader of the misfits exclaimed with fervor. Before him lies not an apocalypse, but an unprecedented panorama. While some struggle within, others transform adversity into poetry. The flamboyant figure of radiated with flair. Hosting a banquet amidst the ruins epitomizes the realism of my existence. Many players were left envious, their teeth nearly chattering in awe. "Hey, could you tone it down a bit? Consider it a humble request from your younger brother," someone pleaded. After indulging in a satisfying feast, Lin Qing generously presented an array of post-meal fruits. The abundance of resources was astonishing. Ultimately, Lin Qing returned to the RV with the moon goddess, bringing the banquet to a close. Surrounding the truck was a patch of verdant woodland, absorbing the remnants of radiation. The base recovery rate of 5,500 per hour, coupled with the temporary boost from the tree realm's arrival, allowed for a rapid replenishment of energy sources. Today, the tree realm could provide 10,000 energy sources within 10 minutes, with a cooldown period of 5 hours. Altogether, the recovery speed was nothing short of formidable. By dawn, they could resume their quest. Lin Qing, however, was in no rush, savoring the comforts of RV living. The lavishly decorated abode equipped with comprehensive amenities, made it an enjoyable experience for both. They dove into gaming, relishing the ultra-clear screen and the console. which would have made the atmosphere even more electric had others been able to join in the confined space of the level. I truly never imagined that life in this world could be so vibrant, he mused. After a tiring gaming session, they turned to watch a film, reclining on the sofa in blissful enjoyment, prompting to express his sentiments. In the future, if you agree, Qinggu, and should the vehicle be larger, I could simply become your deputy vehicle, he proposed. The term deputy vehicle referred to an organizational hierarchy. The reason larger organizations thrive is that their convoys often disperse to gather supplies and discover new locations, only to regroup for cultivation. Had little interest in such a method. However, the situation differed for Lin Qing. With a sufficiently spacious vehicle, only one truck would traverse the exterior, while others could store their vehicles within the RV. This arrangement enhanced both lifestyle and mobility, shrouded in uncertainty about the number of adversaries that could emerge from a colossal truck. Lin Qing nodded in agreement. Once the refresh module chest was activated, his vehicle would expand at least twice in size. Had earned his recognition and trust, gaining entry into the vehicle. As for the matter of using a deputy vehicle, it was no longer a pressing concern. Testing had confirmed that the vehicle's space could accommodate life, but not exceeding 2 hours, similar to aquatic creatures, which typically lost vitality after about 2 hours. The truck would need to be ventilated to replenish oxygen. The emergence of the truck itself would not be long delayed. The inhabitants of the ruins were not fools. His speed of progression would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Even if they managed to conceal themselves this time, the revelation would be inevitable when confronting the Beast God Temple. Once we leave the ruins, it will be when the truck enters the public eye. Lin Qing sighed inwardly, harboring an unexpected fondness for the sensation of the supernatural. Yet, when it came to a direct confrontation, he felt no trepidation. This matter was worth contemplating. He had no objections on his end, and Xiao Ka could assist him in controlling the vehicle, as he could even operate the motorcycle independently. Lin Qing nodded in agreement. His vehicle's spatial capacity was not merely for absorbing impacts. It could recover from a distance of up to 5 kilometers. Of course, this capability had been enhanced through continuous upgrades, and the range would further increase over time. However, he had never utilized this ability before. Hence he had not paid it much heed. All right, it's settled then. Wichaoga chuckled. Although he and Lin Qing shared the same profession, they possessed distinct skills. As long as he could assist Lin Qing, he deemed it not a hindrance. I'll handle the rent, and for this round of profits, I shall give you half. Wichaoga proposed. Following Lin Qing's lead, the strength of the truck would be paramount. That works. But it would be best if all the treasure chests are handed over. I will provide you with resources. Do not forget. I am the one who offers golden trucks and exquisite pineapples, even surpassing that European deity. Indeed, that sounds even better. After all, my life hangs in the balance. Wichaogu had no objections, feeling rather lighthearted, and suggested, later, we might consider bringing in the leaders of the rogue groups. They might be interested as well. The circumstances in the 3rd district differ entirely from the 2nd district. The more, the merrier. As for Xiao Wang, he was currently in a precarious situation. Despite his lack of skill, he yearned for freedom. Who knows what he is up to now? He wishes to avoid trouble, yet it always finds him. Like that incident in Equatorial Mountain. What a stroke of bad luck, Wichaoga laughed. Lin Qing joined in the laughter. Let us hope he hasn't wandered into the land of the old god's revival. Ultimately, out of the original group of 10 from the apocalypse, only 6 remained united. The others either stayed behind in the 1st district or gradually faded away. Take Truck Shaoli, for instance. He had joined the European Union. He should have been amidst the crowd just moments ago, if he truly stood against the pressure from the Heavenly Travel Group and expressed interest in joining. Lin Qing would not have declined. However, since he had not emerged, it indicated they were not of the same ilk. As night fell, Lin Qing entered a secluded chamber alone. Inside, he had placed several corpses of metallic beasts. Yet now, only a slender sapling stood gracefully, emanating a faint, verdant glow. Its branches were adorned with dozens of fully ripened wood-origin fruits. Chapter 96. Continuing the challenge, Lin Qing was somewhat astonished to discover that even the metal had been thoroughly absorbed. However, it was somewhat understandable, as the metallic beasts were unique mutated creatures, with the metal being an integral part of their physiology. Thus, Lin Qing was unable to absorb it as upgrade material. Nevertheless, it could be transformed into energy for the absorption by the Muyu fruit tree. There were a total of 36 trees, which would significantly enhance his attributes once again. Lin Qing reached out to pluck the fruits, which exuded a fragrant and delectable aroma. Before long, he had completely consumed all the Muyu fruits. Strength, 81. Speed, 72. Mentality, 71. Each attribute had increased by 15 points. Of course, this did not imply that it was an average increase. In reality, the benefits from the Muyu fruits diminished over time. As Lin Qing's physique grew stronger, the effects would increasingly wane. However, as long as there were mutated creatures. He could continue to absorb their essence. Given the assurance of quantity, Lin Qing's attributes were destined to reach an unimaginable level. The following day, Lin Qing awoke from his slumber, invigorated and ready to greet the day. The moon goddess had prepared breakfast, and his companion, Gu, joined him for the meal. Currently, Lin Qing's truck accommodated only 2 bedrooms, leaving Gu to reside in his own vehicle. He contemplated the future construction of additional bedrooms to ensure preparedness. Lin Qing mused that he only needed to clear 20 levels, after which there would be specialized items and module treasure chests awaiting them. With the combined rewards of the 3 of them, it would be a disservice to this expedition not to acquire a multitude of body modules. After freshening up and having his meal, Lin Qing initiated the 17th level. He navigated through expeditiously, swiftly reaching level 20. This time, he found himself in the same dense forest, where thorns carpeted the ground, their sharp tips glinting ominously. Numerous metallic beasts roared and growled, their numbers exceeding 100. Among them, Gamma Level 2 metallic beasts had begun to appear, towering over 5 meters in height, resembling ancient dinosaurs. Their roars resonated with a mechanical yet primal timbre, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Additionally, amidst the thicket loomed a dark, massive mountain. That must be the passage for the level, remarked Gu. Lin Qing nodded, fully aware that it was not a mountain at all, but rather an extraordinarily robust super barrier. The essence of a mechanic lay in the ability to unravel the complexities of such mechanical barriers through skill and talent. However, this task was not suited for a novice mechanic like Lin Qing. Only experts like Gu could accomplish it. How long do you think it will take to decipher? Lin Qing inquired. I estimate about 10 minutes. My sister has shared the difficulties and methods of overcoming these challenges with me, Gu replied confidently. Although each mechanical barrier within the levels varied, there were indeed theoretical similarities to be found. All right, I shall advance ahead to provide cover while you work on the barrier and focus on dealing with the metallic beasts. Lin Qing devised a battle plan. He started the truck and accelerated toward the barrier with utmost speed. Roar! The speed of the metallic beasts is equally astonishing, encircling from all directions. However, this time Lin Qing opted not to launch an all-out assault. Instead, he controlled the thorny forest, eliminating the metallic beasts that were relatively close. Today, he contemplated a strategy to navigate through more levels. The ranking rewards would expire in 4 days, and he had already taken his rest. It was time to take things seriously. Energy management was crucial, and the metallic beasts had to be dealt with in concentrated efforts. The truck's speed had long since reached the pinnacle, and with the enhancement of modules, it faced virtually no obstructions. In merely 5 minutes, they surged toward the metallic barrier. The rear door of the truck swung open, and the ever-prepared Gu drove their RV out with vigor. As they drew near, it became apparent that the metallic barrier was adorned with protective runes and various interlocking gears. Gu took a deep breath, maneuvering the RV forward as metallic arms extended from the vehicle, integrating seamlessly into the barrier to commence the decoding process at lightning speed. Meanwhile, Lin Qing positioned the truck in front of him, its length of 66 meters resembling a formidable wall. The heavily armed metal cannon, charged with a vast amount of energy, was already aimed at the dense forest behind. The ground trembled as Lin Qing's truck led the metallic beasts, who followed closely behind. This was precisely as it should be, and Lin Qing felt a sense of satisfaction as he activated the metal cannon. Instantly, an explosion of boundless energy erupted at the heart of the metallic beast horde. The terrifying force created a spherical shockwave that extended 200 meters in radius, swiftly decimating the interior metallic beasts. Within mere seconds, only a handful of the metallic beasts remained, severely injured and on the brink of collapse. Among them, even the gamma-level dinosaur-like metallic beast perished in the explosion. Lin Qing leaped from the truck. Gu would require more time to crack the barrier. He could afford to take his time with that. Grasping a high-powered sniper rifle, he aimed at the surviving metallic beasts to conduct a test. Equipped with diamond-tipped armor-piercing rounds, capable of penetrating iron plates, Lin Qing, bolstered by his mechanical skills, fired a shot that successfully pierced a small opening in the formidable defenses of the metallic beasts. Was this acceptable? Lin Qing shook his head. But achieving such an effect was already quite commendable. After all, they were gamma-level, highly defensive mutant creatures. Even some low-tier blue modules might not penetrate their defenses. Lin Qing's ability to accomplish this indicated the preliminary manifestation of his legendary profession's attributes. Bang! A shot entered through the eye of one metallic beast, ending its life. Although the beast's eye was coated with a metallic film, it could not withstand Lin Qing's prowess. Subsequently, he began to transport the defeated beasts. The wooden fruit trees could digest a metallic beast in 10 minutes, and he aimed to nourish the trees as much as possible. The moon goddess had long been aware of Lin Qing's efforts in transporting the metallic beasts. While curious, she held no interest in inquiring further. Her mind was preoccupied with more pressing matters. What to have for lunch today? 10 minutes later, Wu successfully breached the barrier. Facing Lin Qing, he shouted with exhilaration, "I've got it, Qinggu." Successfully passed level 20. Received 1 blue module treasure chest. Captain's additional reward, 1 extra blue module treasure chest. Enter the barrier to unlock level 21. At last, the module treasure chest had appeared. Lin Qing felt a surge of excitement within. Having reached this stage, the random treasure chest would no longer manifest. It was truly the moment for a bountiful harvest. Each level offered 3 treasure chests, complemented by the captain's reward of an additional chest for every 5 levels. Upon reaching level 30, he would be able to unleash a significant haul. Lin Qing set a goal, his eyes brimming with anticipation. He initiated the next level. This time, the metallic barrier no longer appeared, signifying that Lin Qing's passage speed would indeed increase. Chapter 97. Upgraded form within the safety zone. Numerous individuals emerged from the checkpoint, their expressions either weary or filled with relief. The ruins were perilous indeed. The population within the safety zone was ever-changing, as many had remained eternally trapped within the confines of the checkpoint. Those who survived eagerly discussed strategies for conquering the next level. "Look, the trio is attempting the checkpoint once more," someone exclaimed. These individuals had long since reached their limits, unable to escape. They could only hope for others to surpass higher levels, or for sheer numbers, to ultimately dismantle the ruins. Thus, they frequently monitored the leaderboard. Lin Qing's rank fluctuations were soon noticed. Already at the 22nd level, how remarkable. 1 hour and 12 minutes. Did they not need to engage in combat? I recall him entering with a purple tier vehicle. Was this truly the capability of a purple tier vehicle? Someone could not contain their astonishment. Conversely, the Lion King of the Beast God Temple wore an increasingly grim expression. The revelation of Lin Qing's prowess was far from advantageous for him, as he had long set his sights on Lin Qing. Since the incident involving the Leopard King and others, he had received communication from a member of the Leopard King's team, learning that Lin Qing possessed a golden tier vehicle, which sparked his interest. Otherwise, how could someone who had merely entered the 2nd district and garnered considerable influence dare to provoke a newcomer before Zhang Sheng at the entrance of Peace Valley? It was preposterous. Had it not been for his covetousness towards the golden tier vehicle, he would have completely disregarded the Leopard King's demise. He sought to create the illusion of a personal vendetta, all while plotting in the shadows. However, the emergence of the ruins disrupted his plans. Zhang Sheng had issued a stringent command for him to enter the ruins. Otherwise, he would have already devised a way to ambush Lin Qing outside of Peace Valley. Cursed be the chaos of his plans. This young man was progressing too swiftly. Who knew how much he might elevate his abilities? He also pondered the relationship between the trio and Zhang Sheng, who seemed to protect him so fiercely, compelling him to enter the ruins. The Lion King cursed inwardly, harboring resentment towards Zhang Sheng. Yet, regardless of how much the trio advanced, their levels would remain unchanged. Once the ruins concluded, he would still have his opportunity. No one was privy to the Lion King's thoughts. All eyes were glued to the leaderboard, waiting and speculating. Another level cleared, 23, in merely 6 minutes. Surely, traversing the map would take some time. 27 levels. My goodness, I truly wish to witness how they surpassed these challenges. That metallic beast is as tough as a tortoise shell. Even if it stood still for you to strike, it would require a considerable effort. It must surely be a high-powered purple tier module, with an astonishing surplus of energy. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Bai inhaled deeply, feeling an unprecedented pressure. He had reached the 53rd level, yet it was becoming increasingly arduous. There was no possibility of accelerating his pace. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Lin Qing surpassed him. Just how formidable have you become? 30 levels cleared. Reward, 1 blue module treasure chest. Captain level bonus, 1 additional blue module treasure chest. A third of the energy source remained. Lin Qing paused momentarily, taking a moment to rest before opening the treasure chest. Lin Qing made a resolute decision, instructing Wu to stow the vehicle into the truck. The 30 levels presented yet another mechanical barrier, yet Wu proved to be remarkably efficient, accomplishing the task in merely 10 minutes. Truly, a mechanical genius. He presented the resources to the moon goddess. Observing this, Wu similarly remarked, "Qinggu, focus on what you need first. I can manage here." He would henceforth assume a supportive role, with Lin Qing's combat power taking precedence. Blue treasure chest, random, 9, blue module treasure chest, 36. You all should indulge as you please. I will be a moment. Lin Qing returned to his room, brimming with excitement as he began to open the chests. Rewards from fully random treasures are inherently unpredictable. Occasionally, modules may appear, but the odds are indeed low. rendering the rewards typically minimal. This time, the random treasure chests within the ruins boasted an even lower drop rate for modules. Lin Qing opened all 10, only to acquire 2 modules, a rather disappointing return. With a sigh, he opened the module chest. Hardening module, white, what a joke. If the relic module were to yield this, it would truly be a loss. He refreshed the chest. Metal armor, blue highly hardened vehicle body, adds extra metal. Increases defense and gravity. Another defensive module. This must be an upgraded version of the hardening module, Lin Qing thought, his eyes lighting up. White modules can be upgraded to blue, but typically, the effects do not surpass those of modules that are inherently blue. The advantage lies in their easier acquisition, which is why they remain the mainstream choice for most individuals. The hardening module merely adds a layer of dark coating, a stark contrast to the present metal armor. Of course, the categories of white and blue share the same name. The difference in effectiveness is solely due to their grade. This time, he could amass more metal armor. The hardening module was not worth upgrading to purple and would be phased out eventually. Lin Qing decided to keep the metal armor and continued to open more chests. After several refreshes, he encountered a coveted module. Air resistance shock absorber, blue adjust vehicle structure, increases air resistance material, significantly reduces internal recoil from external impacts. Lin Qing's eyes widened. This attribute, to be honest, could hardly be deemed exceptional. Many would not fear internal recoil from collisions with mutated creatures. As their physical prowess was already sufficient, their primary concern was whether the vehicle could withstand the impact. However, Lin Qing was different. The interior of the vehicle was a realm of its own. If a powerful mutated creature's collision resulted in substantial damage to the internal facilities, it would be a significant loss. He decided to keep it and continued opening chests. For others, with so many treasure chests, the likelihood of finding just a few worthwhile items was high. Many would find purple chests yielding only white rewards. But Lin Qing could refresh. Typically, after 10 openings, at least 9 would yield something useful. The useful modules were rapidly increasing. Lateral body module, blue increases vehicle width by 20%. The lateral module had indeed appeared. A broad grin spread across Lin Qing's face. The relic is simply exhilarating, filled with treasures galore. As the chest is opened, Lin Qing decides to merge the acquired modules. Body module level 3, lateral body module level 2, height body module level 1, metal armor level 6, aerodynamic resistance level 5, weight enhancement level 3, tire increment module level 5. Allows for the addition of 2 tires of the same grade to the vehicle, totaling an increase of 10. With the merging of these modules, Lin Qing's truck expands once more. Dimensions, height 15 meters, length 78 meters, width 13.6 meters. The enhancements from the body modules augment the fundamental attributes significantly. Nevertheless, the truck has transformed into a colossal steel beast. The 12 rows of tires, each towering over 7 meters, even extend to the very underside of the vehicle. This tire increment seems intrinsically designed to complement the body modules, resulting in an even higher probability of success. Moreover, it enhances the stability of Lin Qing's vehicle, as the tires below are more than capable of crushing anything beneath them. Even without a controlled descent of the chassis, the cab and cargo area are entirely encased in a layer of formidable armor, akin to donning a suit of armor, visibly increasing its hardness. Coupled with the weight enhancement and aerodynamic devices, Lin Qing is now finally ready to attempt a collision with the mutated creatures once again. Chapter 98, The Super Truck. Goodness, Qing, how many remarkable things have you acquired? This truck has grown even larger. Wo was staring at it with a look of astonishment, as if beholding a monster. In truth, the current truck exuded an overwhelming presence, indistinguishable from that of a beast. I have always said that I am favored by fortune. Perhaps my benevolence has caught the attention of the heavens, Lin Qing chuckled. Moreover, this is merely the beginning. My ambition is to elevate the size module to level 10, thereby doubling the truck's dimensions. Wo's eyes sparkled with excitement. If that transpires, upon my return to the real world, I could redecorate anew. I must ensure a splendid bedroom for myself, he mused silently. Continuing to advance, Lin Qing had no intention of wasting time. The rewards within this ancient relic were exceedingly abundant. He was determined to push to the utmost limits. Furthermore, he had yet to encounter the legendary assessment space. Level 31 has been unlocked. At this moment, the number of metallic beasts had surged to over 200, with 3 Gamma Level 2 metallic beasts among them. For an ordinary person, it would indeed be a formidable challenge to overcome. However, Lin Qing was already well versed in this endeavor. Accelerating forward, he dashed toward the level's conclusion. Lin Qing raised an eyebrow. Directly ahead, a Tyrannosaurus Rex metallic beast suddenly emerged from the thicket, charging toward the truck at breakneck speed. This was a Gamma Level 2 mutated creature. Should he evade its assault? The moon goddess and Wo exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of concern. evade its ferocity? Lin Qing scoffed, brimming with confidence. Had it been before the upgrade, he might have hesitated, but now, with enhanced defenses and shock absorption, he felt invincible. In terms of durability, even without any enhancements from superior defensive modules, he ranked among the elite at his level. The Triceratops was perfectly suited to serve as a testing stone for the truck's current capabilities. Without a hint of hesitation, he maintained his speed, aiming directly at the Triceratops. Both parties barreled toward each other at maximum velocity, eyes gleaming with madness. A thunderous crash echoed as the colossal Triceratops, with its crimson eyes suddenly glazed over, exhibited a multitude of cracks in its metallic defenses, standing 7 meters tall and 15 meters long. It was sent hurtling backward as if a mere kite severed from its string. Lin Qing merely felt a tremor in the truck, with no further repercussions. Durability, 99-100. This minor damage was akin to mere chipping. Incredible, it was sent flying? Wo's eyes widened in disbelief. He could see that the truck's size promised immense impact, and its defenses should have been formidable as well. Yet, this collision surpassed his comprehension of the truck's capabilities. This creature was indeed a mutated beast of superior rank, yet it had been reduced to a mere speed bump. Now, energy consumption could be minimized. A satisfied smile crept across Lin Qing's face. If even Gamma Level 2 metallic beasts were no match, the rest were inconsequential. Level 31, 35. 40, his progress through the levels surged exponentially. Within the safety zone, upon witnessing Lin Qing's astonishing records, many individuals found it increasingly difficult to remain composed. Initially, it was the Wolf King who, at Lin Qing's 40th level, displayed an expression of utter dismay. While ordinary players may have accepted their fate, the prominent leaders among them certainly felt the weight of this revelation. Even Baiyu had been surpassed. Players expressed their astonishment, nearly rendered numb by the shock. They had anticipated that Lin Qing's exploits on the first day were already remarkable, yet now he was advancing without pause. Although the time had diminished, this was merely relative. The pace of clearing a level every 20 minutes still far exceeded that of the vast majority. Baiyu's countenance was taut. He had reached level 56. And Lin Qing's increasingly close position struck him like a dagger to the heart. Level 55. Heavens. 10 hours of battle. Are you telling me this was accomplished by 3 individuals? Surely Zhang Sheng has not infiltrated their ranks. I suspect they must possess an entire army. The crowd buzzed with speculation. However, this time, Lin Qing had genuinely come to a halt. Energy source, 500-100-000, after such a prolonged skirmish. Even with the most frugal management, the energy source had inevitably run low. Yet, having reached this level, Lin Qing's vehicle had grown larger. Beyond level 45, the number of treasure chests had doubled. From level 50 onwards, the rewards transformed into premium module chests, granting Lin Qing a wealth of body modules. Body module LV10 doubles the total size of the vehicle. Lateral body module LV5 doubles the vehicle's width. Height body module LV5 doubles the vehicle's height. Metal armor LV10, blue quality. Max level, aerodynamic dampening LV10, vehicle dimensions, height 30 meters, length 120 meters, width 24 meters. This was no mere doubling. It had consumed a substantial portion of module capacity. The vehicle, parked within the woodland, resembled a horizontal skyscraper in motion. Such weight caused the truck's speed to resemble that of a tortoise. The energy derived from a Gamma Level 1 was entirely insufficient to propel a vehicle of this magnitude. Fortunately, Lin Qing had activated a portion of the energy modules, allowing the truck to maintain a steady speed of 200 kilometers per hour. The energy expenditure had escalated tenfold. Naturally, aside from these modules, Lin Qing had also acquired several exceptional modules for personal use. Mechanical arm, blue quality, exceptional, a mechanical arm forged from condensed energy. Its size correlating with the vehicle's metallic energy. Metallic recoil, blue quality, exceptional, returns 5 of the recoil force experienced upon impact. Metal glass, blue quality. Exceptional, transforms all vehicle glass into a metallic equivalent, reducing transparency. As the level increases, it can ultimately restore its original clarity. It can be said that the truck had received an unprecedented enhancement. In terms of size and defense alone, it had already surpassed the benefits provided by many purple quality modules. Moreover, Lin Qing retained a number of body modules, indicating that he had yet to reach his limits. Once he upgraded the energy capacity, he would integrate the body modules. Lin Qing mused inwardly. The rewards within the ruins are diverse, as long as one continues to advance. Achieving completeness is only a matter of time. However, it is prudent to harvest the modules of those unsuspecting individuals. Indeed, from the moment he entered, Lin Qing had set his sights on everyone, not merely the Beast God Temple and the Skywalker group. He silently took note of anyone who harbored evident hostility towards him, vowing to spare none in the end. This is what one might call the struggle for supremacy. Lin Qing bears no psychological burden regarding this. If there are those weaklings solely intent on their own advancement, he would certainly refrain from actively slaughtering them. Yet, there are individuals who clearly harbor ulterior motives. Even if they do not act upon them, they have essentially positioned themselves against him. When the time comes, they cannot blame Lin Qing. Let them thrive, soon. All shall belong to me. Chapter 99. The Destroyer of the Feast continued as a bonfire was lit in the safe zone. Lin Qing hosted a lavish whole lamb banquet, prompted not by her own desires, but by the enthusiastic insistence of Moon Goddess Ji. My sister is so pitiful, let us bring her along. I yearn to experience the thrill of being looked down upon yet untouchable, she implored. As a seasoned victim of Lin Qing's, Moon Goddess Ji held on to the belief that since she had endured the rain, others should do the same, and thus she pleaded earnestly. Lin Qing, in turn, did not refuse. In reality, all the supplies had been procured by Brother Wow, which made it a joint effort between the two. Moon Goddess Lin was indifferent, however. She did feel a twinge of guilt at the thought of Brother Wow's sister, Chen Yueran, going hungry. Nonetheless, with ample food resources at hand, there would be plenty more upon their return to the real world. The aroma wafted through the air enticingly. Moon Goddess Ji grasped the tender lamb with her delicate, fair hands, savoring each bite with delight. This spectacle made the players munching on instant noodles envious. Could I join you? I heard you offended Tianqing. When we leave, I could help you confront him. Exchanging a few meals for that wouldn't be a problem. Fire God approached with a hearty laugh, unperturbed by Tianqing's distant glower. The latter had just emerged from the challenge space after overcoming 83 levels, yet found himself stuck, proving that surpassing level 80 was the limit for a standard gold-tier vehicle. Come on, brother, take a seat, Lin Qing welcomed warmly. Not out of belief in Fire God's singular word, but rather due to the distinct demeanor Fire God exhibited towards him from the onset, a desire for camaraderie. Moreover, how could a being of such caliber truly lower himself for a mere lamb feast? Tianqing's vulnerability was entirely attributable to Moon Goddess Lin's influence. Meanwhile, the Olympian god had been quietly developing, never once acknowledging Lin Qing, which piqued Lin Qing's curiosity about Fire God's true intentions. Brighten up, Shaoli. Bring over my box table. You all can share my portion, Fire God commanded, and soon they brought forth wine. It appeared he was a man who thrived on revelry. Brother Wow and the group of layabouts who had come to mooch were all intrigued by Fire God. The trio of legendary figures, Speedy Tianqing, the Destroyer Fire God, and Olympian God, was undeniably captivating. Fire God boisterously tore into a lamb leg, savoring a bite with squinted eyes. Who concocted this delightful dish? His remark elicited laughter from Lin Qing, Brother Wow, and the other Chinese compatriots. Indeed, this was the highest praise one could receive from a northerner. Despite his fiery red hair, Fire God was, after all, Chinese. He divided the table among those wishing to drink, raising a toast with everyone, exuding no airs of superiority. Seamlessly integrating into the gathering. You're quite impressive. Would you consider joining our Fire God sect? I could make you the vice leader. And with the resources of our entire organization, elevate you swiftly to level 10. Together, we could venture into District 3 in the future, Fire God proposed. Lin Qing chuckled at this recruitment offer, entirely unsurprised by such overtures, having heard them far too many times before. So, brother, this is your true aim? The god of fire spoke with a hint of irritation. Do you always speak so bluntly? Well, in the future, you will likely become the leader of a significant organization. If you are unwilling to join, then so be it. He was quite certain that Lin Qing would eventually forge his own power. Lin Qing was aware that this was related to the 3rd district, where the power dynamics drastically differed from those in the 2nd district. However, the specifics would only reveal themselves once he entered that realm. Even someone like Brother Wichao, a seer of the 3rd district, possessed limited knowledge. The god of fire produced a golden stone and pressed it gently. Instantly, a golden light shield enveloped Lin Qing and himself. This was a special artifact that created a private space, lacking in offensive power but effective in nullifying various forms of external scrutiny. The god of fire explained, "This is a secure space. If you were capable of striking against me, it would mean you are the master of the ruins." Lin Qing nodded, displaying no signs of panic. The god of fire smiled slightly and said earnestly, "It is Zhangsheng who has entrusted me to look after you." Lin Qing was taken aback. Zhangsheng? Indeed, while Zhangsheng appeared upright and honorable, he was rather cunning, though this cunning was typically reserved for adversaries. He treated those he valued with genuine kindness. Aware that Lin Qing was unfamiliar with Zhangsheng, the god of fire introduced him as a close acquaintance. Zhangsheng and I share a bond of life and death, since he has asked me to care for you. You can rest assured that I harbor no ill intentions towards you. However, you likely have little to fear, considering you dare to offend Tianqing. The god of fire chuckled. expressing his dissatisfaction with Tianqing. Years ago, he had an opportunity to secure a fixed treasure chest, only to have it snatched away by Tianqing with astonishing speed. A purple-grade chest is valuable anywhere. Lin Qing's gaze shifted at the mention of Zhang Sheng. Even without the god of fire's words, he sensed Zhang Sheng's goodwill. The exact reason eluded him, yet he felt it might be linked to his legendary profession. Brother, you mentioned enemies. Does Zhang Sheng have foes as well? Lin Qing inquired. Picking up on the god of fire's remarks. Mutated creatures, zombies, ruins, even the old gods cannot be deemed enemies, for they are merely disasters. The god of fire sighed softly. Indeed, there are enemies. Human hearts are complex. Each person's aspirations differ. Zhang Sheng seeks to safeguard peace, standing as the last line of defense in this world. Yet, some pursue destruction. Destruction? What do they wish to obliterate? Lin Qing asked, astonished. The god of fire scoffed, seemingly dismissive of certain matters, and uttered a few words: to annihilate Peace Valley, to obliterate the 2nd district, the 3rd district, until the present world meets its end, destroying everything. His words were calm, yet they sent a jolt through Lin Qing's heart. The idea of annihilating the human alliance and the entire world was utterly deranged. Who are they? Why do they wish to do this? Lin Qing pressed urgently. The god of fire pondered for a moment before replying. You will inevitably come to understand this in due time. There is no harm in revealing it to you now. The emergence of these individuals can be attributed to numerous factors. Some have become enslaved by relics and ancient deities, their bodies undergoing a grotesque transformation. Even if every living soul in the present world were to perish, they would remain unscathed, for they perceive themselves as the heralds of the old gods. Thus, they act in accordance with the will of these deities, having long since positioned themselves in opposition to humanity. Another faction suffers from a pathological ideology, believing that the apocalypse heralds evolution. Although lives have been lost, those who survive are transformed, existing on an entirely different plane of existence. The fire god gazed at Lin Qing. Much like yourself, you must possess a golden tier vehicle, perhaps at Gamma level 1, with peak attributes around 50. Such abilities render you akin to a superhero in the present world. Your lifespan will be significantly extended, and even your descendants will, due to your genes, emerge as extraordinary beings. They adhere to the principle of survival of the fittest, planning to unite and construct a new human sanctuary once the present world reaches its demise. Regardless of whether they belong to the former or latter categories, they share a singular designation: the Destroyers. Chapter 100. The second place Lin Qing realized that he had finally come into contact with the deeper layers of the world of apocalypse. Under the oppressive weight of doom, all manner of individuals existed. Yet, he found it somewhat difficult to comprehend. If that day were to truly come, would they really be able to survive? The fire god smiled faintly, responding, some will, but they are few. The majority remain in a state of confusion and ignorance. Otherwise, with so many worlds shrouded in the apocalypse, why have we not seen any world rise from destruction? Lin Qing nodded, taking note of the mention of the Destroyers. I share this with you as a reminder. Zhang Sheng once had a brother, much like you, extraordinarily powerful, yet ultimately strayed onto the wrong path. This has been Zhang Sheng's lifelong regret. He holds great expectations for you, as do I. I hope you can remain true to your heart and not become a destroyer. The fire god stated earnestly. Lin Qing chuckled lightly, dismissing the concern. Rest assured, I have no interest in that. I'm not even interested in the Federation, let alone those lurking in the shadows. However, remaining true to oneself was his survival philosophy. That is good to hear. As I said, leave the heavenly journey to me. Even if that fellow, the European god, has ideas, I can thwart him. But the rest is up to you. While you are certainly worthy of attention, it does not mean we will act as your caretakers. Strong individuals do not emerge from a greenhouse. The apocalypse is filled with desperate souls. What will transpire after the ruins is clear without needing to speculate. One must be prepared for a great battle. I understand. In fact, I have also considered this. The heavenly journey will not be an issue, Lin Qing replied. The fire god was somewhat taken aback, unsure of the source of Lin Qing's confidence. The gap between Gamma level 1 and Gamma level 10 was not trivial. The latter not only possessed more modules, but also had the ability to resonate with the vehicle. Nevertheless, the fire god felt that Lin Qing was not a person who acted recklessly, and he could only nod in agreement. Very well, if you can achieve that, all the better. With the discussion concluded, the fire god deactivated the barrier and departed gracefully. After finishing his meal, Lin Qing returned to the challenge space. The next day marked the third day. He must clear up to level 82 within this time frame. Lin Qing set his goal. He had initially intended to merge the golden grade module, but found there was no available capacity, and his module space was becoming increasingly strained. He needed to acquire items to expand his capacity. Glancing at the attributes of the heavy metal cannon, Lin Qing smirked and closed his eyes to sleep. The following morning, after his energy had mostly recovered, Lin Qing reopened the challenge. After level 55, the thorny forest had grown over 10 meters tall, densely packed and fearsome. Its resilience had also increased, adding to Lin Qing's consumption. The scale of the beast horde had expanded once more. Not only had their numbers risen to 300, but Gamma level 3 mutated creatures had also appeared. They resembled ancient dinosaurs, yet their size had doubled compared to the level 2 beasts. There were even pterosaurs in the sky, flapping their wings and unleashing torrents of lightning and metal shards. The sky was dim and yellowed, filled with the roars of beasts above and below, accompanied by the sounds of wind, thunder, and lightning. The black thorny forest exuded an aura of menace and strangeness. It is a vivid portrayal of the apocalypse. No wonder Baiyu has been somewhat stymied. The difficulty is indeed formidable, Lin Qing sighed as he maneuvered the truck forward, employing the module as well. Relatively speaking, the primary targets for extermination were those Gamma level 3 mutated beings capable of ranged attacks. The remaining beasts could still be countered by the truck. Level 56, level 57, level 59. Soon, he reached level 60, his ranking leaping from 120th to 4th place. Apart from Baiyu, Tianxing, Huashan, and Ocean, the rankings of others mostly lingered between levels 55 and 60. This indicated that level 60 was the limit for the average individual. Baiyu had already been surpassed by him. The remaining competitors were the 3 legendary powerhouses. Ocean, level 67, Huashan, level 71, Tianxing, level 83, being in 4th place. These 3 indeed proved formidable, having outstripped Baiyu. Although his pace had slightly faltered, it was still significantly better than that of others. He could not possibly match Tianxing and the rest, who had breached the 80s. He doubted it would happen. He was merely at Gamma level 1. Despite the lower difficulty of the levels, his own capabilities were considerably constrained. Tianxing and his peers could already resonate with their vehicles. Lin Qing's speed through the levels instilled a sense of pressure in Tianxing and Huashan. Except for Tianxing, who lacked confidence in clearing the levels and needed to recuperate, the other 2 entered the challenge space without hesitation. Conversely, Lin Qing showed no signs of halting. The inhabitants of the safe zone were abuzz with speculation, debating how far Lin Qing might progress. In their eyes, Lin Qing's strength was indeed terrifying, and he could potentially become the 4th legendary powerhouse in the future. However, at present, they did not believe he could surpass the 3 legendary figures and claim the top spot. Yet, Lin Qing swiftly dispelled such skepticism. Levels 63, 68, 70, 80. In just over 2 days, Lin Qing reached level 80, leaving Huashan and Ocean trailing behind. He had officially broken through to 2nd place. This progress caused Huashan and Ocean to widen their eyes in astonishment, feeling a sense of defeat. After level 70, they had both slowed down, expending vast amounts of energy sources and metallic coins for vehicle repairs at every stage. To re-enter, meticulous planning and optimal vehicle conditions were essential. No matter how hard they tried, they could not compare to Lin Qing. How on earth had he managed this? Could a golden grade vehicle perform such feats? Ocean's heart trembled, were it not for the impossibility of a red-grade vehicle appearing in the 1st district. He would genuinely suspect Lin Qing of being a red-grade vehicle owner. Huashan raised a toast. No wonder Sanqing holds him in such high regard. This kid has truly achieved remarkable feats. Meanwhile, the pressure on Tianxing reached unprecedented levels, as discussions among the populace had shifted to when Lin Qing would surpass him and claim the 1st position. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Tianxing's eyes. His attitude towards Lin Qing had transformed, no longer viewing him as merely an insignificant insect. Instead, he was acutely aware that this would inevitably be a formidable rival. However, there should be ample time. After the 80th level, the difficulty would at least double, and no matter how formidable he was, it was impossible to conquer level 83 in a single day. Second, exclaimed with Chaogu and Yushinji, their excitement manifesting in animated gestures. Their gazes towards Lin Qing were akin to reverence towards a deity. This was a genuine achievement, the significance of which was self-evident. Chaogu had always been an ardent supporter of Lin Qing, so there was no need for further elaboration. Yushinji, on the other hand, was utterly captivated by Lin Qing's prowess. Initially, her superiority stemmed solely from the esteemed position of Yushin Lin within the Tianxing group and the group's overall strength. However, this encounter had instilled in her a growing disdain for Tianxing. Thus, subconsciously, she yearned for Lin Qing to surpass them. The prospect of Lin Qing soon achieving this left her unable to contain her exhilaration. Let me take a breather. I will open the chest. At level 80, Lin Qing's team finally secured a purple treasure chest. Chaogu and Yushinji received completely random chests, while Lin Qing, as the captain, was granted an additional reward in the form of a modular chest. It is also noteworthy that the chest given to him by Yushin Lin had already been opened, yielding a water-type module, which held little significance for him, prompting him to consider selling it at a high price to Baiyu. Chapter 101. The Invincible Beginning, Crimson Lotus. Successfully opened the purple treasure chest at random, acquired item, vehicle-mounted drone, blue. To obtain a purple item from a purple treasure chest is a stroke of fortune, blue items. However, are the norm. Lin Qing promptly opted to refresh. Acquired item, vehicle-mounted helicopter, purple, a real aircraft? Lin Qing was taken aback. In the contemporary world, some top-tier motorhomes come equipped with sports cars and helicopters, which he had always found enviable. To his astonishment, he had now obtained one from a treasure chest. Vehicle-mounted helicopter shares an energy source with the vehicle. Flight range cannot exceed 100 kilometers from the vehicle, equipped with weaponry, machine gun, grenade launcher. Each bullet consumes 2 energy points. Each grenade launcher shot consumes 2,000 energy points. This power is already comparable to that of a typical purple module. Lin Qing was greatly tempted and chose to keep it. In the future, with Xiaogu accompanying him, Lin Qing, as the core, would not stray far from the truck. Xiaogu could easily pilot the helicopter for reconnaissance. The Federation possessed information regarding locations in the 2nd District, but high-level sites could not be ascertained through mere documentation. More intelligence would require personal exploration. Excellent acquisition. Lin Qing was exceedingly pleased. He opened another treasure chest. Acquired item, metal infuser, grants metal attributes to modules. After 5 refreshes, Lin Qing had yet to acquire a module. However, the appearance of the metal infuser left him astounded. What a remarkable item. Currently, Lin Qing was pursuing a fire and metal synergy. The fire aspect was self-explanatory. As his profession, the extreme flame destroyer would undoubtedly not abandon this direction. The metal aspect resonated even more with him. Not everyone possessed such a vehicle. Even a white jade tank, fully equipped with all size modules, would not match even a fraction of Lin Qing's size. The same applied to other golden vehicles. The primary reason for the muscular truck's immense size was its developmental skill of infinite growth. An ever-expanding physique signified an increase in both metal and weight, implying that any metal-related skills could be flawlessly utilized by the truck. If fire abilities could be conferred upon the metal attributes, resulting in a dual property, that would be truly extraordinary. This is it. Lin Qing made his decision. Even if superior modules appeared later, he would not regret it. He pondered the potential power of the Crimson Flame Heatwave infused with metal attributes. With that thought, he opened the 3rd purple treasure chest, confident that it would yield a module. Metal machine gun, blue, refresh. Steel destroyer, blue, metal booster, purple grants kinetic energy to metal, reducing energy consumption during vehicle movement. Lin Qing's eyes nearly gleamed with astonishment. This was, indeed, a relic treasure chest. The mere acquisition of a single purple item could offer boundless temptation. Currently, the energy consumption of his vehicle while in motion was staggering, nearly matching that of frequent blue module usage. With this addition, the strain on energy sources would be significantly alleviated. No, I must resist. Lin Qing took a deep breath, silently cursing himself for his naivety. To others, the metal booster might seem trivial, yet there was a chance it could yield something valuable. He pressed on. Gravitational field. Purple generates a weight field within a range of 500 meters. The force of gravity applied correlates with the amount of metal in the vehicle. Another splendid item. If merged with the Crimson Heatwave, within a 500-meter radius, it would become a battlefield of horrors. He continued to refresh. Currently, he lacked nothing in offensive modules. The gravitational field would enhance his combat power. However, as long as he ventured through the ruins, he would inevitably acquire it. What he truly desired were energy source modules related to the metal system. He refreshed for the 7th time, the 9th time, the 10th time. This refresh guarantees a minimum outcome, yielding a purple tier reward. Acquired metal detonation module, Supreme Purple, can trigger a second explosion of the metal energy it emits, with power and range exceeding previous levels, consuming 50% of the initial metal energy source. Supreme Purple? Lin Qing's eyes widened. Although he did not obtain an energy source module, this Supreme Purple would be terrifying when applied to a metal-heavy cannon. Over the past 2 days, his metal-heavy cannon had grown to a staggering 30,000 source energy. This was also the limit for a level 1 purple tier module. Yet, unleashing 30,000 source energy would wield enough power to obliterate half a town. Now, with an added layer of detonation, it had become a formidable weapon. Lin Qing excitedly accepted the module and fused it immediately. He then utilized the metal bestowal device to enhance the Crimson Heatwave. For days, he had struggled with a lack of fire-type modules, which limited this area module's temperature to merely 200 degrees. Steel Crimson Flame Storm, Metal Fire Dual enhanced characteristics. The heat will correlate with the amount of metal in the vehicle, additional feature, when used. A multitude of metal shrapnel will be produced within the field, ultimately reaching a temperature of 6,000 degrees. Each eruption consumes 30,000 energy sources, with a sustained drain of 5,000 energy sources per second. Despite having anticipated this, Sanqing was still taken aback by the figure of 5,000 degrees. The attributes of what should now be called the Steel Crimson Flamestorm had fully realized the extreme capabilities expected of a purple tier module. Even legendary warriors like Sanqing would no longer instill fear in him. What did a temperature of 5,000 degrees signify? Even gamma-level mutated creatures would be swiftly incinerated. It was evident that this ruin was an extraordinary match for Sanqing. No one else could reap such benefits. This would mark the true beginning of my ascendance in the apocalypse, paving the way to invincibility. Sanqing clenched his fists. Then he pressed forward. This time, the environment had transformed into a scene of catastrophe. Gamma-level 4 metal beasts had emerged. The number of beasts had doubled, reaching 1,000, with a substantial presence of mutated creatures above Gamma-level 2. The difficulty was suffocating. Could anyone genuinely navigate through this? Sanqing, witnessing the apocalypse before him, couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. He too was astounded. It is evident how formidable the traveler, having persevered through this trial and reached level 83, truly is. However, Sanqing is destined not to remain beneath this threshold. Charge forward, Sanqing commanded Shao Ka. The metallic energy shield, having expanded in size, attained an extraordinary capacity, capable of withstanding an impact of 20,000 yuan. In this apocalyptic scenario, Sanqing was compelled to adopt a defensive stance. This is bad, too many are closing in, exclaimed Moon Goddess Ji in panic. Given the truck's already substantial size and sluggish movement, engaging in a tug-of-war with such a multitude of beasts had become an impossibility. Right from the outset, the metallic beasts surged towards the truck, with hundreds already encroaching upon its vicinity, poised to launch a collision. The situation was dire. In that critical moment, Sanqing's thoughts ignited. The Steel Crimson Flamestorm was activated. The truck's originally cold hues transformed instantly into a vibrant crimson. The temperature in the vicinity soared dramatically as the heated air warped, casting the surroundings in a scarlet glow. Nearby, the thicket of thorns melted into a red liquid in the span of a breath. The truck emitted a resonant hum, vibrating intensely. A visible wave of storm surged forth from the truck's epicenter, crashing into the metallic beasts surrounding it. In but a single surge, the varied forms of metallic beasts began to melt at their surfaces, their anguished roars filling the air. Among them, 2 winged dragons plummeted from the sky, their wings utterly consumed by the searing heat. All the metallic beasts writhed in agony, unable to bear the torment. Yet, the eruption of the module was far from over. Alongside the extreme heat, an unrelenting torrent of metallic shards and flames swept through the scene, penetrating the bodies of countless metallic beasts. In mere moments, the area had transformed into a hellish inferno. Chapter 102. After the initial 5 seconds, the module shut down. The truck stood resolutely amidst the inferno, the beast horde decimated. Wow, is this your fire module? This is utterly extravagant, exclaimed Wu Chao, astonished. It seemed that previous battles had merely been a prelude. Now, they wielded a genuine weapon of mass destruction. The acquisition of such a remarkable item had significantly enhanced the module's capabilities. Sanqing chuckled softly and proceeded to draw again. Upon opening 3 purple treasure chests, he acquired 3 valuable items, one of which was the gravity field he had long coveted. The other 2 included a defensive module, Steel Guardian, and a heavy metal cannon. This time, defense was impenetrable, as a purple tier module, coupled with the amplification from the metal attribute. The hardness of the shield was such that even a level 4 gamma metal beast could not breach it. The metal cannon had also reached level 2. Boasting energy shells worth 60,000, and with dual explosions, it could stand shoulder to shoulder with the crimson flame heat wave. Casting a glance at the dwindling energy source, now less than half, Sanqing opted to continue the battle. Unlocking the level. Level 82 has been activated. Sanqing's expression turned exceedingly grim. An oppressive aura emanated from him, causing even his team members to refrain from speaking. The atmosphere was stifling. How could this be? He had reached level 81. Was he truly that formidable? Sanqing felt a profound discomfort. The prospect of being surpassed just before obtaining a crucial reward was unbearable. If Sanqing conquered level 83, his astonishing pace would propel him to first place, usurping Sanqing's position. Most critically, should Sanqing ascend to the top, his plans and hidden secrets would be laid bare. What to do? What to do? He had learned of the ruins yet failed to inform Zhang Sheng. The latter was already suspicious of him. If this were discovered, Sanqing, with his temperament, would not let him off lightly. Tianqing was genuinely anxious. He could not breach the level, and leaving now would be an immense regret. If Lin Qing were in the safe zone, he might have a chance. But with Lin Qing in the level's confines, he was powerless to act. All he could do was wait, hoping Lin Qing would falter at level 83, preferably failing entirely. Haha, Tianqing, aren't you going to hurry and clear the level? You're about to be surpassed. Fire God laughed mockingly. Unlike Tianqing, who had reached his limits, Fire God had not yet done so. Although he had been surpassed by Lin Qing earlier, their battle was not yet complete, was it? Fire God adeptly found excuses for himself. Tianqing did not even spare Fire God a glance. Normally, he would have retorted. But now his thoughts were solely occupied by Lin Qing, prompting him to disregard Fire God entirely. Coward, Fire God scoffed, glancing at the leaderboard. It was not just the two of them. Everyone in the safe zone was fixated on Lin Qing's rank. With less than a day left until the tally, everyone was eager to see who would emerge as the ultimate victor. Level 82 cleared. How could it be so swift? This is astonishing. My goodness. To pass 2 levels consecutively after level 80, and Tianqing took 10 days for the same. When will Sanqing breach the 83rd level? Look, the settlement will occur at dawn. A person of his caliber will undoubtedly press on. At this moment, Lin Qing is awaiting the restoration of his energy source. After the 82nd level, all treasure chests contain module treasures, metal heavy cannon, metal booster, metal enhancer. Lin Qing opts for the metal booster to reduce energy consumption during the truck's journey. The 83rd level is within reach. Yet the energy source module has yet to materialize. The metal booster remains the sole means to mitigate energy expenditure. As for the metal heavy cannon, it has reached level 3. Lin Qing temporarily retains the metal enhancer without utilizing it. Presently, Lin Qing's modules, aside from the Tree Realm Descend and Vine Torrent, have all been converted to metal and fire types. There is not a single beast-type module or the earliest hardware, such as spikes and other blue-grade modules, left behind. All have been stripped away, freeing up considerable capacity. Module capacity, 1,300-1,500. His physique is maximized as well. The metal booster can convert metal energy into power, restoring the truck's speed to a peak of 600 kilometers. Its size is no longer a burden, as 90 of the increase is metal. Vehicle dimensions, height 40 meters. Length 120 meters, width 32 meters. In conjunction with this size, the energy limit of the metal heavy cannon at level 3 is 130,000. With the extreme temperature of the equatorial heat wave reaching 8,000 degrees. Of course, the consumption is also substantial, with 100,000 energy sources. It is impossible to utilize them entirely for conquest. It is essential to explode energy modules. Lin Qing's resolve is firm. He knows such items are exceptional and can only await silently. After resting for 10 hours, Lin Qing embarks on the challenge once more. The difficulty of the 83rd level has increased more than twofold compared to the 81st level. However, Lin Qing has improved by more than double. Energy sources are utilized without restraint. A single metal crimson storm, coupled with a shot from the metal heavy cannon, swiftly concludes the battle. Level 83 cleared. Rewards obtained. Purple grade module treasure chest. Your completion time is 12 hours and 5 minutes, ranking first. Countdown for ranking reward settlement, 1 hour. Hidden reward for the first place team captain. You will gain the ability to send players out of the ruins, unable to teleport players above level 80. Shall we proceed to the next level? Level hint. After the 90th level, you will obtain the qualification for inheritance. Such a thing exists? Lin Qing is truly astonished. The fact that the first place captain can send players out of the ruins is something no one would have anticipated. Before this, only Tianqing possessed such an ability, so this individual has always been able to exit. But why? Why has this matter remained so meticulously concealed until now? Even Xinhuaran, who transmits messages, has not mentioned it, clearly indicating her ignorance of this information. This peculiar situation leaves Lin Qing feeling unsettled. Tianqing neither informed Sanqing through Xinhuaran nor evacuated any of the organizational members despite significant casualties. He is evidently plotting something. However, this conspiracy has now been completely shattered by Lin Qing. It is likely that even Tianqing never anticipated, or perhaps could not accept, that someone would usurp his position as the foremost contender. A destroyer, perhaps? Lin Qing recalled the words of the fire god. If Tianqing truly embodies the wolf, then the power of this destroyer is indeed quite formidable, having even attracted a legendary powerhouse. Nevertheless, regardless of Tianqing's true identity, Lin Qing has no intention of letting him off the hook. Now, he simply possesses an even more legitimate reason to act. How intriguing. A smirk graced his lips. The unexpected disruption of Tianqing has unveiled an aspect of him that remains concealed from the world. Most importantly, the plan that had long been buried in his heart can now be flawlessly executed through this newfound ability. It is time to settle the score with you all. It was at this moment that Lin Qing experienced a sudden epiphany. Wait, I have disowned Tianqing's true objective. Chapter 103, Robbing Everyone. As Lin Qing surged to the first position, the expression on Tianqing's face turned exceedingly grim upon realizing the disappearance of his abilities. At that moment, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. The drama was palpable. A newcomer, standing before the three legendary powerhouses of the second district, had, in merely a week, claimed the top spot. This could indeed be recounted as a legendary tale. They've emerged. The three pure ones. Haha, congratulations. How did you achieve this? It's truly remarkable. I, Old Wang, will consider you a friend from now on. Feel free to reach out whenever you need assistance. Me too. I have the utmost admiration for a powerhouse like you. Compliments resonated throughout the crowd, eliciting a flicker of disdain in Lin Qing's eyes. It was indeed true that when one is at their best, they are surrounded by well-wishers, apart from the two proud roosters beside him. The exuberant leader of the ruffians in the distance, and the fire god who wore an appreciative expression. There was not a single person Lin Qing found worthy of his regard. You truly have accomplished something extraordinary. Moon Goddess Lin and Qinjuan approached. Still in disbelief. What kind of friends had their brother and sister made? Could he be yet another Zhangsheng? Sister, I have long proclaimed that Qing Gu is invincible. While Lao Gu bore an expression of knowing all along, as if the rest were merely ignorant mortals. From now on, I shall follow him. The Moon Goddess Ji laughed heartily, striking a pose that was eerily accurate. This caused Moon Goddess Lin to twitch her mouth in irritation. You could have mentioned that earlier. Did my purple grade module just go to waste? Lin Qing stepped past the four and approached the coward and the leader of the ruffians. The three were somewhat taken aback. But soon they smiled with pride. How are you faring? Can you still challenge the levels? Lin Qing inquired, seemingly indifferent to the gazes of others. Level 39. We're managing for now, replied the leader of the ruffians. Lin Qing nodded. The three, equipped with their purple-grade vehicles, were indeed skilled. It was reasonable that they had not yet reached their limits in just a week. All right, then continue on. Lin Qing turned and cast a glance at Tianqing, whose face was now stiff and grim. The latter was also staring at Lin Qing, but unlike his initial arrogance, he now resembled a thief awaiting judgment, filled with trepidation. With a mocking smile, Lin Qing addressed the fire god. Brother, I wish to inquire, how do you handle encounters with the destroyer? The fire god, taken aback, realized the implications and glanced at Tianqing, responding coldly, kill, kill. Oh God stepped forward, echoing the sentiment, his eyes suffused with hatred. Lin Qing looked at Oh God in surprise, then smirked as he addressed Tianqing. What should I call you? Leader of the Tianqing group? Or perhaps the destroyer Tianqing? At this proclamation, the expressions of everyone shifted dramatically. It couldn't be. Tianqing was the destroyer? Why would the three pure ones make such a claim? Had he uncovered something? Was he not supposed to be challenging the levels? Could this be a deliberate defamation? They had enmity towards each other, after all. Tianqing's expression remained unchanged as he calmed himself, shaking his head and stating, I recognize your strength, however. Your fear of me stems from your own lack of growth. Yet, your baseless accusations hold no significance. Is that so? Lin Qing scoffed, gesturing towards an earnest-looking middle-aged man in the crowd. In the next moment, a radiant light enveloped the man, causing him to vanish into thin air. A teleportation light? He has exited the ruins. How is that possible? Sanqing can actually facilitate someone's departure. Everyone was left in a state of disbelief. The ruins had not yet concluded, logically. One could only leave once the energy was entirely depleted or the final challenge had been overcome. How could it be so effortless to send someone away with a mere gesture? This is the ability I acquired after securing first place, indeed. The top player possesses the power to transport others from the ruins, Lin Qing announced. And who was the first place holder before me? With those words, 1,000 gazes converged upon Tianqing. Indeed, it was Tianqing. He had always possessed this ability but chose to conceal it. The expression on Huishan's face grew exceedingly grave. In truth, he and Zhang Sheng had long harbored suspicions. Lin Qing's words only served to amplify Tianqing's culpability. Does this alone prove I am the destroyer? Huishan, you and Sanqing harbor enmity towards me. Is this your attempt to frame me? Tianqing retorted. I require your explanation, Ocean interjected, stepping forward. He held no adversarial relationship with Tianqing, and the latter's words would not deflect his inquiries. Tianqing nodded. Indeed, I possess teleportation abilities. Yet my reluctance to disclose this is rooted in a desire to test these newcomers. Only true warriors can contribute to the Valley of Peace. Is that not accurate? My withholding of this information from Zhang Sheng stemmed from my mistrust of Chen Yueran. You all understand that the destroyer is insidious. I could not allow Chen Yueran to return with vital intelligence. This is quite reasonable, is it not? Furthermore, my concealment of this ability did not rob you of any opportunities, did it? I merely send individuals away from the ruins. I do not directly harm them. Doubt still lingered in the eyes of the crowd. Yet, Tianqing's assertions prompted some to nod in quiet agreement. Indeed, even if suspicion lingered, not transporting someone away would not result in harm, a fact insufficient to definitively establish Tianqing's identity as the destroyer. Observing this, Tianqing felt a slight easing of his internal tension. If he could navigate this predicament, he would have words for Zhang Shang. However, at that moment, Lin Qing suddenly bellowed. Tianqing, do not attempt to mislead us. You may not be able to kill directly, but you can do so indirectly, as long as the ruins remain unconquered. Everyone, but you will be doomed to perish here. Your true intention is to trap everyone, forcing them either to join your ranks as destroyers for survival or face certain death. Lin Qing's proclamation jolted everyone into realization. Indeed, this SS-level ruin was no easy conquest. Apart from the remarkable emergence of Sanqing, which offered a glimmer of hope, the rest were left to fight desperately for a slim chance of survival. Tianqing, naturally, had not anticipated the rise of such individuals as Sanqing. Upon closer examination, Lin Qing's words appear more reasonable and logically sound. You may spout nonsense and attempt to tarnish my reputation. You possess ample means to do so, Tianqing declared, his heart in turmoil. How could the three Qings have arrived at such conclusions so swiftly? It was as if their predictions were eerily accurate. You must be wondering how I am privy to your plans, Lin Qing remarked. Tianqing, taken aback, could only respond with a perplexed expression. Everyone turned their gaze towards Lin Qing, who suddenly broke into laughter. One might attribute this to mere coincidence, as I, too, have devised a plan. Furthermore, our plans, while differing in purpose, bear striking resemblance in execution. Tianqing gazed at Lin Qing in disbelief. What are you intending to do? The others were equally baffled. What did this mean? Why was it all so unclear? Who, in fact, was the true villain? Lin Qing disregarded Tianqing and addressed the assembly with clarity. Firstly, I do not intend to breach the barriers for the time being. As you are aware, the environment of this relic is quite agreeable, and I plan to reside here for a while. By the way, I am abundantly supplied, in ways you cannot even fathom. Secondly, I hold the authority to determine the fate of this relic. Therefore, should you wish to depart, prepare your treasures. I am a person of diverse needs. Upgrade materials, modules, metallic currency, I welcome all. Of course, those who have harbored no ill will towards me from the start may leave free of charge, for I possess a rather benevolent nature. However, to the Beast God Temple, certain members of the Tianqing group, and those who have regarded me with disdain, I suggest you ready yourselves for a lifetime of confinement. Chapter 104, Negotiation. Everyone was utterly stunned, including the legendary figures of Tianqing and Huishan, as well as all the players present. Many had already reached their limits, and upon hearing that Lin Qing could facilitate their escape, they believed they could soon free themselves. Their joy was palpable. A surge of development and a complete retreat seemed almost euphoric. Some even thought that if they left early, they could seize the initiative and set up ambushes along the way. However, Lin Qing's words fell upon them like a bucket of cold water, shattering their fantasies completely. Tianqing grasped Lin Qing's intention with clarity. It dawned on him that this young man had aimed to trap him from the very beginning, which explained how quickly he had discerned Tianqing's thoughts. Truly a band of thieves. Sanqing, I bear you no ill will. Can I not leave? A bystander inquired. Lin Qing glanced at him, smiling as he shook his head. Do not harbor such thoughts. When Tianqing targeted me, your hidden smile was exceedingly bright. A chill swept through the crowd, their spines tingling. What formidable mental acuity must one possess to so effortlessly recall everyone's expressions? Those wishing to leave, line up and approach me one by one. Those who have entertained ulterior motives and failed to manage their expressions shall not even think about it. Lin Qing declared with a grin. He was well supplied and could even venture out and return. Moreover, the ability to leave was solely in his hands, while others could enter. He could send them out at a moment's notice. The circumstances on site would remain unchanged. This implied that as long as Lin Qing was willing to prolong the situation, they would all ultimately perish here from hunger. Sanqing, please remain calm, Wuxian implored, his voice tinged with urgency. He was certainly not a villain in Lin Qing's eyes. Even if unappreciated, he should be able to extricate himself. Yet, the matter was too grave. It was clear now why Lin Qing exuded such confidence. I am perfectly composed, Lin Qing replied with poise. This is the simplest method of killing. Although it may be time-consuming, if I can drag Tianqing to his demise here, it would be a tremendous gain. No, you are unaware of certain circumstances, Wuxian hurriedly approached, urgency evident in his demeanor as he established a private venue with an item. Sanqing, I will handle the matter concerning Tianqing. He has shown suspicious behavior. I will not let him escape. Lin Qing shook his head dismissively. No need, my friend. My method is flawless. There is no necessity to let this big fish go. He is known for his swiftness. What if you cannot stop him? We can certainly stop him. Ocean will also intervene. Are you certain Ocean is not a destroyer himself? Lin Qing questioned. If even Tianqing can be, then Ocean is not beyond suspicion. However, Huishan remained resolute. His wife perished at the hands of the destroyer. He harbors the deepest hatred for them. Even if he were. Should two legends turn traitor, Zhang Xing would undoubtedly be furious. If Old Zheng intervenes, they will surely not escape, even if he is currently in the peaceful valley. Thousands of miles away. Old Zhang is that formidable? Lin Qing was genuinely astonished. Yet, I still find no necessity. Cannot I simply trap them? Certainly not. From the moment the relics emerged, their power began to radiate, transforming into the final radiation, gradually diminishing the Peace Valley. In truth, we possess merely 5 days, equivalent to 100 days internally. By that time, as long as the relics remain intact, Zhang Sheng will personally intervene, ultimately obliterating the entire relic from the outside. And we shall all perish. The fire god spoke gravely. Can he truly dismantle the entire relic? Lin Qing exclaimed, his eyes widening. The relic, indeed, is one of the most terrifying realms, rivaling even the giants, and could easily become a nexus of calamity. Even he could only navigate its trials. Yet Zhang Xing could forcefully push from the outside. Just how formidable is this old Zhang? Zhang Xing's strength is beyond imagination. He is no longer merely a powerhouse of the 2nd district. With the right mindset, he could effortlessly transition into the 3rd district, where he would rank among the elite. He remains here solely to safeguard Peace Valley. The most potent strategic weapon of Peace Valley is Zhang Xing. You may doubt everything else, but his prowess is indisputable. The fire god asserted. Suppressing his astonishment, Lin Qing contemplated. Then I shall venture out in 99 days. 3 months should suffice to exhaust many. By then, I will directly clear the final assessment. Rest assured, brother. You are indeed my brother. 99 days? Do you comprehend the immense crisis this will pose for Peace Valley? The fire god, exasperated, found himself helpless. He could not find fault with Lin Qing's actions. Adversaries outside Peace Valley could engage however they pleased, a matter beyond his control. However, when it pertains to the relic, he must intervene. What do you desire? Is an exchange possible? The fire god sighed, adopting a resigned demeanor. Quite simple. The fire motorcycle from Tianqing, the snow chariot from Baiyu, alongside all resources of the beast god hall, plus 10,000 metallic coins for each individual, and a fee of 10 blue modules for protection. The fire god exclaimed, you might as well kill me. Is this merely a demand for money? It is a matter of life and death. Brother, consider this. If I exhaust Tianqing and reach higher levels, what then? Can I enter and exit others' trial spaces? If not, I concede. However, if I can, all of this will belong to me, Lin Qing stated calmly. He was not simply making exorbitant demands, but presenting a plausible reality. If he possessed the right to enter and exit, who knows what other powers he might acquire later. Moreover, should you acquiesce, I will swiftly clear the trials. To be frank, the next 7 trials could be completed in a week at most. The fire god was once again taken aback. Lin Qing's strength and confidence compelled him to take a deep breath. Acknowledging Lin Qing's trial capabilities, he could not dismiss the possibility of his claims being true. After a moment of hesitation, he remarked, I cannot make this decision. How about this? I will consult old Zhang on your behalf. What do you mean? Lin Qing inquired. Astonished. Isn't it impossible to contact the outside world within the relic? Exceptional items. Your treasure chest may very well yield something valuable later. The fire god elucidated, producing a golden compass. As he activated it, the compass transformed into a luminous screen, projecting the figure of Zhang Sheng. Old Zhang, we have a situation. The fire god quickly recounted the events. Throughout the conversation, Zhang Sheng's demeanor remained unchanged. However, upon hearing that Tianqing was likely the destroyer, his expression grew somber. When he learned that Lin Qing might resolve the relic issue within a week and was involved in acts of robbery, he regarded Lin Qing with a penetrating gaze. What is your enmity with Baiyu? Zhang Xing inquired. There was a great battle in the past. I emerged victorious, but due to unforeseen circumstances, I spared his life. Lin Qing replied nonchalantly. This was the first time the fire god had encountered such a revelation. He was astonished to discover that the foremost power in District 1 had always been Lin Qing. Zhang Xing nodded. The matter concerning Tianqing is not so straightforward. I need to capture him for interrogation. If it proves true, the vehicle belongs to you, while the module will belong to the Federation. I want it all. Lin Qing remained resolute. Moreover, your intention to capture him differs greatly from simply eliminating him. What if he escapes? If he resists, we must act decisively. In that case, the vehicle will still be yours, but the module will not be. The Federation will also intervene. Zhang Sheng maintained a serious demeanor, yet he was engaged in negotiation. Then there is no need for discussion. I shall handle it myself. Observing Lin Qing's steadfastness, Zhang Shang sighed in resignation. Spare by you. And the golden vehicle of Tianqing will be yours. Of course, if he is indeed the destroyer, then everything shall belong to you. How does that sound? Chapter 105, Breaking Through Awe. Old Zhang, is this truly your intention? Lin Qing chuckled to himself, perceiving that old Zhang was rather cunning. Zhang Sheng raised an eyebrow, but paid no heed to Lin Qing's appellation. Bai Yu represents a new force. Your grievances need not culminate in a life-and-death struggle. Since he has chosen to remain silent regarding your past conflicts, in a sense, he is also preserving your dignity, is he not? Consider it a favor to me. Besides, the resources of Tianqing are ample enough for your needs. Lin Qing pondered for a moment before acquiescing. Very well, but what about the passage fees for the others? Are you willing to cover that? 5 million metal coins, a one-time purchase, after which you may escort them away. Zhang Shang snorted coldly. He believed that humanity must unite. He held disdain for internecine strife, not for the victors, but for the provocateurs. However, since this matter pertained to the Valley of Peace, he could not remain indifferent. I shall reclaim the funds later. Lin Qing's expression shifted slightly. He found the sum agreeable. But to escort them away? Was Zhang Shang attempting to lure them in? Once they departed, any actions regarding Tianqing would inevitably attract attention. The fact that Zhang Sheng had not sealed the information was a clear indication that he was waiting to see if any destroyers would come to their aid. That old fellow was truly shrewd, while he himself remained rather naive. I shall not concern myself with the Beast God Temple, but you must not force the issue. The repercussions of the relic are severe. I can guarantee your advancement, and once your level has increased, we can address this matter. Zhang Sheng proposed a compromise. Upon hearing this, Lin Qi nodded again. There is one more issue. I am currently ranked first, which allows me to open treasure chests. You are aware that such chests can yield capacity-enhancing items. The Federation has them. I can provide one for you, and given your current rank, you should acquire it soon. If you obtain different enhancement items, they can even be stacked. Zhang Sheng readily agreed. It was not merely a transaction. He genuinely valued Lin Qing. Since he had swiftly navigated the ruins, investing some resources would not cause him any distress. Were it not for Lin Qing's lack of focus on the Valley of Peace, he might have offered even more. Agreed. It is settled then, Lin Qing finally affirmed. Those capacity-enhancing items and 2 treasure chests would certainly yield something beneficial. He was also keen to avoid offending Zhang Sheng, knowing that as long as Zhang Sheng was involved, he could not afford to linger indefinitely. The concessions made were already quite commendable. After exiting the Beast God Temple, he would address that issue. The Lion King had reached level 5, and with his current strength, he had no fear, especially with the potential for further enhancement. As the screen dimmed, a special item was deemed released. The Fire God chuckled. You've struck gold this time. Don't forget to treat your brother to a drink. A golden quality vehicle, its value in the 2nd district was incalculable. It was a rarity, even if someone were to sell it. The consideration would not merely be numerical, but rather how much the 2nd district could offer and whether that would satisfy the seller. Not to mention, there were the modules from Tianqing. No problem, Lin Qing replied with a smile. The golden quality motorcycle was within reach, and with his work for the Federation, he would reap the rewards effortlessly. This prospect filled him with great satisfaction as he exited the chat space. As the crowd collectively turned their gaze, curiosity piqued regarding the outcome of the negotiations led by the Fire God. With a sigh of relief, the Fire God proclaimed, "Esteemed friends, it is settled. Sanqing is indeed magnanimous and has decided to allow continued passage. Those wishing to depart may do so at any moment." The gathering erupted in expressions of gratitude, acknowledging the Fire God's commendable negotiation skills. However, he continued, the agreed price remains unchanged. I have temporarily covered the costs for you all. Those dissatisfied with Sanqing are required to contribute 50,000 metal coins each, which can be reimbursed upon your return to Peace Valley. A wave of confusion swept over the crowd. Is this truly our negotiation expert? After all this discussion, we find ourselves incurring a cost of 50,000? Lin Qing shared their perplexity. The Fire Goddess' actions seemed rather self-serving, profiting from the disparity. Nevertheless, it was a small price to pay for the considerable sum of 5 million metal coins that would suffice. For those wishing to leave, approach me directly. Those needing to settle payments later should register with the Fire God, Lin Qing announced. Several individuals stepped forward, expressing their desire to depart. You few may leave free of charge, Lin Qing stated, gesturing. You too, however, each owe 50,000. Please register with the Fire God. Lin Qing assessed each individual, knowing they would eventually return to Peace Valley, at which point the Fire God would pursue repayment. As for Tianqing, having surpassed level 80, he lacked the authority to facilitate their exit. necessitating a wait until the completion of the trial for further arrangements. After a flurry of actions, many attendees departed, leaving only those eager to continue their challenges. The Lion King hesitated, ultimately remaining with a contingent of over 100 members from the Beast God Temple in the safe zone. Lin Qing smirked inwardly upon returning to the checkpoint space. As the clock struck midnight, 2 purple-grade treasure chests descended. These treasure chests, akin to module chests, promised rewards that were entirely random yet more specialized, particularly within such ruins, offering the potential for exceptional items. Unlock successful. Acquired unrestricted communicator. Purple allows temporary use of the chat system, disregarding any rules. The fire god must possess some divine favor. This item surpassed even that of the moon goddess, while hers enabled cross-region communication. It would not function in a peculiar location like the Steel Spikes Ridge ruins. Otherwise, contact would have been established long ago. Acquired energy potion. Purple rapidly restores energy up to 1 million. Though a restorative potion, it was regrettably not a permanent enhancement. Had other chests yielded rewards, Lin Qing would have retained them, but their current offerings felt devoid of significance. As the first treasure chest was swiftly exhausted, Lin Qing failed to uncover the coveted item that would augment module capacity. He proceeded to the next chest with a heavy heart, refreshing repeatedly. On the 9th attempt, Lin Qing finally beheld the reward he had longed for. Acquisition of the capacity expander, metal energy expander capable of augmenting module capacity by 600, usable once for a lifetime. At last, it has been obtained. After 19 attempts at refreshing, this is equivalent to 19 treasure chests for others. The odds must be exceedingly low. Nevertheless, Lin Qing was overwhelmed with excitement. Just one is entirely sufficient. Module capacity, 1300 2100. It has been quite a journey. The fusion of the Stopping War Order is now within reach. Zhang Sheng has already begun gathering resources, ready to trade once he ventures out. When that moment arrives, Lin Qing will be the first to fuse the Stopping War Order and continue his quest. In the ensuing days, Lin Qing persistently cleared levels. Each time, 2 levels were connected, and within 5 days, he had progressed to level 90. During this period, many had departed, including the timid ones who left after reaching their limits. The remaining individuals watched in awe as Lin Qing's speed in clearing levels left them trembling with astonishment. They sensed that yet another legendary profession was about to emerge. The player has reached the final level. The inheritance space can now be activated. This relic contains the credentials for a legendary profession transfer, which entails extreme difficulty. Would you like to proceed? Chapter 106, The Unity of 3 Cleansings Muscle Truck. Module capacity, 2100 2100. Purple modules, metal energy conversion level 2. Steel Crimson Flame Storm level 1, Metal Heavy Cannon level 5, Metal Detonation level 2, Metal Booster level 1, Gravitational Field level 1, Steel Armor Guardian level 2. Steel Spike Emergence level 1. Blue modules, Metal Glass level 5, Size level 10, Lateral Size level 10, Height Size level 10, Surrounding Air Group Shock Absorption level 5. Tire Increment level 5. Energy Source, 500, 000. This encapsulates Lin Qing's current capabilities, having meticulously extracted all modules, leaving only the essential ones. In truth, there are still several remaining purple modules of considerable importance, including a few critical duplicates. However, the capacity has reached its limit, leaving no room for further enhancements. Given the uncertain difficulty of the inheritance space, Lin Qing resolved to exert his utmost effort. The war-stopping order must be postponed. Should old Zhang provide a sufficiently large capacity item, he might consider dismantling 1 or 2 purple modules later. For now, extracting 1,000 units of capacity solely to forge a war-stopping order might not yield optimal results. At last, the energy source module has been unlocked and elevated by 2 tiers. The immense size infused with energy has quintupled the quantity of the energy source. Furthermore, after utilizing the metal infuser in the tree realm, it has transformed into a metal-based recovery module, enhancing its restorative effects by more than 5-fold. No longer constrained, he could unleash his full potential without reservation. Lin Qing reflected on this. Although his strength has yet to reach its pinnacle, he felt it was sufficiently formidable. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, he could effortlessly merge additional modules for contingency. After a day of recuperation, with the energy source adequately accumulated, he initiated the inheritance. Inheritance assessment activated. Assessment title, Strength Trial. This mission is a team task, subdivided into 3 layers of trials, with the ultimate trial yielding a legendary class transfer certificate. Task: through collision, eliminate 3,000 level 1 gamma metal beasts. Task requirements: during this assessment, the metal beast shall not utilize special skills. Players are restricted from employing non-enhanced modules, and repairs using metal coins are prohibited. Task reward: 1 special class assessment certificate. Collision? Lin Qing raised an eyebrow. A head-on clash with the collision prince? It seems fitting for his expertise. Even Brother Wow and Moon Goddess felt a sense of ease. They were merely speed bumps. The current truck defense system could be deemed invincible. Even a white jade tank would be reduced to scrap metal upon impact. The Level 2 purple defense module can calculate defensive strength based on the vehicle's metal composition, augmented by a Level 10 blue defense module. In the realm of collision, Lin Qing had yet to relent. The mutated beast army roared ferociously as they charged forth. Lin Qing maneuvered the truck, his expression unwavering, and collided head-on. The 40-meter-tall, 32-meter-wide vehicle resembled a bulldozer. Upon impact, a multitude of metal beasts perished instantly. However, Lin Qing's speed showed no signs of diminishing as he charged towards the horde of beasts. The kill count soared: 33, 37, 51, each second marked by a new tally. The ruins seemed designed to heighten the challenge, with these metallic beasts actively rushing towards Lin Qing, embodying a relentless struggle. Lin Qing required no effort to locate his targets. It was a sheer clash of strength. Even with 10 Gamma Level 5 metallic beasts among them, the outcome was already predetermined. In merely half an hour, he had cleared the first level. The second level has commenced. Module cleared. Eliminate 3,000 metallic beasts. Task requirements: no direct collision between sides. Metallic beasts will maintain a distance of 100 meters from players. This posed little challenge for Lin Qing. With a light chuckle, he felt virtually no pressure before the legendary assessment. He squandered 500,000 energy sources at will, while the metallic shield intercepted ranged attacks. Complemented by the metallic heavy artillery and the metallic crimson tempest, it was nothing short of a massacre. He effortlessly progressed through the second stage. Of course, this was not due to the inadequacy of the ruins. Indeed, many lacked the qualification to even access the inheritance space. Rather, Lin Qing's strength was unparalleled. In a sense, he embodied the energy source of Gamma Level 5, combined with the capacity of Gamma Level 3, alongside a module of top-tier specifications. This allowed him to achieve such feats in the Gamma Level 1 assessment. The third level has commenced. This is the final assessment. Task difficulty has increased exponentially. Task: unlimited combat. Eliminate 30,000 metallic beasts within 3 hours. Such a daunting number? Lin Qing was taken aback. Truly, this was the legendary assessment. And the difficulty was indeed exaggerated. 30,000 crimson beasts congregating would undoubtedly constitute a massive beast tide. Even a large organization would hesitate to confront such a force. Thus, the rarity of legendary professions became evident. In a certain sense, they were even more precious than golden-grade vehicles. "Brother Qing, let me join," exclaimed Brother Wow, who had also integrated numerous modules into his vehicle. As a support, he activated the mechanical barrier, which was significant. Yet he felt an unsettling restlessness from not engaging in battle. With time pressing, it was indeed his moment to take action. "All right, but be cautious. Retreat to the vehicle at the first sign of trouble." Lin Qing nodded in agreement. Brother Wow's vehicle also boasted several modules, some of which were purple grade, better suited for him, as he could not utilize them effectively. To bolster their combat prowess, Lin Qing also provided Brother Wow with 2 combat-oriented purple grade modules. His strength in the realm of purple grade vehicle owners was unrivaled. "And you, little G, you must join as well. Ride my dark motorcycle." Lin Qing addressed Moon God Ji earnestly. Moon God Ji was taken aback. "Me? Am I not a chef? Chefs are abundant. If you wish to accompany me in the future, you must learn to fight. A mere decorative figure will inevitably become tiresome," Lin Qing asserted with grave seriousness. In reality, with both himself and Brother Wow taking action, it was already sufficient. This was, however, a test for Moon God Ji. He does not wish for the other party to place all their hopes upon him. Such dependency transforms a teammate into a parasite. Should the Moon Goddess be unwilling, he shall, upon clearing the challenge, ensure that she returns to her sister, thus resolving this entangled fate. Who dares to label her as a mere ornament? The Moon Goddess was greatly displeased, as if her pride had been provoked. "Let us compete. Let us see who can slay more." Lin Qing smirked, relinquishing the motorcycle privileges and providing a set of modules, all of which could be reclaimed later. Ultimately, it was merely a matter of some metallic coins. As the crimson sun descended, the world dimmed into a hazy twilight. Amidst the shadows, a multitude of metallic beasts emerged upon the earth, their black metallic bodies and blood-red eyes revealing the true visage of the apocalypse. This sight reminded Lin Qing of the legacy of the equatorial mountain, which had similarly harbored such terrifying scenes. During that time, he had charged forth with a heart resigned to death, fortunate that the trial demanded courage, rendering everything an illusion. Yet now, The likelihood of such fortunate circumstances seemed exceedingly slim. A great battle was inevitable. However, Lin Chi was no longer the same, even amidst these countless metallic beasts. He still possessed the opportunity to prevail. Today, I shall transform into the three pure ones in one breath and see if I can indeed pierce through this relic. Chapter 107, New Gods? Old Gods. The battle commences immediately. The oppressive presence of tens of thousands of metallic beasts is akin to a descent into hell, forming a colossal metallic storm that sweeps away iron blocks, steel fragments, and swirling sands. Lin Qing swiftly activated the metallic shield. While the heavy metal cannon unleashed a powerful barrage, this fifth-tier cannon can concentrate an astounding 200,000 units of raw energy. Its might is beyond imagination. The shell enveloped an area of over 2,000 meters, annihilating countless metallic beasts within its wake. Even more terrifying is that the detonation of the metal would yield a secondary wave of destruction. After the initial explosion, as numerous metallic beasts approached the vicinity, another resounding shockwave erupted, reminiscent of a dragon thrashing beneath the earth, causing the ground to tremble. Chao Gu and the Moon Goddess's vehicle swayed perilously. Fortunately, they were equipped with stabilizing devices. Otherwise, the Moon Goddess might have toppled over. You insolent wretch! You dare call me a mere ornament. Yet you fail to appreciate my beauty. Cursed metallic beasts perish. The Moon Goddess seethed with indignation, activating her module. Chao Gu did the same. A plethora of energy projectiles filled the scene. Although lacking the might of the heavy cannon, the duo successfully eliminated swathes of metallic beasts, conducting long-range combat centered around their truck. From the very onset, the number of metallic beasts began to dwindle significantly. However, the terror of the beast horde extended far beyond this. Endless streams of metallic energy coursed through the ranks of beasts, their formidable and unyielding bodies charging forward. Were it not for Lin Qing holding up the protective shield and deftly evading, they would have surely been engulfed by the onslaught. This battle would undoubtedly prove arduous for both parties, yet ultimately, only one side would remain standing upon this land. Within the safety zone, the trials of the 90th level had long since concluded, and they had entered the realm of inheritance. With the prowess of the three pure ones, they were certain to obtain special professions, and perhaps even legendary ones. Such as the disparity, I am stuck at the 53rd level, too fearful to advance. While the three pure ones forged ahead into the realm of inheritance. Their time spent is undoubtedly less than yours. I advise you not to compare, one mused. Overwhelmed by sentiments of awe, envy, and jealousy, all foreseeing the rise of a legendary powerhouse. You also resided within the safety zone, having conquered the 78th level, rivaling the current fire god and European god, with a remarkably impressive record. Although he could still press on, he sensed he had reached his limit. Gazing at the leaderboard, dominated by a singular figure, he shook his head helplessly, feeling a sense of defeat rise within him. You certainly have your merits, yet the road ahead is long. I will surpass you one day. Meanwhile, the three major organizations, Fire God, Sanqing, and European God, maintained a demeanor of indifference, all aware that the relic could be shattered at any moment. Amidst their astonishment, they silently contemplated their next moves. This included the Lion King of the Beast God Temple, lurking in the shadows with an insatiable madness burning in his eyes. Press on, press on. No matter your achievements, they will ultimately belong to me. Beneath the surface, currents of ambition surged. We shall emerge victorious. Chao Gu exclaimed, his vehicle in disrepair, as he leaned out of the window, filled with exhilaration. The Moon Goddess appeared disheveled yet filled with joy. Victory was truly within reach. The metallic beasts present were now less than 1/10 of their original number. The pressure had been steadily diminishing since the onset of battle. Lin Qing's cannon and the storm of metallic flames were utterly terrifying. It was a relentless harvest. Energy value, 10,000,500,000. However, the cooldown for steel thorns had concluded, allowing for a swift recovery of tens of thousands of energy points. The outcome was already determined. Everyone, come here, I shall handle the rest. Lin Qing shouted, opening the vehicle's compartment to retrieve the two individuals. He charged once more into the scattered horde of beasts, energy depleting as he collided with them, until he was utterly drained. At that moment, all challenge spaces and safe zones transformed into a brilliant white. Was it over? Had they truly succeeded? Would they attain a legendary profession? The crowd was left astounded. Likewise, Lin Qing found himself enveloped in a world shrouded in white light. Here, even the Moon Goddess and Brother Wao were nowhere to be seen. Lin Qing surveyed his surroundings, and to his astonishment, he noticed a strange figure beside him. Who could it be? Lin Qing's expression shifted. It was an elderly man, adorned with a pair of black horns, white hair, and a steel battle suit, a smile gracing his lips. I am the master of this relic. You have done well. The old man spoke in an unknown tongue, Yet Lin Qing comprehended his words. He recalled the words of the fire god, that a portion of the destroyers were indeed the servants of the relics master. Lin Qing possessed some knowledge about relics as well. They were places formed from the remnants of worlds that had been annihilated, fused with the powers of extinction, and held a unique connection to the ancient gods. What do you seek from me? I have passed the assessment, Lin Qing inquired. This old survivor, with thoughts as deep as an abyss, was someone Lin Qing preferred to avoid. Fear not. Your reward will be bestowed upon you in due time. I merely wish to converse and observe the master of this generation's infinite war chariot, the relic master said with a smile. What do you mean? Lin Qing's gaze flickered. The infinite war chariot? Are you referring to my vehicle? Has it been possessed by others before? Moreover, why did it capture the attention of the relic master? After all, it was merely a golden grade vehicle, with red grade and even higher qualities existing. The infinite war chariot is one of the 12 pillars. Your vehicle has evidently grown to such a stature, it must indeed be the infinite war chariot. 12 pillars? Indeed, there is a saying, when the sky collapses, a tall person holds it up. The 12 chariots are those tall people. The old man's voice was hoarse, tinged with nostalgia. Alas, each time they have faltered, perished. All have met their demise. The sun sets, all beings weep blood, the gods face dusk, and everything descends into oblivion. The old man shed 2 streams of blood tears, seemingly encapsulating endless suffering. His voice became somewhat frenzied, sending chills down one's spine. After a prolonged silence, he regained his composure and turned towards Lin Qing. Do you wish to join us? I shall grant you greater power, enabling you to become a master of the relic, commanding all that is steel-thorn rich, and possessing boundless resources and strength. A simple sentence, yet it stirs the heart profoundly. This relic, having endured countless battles despite being merely a Gamma Level 1, harbors an unfathomable depth of power, a wealth of unprecedented magnitude. Nevertheless, Lin Qing remained composed. What is the price? You must devote your life to the revival of the Iron God. Of course, upon his resurrection, you shall become his most loyal and trusted servant, and in that moment, you will attain unparalleled glory. A glint of fervor illuminated the old man's eyes, filled with reverence for the Iron God. The servant of an ancient deity? Lin Qing scoffed softly. Setting aside the notion of becoming the relic's master, is it not superior to be among the ordinary destroyers? The concepts of supreme glory and servitude are inherently paradoxical. Should he proceed down this path, his fate would be irrevocably entwined with that of the Iron God. Not an ancient deity, a new god, the new god of our steel-thorn world. The old man suddenly erupted with fury, his countenance changing drastically at the mention of an ancient deity. The kindly demeanor he had previously worn vanished in an instant. It has already come to an end. Is he not an ancient god? Lin Qing remained non-committal, stating earnestly, I have no interest. Reward me, and I shall take my leave. Are you truly not considering it? If you agree, you would save countless years of toil, modules, items. I even possess the means to elevate you to a red-tier battle vehicle. All of this could be yours. The old man was undeterred, each word laden with irresistible allure. Yet Lin Qing remained exceedingly calm, suddenly laughing. No need. I must return for my meal. As his words fell, a force of finality descended, prompting the old man to roar. No. I still have time. Let me speak with him once more. However, this force was undeniable, and the old man's figure swiftly vanished. Immediately thereafter, a voice resonated within Lin Qing's mind. Assessment completed. Rewards distributed. Acquired Legendary Class Transfer Certificate. Chapter 108. The Legendary Battle. The End. Lin Qing gazed at the scene before him. Even the master of the ruins appeared powerless in the face of the end. Survivors, mutated creatures, and all those who clung to life, including the ancient gods, seemed to be under the indifferent gaze of a supreme being, regardless of their strength. Player has completed the final level. The ruins are about to close. As the announcement echoed, Lin Qing departed from the world enveloped in white light. Upon reappearing, he found himself in a vast plain, surrounded by a multitude of individuals, including 3 legendary figures, the Fire God, the Skywalker, and the European God. Almost immediately upon their arrival, 3 war chariots stirred a tempest, a powerful force propelling Lin Qing and the other players away by 1,000 meters. Flames danced fiercely, shadows flickered rapidly, and thunder roared. The 3 formidable beings engaged in battle the moment they emerged. Skywalker, you truly are the harbinger of destruction. The Fire God bellowed, summoning an endless inferno, showcasing the legendary warrior's might at that instant. His fire module radiated not only with a purple hue, but also boasted a significant level. The searing flames, even from a kilometer away, emanated a heat that penetrated the very chassis of their vehicles. Run. The surviving players, witnessing the chaos, instinctively chose to flee, aware that this legendary battle could engulf them at any moment. Fire God, let me go. I have my reasons. Skywalker's speed was unparalleled as a dazzling motorcycle. engulfed in flames, sped forth. More astonishingly, this vehicle could traverse the air, moving with the swiftness of lightning, weaving through the inferno. The European god summoned a storm of thunder, collaborating with the fire god to confine Skywalker's movements. If you wish to remain unscathed, surrender and cease your resistance. Sanqing will not misjudge you, the European god shouted. In truth, it was Skywalker who struck first, an action that spoke volumes. As long as he refused to submit, the confrontation could escalate into a deadly struggle at any moment. Skywalker fell silent, his fiery motorcycle reaching its zenith, its unique attributes enhancing its power. A brilliant light erupted forth. Was this the battlefield of Gamma Level 10? Lin Qing observed from a distance, his heart filled with awe. He had once believed himself formidable at Gamma level, yet the players at level 10 exhibited a qualitative transformation. The disparity was indeed significant. Player Zhang Sheng requests a trade. Here it comes. Lin Qing's attention shifted. Old Zhang was truly trustworthy. He quickly accepted the request. A plethora of metallic coins and accompanying items were sent forth. Holywood Core, purple upon fusion, increases capacity by 800, usable once for a lifetime. So much? Lin Qing was taken aback. This surpassed the capacity items he had acquired within the ruins, reaching an even higher tier. Was old Zhang truly this generous? Fusion. Lin Qing hastily initiated the fusion, simultaneously making his way out. Already mounted on his dark motorcycle, he guided Moon Goddess Ji away from the battlefield, following the throng. Capacity 2,100-2,900. Lin Qing glanced at the figures and promptly dismantled the gravitational field into metallic detonator. He fused the cessation of hostilities order. The module of the Armistice Command, Gold Edition, has successfully fused. The Armistice Command, Gold, boasts two remarkable functions. Function 1 generates a radiant light of truce that deflects any attacks and objects posing a threat to the user, consuming 300,000 primordial energy within a range of 1,000 meters. Function 2 creates a space of truce, extending 1,000 meters, within which all living beings are rendered immune to both physical and mental death, consuming 200,000 primordial energy per second. Success. While the combat capabilities of the Armistice Command may not be exceptionally formidable, it leans more towards auxiliary support. However, its second function can be likened to a golden shield against death, significantly enhancing Lin Qing's chances of survival. Meanwhile, in the distance, Tianqing suddenly spotted Lin Qing, who was retreating step by step. Despite his formidable strength, he found himself at an absolute disadvantage against the onslaught of the legendary beings. The Fire God and the European God, teetering on the brink of defeat. His resentment towards Lin Qing reached an unparalleled height. It was Lin Qing who had thwarted his plans, leading him to this dire predicament. In the face of crisis, he abruptly summoned a vast amount of energy, temporarily breaking free from the encirclement, forming a 10-meter-long crimson arrow imbued with flames, aimed squarely at Lin Qing. This is bad. You seek death. The fire goddess' expression changed dramatically as he attempted to intervene. Yet, it was too late. Tianqing's abilities were all centered on speed. While the fire god possessed greater power, Tianqing surpassed everyone in velocity. Zhang Sheng, the fire god, shouted in desperation. In the void, an inexplicable pressure emerged, causing even Lin Qing to feel a moment of trepidation, as if some presence loomed above, observing all. Tianqing's aura diminished significantly, overwhelmed by a cacophony of shock, panic, anger, and unwillingness, ultimately coalescing into despair. Zhang Sheng has arrived, or rather, the power of Zhang Sheng has descended. Even though Zhang Sheng remained in the Valley of Peace, the moment he chose to act, Tianqing knew that no matter how strong he considered himself, he would be powerless to resist. This exemplifies the absolute prowess of the foremost figure in the Valley of Peace. Damn it! Tianqing gritted his teeth, making a swift decision. The blazing arrow shot towards Lin Qing. Zhang Sheng, if you wish to save him, do not attempt to stop me. If you do, the three pure ones shall perish. Stationed in the Valley of Peace, gazing down upon the second district, no matter how powerful he might be, this would be his only opportunity to strike from thousands of kilometers away. By harnessing the power of the Valley of Peace, along with Zhang Sheng's strength that reached the upper echelons of the third district, combined with a strike from a super special item, the cost would be considerable. He did not believe that Zhang Sheng could both intervene and save Lin Qing. As long as Zhang Sheng did not impede him, he still had a chance. The fiery arrow soared through the air, its speed indescribable, traversing thousands of meters in an instant to reach Lin Qing. Zhang Sheng, with eyes closed in the Valley of Peace, sighed inwardly, prepared to save Lin Qing. However, at that moment, Lin Qing erupted in laughter. Tianqing, you cannot kill me. In the next instant, golden light filled the sky, forming a colossal shockwave centered around Lin Qing. In an instant, the fiery arrows shattered into fragments, ultimately transforming into a faint golden radiance that dispersed into the air. The rules? In that fleeting moment, Tianqing discerned the source of the golden light's power. Thus, he was rendered even more astounded. This was the power of rules that accompanied the Golden Grade module. How could this be? How could Sanqing possibly possess a Golden Grade module? Was it a gift from Zhangsheng? That seemed implausible, for even Zhangsheng, no matter how generous, could not achieve such a feat. Indeed, it was debatable whether Zhangsheng even possessed a Golden Grade module. In the third district, Golden Grade modules were of strategic significance. Sanqing was indeed formidable. The fire god erupted into laughter, his and Ocean's hearts filled with disbelief. A Golden Grade module. No wonder it was so powerful. How could anyone who attained a Golden Grade module be lacking in prowess? Just then, a bolt of lightning erupted from thin air, bearing an unstoppable momentum that shattered all of Tianqing's defenses and layers, striking him directly. The Golden Grade motorcycle remained unscathed, merely extinguishing its flames. However, Tianqing's body was severely damaged, causing him to plummet from midair. Zhangsheng had intervened, not only defeating Tianqing, but also preserving the war chariot intact. Chapter 109. Peace Valley, humanity's greatest treasure. Old Zhang. Lin Qing was astounded by Zhangsheng's formidable prowess, yet couldn't help but burst into laughter. The golden machine was within grasp, and both the god of fire and the god of Europe, witnessing this, let their guard down. The god of fire even extended his fiery arms, reaching out towards the machine and Tianqing. However, at that moment, an inexplicable force emerged, enveloping the hearts of all present, eerily reminiscent of Zhangsheng's earlier pressure. Not good. God of fire, be cautious, exclaimed the god of Europe, his countenance shifting dramatically as he hurriedly shouted, layering protective barriers. The god of fire, too, sensed something amiss and rapidly unleashed a torrent of defensive capabilities. Suddenly, a colossal hand materialized, effortlessly shattering all their defenses. It lunged towards Tianqing and his golden war chariot, accompanied by an overwhelming might that surged towards the god of fire. This force was on par with Zhangsheng's. Even a legendary figure like Tianqing could not withstand it, and the god of fire, equally matched, faced an inevitable fate. All of this transpired within the blink of an eye. Lin Qing was left dumbfounded, never anticipating that a seemingly flawless victory would unravel in such a manner. Not only was the golden machine lost, but the god of fire's life was also at stake. Gazing at that hand, akin to divine retribution, Lin Qing struggled to fathom the extent of power required to manifest what Zhangsheng and this entity displayed. However, the rules could still be upheld. While the golden machine might be beyond saving, the lives of the two could be preserved. At that moment, Lin Qing's thoughts narrowed, and he bellowed fervently. God of fire, come this way. The resonance between the vehicles amplified his voice, transcending all barriers and conveying his urgency instantly. The god of fire and the god of Europe immediately grasped his intent. The vehicle suddenly flickered and surged towards Lin Qing at full speed. The colossal hand, however, matched its velocity, altering its course to pursue the god of fire. The scene resembled a giant in the sky attempting to capture ants. Fortunately, Lin Qing's dark machine also possessed remarkable speed, closing in on the god of fire and the others. As the pursuing hand was poised to strike the god of fire, a burst of golden light erupted once more, enveloping a 1,000-meter radius in radiant brilliance. Boom! The giant hand descended, instantly crushing the god of fire and the god of Europe's war chariot, leaving behind a massive crater. Yet, to their astonishment, the two within the vehicle discovered they bore no injuries whatsoever. Instead, the force of the colossal hand diminished rapidly due to the impact. The hand hesitated momentarily, as if its master sensed the unexpected outcome. After a brief pause, it abandoned its attack and retreated into the air. Damn it, those two owe me a golden machine, Lin Qing exclaimed in desperate frustration. However, his agitation proved futile. Although 500,000 energy sources appeared substantial, they were insufficient to unleash a second ceasefire command. He could only resort to life-preserving measures, as the energy within the vehicle was depleted. In truth, Lin Qing was gambling on the hope that the colossal hand would not strike again. Otherwise, even a fleeting moment of invincibility would yield the same outcome. As Lin Qing despaired, watching the giant hand looming above, a voice filled with fury echoed, "Leave it." Crack. A tremendous thunderclap resonated once more, as a colossal hand shattered into fragments. Zhangsheng, in the void, an ancient voice, laden with rage and unwillingness, emerged, astonished that Zhangsheng could strike again so swiftly. The cost was substantial. A beam of golden light fell from the dark hand, yet the residual power enabled him to retract it successfully. The surroundings of the plain returned to tranquility. Within a vast mountain range, an elderly man clad in black withdrew his hand from a fish tank. His palm, resembling tree bark, stained with blood. Nearby, the remnants of Tianqing's body materialized out of thin air. The old man's expression darkened, and he sighed deeply. If it weren't for Tianqing being the finest vessel for our lord, I would never dare to take such risks. Zhangxing, such a formidable youth. If only he would join us. The remnants of the Peace Valley, a formidable collective force from years past. Yet I wonder if you can withstand the unprecedented calamity that is to come. In the cave, the old man murmured. As Tianqing's body visibly began to recover at an astonishing rate. This is truly extraordinary, exclaimed the moon goddess Ji, utterly astonished. Not only was he taken aback, but Lin Qing's involvement in the battle seemed merely auxiliary. Otherwise, even Tianqing would effortlessly eliminate him, let alone that colossal hand. If it were to reach for him. Gamma level 10. Lin Qing set his sights on this goal, feeling an uncontrollable anticipation for the first time at the prospect of merging man and vehicle. However, this surge of power dissipated as soon as he exited the ruins. He was still not powerful enough. Only upon achieving Gamma level 10 could he truly ascend to the pinnacle of District 2. Moreover, within Gamma level 10, one must be an invincible entity. The Fire God duo had already advanced. Their war chariots charged up like balloons. These were items for repairing the vehicle. Quicker than metallic coins. Lin Qing had previously utilized such items, and he had quite a few. It did not surprise him. Brother, thank you. The Fire God, having survived a near calamity, patted Lin Qing's shoulder with relief. The European god nodded at Lin Qing. Lin Qing had also rescued him. Although the colossal hand had aimed for the Fire God, his proximity had also made him susceptible to its effects. This greatly enhanced his appreciation for Lin Qing. Brother, how on earth did Zhang Sheng and the others accomplish such feats? Their power is astounding. And who is that giant hand? Lin Qing's mind brimmed with endless curiosity. The Fire God and his companions were relatively manageable. Within a combat scale of several kilometers, the explosion of power might be even greater. Yet, Zhang Sheng and the giant hand, separated by thousands of miles, possessed a strength akin to divine retribution. What difference was there from a ghost? The cost is significant. For this is the power of the Peace Valley. Zhang Sheng will inform you upon our return. As for the giant hand, it likely stems from the power of the ruins, sighed the Fire God. District 2 is far from peaceful. It harbors too many hidden old-timers. If it weren't for Lin Qing, I would have truly perished this time. Rest assured, with Zhang Sheng present, they cannot act recklessly. This incident was merely due to Zhang Sheng's preemptive strike against Tianqing, which provided them with an opportunity. Ocean remarked with a smile. Lin Qing recalled the elder in the ruins. Although it was unlikely to be him this time, it was evident that the adversary possessed such formidable power. Nevertheless, even so, they were suppressed by the end. The truth of this world seems to reveal only the tip of the iceberg. The vehicle is yours. The God of Fire's vehicle was an enormous armored car, evidently incorporating size modification modules, from which a motorcycle was extracted and placed before Lin Qing. It was indeed Tianqing's motorcycle, initially taken by a colossal hand and later reclaimed by Zhang Sheng. You are of the spatial affinity, aren't you? The true vehicle resides within the realm of space. This golden motorcycle serves well for transportation, the God of Fire remarked enviously. Tianqing had reached level 83 with the golden motorcycle, a feat that could only be deemed terrifying. However, now it merely served as an ordinary vehicle for Lin Qing, a subordinate who had assimilated with it. Yet, Lin Qing himself was no ordinary individual. As long as he refrained from making a move, no one could ascertain the true nature of his golden vehicle. Ha ha ha, thank you very much. Lin Qing accepted the golden motorcycle, only to discover that it was still in a state of recognizing its master. He was momentarily taken aback and cautiously inquired, Brother, is it possible that Tianqing is still alive? Can we not utilize this vehicle? It is most likely that he still lives. The master of the ruins has acted, which may prove challenging. Do not fret. Upon your return, Zhang Sheng will eliminate the permissions, and it shall be yours. Remember, Peace Valley is humanity's greatest treasure. As long as it exists, many things can be achieved. While we may not claim omnipotence, we are certainly not far from it. Chapter 110. The 3,000 capacity reward the group set forth towards Peace Valley. Given the magnitude of recent events, it was imperative for them to convene at the earliest opportunity. Lin Qing, having expended considerable energy, chose to remain with the group to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. As for Brother Wokeo, he had already been sent ahead, and they would reconvene in Peace Valley. Meanwhile, within the ruins of Steel Thorns, Bai Yu and the Elder of the Ruins exchanged meaningful glances. If you agree, you shall become a member of Steel Thorns. I shall wholeheartedly support you in the battle to resurrect the divine, empowering you to become even stronger. The Elder proclaimed with a smile. Bai Yu inquired, how strong? Stronger than the 3 pure ones? For the time being, you cannot match him. His strength surpasses your imagination. He possesses the ancient god Carol's rule module, along with the already matured infinite war chariot. The elder shook his head. He harbored boundless curiosity towards Lin Qing, often feeling that the current master of the infinite war chariot was an enigma. Occasionally, when he attempted to gaze upon the ruins with his residual power, he could not even discern Lin Qing's presence, which perplexed him greatly. Gathering his thoughts, the elder continued, however, the future may differ. Your tank possesses immense potential. Should you rise to the ranks of the celestial pillars, perhaps you could surpass him. His words resonated like an enchanting melody filled with endless allure. Carol's rule module? Bai recalled the golden chest Lin Qing had taken from the Godfall land, his expression shifting between contemplation and uncertainty. The journey to their destination had been 5,000 kilometers, yet the return would span 10,000 kilometers. The position of Peace Valley continually shifted, though fortunately, it was not too distant. Many who departed from Peace Valley found themselves facing journeys of hundreds of thousands of miles upon turning back. Guided by a Gamma Level 10 golden vehicle, they traversed through the night, returning to Peace Valley by the break of dawn. At that moment, Peace Valley was already reeling from the shocking news that had emerged from the ruins. The legendary powerhouse, Tianqing, the destroyer, had now defected. The three Pure Ones had successfully passed the final threshold, obtaining special vocational transfer certificates, and may even have acquired legendary professions. The incident involving Tianqing was undeniably linked to the three Pure Ones, who were suspected of possessing a spatial golden vehicle, with the purple motorcycle merely a fade. It was clear that another legendary powerhouse was destined to arise. Numerous pieces of information circulated, leaving countless individuals in disbelief. Those who had entered the second district alongside Lin Qing were filled with profound reflections. In the first district, the brilliance of the three Pure Ones had been magnified infinitely. Now in the second district, they continued to shine like the blazing sun. A powerhouse remains a powerhouse, no matter the location. Among them was a player named NC, the first to draw a revolver. He had once believed he would rise to prominence, only to fade into obscurity among the masses. Reflecting on his former ambitions to contest for high-quality vehicles, he could only shake his head and smile bitterly. Veteran players in the second district sensed that an invincible new star was destined to emerge. Such individuals could likely only be compared to the few hidden talents nurtured by Zhang Xing, one player remarked. It is said that old Zhang possesses a unique team, consisting of only a handful of exceptionally powerful individuals, each a top-tier presence among the elite in the realm of golden vehicles, poised to be his successors. Those who did not enter the ruins could only lament their missed opportunity. Although the ruins appeared extensive, they were, in reality, confined to a single day. Many were still en route, delayed and intending to enter the following morning. As dawn broke, however, the ruins had vanished. Upon Lin Qing's entrance into Peace Valley, he found himself the focus of reverent gazes. Regrettably, he had failed to capture the Lion King. Lin Qing sighed. His energy reserves were depleted, with only 1/5 restored. Otherwise, he would have already pursued the Beast God Temple. Yet, there was no rush. Opportunities would arise in due time. He continued into the federal headquarters, where Zhang Xing awaited him. After a brief private conversation with the Fire God duo, Zhang Xing met with Lin Qing alone. The Tianqing vehicle was now without an owner. Zhang Xing presented the blazing red Tianqing motorcycle, a magnificent machine that exuded an air of grandeur, far surpassing the dark motorcycle in terms of coolness. More importantly, it housed an unimaginable reservoir of energy, not to mention the superior quality of the golden vehicles. And Tianqing had undoubtedly been infused with numerous modules, a monumental legacy left by a legendary powerhouse. Upon accepting it, Lin Qing felt a surge of joy, eager to return and integrate it at once. As for the dark motorcycle, he decided to let Moon Goddess Ji use it, although it would likely end up gathering dust in a storeroom. Lin Qing, I presume that is how I should address you, Zhang Xing began. Clearly well informed about Lin Qing's identity. Casually, Lin Qing replied noncommittally. Have you encountered the owner of the ruins? Zhang Xing inquired. Lin Qing paused, realizing Zhang Sheng's profound understanding of the ruins, and nodded. I have met him. He invited me to join the ruins, but I declined. A smirk curled at the corners of Zhang Sheng's mouth. Do you realize that the resources within the ruins are beyond imagination, remnants of an entire civilization? You would forsake such an opportunity? Lin Qing chuckled lightly. The old gods have perished. They are destined to be failures. While acquiring some resources might be acceptable, becoming their servant would only yield a temporary power boost, sealing a grim fate for the future. You speak wisely. The energy of the ruins has been transformed into rewards by the end, leaving little behind, Zhang Xing said, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. He chose not to dwell further on that topic and asked, How did you acquire your rule module? From the land of fallen gods, Lin Qing replied. As I suspected, Zhang Xing said, his gaze turning icy as he sighed deeply. From Lin Qing's rule module, he deduced that there were issues in District 1. Yet, He did not blame Lin Qing for withholding information. The situation merely added a layer of pressure. The world of the end was becoming increasingly daunting. With the old gods and the ruins stirring restlessly, Zhang Sheng looked at Lin Qing. Would you consider joining the Federation? You may stipulate any conditions you desire. The sole requirement is to become a candidate for the Lord of Peace Valley. You intend to entrust Peace Valley to me? Lin Qing was taken aback. He had not anticipated Zhang Sheng's audacity to place such trust in him regarding Peace Valley. Not exactly. He is merely one of the candidates. Old Zhang shook his head. Regarding Lin Qing, he indeed held a higher opinion. His abilities were evident, and it was apparent that he pursued freedom, having even rejected the temptations of the Relic's master. However, the matter of candidacy is not so easily resolved. Even if Lin Qing were to agree, an evaluation would still be necessary. I possess a specialized team known as Hope, which by you is currently unqualified to join. There are 3 exceptionally strong members within it, and should you consent, you could become one of them. The resources at the disposal of Team Hope were unparalleled. Aside from the gold and precious modules, we have a plethora of other assets, such as capacity-enhancing items. If you join, I could immediately provide you with an expansion of 3,000 in capacity resources. Old Zhang elaborated, once you have matured, and I depart from the 2nd district, one of you will take over my position. 3,000 capacity? Lin Qing's eyes widened. Even now, he had yet to reach that number. Wouldn't this integration effectively double his resources? Chapter 111. The power of the Vice Charioteer. It is important to note that Lin Qing possesses a multitude of modules. Some of these he covets himself. Yet due to insufficient capacity, he cannot integrate them. Not to mention the modules belonging to Tianqing. The fire chariot, one can easily deduce, would undoubtedly be imbued with fire attributes, making it exceptionally compatible with him. To achieve this integration, considerable time is required for upgrades and capacity expansion. However, the prospect of taking over Pinggu. Lin Qing's brow furrowed, his hesitation evident regarding this position. How long do you mean by taking over? Lin Qing inquired. Until a newcomer assumes the role, replied old Zhang. How long have you been in Pinggu? Lin Qing asked. 3 years, Zhang Sheng answered. Farewell. Lin Qing clasped his hands in salute, his fleeting interest dissipating instantly. It was absurd. In 3 years, he could have ascended to the 4th district. Lazing about in Pinggu felt akin to squandering one's life. Rest assured, your time may not be as lengthy as mine, and within Pinggu, there will be those in the rear to support your upgrade materials. Old Zhang's strength, without the backing of Pinggu, already surpassed that of the 2nd district. This was no secret. It seemed that the support had come from the 3rd district. What exceptional items must be involved to facilitate such cross-district transactions? That may not be necessary, but old Zhang, if you are willing to invest, we can discuss this further, Lin Qing said with a smile. How to invest? Zhang Sheng was taken aback. Simply provide me with the resources from Pinggu, allowing me to become invincible, and I shall intervene when Pinggu is in peril, Lin Qing explained. Zhang Sheng looked at Lin Qing incredulously. How shameless could this young man be? His lips twitched as he uttered a single word, scram. Understood. Lin Qing rose, chuckling. Jokes aside, he hoped for the squad's prowess. He felt no envy. Although Pinggu served as a bastion for humanity, Lin Qing's thoughts were not to be taken lightly. However, he had no intention of shouldering such a substantial burden. Lin Qing, Zhang Sheng called out. Halting Lin Qing's steps, do as you wish, but I hope you will stand on the side of humanity. As for resources, I can provide you with some. But it depends on whether you can obtain them. What do you mean? Lin Qing asked, surprised. You must defend Pinggu amidst the horde of zombies. And the number of zombies you slay must exceed that of the captain of the Hope Squad. Old Zhang smiled slightly. At that time, I shall grant you a 3,000 capacity item, and not just for you. Anyone who achieves 1st place will receive this reward. Lin Qing was aware of the zombie horde. Every 3 months, a massive wave would besiege Pinggu, and everyone would fight valiantly. There remained 1 month until the next onslaught. It seemed Zhang Sheng intended for everyone to strive wholeheartedly, offering rewards as motivation. What level is the captain of the Hope Squad? Lin Qing inquired. Gamma level 7. Came the response. Zhang Sheng chuckled. Of course, you cannot regard him as an ordinary Gamma level 7, much like yourself. Even a typical Gamma level 10 may not stand a chance against your prowess. Lin Qing remained silent, yet inwardly acknowledged the truth in Zhang Sheng's words. Indeed, Lin Qing's module quality was nothing short of extraordinary, and its capacity had also expanded. The very strength of the vehicle itself would enhance its growth level, compounded by the benefits of the skill of infinite growth. From every perspective, Gamma level 1 was insufficient to encapsulate his true capabilities. Each individual's path is unique. A player's strength is deeply intertwined with the quality of their vehicle, yet the essence of a true powerhouse cannot be wholly represented by a mere machine. Just like Tianqing, who, stripped of his golden vehicle, would still be rescued by the Lord of the Ruins, underscoring the value of the individual. You must grasp this point, otherwise, even a purple-grade vehicle may reveal astonishing strength. This is also the reason I refrain from giving resources away freely. Zhang Sheng mused inwardly, for otherwise he could instantaneously forge multiple legendary warriors. Yet such a scenario would only yield a host of paper tigers, impressive in appearance, but lacking in substance. True strength is forged step by step. Understood, Lin Qing nodded in agreement. Within their doomsday squad, the disparity in individual strength was indeed notable. Among the same purple-grade vehicles, the hard-hitting leader possessed the highest capabilities, while the rest exhibited similar strengths, each with its advantages. As for Moon Goddess Qi, gifting her an infinite war vehicle would ultimately result in it being squandered. Lin Qing recalled the words of the Elder of the Ruins, who referred to him as the current owner of the infinite war vehicle. Clearly, his infinite war vehicle had also made an appearance before, including another Titan-level vehicle. Yet in the end, they were all vanquished by the end. Thus, Lin Qing resolutely understood that he could not remain stagnant. He had to grow stronger. He must reach a level where, regardless of whether he faced the Lord of the Ruins, the ancient gods, or the end, he could crush them with the might of a truck. After Lin Qing departed, Zhang Sheng gazed out the window, his expression grave. A storm was brewing and many hidden murky rats were poised to emerge. The crisis in Peace Valley seemed to be substantial. Come forth. I shall cleanse you all when I enter Zone 3. A fierce glint ignited in Zhang Sheng's eyes, filled with boundless combat spirit and resolve. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Qing immediately donned the unclaimed golden motorcycle. Flame motorcycle. Level, Gamma Level 1. Skill 1. Flame amplification. Doubles the power of the fire attribute modules on the vehicle, with unchanged consumption. Skill 2. Blazing War Chariot. Imbues the vehicle's materials with fire elements, and can achieve a significant speed boost through an explosive surge. Speed, 2,500 kilometers. Hourly recovery, for 1,000 essence. Consumption per 100 kilometers, 900 essence. This speed surpassed that of an aircraft. Lin Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. These are raw attributes. The speed is terrifying at this level, and if there were further enhancements to velocity, the two skills need no further elaboration. They are truly extraordinary. Regrettably, detecting the fusion of the golden grade vehicle, auxiliary vehicle skill effects enhanced, can share the inherent skills of the vehicle body, and can be activated or deactivated at will. Astonishing. Lin Qing could hardly believe his eyes, followed by an overwhelming joy. Initially, he lamented the skill of the fire motorcycle, which proved remarkably effective but could only be utilized as an auxiliary vehicle. Now, with the fusion of the two skills, this is nothing short of invincible. The fire-related capabilities are doubled. The power of his steel Crimson Flame Storm has instantaneously surged to twice its previous strength. If the effects of the Fire War Chariot were to be conferred upon the truck, it would embody a true amalgamation of metal and flame. Just imagine the magnitude of such an enhancement. It dawned on Lin Qing how the auxiliary vehicle skills functioned. The cumulative effect of dual vehicle skills, in comparison to infinite growth skills, is certainly not inferior. The ancient relic elder ultimately failed to see his true potential. Module detected. Would you like to extract? Extract all. Lin Qing disregarded everything else. The modules were essential. Acquired purple grade modules. Crimson Flame Heat Wave LV3, Firestorm Swift Arrow LV2, Hellfire LV2, Flame Blink LV1, Lava Hardening LV5, Eternal Flame LV1, Rebirth and Fire LV1, Phoenix Energy LV2, acquired. He paid no heed to the blue-grade modules. However, the richness of the purple-grade modules genuinely astounded Lin Qing. Most of these fire-related modules shared principles with those of metal. The greater the fire energy, the more formidable the power. Eternal Flame enables the flames generated by oneself to resist extinguishment from physical elements like wind and water, reminiscent of a certain anime character, Amaterasu. Rebirth and Fire grants a rapid regeneration ability. Phoenix Energy, a module of energy type, is even more noteworthy. Additionally, there are various enhancement and speed modules. Notably, the Crimson Flame Heatwave module has astonishingly reached level 3. It can be said that even if most of the Truck S modules were removed, Lin Qing's strength, after merging the modules left by the Celestial Traveler, would not diminish compared to before. Chapter 112. The Void Battlefield Upgrade. It is imperative to upgrade fiercely. Moreover, acquiring capacity items is essential. Lin Qing was genuinely envious. He possessed a treasure trove yet found himself unable to utilize it. Not to mention the modules from Tianqing. Even the purple-grade metallic modules necessitated a substantial capacity for fusion. After retracting the modules, Lin Qing cast a glance at his attributes. Strength, 160. Speed, 151. Spirit, 150. Over the past few days, his wood origin fruit tree had been undergoing transformation. Although the attributes provided were diminishing, the sheer volume was sufficient. To this day, his warehouse contained a considerable number of metallic beast carcasses. Excluding fortuitous encounters, my attributes already surpass those of others by threefold. I wonder how these attributes will enhance my vehicle after reaching Gamma level 10. Lin Qing sensed that his burgeoning strength would likely manifest in these attribute points in the future. After a day of rest, he took the moon goddess Ji to the bar. The other companions had also returned. Having struck it rich this time, they were ready to indulge in some well-deserved luxury. The server and other patrons in the tavern regarded Lin Qing with expressions of reverence. Clearly, his status had been elevated significantly, albeit subtly. Qingzi, how much wealth have you amassed? Bro said you're on the verge of invincibility, the group leader jested. Surrounding them had already enacted soundproofing measures, ensuring no eavesdroppers were present. Invincibility is a stretch. I still have a long way to go in terms of levels, Lin Qing replied, shaking his head. Having witnessed the formidable prowess of Lao Zhang and the Master of Relics, Lin Qing maintained a clear self-awareness. He recognized that time and growth were essential before he could truly stand atop the pinnacle of District 2. The partner is remarkably composed, the coward chuckled, then added. But do remember, there are many formidable individuals in District 2. Do not assume the three legends encompass everything. There is also the Hope Squad on Zhang Xing's side. Hope Squad? Yeji inquired, her expression one of confusion. The group leader and other seers grew solemn. Although not direct adversaries, rivalry often exists among the strong. Standing with Lin Qing, they naturally regarded the Hope Squad as a potential threat. You all seem well informed. Your seer levels must be quite high, the coward remarked, amused. What he thought was exclusive information turned out to elicit little surprise among the others, aside from Yeji. Lin Qing, too, remained unfazed. Although he did not possess extensive knowledge, he had acquired information about the Hope Squad in advance. They were all remarkably powerful, boasting gold-grade vehicles as a foundation, along with exceptionally high-quality modules and items. They roamed District 2, scavenging materials while seeking special locations. The most formidable among them was named Jin Yuan, a Gamma level 7, serving as the captain. He specialized in the metallic system and owned a gold-grade vehicle with significantly greater capacity than ordinary ones. Furthermore, during box openings, his vehicle's size considerably exceeded that of standard trucks, having integrated size modules, making his power likely comparable to legendary figures. The second member, named Jiying, was a Gamma level 6, a dark-type racer with the potential to achieve speeds rivaling Tianqing in the future. Then there was the Beast King, of course. Unrelated to the Beast God Temple. This fellow was a large vehicle, classified as Gamma level 6, an amphibious land ship, harboring numerous mutated creatures within. Belonging to the beast taming category. The timid one began to introduce it. Everyone turned their gaze toward Lin Qing. For the metallic truck's golden hue bore a striking resemblance to him. Curiosity piqued among the onlookers. How had the timid one acquired such intricate information? Noticing their astonishment, the timid one chuckled and explained, the moon god is my brother. Ah, it made sense. No wonder he possessed such clarity. He was indeed an insider. Rest assured, I share a good rapport with my brother, but I dislike his constant attempts to control me. I am definitely on your side. Brother, you should develop well, striving to deliver him a good thrashing, lest he continues to dictate my actions. The timid one's eyes sparkled mischievously, resembling a little demon. It turned out he was a formidable adversary to his brother. Why are they so powerful, yet not venturing into the ruins? Coco inquired curiously. They each have their own matters to attend to, which hold an importance comparable to the ruins. Take Jin Yuan, for instance. He is currently ensconced within a minor ruin and has missed the opportunity. As for my brother and the Beast King, they are engaged in battles within the Void Battlefield and are currently unable to extricate themselves. What is the Void Battlefield? Lin Qing inquired with intrigue. It is a special location in the 2nd District, suspected to be the site of Divine Falls, containing various materials and modules, abundant in resources yet fraught with peril. One must be at least Gamma level 3 to enter, the timid one elucidated. He was indeed well informed. The Void Battlefield had existed for many years. Fortunately, it had not released radiation upon the 2nd District. Otherwise, it would have been a catastrophic blow to the area. Lin Qing's interest was piqued. Are there any capacity items? The crowd shifted their gazes, well aware of Lin Qing's recent formidable acquisitions and his immense need for capacity. Yes, the leader of the ruffians nodded. Moreover, 90% of the capacity items in the 2nd District originate from there. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing was instantly invigorated. What he lacked was precisely capacity. He was almost eager to rush to the Void Battlefield and reap the rewards. How about we go and pull off a heist? The timid one inquired with a grin, noticing Lin Qing's interest. Absolutely. We can't have you relying on others forever, the ruffian leader scoffed. However, we are only at Gamma level 1. We must reach at least level 3. At that point, we would only be able to enter the first layer of the Void Battlefield. The Void Battlefield is divided into 3 layers. The first layer requires Gamma level 3 to 5. The second layer requires Gamma level 5 to 7. And the third layer, Gamma level 8 to 10. It is said that the Fire God and his companions remain in the second district, not only to guard the Peace Valley, but primarily to scour resources in the third layer of the Void Battlefield. The preciousness of resources that even legendary strongmen covet is evident. Though it was merely the first layer, there was still a chance to acquire capacity items, alongside various attribute modules that boasted effects rivaling those of the ruins. The crowd felt a stir of excitement. Not just Linqing, but even the others were running low on capacity. Generally, players are categorized into 3 tiers. Initially, they possess no modules, and if they do, they must be fused. The intermediate modules were deemed sufficient, prompting the transition to module replacement and the pursuit of specialization. Ultimately, the issue of insufficient capacity arose, necessitating an expansion of storage and the quest for superior modules. Linqing and the Wokeo brother found themselves at the third stage, where following Linqing meant they would not lack for auxiliary mechanical modules. As for the likes of Mixed Breed Guild Leader and others, they remained in the early phase of the second stage, on the verge of module replacement. However, they too aspired to prepare for the future. Very well, let us upgrade. Once we reach Gamma level 3, we shall venture into the Void Battlefield, Linqing resolved, to which the others expressed no dissent. Following, the elder brother offered both sustenance and camaraderie. The treatment afforded to Wokeo brother was well known among the group, inciting considerable envy. Qingzi, you call the shots. When the time comes, the treasure chests will be yours, and any surplus modules can be allocated to me, one chimed in. I feel the same. I understand the squad's rules, scattered searches and concentrated resources. The timid among them raised no objections. Consensus enveloped the group, save for the moon goddess, who silently sipped her drink through a straw, seemingly uninterested in the proceedings. Wokeo brother glanced at Linqing, noting his unperturbed demeanor, and remarked, everyone. I shall henceforth align myself with Qinggu. We have previously discussed this. I wanted to inform you all that should anyone wish to join, they are welcome to do so. From now on, we shall be united in this endeavor, and in a few days, we will depart from Peace Valley to develop further. Chapter 113. The Lion King's hidden card. Linqing was taken aback. In one vehicle, the group fell silent, contemplating the spaciousness of Linqing's vehicle, especially after they had entered the metallic relic. Not only Linqing, but even they had acquired body modules, with various enhancements. It was indeed feasible for a vehicle to evolve. Let us clarify, due to certain issues, we must all sign a contract to ensure confidentiality. It's not that we distrust you, but having this in place will eliminate any potential misunderstandings. Otherwise, if secrets were to leak, it would inevitably breed suspicion among us. Reminded with Chao Gu, I'm afraid I can't. The leader of the group, known as Hunzi, furrowed his brow and quickly clarified, it's not about the contract. As you all know, I'm from the black market and need time to return to Peace Valley. However, once I complete my novice task in the black market, I will be free. This will take about a month. What Chao Gu expressed some regret, as he had the best rapport with Hunzi. It would be much more enjoyable if we were in the same vehicle. I feel the same way. I must wait as well. My brother is about to return, and I need to wait for him in Peace Valley. Of course, if you all wish to accompany me halfway, that would not be an issue, proposed the timid one with a hint of longing. Let us leave it for now. Linqing shook his head. We can discuss it later. Everyone has their own matters to attend to, which is quite normal. I cannot afford to wait idly. The current truck has a tremendous demand for upgrade materials. However, I must hasten to reach Gamma level 3 and enter the Void Battleground to acquire capacity items, preparing for the impending siege of the undead at the end of the month. The timid one and Hunzi would have to wait until they were free to join the team. Hey, why didn't you ask me? Coconut said, her red lips slightly parted in an alluring manner. The moon goddess, who had been drinking, perked up her ears, feeling an undeniable threat from this woman. Unable to resist, she discreetly kicked Linqing. Linqing cast a surprised glance at the moon goddess before turning to Coconuts. Sister Coconuts, you are most welcome to join me. But let us agree in advance that you cannot knock on my door in the middle of the night. Driving with Coconuts was a common occurrence for him. Although she appeared to be a cool and aloof goddess, she was, in reality, quite bold and generous, engaging in playful banter while maintaining their innocence. You scoundrel. Prioritizing romance over friendship, the moon goddess turned her face away, suddenly losing her appetite for the drink. Coconuts glanced at the moon goddess, a smirk gracing her lips. Brother, how did you know that your sister enjoys taking the initiative? Very well, I shall join. How shameless. The moon goddess gritted her teeth in silence, unable to resist leaning closer to Linqing. Haha, then our team finally has an additional member. Sister Coconuts, what type of room would you like? I'll craft it for you shortly, Wachowga chuckled. The more, the merrier. In the apocalypse, being alone for too long inevitably alters one's mindset. Just be generous, Coconuts replied amiably, her gaze fixed on Linqing. Hunzi and his companion watched with envy. Their vehicle could now stretch its legs. But they were still far from the concept of a room. Damn it, within 15 days, I will resolve this matter, the leader of the group declared. The coward also expressed his intention, stating that after his brother returns, he would not need much time before he could find them. As the gathering dispersed, the brothers went to procure materials, while Linqing directly purchased a substantial quantity of endowment devices from Zhangsheng. Although he had encountered these devices before, they were not particularly valuable, making the purchase more convenient. The group then acquired various supplies in Peace Valley, primarily food and water, all of which were of a special kind. This included the flesh and blood of mutated creatures, as well as certain energy-infused spiritual waters. These items possessed a unique flavor and were known to enhance the human body, albeit at a steep price. Additionally, they acquired some special artifacts. In short, anything useful was deemed worthy of purchase. After the procurement, Linqing rode his motorcycle alongside the three others as they exited Peace Valley. The leaders, Sanqing, departed from the eastern city gate, where members of the Beast God Temple stood guard. Upon spotting them, they promptly reported back. Outside Peace Valley, the Lion King sat in his war chariot, his eyes gleaming with a mix of madness and fervor. Since the conclusion of the ruins, he had not returned to Peace Valley, biding his time for this very moment. He had grown stronger, and this was his singular opportunity to slay Linqing and seize the golden chariot. Engaging outside Peace Valley, even Zhangxin would be powerless against him. Perhaps Sanqing had become exceedingly formidable, but with the collision order in hand, his chances of victory were undeniably high. The Lion King produced a token inscribed with the character for collision. The token, made of a metallic material, shimmered with radiance. In truth, the Lion King's true confidence stemmed not from the rabble of the Beast God Temple, but from the Collision God Alliance. This top-tier force from the 3rd District boasted elite warriors capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Federation, renowned for their absolute power and defense. This collision order was a unique token of that organization, capable of harnessing the power of rules to pull up to 5 vehicles or enemies into an alternate space, rendering all offensive modules useless. The outcome would hinge solely on the vehicle and enhancement modules. A single collision would determine life and death. I refuse to believe that your Gamma Level 1 vehicle can stand against my Gamma Level 5 chariot. Linqing's defenses were formidable, a fact he was well aware of, especially after reaping substantial rewards in the Steelthorn Ridge. However, it was common knowledge that Linqing's vehicle was likely spatial-based. Meanwhile, he, the Lion King, possessed a metal-based purple-level vehicle, complemented by a purple-level defense module and a high-grade collision module, along with a significant level advantage. In the realm of collisions, he was undoubtedly at the pinnacle. Sanqing, everything you hold will be mine. Taking a deep breath, the Lion King knew time was of the essence. He could not allow Linqing to escape. He hurriedly sent a message for the members of the Beast God Temple to set up a blockade. Instantly, hundreds of members stationed outside received the alert and gathered at the eastern gate. Shortly thereafter, they caught sight of Linqing's trail. Upon confirming Linqing's location, the Lion King immediately activated his war vehicle and sped forth. Simultaneously, Linqing became aware of the vehicles gradually emerging around him. It was the Beast God Temple. Linqing recognized it instantly, a flicker of hatred flashing in his eyes. His severed arm was a consequence of this organization. Rest assured, today I shall exact complete vengeance. Linqing coldly remarked. He had previously lamented not capturing members of the Beast God Temple, and now they had delivered themselves to him. A leader of a Gamma Level 5 organization held little fear for him. The speed of his vehicle decreased instead of increasing, allowing these cars to encircle him. They were wary of Linqing and refrained from attacking hastily. As more vehicles gathered, a large pickup truck resembling a lion surged forward. Its size was immense, surpassing that of an ordinary large pickup by a third, evidently incorporating numerous size modules. This was none other than the Lion King's chariot. Excellent, Linqing thought with a cold smirk. He was about to accelerate and approach to seize the trucks all at once when the Lion King suddenly let out a boisterous laugh. You are finished, Sanqing. Infusing energy into the token in his hand, a dark purple light enveloped Linqing and his companions. In the next moment, Linqing and the others abruptly vanished. When they reappeared, they found themselves in an entirely new realm. Here, there was only a single road, no more than a kilometer long, flanked by an expanse of void, clearly impassable. At the end of the road stood a lion-headed pickup truck, and the Lion King's boisterous laughter echoed. Did you expect this? This is the consequence of your underestimation. In the collision of spaces, we can only meet head-on. Today marks your demise. Lin Qing had initially been somewhat astonished. But upon hearing the Lion King's words, he was left utterly bewildered. Are you playing this game with me? Chapter 114. Annihilation. Lin Qing could not help but laugh. He had envisioned countless scenarios in which the Lion King could meet his demise. Whether it be obliterated by heavy metal artillery or evaporated by a tempest of steel and fire. Yet, he never anticipated such an amusing end. Even with Xiaogu and the moon goddess stood in stunned silence. Is this truly happening? Ha ha ha, this is utterly hilarious. Once Wu Xiaogu regained his composure, he burst into laughter. This fellow is indeed unfortunate. The moon goddess shook her head repeatedly, mourning the Lion King's fate. The Lion King, utterly bewildered, questioned the situation. Why do these individuals appear unfazed, even exhilarated? Have they lost their minds? What are they laughing about? I am here to kill you, the Lion King bellowed, his confidence wavering as he observed the unwavering assurance of his opponents. Oh, really? Then come at me. Lin Qing chuckled. The Lion King's expression darkened as he sensed the shift in dynamics, yet Lin Qing's dismissive demeanor ignited a spark of rage within him. Very well. I shall see what cards you hold. The Lion King roared, fully activating his lion-headed pickup truck, accelerating at a furious pace. Unfazed, Lin Qing shouted, Lion King? Do you see this? The charging Lion King faltered. In the next moment, a colossal steel beast appeared out of thin air, its engine roaring like a ferocious predator. Its armored body radiating power. Most astonishing was its sheer size, dwarfing even a sprawling skyscraper. Beneath it lay 7 rows of 3-meter-high tires, standing tall like a mountain. Compared to this behemoth, the Lion King's pickup truck appeared as insignificant as a baby carriage, with tires larger than his vehicle. What on earth is that? The Lion King's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He slammed on the brakes, the lion-headed pickup screeching to a halt, skidding several meters across the ground. The extent of his shock was palpable. What kind of vehicle is this? Could it be from the realm of spatial manipulation? The Lion King's mind was awash with disbelief. He recognized the formidable nature of Lin Qing's module. Yet he could not have fathomed that the vehicle would be equally terrifying. Come on, shall you charge first, or shall I? Lin Qing laughed heartily from within the cab. Wu Xiaogu and the others, along with their vehicle, were entirely absorbed into the monstrous truck. Standing within the nearly 40-meter-high driver's cabin, Lin Qing looked down upon the Lion King with a sense of supremacy. The Lion King's face turned a ghastly shade of green. How could I possibly charge at that? He had always prided himself on being a lion, yet now, if he were indeed a lion, his opponent resembled a colossal dinosaur from the dawn of time. Curse it! The Lion King was filled with regret. He had believed the vehicle would be Lin Qing's Achilles heel, only to discover that it was, in fact, his greatest asset. Ironically, this space for collision was of his own making. Unless he could endure for 10 minutes, the space would not dissipate. Yet, he knew that before this monstrous contraption, he would be unable to withstand even a minute. With this thought, he wished he could kick himself. If you do not approach, I shall advance. Lin Qing revved the enormous truck. Though its size was daunting, its speed was equally impressive. With the kinetic energy module of the metal system empowering the truck, it surged forward with remarkable speed. In this confined space, the Lion King had no chance to evade. Suddenly, he let out a thunderous roar. Fear engulfed him. Yet he was unwilling to succumb passively. Sanqing, I concede this time. I surrender. If you spare me, I promise never to oppose you again. Do you think this is child's play? Lin Qing sneered as the vehicle continued its relentless advance. No, what I mean is that I can buy my life. I will give you everything from the Beast God Temple. I beg you, spare me. The Lion King was devoid of any fighting spirit. I can introduce you to the Collision God Alliance. Once you enter, you will receive the highest accolades. I also know the coordinates of an undiscovered relic. I will provide those to you. You cannot kill me. My father is the captain of the 3rd Squad of the Collision God Alliance, a beta level 10 powerhouse. Do you wish to offend the people of District 3? I implore you, let me live. The Lion King pleaded desperately, his previous arrogance now reduced to abject humility. However, Lin Qing had no interest in his words. While the relic's coordinates were indeed valuable, the Lion King must die today. As for the enemies of District 3, Lin Qing was indifferent. If he were to fear them, he would not deserve to possess this infinite war machine. Boom. The truck accelerated, its engine roaring with power, charging toward the Lion King at an astonishing speed. Despair filled the Lion King's eyes, and in that moment, the only choice left was to collide with Lin Qing. He activated all his acceleration modules, almost teleporting as he crashed into the truck. Bang! A blinding light erupted, causing even Lin Qing's truck to tremble. This took Lin Qing by surprise. He had not anticipated the Lion King possessing such a maneuver. Yet, in an instant, all the glass of the Lion King's pickup shattered into dust, and the front of the vehicle crumpled inward, unable to withstand the truck's might. Special modules? Lin Qing's heart surged with excitement. The Lion King's vehicle clearly harbored valuable assets. This realization prompted him to unleash his full power, driving the truck relentlessly to push the Lion King backward. No! The Lion King screamed in despair, desperately slamming on the brakes. The reinforced wheels left long black marks on the ground as the truck, with overwhelming force, pushed him back to the end of the road, where an invisible wall awaited. Bang! The truck collided with the invisible barrier, and the Lion King had no opportunity to utter another word before being crushed into a pulp. His pickup was reduced to scrap metal in an instant. Subsequently, a violet light enveloped both the truck and the Lion King's vehicle, whisking them away from this realm. Outside, numerous members of the Beast God Temple had gathered, engaged in fervent discussion. Sanqing is undoubtedly finished. The Lion King's war machine is absurdly resilient. Within that collision space, Sanqing is doomed. Ha ha ha. This is a big catch, far more lucrative than the players we've slain before. This time, our Beast God Temple is destined to rise, and the Lion King will become a new legendary powerhouse. These individuals were even more confident than the Lion King himself. This time, the plan brought forth the core members of the Beast God Temple. The Lion King, in a bid to win the hearts of the people, naturally displayed an overwhelming superiority, proclaiming that victory was assured. Consequently, the majority did not even entertain the thought of the Beast King facing defeat. Meanwhile, a flash of violet light surged through the air, signifying the power of the collision decree. The moment had arrived. Prepare to welcome the new deity. Laughter erupted among the crowd as they awaited the triumphant return of the Lion King. However, in the next instant, their expressions shifted dramatically. Before them materialized a colossal figure amidst the violet glow. Nearby vehicles were overturned by a disdainful force. In addition, a battered object lay discarded to the side. What was this? Where was the Lion King? Was that a truck? Upon glimpsing the full form of the vehicle, shock rendered some nearly speechless, their hair standing on end as realization dawned. Not good, run. Someone shouted, panic-stricken, as they turned to flee. The hunting team descended into chaos, with several individuals colliding in their frantic escape. It was too late. Lin Qing observed the frenzied crowd and unleashed the steel crimson flame storm. This module was inherently destructive, with temperatures soaring into the thousands of degrees, accompanied by a force that even a gamma-level metal beast would struggle to withstand. What hope did these mere mortals have? Lin Qing even consciously moderated the temperature to prevent total annihilation. A surge of crimson energy erupted, indiscriminately radiating outward. The terrifying might left nothing untouched in its wake. Vehicles melted, their owners perished. Thus, this notorious mid-tier organization in District 2, the Beast God Temple, faced utter obliteration. Chapter 115, The New Legendary Profession. This is truly astonishing. It is no surprise that he is my chosen champion. Coco, a newcomer, was initially taken aback by Lin Qing's prowess. Witnessing such devastating power now leaves him utterly astounded. He had believed that after his own growth, he had become sufficiently strong, only to discover that the disparity between him and Lin Qing was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Seeing that there were no survivors nearby, Lin Qing remained indifferent, remarking that it was their own folly to approach him, which led to such an effortless outcome. The greatest strength of players lies in their mobility. When faced with danger, they can retreat immediately. Opportunities for a complete sweep are indeed rare. Lin Qing disembarked from his vehicle and began to absorb the surrounding cars. This was the first instance of such a battle occurring after entering the second district. The ruins had yielded abundant rewards, yet these vehicles still represented a considerable fortune. Upgrading a gold-tier truck now required 3 million pounds of metallic materials, with all other auxiliary materials also seeing a marked increase. However, there were a staggering 500 vehicles at hand. Moreover, the material contained within a Gamma-class vehicle would be transformed based on its quality. Previously, absorbing a Gamma Level 1 truck had granted Lin Qing 5,000 pounds of materials. The accumulation of these vehicles would undoubtedly be sufficient for Lin Qing's upgrades. Absorbing metals, 5,000 pounds, plastics, 200 pounds, glass, 500 pounds, rubber, 1,000 pounds. Absorbing. One by one, the vehicles rapidly vanished. Lin Qing meticulously stripped all the modules and generously allowed a few teammates to select their preferences first. The remainder would be temporarily stored, preparing to trade with Zhangsheng for metal coins later. The conflict between the Beast God Temple and Lin Qing was well known, now that it had been annihilated. Even if Zhangsheng did not utilize the capabilities of Pingu to monitor the second district, he would immediately deduce Lin Qing's involvement. In fact, at that moment, a significant uproar had erupted in the second district chat group. The Lion King is dead. Moreover, it is not just the Lion King. Nearly all my friends from the Beast God Temple have perished in an instant. This is the same for me. My goodness, this was a mid-level organization, and now it is gone. What kind of danger did they encounter? Could it be that it was not danger, but rather human intervention? What do you mean? I saw members of the Beast God Temple following Sanqing out. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly pieced together the implications. Was it Sanqing who did this? It is quite possible. There has been ongoing friction between the two parties, and it seems that the Beast God Temple attempted to ambush Sanqing only to be countered. Impressive work, Sanqing. The members of the Beast God Temple must be rather foolish, believing they could easily dominate when they are already wreaking havoc in the ruins. Nonetheless, Sanqing is formidable. That was an organization of hundreds, and to eliminate them must have taken some time. The Lion King and the resources of the 3rd District have been wiped out just like that. As the crowd expressed their astonishment and reflections, Lin Qing's trucks were also undergoing upgrades. With over 500 vehicles, the upgrades were more than sufficient, leaving a considerable surplus. "We struck it rich this time," exclaimed Brother, brimming with excitement. He and Coco were in the midst of upgrades, even including the dark motorcycle belonging to Moon Goddess Ji. This is the agreement of Lin Qing. For later, he will also require them to venture out in search of resources. Their strength must be enhanced as much as possible. Naturally, what they consumed ultimately constitutes only a small fraction, while the remainder is entirely funneled into the truck. This upgrade consumes 10 hours. Upon seeing this figure, Lin Qing realized that there would be no activity for today, at least not until evening, when the upgrade would conclude. However, prior to the upgrade, he had also traveled a distance, completely departing from the confines of Peace Valley. Distance to Peace Valley, 15,000 kilometers. Lin Qing reclined on his bed and activated the light screen. Gravity collision. Purple, a collision module that can convert the vehicle's weight into impact force during a collision, unleashing a more formidable rebound force. The Lion King's vehicle also harbored valuable treasures, among which the gravity collision module is the most precious. No wonder it dared to draw me into the collision space. This must be its trump card. Lin Qing understood that if he were in the Lion King's position, he would likely do the same. The Lion King's vehicle was undoubtedly formidable. It simply encountered the infinite truck. The outcome could only be this tragic. Collision order consumes energy source to generate rule power, capable of pulling enemies into the collision space. Minimum consumption, 50,000 energy sources, cooldown, 3 days. This is indeed a valuable item. Lin Qing's admiration for the deceased Lion King increased significantly. The upgrade materials, modules, and impact force were all things he desperately needed. One wonders if, when his father avenges him in the future, he might offer even more treasures. After the upgrade, he would integrate the gravity collision module. Lin Qing pondered. The remaining modules were excessively abundant. However, aside from those found in the ruins, most were merely inferior modules, currently all stored in the warehouse. He then opened his personal panel. Class transition countdown, 3 minutes. This is the transition to a legendary profession of the metal type. Normally, a class change can be completed in an instant, but this particular transformation requires time. Since obtaining the certificate, he had been utilizing it. Now, it was finally nearing completion. What profession would it be? Lin Qing felt a sense of anticipation. He already possessed a fire-type legendary profession, only the metal type was missing. Class transition successful, profession, unmoving giant. Detected player is Gamma level 1. This transition will awaken 4 skills. Energy Devour LV2, can devour energy objects, gaining enhancements to oneself and acquiring a portion of the abilities of the energy objects. Unmoving as God LV2, while standing still, one's defense, strength, reaction, and speed rapidly increase, poised to unleash a powerful strike. Iron Body LV2, enhances the hardness of the body's surface, granting it some metallic characteristics. Magnetic Control LV2, can manipulate metals through magnetism, with a range not exceeding 100 meters. Upon the emergence of these 4 skills, Lin Qing experienced a sudden enlightenment, akin to an awakening of memories, allowing him to swiftly grasp new abilities. This attribute is truly astonishing, Lin Qing marveled in shock. I have profoundly sensed the disparity between legendary and special professions. The Heat Energy Warrior pales in comparison to the immovable giant, akin to a mere novice confronting a master. He tapped his arm, still feeling the flesh and blood beneath, yet the enhancement in hardness was conspicuously evident. When he tensed his body, even the strongest individual would find it impossible to budge a single finger, as if it were forged from steel. Although he was merely at level 2. Lacking the exaggerated prowess of a superhuman, the defensive capabilities he possessed filled Lin Qing with immense satisfaction. He estimated that his resilience could rival that of certain lower-tier mutated creatures, rendering ordinary bullets utterly ineffective against him. Lin Qing also experimented with the state of immobility, discovering a surge of power within him that dissipated upon movement. The mastery of magnetism allowed Lin Qing to manipulate the repulsion and attraction of certain metals. While it was certainly beyond his reach to crush the end-of-days battle vehicle, he felt confident that he could contend with standard vehicles. These skills would only unleash their full potential upon reaching level 10 in Gamma. Yet the control over magnetism would simplify the task of demolishing buildings and retrieving rebar in the future, he mused. Subsequently, he endeavored to harness energy absorption. Indeed, among these 4 skills, the most extraordinary was undoubtedly energy absorption. Chapter 116, Team Noah absorbs energy. Lin Qing held a vast array of modules in his hand, each imbued with diverse capabilities, all of which could be classified as energy entities. Additionally, there was the core energy source of the vehicle, typically absorbed by the truck, which he planned to experiment with in due time. Contemplating this, Lin Qing extracted one of the modules. The module, capable of materialization, appeared in his palm as a square shape of varying colors. This represented the most ordinary of hardware modules. Devour, Lin Qing activated his skill. Immediately, he observed the surface of the module beginning to weather as strands of energy coalesced around him. However, the flow of energy was exceedingly faint. After consuming one module entirely, Lin Qing did not experience any significant sensations. He could merely acquire a fraction of its abilities. It seemed that the term small held considerable significance. With a slight movement of his lips, Lin Qing resolved to attempt once more. Before long, he had absorbed over 100 hardware modules. It was unclear from which module the energy accumulation became distinctly palpable. It felt akin to a warm current coursing through his entire being. Moreover, a subtle transformation occurred on the surface of Lin Qing's skin, which became smoother as the hardware seamlessly integrated with him, enhancing his defensive capabilities. Success! Lin Qing exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Despite the high cost, the augmentation of his abilities through the modules was something that would surely incite envy in others. However, he also sensed a burgeoning feeling within his body. It was evident that the energy he could consume was finite and required time to settle. He likened himself to a gluttonous beast, one that could continuously facilitate his growth. Lin Qing reflected on this, undeterred by the consumption rate. For he possessed an abundance of modules. Tomorrow, he would continue his endeavors. As evening fell, the truck's upgrade concluded. Muscle truck, Gamma LV2, maximum speed, 800 km/h, unloaded, energy storage, 700,000 units, energy absorption rate, 6,000 units per hour, vehicle dimensions. Height 52 m. Length 130 m, with 40 m, module capacity, 2,100-2,300, secondary vehicle, Blaze motorcycle, Gamma LV2, maximum speed, 2,800 km/h. Fuel consumption per 100 kilometers, 1. 200 units. Energy recovery, 6,000 units per hour. Attribute points, 20. Future upgrades. Metal, 5 million kilograms. Plastic, 500,000 kg. Glass, 500,000 kg. Rubber, 500,000 kg. Metal coins, 300,000. Various attributes were on the rise. The data reflected a merging with the modules. The energy source increased by 200,000 units, and the vehicle's size expanded by 1/4. In terms of speed, the Blaze motorcycle began to reveal its full velocity potential, while the truck's speed also saw an improvement. 5 million kilograms of materials. Lin Qing sighed, realizing it would take considerable time to gather such resources. He had already recognized that his truck's consumption outstripped that of an average premium vehicle, primarily due to the implications of its boundless growth. After establishing a heavy area and detonating the metal, Lin Qing concluded this round of upgrades. The upgrade only grants a modest capacity of 200, which feels rather inadequate. The allure of capacity-enhancing items is undeniable, Lin Qing mused. Upgrading the war vehicle is an essential aspect of comprehensive development. Yet it fails to satiate his urgent need for increased capacity. He yearned to swiftly reach Gamma Level 3 and enter the void battlefield. Stepping out of the room, he noticed that Wu Chao and the others had already sensed the transformation of the truck. It's grown larger, Brother Qing. Your vehicle's abilities are truly extraordinary. Soon it won't be anything less than a mountain. Wu Chao chuckled. Yushin Ji and Yi Zi surveyed their surroundings, finding reassurance in the expanding size of Lin Qing's truck. Lin Qing smiled. As we delve deeper into the world of the apocalypse, we will inevitably encounter more formidable foes. Even a mountain-like presence will not be of much concern. Indeed, we must set our sights higher. One day, we shall charge headlong into the old gods. Wu Chao laughed heartily as he prepared his tools for the modifications. The truck, at present, could easily accommodate not just Yi Zi's room, but hundreds of people without a hitch. We currently reside mainly in the core area, The other spaces will serve as storage for now, which I will gradually transform. Wichao declared as he began his designs. An extraordinary renovation expert, within mere hours, he skillfully arranged Yizi's room, outfitting it with complete and elegant facilities that bore no resemblance to a post-apocalyptic living environment. Wow, Wichao, your craftsmanship is impressive. I truly appreciate this room, Yizi exclaimed, thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, Lin Qing added a terminal conversion device to seamlessly integrate the new internal structure with the vehicle's body. Welcome aboard, Sister Yi. Cheers. The night was deepening, with dense fog rolling outside the truck, while the interior glowed with warmth. Even Lin Qing, in his current state, preferred to avoid traveling at night, first to evade unknown dangers, and second, to balance work and rest. The hot pot steamed invitingly, with slices of lamb swirling in the red broth. The group, clad in their coziest loungewear, gathered together, raising their glasses in jovial camaraderie. Brother Qing, we could be considered an organization now. Perhaps we should choose a name? Wichao suggested. All right, let us call ourselves the Amaterasu Group. Yu Shunji raised her hand. Dream on, Lin Qing rolled his eyes, promptly dismissing the idea. Then how about the Mechanical War God? Wichao proposed. Not appealing. Let us name it based on Brother Qing's vehicle, Yizi laughed. What do you mean? Let us focus on its characteristics. How about thick and long? Uft. Yizi's unexpected remark caused everyone to burst into laughter, wine spewing forth. Hold on. Lin Qing hurriedly interrupted, stopping their wandering thoughts. Let us just call it Noah. Noah? The group glanced at the vehicle and nodded in agreement. This continually growing, impressively large truck indeed evoked the image of Noah's Arkansas. That works. Henceforth, we shall be known as the Noah Group, or perhaps the Noah Squad. Laughter echoed. For there would come a day when the name of our Noah would resonate throughout the entire world of the end. Let us raise our glasses in celebration. The crowd brimmed with boundless aspirations for the future. At the break of dawn on the following day, Lin Qing issued instructions to Xiao Ka. Let us embark. From this moment forth, Lin Qing's truck would serve as a true means of transportation, while the blazing motorcycle would be reserved for special circumstances. The truck traversed the road, heralding the commencement of a new journey. Qing Ge, I am heading east to explore, spoke with Xiao Ge, eager to investigate. Very well, do take care. Lin Qing responded with a nod. The locations in District 2 were largely well-defined, with resources refreshing at regular intervals. However, some new locations would emerge, and rather than waiting idly in the vehicle, it was more prudent to search the surroundings. This was also the reason many organizations advanced their levels swiftly. I shall join you. I too will venture east, declared Yizi, intent on joining the expedition. The two battle vehicles surged forth from the rear of the truck, racing towards divergent directions. Lin Qing cast a glance at Moon Goddess Ji, who shrank back, clutching Xiaohe, and dashed away. Sighing, Lin Qing lamented the waste of the dark motorcycle on her. Yet, Moon Goddess Ji was not without merit. She excelled in tidying up and culinary arts, proving herself a capable homemaker. Lin Qing paid no further heed to her. He gazed out the window, where vast expanses of land unfolded before him, basking under the perfect sunlight. Meanwhile, before Peace Valley, a shadow enveloped in darkness arrived in an instant. The gatekeeper, barely reacting, found a man clad in black standing before him, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. What incredible speed! What manner of vehicle is this? It is the Extreme Shadow, the esteemed vehicle of the gold tier owner who had arrived in previous editions. Has he not been in the Void Battlefield? How has he returned? Chapter 117. Objective: Void Battlefield. The crowd was abuzz with chatter, yet none dared to approach. Ji Ying appeared remarkably handsome, exuding an extraordinary presence. Only when a young girl appeared did a flicker of emotion cross Ji Ying's face. Brother, the timid one greeted with a mischievous smile. Ji Ying gazed deeply at the timid one, observing her seemingly unchanged demeanor, and sighed softly. Let us return to my residence to discuss further. All right, the timid one said, linking arms with Ji Ying as they walked away. Goodness, Ji Ying's sister. I recall she shares a good rapport with Sanqing as well. The protection of two formidable experts was indeed enviable. Two great experts? While Sanqing is powerful, he has yet to reach that echelon. He is merely Gamma Level 1. This sparked an endless sigh among the onlookers. Sanqing, Ji Ying's eyes flickered, though he said little. He first escorted the moon goddess back to their abode. Once they were alone, he let out a deep sigh. I did not anticipate you would become a player so swiftly. I wonder if I should regret making you a prophet. It was fortunate that the timid one was unharmed. Otherwise, he would have been consumed by guilt. Family had always been his most cherished possession, especially his sister. Upon learning that his sister had entered the second zone, he hastily extricated himself from the void battlefield, eager to assess the timid one's recent circumstances. Oh dear, if you hadn't informed me, I would have been utterly in the dark. but I have also become a purple-tier vehicle owner, exceptionally powerful. The timid one replied nonchalantly. Jing nodded. A purple-tier vehicle is indeed commendable. Take this. He tossed the moon goddess a token. A job transfer certificate? Brother, you truly are overflowing with wealth. The timid one exclaimed in delight. Jing smiled slightly. What is the story with Sanqing? The name of Sanqing had even echoed throughout the void battlefield, especially given that legendary figures like Tianqing had faltered against him. It was hard to remain low-key. Just a good brother, exceptionally strong. Jing shook his head. While Sanqing was indeed formidable, capable of breaching SS-level ruins, that did not necessitate Ji Ying's admiration. In reality, the old legends were somewhat overhyped. Their prowess had long been established, and the differences between them and their hopeful team were merely a matter of levels. This world is far more terrifying than you comprehend. His fame has grown too vast, and consequently, he will attract considerable trouble. It would be prudent to minimize your contact with him. I do not wish for you to be embroiled in any complications. Jing stated earnestly. What do you mean? The timid one was momentarily taken aback. It is nothing. Becoming a strong individual invariably demands a price. Those in the ruins will inevitably set their sights on him, and presently, that fellow Jin Yuan will also be seeking him out. Jin Yuan, the metallic-type truck. The strongest among the Hope team. The timid one was no stranger to his name, merely expressing surprise. What does Jin Yuan want with him? There is no conflict. Sister. This is the apocalypse. Positions cannot simply be defined by conflicts. Even team leader Zhang can only guard Peace Valley. Matters beyond the valley are never interfered with. Moreover, there is no loss of life at stake. Mere suppression is inevitable. Jin Yuan seeks him for the spoils of the metallic relics. I surmise that Jin Yuan will certainly offer compensation, yet should Sanqing refuse, the situation may become quite dire. Jiang divulged what he knew. Is Sanqing not in peril? He is merely at Gamma Level 1. Brother, you must assist him. The timid one immediately grew anxious. Although they referred to themselves as a team, they were, in truth, each fighting for their own interests, merely sharing the same formation. The timid one earnestly wished for Jiang's assistance. She understood that, given Lin Qing's nature, if someone were to threaten him, it would surely lead to a fierce confrontation, with one party ultimately wounded. Are you so concerned about him? Jiang inquired, astonished. The timid one blushed and replied, It's not just him. All my friends are in his vehicle, and I do not wish for any harm to befall them. Jiang already had a strategy in mind and smiled. I will speak to Jin Yuan, requesting that he grant me a favor and adopt a more amiable demeanor. We can consider it a resolution to your previous relationship. Thereafter, follow me, and I shall guide you in District 2. Jin Yuan intends to trouble me? Lin Qing, who was diligently scavenging for resources, was taken aback upon receiving the message from the timid one. Goodness, while I am in the void battlefield seeking resources, others are coveting the treasures from the relics as well. Timid one, indeed, my brother wishes to take me away. I have superficially acquiesced, but I plan to sneak away and meet with you all. Sanqing, that is acceptable. As for Jin Yuan, you need not worry about him. I will devise a solution. Lin Qing provided the timid one with a coordinate before shutting off the communication. Jin Yuan is at Gamma Level 7. With a module capacity of at least 4,500, data provided by the timid one. A typical Gamma Level 7 vehicle usually possesses a capacity of around 2,700. The treasures Jin Yuan has acquired in the void battlefield are indeed extraordinary. Though Lin Qing did not regard Jin Yuan with trepidation, his yearning for the void battlefield intensified. Arrival location, Red Earth Town. Observing the new location before him, Lin Qing pressed the accelerator, flattening both zombies and structures alike. Such an ordinary town had lost its significance in his eyes. The sweeping process took hardly any time at all. Over several days, he lost count of how many towns he had ravaged. Upgrade criteria met. Would you like to upgrade? At last, it was sufficient. Lin Qing's heart soared as he issued the command. Upgrade. Countdown for this upgrade, 12 hours. He was finally on the brink of reaching level 3. Coco let out a long breath, feeling quite fatigued. Over the past few days, she and Brother Wichao had been tirelessly searching for resource locations. They had successfully elevated the truck's level. Your hard work is appreciated. Lin Qing expressed his gratitude. Let us not dwell on that. The void battlefield awaits. And we shall rely on you then. Brother Wichao responded nonchalantly. Indeed, if Jin Yuan dares to confront us, let us rid ourselves of him. Yes, regardless of his background, he dares to approach us. Everyone was already aware of Jin Yuan's intentions and felt a deep sense of discontent, particularly Brother Wichao. The harvest of the Steel Thorn Ridge appears swift, yet it is fraught with peril. What justifies a transaction with you? Lin Qing offered a faint smile. Within the luminous screen, an air of tranquility prevailed. Zhang Xing had not made contact with him from the outset. given Zhang Xing's disposition. How could he be oblivious to the inevitable resource conflict between Lin Qing and Jin Yuan? Now, in silence, it was evident he wished to observe the unfolding events between the two. Ah, old Zhang, since you remain mute, I cannot be held accountable for what transpires. Lin Qing mused inwardly, patiently awaiting developments. Truck upgrade successful. The Gamma Level 3 truck has emerged, its size significantly increased, with an energy source reaching 900,000. A new capacity of 200 has been added. Lin Qing merged two blazing heat waves. Although the steel blazing storm was reinforced by metal endowments, its essence remained the blazing heat wave. Upon merging, it reached level 3. Having accomplished all this, Lin Qing purchased a position in the void battlefield. Distance, 12,000 kilometers. Let us embark. Chapter 118. Crisis. The void battlefield is situated atop a towering mountain in Zone 2. Before the sheer cliffs lies a colossal void gate, shrouded in mist, forming a luminous pathway that resembles a celestial ascent, ethereal and dreamlike. How beautiful, exclaimed Coconut, captivated by the scene that was undeniably beyond the realm of the ordinary world. Yet, everyone understood that beneath this seemingly enchanting facade lay a world rife with peril. Many players in Zone 2 were aware of the void battlefield, yet fewer than 1 in 5 dared to enter its treacherous domain. The Noah squad had traveled here using their vehicles, taking approximately 2 days to arrive after gathering some supplies along the way, which slightly enhanced the materials for their next truck upgrade. Xiaogu, Coconut, and Moon Goddess had all reached Gamma Level 3. Why is the slacker leader so slow? He hasn't arrived yet, and I have no idea if the map he mentioned is even reliable, Xiaogu complained. The group refrained from entering the void battlefield, primarily due to waiting for the slacker leader. As for the coward, he had already succumbed to the clutches of the shadow and was long gone into the void battlefield. Before his arrival, the slacker leader had procured a treasure map of the void battlefield from the black market, a costly acquisition at 2 million metal coins, which Lin Qing had graciously covered. It should be fine. Let's wait and see, Lin Qing replied, having already secured the treasure map, which was indeed extraordinary. It emanated a halo and bore the markings of the end, originating from a rare chest with an exceedingly low drop rate. However, the provenance of the map was uncertain, which led it to the black market. Here he comes. The roar of an engine echoed from afar as the slacker leader's purple vehicle sped towards them. Wow. Even from a distance, I can hear your astonishment, the slacker leader's voice boomed, filled with incredulity. Why is your vehicle so massive? Goodness. How much fortune have I missed out on? He leapt from the vehicle, scrutinizing the infinite truck with wide-eyed wonder. Haha, Brother Meng, you arrive late. We've just exhausted our supplies, and there's no room left, so we'll have to sleep on the floor, Xiaogu teased. No way. You can't expect us to share a bed. The slacker leader laughed. Do I look like I have a beard? As the two exchanged banter, Lin Qing interjected. Xiaogu is joking. Your room has been prepared and is just awaiting you. All right then, at least Qingzi is reliable, the slacker leader remarked, entirely disregarding Xiaoji's efforts. How do I get this vehicle inside? I was worried about your supplies, so I bought a great deal of good stuff. Now it seems it will go to waste. It won't go to waste. The truck has a freezer, Xiaogu replied proudly. Though the truck was not his, he took immense pride in the configuration he had crafted. I'll open the truck bed. You can drive it into the parking area. Lin Qing commanded with a snap of his fingers, causing the rear compartment to lower and reveal a metal ramp. Good heavens, there's a parking area inside the truck? Is this even real? The slacker leader marveled, his spirits lifted. Everyone possesses a warrior's heart, yet living in such a secure environment brings a sense of comfort to all. Once settled, Lin Qing drove the truck onto the light path, entering the void battlefield. The player has entered the void battlefield, now in the first layer of space. Notice, in the void battlefield, danger may arise at any moment, and the level of mutated creatures knows no bounds, even in the first layer. The appearance of Gamma Level 10 mutated beings is possible. Direct communication with the outside world is not feasible within the void battlefield, but internal chatting is permitted. Numerous exits will appear randomly throughout the battlefield. A few messages materialized from the system, merely offering the simplest introduction. More would rely on personal exploration. Lin Qing gazed out of the truck. The vehicle stood atop a mountain peak. The azure sky was pristine, with distant high mountains, forests, and dilapidated towns. Yet, no roads were visible, imparting a sense of unrestrained chaos. Is this truly the void battlefield? It possesses a vitality that surpasses that of the second district. Some have theorized that the void battlefield is a world that has not completely perished, akin to the Peace Valley, albeit not reaching its level, thus remaining in an anomalous state. Everyone was cautious, for this place could harbor advanced mutated creatures. Discussions among the group ensued. Lin Qing's expression turned solemn. Although he did not fear the void battlefield, he could not afford to be careless. In the first district, one could trample through with ease due to level restrictions. However, the void battlefield was different. High-level mutated creatures could materialize at any moment. While he possessed ample confidence in dealing with ordinary mutated beings, Gamma level 10 creatures would depend on the circumstances. Some exceptionally powerful mutated beings required even legendary warriors to approach with caution, let alone potential packs of mutated creatures. Little Ka. Analyze the treasure map, Lin Qing instructed. Little Ka. Analyzing. Analysis successful. The coordinates are 20,000 kilometers away, with a significant presence of terminal aura nearby. Proceed with caution. It seems the treasure map is genuine. The more treasure-laden the place, the denser the terminal aura, as one exclaimed. Of course, while I may not be as adept at repairs as you, my discerning eye for valuable items is unparalleled. I can certainly distinguish the authenticity of the treasure map, asserted the confident leader of the group. Moreover, although such treasure maps are rare, they have existed in the past, and those who ventured forth often reaped great rewards. Items like capacity tools must surely be present. The group's expressions shifted, filled with eager anticipation for the destination. Upon reaching the void battlefield, even though the distance was considerable, Lin Qing would no longer rely on the motorcycle for travel. The truck descended the mountain road, crushing countless trees and flora, startling many avian and feral creatures. These two were mutated beings, but of such low levels that they scarcely approached Gamma status. Whether they could yield white-grade treasure chests was debatable, thus Lin Qing dismissed them. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, the terrain became notably flatter. After traveling several dozen kilometers, the group entered a town. The scale is truly astonishing, even surpassing that of the second district, mused the leader of the group. The towns in the world of the end times rarely extend beyond a few kilometers, typically comprising only a couple of rows of houses. While the second district boasts a greater abundance of resources, it is primarily an issue of completeness. However, the town before them, despite its dilapidated state, still faintly reveals various facilities, factories, buildings, commercial areas, and residential zones, everything one might expect. Yet, the majority lie in ruins. As if ravaged by some calamity, what remains visible is a significant amount of useful materials, evidently untouched by human hands. This must amount to several million pounds of resources, stirring excitement within the group. The supply in this void battlefield is exceedingly rich, and it is likely that they will soon be able to elevate their levels once again. Just then, a sudden alert from Xiao Ka broke the moment. Detection of high-level mutated organisms approaching, mutation level Gamma 9, quantity 3, located in the northwest sky. Accompanying this warning were the distant roars of beasts from outside the vehicle. Lin Qing was about to turn the vehicle around when he spotted 3 massive fireballs hurtling towards them from above. Chapter 119, Capacity Artifact. Blood of the Scarlet Dragon. Lin Qing's gaze turned icy as he activated the metallic shield. In the next moment, a resounding boom echoed from above the vehicle. Dust and debris swirled around, while yellow sand was swept into the town. The metallic shield trembled but ultimately withstood the onslaught of flames. What on earth is that? Wu Chao exclaimed. Through the sunroof, they all beheld the approaching entity. It was a trio of colossal, lizard-like creatures, vivid crimson in hue, their gossamer wings spanning several dozen meters, their bodies ablaze with faint flames. Their roars reverberated through the sky. A dragon? Yu Xinji's eyes widened in astonishment. Even Lin Qing felt a tinge of surprise. The physical characteristics of these mutated beings were entirely reminiscent of the fire dragons from Western mythology. Firewing Dragon, Gamma level 9, possessing formidable defenses and exceptional fire control abilities. With resistance to fire, a dragon-type mutated creature, it exerts a certain degree of pressure and control over other mutated beings. Is fire resistance sufficient? Lin Qing noted this and abandoned the idea of deploying the Steel Crimson Flamestorm. He directed the vehicle's rooftop machine gun towards the Firewing dragons. Bullets, like serpents of flame, surged forth, but upon striking the dragons, they merely ricocheted away. This advanced mutated species was utterly impervious to ordinary bullets. With a fierce roar, the dragons continued to unleash flames, soaring above the truck. Brother Qing, should we scatter? This creature can fly. It's too difficult to handle, Wu Chao asked anxiously. They had not anticipated encountering such a crisis so soon after entering the void battlefield. No need, Lin Qing replied succinctly, conserving energy while maneuvering away. He absorbed some of the flames and evaded several large fireballs, which subsequently detonated upon striking the ground. This caused the 3 dragons to become frustrated, evidently concluding that Lin Qing's truck was lacking in strength. When the trio of fire dragons descended closer, hovering just 300 meters away, they clustered together, gathering an enormous amount of flames in their mouths, coalescing into an even larger fireball. Now, Lin Qing activated the gravity module. Suddenly, a violet light surged from the truck, causing the ground beneath to collapse instantaneously. The three fire dragons lost their balance and plummeted downward. In their panic, they struggled to regain stability. Yet their movements were painfully sluggish, as if they bore immense weight. Their roars echoed continuously. The metallic truck, combined with its infinitely growing form, transformed any metallic module into a powerhouse. Lin Qing was unsurprised. If the gravity module could be disregarded by the dragons, his efforts over the past few days would have been in vain. The metallic artillery coalesced, its barrel aimed skyward. By this time, the three fire dragons had slightly adjusted to the gravitational changes and were preparing to flap their wings to escape the gravitational pull. However, it was too late in the face of the metallic artillery. A projectile infused with 15,000 energy sources was launched, striking one of the fire dragons squarely. Moments later, a catastrophic explosion erupted from the energy blast. Kill the Scarlet Flame Dragon. Obtain 3 blue-grade void treasure chests, special items. In the blink of an eye, the system's notification echoed. An extensive area, spanning several thousand meters, enveloped Lin Qing's truck. Naturally, the truck, akin to a metallic artillery piece, remained unaffected. However, the surrounding towns were obliterated in an instant. When the dust settled, 3 fire dragons lay utterly vanquished. In the center of the town stood a colossal truck, surrounded by swirling yellow dust, within a deep, sunken pit. The once vibrant city resembled a cake from which half had been hollowed out. It was a nuclear strike. Indeed, a cataclysmic event. The leader of the miscreants stood in stunned silence. He had thought himself quite formidable, yet upon witnessing Lin Qing's prowess, he could only look up in awe. The disparity was unfathomable. It was a pity for this town, Lin Qing mused. He could not afford to hold back against gamma-level mutated creatures. A decisive strike was imperative. Otherwise, the adversaries would either escape or present an even greater challenge. No wonder others had not advanced in the void battlefield. They were either slaughtered by mutated beings or had depleted resources through extensive combat. Coconut contemplated. I'll retrieve the treasure chests, exclaimed Brother Wow, who soon returned with 3 blue treasure chests. This haul was a modest fortune. The special items from the void chests represented the pinnacle of non-fixed quality, with rare chances of yielding capacity items. It was uncommon for someone to procure 3 at once. What luck! Brother Wow chuckled. Despite the crisis, acquiring 3 special item chests so swiftly felt like a significant gain. All right, I shall open them. Capacity items are urgently needed. If any duplicates arise, we shall redistribute them. Lin Qing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. As I often say, they are all yours. The leader of the miscreants grinned. Although he had joined Noah's team, he was not one to take advantage without contribution. He would not claim anything without giving first. I'm not in a hurry. I hope for something I can handle. Starting off with such high-grade items makes me feel rather inept. Coconut expressed his dissatisfaction. Brother Wow, however, remained unfazed. Whether we act now or wait for distribution, it matters little. Each member of the team has their designated role. As a mechanic, I have already made ample contributions. Let us first gather supplies. The town is now devoid of danger. The trio set to work, while Lin Qing retreated to his chamber to open the unfamiliar void treasure chest. Opening successful, obtained a cup of green plum beverage, gray sweet and sour, a perfect appetizer. This reward evoked memories for Lin Qing, reminiscent of a specialized drink that once existed in the void world. Perhaps this place was indeed a remnant of another realm. He pondered. He chose to refresh the chest. Obtained an exclusive movie set of star Li Chidan, white. Wait, that can't be right. This seems to exist in the real world as well. Lin Qing, skeptical, scrutinized the reward closely. The physical characteristics were entirely different. He could only shake his head in bemusement and refresh the chest once more. Acquired the blue jade amplification item, enhances the fundamental attributes of the human body, reinforcing both defense and strength. This is quite commendable. Lin Qing scrutinized it, yet his primary focus remained on the rewards of the void treasure chest. As it was a special item chest, his objective was undoubtedly the capacity-enhancing items. Refresh. Acquired. Refresh. Soon enough, the first module was completely opened. Even with the guaranteed item, he did not obtain any capacity-enhancing items. Indeed, these items are valuable, Lin Qing couldn't help but exclaim. His attempts at opening the chest had certainly surpassed what others might achieve in 10 attempts, and he even had the advantage of a guarantee. Yet, the results still eluded him. Considering the high difficulty of obtaining special item treasure chests, the worth of capacity-enhancing items became self-evident. Old Zhang's 3,000 capacity item, whether it could be reused or not, seemed to command respect among the members of the Hope team, who had long been entrenched in the void battlefield. Indicating its rarity among capacity items, Lin Qing gained a newfound understanding of Old Zhang's audacity and proceeded to open the chest once more. On the 5th refresh, his eyes sparkled. Successful opening. Acquired rare thin blood of the Crimson Dragon. Blue increases capacity by 100 modules, and the Crimson Dragon's blood can be reused multiple times, with a maximum enhancement of 1000 capacity. Capacity item. Moreover, it is reusable. Lin Qing was overjoyed, and then he noticed that in addition to the reward itself, there was an additional description below. Chapter 120. Coercion. The power of the Supreme Being. The Crimson Dragon, though diluted, still possesses a hint of transcendent uniqueness. Accumulating more power from other Supreme Beings may yield unexpected rewards. Lin Qing pondered inwardly, questioning the existence of such beings in the past. Did the subsequent words imply that there were others like them? If that were the case, the potential for capacity enhancement would be quite substantial. Just the blood of the Crimson Dragon could augment the capacity by 1,000. If more remnants of Supreme Beings' powers were to be found, would that not lead to immense fortune? With anticipation, Lin Qing completed the opening of the third treasure chest, yet still did not obtain a second vial of Crimson Dragon's blood. He decided to allocate the 100 units of capacity to enhance his energy source, opting for the fire energy module from the Skywalker. The fusion of the vehicle's metal with fire would undoubtedly yield significant improvements. The Blaze Phoenix Energy. This module can alter the attributes of the energy source, reducing consumption while inflicting fire damage. The enhanced quality of energy is intrinsically linked to the fire elements contained within the vehicle. It is not merely a numerical increase, but rather an elevation of quality. With such an upgrade, consumption would naturally decrease. This module surpasses the metallic energy sources in every regard. Lin Qing activated the module. The vehicle trembled slightly, emanating heat. In that instant, various attributes began to shift. The foremost change was in consumption. The metal heavy artillery, metal energy shield, and vehicle movement all experienced a reduction of 1/5. However, the power, defense, and kinetic energy saw a significant enhancement. Notably, the Crimson Flame Iron Storm module's consumption remained unchanged, yet its temperature surged considerably. At level 3, the eruption temperature reached 20,000, with a consumption of 100,000 units. Now, the temperature has risen to 23,000, with consumption stable. Although the peak capabilities did not see a drastic upgrade, the overall strength had improved. Lin Qing reflected on his fortunate acquisition of such a module for the Skywalker. He closed the holographic interface and departed from the deep pit. Soon after, several teammates returned. "I have gathered 500,000 pounds of metal," the group leader exclaimed with excitement. Despite the destruction of a significant portion, the resources here remained astonishingly abundant. Others also reported substantial findings and proceeded to hand them over. Lin Qing meticulously recorded everything, as had been previously arranged. With Lin Qing's level prioritized, the overall levels would not exceed 2, with major milestones counted separately. They set off for the next destination. In the heart of the mountains stood a colossal behemoth. Should the likes of the Cursed Brother and others happen upon it, they would undoubtedly be astounded. This massive war vehicle was comparable to Lin Qing's own, yet it bore no resemblance to a conventional truck. There was no visible cabin or cargo area. Instead, it was a seamless entity. At the front, a vast sheet of glass loomed, flanked by sides resembling an apartment, adorned with numerous windows. Above, a terrace was laden with an array of weapons and living amenities. Rather than a vehicle, it is more akin to a mobile edifice supported by dozens of tires. Surrounding the war chariot lies a multitude of corpses belonging to mutated creatures. Personnel are currently engaged in collecting treasure chests. A young, handsome man stands before a floor-to-ceiling window, donning a pair of sunglasses, his expression serene. "Ji Yuan, I have observed that the avatar of Sanqing has illuminated on my holographic screen. He must have entered the void battlefield," a blonde beauty remarked with a smile. The young man is none other than Ji Yuan, the most formidable member of the Hope Squad. That was quite expedient. Please assist me in contacting him and have him send over the module list. Ji Yuan's voice exuded confidence, as if his words were immutable laws, never to be contested. Understood. I shall give it a try. Let us hope this fellow is somewhat discerning, the blonde beauty replied with a beaming smile, never doubting Ji Yuan's prowess. The Ji Yuan squad comprises 31 members, 30 vehicles of purple grade, and 10 individuals of specialized professions. Each member, when outside, could easily establish a medium-sized organization. Yet here, they all brimmed with fervor and admiration for Ji Yuan. The unparalleled golden-grade vehicle, equipped with high-level purple modules, resembled a sovereign amidst the apocalypse. All squad members unanimously acknowledged that should Ji Yuan reach Gamma Level 10, he would undoubtedly transcend legendary existence. The blonde beauty held a similar belief, speculating that he would not refuse. She activated the holographic screen. Simultaneously, Lin Qing once again found himself embroiled in combat. However, this time, he refrained from engaging directly. The trio, including Chao Gu, dispatched over 30 Gamma Level 2 mutated creatures with ease. Lin Qing's expression shifted, sensing a notification from the holographic screen. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a friend request from a player named Bloody Mary. After a brief moment of contemplation, he deduced the sender's identity. Jin Yuan, perhaps? Communication within the Void battlefield is limited to internal members, and the only ones likely to be so attentive to him would be the Jin Yuan squad. Without opting to evade, he accepted the friend request. Bloody Mary, greetings, Sanqing. I am the vice captain of the Jin Yuan squad. I trust you are familiar with our reputation, given your formidable stature. Would you be interested in engaging in a trade? The tone of the message conveyed a degree of respect, which Lin Qing chose to overlook entirely. Sometimes, one can produce a calm discourse even while gritting their teeth. Not interested. Bloody Mary, please do not be hasty in your rejection. We are all players. Sharing the same faction, there is no need for hostility. However, Jin Yuan is particularly interested in the modules from Steelthorn Ridge. I understand that no matter the rewards, the probability of obtaining modules is likely exhausted for you. Yet, Jin Yuan represents the pinnacle of Peace Valley strength. I hope you might consider accommodating us. We will purchase at market price. Lin Qing chuckled in exasperation. Indeed, they were not virtuous individuals. Why should he be the one to compromise? Are the modules from Steelthorn Ridge readily available on the market? Very well, there are many modules. I will exchange Dragon Blood. 1,000 capacity of Dragon Blood can be traded for 1. Bloody Mary, impossible. The Dragon's Blood with a capacity of 1,000 far exceeds the value of a purple-grade module, even that of an energy source module. If you require Dragon's Blood, I can offer you a mere 100 capacity. 100 capacity? Is that meant to insult? Lin Qing rolled his eyes, sensing the futility of further communication. Then why bother speaking at all? Spare me your nonsense. The blonde beauty furrowed her brow, taken aback by Lin Qing's uncompromising stance. Bloody Mary, I hope you will reconsider. Neither Jin Yuan nor I wish to sever ties with you over such trivial matters. You still have the audacity to speak? Lin Qing was astonished. He continued, I had thought you were devoid of such notions. What is there to sever? I have no interest in verbal sparring with you. If you desire the module, let us meet on the highway. Bloody Mary, in that case, we shall not be courteous. Notification, you have been blocked by the other party. Blonde beauty? How does it feel to be put in your place? Jin Yuan smiled slightly, seemingly unfazed. He has rejected us, and even chosen to adopt an adversarial stance. The blonde beauty scoffed. Lin Qing's actions incited her irritation. It was to be expected. No formidable individual would lower their head so easily. Jin Yuan gazed out the window, his tone brimming with confidence. Yet, what I excel at is compelling the powerful to bow their heads and no longer dare to meet my gaze. Send a few individuals to the first floor and see if we can locate them. Meanwhile, let us make use of that treasure map. Chapter 121, The Little Girl Goodness. How utterly shameless. Let the battle commence. Whoever flinches shall be deemed a coward, exclaimed Brother Wuchao in a fit of indignation. Lin Qing had already recounted the events, and the atmosphere among the group grew somber, filled with righteous fury. They bore no animosity towards the Hope Squad, yet found themselves the targets of unwarranted aggression. No one was inclined to tolerate such affronts. While we must engage, we must also acknowledge that Jin Yuan possesses formidable strength. He is someone Zhang Sheng holds in high regard, which speaks volumes about his capabilities. We must tread carefully, the leader of the group remarked with calm resolve. His stance remained unwavering, unity against external threats. Rest assured, the Void battlefield is vast, they cannot reach us. We will have our opportunities to grow, Brother Wuchao reassured. Observing the group deep in analysis, Lin Qing interjected, I have assessed Jin Yuan's strength. Considering a capacity of 5,000, it is indeed impressive. However, his covetousness for my module suggests that his potential is not fully realized, or that his modules lack refinement. Precisely, it is this inadequacy that breeds desire. Nonetheless, even if he falls short, I estimate his capacity is around 4,000, which is still substantial. Someone chimed in. How much capacity do you possess, Qinggu? Brother Wuchao inquired. 2,400. Currently, I am merely lacking in capacity. Once that is resolved, I can contend with him despite any shortfall in levels. The disparity in levels is significant. An increase in overall vehicle performance often enhances certain modules' potency. With a 5-level gap, it is not negligible among equally powerful adversaries. Yet, Lin Qing had never underestimated Jin Yuan. In truth, even if Jin Yuan were to confront him now, Lin Qing still held a chance of victory. The ultimate strike of the Order of Ceasefire remained in his arsenal, capable of delivering a surprise. And should his capacity rise, enhancing his strength further, Jin Yuan, no matter how formidable, would be regarded as mere jade in Lin Qing's eyes. Your confidence is reassuring, Qingzi. We have time on our side. Let us focus on our growth and see how long they can hold out. Indeed, may this treasure location be bountiful. When the time comes, it will be unclear who seeks whom. The group unified in their resolve. After a meal, they resumed their journey towards the treasure site, quickening their pace and gradually dispersing to gather resources. On the third day, Lin Qing's materials for upgrading were nearing fulfillment once more, and they finally arrived at the treasure location. Before them lay an expanse of yellow sand, stretching infinitely. The fierce wind stirred the stones, stinging their faces. As they stood atop the truck, gazing out, confusion clouded their expressions. Is this a joke? Where is it? Aside from sand in our truck, there is no sign of life, someone murmured. Impossible. This treasure map is undoubtedly authentic and has not been activated, the group leader asserted. Though he too was perplexed by the situation. Could it be buried beneath the ground? Coco pondered, reminiscent of treasure hunting films where many treasures lay hidden beneath the earth. With nothing in sight, if treasure truly existed, it would either be in the sky or below the surface. There is a possibility. Let me try, Lin Qing declared. He led the group back to the vehicle and employed the iron flame storm in reverse, directing the thermal energy downwards. The scorching heat, reaching thousands of degrees, could even melt the sand. After several uses, immense deep pits emerged in the surroundings. Before long, the vicinity transformed into a lava zone. Lin Qing suffered a loss of 200,000 energy sources, and the ground sank nearly 100 meters. Yet, the entrance to the treasure or any trace of it remained elusive. This was concerning. If they could not find it, their efforts would be in vain. The group felt disheveled, a sense of having been ensnared enveloping them. This approach was futile. They decided to search the area. Qing, good. You stay here and wait for us, suggested Wachaoge. Fine, just be cautious and don't wander too far, Lin Qing replied, returning to his seat. Feeling somewhat helpless. No problem, we will search high and low to uncover it. The group dispersed. Lin Qing released Xiaohei as well. Xiaohei's strength had rapidly escalated. It was now at Gamma level 1 and would soon reach parity or even surpass it, allowing it to unleash its true combat potential. Xiaohei, go take a look, Lin Qing commanded. What woof? Xiaohei, now the size of a camper van, bolted excitedly into the distance. Lin Qing chuckled silently, amused by the notion that Xiaohei might think it was merely out for a stroll. The troubles with Jin Yuan had stirred negative emotions within him, making him a bit restless. Observing Xiaohei's exuberance helped restore some balance to his mindset. Whatever would be, even if they found nothing. The view of the golden sands was still worth appreciating. Lin Qing relaxed and boarded the helicopter. To avoid attacks from mutated creatures during flight, he kept the altitude low, just a few hundred meters. Looking down, the endless expanse of yellow sand sprawled beneath him. Ultimately, there was little more to discover. Well, it seems we'll have to search slowly, Lin Qing mused as he returned to the vehicle, awaiting the others' return. Before long, Coconut and the leader of the group returned, having found nothing noteworthy. However, Wachaoge had not yet returned but sent a message. Wachaoge, everyone, I've spotted a figure. I'm pursuing it. Follow my direction. A discovery? The group's spirits lifted at this news. In this sea of yellow sand, where even mutated creatures were absent, a human figure appeared highly suspicious. Without hesitation, Lin Qing drove the truck to follow. After traveling a few kilometers, Wachaoge managed to apprehend the individual and was on his way back. Upon seeing this, Lin Qing also converged with him. Upon arrival, they beheld Wachaoge alongside a child. The girl appeared to be around 7 years old, her body covered in dirt. The first thought that crossed Lin Qing and the others' minds was that of a dwarf, for it was implausible for a minor to be present in the End-World. Yet upon further reflection, they realized something was amiss. This was indeed a child, and there were no vehicles around. The circumstances were laden with enigma. Little one, how did you end up here? Coconut approached with a warm smile, inquiring gently. The girl looked timidly at the group and shook her head. I don't know. I just woke up here. The fact that she could communicate relieved the group's tension. If one cannot even speak, the clues would truly be severed. I find myself a bit hungry. Could you provide me with something to eat? The little girl hesitated for a moment, timidly expressing her need. Bring her something. Lin Qing instructed Yushinji, who promptly dashed off and returned with an abundance of bread. In truth, everyone felt a tinge of caution within. After all, this situation was exceedingly peculiar. It was only natural to remain on edge in a place where one should not be. Had it not been for Wachaoge's firm grip, ensuring her safety, Lin Qing and the others would never have dared to disembark from the vehicle. This is delicious. Thank you. You are kind people, the little girl exclaimed, indulging voraciously in front of the crowd, her face alight with satisfaction, and her appetite surprisingly immense. Everyone observed her slowly, while little Hay circled around, sniffing the air near the girl. Chapter 122. The treasure site. Little Black seemed to sense something, baring its teeth at the young girl and emitting a low growl. Lin Qing's heart trembled at this sight, preparing herself for vigilance. Yet, Unexpectedly, Little Black froze momentarily. Its demeanor towards the girl shifting to one of unexpected fondness, leaving everyone perplexed. Little sister, what is your name? You mentioned just waking up. Where were you before? Asked Coconut, the negotiator, in a gentle tone. My name is Xiaoman, the girl replied succinctly, her voice clear. However, she appeared utterly bewildered by the subsequent inquiries. Knowing nothing at all, this left Lin Qing and the others in a state of frustration. They had hoped for an unexpected revelation, yet found themselves with no leads whatsoever. Have you discovered anything while you were here? Coconut pressed on, undeterred. Discoveries? What do you mean? Xiaoman asked, her confusion deepening. Such as fascinating things. Like grand palaces or caves, anything but endless sands. I saw nothing. I only saw you all the moment I opened my eyes, Xiaoman replied. Seeing this, Lin Qing felt a sense of hopelessness wash over her. Let us depart, she stated, her interest in lingering gone, ready to search elsewhere. What about her? Coconut inquired. This does not concern us, Lin Qing responded decisively, shaking her head. There was no way she would hastily take away such a peculiar and extraordinary girl after only a few exchanges. Are you leaving? Xiaoman asked, her innocence shining through as she noticed the kind-hearted individuals preparing to depart. Little sister, we have important matters to attend to, Lin Qing replied. Turning to leave, but pausing momentarily. Yu Shenji, please gather more food. That was all Lin Qing could do, regardless of Xiaoman's origins or how unique she was. Providing her with a bit of sustenance posed no challenge. The food in the vehicle, even if somewhat extravagant, would suffice for a return to the real world. Furthermore, next time, Lin Qing would never again be burdened by the scarcity of resources. The truck rolled away with the group, leaving Xiaoman standing alone. Her dirty face etched with uncertainty and confusion. It was only after the convoy vanished into the swirling sands that Xiaoman clutched the food and wandered off aimlessly. That little girl is exceedingly strange. Can anyone offer an explanation? Exclaimed Wachao Gu, the prophet, equally bewildered. Their understanding of the void battlefield was already limited, and encountering such a bizarre occurrence left them even more perplexed. Who knows how such a child could exist in the end world? The leader of the ruffians remarked. Equally puzzled, I sense she does not resemble a player, nor does she appear to be from the real world. Could she be a transformed mutant creature? This seemed implausible. It was not a tale from a novel or a film. Could she be a ghost? The crowd speculated, each attempting to unravel the mystery of the young girl's origins. Is it possible she is from this void world? Coconut interjected, unable to contain his thoughts. Impossible. The three prophets exclaimed in unison. Even if the void world had once existed, everything there had been buried. No human life could remain. This realm was not akin to the ruins, which Xiaogu asserted with conviction. The remnants are the manifestation of divine beings, crystallized from their ultimate power upon their demise. Although they left behind some contingencies, it is still a form of capitulation, yielding to the force of oblivion. However, this is the original world. Even if formidable entities from the void realm have established these remnants, they cannot exist here. Moreover, no one could possibly be alive. Regardless of her, let us continue our search, and if we still find nothing, we shall devise a means to depart from this desolate expanse, Lin Qing resolutely decided. Meanwhile, amidst the swirling sands, 10 battle chariots emerged, each emanating potent waves of energy. They halted in a location entirely disparate from Lin Qing's. Yet, they encountered a similar dilemma. What an expansive desert this is! Does such a place truly exist in the void battlefield? How peculiar! Where is the treasure? Surely this treasure map cannot be a forgery. From the convoy, 10 men and women disembarked, clad in identical uniforms, each adorned with a crimson insignia on their left shoulder. They were the treasure-seeking team dispatched by the Jin Yuan faction, led by a striking blonde beauty. Something feels amiss here. Should we report this to the leader? No need. We cannot trouble him with every little matter. At the very least, we must locate the treasure site before contacting him, the blonde beauty asserted with unwavering resolve. Despite her stunning appearance, her comrades yielded to her authority without dissent. They dispersed, ready to report any findings at a moment's notice. Following her command, everyone returned to their vehicles, the 10 chariots fanning out like petals. On Lin Qing's side, an astonishing realization dawned upon him, despite their continuous forward movement. They encountered the little girl again. You're back, Xiaoman exclaimed with delight. Yet, Lin Qing and his companions bore tense expressions. What is going on? This is exceedingly bizarre. Could it be that this place is spherical? Impossible. We have only traveled 100 kilometers. If it were truly spherical, we would have noticed by now. Surely she did not arrive here on her own. It must be the power of rules. This place possesses certain regulations, and we cannot depart until we fulfill the necessary conditions, Lin Qing speculated. From the outset, he sensed something was amiss. Why has no one ventured into this sandy realm before? Or is it that some have the freedom to come and go? Furthermore, How fortuitous that Xiaoman should appear so suddenly. Get out, Lin Qing instructed his companions with alacrity. He then turned to Xiaoman and inquired, Xiaoman, have you been here all along? Not exactly. I saw you leave, and then I departed as well. However, I realized you were merely circling in place. So I ran ahead to wait for you, Xiaoman replied with a smile. You mean you can see our direction of travel? I can't see too far, she clarified. The group exchanged glances, pondering the distance that too far might signify, but one thing was clear. The potential treasures within this sandy realm were intrinsically linked to Xiaoman. Then do you know how we can leave this place? Lin Qing asked. Xiaoman shook her head, expressing uncertainty. I seem to be familiar with this place, yet I cannot recall anything. The crowd furrowed their brows. They had not discovered the treasure, and if they were to remain trapped here, it would indeed be a grave misfortune. Lin Qing's gaze shifted thoughtfully. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired again, do you wish to stay here? Xiaoman's eyes brightened with surprise. Do you truly wish to take me with you? I do not want to remain here. It feels so desolate, devoid of anything. Very well, Lin Qing decided to adopt a different approach. If this truly pertained to Xiaoman, perhaps bringing her along would yield a turning point. Come, ride in my vehicle. Brother Watsing recognized Lin Qing's intention and readily volunteered. No need, Xiaoman, you wouldn't harm us, would you? Lin Qing turned his gaze toward her. Xiaoman, puzzled by Lin Qing's question, nonetheless nodded earnestly, I would not. You are kind people. Then it is settled. Come with us. Lin Qing offered a warm smile as he lifted Xiaoman into the truck. I will go prepare a bath for her, Moon Goddess Ji remarked. Having always perceived Xiaoman as pitiable, with Lin Qing escorting her, she immediately took Xiaoman into the bathroom. Lin Qing remained noncommittal, as he had not entirely set his mind at ease regarding Xiaoman. He merely wished to observe whether bringing her along would evoke any other changes. Just a few minutes after he had driven the truck away, a tremendous noise erupted from nowhere, followed by a tremor that shook the entire sandy expanse. Chapter 123. The Dragon's Corpse. What is happening? Everyone exclaimed in alarm. The tremors were so intense that even the interior of the truck was affected. It is worth noting that Lin Qing's truck was equipped with a purple-grade shock absorption module, designed to withstand severe impacts with minimal effect. This indicated the extraordinary strength of the earthquake at that moment. The yellow sand before them seemed to come alive, resembling waves crashing forward. The truck appeared as a solitary vessel amidst a tsunami. An unfathomable force surged outward for miles. Look over there. Lin Qing's gaze sharpened. In the distance, a colossal figure emerged from the ground. It boasted a golden spire, gradually widening like an umbrella, reaching up into the clouds, seemingly endless. A pyramid? This is enormous. The crowd stood utterly astonished, with the infinite trucks appearing as mere ants in its shadow. As the pyramid revealed itself, the once chaotic sandy expanse fell eerily silent. It must be a treasure. Indeed, it is related to Xiaoman. While excitement surged within, their previous conjectures were confirmed. At that moment, the Moon Goddess Ji approached. My goodness, what caused the earthquake? I almost lost my balance. She was holding a delicate little girl. The girl was pristine and beautiful, dressed in oversized garments. Her hair still damp, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, resembling a porcelain doll. Is this Xiaoman? My goodness, how much she has changed. The crowd was once again taken aback. Lin Qing chuckled. Xiaoman, have you seen that thing ahead? Initially somewhat reserved, Xiaoman immediately turned her gaze forward upon hearing his words, her eyes filled with confusion. I think I have seen it before, but I cannot recall. Ah. It seems there is no need to inquire further. Lin Qing shook his head. Regardless, witnessing her transformation was a positive sign. I remember now, Xiaoman suddenly spoke. There seems to be something inside. Oh, I see it. A giant dragon. It appears to be dead. You can see inside? Lin Qing was aware of Xiaoman's keen eyesight. But to have such clarity was quite extraordinary. No, it's more like a feeling. This place feels familiar, but I cannot remember anything else. Xiaoman fell back into her daze. What color was the dragon? Lin Qing recalled the blood of the crimson dragon. A mere trace had increased his capacity by 100. If there truly was a dragon's corpse within, the potential augmentation would be unimaginable. It was yellow, resembling the color of the sand. Xiaoman remembered this detail. Not the crimson dragon? Are there other living beings present? I do not know. Lin Qing gathered the information and then declared, regardless, we have arrived. We must proceed. Such an opportunity is not to be missed. The others wholeheartedly agreed. They were aware of the significance of dragon blood, and at the mention of a dragon's corpse, their eyes nearly gleamed with greed. This chance for wealth, despite the inherent dangers, warranted a bold attempt before considering retreat. Xiaoman, do you see the entrance? Lin Qing, noticing the group's determination, turned his gaze toward her. There are numerous entrances, yet the interior is shrouded in darkness, instilling fear in Xiaoman. A hint of trepidation graces her countenance. Rest assured, we shall protect you. However, should your fear prove overwhelming, you may remain outside, Lin Qing reassured, offering Xiaoman a choice. Xiaoman quickly shook her head, expressing her desire not to be alone. She appeared eager to accompany the group and, despite her apprehension, pointed towards a direction, declaring, "There lies an entrance." Observing her gesture, Lin Qing followed her indication. Before long, they encountered a colossal entrance, wide enough for a truck to pass through with ease. "Look over there," exclaimed the blonde beauty. As she and her companions had gathered before the earthquake, initially lost and bewildered. Now, however, they all gazed into the distance. The immense pyramid was not solely visible to Lin Qing and his companions. Those situated in the sandy expanse could also behold it at a glance. Surely, it must be a treasure trove. But how did it emerge so suddenly? Could it be that others have entered as well? In their astonishment, the group began to realize something significant. Regardless of who it may be, this treasure must belong to them. The blonde beauty, though visibly shaken, maintained a serious demeanor. Drawing from their experiences in the void battlefield, encountering such a grand pyramid made them acutely aware of the extraordinary nature of this treasure hunt. Everyone, disable the light screen access. This is something that cannot reach the shadow's notice. I shall contact Jin Yuan, the blonde beauty instructed, activating the light screen. Within the pyramid, Lin Qing and his companions proceeded cautiously. The internal visibility was low, and while the overall structure seemed straightforward, it was, in truth, a labyrinthine maze. A sense of Egyptian adventure enveloped them. Could this be the civilization long buried? They could not help but marvel. The interior surpassed the ingenuity of the Egyptian pyramids. Have you ever pondered why the ancient Egyptian pyramids have manifested in the void world? The leader of the slackers interjected. This query resonated in the minds of all present. Though none could articulate a definitive answer, perhaps there exists a connection among the ancient worlds. If we could unravel this mystery, we might uncover the truth of the end. Lin Qing mused, intrigued, yet recognizing that such understanding was beyond their current grasp. Soon, their thoughts were captivated by the enigmatic interior. They had ventured over 10 kilometers into the pyramid, which was not merely a series of corridors. Their present location was a vast canyon. Its depths unfathomable and cloaked in darkness. Only a slender stone bridge connected the two sides. Of course, this slenderness was relative to the vast canyon, in reality. It spanned a width of a kilometer, sufficiently stable for a truck to traverse. There are great dragons, many of them, and they are alive. Xiaoman suddenly pointed ahead. Her face contorted in fear. The expressions of the group shifted dramatically. Despite various detection measures failing to reveal the dragons Xiaoman spoke of, they all grew vigilant. Lin Qing hastened his pace, for he was loath to engage in battle upon such a precarious suspension bridge. A ferocious roar erupted from a lurking presence that had long been watching in the shadows. In an instant, a multitude of bizarre creatures emerged under the illumination of the truck's headlights. They were indeed dragon-like, yet not of the Western variety. Rather, they bore a resemblance to the legendary Jiaolong of Chinese civilization. With a singular horn atop their heads, their bodies resembled that of a python, adorned with 4 formidable claws. Even more astonishing, these Jiaolong were all affixed to the rock formations, their bodies seamlessly merging with the bridge as they surged toward Lin Qing with remarkable speed. Rock Jiaolong, Gamma Level 5, a highly evolved life form of the Earth element, capable of merging with Earth elements and possessing the unique ability to manipulate rock and soil. Chapter 124. The fixed treasure chests. They moved with astonishing speed, navigating the rocky bridge as effortlessly as fish glide through water. Their sheer numbers caused a slight tremor across the entire stone structure. Lin Qing narrowed his eyes, refraining from deploying his modules, even with controlled power. He wished to avoid a grand battle on this precarious bridge. Brother Qing, allow me to climb atop the truck. My module strength is considerable, and I can fight. One of them suggested. I too am capable, another chimed in. As the looming rock serpents drew nearer to the truck, the group felt a surge of anxiety. Yet they swiftly reacted. Let us not rush. We shall proceed with caution, Lin Qing replied firmly from the driver's seat, pushing the speed to its limits. The rock serpents were not particularly colossal, spanning merely a few meters in length. Their overwhelming numbers, however, posed a different challenge. As they approached, the serpents emerged from the bridge, converging into a torrent large enough to rival the truck itself. The two colossal forces collided with an earth-shattering impact, causing the bridge to tremble violently. The serpents struck the vehicle like a relentless rain, abruptly diminishing its speed. There were simply too many. The group was enveloped in chaos. Their vision obscured by the serpents, and they could even glimpse the serpents' menacing crimson eyes flashing past the windows. Stay calm, Lin Qing commanded, restoring a sense of composure among them. The skills of the flame war chariot activated, and the energy source plummeted dramatically. In an instant, The truck's exterior underwent a transformative metamorphosis. It appeared as though it had been forged through flames, with layers of fiery steel patterns enveloping the entire vehicle. Suddenly, its speed surged, doubling even its maximum velocity. Reaching an astonishing 1,200 kilometers per hour, the truck overcame all obstacles in a mere heartbeat, breaking through the serpent horde. Clarity returned to their vision. Kill Rock Serpent LV3. Obtain blue treasure chest. Random. Kill Rock Serpent LV5. Obtain blue treasure chest. Random. The sounds of treasure chests exploding filled the air, with the ground behind them littered with serpent carcasses, or rather, fragmented remains. In a single charge, the majority of the serpent horde was vanquished, leaving only a scattered few, their bodies broken. Lin Qing turned the truck around for another assault. This time, he successfully eliminated all remaining serpents. Quick, gather the treasure chests, he instructed the astonished group. Wow, that was incredible. Let us go, exclaimed one, overwhelmed by the unexpected surge in Lin Qing's speed. The depth of his abilities left even his teammates in awe. 3 trucks sped forth, swiftly retrieving the chest one by one. Lin Qing cast a cursory glance at the contents. Most were random treasures, alongside various other types. Yet he did not spot any exceptional items. Let us take our time on the way back. Even random chests can yield exceptional items, albeit with a much lower probability. He mused internally. With 10 chances for refreshment, his opportunities for opening chests had effectively increased tenfold. There was always a chance. Lin Qing did not linger in the vicinity, smoothly crossing the stone bridge. In the first moment, I sought a place to unbox. This treasure location was vastly different from my initial expectations. I had assumed it merely contained fixed treasure chests. However, it has become evident that this place conceals deeper secrets and abundant resources. One must consistently enhance their own strength. Soon enough, a multitude of treasure chests were opened. Blood of the Yellow Dragon, thin, can increase capacity by 100, with a maximum enhancement of 1,000. To Lin Qing's delight, he indeed discovered a capacity-enhancing item. For someone like him, who momentarily lacks modules, an increase in capacity translates to a significant enhancement in strength. Additionally, he acquired a considerable number of weapons from the Void World. In the second district, ordinary firearms held little value. Lin Qing noticed a plethora of weapon rewards. After selecting several flashbangs, he found a few energy guns that piqued his interest. Once utilized, they could unleash rock spikes, which, while not comparable to modules, still possessed remarkable power. As for the modules, they were primarily Earth-type, with decent attributes, yet none caught Lin Qing's eye. He decided to reserve them for gradual absorption in the future. Notably, Lin Qing had not ceased his absorption of the wood origin fruit trees or the devouring of modules over the past few days, resulting in a substantial improvement in his physical capabilities. Let us distribute the weapons among us. Lin Qing presented the energy guns, prompting curiosity among the group as they began to examine them. While battle vehicles are crucial tools for combat, weapons can also prove immensely useful at times. At that moment, various passageways loomed ahead, resembling a labyrinth. Xiaoman, do you see that dragon carcass? Lin Qing inquired as he surveyed the area. Xiaoman shook her head. Although her vision extended far, it was still limited to the front. Or perhaps you could reflect on whether anything seems familiar, he suggested. The moon goddess had been communicating with Xiaoman, gaining a clearer understanding of her situation. After a moment of hesitation, Xiaoman pointed to one of the passageways. It seems there is something over there. Upon seeing this, Lin Qing hesitated no longer and ventured inside. Before long, he discovered a massive stone door within the passage, towering at nearly 200 meters high and close to 100 meters wide. Could it possibly house the dragon carcass? It surely could not be that simple. While everyone pondered, the stone door unexpectedly opened. Qingzi, you all wait here. I'll go take a look, the leader of the group stated, showing no signs of hesitation as he took on the role of a scout. You can ride my flame motorcycle. Lin Qing's flame motorcycle had been parked in the lot for the group's use. All right, I'll experience the thrill of speed, the leader replied with a grin. Every man harbors a dream of owning a motorcycle. Ordinary motorcycles failed to capture the player's interest, yet a premium motorcycle would make anyone's eyes gleam with excitement. Be careful. Don't crash into the wall, a comrade jested. Come on, can't you wish me some good luck? The leader retorted nonchalantly as he sped off. After a brief exploration, he returned, visibly excited. There is danger here, but also a fixed treasure chest. What do you say? Shall we go for it? The mention of a fixed treasure chest made Lin Qing's eyes light up. Unexpectedly, such rewards have come so swiftly. Is there any need for further discussion? One must take action. This is precisely the purpose. Without hesitation, Lin Qing drove into the grand hall. Inside, towering stone columns stood majestically on either side, their summits ablaze with vibrant flames. Each column was adorned with a statue of a slumbering rock dragon, as if these magnificent creatures were resting in serene repose. At the forefront, a colossal protective array radiated a mystical glow, with enigmatic symbols unique to the end-of-days world swirling within, enveloping a resplendent purple treasure chest. Incredible! Fortune has indeed smiled upon us. Though Brother has witnessed grand spectacles, the value of a fixed treasure chest is perpetually immense, especially one from the void battlefield. The rewards contained within are assuredly of the highest caliber. Yet, one must remain composed and ascertain any potential activation conditions. Lin Qing, seasoned in the art of treasure hunting, approached and began to explore, only to find that the chest remained firmly in place. However, a pivotal moment soon unfolded. It appeared that Lin Qing's touch had awakened the surrounding stone columns, as the eyes of the rock dragons suddenly flickered open. They writhed and coiled, causing the entire hall to tremble with their stirring presence. Chapter 125, Dragon Tomb. Everyone, get in the vehicle. Lin Qing had long anticipated this moment. It was inconceivable that obtaining the treasure chest would be so straightforward. The space within the grand hall was hardly accommodating for the truck, implying that even the most rudimentary collision tactics would be ineffective. However, he remained utterly composed. After ushering everyone into the truck, he promptly activated the module. Before their eyes, 20 flaming golden arrows coalesced atop the vehicle. Blazing rapid arrow. Purple consumes energy to condense fiery arrows, possessing unparalleled speed and penetrating power, with an effective attack range of 50,000 meters. This was the module inherently attached to the blazing motorcycle. Lin Qing had previously sensed that his attack scale was excessively vast. Thus, he altered his strategy from augmenting the energy source to incorporating the blazing rapid arrows. As a former victim, he was acutely aware of the formidable power and velocity of such arrows. Had it not been for the ceasefire order, he would have undoubtedly fallen prey to Tianqing's strike. As the arrows materialized, the temperature within the hall surged. The rock serpents roared, charging towards the truck from various directions. These serpents were even larger than those he had encountered before, all classified as Gamma Level 7 mutated creatures, their presence more terrifying than ever. Go! Lin Qing activated the module. In an instant, 20 blazing rapid arrows shot forth. Beyond a 10-meter range, they were swift. Within 10 meters, they were both fast and precise. The arrows expertly pierced through the bodies of the incoming rock serpents, accompanied by explosive sounds. Countless stones shattered, mingling with blood. The anatomical structure of these serpents defied conventional understanding. Their bodies were predominantly composed of rock, with a hardness surpassing that of ordinary stone. Yet, against the onslaught of Lin Qing's energy-infused arrows, they proved as fragile as paper. All were slain. Acquired blue treasure chest, module category. Acquired blue treasure chest, item category. Acquired blue treasure chest, premium item category. The notification sparked a glimmer of excitement in Lin Qing's eyes. The 20 rock serpents had ultimately yielded a premium item treasure chest. I shall open you with great fervor. Lin Qing smirked. He disembarked once more, finally able to claim the purple treasure chest. Acquired purple treasure chest, item category. Regrettably, it was not a premium item. Lin Qing shook his head, relieved nonetheless that it belonged to the item category, significantly narrowing his options. Just as he retrieved the chest, the entire protective array unexpectedly shifted. To the astonishment of the onlookers, a luminous veil formed and flew into the truck. Subsequently, the vehicle emanated a dazzling light before settling into tranquility. As if nothing had transpired. Guardian Enhancement, LV1. This simple line of data conveyed a profound transformation to Lin Qing, who possessed a clear understanding of the vehicle. He felt the truck had undergone various enhancements: speed, defense, energy source, and recovery rate. All foundational attributes had been significantly bolstered, save for capacity. What was happening? Everyone was left bewildered, and Lin Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. The sudden change left him utterly bewildered. In the past, while collecting fixed treasure chests, such occurrences had never transpired. Guardian Enhancement, a unique product from the tomb of the supreme beast, Huanglong, which grants beneficial effects within the tomb and can be stacked for greater power. Access to the Huanglong tomb map is now available. So this is the Huanglong tomb? Lin Qing realized. This means that this Guardian Enhancement effectively provides him with a temporary boost within the tomb. This is quite significant. At the very least, it increases his odds when facing more aberrant creatures. Do not panic. This is a fortuitous development. Noticing the confusion among the crowd, Lin Qing began to explain. It not only enhances the vehicle but also provides a map. Our journey will be considerably smoother now. Quickly, let us open the map and see what we can uncover. The crowd was filled with anticipation. With a wave of his hand, a luminous map materialized before them. It took on a pyramidal shape, with the remaining sections forming a complex web of passages. The map contained only the terrain, devoid of any additional markings. And only a small portion of the paths was clearly defined. Specifically, the northeastern corner where Lin Qing and his companions stood. The vast majority of the map remained blank. It appeared that to acquire a complete map, they would need to locate more guardian arrays. This was certainly not bad news. The more guardian arrays they found, the more fixed treasure chests would be available. What is this? The moon goddess Ji glanced toward the southwest. Upon closer inspection, she discovered 10 tiny light points moving at an exceedingly slow pace across the map. Has someone entered? The group was astonished, and this was the consensus among them. As there were no markings on the map, these 10 light points could not be aberrant creatures. Given their mobility, they were most likely players. Damn it. We've toiled for so long, only to encounter Xiaoman and unlock the tomb of Huang Long, while they are reaping the rewards effortlessly. The group felt a twinge of frustration. However, it was impossible to intervene now. They were too distant to engage. It seemed they had competitors, and they needed to acquire a more complete map swiftly. Lin Qing said seriously. Initially, they could have explored at a leisurely pace, but now time was of the essence. He looked at Xiaoman. In truth, even with competitors, he possessed an undeniable advantage. Xiaoman. Just moments ago, Xiaoman had pointed out this direction, leading him straight to the fixed treasure chest. If Xiaoman could replicate this success, it indicated that she was indeed a true treasure map. Even if they couldn't pinpoint the exact location, having a general direction was immensely valuable. Xiaoman, do you sense anything else? Let us continue our search, and feel free to voice any request you may have, Lin Qing inquired earnestly. The eyes of the others lit up as well. Indeed, with Xiaoman around, there was no need for concern, even in the face of competition. Lin Qing gazed intently at Xiaoman, for he was a person who distinctly recognized loyalty and enmity. If this Xiaoman proves beneficial within the Huanglong tomb, then despite any potential issues, Lin Qing is willing to truly keep Xiaoman by his side, treating her as one of his own. Xiaoman, still looking somewhat bewildered, observed Lin Qing's inquiry and began to carefully attune her senses. Shortly after, it seemed she discovered something and pointed towards the west. There appeared to be something there that resonated similarly to their current location. Lin Qing instinctively filtered her uncertainty into a sense of certainty. Xiaoman had always been timid, lacking confidence in her words. However, her articulation suggested they might have stumbled upon yet another fixed treasure chest. Indeed, Xiaoman, if you feel any burden, please do let me know, Lin Qing expressed. Yet in the face of precious resources, he subdued his desires and chose to inquire instead. Xiaoman replied, I am fine. It's just that there are many things I cannot recall. As long as you do not abandon me, I will be content. With Xiaoman at ease, it became evident that this young girl harbored few grand expectations. Lin Qing smiled faintly. All right, let us set forth. Meanwhile, the blonde beauty and her companions entered the pyramid. In stark contrast to Lin Qing's entry point, they were exactly at the 10 luminous spots Lin Qing had observed on the map. At this moment, their faces were etched with astonishment and uncontainable fervor. How could such a vast treasure trove exist? Could it truly be the legendary dragon tomb? Their understanding of the void battlefield was more profound, allowing them to surmise certain information. This revelation only heightened their agitation. The blonde beauty trembled with excitement. According to the existing information, the void battlefield once housed 10 supreme beings, each representing different attributes of true dragons. And the dragon tomb is where the remains of these true dragons are kept. If this indeed is the dragon tomb, our gains will be beyond imagination. I have already informed Jin Yuan. He will arrive shortly, and there will be those stationed outside. We must gain complete control over this enigmatic dragon tomb. Chapter 126. A gathering of the mighty. Even a mere glimpse of this treasure site evokes an unparalleled sense of awe. The golden-haired beauty immediately yearns to seize control for herself. However, at that moment, a vast desert materializes within the void battlefield. Ultimately, a passerby catches sight of it, and information swiftly disseminates in a peculiar manner. At this juncture, Lin Qing has activated another protective formation. The expansion of this map is dictated by its orientation. Observing the interconnected edges of the map, Lin Qing concludes that the spatial dimensions of the Huanglong tomb are astonishingly vast and intricately complex. Even with Xiaoman's guidance, Lin Qing expended most of the day navigating through it. The circumstances of others can be easily imagined. The previous 10 light spots flitted about aimlessly like headless flies. What astonished Lin Qing and the others even further was the noticeable increase in the light spots on the map, each distinctly positioned, evidently belonging to various factions. More individuals are entering the site. Damn it, exclaimed Wachaoga, visibly frustrated. Lin Qing and his companions had spent 2 million metallic coins to acquire the treasure map, and now others could follow suit, leaving them feeling somewhat shortchanged. Don't take it to heart. Who knows how many treasure maps are out there? And there will always be passers-by, Lin Qing mused, remaining unconcerned about this matter. Indeed, Xiao Chao, the group leader of the idol faction, patted Wachaoga on the shoulder. Brother, could you call me Xiaowa? Wachowga responded with a look of exasperation. Wait, everyone check the chat group, Yushinji remarked, having discovered something. Upon hearing this, everyone activated their light screens. As they entered the Void Battlefield, an exclusive chat group for the Void Battlefield was automatically generated. A bag of rice. To everyone in the Void Battlefield, a significant treasure site has appeared on the first level. I'm selling the coordinates. Interested parties, please DM me. Is this for real? How substantial is this treasure site? Are you unable to consume it all? Very large. If I am not mistaken. It might be the Dragon Tomb. Dragon Tomb? What is the Dragon Tomb? Newcomers were entirely oblivious, but seasoned players were already ablaze with excitement. How is that possible? Are you certain? If this news is false, I will not let you off easily. A bag of rice, authentic. The chat group buzzed with fervor. This location could soon be revealed to the masses. Jin Yuan. The Dragon Tomb was discovered by our Jin Yuan group, and we have claimed it exclusively. Others are forbidden from entering, or they will be deemed enemies. Damn, who do you think you are? Is the Dragon Tomb your ancestral grave? I will certainly go. This person seems to be from the Hope Squad. They possess formidable strength, so tread carefully. Some clearly recognized Jin Yuan, and upon hearing this, those who were previously dissatisfied became considerably more subdued. Beast King, haha, Jin Yuan, you cannot monopolize this. In fact, I am already en route. Ji Ying, likewise, I will not miss a place like the Dragon Tomb. Jin Yuan, you may proceed. But if you encounter vital resources, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Anyone else wishing to enter should be prepared for death. Goodness, Jin Yuan truly is domineering, remarked the group leader of the idol faction. He spoke his piece while we attended to our own matters. Now that the words have been uttered, when the time comes, we shall act accordingly. Lin Qing shut down the holographic interface. One can only imagine the fierce competition that would ensue within the Dragon Tomb. However, regardless of whether it was Jin Yuan or the other members of the Hope Squad, Lin Qing felt no trepidation. With the enhancement of the protective array, coupled with his inherent strength, he was entirely qualified to seek the ultimate treasure, the dragon carcass. As the truck departed from the Grand Hall, Lin Qing continued to reap the benefits of the protective arrays. Finally, within the fifth protective array, he uncovered an item that increased capacity. Blood of the Yellow Dragon. Thick increases capacity by 500, with a maximum enhancement of 1,000. What a relief. Lin Qing exhaled deeply, finally reaping a significant reward. An increase of 500 capacity meant he could elevate his level by 2.5 stages. Without hesitation, he integrated 5 modules into it. After merging the last energy source module, he reached 900,000 energy. The remaining 4 modules were fused with the gravity collision from the Lion King, the Armored Guardian, the Indomitable Flame, and the Rebirth in Fire, enhancing frontal impact, defense, attribute amplification, and vehicle recovery capabilities. The time consumed for vehicle repairs using metal coins was increasingly prolonged. It was time to equip the regeneration module. This Dragon Tomb is enormous, a veritable labyrinth. Have you all found anything of value? Found nothing. I'm still wandering aimlessly. When you reach the stone bridge, linger a bit. There's a surprise. To hell with surprises. I just encountered a horde of rock serpents on the stone bridge. If I hadn't run fast, I'd be done for. Did they really set traps right from the entrance? Damn it, just wait. Discussions regarding matters within the Dragon Tomb persisted within the holographic interface. Now, 2 days had passed. Lin Qing had thoroughly explored the northeastern region, expanding the map several-fold. Many individuals had entered the Dragon Tomb, but numerous souls had perished upon entry. Such was the nature of the game, wherein benefits coexisted with peril. To obtain resources, one must bear the corresponding costs. It was perplexing how some chose to engage in conflict immediately upon entry, even if the Dragon Tomb were solely theirs. It would be a challenge to consume all it had to offer. Some people are just insatiable, the brother remarked. Players symbolize resources. Not everyone possesses the same mindset as Qing, who believes in a live and let live philosophy, the group leader chuckled. Coconut took a sip of his drink and nodded in agreement. This is precisely why I associate with Brother Qing. Psychologically speaking, only the weak think of plundering others, as they cannot emerge victorious under fair conditions, thus resorting to corrupt paths. Who would have thought you understood me so well, Sister Coconut? Lin Qing replied with a smile. In truth, he held little regard for such matters. Having access to localized resources was entirely sufficient for sustenance. While the thrill of violence and chaos might be exhilarating, Lin Qing would not engage in unwarranted slaughter unless provoked. In a certain sense, the human faction was of paramount importance. Indeed, many share Lin Qing's sentiments. Not everyone possesses a treacherous disposition. It is merely a few pests that have sullied the pot. Ahead, there are individuals. The adversary appears to possess counter-surveillance capabilities. As Lin Qing's threefold sensing has yielded no traces, Yet, the map formed by the protective array distinctly reveals several figures, motionless in a corner ahead. How conspicuous this is! It is evident they harbor malicious intent. Very well, so this is the game they wish to play. Let us deal with them. The group immediately began to speculate. If they were merely passing by, how could they remain utterly still? A smirk played upon Lin Qing's lips as he shared this very thought. He bore no intention of initiating violence, yet he could hardly resist devouring such an overtly hostile and plump target. Chapter 127. Arrival of Ji Yuan. At this moment, before Lin Qing, at a fork in a tunnel, 15 vehicles lay concealed, engaged in communication through their chat group. This dragon tomb is an inherent trap for us. Even if there are resources, it won't hinder us from harvesting some players. Haha, I concur. The zombie tide is imminent. Let us first enhance our strength as much as possible. This person is getting closer. Their speed is not particularly fast, and I have no idea what level they are. Who cares? With so many of us and traps laid out, no one can escape. I hope it's a big catch. In their discussions, they regarded others as mere prey, patiently awaiting their entrapment. Here they come, a scarred youth announced. The rumbling of battle vehicles echoed from the tunnel. The incoming individual was none other than Lin Qing. As he approached the tunnel entrance, he had no intention of detecting traps. Instead, he accelerated and barreled through. Boom. Thunder and lightning erupted all around, with a series of explosions originating from beneath the vehicle. The ground collapsed, revealing several traps, each measuring 5 meters wide and 8 meters long, filled with dense steel spikes coated in a greenish-brown liquid, showcasing the malevolent design of these traps. However, before Lin Qing's truck, these traps were mere small pits, incapable of even accommodating a single tire as he effortlessly traversed over them. As for the explosions, they caused no splashes whatsoever. The current infinite truck, constructed entirely of metal, possessed a hardness beyond what steel could ever offer in this world. It passed through unscathed. What is going on? Why are we still moving? The ambushing group was astonished. One burly man slammed the steering wheel, posting in the group, "Let me see what's happening." He drove out from their concealed position, exposing himself at the tunnel's mouth. Upon witnessing the colossal figure within the tunnel, his pupils dilated in shock. The burly man? In the next moment, the massive truck, akin to a beast unleashed, collided directly with the burly man's battle vehicle. The ambushes? Everyone's eyes widened, paralyzed by shock. They had anticipated catching a mere grizzly bear, only to be confronted with a dinosaur. How on earth were they to engage with this? What kind of vehicle was this? How could it be so enormous? Oh heavens, when did such a figure infiltrate the void battlefield? Could he be Ji Yuan? Impossible. Ji Yuan was already at Gamma level 7. Panic surged through the crowd. They saw a red light flashing from the truck, indicating the activation of modules. Wait, misunderstanding. The scarred youth cried out in terror. Yet, Lin Qing had no intention of communicating with them. A surge of red light, imbued with shock waves, erupted from the truck. Instantly, all nearby battle vehicle windows shattered, and a terrifying heat flooded inside. The players of the ambushing group had no chance to react before being incinerated to ash. With merely a fleeting encounter, this fairly competent team was swiftly annihilated. Alas, I have never witnessed such reckless folly. Brother Wachao shook his head and sighed. Offering a moment of silence for the fallen, Lin Qing inspected the remaining vehicles, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Fortunately, they had not melted too much. They were still usable. After harvesting the resources, Lin Qing deliberately extracted several luminous crystals. What do you intend to do with these energy sources, Qingzi? Inquired the leader of the group of drifters. It pertains to my profession. The efficacy remains to be tested, Lin Qing replied, returning to the vehicle and granting access to Xiao Ka for intelligent navigation. He then began to absorb the energy source. It works. Lin Qing sensed a transformation almost immediately. The brilliance of the crystals dimmed rapidly, converting into pure power that coursed through his body. A gentle warmth enveloped him, bringing immense comfort. Strength, 223, speed, 218, mentality, 213. These figures represented Lin Qing's initial foundational data. As he absorbed the energy, all 3 attributes surged by 10 points. This is quite astonishing, Lin Qing exclaimed in shock. A standard golden tier vehicle, without considering any resources, typically averaged just over 60 in comprehensive attributes at Gamma level 3. Yet now, Lin Qing's stats had reached approximately 4 times that. Upon reaching Gamma level 10, a standard golden tier player would average around 140 in foundational attributes. The extent of Lin Qing's capabilities at that juncture was truly uncertain. With the preliminary synergy between man and machine, even without modules or skills, the base vehicle might contend with legendary players. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qing grew increasingly enamored with the prospect of reaching Gamma level 10. His immediate focus was to absorb the energy sources and push his attributes to their utmost limits. He mused that while the human body undoubtedly has its limits, he remained unaware of where those limits lay. Time was abundant. He could afford to proceed gradually. As for the wooden fruit trees, their contribution to Lin Qing's enhancement had become disappointingly slow. With faster methods for attribute improvement now available, he could consider elevating his teammates' capabilities as well. Just then, Lin Qing's brow furrowed in sudden realization. He had discovered something remarkable. A map. Jin Yuan, donning sunglasses, gazed at the map projected from the Guardian formations before him. Is it only a partial map? He pondered. It seemed that locating more Guardian formations would not only yield fixed treasure chests but also expand the map. The blonde beauty beside him took note. Having spent over 2 days in this realm, they had finally uncovered their first reward, igniting excitement among the group. The abundance of resources within the dragon's tomb was truly astonishing. But wait, what was this? The luminous points on the map appeared to represent players. Yet a few were marked in black. What did the number 5 signify? Surrounding the map, Jin Yuan and his team quickly noticed the coordinates represented by Lin Qing and his companions. Jin Yuan, taken aback, swiftly deduced, we have numbers as well. But ours is 1, while theirs is 5. Could it be that they have discovered 5 Guardian formations? Unthinkable. Absolutely impossible. Having been here for 2 days. It is said that the powerful reside in the Valley of Peace. Even if we were to rush over, we would merely have just arrived, and among the remaining individuals, we boast the greatest strength and were among the earliest to enter. How could anyone possibly be so far ahead of us? Could they be new arrivals? The golden-haired beauty asserted confidently. No, the dragon tomb manifested right before our eyes. Unless they were also in the vicinity at that moment. It is inconceivable that such a significant gap could be established in a mere 20 minutes. The crowd was left in utter astonishment, reluctant to accept this reality. Yet, with a modicum of intelligence, it was evident that the numerical value of the coordinate light points likely represented the number of guardians activated. This implies that the opposing party possesses a more expansive map, along with at least 5 fixed treasure chests. It appears that the void battlefield indeed harbors exceptional talents. Jin Yuan's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. After a moment of hesitation, someone could not help but inquire. Could it be that it is the 3 clear? He had traversed the Steel Thorn Ridge and witnessed Lin Qing's formidable prowess. Even now, he could hardly fathom what might have transpired had the Federation not intervened at that time. Gaining an advantage through absolute strength, and then seizing dominance, that lad could truly ensnare everyone. He is most likely not the one, while the 3 clear may be formidable. There is no reason to believe they surpass us, the golden-haired beauty replied with a light laugh. Jin Yuan contemplated for a moment before resolving. Perhaps it is a group endowed with some special abilities, regardless of who they are. We must secure the 5 Guardian formations on the map.